when other primitive people were still centered around tribes, assigning people to hunt and pick fruits every day. Once they encountered large beasts like wild elephants and dinosaurs, they could only throw away the stones and spears in their hands and flee for their lives. Those who ran slowly were inevitably killed. With too many casualties, the tribe would naturally gradually decline. However, a man led his tribe to develop into a kingdom step by step. He not only reclaimed wasteland and achieved self-sufficiency in food, but also raised livestock such as pheasants, ducks, sheep, and pigs, so that they no longer had to worry about eating meat. What's more impressive is that every once in a while, he would personally lead his troops to attack other tribes and continue to expand his territory. This man is none other than Han Chung. He was originally a guide on Blue Star. During a visit to ancient ruins with foreign friends, they ran around and got lost. While searching for them, Han Chung accidentally traveled through time and space and came to this primitive society. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the woods on the left, and the branches and leaves swayed gently. Anshin's griefstricken mot suddenly lifta. Could it be that his benefactor was finally coming? According to the routine in novels, after traveling through time, one would always meet a kind-hearted benefactor, especially for a traveler like him who was almost in a vegetative state. The sound of rustling was getting closer, and the shaking of the branches became more and more obvious. In Han Cheng's expectant and curious eyes, the noble man finally appeared. This, even though his throat was so sore that he couldn't make a sound, Han Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. His noble man was so noble that it was frightening. The densely packed, scorched leaves were carefully pushed aside, and a shaggy head poked out. The hair on the head was messy, and there were a few colorful bird feathers stuck in it. The high brow bones, the overly full forehead, the slightly protruding nose bridge, and the wide mouth with drooping corners left Han Chung stunned for a moment. He stared at the alert head 10 meters away, and suddenly a vivid picture emerged in his mind. The restored bust of the Zucudian Peking Man in the first chapter of the first volume of the junior high school history textbook, The Origin of Humankind. Han Cheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression was dull, an emotion more complicated than seeing a ghost arose spontaneously, making him completely confused. Swoosh! The head that was peeking out quickly retracted behind the tree the moment he inhaled and quietly peeked at the charred alien in the ashes from behind the branches. After a while, the head poked out from the branches again, looked at Han Chung a few times, and seeing that nothing unusual had happened, he plucked up his courage and walked out of the bushes. Behind him, several people with similar appearances walked out one after another, also looking at Han Chung, who looked like charcoal in the circle of ashes with vigilance and confusion. Han Chung still stared at these guys who were obviously dressed as primitive people with his eyes wide open. 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. This time travel script was too unfair. Others who traveled through time either had a chance to cheat or met a noble person. But why did he become a half-dead vegetable when he came here and had to face primitive people? Could it be that he was arranged to experience prehistoric civilization? He really wanted to just run into a wall and die. He was speechless after seeing the appearance and clothing of these primitive people. The leader looked lean and muscular, with a naked upper body and a tiger skin skirt around his waist. In his hand, he held a long stick as thick as a baby's arm, polished and smooth, with both ends sharpened and nearly as long as a person. The man following closely behind him was broad-skinned with a bulging belly, looking like a general's belly. A primitive man could eat so much that he had a big belly. Han Chung couldn't help but wonder, when did life in this era become so affluent? The other person had dark skin, a strong physique, a thick beard on his face, and a necklace of animal skulls around his neck. The skulls varied in color from white to yellow, due to different ages. Behind them were 5 or 6 other primitive people with different expressions, holding sticks and stones, and approaching cautiously. Han Chung looked at these people and felt that he had not traveled to primitive society, but had mistakenly entered the crew of Journey to the West. Seeing several people approaching step by step, Han Chung felt absurd, but he could not move and could only secretly complain. Those senior brothers obviously didn't care about Han Cheng's inner struggle. They led other tribe members to approach step by step with wooden sticks in their hands ready to swing at any time. As a vegetative person, Han Chung didn't even dare to move his eyes for fear that he would be mistaken for a monster and beaten to death by them. That would be too unfair. Seeing that the strange creature in front of them did not make any movement, the courage of the few people gradually grew. The big brother, who was walking in front, straightened his back, raised a stick in one hand, grinned and shouted, "Monster! Take my stick!" Han Chung had watched too many 1986 versions of Journey to the West, so he could not help but automatically dub for the eldest brother in his mind. But what greeted him was a string of incomprehensible syllables. The eldest brother looked at Han Chung seriously and spoke a long string of strange words. Han Chung was stunned. He tried to keep his posture still. His eyes were sore, but he still stared at the scene in front of him. It was like a dream. Seeing that Han Chung had no reaction, the eldest brother raised his voice again. His expression became fierce, as if he was going to chop the stick down. In order not to be beaten to death, Han Chung tried his best to control himself from moving his eyes and could only pretend to be dead. The stick didn't fall in the end, and the eldest brother stopped. Perhaps because of this, he judged that Han Chung was not a threat. After several unsuccessful attempts, the eldest brother relaxed his face, turned around, and whispered a few words to the people behind him, and those people gradually let down their guard. Han Chung finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had barely made it through this stage. However, fate's tricks were far from over. Just as the eldest brother went to the side to continue searching, the second brother, with a round belly, began to sniff. Seeing the guy getting more and more excited and approaching step by step, Han Cheng's heart was lifted again. He then remembered that his entire body was emitting the aroma of barbecue. In this era, when fire may not even be common, this aroma was an irresistible temptation for a primitive man who loved food. Han Chung understands foodies, but he cannot accept himself becoming food. However, he is unable to move except for his eyeballs, and he cannot resist at all, so he can only watch himself become a human flesh feast. Just as the second brother's face was about to get close to him and his saliva was about to drip onto his face, a crisp sound was heard. The eldest brother came running over, grabbed the second brother's ear with one hand, and scolded him harshly. The tall and strong second brother did not dare to resist and was dragged back obediently. A group of primitive people searched around Han Chung for a while, but they did not find anything special. They finally left until Han Cheng's eyes were sore that he started to cry. Han Chung cried and thanked God for saving his life. But before he left, the affectionate look of the second brother, who smiled back and drooled at the corners of his mouth, made him shudder. After confirming that the senior brothers and their companions had really left, Han Chung finally escaped the fate of becoming food for primitive people. He gasped for breath and felt that this world was so beautiful. However, this good mood did not last long. When the sun set and the sky darkened, he realized a serious problem. Han Chung was hungry. When he came to his senses from a series of bizarre encounters, he suddenly realized that he was starving. But what made people feel desperate was that he still couldn't move. When he was a kid watching TV series, he always thought the sunflower acupuncture points in martial arts novels were very cool. Unexpectedly, now he actually experienced that feeling. Damn it, I shouldn't have touched that crude mural. After a long time of thinking, Han Chung finally figured out what was going on. He realized that the reason he traveled to this era was because of the crude mural carved on the stone wall. Before crossing, he encountered a barren mountain in the desert. On the stone wall of the mountain, there were some crude pictures carved, which were obviously made by primitive people. Han Chung thought he had discovered an incredible secret, so he moved forward, put his hand on the mural to look at it, and then he came to this haunted place. He deserved it. Since he was here, why didn't he bring his backpack with him? It contained 5 or 6 potatoes, 7 or 8 boiled eggs, and several packs of compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Gurgle. This was Han Cheng's 18th attempt to divert his attention from the problem of hunger, but he failed again. He found that no matter what he thought about, he would unconsciously think about food. Even the faint smell of barbecue on his body made him salivate. If he could move at this moment, Han Chung would probably really not be able to resist taking a few bites of himself. Hiss! Roar dash. A long and deep roar came from the darkness, carrying a desolate atmosphere from ancient times. Han Chung did not dare to think about what kind of creature made this sound. Just this deep and powerful sound was enough to let him know that the other party was not a good person. He shuddered. His dizzy head suddenly cleared up, and his hunger was suppressed. It was not until this moment that Han Chung really realized another problem. He was now in the primitive era. There were ferocious beasts everywhere, and humans at that time were still struggling to survive in the cracks, trying their best to counterattack from the bottom of the food chain. And the nights in the primitive era were destined to be not peaceful. A living signboard, like him who constantly exudes the aroma of barbecue, is just like a freshly baked, fragrant roast chicken, tempting the beast from all directions to come and have a feast. Roar. Ea, the primeval forest under the night sky, seemed to have become a paradise for wild animals. The roars of various animals from different distances rose and fell in the silence, making Han Cheng's hair stand on end. When he heard rustling noises in the forest and saw several green balls of light in the moonlight not far away, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Having encountered wolves in the wild at night, he knew very well that those balls of light were the eyes of wild animals. Judging from their size, those guys crouching at the edge of the forest were much bigger than wolves. Han Cheng felt bitter, and his heart was beating like a drum. He had just escaped from the hands of primitive people, and now he was facing the danger of being devoured by wild beasts. What a damn fate. Who had he offended? Sure enough, time travel also depends on luck. Others who traveled through time either awakened their superpowers or fought for world domination. But when it came to him, he was possessed by the god of bad luck. Did he not check the almanac before traveling through time? Han Cheng's heart was about to jump out of his throat, and he couldn't stop complaining in his heart. He didn't know whether it was because his burnt shell tasted wrong, or the prehistoric beasts were not interested in cooked food. These guys whose faces could not be seen clearly just wandered around for a while, let out a few low roars, and finally left. Han Cheng, who had escaped the catastrophe, felt that he was about to collapse. This was only the first day in this world, and it was already extremely thrilling. He could not imagine how many surprises were waiting for him in the future. He thought with a wry smile, but quickly dismissed this future thinking. After all, he probably wouldn't last more than 3 days in his current state. He stood upright in the ash circle like a tree, looking at the vast forest under the moonlight, with a helpless smile on his lips. Swish, swish. There was another noise in the forest, but Han Cheng was so used to it that he didn't even bother to open his eyes. Ever since a flat-haired beast flew from nowhere and landed on his head, while standing guard, it also pooped on his nose with a very smelly smell, he had lost all desire to live. If a beast dared to step into the circle of ashes and eat him, Han Cheng would welcome it. He even thought that it would be best if the beast bit him from the neck so that he could suffer less. Papa. A light sound accompanied by a touch came from his face. Han Cheng was angry. If you want to eat, eat it. If you don't want to eat, don't hesitate. Which beast needs to slap a few times before eating people? He opened his eyes angrily, wanting to see what kind of perverted beast it was. However, he never expected that the one in front of him was not a beast, but a primitive man with gray hair and an old face. The other party was obviously startled by his sudden opening of his eyes, and his hand, which was about to hit him again, stopped in midair. Surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes, but soon turned into confusion. The hand stayed in the air for a while, and then fell on his face under Han Cheng's angry gaze. But this time it was not a pat, but a touch. The man began to touch his mouth, nose, and other parts, which made Han Cheng even angrier. Not only was he molested, but what was even more infuriating was that the old primitive man had smeared the bird shit on his nose all over his face. Han Cheng glared angrily, trying to convey his anger. But the old primitive man obviously didn't care. Instead, he became more and more excited. After touching the face, he bent down again and continued to touch down. As the man squatted down, Han Cheng finally saw more of the situation. Behind him, there were several primitive people, all wearing tiger skin skirts. One of them was pot-bellied and drooling at him, and another one had a black face and a white bone necklace, who was none other than the senior brothers who left yesterday. It turned out that their departure yesterday was only temporary, and their real purpose was to invite their master. However, this master seemed to be not very serious, and as soon as they met, he touched Han Cheng all over. Han Cheng wailed in his heart. He is a man, although except for a few important parts on his head, the rest of his body was covered with charred shells, and he had no sense of touch. He still shuddered when he saw those tireless hands groping around on his body. Fortunately, this molestation did not last too long. The old primitive man stood up and said something to several brothers, but Han Cheng could not understand a word. But judging from the respectful attitude of these people, They obviously respected this master very much. Several people chattered and gestured. Han Sheng looked at the drooling face of his second brother and felt something was wrong. Could they be discussing whether to fry him with sesame oil like the monsters in Journey to the West? The conversation did not last long before it ended. The old primitive man looked up at the starry sky, then checked the ash circle and the surrounding hoof prints, then put his hands together in front of him, made a strange gesture to Han Sheng, and muttered something in an unknown language. From their previous gestures, Han Sheng roughly understood that they seemed to be explaining their origins to this master. But these strange gestures and mantra-like movements made him more and more uneasy. Could it be that they really regarded him as a heretic and wanted to sacrifice him to some ancient gods? He was powerless to resist and could only watch what these people were planning to do. As the old primitive man stopped chanting, several fellow disciples came over with stones and sticks in their hands and surrounded him. Han Sheng was still alive. He was neither sacrificed nor eaten, but was carried upright on the back of a bloated primitive man, second senior brother, as he walked with a group of primitive men through a forest where most of the branches and leaves had turned yellow. Looking at his second senior brother who was carrying him on his back and was so exhausted that he was out of breath but still drooling, Han Sheng had enough reason to believe that if the old primitive man and the eldest senior brother had not been present, he would have been eaten by the second senior brother on the way. At this point, Han Sheng even began to doubt what the charred shell on his body was. If it was burnt flesh, it was too solid. He was carried by his second brother, without even turning a corner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry whether he would be able to get rid of his current state and regain freedom of movement in the future. Of course, the premise of all this was that he had to survive first. Until this moment, Han Sheng still didn't know what fate was waiting for him. He didn't know whether these primitive people who captured him as a monster were planning to rescue him or to eat him. Judging from the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life, the possibility of being eaten seemed to be greater. After all, primitive tribes were usually very xenophobic, and his current strange appearance made it even more abrupt. Perhaps because they were in a hurry, this group of 10 primitive people seemed very alert and hurried along the way, almost constantly shuttling through the woods. The forest is not completely covered with weeds and bushes. In some places, narrow paths can be vaguely seen. I just don't know whether these paths were made by primitive people or by wild beasts. Along the way, they also encountered some wild beasts. The most ferocious ones were 2 beasts that looked like leopards, but were much larger in size. At that time, the atmosphere in the whole team suddenly became tense. The old primitive man and the second brother who was carrying Han Sheng were quickly surrounded by the crowd. The others held sticks, stones, and other crude weapons to confront the 2 giant leopards, while slowly moving forward. Fortunately, the 2 leopards did not initiate an attack. After a short standoff, they casually jumped onto the nearby branches, shook off a few fallen leaves, and left. In addition, most of the animals they encountered along the way were wild beasts that were not very aggressive or had little lethality. The eldest brother even teamed up with several primitive people to capture a rabbit and a colorful feathered pheasant. However, the rabbit and the chicken looked very different from what Han Sheng remembered. It was only after repeated comparisons based on his experience that he was able to roughly determine their types. As the sky gradually darkened, the primitive people's pace also accelerated. Even if some small prey appeared in the forest, they chose to ignore it. Han Sheng, who was forced to stand in the wild all night last night, knew that this group of primitive people were rushing back to their residence because the jungle at night was too dangerous. After walking around for a while, a small river appeared in front of everyone. Han Sheng, who was carried on the shoulders of junior brother Sha, clearly noticed that the mood of the people in the team was much more relaxed. Obviously, their residence was nearby. The river was not wide, with the widest part only about 20 to 30 meters and the narrowest part only about 2 meters. At the narrowest part, there was a relatively flat stone slab, which was obviously used as a single plank bridge. Han Sheng, who was carried face down on the shoulders of junior brother Sha, saw many black heads swimming in the river. When he looked closely, he found that they were fish of different sizes. He remembered that when he was a child, he had learned a text describing the Great Northern Wilderness. He was full of envy for the Great Northern Wilderness where roe deer can be beaten with sticks, fish can be scooped up with ladles, and pheasants can fly into the rice pot. In his opinion, such a life was like having endless meat to eat every day. Now, the dense schools of fish in this river are not inferior to the Great Northern Wilderness in his impression. They crossed the stone bridge one by one and then entered a forest covered with fallen leaves. This time they did not walk for long. Soon, a cave about 1 meter tall and 2 or 3 meters wide appeared in front of them. At the entrance stood 4 or 5 female primitives holding crude weapons and looking alert. Were topless like the men, but the 2 chest muscles on their chests were too exaggerated. After confirming the identity of the newcomers, the female primitives shouted happily, threw their weapons aside, and hurried forward. Many young primitives also came out of the cave, faster than adult women, shouting and running towards the returning tribesmen, and some naughty children even hugged their legs and climbed up. The cave, which was originally silent, suddenly became lively with the return of the group of men who had gone out. A female primitive tried to take the strange-looking Han Chung off the back of junior brother Sha, but was stopped by the old primitive. Asked him curiously in some incomprehensible language. Han Chung was also looking around the cave. The cave was not too dark. There was a fire burning near the entrance. An elderly, shirtless primitive man squatted beside the fire, adding some firewood from time to time to watch the fire and prevent it from going out. Because of the long-term smoke and fire, the stone walls around the fire were stained with a layer of dark gray smoke. The space of the entire cave is quite spacious. Just based on the part Han Chung has seen so far, the area is at least over 150 square meters. There were some items scattered around, some of which were fuels such as hay and branches, while others were difficult for Han Chung to identify due to the dim light and the fact that they were too different from the items known in later generations. There weren't many people in the cave, only about 50 in total, including adults and children, and the adult men were probably the ones he had seen along the way. Of course, he couldn't guarantee the accuracy of this judgment. After all, he couldn't move at this time. The light in the cave was insufficient, and with everyone walking back and forth, he couldn't carefully distinguish the gender of each person. Not long after, he was carried on someone's back again. This time, the person carrying him was not the second brother or the younger brother Shah, but the eldest brother in a sexy tiger-skin skirt. The old primitive man walked in front, and the eldest brother followed closely behind, carrying him on his back, and together they walked deeper into the cave. After walking about 10 meters, they came to a relatively secluded and independent space. With a faint light from the fire in the distance, Han Chung could barely see the surroundings, but he still couldn't see clearly some of the items placed inside. After the eldest brother gently put Han Chung down, he turned around and said a few words to the old primitive man, then walked out of the cave and called out to the tribesmen outside, saying something. The people who seemed a little lazy and had nothing to do immediately took action after hearing those words. Han Chung originally thought that he would be eaten by this group of primitive people like meat in the mouth of a wild beast. But he did not expect that the reality would be much milder than expected. As the big brother started shouting, the primitive people immediately started to get busy, and the whole cave suddenly became lively. The old man who was guarding the fire brought some dry branches to add to the bonfire, and the weak flames whoosh jumped up, illuminating the whole cave. 2 strong men used thin stone knives to skin the freshly hunted hares, while another lowered his head and concentrated on plucking the feathers of pheasants. 5 or 6 female primitives were also busy, picking out a dozen fish of different sizes from the corner, skillfully stringing them together with branches and roasting them over the fire. Soon, the tempting smell of fish began to spread in the cave, making people hungry. The noisy group of children also quieted down, gathered around the fire, staring at the grilled fish, drooling. The younger children couldn't help it and began to suck their fingers, their eyes reluctant to leave the fire. The fish was not finished yet. The skinned rabbit and the plucked pheasant were also skewered and put on the fire to join the roasting team. Han Chung stood aside, watching the outdoor barbecue, and the aroma of the meat almost made him greedy. Although he saw that the fish were not scaled or gutted, and the pheasants and rabbits were only haired and skinned, with the contents of their stomachs still intact. But he was so hungry that he didn't care about hygiene. He just wanted to fill his stomach with food, especially when the first few fish that had been grilled were taken down and placed on the stone slab to cool. Han Cheng's eyes turned red, and he wanted to pounce on them and swallow them. They're like a tree stump, watching helplessly, feeling greedy and helpless. Just as he was lamenting his miserable life, he also noticed something surprising. Although the little primitive people were obviously very hungry, no one rushed forward to eat the grilled fish. Instead, they surrounded it obediently and stared at it eagerly. This scene surprised Han Chung. If it were the children of later generations, they would have rushed over, not only for the delicious smell, but also for the bone residue. In modern times, children are more precious than adults, especially when eating. Children are often served first, while adults are treated casually. Han Chung has seen many naughty children at dinner parties before who would hold onto the dishes, bite them, and throw them back, and pick and choose to disgust everyone at the table. Thinking of these bad experiences, he even began to miss the simple life of eating a bowl of fried noodles by himself in a corner. Gurgle. His stomach growled at an opportune time, and he realized that he had not eaten for nearly 2 days and 1 night since he traveled through time. As the roasting was completed, the fish, rabbit, and pheasant were placed neatly on the stone slab next to the fire, but no one started immediately. Han Chung was wondering when he saw the eldest brother coming over. His movements were not fast, but very steady. He tore off a drumstick from the roasted chicken, took off half of the chicken breast, and placed it on a large leaf, then added a rabbit leg, held the platter in both hands, and walked towards Han Chung. Han Cheng's eyes sparkled, thinking that this primitive man actually had etiquette. Maybe he really gave it to him. But the eldest brother just walked past him, respectfully placed the food in front of the old primitive man beside the fire, and then turned and left. The eldest brother's authority was fully revealed at this moment. He did not explain it all, and no one questioned him. He then walked to the stone slab, took most of the remaining roast chicken, and took 5 fish, and then left with several women and children. After he walked away, others came forward to eat. Surprisingly, there was no chaos in the process. Everyone acted in an orderly manner. Next came a fat primitive man with a round belly. He picked up the rabbit with a missing leg with a greedy look on his face. However, after seeing someone staring at him, he did not dare to eat all the food, but difficultly left 2 rabbit legs, and then left with a sad heart. After that, most of the men who took their turn were men with their families, who picked a few dishes and went to the corner to eat. Han Chung noticed that not everyone could eat meat. The last woman who came, her husband looked injured and could not walk properly. She came to the stone slab and only picked up a small fish less than 1 foot long, but she did not feel dissatisfied. Instead, she turned around and took her 2 thin children and her lame husband back to the corner. Unlike other families where the man eats first, she started first and ate half of the fish before passing it to her husband. The man did not rush to eat the fish meat, but picked out the fish intestines and ate them in 1 bite, and then chewed the fish meat in small bites. He bit off the fish bones and handed the remaining fish to the children. The 2 children immediately pounced on it and devoured it with satisfaction in their eyes. At this time, the eldest brother finished eating his chicken and fish and took out the internal organs from the chicken, leaving only the liver. Afterwards, he brought the chicken intestines to the lame man's house, handed them to the woman, said something, and left. The family was full of gratitude. Their eyes almost glowed. The man limped away with a stick, and soon he brought back the chicken intestines. The woman wrapped the intestines around a branch and roasted them over the fire. The family relied on this little bit of oil to keep themselves fed and clothed. Han Chung was so greedy at the moment. He watched the family share a string of chicken intestines. Even the greasy sheen looked particularly tempting. Not far away, the old primitive man was still sitting on the ground, slowly gnawing on the chicken leg, eating very calmly. Unlike his companions who were wolfing down their food outside, his calmness and rhythm revealed a sense of power and superiority. Han Chung gnashed his teeth and cursed in his heart. This old man eats too much. Isn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? But the next moment, he retracted his curse because this old primitive man, after eating the chicken leg, actually held up a piece of fat and tender chicken breast and walked up to Han Chung. Han Cheng's eyes were red. It wasn't because the chicken breast was too fragrant, nor was it because the old primitive man didn't let him eat it, but because he could only open his mouth a small gap and couldn't close it at all. Seeing the food right in front of him, the fragrance rushed to his nose, but he couldn't even take a bite. He felt so bitter in his heart, it was hard to describe. He tried desperately to move his mouth, but except for his tongue, all other parts were out of control, as if sealed. The old primitive man looked at Han Chung with a puzzled look on his face. This guy was wrapped up like a zongzi, looking like a monster, but he didn't react at all when everyone was eating. Isn't he hungry? This is unlikely. Thinking about it, the old primitive man put the chicken breast in his hand closer to Han Cheng's mouth, waiting to see if he would eat it. But Han Chung still didn't move, only his eyes were rolling. The old primitive frowned and stared at him for a long time, but finally shook his head and took the delicious chicken back. Han Chung was so disappointed that he could only watch him take the meat out, tear it into several pieces, and share it with the little primitive man who was cheering in the cave. The eldest brother also took out a bag of fruits from the corner and distributed them to everyone as dessert. The cave was bustling for a while, seeing the old primitive man eating an egg-sized, red and yellow fruit with relish. Han Cheng's mouth was almost watering, staring at it with eyes full of desire. Unfortunately, this was useless. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone was busy enjoying their food. After dinner, the cave entrance was sealed with a large stone, leaving only a few small holes for ventilation and to prevent wild animals from breaking in. After eating and drinking, everyone lay down to rest. The beds were very simple, some grass and animal skins on the ground. Some more particular ones used hay as a cushion, and some less particular ones just laid directly on the ground. An older primitive man sat by the fire, taking over the old primitive man's job and being responsible for keeping the fire. The fire was no longer as strong as when the meat was just being roasted, but it was kept burning. It seemed that these people also knew how to save firewood. But not everyone slept peacefully. Soon, some energetic primitive people began to move gently in the dim firelight. Then, bursts of singing came from the cave. Although it was a bit crude, it was faintly similar to the tune of modern people singing. As the night deepened, the primitives fell asleep one by one. Even those who had been making the most noise just now had quieted down. However, there were two who had not fallen asleep yet. One was the primitive who was still squatting by the fire to keep watch, and the other was Han Chung, who stood upright, feeling very hungry. Suddenly, a child's cry was heard from the cave. An adult got up in a daze and walked to the cave entrance with the crying child in his arms. They had actually created a gap of more than 1 meter in height in the sealed cave entrance, allowing people to enter and exit. The primitive man carried the child out, followed by 2 or 3 others who got up at night and soon returned to sleep. Han Chung was impressed that these primitive people knew to go out of the cave to solve personal problems at night, and they had a good sense of hygiene. But he was already dizzy and lightheaded at the moment, and it was obvious that he had been hungry for too long and his physical strength had been exhausted to the limit. But the strange thing was that he didn't feel hungry or thirsty now, and his body seemed numb. The stone slab at the entrance of the cave was removed, and sunlight came in, making the cave much brighter. Han Chung noticed that not only the entrance of the cave could let in light, but there were also several small holes on the top of the cave, which might be natural or deliberately chiseled. Everyone had finished breakfast. The eldest brother, wearing his signature tiger skin skirt, shouted, and everyone left the cave with their tools. The cave suddenly became much quieter, with only a few underage primitive people, a pregnant female primitive, and 3 older elders left. One of the old primitives was Han Cheng's master, and the other 2 took turns guarding the fire. One of them had just finished the night shift and had fallen asleep. There was also a primitive man with limited mobility sitting in the corner, and then there was Han Chung, still standing like a statue. Han Chung was too lazy to think about whether he had food or not, whether he was hungry or not. He was numb, looking at everything in the cave with empty eyes. At this moment, the old primitive man stood up, brought another piece of meat, and put it to his mouth. The aroma hit Han Cheng's nose again. Han Chung was obviously not hungry anymore, but his stomach was still growling. The old primitive man looked at him and still didn't eat. He showed a puzzled expression on his face. This time, he obviously didn't have the patience like last night. After touching Han Cheng's stomach, he took the meat away again. But this time he did not share the meat with others, but walked to a stone outside the cave, squatted down, and worked. There was a small hole in the stone. He tore the roasted meat into small pieces and put them in, then hit it hard with another stone. This action looks like pounding garlic. Han Chung was bewildered. Food is an extremely precious resource in this tribe. How dare this old primitive man waste food like this? After the old primitive man smashed the meat into a paste, he found a bowl-like and plate-like vessel from the cave, which looked like it was made of some animal skull. He carefully poured the meat paste into it, walked to a stone basin filled with water, and stirred the water and meat paste with his fingers to make a bowl of meat soup. Then he walked back to Han Chung with a bowl of meat soup and put the bowl next to his slightly open mouth. Seeing this, Han Chung couldn't help but shed tears. He could finally eat. If this old primitive man hadn't had some brains, he would have starved to death here becoming the worst example in the history of time travel. The meat soup slowly flowed into Han Cheng's mouth, moistening his dry lips and his burning stomach. He used all his strength to move his tongue and swallowed the warm meat soup bit by bit, feeling like he was resurrected. The old primitive man smiled with satisfaction when he saw that this method worked. There was still half of the meat in the bone bowl. He scooped some water from the stone basin, continued to stir, and continued to feed Han Cheng. Han Cheng had never drunk such a fragrant broth, and the taste made him unable to stop. There was no salt or other seasonings, and the cooking method was very primitive, but this simple combination made him drink 3 bowls of water without stopping, and the minced meat in his mouth was swept away. He ate with gusto, and even the old primitive man next to him, who had always been serious, couldn't help laughing when he saw him. Seeing Han Cheng eating so happily, the wrinkles on the old primitive man's face were all happy, and he gestured and tried to communicate with him. Of course, Han Cheng didn't understand. At most, he just blinked and rolled his eyes and couldn't talk to him at all. The old primitive man tried several times, but seeing Han Cheng's bewildered face, he stopped gesturing, shook his head, and went to do other things. When Han Cheng woke up today, he found that this old primitive man was definitely not an ordinary person. Because in this cave, there's an independent space similar to a small study, which contains several stone slabs with strange patterns carved on them. They're called words, but they are more like pictures. However, it can be seen that these things are carefully designed and are very similar to the rock paintings that Han Cheng had seen in the materials before. This made him understand at once that this old primitive man was probably a cultured person here. The old primitive man was carving a piece of stone. His movements were very slow, and he was recording something important with each stroke. Han Cheng lay beside him, squinting his eyes to observe and try to understand what he was drawing. Unfortunately, the calligrapher was too slow, and Han Cheng fell asleep while waiting. When he woke up again, it was dark outside, and there were faint, cheerful sounds in the air. A group of primitive people who had gone out came back. The leader, the second brother, shrugged his shoulders and threw a heavy object to the ground. There was a loud bang, and the dust almost extinguished the fire. Han Cheng looked closely and saw that it was a wild boar. The wild boar was quite large, probably weighing hundreds of pounds. Han Cheng was wondering, how did they subdue this big guy? What was even more exaggerated was that there were 3 little wild boars following them. It seemed that they had killed the entire litter this time. In addition to the prey, some women also brought back animal skins wrapped in wild fruits. They laid out the fruits neatly at the place where the eldest brother had taken the fruits last night. The fruits were green with yellow and looked ready to eat. The harvest of the day obviously made the whole tribe very happy. Even the children were grinning from ear to ear. Being able to get so many ingredients means that everyone can have a full meal tonight. The eldest brother stood up and shouted a few words, and then everyone started to work in an orderly manner. Junior brother Sha took out a stone knife and cut open the stomachs of the 4 wild boars one by one, took out the internal organs, and distributed them in different categories. The lame man took the intestines and left the cave with his wife. After a while, his wife came back with a bunch of processed pig intestines. She handed the intestines to the person in charge of cooking and then went out to help with the processing. Han Cheng watched all this and secretly admired it in his heart. This lame uncle turned out to be the intestine master in the tribe. The others were also busy, some peeling the skin, some cutting the meat, and some stringing the intestines together. The scene was busy and orderly. Before long, the tempting aroma of meat filled the cave, making Han Cheng's stomach sing. Today's dishes were much richer than yesterday's. There are not only 4 sets of offal, but also a small wild boar that was roasted whole. When the food was ready, the eldest brother took the lead. He picked a piece of fat and lean meat, added a piece of intestines, and carefully gave it to the old primitive man. The old primitive man took it with a smile, but pointed at Han Cheng and said something. The eldest brother nodded, looked back at Han Cheng, then took a black object from the fire and walked over. Han Cheng couldn't see what it was, but the smell made his mouth water. Dinner officially began, and everyone sat around the fire, feasting. There was plenty of food today, and even the layman's family, who were the last to eat, ate their fill, and no one went hungry. Han Cheng watched the crowd eating meat while holding his stomach and resisting the temptation of greed, wondering if he had been forgotten. However, he also knew that in this world, resources were never distributed equally. When everyone had almost finished eating, the old primitive slowly broke off a piece of the black thing, crushed it with his hands, and put it into the bone bowl used by Han Chung. It turned out that it was roasted pig liver. Then the old man poured some hot water, and soon a bowl of hot pork liver soup was ready. Han Chung was moved and held the bowl, gulping down the soup. The taste was even more delicious than the bowl of meat soup at noon. The cave gradually became quiet, and most people had fallen asleep. Han Chung leaned against the stone wall, looking at these people who had been busy all day, and suddenly a long-lost peace came over him. There were no noisy horns and no suffocating work pace. Here, having enough food and clothes is the greatest happiness, and this slow-paced life is exactly what he has always wanted but never really had. Every day, he only needs to work from sunrise to sunset. There is no intrigue between people, and life is simple and pure. Han Chung suddenly understood something. Perhaps these primitive people lived more comfortably than modern people. But before he could think about it for a few more seconds, a sudden singing sounded in the cave. One after another, the voices were rough and primitive, but also full of passion for life. Han Chung was stunned. Then his face changed, and he muttered, "It's over. Are these people starting a concert now?" After a full meal and a few naps, Han Chung finally regained some energy. He stood there, looking at the situation in the cave motionlessly, like a sculpture. At this time, the adult primitive people in the cave had already set off, but the things they took away this time had changed a lot compared to yesterday. The original weapons such as sticks, stones, and bone knives were reduced and replaced by more animal skins. What caught his attention even more was that there were several young children who were almost adults on the trip today. It seemed that this outing was not too dangerous, and Han Chung guessed that they might be going to pick fruit. His method of judging who is an adult and who is a child is also very simple, just looking at the height. The people of this tribe are generally not tall, with adult males basically between 1.45 and 1.6 meters tall, and females just over 1.4 meters tall. Those whose height is lower than this range are naturally minors. Han Chung did not make a random guess, but came to this conclusion after a few days of observation. He noticed that the young people who did not go out would go to a stone wall in the cave to measure their heights whenever they had nothing to do. There were two lines on the stone wall. One was about 1.4 meters tall, and the other was close to 1.45 meters tall. Especially today, those almost adult children were taken over and measured before departure to confirm that they were tall enough before they were allowed to follow the team. This made Han Chung more certain that his judgment method was correct. The old primitive man in the cave was still busy carving patterns. There were already many patterns on a blank stone slab, which looked like some kind of text. Han Chung always thought that hieroglyphics were the earliest and most direct way of recording, and this was fully confirmed here. Each of the scratches was related to real life and was much more lifelike than those abstract letters and words. Seeing this, Han Chung suddenly remembered a piece of news he had seen before he traveled through time. It was said that a foreign scholar suggested that if China wanted to be thoroughly internationalized, it must abolish Chinese characters and adopt an alphabetic system. Han Chung wanted to capture the expert and open his head to see what was inside. But back to the present, Han Chung could see that what the old primitive man had recorded on the stone slab recently should be about himself. The first picture was a large ellipse with many oblique and thick lines, which looked like a sky covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. Combined with the scene when he woke up, Han Chung guessed that this was a record of the changes in the celestial phenomena before his arrival. The second picture also shows dark clouds and lightning, but this time there is something under the clouds, falling from the sky, and judging by its outline, it looks a lot like him. The pictures below are even more detailed, even recording what the others told him after they came back. Seeing these scenes, Han Chung suddenly understood why the eldest brother did not let the second brother eat him, and why the old primitive man personally brought him back to take care of him. All of this, in the final analysis, was because his origin was too magical. When those people went out hunting, they happened to see the unusual celestial phenomena and saw Han Chung falling from the sky with their own eyes. Naturally, they did not dare to act rashly. His trick of pretending to be dead really fooled them, but later they still told the news to the witch in the tribe. Han Chung has now determined that this old primitive man is the Wu of this tribe. The status of the Wu in the primitive tribe is very high, not only because he knows medicine and can remember things, but also because he can communicate with God and is regarded as the spokesperson of God. So when he heard about Han Cheng's bizarre origins, he went to the scene to check it out in person. After confirming that Han Cheng was not a beast or a corpse, but a living person, he brought him back to the tribe and took good care of him. After realizing this, Han Cheng couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It turned out that there was such an inside story in the process of his rescue. Suddenly, he thought of another thing. The wild beasts were clearly wandering around at that time, but none of them approached him. He originally thought that it was because he was burnt by lightning and smelled bad, so the beasts hated him. But now it seems that things may not be that simple. The lightning diagram carved by the witch, plus his charred appearance when he woke up and the ashes all around him, all seemed to point to one fact. The power of the thunder when he landed was far stronger than he had perceived at the time. Animals are instinctively afraid of lightning. Even if the lightning has ended, the smell left by the thunder still makes them dare not approach. In other words, it was because of the thunder that he escaped the fate of becoming food for wild beasts. Han Cheng sighed that fate was sometimes a strange combination of circumstances, while continuing to watch Wu carving the characters. When Wu got tired and stopped to rest, he saw Han Cheng staring at the figures in trance. He smiled a knowing smile, a smile that was a little proud and had the temperament of a preacher. He looked at Han Cheng's serious expression, turned around, pointed at the top picture, and said something. When Han Cheng heard this, he immediately woke up from his deep thoughts and looked at this primitive man of a certain age in confusion. Seeing that he did not understand, Wu repeated it again and pointed at the picture with his finger. Han Cheng was full of questions, and he also silently repeated it in his mind. He really didn't understand, but Wu became more patient when he saw how seriously he listened. He pointed at the picture and repeated it with a smile. Han Cheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking with a smile. Others who traveled through time either taught primitive people to read and write, build fire and houses, or founded a country and became king. But for him, it was the other way around. He was taught by primitive people himself. And this teacher was a witch from the Stone Age. Although he was complaining in his heart, Han Cheng knew that language was something he had to learn sooner or later. If he could regain his freedom one day, it would be a big problem if he couldn't speak the language. He couldn't just rely on gestures for the rest of his life, right? Wu pointed at himself, then turned to look at Han Cheng and repeated the same sentence. Although Han Cheng could not speak to respond, Wu could feel from his focused eyes that this young man was indeed studying hard. This made Wu feel very relieved. As an old man, he was most afraid that the person he was teaching would not take it seriously. It was precisely because of Han Cheng's seriousness that Wu was willing to teach him over and over again without getting tired of it. Wu gestured again, this time his movements were clearer. Han Cheng blinked, vaguely guessing that this should be the meaning of the word I. Wu was a teacher, and he was happy to teach anyone who was willing to learn. After teaching for a while, he stopped talking, picked up the pen made of stone, and began to write the unfinished content on the stone slab. About an hour later, the people who went out to collect came back one after another. The leader was Junior Brother Shah, followed by 2 men and 5 women, each carrying a hide bag full of fruit in their hands or on their backs. They dumped the fruit into the storage area, took a short rest, and then set out again to pick more fruits. Han Cheng recalled the colorful scenery he saw on the way to the tribe that day, and he understood why they went out so frequently during this period. Autumn was here, and this season meant harvest for the tribe, but it also meant that they had to store up winter rations as soon as possible. After just a few days of observation, Han Cheng had basically understood that this tribe was still in the primitive survival stage, mainly based on hunting and gathering, and there was not even a shadow of agriculture. At this stage, fruit was the most reliable food for storage. Not only was it easy to collect, but it also had a long shelf life. In contrast, although meat tastes good, it is difficult to preserve without salt and will spoil in a few days. Therefore, after hunting 3 days' worth of prey yesterday, everyone focused on picking fruits today. The amount of fruit brought back from outside was not small, and almost every hour a new group of people returned with their pockets full. Han Cheng's life continued in this simple way. He stood like a sculpture, observing the daily life of the tribe. For 2 meals a day, Wu would feed him a special meat soup, usually minced roast meat mixed with liver paste, and occasionally something special, such as a whole lamb kidney. After eating the lamb kidney that time, Han Cheng almost collapsed and was very depressed. It wasn't because the taste was bad, but because he had no reaction after eating it. That kind of male happiness seemed to have nothing to do with him. At this moment, he truly realized that his body might really be useless. But despite his sadness, he gradually accepted the peaceful pace of life. After dinner, he continued to learn the language and spent the rest of the time in a daze, occasionally looking at the piles of fruits, which made him feel more at ease. Women were the main force in picking fruits, while men would join in depending on the situation. If there was enough meat, they would also help out. As the fruits accumulated day by day, they piled up into a small mountain in the cave, and everyone felt more at ease. The ancients said it right. If you have food in your hands, you won't be in a hurry. This is true. However, Han Chung has had some minor problems in the past few days. He has been itching all over his body. It started a few days ago, but it is particularly severe today. The problem was that he couldn't move, couldn't speak, and couldn't even scratch himself, so he could only endure the torment of itching like crazy. But suddenly, he found that he could actually control one of his hands to move slightly. At that moment, he almost cried with joy. All the itchiness was suppressed by this breakthrough. He even began to secretly hope that this itch would be stronger. Maybe it would force out more recovery. The hunting team had a good harvest yesterday, bringing back enough prey to last for 3 days. So after breakfast today, the hunting team temporarily changed their duties and went to the mountains with the women to pick fruits. Han Chung continued to work hard to control his body, trying to regain the lost sensations and movements bit by bit. He tried more and more boldly, and finally felt a tearing pain on his face. Then he found that he could open his mouth wider and close it. Although he still couldn't speak, this was a huge improvement. He was so excited, but he carefully resisted the urge to laugh. After all, there's still scabs on his face, and tearing it off rashly may leave scars. Although he doesn't care about his appearance, who wants to leave marks on his face if he has a choice? However, the recovery of his mouth is still incomplete. Han Chung feels like his throat is blocked by something, and he can't make a sound. Just as he was feeling the subtle changes in his body with joy, the fruit pickers came back for the 3rd time. Originally, this was nothing special, but this time everyone came back, which made Han Chung feel nervous. It was still early, just past noon, and logically they should not have all returned since the collection was only halfway done. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that none of them actually brought any fruit with them this time. The eldest brother, the second brother, and the younger brother Sha all had scars on their bodies, especially the second brother's huge belly, which was covered with bruises. Fortunately, the people were all there and they all came back, but the atmosphere was very depressing. The children had come out excitedly to greet them, but when they saw the adults with gloomy faces and wounds on their bodies, they also became quiet and stood aside at a loss. The witch also noticed something was wrong and hurried out of the cave, asking what had happened by words and gestures. But the eldest brother lowered his head and said nothing, looking very ashamed. Wu was a smart man. Seeing this, he stopped asking questions and immediately arranged for people to take everyone back to the cave and then asked people to move the large stone slab at the entrance of the cave to seal it. This was his concern for the tribe's danger, so he wanted to take precautions. But the eldest brother stopped this order, shook his head, and pointed to the outside of the cave, indicating that it was not time to seal the cave yet. The witch did not insist, but turned around and began to check the bodies of several injured people. After the witch's long and patient teaching, Han Chung can now understand a lot of tribal languages. Although he still doesn't speak fluently, it is no longer so difficult for him to communicate. That day, the eldest brother was silent for a moment and finally spoke. He gestured as he spoke, and Han Chung understood roughly what was going on. It turned out that they were in trouble today. There was a large orchard near the cave. It was originally a place where the tribe picked fruits all year round. It could almost be said to be one of the resources they relied on for survival. Although it was a wild fruit forest, the tribesmen had long regarded it as their own territory. They could harvest a lot of fruit every year, and this year was no exception. But today, a group of strangers suddenly broke into the forest. They were obviously from other tribes. They forcibly occupied the orchard without even saying hello. The eldest brother and his friends were unwilling to accept this, so they naturally went forward to argue. And as a result, the two sides simply started fighting after a disagreement. However, there was still some bottom line, and no one used weapons, just fist to speak. The outcome was obvious. We lost and were driven out. What was even more infuriating was that those people didn't even let them take away the fruits they had picked and took them all away. When talking about this, the eldest brother was ashamed and angry. When he got excited, he simply punched himself in the chest twice then stood up and wanted to fight again. But Wu did not let him go. He directly grabbed the eldest senior brother and shook his head calmly, as if to remind him that now was not the time to be reckless. The eldest brother stood there in silence for a few seconds, but he finally gave up. He knew that Wu was right. They had already lost once, and going again would only cause more losses and might even bring more serious consequences. Finally, he was pushed back to the ground by the witch with his head down, his body straightened like a trained child. The people around him also looked at the witch, waiting for his decision. Wu lowered his head and kept silent, squatting aside to think seriously for a long time. Finally, he stood up and told everyone in simple words, "Let's not rob that orchard. Let's go to another place to look for fruit." This decision was obviously difficult for everyone to accept, but the reality was right in front of them. They were not as strong as others, so they could only grit their teeth and accept it. After a while of silence, the eldest brother finally nodded, then said a few words to the witch and led the tribe out of the cave. But this time they were not going to fight, but to look for other fruits. It was still early, and there was still a lot of day left. In order not to delay the day's collection, the eldest brother and his companions took action immediately, unwilling to waste even a moment. As soon as the adults left, the children quickly started playing again. To them, the adults' worries were too far away, and they did not understand what it meant to have their food taken away. Wu Zhe returned to his residence and sat down not far from Han Cheng, his face full of contemplation and frowning. He was obviously much more worried than when he was in front of others just now. Han Cheng looked at Wu's silent back and felt a little heavy in his heart. The joy that originally came from being able to move was also much less at this moment. After spending these days together, he has developed some feelings for this primitive tribe and even began to feel that this is a home. Unfortunately, he can't do anything now. Although his body can move, it is still as stiff as a sculpture. Even if he wants to help, he can't do anything. When it got dark, the eldest brother and his companions came back. However, this time the harvest was far less than usual. Half of them brought nothing back, and only a few of them reluctantly picked some fruits. The fire lit up, smoke rose, and soon it was time for dinner. But the atmosphere of today's dinner was much quieter than usual, and no one wanted to say a word. Han Cheng could move his mouth a little now, and although he chewed very slowly, he could still eat something. This made Wu smile for the first time in a long time. It was late at night, the firelight was dim, and the tribesmen gradually fell asleep. Usually at this time, there would always be people singing and laughing, but tonight, the cave was strangely quiet, as if a huge rock was pressing down on it. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the eldest brother took his tribesmen and tools and set out again to pick fruits. They knew that they were unfamiliar with the environment outside and might encounter danger, so they also brought a lot of hunting tools for self-defense this time. Near noon, the eldest brother and his companions came back. Each of them had some fruit in their hands, and their faces looked much more relaxed than yesterday. It seemed that they had good luck today. After a brief rest, they set out again, but this time the witch asked the 4 female tribesmen to stay behind. Han Cheng didn't understand why at first. It was not until the evening when the 4 women returned to the cave, carrying 7 or 8 fish, that Han Cheng realized that there was not enough prey to eat, so he had to arrange for them to go fishing to supplement food. On this day, the eldest brother and his companions made 3 trips back and forth, bringing back a lot of fruit. But Han Cheng secretly calculated and found that the total amount was less than half of the previous day. As the days passed, the weather outside gradually became colder. Although Han Cheng could not see the situation outside, he could imagine that autumn was already here just by the chill in the cave. His body recovered slowly, but it was obvious. 2 pieces of burnt shells on his face fell off, revealing a little skin, allowing him to finally feel the change in temperature. Although it looked a little peeling, Han Cheng didn't care. On the contrary, he was a little happy. After all, this was a sign that his body was recovering. We no longer had to make food into a paste. Han Cheng could already chew food by himself, and although he chewed as slowly as a turtle, he ate with satisfaction and happiness. One day later, the eldest brother, who had eaten and drunk his fill, suddenly led his men to the stolen orchard again. This time, they wanted to take back what belonged to them. However, the result was the same. They were defeated again and could only return in disgrace, continuing to search for fruit all over the mountains and fields. The temperature dropped sharply last night, making people feel the arrival of winter. Even though Wu covered Han Sheng with a piece of animal skin in the second half of the night, he was still shivering with cold. At dawn, Han Shengkai learned from the children's cheers that it was snowing. The snow covered the entire mountain forest, and everything seemed unusually quiet, as if even the sound of the wind had disappeared. Such weather was not suitable for hunting, and primitive people did not have cold-proof equipment like later generations. They only relied on simple animal skins to cover their bodies, and staying in the snow for a long time would easily cause frostbite. I thought the eldest brother, who had been working hard to prepare food for the winter, would take a break, but I didn't expect that he would start to recruit people again just after breakfast. However, this time, they didn't bring stone axes and stone hammers, but sharpened wooden sticks. Han Chung recognized it at a glance. It was a harpoon used by the tribe to catch fish. The stream was not far from the cave, so the eldest brother allowed some eager children to go and watch the fun. Since almost all the people were out, the fishing results were quite good, and nearly 20 fish were brought back at noon. The weather was too cold, and it was impossible for everyone to stay in the ice and snow for a long time, so the fishing could only be carried out intermittently. They would go out for an hour or two each time, come back to warm themselves by the fire, and then take turns going out again. The alternation of hot and cold weather could easily cause people to catch a cold, but they had obviously adapted to this rhythm long ago. After the snow fell, the food in the cave changed. In the past, meat was the main food, and it didn't matter if there was not enough fruit. Now, fruit is the main food, and meat is just a garnish. Han Chung was not surprised by this. Hunting was difficult in winter, and meat was not easy to preserve, but fruits could last for a while. Fishing stopped after 3 days, which Han Chung could understand. After all, the temperature was getting lower and lower, so how could he keep fishing? Once fishing stops, the cave door is closed almost all day and is only open briefly when cooking or going to the toilet. Every time someone goes out, the children are as excited as if it is a holiday, and they're just about to jump out and roll around in the snow. Han Chung had never experienced winter here, so he didn't know how long this ice blockade would last. But judging from the fact that everyone had to eat snowballs to get water, it was obviously going to be a long winter. The people in the cave spend most of their time sleeping, not because they're lazy, but because there is really nothing to do. Firstly, the body really needs rest, and secondly, the light in the cave is dim, which makes people naturally sleepy. More importantly, sleeping can save energy and reduce food consumption, which is very practical in winter. The days seem to be frozen, and the daily life is repetitive and monotonous, and time seems to stop flowing. However, Han Cheng's body has recovered well. His arms, which were originally immobile, can now be lifted. The charred shells have also fallen off a lot, and he can stand up and move around. He didn't care what the witch said, and ran out of the cave immediately, even if the snow was freezing. It wasn't that he was being hypocritical, but because he had a lot of troubles to express. These days his lower body was almost sealed, and he had to stand to defecate. Under the charred shells, if he didn't clean them up, it would completely collapse one day. When he limped out of the cave, the people in the tribe were stunned. A person who was lying like a log suddenly could move, just like he was resurrected. The second brother, who was snoring loudly, was woken up by his wife, and everyone came out of the cave to watch. When Han Chung saw this scene, he almost died on the spot. My goodness, the whole tribe came out just for him to go to the toilet. Isn't this too exaggerated? Who doesn't have physiological needs? But seeing that everyone was determined not to leave, he gave up struggling and made up his mind. Just watch. You guys don't even avoid people when you poop, so why should I, a modern time traveler, be afraid of this? He muttered as he reached out to pull away the charred shell behind his butt. He was shocked. His hand was as small as a 6 or 7-year-old child. In fact, he had noticed that his body had become smaller, but he was surprised at the time. Now, he felt that he had gained more than 10 years of youth. When the first piece of burnt shell was peeled off, Han Chung was almost vomited by the fumes and couldn't help cursing. Fuck, it stinks. He didn't dare to look at it any longer and just threw it away, then took a deep breath and continued to peel off the second piece. At this moment, there were screams and commotions coming from the cave entrance. Han Chung looked back in confusion and saw that the group of people who had just enjoyed watching his joke suddenly changed their expressions. They covered their noses, tears welled up in their eyes, and quickly ran into the cave. Han Chung was secretly happy. Humph, I'll let you laugh at me. And now you're the one who got fooled, right? You deserve it. He was feeling proud when he suddenly vomited his breakfast. This, he shuddered and looked down at the snowball in his hand, using this to clean his but was simply the pinnacle of life. It was so cold that his soul was trembling. But he would rather be cold than smell all over. He gritted his teeth and cleaned his body, snowballs one after another, gasping for air from the cold. After cleaning up, he almost lost consciousness and walked slowly towards the cave like a zombie. As soon as he stepped into the cave, the people in the cave began to cover their noses and avoid him as if they had seen the plague god. Wu couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked up and slapped him on the head twice, and then everyone slowly opened their noses. Han Qing sniffed and felt a little autistic. How can a modern man like him be despised by primitive people for being smelly? How embarrassing. Han Qing has recently developed a special hobby, which is to sit and slowly peel off the hard shells on his body after being burned when he has nothing to do. This feeling is indescribably comfortable, more enjoyable than peeling off the skin on your feet after soaking your feet in foot powder. It is addictive. The newly exposed skin was pink and tender, and although it looked a little scary, it returned to normal color soon. He also peeled off most of the burnt shells on his face, but there were two places he didn't dare to touch: the eyebrows and the area above the eyebrows. He was afraid that after revealing his identity, his appearance would be too different from that of the people in the tribe, which would cause rejection and fear from others. This worry tormented him for 2 or 3 days, and finally he gritted his teeth and decided to face reality. After all, this matter will have to be faced sooner or later. Instead of dragging it out, it is better to tear it apart as soon as possible. Moreover, judging from the interactions over the past few days, although the people in the tribe are a little curious, they're not hostile. He thought that even if they noticed that he looked different, they would not react in an extreme way. He peeled the pieces carefully, but he could not help but feel nervous. Every time he peeled a piece, he felt nervous. At this time, Wu came over. He stood up from the animal skin, slowly approached Han Qing, with a bit of curiosity in his eyes. When Wu saw Han Qing's true face for the first time, he was stunned, with obvious surprise in his expression. The witch anxiously, wondering how she would handle it. After all, the witch had a very high status in this tribe. As a result, the witch stared at him for a moment, suddenly smiled and said, "You are beautiful." The witch spoke the language of the tribe, but Han Qing could understand it now. Hearing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also smiled and responded, "Wu, it looks good." His tone was relaxed and grateful. Yes, Han Qing is no longer dumb now. Ever since he pulled out a long and hard piece of dead skin from his throat one day, he actually regained the ability to speak. After hearing Han Qing's response, Wu laughed even more happily and reached out to pat him on the head twice, doting on him like a child. Then, Wu called the eldest senior brother over to show him the new Han Qing. The eldest brother had always been good to Han Qing. Although he still found this little man who came from the sky incredible, he did not reject him. On the one hand, it was because the miracle when Han Qing came was too shocking, and, on the other hand, it was because the witch took special care of Han Qing, so he naturally did not dare to despise him. Especially after Han Qing peeled off the charred shell of his lower body, revealing the little guy who had shrunk back to the time before liberation, the eldest brother let down his guard against him. In this era, the value of an adult male is far greater than that of a female. Whether it is hunting or resisting foreign enemies, men are the backbone. But the danger is also great, and the mortality rate is much higher than that of women. So the total number of adult men in the entire tribe is only 11, while there are 28 adult women. Therefore, Han Qing's existence not only did not cause rejection, but it seemed to have added new hope to the tribe. When the eldest brother saw Han Qing's complete face, he was also surprised like Wu, and then smiled. "You are good-looking." Han Bin wanted to tease him, "You are better-looking, eldest brother." But the tribal language was too limited and there were not so many words, so he could only respond in the same way. "You are good-looking." This relaxing episode did not last long, and was soon interrupted by a more serious problem. The tribe was experiencing a serious food shortage. The forest they had relied on for picking food all year round was occupied by other tribes before winter, and when winter finally came, this hidden danger broke out completely. Although the eldest brother had led people to store food early on, the loss of more than half of the income was not enough to fill the hole. They began to reduce the daily food distribution 2 days ago, but the effect was not great, and the meat was almost eaten up. They could only survive on fruits, but this was not enough to satisfy their hunger, especially for a man who had worked all day. The worst thing was that many fruits had gone bad because they had been stored for too long and in cold weather. The cave, which was originally quite quiet, has now become tense and dull, with everyone's faces filled with anxiety. Especially Wu and the eldest brother, the two leaders, who are worried day and night and can't think of a better solution after thinking about it. In the end, it comes down to two words: saving money. So they decided to reduce the food supply to the two old men, the lame man, and some women who did not work, except for the witch. At the same time, the eldest brother personally led people to go hunting in the severe cold to find new sources of food. But Han Qing knew that hunting in winter was too dangerous. Some wild animals hibernated, and some were starving and became extremely ferocious. Not to mention the biting cold wind and thick snow. For primitive people, without thick clothes, these natural forces are like the sickle of death, which can kill them at any time. But they can't stay out. If they continue to stay in the warm cave, the tragedy that awaits them will be starvation. It was not until then that Han Chung realized that the primitive times were much more cruel than the modern times. Modern people complain about the hard life all day long, but here, it is a great fortune to have a full meal. However, behind this simple meal is the struggle and hardship of life hanging by a thread. Han Chung also began to think, since hunting outside is so dangerous, why not consider going to the nearby creek to catch fish? The creek is not far from the cave. He remembered that he had been there before, and there were obviously many fish in it. In comparison, isn't fishing safer and easier to succeed? He expressed this idea, but the senior brother just shook his head and said, "The fish is gone." Han Chung was stunned, his face full of confusion. Gone? How could it be gone? Could it be that fish also migrate in winter like migratory birds? But how could there be no fish left in such a large area? He was extremely puzzled. But Wu and the eldest brother looked very serious, so he did not ask any more questions. Chapter 13, In the Name of God. The atmosphere in the cave seemed somewhat tragic. The eldest brother led everyone, who had wrapped themselves in as much fur as possible, bowed to the witch, and then walked into the vast snow with their hunting weapons. A group of people trudged through the snow, gradually turning into black dots and disappearing into obscurity behind the towering trees. Because the cave door was open, the temperature inside the cave dropped rapidly, and some children were already shivering passively. The witch asked the women who stayed in the cave to block the door again. Wu returned to his usual place and sat down, appearing even more silent than before. Han Chung stood silently by, feeling the severity of this food crisis. Having been hungry for 2 days and 2 nights since he arrived, he deeply felt the horror of hunger. The feeling of burning in the stomach was more unbearable than torture. It was precisely because of this that he felt so heavy-hearted. After sitting here in silence for a while, the witch stood up and started to work in the cave. He took out something that looked a bit like a crown with a lot of colorful bird feathers on it and put on his head. Then he picked up a bone staff that was placed side by side with the feather crown and offered them together on a stone in front of a totem pole. He picked up a bone knife from the bone staff and cut the palm of his left hand, then smeared the gushing blood on his face. After letting Han Chung leave the inner cave, the white-haired witch dripped the blood from his hands onto the ground in front of the totem pole and mumbled something in a language that Han Chung could not understand at all. Then the witch's movements became even more strange. He jumped and danced, waving the bone staff in his hand from time to time. Although he had never seen it before, Han Chung still understood that the witch was performing a sacrificial ceremony to pray to their gods for blessings and ward off disasters. After watching the ancient dance of the witch for a while, Han Chung wrapped himself in 2 layers of animal skins, took a simple harpoon used by the tribe to catch fish, and walked towards the cave entrance. Now he's also a member of the tribe. Faced with the food crisis in the tribe, just waiting like this is not a solution. But he is too young to go hunting with his elder brothers now. He can only use his own methods and try his best to see if he can help the tribe. He wanted to go to the creek to see if there were any fish. To be honest, Han Chung was confused about what his senior brother said about the fish being gone. Judging from the distinct 4 seasons and the black-eyed, black-haired, and yellow-skinned people of the tribe, Han Chung could basically determine that he was still on the land that he longed for. In his memory, in the rivers of this land in later generations, there were not many fish that migrated with the seasons like migratory birds. Of course, the present time is thousands or even tens of thousands of years away from the era in which we lived, so it is normal for different situations to occur. But he still wanted to go over and take a look. Where are you going? The lame primitive man asked Han Sheng in a low voice, for fear of disturbing the witch who was communicating with the gods and praying for the tribe. I go outside, Han Sheng replied. The stone slabs used to block the entrance of the cave were very thick. Even the one in the middle that could be removed to serve as a small door was difficult for Han Sheng to move now. If he wants to get out, he needs help from others. You take it. The lame primitive man pointed at a harpoon that looked like a straight stick in Han Sheng's hand. I mean, what are you going to do with this? Han Sheng said, fishing. The primitive man looked at him like a fool. The 3 or 4-year-old kids in the tribe knew that there were no fish at this time. But this guy who looked quite smart actually said he wanted to go catch fish. This is really... The fish is gone. He is a kind-hearted person. Although Han Sheng almost made him vomit last time when he took a shit, he still couldn't help but want to remind this guy to prevent him from freezing in vain. Han Sheng looked at this guy and suddenly realized a problem. According to the current temperature, a thick layer of ice must have already formed in the river. If it were in the past, Han Sheng would naturally not feel embarrassed, but now it is difficult to smash them open. The guy in front of me is a good laborer. He decided to trick this man away. His legs were lame, but he could still walk, just very slowly. Of course, this is already an extremely serious problem for primitive people. If you run slowly, you won't be able to catch up with wild beasts, and you'll have no way to escape when you're chased by wild beasts. Running can be said to be one of the indispensable conditions for survival in this era. Han Sheng shook his head and said, the fish didn't leave. The fish hid. He gestured with his hands as he spoke. The male primitive man didn't believe Han Sheng's words and still said stubbornly, the fish is gone. He shook his head and said, no, then turned around and pointed at the witch who was performing a sacrifice deep in the cave. What I mean is that this is what the witch told them. Han Sheng also shook his head. The fish is not gone. The fish is still here. He pointed to the top of his head and then to his own head, meaning that this was what the gods told him. The lame primitive man widened his eyes, obviously stunned by what Han Sheng said. He believed a little. Firstly, no one in the tribe had ever dared to joke with the gods. Secondly, Han Sheng's origin was really strange. He fell directly from the sky. He had never heard of anyone who could go to heaven, not even a witch who could communicate with the gods. He looked at Han Sheng hesitantly and slowly stood up. The fish is still there. Han Sheng said this. Then he told him that as long as he found the fish, he would no longer have to suffer from hunger. Under the double attack of the gods and the big pancake drawn by Han Sheng that would not make him starve, the lame man, who had hesitated for a while, finally agreed to go to the river with Han Sheng to catch fish and make a contribution to the tribe. The door of the cave was opened, and Han Sheng, holding a harpoon, and a lame primitive man holding a stone for chopping and smashing walked out of the cave together. The woman who stayed in the cave watched the 2 eccentric people leave and then blocked the cave entrance. It is necessary to bring a stone out of the cave, otherwise it would be very difficult to pick up a stone from the ground in the snow and ice. The oppressive cold air penetrated into his body through the gaps in the animal skin, and Han Sheng couldn't help shivering. He now had a strong urge to go back to the cave and sew himself a set of clothes. This method of dressing, which involves simply wrapping the animal skin around the body and tying it up with some tough grass, is truly uncomfortable. The 2 of them braved the cold and walked on the snow, taking 1 step deep and 1 step shallow all the way to the stream. As soon as he reached the creek, Bo regretted his decision. He should not have listened to the guy and followed him out. Where was the fish? Lame is the name Han Sheng Momo gave to the lame primitive man. It is inconvenient to call him without a name. Chapter 14, Breaking the Ice to Catch Fish. Fish no. Feeling cheated, Bo pointed at the small river covered with ice, some of which was covered with a layer of snow, and said to Han Sheng in an angry tone. Han Sheng was stunned when he saw this. Is this what the senior brother meant when he said the fish disappeared? When they say the fish are gone, do they mean that the river is frozen and they can no longer see the fish as usual? So, they think the fish are gone. Instead of what you imagine, because of the cold, the fish swam to other places? Han Sheng thought, so, and suddenly slapped his forehead. He found that he had been thinking in the wrong direction from the beginning, because he had been thinking that the fish here were migratory fish, but he ignored the fact that after the heavy snow fell, the eldest brother took the people in the tribe to fish for 3 days. These fish are still there even though it's snowing. It would be strange if they were migrating fish. Fish down there. After he was upset, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tribe's food crisis could be resolved. I will not be considered an untrustworthy person by others. Han Chung had a surprised smile on his face. He poked the ice hard with a stick. After making sure that the ice was solid enough, he stepped onto the ice. He tapped the ice with his foot and spoke to the angry lame. Bo looked doubtful. He didn't agree with Han Cheng's words. It was obvious that everything had turned into solid stone. How could there be fish? But Han Cheng's surprised expression and determined tone made him hesitate. Fish down there. Catch the fish and eat it. Han Chung expressed his meaning to Bo through words and gestures, and once again offered the food, an irresistible treat. Then he gestured to Bo to use the stone in his arms to hit the ice under his feet. Of course, for safety reasons, Han Chung asked Bo to smash the ball near the riverbank. In this way, even if the gap in the ice is too large and you fall into the water, you can basically climb out. Boom! 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 With his hands red from the cold, Lame held a stone and smashed the ice under his feet with force. Every time a stone hit the ground, a piece of ice chips would splash in all directions. The ice was very thick and Bo Lay was sweating profusely. After resting 4 times, he finally smashed a hole in the ice. This earned Han a thumbs up for his own wit. If I don't trick Bo out, I won't be able to break through the ice layer, which is about 20 centimeters thick with my current strength. The moment the ice was broken and water appeared, Bo smiled and believed Han Cheng's words without a doubt. Since there's water underneath this stone-like thing, the fish really never left, just as this guy said. Following Han Cheng's signal, the energetic Bo continued to expand the hole along the path that was smashed. Because the ice surface had been broken, it became much easier to smash it to the side. Before long, the ice hole had expanded to more than twice its size. Fish! Before Han Chung could tell Bo to fish out the broken ice in the ice hole, Bo had already pointed at the fish that was sticking its mouth out of the hole to breathe fresh air and shouted excitedly. If Han Chung hadn't stopped him, Lame would have thrown the stone in his arms aside and would have already lay on the ice and tried to grab it with his hands. Han Chung couldn't help but smile. It's good to have fish. It's good to have fish. He asked the excited Lame to throw the stones on the ice onto the shore. Otherwise, in this weather, they would soon stick to the ice and be impossible to pick up. Puff! It seems that these fish were suffocated. Not long after the ice was broken, 7 or 8 fish gathered at the entrance of the hole. They crowded here, breathing greedily with their mouths open. Han Chung felt that it was very uncomfortable for them to breathe in such a crowded place, and it would be more comfortable to go ashore. So he seized the opportunity and stabbed the one in the middle hard. A good start. It was not known whether the fish was unlucky or Han Cheng's spearing skills, which he had never practiced before, were powerful, but with just one strike, the fish, which was more than a foot long, was pierced through the body by a stick, no, a spear. Han Chung exerted force with both hands and picked it up from the water. The fish's tail swung in the air, throwing out a string of beautiful water droplets. Fish! Lame looked at the fish jumping in the snow and shouted with joy again. He limped and quickly picked up the still jumping fish, grinning at Han Chung. Han Chung was also laughing. This fish weighed at least 3 kilograms. Puff! Han Chung took advantage of the victory and attacked again with a spear. It's a pity that I didn't have the good luck last time. After one harpoon, nothing was left except some fish scales. These fish were suffocating and had a rare chance to breathe. When Han Chung poked them with the harpoon, they only sank a little and soon floated back to the surface. Puff! Han Chung gathered all his strength and attacked again. The bald harpoon, made of a wooden stick in his hand, stabbed the fish's head. The fish jumped violently in pain and actually jumped directly from the water onto the ice, jumping back and forth. This is a pleasant surprise. Fish, here I come. He limped and held down the fish that jumped out after being beaten and threw it together with the previous one. Then he asked Han Chung for the harpoon eagerly, ready to experience the joy of a good harvest himself. After all, picking up fish is not as fun as spearing them. Han Cheng's body is still small, and he has just been reborn. The burnt skin on his body has not completely faded away, so he does not have enough strength. If it is a sharp harpoon made of thin steel bars or iron bars in later generations, it can still be used to pierce fish. But now he had to use a straight stick, the tip of which was a ground harpoon instead of carved one, to spear fish. With his current strength, it was still a long way off. Although Han Chung really wanted to fork out 2 more harpoons to satisfy his craving, he also knew that now was not the time to play around. The most important thing was to get food, so he handed the harpoon to the lame man. Although his leg was lame, He still had strength and experience from previous work. He aimed at a fish, bent his waist, and stabbed it with a harpoon at an angle. There was a loud splash, and crystal-clear water droplets scattered everywhere. A fish more than 2 feet long had been pierced through the belly by a harpoon and was picked out of the water. "Fish!" he shouted excitedly, took the fish off the harpoon, and handed it to Han Chung. Han Chung took the fish with both hands, which was still swinging its tail, and almost fell to the ground. This fish weighs almost 10 kilograms. Completely immersed in the joy of harvest, Bo had completely forgotten the cold. He just stood by the ice hole, holding a harpoon and staring at the ice hole. When he saw the right moment, he would thrust the harpoon in his hand into the ice hole fiercely. Every time he caught a fish, he would shout excitedly, "Fish!" Lane was really happy. He had never been as happy as he was today since his leg was injured. He is no longer a burden to the tribe, and he can also hunt for food for the tribe. Having been a burden for more than 3 years, the joy he felt at this moment emanated from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 15. The Secret of the Witch. The cold air penetrated into his body, and even though Han Chung wrapped himself tightly in fur, he was still shivering from the cold. After being out for so long, he was completely frozen. "Fish, plenty of it. Enough to eat. Go back and get warm." Han Chung made a bitter face and reluctantly stretched out his hand that had just regained some feeling from being stuffed under his armpit and pulled the fish that he had forked out and thrown on the ice into the snow hole on the shore. There are already more than a dozen fish with holes in their bodies here. Due to the cold weather, except for the 3 that were recently caught, the rest have been frozen solid. Han Chung no longer had any of the excitement he had when he first saw the fish. All his enthusiasm was frozen by the ubiquitous cold. Catching fish is not cold. There's no hope for Lame. This guy is now completely immersed in the joy of catching fish and can no longer feel the cold. He held the harpoon in his purple, frozen hands, staring closely at the number of fish in the ice hole, looking for a suitable opportunity to fish. Hearing Han Cheng's words, he, who was already addicted to piercing fish, didn't even turn his head. Han Chung sniffed and thought, "Damn, what kind of sin is this? I thought I was very clever in tricking a coolie out, but who could have imagined that this coolie was a complete workaholic?" Han Chung stomped his feet, and his feet, which were wrapped in leather, were frozen numb. "You catch the fish. I go back and give it to the witch." Han Chung expressed his meaning to Bo through words and gestures. Never mind. Let Bo AI catch fish here. I won't stay here with him and suffer the cold. If this continues, the tribe will have fish to eat, but I will probably lose my life here too." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Bo to reply, he raised his legs and ran towards the cave. He didn't want to stay in this damn place any longer. After running for a distance, Han Chung stopped, thought about it, turned around, and went back. He found the smallest one among the more than 10 fish on the ground, touched his cold hands, looked around, and broke off some tough dry grass that was exposed outside the snow and passed it through the fish's mouth. He pulled the dry grass and dragged the fish along, stepping on the frozen hard snow on the top, and rushed into the cave. "I couldn't go back without bringing a fish, otherwise I would have to spend a lot of time explaining to the witch that the fish was not missing. It was just blocked by ice. And Wu probably won't believe it. It's better to just take a fish back and save yourself the trouble. Compared to the cold outside the cave, it is much warmer inside." The witch, jumping and dancing, panting and sweating profusely, finally completed the sacrificial ceremony and prayed for blessings from the gods. Although he looked calm, he was actually a little nervous. This kind of uneasiness arises after every sacrifice. This was not because he was not sincere in his sacrifices to the gods, nor was it because he did something wrong during the sacrifices, but because of a secret that had been hidden deep in his heart for many years. The secret is, he can't communicate with the gods, as his tribesmen imagine. This was a thorn in his side that had been with him for decades. He could say with certainty that he was wholeheartedly dedicated every time he performed the sacrifice, and both the process and every action were done very well without any mistakes. But what worries him is that he has never received any instructions from the gods in these years. This made him feel uneasy. Even though he hid it very well, and no one in the tribe had ever suspected him, he still felt a little uneasy. He was worried that the gods, who had never given him any instructions, would stop protecting the tribe. This made the witch very distressed, because he clearly remembered that the witch from the previous session had clearly told him that he could communicate with the gods. It is precisely because of this that the witch feels even more uneasy after each sacrifice. After all, with the same ritual and the same actions, a witch can get instructions from the gods, but he can't. The witch held the bone staff in both hands and placed it on the stone in front of the totem pole where the gods lived. He then carefully took off the feather crown on his head and placed it back in its original place with the same respect. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around, wanted to take a look at the little fellow with a miraculous origin and transformation. However, he did not see him in the cave, and the lame man was also missing. Wu was a little anxious. He was very concerned about this little guy who fell from the sky, because in his understanding, the gods live in the sky where only birds can fly. The totem pole placed in the tribe is just an incarnation of the god, where the god stays briefly when accepting sacrifices. And this little guy fell from the sky. This made the witch, who had never received any guidance from the gods, feel excited, as if he had seen some path. Especially when he came down, such a horrifying scene happened. A man stayed in the wild for a whole night and was not eaten by any wild beast. He was in this state but still came back to life. All these things made him curious and concerned about this unusual little guy. From the verbal and gesticulating accounts of several frail women who remained in the cave, the witch learned where Han Sheng was going and what they were going to do. This made Wu both angry and somewhat touched. Little guy, all the fish are gone in this cold weather. Where can we catch them with a spear? Don't freeze yourself again. As he thought about this, he looked at the 5 or 7 children in the cave who were about the same size as the little guy, or even much bigger than him, and he couldn't help but shook his head secretly. They're all children, but these ones in the tribe only know how to sleep and play, which is far inferior to the little ones. Although it would be useless for the little guy to go out at this time, and he would suffer the cold in vain, but having this thought is enough. Well, before he knew it, Han Sheng had also become someone else's child. You call him back. The witch looked at the half-grown children in the tribe and sighed for a while, then pointed at the 2 women who had just answered him and asked them to go out and call back Han Sheng and Bo. Naturally, the 2 women did not dare to disobey the witch's orders. They found some furs and wrapped themselves with more furs. Then they moved the stone in the middle of the cave entrance, and the cool air outside immediately came in. The 2 of them didn't hesitate, bent down, and walked out. Feeling the chill, the witch wanted to ask someone to seal the entrance of the cave again, but he found that the 2 women who had just gone out came back. This made Wu confused and angry at the same time. They didn't even listen to him. However, Wu was a very calm man. He did not get angry, but was about to ask. Before he could open his mouth, Han Sheng had already come in from outside the cave. Feeling the warm air in the cave, Han Sheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A smile also appeared on Wu's face. He was about to praise this sensible little guy, but the next moment he was stunned. His eyes were fixed on the fish that Han Sheng had dragged back, and his face was full of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 16, Lots of Fish. He was stunned on the spot. Then he took a few quick steps and squatted next to Han Sheng. He took the fish in his hand and looked at it carefully. It took him a long time to confirm that this was indeed the fish they had eaten before. He held the fish in one hand and pointed with the other, looking at Han Sheng, and said excitedly, this fish. On the way back, Han Sheng was wondering how Wu would react when he saw the fish. He thought Wu would be very surprised, but he didn't expect Wu's reaction to be so big that he was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Han Sheng understood his feelings and was very grateful to Wu, so he hurriedly said, Fish, there are fish in the river. As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the small river outside the cave. Fish, lots of fish. Lots and lots of fish. Han Sheng was afraid that he had not expressed himself clearly, so he added more. Wu was dazed again, then stood up, took Han Sheng's hand, and was about to walk out, in a hurry, obviously wanting to quickly go to the river to verify whether what Han Sheng said was true. If it is true, then their tribe's food crisis this year will no longer exist. Although Han Sheng brought back a fish, what he said should be true, but it conflicted too much with Wu's cognition, and he couldn't help but want to see it with his own eyes. See if there are lots of fish. In his mind, they didn't need a lot of fish as long as their tribe had enough to eat during the winter. Han Sheng quickly grabbed Wu and told him to stop. He then quickly ran into the cave, brought out a few pieces of skin, and motioned Wu to tie them on his body. Wu Xiaoxiao realized that she was too anxious and had forgotten how cold it was outside. He took the leather from Han Sheng, wrapped it around himself quickly, and called the 2 female primitives. The 4 of them left the cave and walked towards the river on the snow. Han Sheng's face was throbbing with pain. He had just run back from the river, But he stayed in the cave for less than 10 minutes before coming out again and rushing over there. What a sin. The witch walked quickly, as he wanted to see the scene Han Chung described as soon as possible. After suddenly learning the news that could save the tribe from the dire situation, he had forgotten his fatigue and old age. Thump! After seeing nearly 20 fish of all sizes placed on the shore, as well as the fish with their heads squeezed in the ice hole, Wu was finally convinced that what Han Chung said was true. A look of joy appeared on his face, and he knelt down in the snow. He was mumbling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but I thought it was something like thanking the god. This made Han Chung, who was happy that he could help the tribe a lot, touch his nose helplessly. You obviously found this fish yourself, okay? It's not a good idea for you to give all the glory to the gods. The witch stood up from the snow, looked at the fish on the shore, then looked at the head in the ice hole, and the joy on his face could not be contained. He hugged Han Chung in his arms, rubbed his forehead against Han Cheng's head affectionately, then put Han Chung down and combed his hair with his hands. This was an act of expressing intimacy between the tribe. Han Chung saw it every day in the cave, but he had never seen the witch behave so intimately towards anyone. Although the hair grooming action looks like a big monkey catching lice for a small monkey. Fish, go back, get a fork, and catch the fish. The witch took care of Han Cheng's hair for a while, and his excitement calmed down a lot. Then he gave orders to the two female primitive people who were also stunned to take the fish back to the cave, and then come together to catch the fish with harpoons. Upon hearing this, the two female primitives quickly took action. They didn't mind the cold, and each of them carried 3 or 4 animals and hurried into the cave on the snow. Lame Cha's harpoon became more enthusiastic, especially after Wu and the others came here and showed such surprised expressions, which made him feel proud. Fish you. After a pause, Wu Yin began to ask Han Chung, using gestures, how he knew there were fish underneath. This made Han Chung feel helpless. Why did primitive people also like to dig into things so much? But I couldn't possibly tell Wu that I was a time traveler. This was just basic common sense. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly remembered the method he used to trick Bo into coming out. Yes, God is omnipotent, and the people here seem to have great faith in him. In this case, why don't I borrow the name of God again? Han Chung felt somewhat guilty for just borrowing the name of God in front of a professional clergyman. But thinking about the high status of the clergy in the tribe, and that for himself and the tribe, he would inevitably have to come up with other things in the future, it would be troublesome if he spent a lot of time explaining everything, so it would be better to just push it all to the gods. Anyway, God is omnipotent. He made up his mind, pointed to the sky, then to his head, and said, God said, there is a fish. What Han Chung worried about did not happen. After he called out the name of the god, the witch did not have the slightest doubt. On the contrary, there was a strong sense of surprise in his eyes, and this surprise also carried a sense of as expected. He once again lovingly combed Han Cheng's hair. Then, as if remembering something, he let go of his hand a little uneasily. Seeing that Wu was a little embarrassed, Han Cheng thought about it carefully and realized something. He smiled and stood on tiptoe to comb the hair of Wu, who was slightly bent over, to show his intimacy. Wu's uneasiness soon disappeared. He looked at Han Chung, his somewhat old face full of smiles. For more women who stayed in the tribe came. They assigned one of them to hold a harpoon and stand guard at the ice hole with Lame to catch fish. As for the rest of the people, Han Chung chose a few ice surfaces that were far away from each other and taught them how to break the ice and then spear fish. The passion of the tribesmen for food is admirable. After 2 more holes were created in the ice, with Lame included, there were 6 people spearing fish. Because the fish were suffocating, they crowded into the ice holes to breathe, making them much easier to catch than usual. So much so that the female primitive person who was responsible for transporting fish into the cave was too busy to handle it. It was not until Han Chung broke off a relatively soft branch from the side, threaded 7 or 8 branches at once from the fish's gills to its mouth, and asked her to hold one end of the branch and drag the fish across the snow that she felt relieved. Han Cheng's innovation, which seemed to require no thought at all, saved effort and allowed him to transport more fish at a time, which made Wu look at him more. It was not yet late, and the 6 of them had already caught enough fish to feed the tribe for 3 days. Even though he was frozen cold and his face was black, he still refused to leave. Not only him, but the other women who were fishing also refused to go back. Only after Han Chung told them clearly and repeatedly that the fish would not leave and that they could catch more tomorrow did they reluctantly walk towards the cave, looking back every few steps. This made Han Chung, who was shivering with cold, secretly decide that he would not go out with them tomorrow no matter what. The small door in the middle of the cave was opened. Under the witch's instructions, the old primitive man in charge of the fire put a lot of firewood on the fire, making the fire burn brightly. Han Chung and a group of people gathered around the fire, feeling the rare warmth. Bo and the others would turn their heads from time to time to look at the nearly 100 fish piled together, then grin and look at Han Chung, who was roasting his feet with deep respect. Unlike the joy of everyone in the cave, the eldest brother, who led the people out hunting, was in an especially heavy mood. Chapter 17. The Surprised Senior Brother. The eldest brother led the 8 men and 12 women of the tribe to walk in the snow. The oppressive cold made them all huddle. There was a small icicle hanging on the beard of the second brother, who had a big belly and loved to drool. The group of people trudged through the snow with difficulty. The cold, hunger, and long distance walking had already consumed all their strength and calories. The mood in the team was low. All the strong laborers in the tribe went out to work in the freezing snow for a whole day, but all they got were 2 skinny pheasants. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if their spirits could be high. The eldest brother, who was in the lead, seemed very depressed and worried. He was the leader of the tribe and needed to worry about and be responsible for a series of things. Without food, the pressure on him was great. It seems that we have no choice but to continue reducing the food supply. In addition to the few people whose food was reduced at the beginning, the children in the tribe and the women who are weak and cannot survive in the snow for a long time all need to have their food distribution reduced. The little food available should be eaten by the strong ones. Only in this way can enough strength be preserved to find food for the tribe and allow the tribe to survive. The eldest brother did not want to implement such a method. If possible, he would like everyone in the tribe to have enough food to eat, but the reality is the familiar cave is right in front of me. Inside the cave, there is a warm fire, warm hay and furs, and my own tribesmen. But the eldest brother seemed a little hesitant. He didn't want to bring back the sad news of no prey to the tribe. The blocked cave doors suddenly opened, and a group of children and the women who were left behind rushed out. They cheered and ran towards the eldest brother and others who had returned from hunting. When the eldest brother saw this scene, his mood became even more depressed. From the current situation, he could guess that the tribesmen who stayed in the cave must have been hiding at the cave entrance, looking eagerly through the gaps left behind, hoping that he and others would return from hunting and bring back enough food so that the people in the tribe would no longer starve. But I only brought back 2 skinny pheasants. He looked at the cheering crowd rushing towards them, and for a moment he actually had the urge to flee. Leader! Leader! The children in the tribe ran up, greeted the eldest brother, and then ran towards their parents and the team. The eldest brother was a little surprised, because these children who ran over and the women who stayed in the cave did not show deep disappointment when they saw that the team did not bring back any prey, as he had imagined. When the eldest brother saw the witch standing at the entrance of the cave looking at them, his heart warmed. Needless to say, the witch must have given instructions in advance, because he was worried that he and others would feel uncomfortable. Thinking this way, he ignored the woman who was about to speak but hesitated, quickened his pace to the cave entrance, bent down to the witch who was looking at him peacefully and smiled, and respectfully called out, "Wu." The voice seemed a little low, full of guilt, shame, and warmth. Wu smiled and reached out to touch his head, patted his shoulder, and said, "Go back, it's warm." The eldest brother's eyes were a little moist. He nodded vigorously, lowered his head slightly, and entered the cave. The witch stood at the entrance of the cave, touched the head of each person who came back, and said, "Go back, it's warm." This was an encouragement for them to go out in the cold and hunt for the tribe. Han Chung stood aside and watched, nodding secretly at the witch's wisdom. After he did this, the atmosphere of the entire hunting team improved greatly, and everyone became more united. Fish! So many fish! Hearing the eldest brother's unbelievable exclamation coming from the cave, everyone who knew the inside story, including the witch and many children, laughed happily. Among them, the one who laughed the happiest was Lame, who laughed until tears came out. Hearing the eldest brother's exclamation and seeing the expressions of the people who stayed in the cave, the others who did not enter the cave could not help but become curious about what happened in the tribe on the day they went out hunting. How could there be fish? Looking at the hundreds of fish piled together in the cave, everyone who had returned from hunting outside was stunned. They couldn't understand why there were suddenly so many fish in the tribe when there were no fish now. Of course, not everyone was extremely shocked. For example, after the initial shock, the second brother's mouth immediately started drooling. Wu this. The eldest brother didn't know what to say for a moment and asked Wu about the matter. Wu's face was full of smiles. He pointed at Han Chung, who was standing on the side, and then at Bo, who seemed a little reserved at the moment, and began to talk. The fire in the cave was lit, and the aroma of grilled fish spread in the cave. The depressing atmosphere caused by the previous food crisis was swept away, and the cheerful atmosphere infected everyone. The eldest brother was very lucky tonight, and took out 40 fish this time, to let the people in the cave, who had not had a proper meal for a long time, have a full meal. 40 fish were roasted and piled high on the stone slab where food was usually placed. The eldest brother first selected a grilled fish of suitable size and was very delicate, then held it in both hands and gave it to the witch who had returned to the deepest part of the cave. Then he came back, but instead of taking some food and leaving with his family as he did before, he carefully selected a fish about 1 foot long, held it in both hands, and walked toward Han Chung. He bent down to Han Chung and said, "Fish eat." Han Chung waved his hands at the eldest senior brother, indicating that he didn't need to do so, but the eldest senior brother insisted on not doing so. Han Chung had no choice but to take the grilled fish from him with a smile. The eldest brother returned to the food pile again, and this time he picked out the largest fish, which was more than 2 feet long and weighed nearly 10 kilograms. Just when everyone thought that the eldest brother was going to take the biggest fish away and eat it, something unexpected happened. The eldest brother held the fish in both hands, walked to the outermost lame man, bent down to him, and said, "Fish eat." Bo was confused by the eldest brother's behavior. He waved his hands and shook his head nervously. The eldest brother put the fish directly into his arms and said, "Eat." Then he smiled and touched Lame's head, then went back to get food for himself. Bo stood there holding the biggest fish, dazed for a moment, and then suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 18, Son of God. Before the meal officially starts, the food distributed by the eldest brother is not counted in the total food. It was also because of this that after the rest of the families received food, the lame wife was still able to get 2 fish less than 1 foot long. Fish eat. Lame, who had stopped crying, pushed the big fish in his arms to his wife who had brought back the food and said with a smile. Lame's wife shook her head, pushed the fish to Lame and said, "Fish, you eat it." As he said this, he pointed to the 2 pieces he had received, meaning that these were what you deserved, and we still had these 2 pieces to eat. Seeing that his wife refused to eat the fish, Lame thought for a moment and took the fish back. He did not eat the meat first. Instead, he opened the fish's belly and then took out the fish's internal organs. With a smile on his face, he began to eat with relish. After eating all the fish's internal organs, he began to eat the fish properly. However, the first part that is attacked is not the spine where there is the most meat, but the head and tail where there is not much meat. After eating from these 2 places, Bo felt full without taking many bites of the good meat. He handed the fish to the 2 eagerly looking children and said with a smile, "Fish eat." Compared to Bo and others who wanted to chew all the fish bones into pieces before eating, Han Chung had a hard time eating, because the grilled fish in hand was not clean like the other fish. Because it is a grilled fish, you don't have to worry too much about the scales, as they are basically roasted off. Even if they are not roasted off, you can easily peel them off with your hands. The most terrible thing is the fish head without gills and the internal organs in the belly of the fish. One is bitter, and the other is slippery and full of mud and sand. Han Chung really couldn't bring himself to do this, so he could only quietly pick them out and throw them into the fire. If other children behaved like this, they would probably be slapped on the buttocks to teach them a lesson to save food through pain, but Han Chung obviously would not experience such a thing. Not to mention his strange origins. The mere fact that he brought food to the tribe was enough to make people turn a blind eye to his minor shortcomings. After dinner, many people hummed comfortably. It had been a long time since they had eaten so heartily since the beginning of winter. It feels so good to fill an empty stomach with food. However, the people in the cave did not find a place to sleep soon after eating as they did in the past. It was not that they did not want to sleep, but the witch had people light a fire near the inner cave where he lived for lighting. The feather crown and bone staff enshrined on the stone in front of the totem pole once again appeared on the witch's head and in his hands. Instead, there was a fish that was newly caught today. Everyone gathered outside the inner cave, looking at the witch inside, who was singing and dancing with a feather crown on her head and a bone staff in her hand. The witch performed the sacrifice more piously this time. He felt that the gods really appeared this time. He had just prayed to the gods today, and such a great thing happened before evening. Their tribe no longer has to worry about food throughout the winter. With enough food in his stomach, Wu danced more vigorously. He did this for a while until sweat started to flow from his forehead. The witch, who was dancing in a very primitive style, suddenly stopped and came to Han Cheng. With Han Cheng's face full of surprise, he was led by the witch's hand to the totem pole. The witch asked Han Cheng to turn around and face the people in the tribe with his back to the totem pole. He continued to dance, occasionally circling around Han Cheng's body. Han Cheng thought of the fish placed in front of the totem pole as a sacrifice, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Could it be that the witch wanted to sacrifice himself to the gods? This time the dance didn't last long. He stopped right in front of Han Cheng, pointed at Han Cheng with one hand, pointed the bone staff in the other hand to the sky and the totem pole behind Han Cheng, and said loudly and devoutly, "Son of God." Han Cheng's eyes widened instantly. It was just a matter of breaking the ice to catch fish. How could he become the son of God? This witch's imagination is really amazing. However, his eyes soon returned to normal because he realized how much influence he would have in the tribe with this identity. Moreover, it would be much more convenient for him to do other things in the future. The Son of God is the Son of God, as long as he is practical. Son of God, Son of God. Wu kept shouting like this for 3 times, then turned around and faced Han Cheng like the others. He then placed the hand holding the bone staff on his chest, bowed, and said devoutly, "Son of God." The rest of the tribe was infected and followed the witch's example, placing their right hands on their left chests and shouting incoherently, "Son of God," in response to Han Cheng's clumsy disrespect. For a moment, Han Cheng, who was standing in front of the totem pole, was the only one in the tribe who stood upright, while the rest of the people all bowed. The flickering firelight illuminated Han Cheng's young face. He looked at the people who were bowing reverently to him and sniffed slightly. Unexpectedly, he really didn't expect that his original intention was just to find food to fill the tribe's stomachs, but he didn't expect that it would be covered with a layer of sacred halo. Is this what it means when good things happen to good people, or when an unexpected effort leads to a great harvest? The ceremony was over, and everyone who had gathered had dispersed, but not many people actually fell asleep. One reason was that they had heard about fishing under the ice from Lame and several other women who had gone to spear fish, and they all want to go and see before dawn to see if it was really as they said, that the fish would stay there and not move for you to spear. Secondly, it was because a son of God appeared in the tribe. Thinking about his origins from the sky, and thinking about how he could tell everyone how to catch fish under the ice today and resolve the tribe's serious food crisis, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong in calling him the Son of God. Han Cheng's salary has obviously increased and is almost comparable to Wu's. For example, he lived in the inner cave with the witch, and the covering he had was also covered with thick fur, just like the witch's. This made him sigh that it was comfortable to have a high status. No wonder in later generations, everyone tried their best to become the superior one. It was daybreak. The people in the tribe got up unusually early today. After a quick breakfast, the eldest brother asked everyone to take stone harpoons and other things, go out of the cave, and head to the creek to experience fishing on the ice themselves. Han Cheng originally didn't want to go, but he was worried that they would make holes in the ice and break the ice into the river, so he had to go to the river together despite the severe cold. After a night, the 3 ice holes that were smashed yesterday had been frozen shut. Han Cheng asked the rest of the people to stand on the shore and watch, and called over the experienced Bo to demonstrate for everyone. Bo limped down the ice holding the stone, looking very excited. Since he injured his leg, he has never been so glorious as he is now. No, even when his leg was healed, he was not so glorious. He looked at Han Cheng, and Han Cheng nodded at him, indicating that they could start. He took a deep breath and threw the stone in his hand towards the entrance of yesterday's cave. Although the entrance of the cave was sealed with ice, the ice was not too thick because it had not been there for long. It did not take too much time for Lame to smash the hole open again. Everyone stared at the ice cave without blinking, waiting for a miracle to happen, including Lame, who had caught fish yesterday, and the other 6 female primitives. Fish! A child pointed at a fish that came out from the hole in the ice and started shouting excitedly. Before his shouting stopped, 3 more fish swam to the cave entrance to breathe. Everyone who witnessed this scene was excited, including the eldest brother. They roared and rushed onto the ice, ready to make as many holes as possible to get enough food for the tribe. Han Chung, who had already been mentally prepared, immediately shouted loudly at everyone to stop when he saw this. If they all rushed onto the ice together like this, not only would there be no chance of catching any fish, but the entire tribe would be wiped out and fall into the river to feed the fish. If it were in the past, at this time, no one in the tribe would listen to Han Chung, but now it is different. Everyone stopped as they were told and looked at their son of God, wondering what he had to say. Han Chung talked and gestured for a long time before he finally made them understand that too many people should not be allowed to go in one place at one time, otherwise they would fall into the water. Then Han Chung went down to the ice himself, and every 10 feet or so, he chose a place close to the shore to place a piece of dry grass to indicate that this was the place to make a hole. Then he stopped the second brother who was eager to try and did not let him go on the ice. He specifically told the eldest brother to keep an eye on him and only allowed him to transport fish on the shore, not to go on the ice. With his weight, if he stood at the entrance of the cave, he would most likely fall into the river with the others. After seeing the fish with their own eyes, these people were filled with energy. For a while, the sound of chiseling ice was heard continuously. Han Chung patrolled back and forth on the shore, making corrections from time to time, and he suddenly became a leader who only talked but did not take action. You know what? It feels really good to watch others work. Of course, it would be better if the weather was not so cold, or if I had a down jacket to wear. Chapter 19. The Crude and Outrageous Gloves. After seeing that all the ice holes had been dug and the work of forking and transporting fish was proceeding in an orderly manner, Han Chung turned around and ran into the cave without any hesitation. This damn weather is so cold that the 2 testicles were frozen and disappeared, and the little bird shrank down to only a small head, which was so pitiful to look at. If he doesn't go back to warm up, Han Chung is really worried that he will never be happy again. When Han Chung came back, the first batch of fish caught today had already been transported back to the cave. Han Chung squatted beside the fire to warm himself for a while, and then he felt his hands and feet were unusually itchy. He immediately knew that something bad had happened, as his hands and feet were probably frostbitten. He roasted the fire here for a while, scratched his hands and feet for a while, and when his body was warm enough, he returned to the inner cave. The witch had a faint smile on his face and was carving something on the stone slab with a stone pencil. Based on Han Cheng's previous experience, it was most likely about catching fish from under the ice to fill his stomach in winter. Han Cheng stood quietly by and watched for a while. Seeing that Wu was writing seriously and completely immersed in his own world, he did not disturb him, but tiptoed out again. He came to a place in the cave that was specially used to store furs and began to rummage around. Because the tribe makes a living by fishing, hunting, and gathering, they have accumulated a lot of fur over the years, but many of them have lost their fur due to their age. But in general, such skins are used to wrap fruits, and the good ones are kept to keep out the cold. Han Cheng searched here for a while and found 4 rabbit skins that didn't shed much hair. Rabbit skins are not very popular in the tribe because they are too small and too troublesome to tie on the body to keep warm. However, these things are very useful to Han Cheng. He put the rabbit skin on the ground, pressed his right hand on the rabbit skin, and folded the rabbit skin with his left hand to cover it. A warm feeling immediately came up. Han Cheng frolvnid. Compared to his hands, the rabbit skin was still too big. A rolled-up rabbit skin could hold 4 or 5 at his hands. Not only are the gloves made in this way extremely inconvenient to wear, they are also not warm. He went to the place where tools were stored, found the stone knife that the tribe usually used to disembowel animals, held it in his hand, looked at it for a few seconds, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This stone knife is fine for a strong adult to use to cut a hole in a freshly dead animal, but in my current state, it is really unrealistic to deal with dry skin. Sure enough, after he spread the leather on the ground, held it with one hand and held the stone knife with the other, and pulled it back and forth for more than 10 minutes, and the leather showed no signs of cracking, Han Cheng gave up the idea of splitting the leather in 2. Forget it, if I can't make gloves, making a hand warmer will do. He comforted himself in this way, then put the stone knife back to its place and walked away with the leather, getting ready to start making a hot pack. Han Cheng still failed to make the hot pack, Not because he was short of needles and thread, but because he had torn the rabbit's skin. Of course, not by biting with teeth. Instead, he was already preparing to make a hot pack when he suddenly remembered the method used in the future when he wanted to break the rope, but had no tools like scissors. He took the rabbit skin and came to the stone slab at the entrance of the cave that was used as a door panel. He selected the sharpest edge, then grabbed the rabbit skin with both hands, with the hairless side facing down. He aligned the edge with the middle of the skin and pressed down hard, rubbing it back and forth up and down. Friction, abrasion. This method is really good. At least it is much better than using a stone knife to cut the leather, because this can use all the strength of the whole body, and because the friction speed is fast and the distance is long, after generating heat, it can speed up the decomposition of the leather. So after about a minute of friction, the leather broke into 2 pieces. The leather was ready, but the next step of sewing became a big problem because there were not only no needles in the tribe, but not even thread. Han Chung had no choice but to use his brain to search the ground for the fish bone that he had spit out. Unfortunately, these fish bones were too fragile, or the skin was too thick. After breaking 5 or 6 fish bones in a row without leaving a single needle hole on the skin, Han Chung had to give up this method. There was no way to treat the fish bones, so Han Chung could only think of another way. That's right, he picked up the stone again. He placed the leather on a large stone, then took a sharp-headed stone in his other hand and smashed it on the edge of the leather. Sure enough, sometimes a little violence is still needed. The skin, which had been helpless even after several fish bones were broken, quickly became timid after encountering the stone. Han Chung smashed a small hole in it in just 5 or 7 hits. After making the first hole, he did not stop, but continued to use the stone to make holes in the leather, controlling the distance and trying to make 1 hole every half centimeter. Of course, if he accidentally made a crooked hole, that was no problem. Now is the time to solve the problem of food and clothing, not the time to pay attention to appearance. The knocking sounds in the cave pulled Wu out of his ethereal state of recording things. He frowned, put down the slate pencil in his hand, rubbed his tired and sore fingers and wrists, and walked out of the inner cave, wanting to see who was so noisy. When he saw clearly that the person holding the stone and hitting it was Han Chung, he showed a slightly surprised look. Wu walked to Han Chung, and after seeing Han Cheng's actions clearly, there was a puzzled look in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Son of God wanted to break this good leather into 2 smaller halves, and also smashed so many small holes in the leather. Isn't it true that bigger leather is better? A large piece of leather is much more useful than a small piece of leather, whether it is used to wrap around the body to keep warm or to wrap fruit. Why did the Son of God make it smaller? If it were before, Wu would have thought that this little guy was just fooling around, but yesterday's experience was still vivid in his mind, so he could not have the slightest contempt for the Son of God who looked only 6 or 7 years old. Han Chung looked up and saw the witch, and noticed the witch's confusion, but he did not explain anything. Because the tribal language was too simple, he wanted to explain to the witch clearly what he wanted to do and what the function of this thing was. It would take a lot of effort, so it would be more convenient to just make the gloves directly. Han Chung finally smashed small holes on 3 edges of the rabbit skin, which could be considered needle holes. The problem of the line is relatively easy to solve because there is a kind of grass nearby that is very tough and can be used as a rope. There's a lot of this grass, and there is a lot of it in the cave. It is used as firewood and spread under the body to keep warm. Under the witch's watchful eye, Han Chung found a handful of this relatively long grass, folded the leather with holes in half, and began to use this grass, which he called rope grass, to thread the needle along the small holes. Han Chung did not use the common reverse and positive acupuncture method used in later generations, as this acupuncture method is not suitable for the current situation. Instead, use a tough rope to pass it through 2 holes folded together, wrap it around twice, pull it tight, and then pass it through the next hole. After about 20 minutes, what was most likely the first glove of this era appeared. Chapter 20. Serious Mandarin. The glove was very strange because it was more like a small, long, square pocket made of leather than a glove, and even the thumb was not separated. But Han Chung was already very happy. He couldn't wait to open the pocket-like glove and put his right hand in. The furry, smooth, and slippery rabbit skin wrapped around the entire hand, and a warmth was transmitted from it to the hand, as if the whole hand was being rubbed by something soft and beautiful. Yes, you read that right. The gloves made by Han Chung have the fur facing inside and the leather outside. He didn't care about beauty. His first requirement for making gloves was warmth, and everything else took a back seat. As for the question of where the fur would be attached if the skin was gone, there was no need to consider it. The tribe he belonged to lacked everything except skins. This was far beyond the imagination of the ancients, who were prepared to wear an old sheepskin coat for a lifetime and, if possible, pass it on to the next generation. Seeing Han Cheng's actions and the joy on his face, Wu seemed to understand something. Seeing Wu looking at him, Han Cheng took off his gloves, motioned for Wu to stretch out his hand, and then put them on Wu. When Han Cheng was putting gloves on him, Wu's hands seemed a little stiff, and he was obviously unfamiliar with these strange things. After putting the gloves on his hands, the witch's expression changed. He felt the warmth and gently shook them up and down and left and right. This strange thing wrapped his hands tightly, unlike the previous time when he wrapped the animal skin around his hands with a rope. It would fall apart if he was not careful, and it would also make his hands uncomfortable. The witch's eyes lit up as he felt the warmth, because he remembered that every year many people in the tribe had hands that were red, swollen, festering, and cracked due to the cold. If everyone got 2 of these things, took their hands out when working, and put their hands in when not working, how much less suffering would the people in the tribe suffer? Moreover, if you take good care of your hands, you can greatly improve your efficiency whether you are hunting or doing other things. This is God. The witch, with bright eyes and quiet expression, pointed to the sky, then turned around and pointed at the totem pole in the inner cave. Then he put the glove in his hand in front of Han Cheng, looking at Han Cheng with expectation and excitement. Seeing Wu's expression, Han Cheng could not refuse Wu's wishes, so he nodded and said, "Yes, God." Wu's face showed even more piety. "This?" he asked aloud, raising the glove in his hand. Han Cheng looked for a while before he realized that Wu was asking about the name of the gloves. This put Han in a difficult position, because in Wu's tribe, there was no word for gloves. Han Cheng racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a suitable word with a similar meaning to tell Wu that this was a glove. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Since there was no word for gloves in the tribe, why not just create it himself? Isn't this how vocabulary increases day by day? Gloves. Han Cheng spoke in standard Mandarin with a serious tone. The witch looked puzzled. Apparently, he did not understand what the word gloves meant because he had never come across such strange words before. Han Cheng is now as patient as when the witch taught him to speak the language of the tribe. He pointed at the gloves and said again, "This is a glove." The first 2 words were spoken in the tribal language, while the latter were spoken in standard Mandarin. Gloves. Wu repeated Han Cheng's words, his voice sounding awkward. Han Cheng's heart was moved by this familiar voice he heard from someone else for the first time since he came here. Human beings are emotional animals. There are many things that we cannot just stop thinking about. We just suppress them in our hearts and don't think about them due to various reasons. Gloves. Han Cheng suppressed his inner excitement and repeated it again, pointing at the gloves in Wu's hand. He pronounced it very seriously, more attentively than when he took the Mandarin certificate exam. Gloves. The witch repeated it. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, Wu was able to speak it more convincingly. Wu wanted to return the gloves to Han Cheng, but Han Cheng refused. Wu was more afraid of the cold as he was older, and Han Cheng had also done him a great favor by saving his life. So something like this really needed to be given to Wu first. Listening to Wu walking with the gloves in his hands and repeating the sound of gloves from time to time, a smile appeared on Han Cheng's face. Because of the experience of making a successful one, I spent less time making the second one. When Han Cheng took the second glove to find the witch, he found that the witch was placing the glove on the stone table in front of the totem pole, muttering to himself and sincerely thanking the god for the generous gift. In the past, Han Cheng had no idea what the witch was saying when she was praying, but today was different because among the witch's unclear words, there was a clear and loud gloves. This made Han Cheng feel quite happy, as if his prank had succeeded. Han Cheng waited here for a while, and after the witch thanked the gods, he put both gloves on the witch. When the witch put on this new and warm thing, a smile from the heart appeared on his face. He swung his gloves back and forth, looking at it with curiosity. At this moment, the witch did not seem like a wise man in the tribe, but like a child full of innocence and childishness. When Han Cheng saw Wu's gloves unconsciously fall down when his hands hung naturally, he knew that the gloves were not very suitable. When he told Wu that the gloves needed to be improved to make them more comfortable to wear, Wu, who understood Han Cheng's meaning, shook his head repeatedly and said that they were already very comfortable now. However, when Han Sheng took the gloves and punched a few more holes in them, making the opening in the gloves smaller, and put them on Wu again, he discovered that the gloves would not fall off even if he let his hands hang down without deliberately grabbing the rabbit fur from the inside. Wu smiled even more happily. Han Sheng went out and made gloves for himself. Wu, after wearing them for a while, took off the gloves, placed them carefully on the stone, then picked up the slate pencil and began his creation. He had to hurry because he had a lot of things to record. He had just recorded the beginning of yesterday's ice breaking and fishing, and now a glove that would be of great benefit to the tribe appeared. These are all extremely useful things for the development of the tribe. How can we not record them? However, when his fingers were frozen stiff after writing for a while, Wu no longer relied on his breath to warm them as before, but put on gloves carefully and sacredly. The tribe had a great harvest today. With everyone working tirelessly before nightfall, there were 300 or 400 more fish in the cave. Seeing so many fish piled there makes people feel at ease. However, a new problem arose. Because of fishing in the ice and snow for a long time, many people's hands and feet were frostbitten. Chapter 21. The same simple socks and salt. In the past, because food was relatively abundant, people in the tribe basically did not go out in the winter except to take care of physiological problems and get some snow. Therefore, even if there was frostbite, it was not very serious, unlike now, where more than 70% of people have frostbite to varying degrees on their hands and feet. Just when everyone was worried about this, the witch told everyone about the gloves and even took out the pair that Han Sheng made for him, allowing some people in the cave to feel them for themselves. After personally experiencing the benefits of the gloves, everyone's eyes were shining, and they looked at Wu and Han Sheng, the son of God, with eager eyes. It was obvious that they all wanted a pair of such good things to keep warm. The witch had already discussed this matter with Han Sheng in advance. It was naturally impossible for Han Sheng to personally make a pair of gloves and socks for everyone in the tribe. If he really did this, he would stop doing anything else and just be a glove producer. The solution was to select a few weak people from the tribe who were not suitable for fishing activities and have them learn how to make gloves from Han Sheng. After this matter was settled, everyone in the tribe was smiling. Yes, what reason do they have to be unhappy? They now have enough food to fill their stomachs and no longer have to worry about starvation. Moreover, this food is more delicious than wild fruits and is more filling than fish. They immediately also had a pair of warm gloves and the socks that the Son of God mentioned to protect their hands and feet and keep them away from the cold. Such a happy day is what they have always been looking forward to. On the second day, Han Sheng began to teach the 6 female primitive people who remained in the cave how to make animal skin gloves. These gloves, which seemed extremely simple or even crude to him, were not simple for those who came into contact with them for the first time. While learning how to make it, I either broke the edge of the hide, or the gaps between the holes were too large, or even worse, I punched holes all around the hide. After the holes were dug, they were sewn up with ropes and straw, but the process was not smooth. Fortunately, Han Sheng was not an impatient person and demonstrated patiently again and again. In this way, by the afternoon, even the wife of the eldest senior brother, who had the worst hands-on ability, had finally learned the skill of making gloves. As for whether it looks good or not, that is something we will pursue after the technology matures. After teaching these people how to make gloves, Han Sheng began to make leather socks according to his ideas. The shoes in the tribe nowadays are extremely simple. They are made of a rectangular sole made of animal bones of appropriate thickness and size, and then some holes are drilled on it. Small strips of animal skin or tough straw ropes are passed through the holes and then tied to the feet. This is very similar to the sandals of later generations, but it is a little too cool to wear in winter. Of course, they would also wrap their feet with animal skins and then wear shoes, but this was really inconvenient. Not only was it uncomfortable, but it was also easy to get broken. Sometimes they would need to do it again after walking a few steps, which was extremely troublesome. It is also because of this that some people who are resistant to cold and find it troublesome to go barefoot more often. There were no tools available now, so Han Sheng could only make a larger rectangular piece of leather like he did with gloves, then punch holes in it and thread it with ropes and straw. However, there are some differences compared to gloves. That is, the place where the rope is strung is not at the edge, but at the top of the foot. This can play a role in waterproofing and moisture-proofing to a certain extent. Moreover, because the sewing areas are all at the top, the rope straw used as thread is not easily worn out, which can extend its service life. If this thing were placed in later generations, no one would necessarily want it even if it was given away for free. But here, it is an extremely sought-after rare commodity. Even junior brother Shah, who was the most impatient to put on shoes, couldn't help but smile with joy after he put on the socks and shoes and walked back and forth for a while. The socks did not tear apart like the leather bindings he had before. After all, if there are suitable shoes and socks, few people would want to suffer from the cold barefoot. The people in the tribe are not as free as before. In the past, they would take a short rest after dinner and then go to sleep. Now they sit around the fire for a while, putting on their gloves or socks before going to sleep. Because of the production of socks and gloves, fewer people went fishing. However, since it was winter, the fish were rushing to breathe in the ice holes, making them much easier to catch than usual. Even though there were fewer people, the fish they caught every day were enough for the day's meals. And not only that, there was even a lot left over. After there were enough fish stored in the cave, the eldest brother and his friends went out fishing less and less every day, and sometimes they even stopped going out to fish. Because the food was so abundant, at Han Cheng's suggestion, no one wanted to eat the slippery fish intestines anymore, not even Lame, who valued food the most. Now when we grill fish, we follow the method taught by Han Cheng. We first remove the scales, internal organs and gills before grilling it on the fire. At the beginning, some people thought this practice was a waste, but when they remembered that they already had enough fish and that the fish grilled in this way was indeed more delicious than before, they all followed suit, and it has become a routine. Han Cheng found it hard to eat the grilled fish in front of him. After eating grilled fish twice a day for nearly a month, he found it hard to swallow the fish again. Of course, another important reason is that there is no salt. Salt is the king of all flavors. There's no doubt about that. Salt is not just a condiment, but also an element that is extremely necessary for the human body. Han Cheng asked, but the smartest witch in the tribe and the knowledgeable eldest brother didn't know what salt was. They really didn't know. If they knew, they wouldn't stop eating every day. By now, people in the tribe are becoming increasingly listless. They all look lazy and spend more time sleeping than being active. Everyone in the tribe, including the witch, thought this was normal because everyone would be in this state at this time every year. Wu told Han Cheng that it would be fine when the weather got warmer. Han Cheng knew, however, that this was not a normal condition, but was because people consumed less salt. In the past, people in the tribe mainly ate animal meat, which contained salt. And now, ever since the beginning of winter and the snow, the people in the tribe have not eaten animal meat for a long time. Their bodies are seriously lacking in salt. It would be strange if they were in good spirits. I had to find a way to get some salt. Han Cheng, feeling lazy and listless, ate the fish in his hand bite by bite, and sighed with melancholy. Chapter 22, All Tribes Must Speak Mandarin. This requires making a pot. After eating the fish, Han Cheng, who was chewing a solid snowball, sighed again. Not to mention making fish soup, even boiling some hot water to drink would be fine. It's not like now. Every mouthful I take is cold all the way from my mouth to my stomach. The little bit of heat that I have accumulated with great difficulty is all taken away without a trace. It's simply freezing. My heart is not flying at all. This needs to be created. In this primitive era, living in this tribe that makes a living by fishing and hunting, there are so many things Han Cheng wants to make. However, the severe cold outside and the unmelted ice and snow blocked many of his thoughts. He could only stay in the cave and do what he could. With sufficient food, the tribe became peaceful again. Han Cheng now had one more thing to do, which was to teach the people in the tribe to speak Mandarin while everyone was free. This was a decision Han Cheng made after being inspired by the gloves. The language in the tribe has not formed a system and is extremely simple. It only has some daily expressions. If you want to express something with a slightly more complicated meaning, you have to speak it for a long time with both gestures and words. And even then you still can't be sure that the other party has really understood what you mean. Han Cheng's previous thinking was always limited, because he subconsciously believes that he is an outsider, and as an outsider he needs to adapt to local customs, and naturally he needs to learn the language of their tribe. It was not until the appearance of the gloves that day that he had an epiphany. Yes, since you already have a very rich language and the corresponding writing system, why don't you teach it to everyone? Instead, you settle for learning a more primitive tribal language? Especially when he saw Wu Xian working hard on the stone slab to record things slowly, racking his brains to create new words in order to record the methods, functions, and names of the newly emerged gloves and socks. and pulling out dozens of his already sparse hair. Han Sheng became more determined to teach the people in the tribe to speak Mandarin and write Chinese characters. The first 2 Chinese characters he taught Wu were gloves. Han Sheng took the slate from Wu and, in front of Wu's surprised expression, wrote the word gloves stroke by stroke on a blank slate. Then he pointed at the 2 words, raised the glove in his left hand, and said, gloves. As the wise man in the tribe, Wu was indeed very smart. He immediately understood what Han Sheng meant and knew that the 2 square objects were gloves. Although this pattern was extremely strange and very different from the words he usually wrote, and there was no sign of gloves on them, but because they were brand new things just like gloves, Wu did not find it difficult to accept. Gloves. He followed Han Sheng's voice and repeated it in standard Mandarin. Han Sheng handed the slate pencil to Wu and asked Wu to write the 2 words. Wu had never come across this kind of strange writing before, but because he read books frequently, his writing was relatively decent. Although at the beginning my wrist seemed stiff while copying, and the spacing between the strokes and the length of the horizontal and vertical strokes seemed inconsistent, I was able to recognize that the 2 words were gloves. Good. Han Sheng praised the witch in the language of the tribe and gave her a thumbs up. Wu looked at the 2 words written by Han Sheng, which were square, and then looked at the 2 words he wrote, which were crooked. After hearing Han Sheng's praise, he couldn't help but smile and shook his head, then bent down again, imitating Han Sheng, writing carefully and seriously, stroke by stroke. People with cultural background write differently. After practicing about 6 or 7 times, Wu's gloves already looked quite decent, and he was able to write it out by himself without looking at what Han Sheng wrote. This surprised Han Sheng very much. From the witch's extremely rapid process of acquiring new knowledge, Han Sheng became convinced that it was indeed feasible to teach Chinese language and Chinese characters to the people in the tribe and promote them. Hand. Seeing that the witch had already grasped the word glove, Han Sheng pointed to the word hand and read it aloud, then pointed to his own hand and told the witch that the word represented by this word was hand. The witch was very surprised by this, because in the language of the tribe, the pronunciation of hand was completely different from this one. He seemed a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should learn this completely new word and its pronunciation, because this conflicts with what already exists in the tribe. Han Sheng roughly understood some of Wu's thoughts, so he naturally raised the banner of God. He pointed upwards, then pointed to the totem pole not far away, and said, God, speak. Wu was somewhat moved. He didn't expect that this was the language and writing of the gods. After Han Sheng shrouded the Chinese characters in Mandarin with the glory of God, Wu immediately stopped feeling any resistance. After all, this is God's language and God's writing. I have never received any instructions from the gods in my entire life. Now that the gods have sent their sons down to teach me the language and writing of gods, how can I not learn it well? So Wu's enthusiasm for learning Chinese characters was aroused. On the first day, we not only learned to write gloves and socks, but also learned to read and write the most direct words such as foot, leg, and head, using Mandarin Chinese characters. Education should start from childhood. Han Sheng, who has been educated since he was a child and has been educated for more than 10 years, naturally will not forget this sentence. Not only did he not forget it, but he put it into action. After the witch was told in the name of the ethereal and illusory God that God said he would give God's language and writing to the world so that everyone would speak God's words and use God's words, the witch, who had already begun to appreciate the magic and simplicity of God's words and writing, agreed with Han Sheng's words after a brief thought. Wu is a connoisseur. Although he has only been studying for 3 or 4 days and knows only a few dozen of God's characters, he has already experienced the benefits of God's characters and language. In the past, there were things he wanted to express, but he didn't have the corresponding language, but now he can use God's words. In the past, many of the characters he inherited and created did not have corresponding pronunciations and were the kind that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Things like this are difficult to teach others, and sometimes only the Creator knows what it means. Now, with God's writing and language, we don't have to worry about this problem because God's writing and language are standardized. Chapter 23 Education should start from childhood. After Han Sheng and Wu confirmed the matter, they called their eldest brother, who was the leader of the tribe, and the 3 of them discussed and formulated a solution together. The eldest brother was also very curious about the language and writing of God, but he was not as enthusiastic as Wu. After all, His main responsibility was not to pass on written language, but to lead his people in fishing and hunting and to find enough food for them. After Han Sheng expressed the meaning of education should start from childhood through the tribal language and gestures, the miners in the tribe suffered. In the past, they had nothing to do, especially in winter. They would eat and play, sleep when they were tired, play again when they woke up, and wait for food when they were hungry. But that's not possible now, because they need to learn God's language and writing from the Son of God. There are quite a few miners in the tribe, as many as 35. This number is almost catching up with the average age people in the tribe. There are only 40 adults in the tribe, including the witch and 2 old men who are responsible for looking after the fire. Han Sheng was not included. Because he has the thinking of an adult but the body of a miner, he really doesn't know which category to classify himself into. Among the 35 people, excluding those who are still breastfeeding, those who can just take a few steps, those who are learning to speak, and those who are still in a confused state, there are actually only 18 children of appropriate age, and this includes 3 who are almost adults. Han Sheng had never carefully counted the number of people in the tribe before, so after this count, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He discovered a very serious problem. The number of miners in the tribe was decreasing as they grew older. Although there may be occasional fluctuations, the overall trend remains unchanged. For example, nowadays, there are roughly 17 children between the ages of 0 and 5, but only 18 between the ages of 5 and 13 or 14. When he first discovered this phenomenon, he was silent for a while, but then he realized that this was not the later times when people have no worries about food and clothing and have advanced medical and health conditions, but the primitive times when the infant mortality rate was high, so such things could happen. Han Sheng put aside these complicated feelings and began to concentrate on teaching Mandarin and Chinese characters. After all, he is not the real Son of God. He is just an ordinary person from later generations, and he did not use any cheats when he traveled through time. There are many things that he doesn't know where to start even if he wants to do something. He can only start from some aspects and things that are within his ability and slowly change the tribe, trying his best to create good living conditions for himself and the tribe. There are a total of 18 miners learning Chinese characters in Mandarin with Han Sheng. Yes, you read it right. All the children of the right age in the cave were caught in one fell swoop. Han Sheng's education to them, like that of a witch, started with the gloves and socks that they were already familiar with. Then come the body parts such as mouth, nose, teeth, and feet. The limited tools available for writing inside the caves was a problem. After all, before this, writing was Wu's job and no one else had ever thought about it. It would be unrealistic to give each of these children a large stone slab and let them use suitable stones to carve on it, just like the witch did. Because it is winter now, it is too impractical to go out in the snow and ice to look for slate. Moreover, they are now learning characters, unlike the witches who want to record some knowledge on stone slabs and pass them on to future generations. Therefore, using stone slabs seems to be a waste of talent. Of course, another important reason is that writing on a slate can only be done once and is not easy to erase, making it inconvenient for multiple uses. This was not a problem for Han Sheng. After years of burning, a thick layer of powdery ash had accumulated in the cave. He had people use stones to circle out 18 one-foot square boxes on the ground in a place he used as a classroom. He then put powdered wood ash into the boxes, smoothed them with branches that were used as pens, and then people could write on them. After writing, just hold the pen horizontally across the surface, and once it is smooth, you can continue writing. Of course, such a writing tool also has its disadvantages. Once someone sneezes at it, a cloud of grass, ash will immediately fly. Actually, Han Sheng originally wanted to make a sand table, but now it is winter and the sand is frozen and difficult to take out, so he had to use this straw ash tray as a temporary substitute. Fortunately, this is a primitive age, and having a writing tool is already very good. Who cares about so many things? If you don't believe me, just look at Wu. After he personally used the grass ash plate made by Han Sheng, he immediately realized its magic and asked someone to build one in the inner cave where he lived. He would use branches to write and draw on it when he had nothing to do. After all, he had been learning the divine writing with Han Sheng these days and had already used up an entire large stone slab. Wang Xing's writing tool is not a straw ash tray. This is not because he deliberately wants to be special, but because the straw ash tray can only be placed on the ground. If people want to see the words, they need to gather around and stretch their heads to watch, which is really inconvenient. He wrote on a slate erected in front of everyone. He did not use a slate pen to carve it, but instead used unburned charcoal from the ashes to write on it. Although my hands would be covered in black dust every time I finished writing, and I had to wash them with snow, the advantage was that the writing could be cleaned. Moreover, I could wipe the slate with snow or animal skin and then reuse it, which was quite convenient. The children in the tribe need to learn to read, write, and speak the language of God, and Han Sheng did not let go of other adults in the tribe either. However, considering that they need to work and have little time to spend on studying, and their plasticity is not as strong as these children, Han Sheng did not force them to learn to write. Writing can be done according to personal interest, but learning to speak Mandarin is something that everyone must learn, and there is no room for compromise. Well, everyone has to speak Mandarin. Because this matter was jointly decided by Wu, Han Sheng, and the eldest brother, who was the leader, even though many people found it troublesome, they did not dare to disobey. Especially after hearing that this language is the word of God, the resistance becomes even smaller. As for Han Sheng, after he broke the ice and caught fish to save the tribe from danger, and made socks and gloves to reduce the suffering of the people from the cold, and especially after he was crowned the son of God by the witch, no one in the tribe dared to look down on him. Therefore, during the teaching process, there was no incident of students talking back to the teacher. As for those children who don't study hard and are always lazy, Han Sheng has plenty of ways to deal with them. Just by asking them to write the words they were taught but couldn't write 100 times, this is enough to correct the bad habit of all of them being lazy. Of course, Han Sheng has not taught them to count to 100 yet, but Han Sheng has a way. He found 100 small bones from a cave and put them in a pile. Every time he wrote a word, he would take a bone from the ground and put it back on the animal skin. As for cheating, how could Han Sheng, who had been educated for more than 10 years, not think of a way to deal with it? When he was punished to write, there was someone supervising him. Those who know about the cheating but do not report it need to write together with the cheater, and each time they cheat, they will go up 100 words. Chapter 24. The name of the tribe, Greenbird. Rabbit. Han Sheng pointed at the 2 black words on the stone slab, then pointed at a rabbit that the eldest senior brother had picked up today, and began to read. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. After a period of time, the children, who had become accustomed to this kind of thing, followed Han Sheng and repeated it 3 times. He was full of energy and had a loud voice, and already looked a bit like an elementary school student in later generations. Ichu. A small floating fluff flew into Han Sheng's nostrils while he was inhaling, and he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Then 3 uniform sounds rang out in the cave. Achu, achu, achu. Looking at these serious-looking students, Han Sheng couldn't help but feel frustrated. This scene is so common in caves that people no longer find it strange. The current situation in the cave is that those who are making gloves and socks are sitting together, doing their work while watching the Son of God, teaching their children to speak God's language and learn God's writing. And they would learn a few words from time to time. Of course, most of their divine languages were not learned from the Son of God, but from their children. The task Han Sheng gave to these children was to learn the divine language and then pass it on to their elders and relatives. In this way, it can not only help these children consolidate what they have learned, but also reduce Han Sheng's burden so that he doesn't have to do everything by himself. People are different. Everyone has their own preferences and strengths. Just taking the aspect of learning to read as an example, the one who learns the best and fastest is not Haiwa, the eldest brother who looks the smartest, but Shurtu, who is only about 5 or 6 years old. Shurtu is the youngest son of junior brother Sha. Every time a new word was taught, it didn't take long for Shurtu to read and write it out accurately. His pronunciation was authentic, and his handwriting was not bad either. This made Han Sheng feel like he was teaching modern primary school students instead of primitive people. Of course, he is not a primary school student who is very good at playing King of Glory. Han Sheng's education was not as strict as that of later generations. As long as you learned what he taught, you could do your own thing. So Shurtu became the object of envy of many people. With the punishment and the stimulation of Shurtu as an example, the other children learned things much faster. Of course, Han Sheng knew that he could not digest too much, so he only taught 5 characters every day. There are only more than 3,000 commonly used Chinese characters, so it is not difficult to teach them all. Shurtu and Haiwa were the names given to them by Han Sheng based on some of their characteristics. For example, Haiwa is black, so the stone looks solid, like a small stone. By now, Han Chung finally knew the name of the tribe. He found this out after carefully looking at the totem pole. The most eye-catching thing on the totem pole is a relatively abstract bird, which looks like a chicken. This is the god worshipped by the tribe. This made Han Chung shed tears when he learned the truth, and his face twitched uncontrollably. It turned out that the god he had been promoting was actually a bird or a chicken. Now that he is called the son of God, what the hell has he become? Birdman? Bird eggs? Chickenman? Egg? Change the name. I must change my destiny. After discovering the truth, Han Chung immediately made up his mind to change the name of the tribal totem. Even if it doesn't involve oneself, just being called the bird tribe or the chicken tribe by the tribe is enough to make people uncomfortable. After much deliberation, without changing the tribal totem, Han Chung renamed the tribal totem Green Bird. Although it is essentially still a bird, it sounds much more majestic than a bird, at least dozens of stories taller. The totem of the tribe is a bird. There are traces of this. In addition to the image of the bird on the totem pole, the men, women, young and old in the tribe all like to put some collected beautiful feathers in their hair as decoration. The weather gradually became warmer, and when Han Chung taught the students in the tribe to count from 1 to 100, the snow outside had completely melted. The ice in the river had melted a lot. In order to prevent any accidents, Han Chung specifically ordered that no one was allowed to go on the ice to catch fish. As more ice in the river melts, there are more places for fish to breathe. Therefore, it is no longer as easy to catch fish with a spear as in winter. However, there is no need to worry about food problems in the tribe because a lot of fish have been stored in the cave over the winter, so much so that some of the fish have deteriorated and need to be thrown away. And with the melting of ice and snow and the arrival of spring, the eldest brother and his friends can go out hunting again. With animal meat as a supplement, fish, which is relatively not as delicious as animal meat, is not as important as it is in winter. As the weather warms up, the grass begins to emerge from under the dry grass, revealing its thin yellow head, and looks at the world quietly and mischievously. The trees that had been silent for a whole winter were sprouting new buds, and some of them were already showing flower buds. The whole world seemed to come alive all of a sudden. The happiest ones were the children who had been kept in the cave for a whole winter. They were jumping and running around happily like foals out of the pen. A series of laughter rang out from the woods in front of the cave. Of course, for safety reasons, they cannot run very far and can only move within the area in front of the cave. But this is enough to make them happy. We sometimes comes out to bask in the sun. As the intake of animal meat increased, more salt accumulated in the body, and everyone's physical strength improved, but it was still not as good as eating salt directly. It's just that the eldest brother and the others didn't know what salt was, and because of his young age, Han Chung couldn't travel around with the hunting team. So the matter of salt had to be put aside for the time being and dealt with later. But Han Chung was still very happy, not only because he could walk out of the cave and breathe fresh air freely, but also because he could do something he had imagined many times before, making pottery. That's right, pottery making. At this time, it is really difficult to drink a sip of hot water. Whether it was bronze, iron, or aluminum, there was none of them. If Han Chung wanted to drink hot water, the quickest way was to make pottery. No matter whether it is a pottery bowl, pottery basin, pottery jar, or any other flat pottery, as long as it is pottery and can hold water, Han Chung dares to put it on the fire to boil water. After witnessing the horrific mortality rate among children in the tribe, Han Chung felt that he really needed to make pottery and promote drinking boiled water throughout the tribe. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it can kill insect eggs is enough. Chapter 25. The Atavistic Face Struck by Lightning. Han Chung got up early this morning and had breakfast. After his eldest brother and others went out hunting, Han Chung announced that the children in the cave would have a holiday. At first, everyone suspected that they might have heard it wrong. How could the Son of God, who had always been very strict with them, suddenly announce that they did not need to learn the divine characters and language today? When they confirmed that the Son of God was not joking and was really going to do this, they couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy. Looking at these cheering little primitive people, Han Chung was reminded of the scene when he was in school, and the whole class cheered when the teacher announced that classes would be suspended for 2 days due to continuous heavy rains. He smiled at the children and felt his own happiness. When the children's cheers died down, Han Chung reached out his hand and tapped the crowd a few times, then said, Haiwa, Taitu, Xiaomu, Zhuang, Xiaomei, Xiaoli, Xing, the 7 of you follow me out. Of course, these children's names were given by Han Chung. Just like before, The names have something to do with their own characteristics. For example, Taitu, this guy can use his head to smash open a walnut-like nut. Hanqingdu was a little frightened by what he saw. Xiaomu because he looks a little stupid. Zhuang because she looks strong. Although she is a girl, Han Cheng still gave her this name. Xiaomei and Xiaoli are a pair of twin sisters. Compared with other primitive people, their looks are relatively delicate, so Han Cheng gave them these names. Xing is also a girl. She has a disciple named Chun, but because of his young age, Han Cheng did not call him this time. Naming is a very necessary thing, because before naming, people in the tribe address each other as you, me, him. Except for the witch and the eldest brother, who is the leader, no one has a special title. It is also because of this that if you want to talk to someone, you usually need to walk up to them and talk face to face, otherwise it is easy to get confused. After all, there are so many people in the tribe, and they all say you. Who knows who this you is referring to? As Han Cheng's students, these minors would naturally be given priority in being named. After Han Cheng named them, he would also write out the corresponding characters so that they would remember the pronunciation and writing of their names firmly, and tell them that this represents them. At the beginning, they were naturally not used to it, and it was not easy for them to remember, but Han Cheng was not worried about this problem at all, because before he started to teach a new word, Han Cheng would call out the names every time. Anyone who does not answer here when his name is called, or who rushes to answer when someone else's name is called, must write his or her name 50 times and say, "I am XX," 50 times in succession. This is indeed a good method. Within a few days, these children were able to remember their own names and write them down. Han Cheng called them out for a reason, and that was pottery making. To be honest, he had never made pottery before, but he had seen a video of an old lady from some forgotten ethnic group making pottery using traditional techniques. Because the old lady's pottery-making skills were so good, Han Cheng was quite impressed and remembered most of it. He still had some confidence in being able to make the pottery. Han Cheng called these 7 children to join him in making pottery. They were children from primitive tribes in primitive times. Naturally, they could not be like the children of later generations. They did not need to worry about anything else and just needed to concentrate on studying. What Han Cheng wants to teach them is not only Chinese characters and Mandarin, but also various survival skills or life skills. Of course, another reason is that it is impossible for Han Cheng to finish everything by himself. Just like he previously taught people in the tribe to make gloves and socks, now he has to teach these children to make pottery. There are limited manpower in the tribe, and these children are the older ones among the miners. They can already do some things. Having them as helpers can save the tribe a lot of labor. Han Cheng took them to the place where weapons were stored in the cave, took some weapons that the eldest brother and his companions did not take away, and then walked out of the cave. It is necessary to take weapons for self-defense, because the road from the cave to the small river in the south is not a smooth one. In between is a forest with trees of all sizes, which are extremely dense. Although there are not too many wild beasts around here, because of the presence of the eldest brother and his companions, they still appear sometimes, and we have to be on guard. "Son of God, you," Bo stood up from the ground and asked Han Cheng with a little respect and curiosity. Because he followed Han Cheng to get fish for the tribe in the winter, Bo's status in the tribe was greatly improved. For this, he was very grateful to Han Cheng. Of course, having tasted the sweetness, every time he saw Han Cheng making something new, he would come up to ask, and if possible, learn from him. This includes the Chinese characters and Mandarin that Han Cheng teaches every day. It was also because of this that Bo became the second adult in the tribe who could read and write, besides Wu, and he was also the one who spoke Mandarin the best among the adults, besides Wu. The stream was not too far from the tribe, so it was okay for Lame to follow them. After all, there was no adult among them. Although Lame's legs were inconvenient, he was a man who had chased wild beasts before. Even if he couldn't play a big role, it could still help to give them courage. The sun rises from the east, shining on the mountains and forests. Halfway through the forest, there is a layer of mist, as if the forest was wearing a white, vaguely transparent gauze skirt. Han Cheng and his group of 9 people walked through the woods and came to the river. The ice in the river had melted long ago, and the water in the river was clear and transparent. There were many fish swimming in the water, and they were obviously more agile than in winter. Han Cheng stopped more than 10 feet away from the stream, unwilling to move forward. It was not because the fish in this river had teeth and were far more ferocious than the fish in later generations, but because the river water would reflect his appearance. Han Chung had always believed that even after he revealed his true face, the people in the cave still did not despise him and did not treat him as an alien. One reason was because of his miraculous origins, and the other was because he had developed feelings for the people in the cave after spending some time together. But after the beginning of spring, when he went to the river to wash his body with cold water, he suddenly realized that those were secondary. The most important thing was his face now. There's a throwback to this face. Although it was only about 3 or 4 points, it was enough to make Han Chung depressed. After all, he has never thought about plastic surgery. While feeling depressed, Han Chung couldn't help but sigh at the Thunder Boss who struck him down. This guy provided a full range of services. Not only did he change his appearance, he also had plastic surgery. Fortunately, he did not change his sex. Otherwise, Han Chung would definitely find a crooked tree and hang himself. Chapter 26. Han Chung makes pottery. Bo was excited when he saw the fish in the river. After all, this was a turning point in his gloomy life. Seeing the guy walking to the river with a fork, ready to poke a few fish in the river, Han Chung called out to this guy who was addicted to spearing fish. Han Chung asked everyone to remove the grass within a circle of about 1 meter in size that he had created. Then he asked Bo and Haiwa to dig the soil with a pointed tree stick, a multifunctional weapon that could be used for hunting and self-defense, as well as for spearing fish. Unlike pottery and porcelain, pottery does not have many requirements for the soil used. Generally, any soil that can stick together can be fired into pottery. This is also the main reason why, among the ancient civilizations discovered, pottery is spread all over the world, while porcelain is only found in my country. Han Chung has already seen the soil here. It has good viscosity and can be used to make pottery. The reason why he chose to make pottery near a river instead of a cave was because pottery making did not require particular requirements for the soil, but did require water to mix the mud. It was really difficult to collect water from the creek and then transport it to mix with the mud using the few bulky objects in the tribe that could barely be seen as bowls and stone basins. After a layer of soil was dug out, Han Chung stopped Lame and Haiwa's actions, scooped some water from the river with leaves, and poured it on the raised soil. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he squatted down and began to mix the mud. Bo and the 7 students who followed him couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. They didn't understand why the Son of God called them out and asked them to watch solemnly just to let them watch him play with mud. Or what does the Son of God want to teach me and others how to play in the mud? But who hasn't played with mud? Whenever the weather is not cold and it rains heavily, their favorite thing to do is to dig in the mud outside the cave and play after the rain stops. Could it be that the Son of God can play with this mud in new ways? Their minds were full of doubts and confusion. However, because the Son of God often came up with some novel and useful things on a daily basis, they all respected him very much. Although they were puzzled, no one spoke a word and no one showed disdain. Instead, they followed the Son of God's instructions and watched him play in the mud. Of course, I don't know whether you read it seriously or take it to heart. Han Chung ignored what they were thinking and just kneaded the mud into a lump. Then he broke off a piece and patted and kneaded it into a round cake with a diameter of 10 centimeters. Then put the round cake on the stone slab that they had been asked to pick up along the way and put a layer of dry grass on the stone slab to prevent the mud from sticking to the stone and being unable to be removed. Then Han Chung took some mud and rubbed it into mud strips about half a centimeter thick. He then rubbed it upwards in circles along the edge of the circular mud bottom on the stone slab, and finally stopped at a height of about 5 or 6 centimeters. The people who were watching from the side no longer looked down on this thing with a small bottom and a big mouth as they did at the beginning. It turns out that the Son of God called them here not just to play in the mud. Han Chung adjusted this thing, which could barely be called a bowl, and made it look more like a bowl. Then he signaled Haiwa to scoop some water from the river using leaves. The mixed mud had not been used up yet. Haiwa didn't quite understand what the Son of God needed water for, but he did as he was told anyway. Han Chung scooped up some of the water in Haiwa's hands and splashed it on the pottery. Then he carefully rubbed the wet hands back and forth on the rough pottery. As he moved, the originally obvious marks on the pottery gradually became smaller and finally smoothed out. This is a delicate job that requires extra caution, but no matter how careful you are, it is the first time Han Chung has done this by hand, and his hands are unfamiliar, and sometimes he will leave a mark if he is not careful. But no matter what, after spending about 30 minutes, a bowl blank appeared in front of everyone. Although the base of this bowl is a little bigger and the rim is a little smaller, the left and right sides of the rim are not of the same height, and it is flat rather than round, it can still barely be called a bowl. After all, this is in primitive times, so don't be so demanding. This is what I'm going to give you today. We can use it to drink water, serve rice, and even boil eggs. Han Shinsi, with mud on his hands, looked at the bowl blank and gave an impromptu speech. Of course, it was impossible for someone who had only studied Mandarin with him for about 2 months to understand everything Han Chung said. For example, they don't understand what serve rice or boil eggs mean. However, they still understood the general meaning of the Son of God. Even Lame, who believed most in the Son of God, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He really couldn't understand how to use this strange-looking thing to hold water to drink. These are all made of mud. Won't they all break once they come into contact with water? Even if it's not bad, half your mouth will be filled with mud after one bite. This thing is made of mud. How can it be used to hold water? Han Chung, feeling somewhat excited, talked for a long time. When he turned around, he found that all these people were looking at him, and then at the pottery bowl blank with dull faces. Han Chung believed that if he didn't have the title of Son of God and hadn't done many miraculous things in the past, these guys would definitely look at him as a fool more obviously. What are you looking at? Just follow what I said and do it now. Han Chung, who was a little embarrassed, sniffed, yelled at everyone in pretended anger, then ignored everyone and continued playing in the mud. Puff! I don't know who couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud first, followed by a burst of chuckles. These miners who had been studying with Han Chung for such a long time had never seen the Son of God, who always appeared calm and omniscient, show such embarrassment. After that laugh, the rest of the people couldn't help but laugh along. A bunch of little bastards. You laugh at me now, but in a few days I will let you see the methods of this Son of God. Han Chung muttered in his heart in frustration, and habitually touched his nose with his hand, resulting in a piece of mud stuck on his nose. The little bastards who saw this scene laughed even more happily, and even Lame was trying to hold back his laughter until his face turned red and his neck became thick. It's okay to laugh, but they still have to do the work. Since the Son of God wants them to do it, they just have to do it. It doesn't matter whether the mud can be used to drink water or not. What matters is that it's fun. Especially today, seeing the usually mysterious and serious Son of God in such an embarrassing state, it makes all the efforts worthwhile. What's more, apart from learning the divine language and divine writing recently created by the Son of God, they really have nothing else to do. Chapter 27: Pottery and Confidence. Han Chung originally wanted to make a pot first, but considering his current pottery-making skills that are not even entry-level, this is too unrealistic. After trying 3 or 4 times and all failing, Han Chung had to settle for making pottery jars. Ceramic pots can also be used to boil water or cook soup. Although it may not be very convenient to serve the food, you really can't be too particular about it at this time. Han Chung, with mud on his hands, made a pottery jar with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. The jar was round and about 30 centimeters high. He also pressed 2 ears on it about 2 or 3 centimeters away from the mouth of the jar, which could be used to thread a rope when the time came. Han Chung admired himself for a while and thought it was pretty good. After all, he had been doing this for most of the day and had accumulated some experience. However, when he turned around and saw the clay piece of pottery in Haiwa's hand, his face twitched involuntarily. People say that the disciple surpasses the master, and things are moving forward. This is very true, but the victory is too fast and too much. This is more than blue. It's almost bluer than blue. Under Haiwa's hands, a clay embryo with a small bottom and a large mouth and a top diameter of more than 1 meter has taken shape. Haiwa is imitating Han Chung by sprinkling some water on it and smoothing the inside and outside of the embryo with his hands. This scene made Han Cheng's eyes widen. Having made some pottery clay molds by himself, he knew that the larger the pottery, the harder it was to make. Otherwise, he would not have been so self-indulgent after only making a clay mold of a pottery jar with a diameter of more than 20 inches. What Haiwa made is not a jar. It is clearly a big vat. It's the kind of jar that Sima jar smashed into pieces. Of course, this is a few sizes smaller than that. But this was enough to surprise Han Chung. It turned out that life is full of surprises. Han Chung, like some other equally astonished children, walked over to Haiwa and watched him make the final touches to the clay work that was so impressive that it could overwhelm everyone. Haiwa was very happy, and this happiness was accompanied by an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. When learning the divine language and divine characters, he was always the slowest learner. Because of this, he was often punished by the Son of God to copy. He was envious of others playing and even felt ashamed in front of other friends. But today was different. Today they did not learn the language and writing of God, but played with mud. This made Haiwa, who already liked playing with mud, very happy. Especially now, all his friends gathered around and looked at what he made in amazement. Even the Son of God came to stand aside and watch. This made him feel proud, and he felt very happy. It turns out that I'm not completely useless. It turns out that I'm better than others in some aspects. I can also do things well. Haiwa had a tense face with a childish look on his face. With the idea of making this thing better, he carefully made every part of the clay embryo extra smooth and flat. This was much more serious than when he washed his own face, as if this was not a pile of mud, but something extremely precious. Han Chung has lived 2 lives, so he can naturally see Haiwa's thoughts. This slightly stubborn look in his eyes clearly shows that he is a child who has been wronged and is trying hard to prove himself. Han Chung had complicated feelings about this, feeling sad but also happy, but more importantly, he understood and empathized with Haiwa's feelings. Snap, snap, snap. When Haiwa finished the last bit, Han Chung led the applause. Pa 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 pa. Applause also came from the other 7 people. This is what Han Chung taught them when he was teaching them Mandarin and Chinese characters. When a person learns particularly well, he will get everyone's applause. Haiwa's body was a little stiff, and his eye sockets were hot. He turned around and looked at the Son of God who was smiling and clapping for him, and his friends who were looking at him with a smile and clapping their hands loudly. Tears flowed uncontrollably. He hurriedly tried to wipe it with his hands, but forgot there was mud on his hands and ended up getting his face covered in mud. Everyone was laughing. Haiwa, feeling a little embarrassed, wiped away his tears and ran towards Taitu, who was closest to him, smiling, and smeared the mud on his hands on Taitu's face. So, amidst the laughter, the children of the Chinke tribe made a noise, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Han Chung looked at this scene and smiled, feeling peaceful and warm in his heart. After making a lot of noise for a while, at Han Cheng's call, these little guys, who had all turned into mud monkeys, stopped and continued to devote themselves to the great cause of pottery making. Compared to the boring study of divine characters and language, playing in the mud seems particularly popular. Haiwa has now become a little expert in playing with mud. He gives some guidance to his friend from time to time, and sometimes helps his friends make some things himself. Han Chung was genuinely happy when he saw this scene. The feeling he had earlier about the disciple being better than his master was long gone. After all, having such a little expert was a very good thing for him and the tribe. Such talents need special attention. The results of today's work are quite good. By the time we finished work in the afternoon, we had more than 20 pottery clay embryos of various sizes. Although most of them were strange in shape, the result was already very good. Han Chung did not take these things into the cave, but left them by the river, where they cleared out a place specifically for storing mud embryos. It is spring now, there is not much dew, and the sunlight is not very strong during the day, which is the best time to dry the clay. In summer or other times when the sun is strong, these undried clay pieces cannot be stored in the open air during the day. The strong sunlight will easily cause cracks to appear on them. Although it was Han Cheng's first time making pottery, he was able to understand it with a bowl of old wine in the video and various life knowledge about wilderness rescue. The children were very excited about today's experience. After washing the mud off their bodies at the river, they walked happily towards the cave without feeling tired at all. The limping Bo also followed the team, holding 2 fresh fish in his hands and with a childlike smile on his face. The eldest brother, who had just returned from hunting, heard about Han Cheng's actions today. He couldn't help but feel curious, so he and Wu asked Han Chung what he was going to do. When they learned from Han Chung that they were going to make a lot of things for holding water, fruit, and the like, and that this thing called pottery was far more useful than the stone basins and bowls in the tribe, they all showed expressions of surprise and confusion. Apparently they, like everyone else, didn't understand how something made of mud could hold water. Chapter 28. How to Firing Pottery Without Building an Earthen Kiln. That day, the eldest brother did not lead people out hunting after dinner, as usual. Instead, he followed Han Chung, the 7 or 8 children, and Bo to the river. Also traveling with them were the witch and other people in the tribe. They were very curious about what good things the Son of God had come up with. After one night, the mud pieces had dried up a lot, and all the water on the surface had disappeared. If you touch them gently with your hands, you can feel that they are much harder than yesterday. The witch looked at these things with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If these things were really hard enough, they could indeed hold a lot of things. Just as the Son of God said, they were far more useful than stone bowls and stone basins. But the key point is that this thing is made of mud. How can it be strong? The witch was very puzzled. Even though he had the knowledge passed down from generation to generation of witches, he couldn't figure out how the Son of God would make these mud things harden. The witch was very smart. He knew that the mud was not solid, and the Son of God must know that. Since the Son of God knew that, and still said and did so, there must be a way that he didn't know to make the mud solid. Use fire, burn it. Han Chung stated his solution in Mandarin. But after this method was proposed, Wu and the eldest brother became even more confused because in their understanding, fire can burn many things. Shouldn't mud become looser when it is burned by fire? How can it become solid? There is no way to communicate this because it is too difficult to explain this series of things. Han Chung had no choice but to use the old method and attribute it all to the gods. He did not explain too much himself and let the final results speak for themselves. This way he could save a lot of time and effort. The eldest brother, who not only did not understand the situation after the visit, but became even more confused, led the equally confused people to go hunting. Han Chung took the little guys in the cave and continued to make clay embryos. The witch did not go back, but watched Han Chung and the miners in the tribe playing in the mud. Watching them make these mud into strange-looking things. After roughly understanding the process, Wu also joined the ranks of playing with mud. On the third day, the clay embryos made on the first day were half dry. Han Chung looked at the more than 50 clay embryos placed on the ground and temporarily stopped making clay embryos. Instead, he led these people to collect dead grass, fallen leaves, twigs, and other things. Because it is spring now, and the people here don't have the habit of setting fire to the slopes, there is a thick layer of dry grass on the ground. After hearing that burning things with fire could make them sturdy, these miners have already developed a strong interest in them. Everyone worked hard and didn't feel tired. By the afternoon of that day, a large pile of hay and firewood had been piled up nearby. On the fourth day, the first batch of clay embryos were almost dry. Due to the weather, except for 3 that had cracks and were useless, the rest were intact. Han Chung breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good start, right? Han Chung threw away the 3 broken ones and then circled out an area of about 2 square meters nearby. He had people dig down to a depth of 30 centimeters and then spread a layer of hay on it. With the help of the eldest brother and others who came to see the wonder, the clay embryos made on the first day were carefully placed on the hay and arranged neatly, leaving a gap of about 5 centimeters between each clay embryo. Then, under Han Cheng's demonstration, everyone filled the gaps with the hay and firewood collected yesterday and pressed them firmly with their hands. Then he broke the dead grass into smaller pieces, mainly the stem-shaped dead grass that was resistant to burning, and covered the mud embryos with them. After covering them about 10 centimeters, he tried to compact them with his hands and then continued to put grass on them. He did not stop until he had covered the jar made by manhwa, which was more than 1 meter high, and added more than 10 centimeters to it. At this point, all the pottery was covered with broken grass, leaving no trace. Just when many people, including Wu, thought that they could start the fire, Han Chung gave an order that surprised them. Han Chung did not order a fire to be lit, but instead asked people to fetch water from the river with the loose soil that had just been dug out and then make mud. Different from the relatively hard clay used in making clay models, according to Han Cheng's requirements, the mud this time is relatively soft and can be called thin mud. Well, Haiwa, Zhuang, and the others are trying to smooth things over. Under the gaze of everyone, Han Chung picked up the mud and pasted it on the pile of firewood covering the mud mold from top to bottom, making sure to seal all the firewood wherever he passed until no firewood could be seen from the outside. After these few days, Haiwa and his friends have become familiar with playing with mud. After Han Cheng's demonstration and orders, they began to learn from Han Chung and piled mud on the firewood from different angles. At the bottom of the firewood pile, Han Chung did not let Haiwa and the others do it, but did it himself. For 20-centimeter square gaps were left around the ground, without being sealed with mud. Send the fire. Han Chung spoke, and without him having to designate anyone, Junior Brother Shah, who was watching here, had already run towards the cave quickly. Although he didn't understand why the Son of God did this, he could still feel that something was wrong from this series of orderly steps. The fire is coming. Han Sheng took the burning tree trunk from junior brother Sha and moved to the 4 empty spaces, lighting them one by one. Because the materials used for filling were specially crushed dead grass and leaves, and they were pressed very hard by hand, so they would not burn quickly, and even open flames would hardly start. Especially after making sure that the fire would not go out, Han Sheng sealed the 4 ignition ports with mud, leaving only a small hole with a diameter of less than half a centimeter for ventilation. The flames inside burned even slower. Han Sheng, feeling relieved, told Wu, his senior brother, and everyone else that it would take 3 days to know the result. This made everyone who was eager to know the result a little anxious. But there was no other way, so everyone stayed here for a while. Knowing that there would be no results in a short period of time, the eldest brother took the hunting team out to hunt. When the glaciers melt in spring, fish are not as easy to catch as in winter, so hunting wild animals becomes the primary source of food for the tribe. We did not go back, but stayed here with Han Sheng and others. After playing for a while, at Han Sheng's call, a group of underage primitive people began to make clay molds again. However, unlike their concentration in the past, they seemed a little absent-minded today. From time to time, they would turn their heads to look at the firewood pile, covered with mud, expecting the motionless firewood pile to bring something magical soon. Not to mention them, even Han Sheng would take a look from time to time, and sometimes he would crawl to the ground and look through the small hole to see if the fire inside was out. After all, this was his first time making pottery, and he had only watched the video once, so he had no idea whether he could do it right in one go. Chapter 29. The clay kiln is opened, and the pottery is completed. The sun showed a face, which quickly changed from big to small. People really envied it for being able to get rid of its big faceplate and become a small faceplate so quickly, and successfully slim down its face. The breeze was blowing gently, and the mist was floating. In the still, cold morning, the birds that got up early to catch insects were singing happily. A group of primitive people walked out of the open cave. Today was a rare day. They had been looking forward to it for 3 days. They even did not eat the food they longed for most on weekdays. They left the cave together and walked towards the river along the path through the forest. Han Sheng, though calm on the outside, was actually very excited on the inside. In addition to being excited about the upcoming pottery, he was also somewhat worried that the pottery firing would not be successful. If that were the case, it would be a bit embarrassing in front of so many people. It was precisely because of this profound feeling that Han Chunkai deeply realized the correctness of the saying planned before taking action. The thin mud on the mounds by the river had dried up long ago, and some smoke was still emitting from some small cracks. Looking at the semicircular mound on the ground with smoke coming out of it, Han Sheng suddenly remembered a saying from later generations. There was green smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. This scene in front of me is so fitting. He thought this with a hint of amusement, and reached out his hand to touch the dried mud, feeling the temperature. It was quite high and a little hot. I lay on the ground and looked inside through the small hole. It was all red inside. This is a sign that the fire has not yet burned out. No. Han Sheng resisted the urge to tear open the mud kiln right now, glanced at the people who were looking forward to it, and slowly shook his head. Everyone who had been waiting for several days was greatly disappointed when they heard the news, and their deep disappointment was evident in their words. Go back and eat, and come back after dinner. Han Sheng also wanted to see the result, and seeing that everyone was so disappointed, he thought about it and gave a time period. When they heard him mention eating, many people remembered that they had not eaten yet. They began to feel hungry and their stomachs started growling. Although everyone was reluctant, they went back to eat after Han Sheng suggested we speak. Several little guys who participated in the entire pottery-making process walked to the end of the team, looking back every few steps. Compared to others, they have higher expectations for this matter. Breakfast was ready at an unprecedented speed. It was a little barbecue. A big gold chain, a small watch, and 3 barbecue meals a day. Han Sheng is now living half of this kind of life. I don't have a big gold chain or a watch, but I do eat barbecue every day, just 2 meals a day. Han Sheng found it difficult to eat the food every day, so now he often couldn't finish the food given to him by his senior brother. Finally, he followed the witch's example and shared the food with the little primitive people in the cave. These little primitive people were a little confused about the Son of God's behavior. They didn't understand why the Son of God didn't like to eat such delicious food. They had to fill their stomachs with whatever food they were given, even if they were full. Except for Wu and Han Sheng, everyone in the tribe eats very fast, and they ate even faster this morning. While everyone was waiting, Wu finished the last bite of meat. Han Sheng shared the remaining half of the food among the twin sisters Xiaomei and Xiaoli, as well as Xing, since he had not given them any in previous times. Everyone left the cave again and headed for the river. Han Sheng reached out his hand and touched it for a while as he did before. The temperature was lower than before, and it seemed that the fire inside was almost out. Looking at the people who were full of anticipation, Han Sheng, who had long wanted to know the result, decided not to wait any longer, because according to his memory, burning for such a long time should be enough. He took a wooden stick from a lame hand next to him and hit the mud shell that had long been dried. The thin mud had become a little hard after being roasted for a few days, and it made a crisp sound when hit with a stick. However, because the firewood underneath had been burned, it was not very solid and was knocked into a hole by Han Sheng's two sticks. Scorching heat mixed with ashes from burning grass poured out from the breach. Han Sheng stepped back and prepared to continue knocking, but heard some crisp, crackling sounds coming from inside. It wasn't the sound of mud shells falling. Han Sheng's heart sank. The pottery must be cracked. He sniffed, walked forward, looked through the hole, and saw a piece of pottery that had been broken into pieces. It was a bad start. Before the clay kiln was opened, broken pottery was seen. There was no way. It was my first time making pottery, and I had no experience, so some damage was inevitable. Han Sheng comforted himself in this way and continued to knock on the mud shell. Fragments of the mud shell fell, ashes rose, and hot air dispersed in all directions, and from time to time one or two crackling sounds different from the others could be heard. Whenever such a sound was heard, Han Sheng's heart couldn't help but twitch, especially after he saw with his own eyes the two-eared pottery jar he made cracked. He felt even more heartbroken. The clay shell was completely knocked open, revealing the scene inside. A piece of pottery was lying in the grass ashes. But compared to when they were first put in, they have changed a lot now. Not only did the color turn black, but the object itself turned into something like stone. It feels warm to the touch and has the hardness of stone, but not as heavy as stone. When you knock on it with your hand, a slightly crisp sound comes out. Even the most knowledgeable witch and the most experienced senior brother in the tribe were amazed by this amazing change. As for the children who had been participating in the production with Han Sheng from the very beginning, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They took these pottery pieces, some intact and some broken, and studied them nonstop by knocking and touching them. Besides confusion, the look in their eyes towards Han Sheng was filled with admiration from the bottom of their hearts. These people who had never seen pottery before were stunned by this miraculous transformation after witnessing mud becoming pottery with their own eyes. Especially when the witch picked up a bowl, poured out the grass ash inside, went to the river, and scooped a bowl of water. He confirmed what Han Sheng said, that it could be used to hold water without going bad, and that this light little bowl could hold more water than the heavy stone bowl in their cave. He widened his eyes in surprise. This is a miracle. Only God can know such an amazing method. Son of God, the witch put down the pottery bowl in his hand, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed respectfully to Han Sheng. Others who had been imitating the witch and taking their pottery to the river to scoop water also came back one after another, put down their pottery, followed the witch, and saluted Han Sheng in unison, praising him as Son of God. Chapter 30: The Cheerful Tribe and the Depressed Han Sheng. Compared to everyone's surprise and delight, Han Sheng was not as happy as he had imagined. He looked at the fragments in the pile of grass, ash on the ground, and even felt a little depressed, because he clearly remembered that when he watched the video, the old lady from the ethnic minority fired as many as 60 or 70 pieces in one kiln. Later, when the kiln was opened, only 2 were broken, and the rest were intact. Now, there are a total of 22 pieces entering the kiln. After one piece comes out of the kiln, only 8 are intact. Nearly 2/3 of them either have cracks on them or are cracked more thoroughly, becoming fragments. Even though this is my first time making pottery, the gap can't be this big. Fortunately, the jar made by manhwa was preserved, and it was intact without any cracks on it. This made Han Sheng sigh once again that talent is indeed very important. Han Sheng, who was surrounded by the halo of God, was caught off guard and accepted the worship of everyone. Compared to his initial helplessness, he is much calmer now. He helped Wu up, and then asked everyone else to stand up. In order not to spoil everyone's fun, he also showed the same cheerful smile on his face. The people in the tribe showed a lot of interest in this new thing called pottery. In their excitement, they filled all the pottery with water and transported it into the tribe. With this water, they no longer have to run a long way to the river to drink water when they are thirsty. The second brother was so tired that his face was red and his neck was thick. He moved forward while holding a large vat full of water. The eldest brother, who was following nearby, shook his head from time to time, saying that this one was too big and it was too inconvenient to use it to hold and transport water. It was not as convenient to use as the smaller ones. This scene stunned Han Sheng, who was standing by. It was the first time he saw a cylinder being used in this way. It would be strange if it worked for you. This operation is even better than Sima Guang's. Han Sheng was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly went forward to tell them. After talking and gesturing for a while, he finally made them understand that this thing called jar was placed empty in the tribe, and then smaller cans were used to carry water and pour it into it. The eldest and second brothers scratched their heads a little embarrassedly, carefully placed the jar on the ground, poured out the water in the jar, and walked towards the tribe carrying the jar, which was several times lighter. The entire Chinke tribe seemed extremely happy. The Son of God did not disappoint them. He said that good things could be made from mud, and he made them. Under the leadership of the witch, everyone once again performed a sacrifice in the cave to thank the gods. The sacrificial offerings were not food, but pottery fresh from the kiln. In front of the totem pole, a witch wearing a feather crown and holding a bone staff was chanting in a language that Han Sheng and the others in the cave could not understand. She was communicating with the gods whom he had never sensed before. Thank the gods for sending their son to their tribe, bringing boundless blessings to the tribe. In Wu Gupu's incantations that no one could understand, the word Tao would occasionally pop up. This was what Han Sheng had taught him not long ago. This made the sacrifice, which was supposed to be full of mystery, seem a bit out of place. Han Sheng even wanted to laugh because it made him feel like a prank had succeeded. The sacrifice lasted for about 30 minutes and ended only after the witch was sweating profusely. The children in the tribe were more excited than each other, especially the 6 or 7 children who personally participated in making pottery. Lame also grinned because he also participated in the pottery making. Vo used his actions to once again prove the importance of following a good boss. For example, on the battlefield, the general's personal guards usually die less than others. The eldest brother was also very happy because Han Sheng gave him a bowl. If it is ordinary things, such as prey, the eldest brother, as the leader, has absolute distribution rights. But this time is different. What appeared this time is new. It was created by the Son of God under the revelation of God. It has never appeared in the history of the tribe, and the eldest brother did not dare to act rashly. Han Sheng didn't notice these things. In his subconscious, he felt that these were things he led everyone to make, and he had the right to distribute these items. This is not because he is too eccentric, but because many of his thoughts are unconsciously influenced by later generations, and he is not used to this kind of public system within the tribe. Among the 8 pieces of pottery, in addition to the large jar made by manhwa, there are 2 pots and 5 bowls. Jars and pots are public goods, while bowls are more private. Han Sheng gave the best bowl to Wu and kept the second best one for himself. He gave the remaining 3 to each of his 3 brothers. No one had any objection to this distribution method because this is how they distribute food on a daily basis. Lame, who had been busy all the time, also had no objection. He was just a little envious like those other children and did not think there was anything wrong with Han Sheng's distribution. There are too few jars and pots, and they are simply not enough. But there is no need to worry. Now facts have proved that this method of firing pottery is feasible. In the future, as long as we spend more time, we can replenish what is missing. There was enough food caught yesterday, so the eldest brother and his companions did not go out hunting today. Instead, following Han Sheng's order, they came to the river with the other children and collectively participated in the pottery-making business. Han Sheng gave some instructions and asked them all to learn from manhwa. This made manhwa a little nervous, but he also felt very proud. Feeling that he had a great sense of responsibility, he did everything meticulously and never tired of demonstrating and passing on his experience to everyone. Han Sheng watched from the side. Everyone has something they are good at, like pottery making. At the end of the day, 3 or 4 people did particularly well, and most of the rest were at an average level, either above or below average. There were also a few who did particularly poorly, such as the second brother. After a day of hard work, I was sweating all over, my face was covered with mud, but I didn't come up with a decent result. It is precisely because of the differences among people that division of labor and cooperation emerges. Putting people in areas where they are good at and letting them do what they are good at is a good way to improve production efficiency. So after the day ended, Han Cheng made personnel arrangements and asked the 4 best adult primitive people to focus on making mud embryos in their spare time. That is, when they were not hunting or fishing. The rest of the people, according to their respective characteristics, were responsible for digging, mixing mud, collecting hay, and crushing hay. Of course, all of this is done without affecting the normal life of the tribe. After all, getting food is the tribe's top priority. A large batch of clay embryos made a few days ago can be fired again, but Han Cheng did not do this work because he has not figured out why his yield rate is so low using the same method. You have to learn some experience from every failure. Otherwise, there is not much point in repeating the same thing over and over again. Chapter 31. A simple principle with a huge impact. The night was quiet, and the small flame at the entrance of the cave flickered weakly for a long time, as if it was about to fall asleep like everyone else in the cave. The old primitive man would keep watch beside the fire, putting some firewood in it from time to time. Keeping the flame from going out is a very important task. The emergence and use of fire is a major leap in the history of human evolution. The tribe also learned how to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together, but it was too troublesome. It would be more convenient to send someone to guard it day and night as it is now. Anyway, these 2 old primitive people are old and basically can't do the rest of the work. There was leather under him and a thick layer of dry grass under the leather. Han Cheng's sleeping place was more comfortable than that of most people. If it were at this time in the past, he would have fallen asleep long ago. But tonight, he had no desire to sleep. There are generally only 2 reasons for insomnia at night. One is sleeping too much during the day, and the other is having something on your mind. In later generations, the first reason can basically be ruled out. As Han Cheng came from later generations, he could also rule out the first reason because he didn't even close his eyes the whole day. The reason why he couldn't sleep at night was that his mind was full of thoughts about pottery. He kept recalling every step of the old lady's pottery making in his memory, and then compared it with the process he was doing this time, trying to find out the reason for the big difference between the 2. He had been thinking about this matter from day to evening and then late at night, but he still didn't have much of a clue. Although 3 somewhat suspicious places were found, Han Cheng always felt that this was not the main reason for the large-scale damage to the pottery. Han Cheng sat up from his bed, put on his leather coat, put on his fur socks, and walked out of the cave. He had a habit brought from the later world, which was that if he couldn't sleep at night, he liked to get up at night. The old primitive man who kept watch at night had long been accustomed to people going out at night to take care of physiological problems. Every time someone stood up, he would turn around to take a look. If it was an adult, he would continue to sit by the fire and not get up. If it was a child, he would need to stand up and help the child open the heavy stone door. This is also one of his responsibilities. When the old primitive man heard the footsteps, he turned his head out of habit. After recognizing that the person coming was the Son of God, he quickly stood up. Before Han Cheng could say anything, he had already skillfully opened the stone door. It was completely silent outside, with only the bright stars embedded in the dark blue sky, which looked exceptionally clear and beautiful, far from being comparable to the night sky of later generations that had gone through several layers of haze and passed through neon lights everywhere. In the darkness of night, from time to time, there would be a few distant roars of beasts that seemed to blend into the night. These were the chants of the ancient bosses who were still in a dominant position in the night. The air was cold in the spring mornings, and it was no less cold at night. Although it had not yet reached the point of freezing, Han Cheng, who had just come out of the cave, still couldn't help shivering several times, so much so that even the crystal-clear water column became a little crooked. Han Cheng was trying hard. He wanted to quickly drain the water from his body and return to the warm cave. Bang! Han Cheng did not go back, nor did he fall in the urine pit because of peeing too hard. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the forehead. He was not crazy, but he suddenly figured out something, which was the thing that had troubled him for the entire day and half the night. Damn it, I actually overlooked such a simple truth. Han Cheng, who suddenly understood, wanted to slap himself on the head again. The reason why pottery cracks in large quantities is very simple. It is because of thermal expansion and contraction. After warming up my body and coming out of the cave, I couldn't help shivering when I suddenly came into contact with the cold air. The temperature difference was only about 10 degrees at most. When the pottery is just out of the kiln, the temperature difference goes from extremely hot to extremely cold, and is more than 100 degrees. It would be strange if it didn't crack under such strong stimulation. After figuring out the relationship, Han Chung felt relieved and reached out to touch the little bird that was left with only its head left from the cold, and quickly ran back into the cave. His worries gone, he lay down on the bed, covered with thick fur, and soon fell asleep. The riverside is very lively, because having witnessed a miracle and experienced the usefulness of mud-fired pottery, the people in the tribe now have a great passion for pottery making. Especially after hearing that the Son of God was going to make pottery again today, everyone became even more enthusiastic. After having breakfast early in the morning, they all went to the river. With the experience from last time, everything went much more smoothly this time. However, compared with last time, the amount of pottery to be fired this time will be a lot more. Surrounding the mud pit that had become somewhat solid due to the fire last time, Han Chung had people dig a lot more around it. After the excavation, the pit was almost 4 square meters in area. Then they spread hay, put mud, fill the hole with hay, paste mud, light a fire, and seal the hole. All that remains is to wait. The eldest brother and his companions went hunting, and Han Chung brought a group of little primitive people here to make clay molds while guarding this simple clay kiln. They observed the temperature and small holes on the clay seal to see if the fire inside had been extinguished. Because there are already enough clay embryos for the bowls, if they're all fired successfully, it will be no problem for everyone to have one. So Han Chung ordered people to reduce the production of bowls and make more pottery jars and large vats, which were in short supply. We also need to make some pottery basins. There were already a lot of mud pieces, so there was no need to rush like before. After noon, Han Chung led people to clean up the mud by the river and return to the cave. Because I've been busy with pottery these days, I have put aside the teaching of Mandarin and Chinese characters. Now that the pottery making is basically on track, Han Chung naturally has to continue the course that had been interrupted for a few days. What we are teaching today is very simple, which is the newly emerged pottery, including its pronunciation and writing, as well as the pottery bowl, pottery jar, and jar derived from pottery. Since everyone was very interested in the newly appeared even though the character was relatively complex and difficult to write, everyone learned it very quickly, especially Haiwa, the little master of pottery making. He could not remember the characters before, but now he can write the character very quickly. Around the burning fire, there were 3 stones of almost the same height arranged in a triangle. On the stones was a newly made pottery jar with water in it. Under the constant licking of the flames, white steam had begun to rise from the water in the clay pot. This made the old primitive man, who had been worried that the fire would crack the pottery and then the water would put out the fire, breathe a sigh of relief. He, like the rest of the people in the cave, had no idea why the Son of God was behaving so strangely, but now they had become somewhat accustomed to it. After all, the Son of God had done too many things that they couldn't understand. Han Chung didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to boil some hot water to drink. He has been here for several months, and except for the hot urine he urinates, he has never come across any other hot water. It's really sad to say it. The water in the pottery jar was steaming but wouldn't boil, which made Han Chung a little depressed. It seemed that he had to make a lid immediately. This would not only prevent dust from falling into the water, but also keep it warm. Chapter 32, Delicious Boiled Water. The water in the clay pot was boiling, but because there were no ears on the pot, it was a bit difficult to move the pot away from the fire. Han Chung found 2 bunches of dry grass to pat it, and then moved it away from the simple stove on the fire. Han Chung took out his bowl, scooped some water from the jar, washed the bowl again, and then couldn't wait to pour the boiling water in the jar into a bowl. Then he held it in both hands, brought it to his mouth, and blew hot air gently. After a while, he took a sip, and the hot water, which was somewhat burnt, entered his mouth. It had no taste, but Han Chung felt as if he had eaten something delicious. He kept the water in his mouth for a while, savoring it, and then swallowed it. A warmth went from his mouth to his stomach, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body, making Han Chung almost moan. The group of primitive people, big and small, who were watching on the side, couldn't help but drool when they saw Han Cheng's expression of enjoyment. You know, the Son of God is a person who doesn't even like delicious barbecue, but now he shows such an expression, which shows how delicious this steaming water is. After drinking a bowl of hot water, Han Chung felt warm all over, and even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then he saw a group of people around him drooling and staring at him and the hot water in the pottery jar. I couldn't help but smile. He tilted the clay pot and poured another bowl, which was for the witch. Just now, I suddenly saw the boiling water I've been longing for, and for a moment I just wanted to drink a bowl of it, and I forgot about the wish. Drink it, be careful, it's hot. Han Chung basically speaks Mandarin now. Only when he encounters something that is difficult to explain or they have not yet learned it will he use the language of the tribe to explain it with both spoken and gestures. Up to now, not only him, but also the children in the tribe who learned from him mainly speak Mandarin. After all, they're very adaptable. The adults in the tribe don't use Mandarin very often. Firstly, they often go out hunting and cannot study with peace of mind like the children. Secondly, they have long been accustomed to communicating in the language and way of the tribe. Han Chung was not in a hurry about this. Learning a language is not a one-day job. It takes time and effort. As long as he was there, he would be able to teach them to speak Mandarin sooner or later. It's not that Han Chung has mysterious confidence, but because the tribal language is too underdeveloped and there are too many places that need to be supplemented with Mandarin. They remembered these new additions better because there were no corresponding places in the tribe before, and there was no interference from the tribal language. Han Chung held the bowl in both hands and walked carefully into the inner cave. He wanted to give the bowl of boiling water to the witch. These little primitive people, who had already drooled all over the floor, immediately became excited after Han Chung spoke. However, they did not rush in to grab things, but followed a certain order. The first person to drink the hot water was not these little primitive people, but Lame. After the rest of the adult male primitives and most of the female primitives went out hunting, he was the one with the highest status left in the cave, except for Wu and Han Chung. He took out a clay pot that was broken in 2/3 and imitated Han Chung, tilting the pot and pouring some hot water into it. This broken pottery jar was broken when the kiln was opened. However, for the people in the tribe who saw pottery for the first time, the broken pottery is also worth having. Lame took the broken pottery shard and put it to his mouth, imitating Han Cheng's behavior. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he took a sip. Puff! The hot water scalded his tongue, and he spat out all the hot water he had just drunk. This made the people around him somewhat dissatisfied with him. Food is extremely important to everyone in the tribe, even more important than clothing. The Son of God looked very happy while drinking it, which means it must be delicious. It's really outrageous that you spit out such a delicious thing. Bo knew that his behavior was inappropriate, but the water was simply too hot. He took a deep breath, and it took him a while to recover. This time he learned his lesson and didn't dare to drink it in big gulps. Instead, he carefully sucked a little into his mouth. Somewhat warm, but it was just a little warm, not very delicious. Why did the Son of God enjoy drinking it so much? My head is full of doubts. He took another sip and tasted it carefully, but the result was the same. Apart from being a little hot, there was nothing special about it. The rest of the people were given water one after another. After drinking it impatiently, they were all like Lame, with full of doubts in their minds. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone had a black question mark on their face. Was it that he and others made a mistake, or was it that the Son of God's taste was too different from that of ordinary people? The delicious barbecue didn't taste good, but I enjoyed drinking the tasteless hot water. Wu was very busy. After presiding over the sacrificial ceremony to celebrate the emergence of pottery, he hid in the inner cave and continued his writing and creation. He wanted to record every detail of the new pottery, including every step in the production process. It would be a shame not to record such good things that are beneficial to the tribe and pass them on to future generations. Wu's current writing is very interesting. It is no longer the simple pictographic writing of the past, but a combination of pictographic writing and Chinese characters. If you read it in the order in which he wrote it, you will find a very interesting phenomenon. That is, the later the record is written, the more Chinese characters are mixed in it. Up to now, Chinese characters almost occupy half of the text written by Wu. Han Chung believes that with the passage of time, the proportion of Chinese characters in which records will become larger and larger. Wu is very busy now. He finds that he has become more and more busy since the appearance of the Son of God. In the past, it took him a long time to record something, but since the appearance of the Son of God, he has been recording things more and more frequently. From the arrival of the Son of God at the beginning, to breaking the ice to catch fish, to the making of gloves and socks, and to the current pottery making. Every one of them is a good thing, and he doesn't want to give up any of them. He needs to record them all and pass them down to future generations. So, Wu began his journey of pain and happiness. Sometimes he would be full of gratitude and think that it was fortunate that Professor Son of God had given him a simpler and more complete divine language and writing. Otherwise, his own recording would have been even more difficult. Not to mention anything else, just creating new words is enough to make your hair fall out. Son of God. Wu saw Han Cheng coming in and called out first. When he saw the bowl in Han Cheng's hand, he was a little confused. It was not time to eat, so why did the Son of God come in with a bowl? Chapter 33, Boiling Water, Pottery, and Broth. Wu, drink hot water. Han Cheng brought the bowl to Wu and spoke. Wu looked at the bowl of water in Han Cheng's hand, feeling confused and a little confused as to why white steam was coming out of such good water. But when his hand touched the bowl, he understood a little because it was hot. Wu took the bowl, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he held it in his hand and looked at Han Cheng with some confusion. Han Cheng knew that Wu wanted to understand the reason behind this. Han Cheng was helpless. This old man was good in every way except for his habit of asking questions that were a bit weird. It would be better for them to do more and ask fewer questions. Even though Han Cheng complained, he still patiently explained to the witch that he had genuine respect for this old primitive man who saved his life. This respect is not only because of the life-saving grace, but also comes from the efforts made by the witch for the development of the tribe. It is necessary to explain things clearly to the witch. On the one hand, it can resolve the witch's doubts and facilitate his record. On the other hand, the witch is needed to take the lead in promoting the system of drinking cooked water in the tribe. Through the alternating use of Han Cheng's Chinese, tribal language, and gestures, the witch finally understood the meaning of drinking boiled water. He didn't understand why there were invisible bugs in the good water, and he couldn't understand what the Son of God said about the illness being caused by the bugs. But there was one thing he remembered clearly. That is to put water on the fire, which can cook the little bugs to death. Drinking water without the bugs can reduce the risk of getting sick. This alone is enough. At that time, medical care did not exist at all, at least not in the Chinke tribe. If you got sick, there was only one way to survive, to fight it. If you can get through it, you are lucky. If you can't, you will die. In this age, where even a common cold can be fatal, it would be strange if we didn't take it seriously after hearing Han Cheng say that drinking such water regularly can reduce the possibility of getting sick. There was one more thing the witch needed to record, which made him happy, but also a little melancholy. He originally thought that all the stone slabs in the cave would never be used up until his death. Who would have thought that not long after the Son of God arrived, these stone slabs would become insufficient? It seemed that he needed to ask the tribesmen to bring back some more. In the afternoon, the eldest brother returned with the hunting team. The harvest today was not too great. The food they hunted was only enough for one day. There was no extra food, which meant they would need to continue hunting tomorrow. After dinner, Wu called the eldest senior brother over and repeated to him what Han Cheng had told him today. Like a witch, after hearing that boiled water had such great effects, the eldest brother couldn't help but widen his eyes and then immediately expressed his agreement to implement the system of drinking boiled water in the tribe. The 3 blackened stones were placed back around the fire and arranged in a triangle. Water was added to the blackened pottery jar and placed on the stones to continue burning. As time went by, the water in the jar began to steam. People in the tribe watched this scene from near or far. Many of them may not understand Han Cheng's behavior before, but after hearing that drinking such water can reduce the risk of illness, they all took it seriously. There are too few jars and pots now, so it is inconvenient to use them to boil water. Once the next kiln comes out, we will be able to use them. The 2 old primitive men in charge of looking after the fire had one more job to do, which was to boil water. There is nothing special about boiling water. After Han Cheng demonstrated it twice, they memorized the process and knew when the water was boiled. All boiled water is poured into a large vat where cold water is poured out, so that when people drink it, they won't think it's too hot and inconvenient. The task of fetching water was given to a not very strong female primitive, who was the spouse of the second senior brother. Because of her weak body, she usually did not go out hunting with the hunting team, but stayed in the tribe with several other weak female primitive people who were pregnant or breastfeeding, collecting fuel, and spearing fish in the river. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, The pottery in the second kiln had been fired for 3 days. This day was still like the first time the kiln was opened, with many people watching. However, Han Sheng was no longer as anxious as last time. Instead, he kept feeling and checking the temperature inside by touching the mud outside the dried mud kiln and looking through the small ventilation holes. He waited patiently from morning to afternoon until the mud on the outer layer of the kiln felt a little cool, and then he began to knock on the kiln. A hole was smashed in the mud kiln, and hot air came out of it, but it was not suffocating. Han Sheng's heart was slightly in suspense, and he listened attentively to the noise inside, fearing that there would be a cracked sound of broken pottery. He waited quietly for a while, but no sound came out. A smile appeared on Han Sheng's face. He quickened his movements, and soon the entire mud kiln was knocked open, revealing the scene inside. After more than 3 days of burning in the fire, all the original mud underwent a qualitative transformation. Not only did it become pottery, but most of it became a higher-level pottery. There are lustrous glazes on many parts of their bodies. In the afternoon sunlight, the black color glows. Moreover, the yield rate was also very satisfactory. Only 4 out of 53 pieces were damaged, and the rest were all intact. These include 3 jars of different sizes and 5 pots with double ears. After the pottery from this kiln came out, the pottery shortage in the cave was greatly supplemented. The witch and some other people touched the pottery that was black and shiny under the sunlight, with excitement on their faces. Especially when they remembered that such beautiful things would belong to their tribe. They were happy from the bottom of their hearts. After the initial excitement, everyone washed the precious pottery in the river and began to transport it into the cave. Everyone was very careful and gentle in handling it, for fear of breaking these precious things. Tonight's dinner is particularly sumptuous. Well, this abundance does not only refer to a wide variety of food, but also a sufficient amount of food, enough for everyone to eat their fill. The food tonight is indeed much richer, and a big part of the reason for this is that Han Sheng put a large pot on the fire, put the meat in it, and then added water to cook a large pot of broth. Those who have eaten barbecue all their lives now not only eat boiled meat, but also drink rich broth with oil floating on it. This is a very rich experience for them. Although the food prepared in this way is delicious, there is one regrettable thing. If you don't finish drinking the soup in the jar, you won't be able to get the meat underneath. However, when the clever and wise son of God deliberately baked several bowls with symmetrical small holes on the edges, and then found a washed branch that was as thick as a finger and more than 1 meter long, passed a rope through the small holes, and tied the branch and the bowls with holes together, the problem was perfectly solved. The Son of God called this thing that can directly scoop out the meat at the bottom of the tank and eat it as soup spoon. Chapter 34. An equipment that scares international friends, chopsticks. To drink the broth, it is not enough to just have a bowl and a spoon to scoop the soup from the big vat. There's one more thing missing, and that is chopsticks. In the past, there were only 2 ways to eat food in the tribe. One was to eat fruits and other things raw, and the other was to eat meat by roasting it over a fire. Both types of food are solid, or do not require contact with water, so they can be eaten directly with your hands. However, now that we have boiled food, it is no longer possible to eat them this way. If you encounter larger pieces of meat or bones, and they cannot be covered by the hot soup in the bowl, you can pick them up with your hands. But if they are small pieces, it will be troublesome. Either drink the soup in the bowl first, or be fearless of heat or oil and directly scoop out the meat at the bottom of the bowl and eat it. But both methods were inconvenient, especially the second one. Han Sheng wanted to lose his temper when he saw them scooping out so much juice. If we eat like this, wouldn't we be like Indians and some other international friends? Before Han Sheng came here, he had seen some videos of dark-skinned international friends eating hot pot directly, and he felt really uncomfortable with it. So after discovering this phenomenon in the tribe, he immediately stopped it. In particular, the stone that Han Sheng picked up the most was hit on the hand twice with a ruler that Han Sheng made specifically for teaching. Everyone felt aggrieved, especially Shi too. Although he was young, he still got a big bowl of soup. He felt a little full before he finished the soup. If he didn't help, he would be full with the soup alone and would have no stomach left for the remaining meat. There's meat in the bowl, but you can only drink the soup. This is a huge torment for primitive people who regard eating as more important than anything else. Just as everyone was drinking the soup with bitter faces and exhaling hot air in the hope of getting to the meat at the bottom of the bowl, the Son of God, who had been walking outside, came back. He came in with a small bundle of smooth branches as thick as a little finger in his arms. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Han Sheng called his eldest brother over to help cut the trees into segments about 20 centimeters long. Then he scooped some clean water from another large vat, washed it clean, and gave 2 to each person amidst the increasingly puzzled gazes of the crowd. The witch who got the simple chopsticks first put the ceramic bowl in his hand on the ground, held one in each hand, and looked them up and down, gesturing from time to time, but still couldn't figure out how to use them. The witch was very wise. He understood the predicament of the people in the tribe at this time. From the fact that the Son of God did not allow people to eat meat from the bowl with their hands, and then started to make the 2 small sticks, he could basically guess the Son of God's intention. But how could something like this get the meat out of the bowl? Wu held a pair of chopsticks in one hand and dug around in the bowl in a daze. He held a piece of meat above the water surface with 2 chopsticks. However, before he could lean over to eat it, his hand shook slightly and the piece of meat fell back into the bowl, splashing a lot of the rich and fragrant broth. Wu felt distressed when he saw this. The rest of the people were even worse than Wu, except for a few who guessed that the Son of God made these 2 things to solve the current dilemma. The rest didn't even know Han Sheng's purpose. They all fiddled with the tree sticks that Han Sheng gave them one after another with curiosity and confusion. Some naughty children have already hit their friends on the head with the sticks in their hands, which is a good use of the sticks. Except for the young children who cannot eat independently, everyone in the tribe has a pair of simple chopsticks made from local materials. Han Sheng knew that they didn't understand the purpose of this thing, and he had no intention of explaining it. He came to where he had been before, picked up the bowl on the ground, cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, and then skillfully moved the 2 chopsticks to his right hand. Put 2 chopsticks together, with the upper end leaning against the base of the thumb, leaving about 4 to 5 centimeters of space exposed. About 2/3 of the way up from the bottom, naturally rested on the first joint of the middle finger, and the index finger and thumb hold the chopsticks respectively. When the fingers move, the chopsticks that are held together will separate. Han Sheng stretched his chopsticks into the bowl and quickly pulled them back, picking out a piece of meat from under the soup. Amidst everyone's sudden realization, Han Sheng put the meat into his mouth and began to eat it with relish. Wu, who witnessed with his own eyes how Han Sheng used chopsticks, showed a look of sudden enlightenment. It turned out that this was how these 2 thin sticks were used. He imitated Han Sheng's actions just now, holding the 2 thin sticks together with the hand that usually held the slate pencil. Before Han Sheng learned the language and writing of Wu Shun, Wu could use both hands to write. However, after Han Sheng told Wu Shun that the language was best written with the right hand, Wu used his right hand more often than his left hand when writing. Just from this, Wu learned a lot. Before, he only knew that people have 2 hands, but it was difficult to tell which side it was on. Since the Son of God explained the left and right, this problem has been solved well. Moreover, the concepts of left and right are very useful. Not only the hands can be divided into left and right, but also the feet, ears, eyes, and many other things can be divided into left and right. The emergence of this concept allows the witch to record things in a more detailed and accurate manner. Wu held the bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in his right hand, and imitated Han Sheng, clumsily and unfamiliarly separating the chopsticks and putting them into the bowl. However, the thin wooden stick that was as nimble as 2 fingers in Han Sheng's hand was completely disobedient in Wu's hand. He tried hard to control them and wanted to pick up the meat in the bowl, but he always failed. After trying several times, he finally picked up a piece crookedly and put it into his mouth. This made Wu somewhat happy. The conditions of the others were not much better than Wu's. Their movements were all awkward and clumsy. Many of them couldn't even tell which hand was holding the chopsticks. The majority of them were adults in the tribe. The children in the tribe who learned from Han Sheng did not make many mistakes, because they had already accepted the concept of left and right when they first learned to write. This is not very difficult for them. They just need to remember which hand holds the pen. Seeing everyone clumsily using chopsticks to pick up the meat in the bowl and even knocking the bowl over, Han Sheng had no choice but to hold the bowl and demonstrate and teach them one by one. Many people in the cave did not understand the Son of God's actions. It was obviously fine to eat with hands, but why did he come up with these 2 things called chopsticks to torture people? It is precisely because of the appearance of chopsticks that the second brother, who loves eating the most, is somewhat afraid of mealtime, especially the kind of meal with soup. However, Han Sheng attached great importance to the use of chopsticks. After discussing with his eldest senior brother, he made broth for 6 or 7 days in a row. Then, when they ate together, He would hold the bowl and chopsticks and look constantly at the people in the tribe, looking for who was eating with their hands instead of chopsticks. Once he found out, he would hit the hand with a ruler. Although it doesn't hurt, no one wants to endure it because it is a shameful thing. Under his strong pressure, after about a week, people in the tribe had become accustomed to eating with chopsticks. Some of the more skilled ones even used chopsticks to pick up barbecue food. And after the second brother broke 5 pairs of chopsticks and overturned 8 bowls, he finally mastered this skill that once made countless foreign friends shudder. Chapter 35, a magnificent masterpiece that suddenly appeared, the tadpole looking for its mother. Things in the tribe were back on track, and life passed peacefully. The eldest brother and his companions then went out hunting. With more prey hunted, the people in the tribe can have enough food to eat, and they can also have some free time to rest. If there were fewer prey, it would be a rather sad story, as the people in the tribe would have to eat less. But now they have large jars and pottery jars and other containers, and Han Chung has invented the way of eating boiled meat and bone soup. Under this premise, even if they hunt less, people in the tribe can still fill their stomachs. After all, water is readily available. Of course, this kind of fullness is only a false fullness, and he would be hungry again after peeing twice, but it is much better than the previous time when he had little food and had to eat it roasted. In later generations, Han Chung once heard a joke about a man who picked up a sparrow. He was so happy that he plucked the feathers and gutted it. He then found a carrot from the kitchen, cut it into pieces, and put it in the pot with the sparrow. Then he started making phone calls, inviting his friends to come to his house to drink the delicious and nutritious broth. A sparrow and a carrot served 7 or 8 people, and they were all stuffed. Compared with this guy, Han Chung felt that the tribe put too much meat in the soup. We sometimes catch fish, but nowadays fish are very agile and difficult to catch, so we eat less fish. The witch was still very busy and spent most of his time hiding in the cave every day recording what the Son of God created. In his opinion, there were too many things that needed to be recorded, and he was reluctant to throw away any of them. For example, when food is scarce, they would boil soup in a jar and eat it. This was a great way for the tribe to save food. However, when the sun is shining, Han Chung will call Wu out to bask in the sun together. The cave is warm in winter, but as the weather warms up, the moisture has risen and the light inside is not very good. The witch is old and needs more sun exposure, which is of great benefit to him. As for Han Chung, he lived a more leisurely life. With the colorful halo of the Son of God behind him, he had a very transcendent status in the tribe. In addition, he was young and could live as he pleased. After all, he is now one of the 3 giants of the Chinke tribe. His life now has not changed much from before. He still teaches the children Chinese characters and Mandarin every day, but as the teaching time increases, Han Chung gradually discovers a problem. That is, as the children learn too many characters one by one, they tend to forget what they learned before. And because they learn a character or a word individually, sometimes they understand the meaning of the character and how to write it, but don't know how to use it. But this did not pose a problem for Han Chung. After thinking it over, Han Chung decided to use his ultimate weapon, the text. The opening chapter is the tadpole looking for its mother. The interest of the text is much stronger than that of individual words. Moreover, through such small texts, children can also strengthen their grasp of the entire sentence structure, as well as their grasp of characters and words. Children in the tribe basically have no chance to listen to stories. Even if they occasionally hear them, they are about the elders in the tribe going out hunting and gathering. It is far less interesting than this little text. It is precisely because of this that, as soon as Han Cheng's small text appeared, it immediately attracted the hearts of all the children who followed him to study. But in just one day, they were able to remember the entire story of the tadpole looking for its mother, and also learned many new words in it. So much so that in the following days after learning this short lesson, the children in the tribe would get together whenever they had nothing to do and excitedly tell and discuss this interesting story to each other. The appearance of the short text, the tadpole looking for its mother, is like opening a door to a new world for these children. Just like when Han Chung was in the 1st grade of junior high school, his kind-hearted deskmate gave him a pirated online novel that he had rented and read. However, whenever Han Chung saw them discussing things so excitedly, he always felt embarrassed and guilty. Because these children don't know that the scene their parents perform at night, while humming a little song, is actually called the tadpole looking for its mother. Teaching with short texts, this magical and interesting way of learning the language and writing of God naturally attracted the witch. The witch understood the benefits of it, and while he was happy, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly because he had not finished recording all the previous things, and now new things appeared. This is what it means to be in pain and happy. Of course, Hansheng does not teach all day long. He spends no more than 2 hours teaching every day. Firstly, if he teaches too much, the children will not be able to learn or remember well. Secondly, it is also hard for him to be a teacher. Thirdly, for these children, learning Chinese characters and Mandarin is not all they need. They also need to learn many other survival skills. After all, here, being able to survive is the top priority. For example, Haiwa and Zhuang, who are older among the children, have now gone hunting more often with their eldest brother. Fourthly, these children do not need to take exams to gain fame. Unlike children in later generations who take exams big and small every day, and the quality of their studies has a great impact on their future prospects. The children of the tribe do not have this kind of pressure. The production of pottery is also in progress, but it does not need to be made all day long like before. After all, pottery is not a disposable consumable, and with the previous accumulation, their demand is not as strong as before. It was precisely because of the leisure time that the production of pottery gradually developed from the initial rough style to the refined style, and the variety is increasing. In addition to the original large vats, pottery jars, and bowls, based on Hansheng's oral description and the outlines drawn on the ground with branches, the craftsman Haiwa began to try to make teapots specifically for brewing tea, teacups for drinking tea, and even pottery pillows. And now when making pottery, people will use ropes or something like that to leave some traces on it. After the pioneering short text, the tadpole looking for its mother, appeared, the most common patterns that appeared on various pottery were clumsy and childish tadpoles and their mother, the frog. After discovering this phenomenon, Han Chung smiled. He suddenly remembered something interesting. If the place where they lived was excavated thousands or tens of thousands of years later, and so many pottery with depictions of frogs and tadpoles were found, would it also trigger various discussions? Han Chung felt that by then his dignified green bird tribe would definitely be called the frog tribe. Moreover, he had already thought of the reason for worshipping frogs, which was that frogs had many offspring, which could be connected with the idea of many offspring bring good fortune, and the ancients' desire for a large and prosperous population. It looks like the tadpoles are about to invade us in search of their mother. Chapter 36. Hansheng Tastes Herbs. Hansheng exercises every day now. No matter in which era, having a good body is important, especially in the primitive era. Only when your physical fitness is good can you withstand wind, frost, rain, snow, and disease. Only when you are in good health can you fight the wild beasts better, survive in the cracks, and then slowly expand the tribe and survive better. What he calls fitness is actually just doing more sit-ups, push-ups, and squats. And of course, running. Not only do long-distance running to build endurance, but you also do 100-meter sprints to build explosive power. Running was a very important means of preserving life in primitive times, and of course, it is equally important in war. So Han Chung practiced this very seriously and hard. Tree climbing is also a very important skill. It not only exercises the body, but is also useful for picking fruits and digging bird nests. It can also save lives at critical moments. For example, if you encounter a pack of wolves or other more powerful monsters than them, and you can't run away, climbing a tree is an extremely important means of escape. As for swimming, forget it. It's not just because the water is too cold now. Another important reason is that the fish in the river are too fierce. The fish today are not as gentle as those in later generations. Not only that, some of them have sharp teeth in their mouths. If you go down into the river and are bitten by these ignorant creatures, it will be a lot of fun. When it comes to exercise, the happiest ones are the children. It's not because they like exercise so much, but because they can easily find a sense of accomplishment by exercising with the Son of God. Just when Han Chung was feeling complacent about having climbed to a tree about 20 centimeters in diameter and more than 10 feet high, several guys immediately came to the trees around the Son of God. Each of them chose a tree with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters and climbed up using their hands and feet, and in a short while they had climbed up and disappeared. This made Han Shenzi extremely hurt. He kept muttering in his heart, "Let these guys who climb trees without pants get hurt." Han Chung wore the shorts, and he had made them a long time ago. The feeling of emptiness down there was so wonderful that he didn't dare try anymore. Even though the pants made of animal skins were uncomfortable to wear, he endured it. Of course, in order not to affect his body's healthy growth, he would take it off every night. The pants made of animal skins were indeed uncomfortable to wear, which made Han Chung miss the things he wore in his previous life very much. Even if they cost 10 yuan for 4 pairs, they were still better than these animal skins that were airtight and could not even lend farts. Han Cheng's desire for cloth has never been so strong, but under the current conditions, he can only continue to desire it, just like he desires salt. The children in the tribe are very interested in surpassing and defeating the Son of God in sports. Even on the next day, when the Son of God would assign an uncommon word to those who made trouble the day before and require them to write and read it, these children still enjoy it. For them, this little pain was nothing compared to seeing the depressed expression of the Son of God. Han Chung was not angry about the actions of these children who seemed to be the same age as him or older, because he knew that they were just playing with him. This is also a manifestation of their good relationship with themselves. These children respect themselves very much, and he also prefers this harmonious way of getting along. And these things are also helpful in motivating him to fight. After all, he is a time traveler and the teacher of the tribe's godson. It is not a good thing to be treated like this by these little brats. Motivated by this idea, Han Chung trained harder and his progress became more and more obvious. However, the lack of salt to supplement his diet was affecting him all the time. Because he cannot consume enough salt, his endurance is insufficient, and he often needs to rest for a long time after exercising. Other people in the tribe have long been accustomed to this situation, but Han Chung, who has experienced it, cannot get used to it. The frustrating thing is that he still couldn't find any trace of salt. In addition to teaching, exercising, and making pottery, Han Chung would also wander around the woods near the cave, looking for and trying to find any edible wild vegetables. After all, humans cannot endure eating only meat. In fact, the witches have a way to supplement vitamins, which is something they often chew, which they call loquat. This is the fruit of a tree called loquat. It is oval in shape, not big, with some small hairs on it. It is green when it is not ripe, and turns brown when it is ripe. It's quite hard, a bit like wood. When eating, put in the stone pit that the witch used to grind Han Cheng's meat for broth and smash it into several pieces. Then each person takes a piece and chews it. Han Chung had eaten this thing before, and it tasted really weird. Even though he had eaten it at least a dozen times, he still couldn't stand the taste. When asked, the witch couldn't explain why they had to chew this thing every few days. This was passed down from ancient times. When he was a child, this was the way of the tribe. This is the wisdom of life. The witches didn't know the significance of chewing this thing, but it solved the problem of eating meat all day without vitamin supplements. Han Chung, who couldn't stand the taste, decided that he must get the wild vegetables out. On the one hand, it can get rid of the strange taste of loquat, and on the other hand, it can increase the variety of food for the tribe and expand some sources. Because of the presence of the eldest brother and his companions, there are not many wild beasts in the woods surrounding the tribe. Compared to other places, this place is relatively safe. Han Chung has tasted no less than 10 kinds of grass, but still hasn't found anyone that tastes better. Of course, considering that the ancient sage Shin Nong always poisoned himself after tasting hundreds of herbs, Han Chung had to be much more cautious when carrying out this great undertaking. First of all, the objects he tasted were those with wormholes or that had been gnawed by something else. Secondly, he didn't taste much. He would just pick up a little to taste it, then spit it out. Then he would drink a few sips of water from the ceramic pot he carried with him and rinse his mouth. He would rinse his mouth 5 times in a row before stopping. With his cautious operation, unless he tasted the arsenic that Pan Jinlian fed Wu Dalong, nothing would happen. Chapter 37. The Ancestor of Rapeseed. Han Chung was very excited because he finally tasted a relatively delicious wild grass. The leaves of this grass are relatively large, with white petioles and green leaves. There are some small thorns on the leaves. If you pull them off and chew them in your mouth, they have a unique taste of green grass. But unlike other grasses which are either bitter, astringent, or difficult to chew, this kind of wild grass is not delicious when put in the mouth, but is not bad either. This discovery made Han Chung very excited, especially when he saw the tender stems growing out of the weeds, with tiny buds and 1 or 2 half-penetrated yellow flowers. Han Chung was extremely excited, because he thought of rapeseed in later generations. This wild vegetable has many differences compared to the rapeseed of later generations, but also many similarities. This is also the reason why Han Chung felt excited and nervous at the same time, because he really hoped that this guy would be the ancestor of rapeseed in later generations. If it is really the original rapeseed, there are many things we can do next. Han Chung suppressed his excitement, looked around, and found that there were a lot of rapeseed-like weeds around, so he pulled a handful and took them back. Han Chung certainly would not rashly cook this unknown thing that has not yet grown from weeds to become a wild vegetable in broth, and then let the people in the tribe eat it just because it tastes good, looks like rapeseed, and has signs of being eaten by insects and other unknown things. If things like this happen more often, it is very likely that this primitive tribe, which has been passed down for who knows how many years, will be wiped out. Han Chung has his own way of distinguishing whether something is poisonous or not. In one corner of the cave, there's a circle of stones, about 1 meter high. There is a stone slab placed on top, covering most of the opening. When Han Chung came here and looked inside, a quiet gray shadow inside was frightened and jumped around randomly. It took a while for it to calm down, leaning against a stone and looking at Han Chung vigilantly, staring at each other. This is a wild rabbit. Han Chung specifically instructed his senior brothers to catch it and bring it back alive. Han Chung threw the wild grass in his hand, which was suspected to be the ancestor of rapeseed, into the simple rabbit pen through the cave entrance. This action frightened the easily frightened guy and made him jump around wildly. He even wanted to jump out of the cage. However, because a stone slab was added on top to cover less than 1/5 of the cave entrance, its escape attempt could only end with its head hitting the stone slab and then falling down. After hitting its head several times, it finally gave up the impossible task of escaping the prison and stayed in the narrow stone circle, but did not eat the wild vegetables that Han Chung threw to it. It seems that this little guy has left quite a shadow. God knows what it went through on the way back when it was caught by the eldest brother and others. Han Chung moved a much smaller stone slab to the entrance of the cave, making it smaller and preventing the guy from escaping, and then left. It will eat weeds. Sure enough, the next morning when Han Chung moved the small stone slab away and looked inside again, the weeds he had thrown in yesterday had been eaten up completely. The rabbit is still alive and kicking, looking for an opportunity to escape from prison. It seems that there is no problem in eating this thing. Thinking this, he threw the wild grass in to feed it. After being fed for 7 days in a row, this guy is still alive and kicking. It had become accustomed to this kind of life, and even when Han Chung stuck his head to look inside, it was still continuing to mess around with a fellow creature that the eldest brother had caught and put inside, shamelessly and recklessly, as if no one was around. It seems that it is really okay. This grass can be eaten. After proving that this thing is edible, it has successfully evolved from a weed to a wild vegetable. During these 7 days, the flowers of these wild vegetables have completely bloomed. They are a brilliant yellow field, blooming in clusters here and there, making the woods and the grass in the woods exceptionally beautiful. There are bees. Let's just treat it as a bee, although this guy is so big that one could defeat 2 bees of later generations. There are bees buzzing noisily, working tirelessly back and forth among the flowers, demonstrating with their actions the demeanor of a flower thief. Butterfly. The butterfly was also different from the common ones in later generations, but Han Chung could still recognize it. Butterflies of all sizes also joined in the fun, vying with the bees for the title of flower thief. They danced and flew back and forth among the flowers as if in a competition. By now, Han Chung has basically been able to confirm that this thing is the original rapeseed. Han Chung looked at the golden flowers, smelled the refreshing fragrance, and couldn't help but grin under the warm spring sun. At this moment, no one could understand the joy in his heart. I never expected that. I just want to find some wild vegetables to eat, but I didn't expect to find rapeseed first. Luck. Up to now, he has begun to believe that time travelers are the darlings of fortune. Although others encountered all kinds of secret skills and rare treasures, while he only found rapeseed, and it was raw rapeseed at that, the gap was a bit big, but Han Chung was still very happy. After all, his requirements are not very high. Han Chung looked at the sparsely growing rapeseed and suddenly felt hesitant to touch it. After all, they had already bloomed, and it wouldn't take long for them to bear fruit and mature and produce seeds. If we collect these rape seeds and plant them on a dedicated piece of land, wouldn't we be able to harvest more rapeseed? He thought so beautifully, as if he was standing in an endless sea of rapeseed flowers, basking in the warm sun and smelling the fragrance. Han Sheng's beautiful dream was soon shattered, because a creature with horns on its head and hair on its body appeared from somewhere and was happily eating the rapeseed that Han Sheng was reluctant to eat. It moved very quickly and had sharp teeth. It ate the flowers and leaves together. In a moment, 2 fully bloomed rapeseeds were in its mouth. The short tail wagging back and forth is enough to prove how happy it is. Han Sheng's heart is bleeding. Damn it, how easy is it for me? I'm a time traveler after all, and I finally saw some rapeseed, but before I could even start eating it, it was snatched away by something else. You bastard. Shut up. Han Sheng was stunned for a moment, then became furious and shouted at the deer that was walking to another bush and preparing to attack again. The deer was eating happily when it heard the noise. As expected, it stopped eating and turned to look at Han Sheng. Han Sheng was furious. He pointed to the side and shouted with great force, "Get out." Unlike what Han Sheng imagined, this guy would flee in panic after hearing the shout. Instead, he snorted at Han Sheng, fully expressing his disdain, and then lowered his head to continue eating his favorite flower. Chapter 38. Uncle Deer becomes a spirit. Han Sheng stared. Damn, how insignificant is this person? Even a deer dares to ignore me. Even though it's the primitive age now, and you're all big guys, you can't disparage others like this, right? Han Shensi, who was furious, picked up a handful of dry grass from the ground and rushed towards the rude beast, shouting loudly, "Evil beast, D." If this happened in later times, the deer would have been frightened and run away if people were 8 feet away from it. But it's different now. The deer doesn't take Han Sheng seriously at all. It turned its head and leisurely looked at the dwarf who didn't need to walk on 4 legs and kept yelling at it, not understanding what he wanted to do. And while turning his head to look at Han Sheng, he was holding a piece of rapeseed with flowers that he had just bitten off in his mouth and chewing slowly. His posture was as leisurely as it could be. Damn it, get out of here! Seeing that he was being treated with such contempt, he stopped booing and prepared to do something practical, to let this lawless guy have a taste of his strength. He rushed to the deer, jumped up, and slapped the deer on the belly. As a result, the deer seemed to feel nothing and didn't care at all. It even rolled its eyes at Han Sheng, and then walked to the next bush and continued to bite it, leaving Han Sheng standing there in a daze with his palm raised, ready to hit it again. Damn, this is totally disregarding myself. He wanted to pick up a stone and throw it over, but then he thought that would be too easy for this guy. So he looked around and started pulling out the grass on the ground. Of course, I'm not planning to lure this guy away with grass. Wouldn't that be too easy for him? Han Sheng is going to give it a hard time. He wanted to catch this guy and bring him to the tribe. What a huge piece of walking meat. You eat my rapeseed, and I will eat your meat. Let's see who is more cruel. Han Sheng thought this viciously as he twisted the straw rope quickly. Not long after, a straw rope more than 10 feet long appeared. Han Sheng rolled one end of the straw rope into a loop that was getting tighter and tighter, then walked towards the deer that was busy dealing with the rapeseed. Taking advantage of the deer's unpreparedness, he swung his hands suddenly, and the straw rope was around the deer's neck. Haha, you belong to me now. Han Sheng quickly tightened the rope and laughed happily at the frightened deer. Han Sheng, covered in dust, got up from the ground, spitting and throwing the half rope in his hand to the ground. Uncle Deer chewed the straw rope that Han Sheng used to tie it up and snorted from time to time, fully expressing his disdain for Han Sheng's arrogance. Damn it, I was actually bullied by such a beast. For a moment, Han Sheng was helpless about this deer. Uncle Deer didn't care what he thought. After eating enough flowers, Uncle Deer walked towards Han Sheng. Han Sheng couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although it was just a deer and didn't eat meat, it was huge. From the brief contest just now, Han Sheng realized the gap between the two and knew that he was not yet this guy's opponent. Uncle Deer walked and stopped 2 meters away from Han Sheng. Just when Han Sheng thought that he was going to hit him with his horns, he turned his head. Han Sheng didn't quite understand what this guy wanted to do, but his confusion was short-lived because... poof! Because a loud, long, and smelly fart was about to sound. Uncle Deer walked away with small steps, wagging his short tail, as if he didn't care, leaving Han Sheng alone in a mess amid the strong smell of farts. Cough, cough up! What the hell did you eat? Han Sheng wailed, then picked up a stone from the ground and chased after Uncle Deer who was walking away. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Damn it, this bastard is really going too far. Uncle Deer was not afraid of this creature that only walked on 2 legs. When he saw it chasing him, he excreted waste gas and was in a good mood. so he also started to trot. With its 4 long legs, the little monster behind it with only 2 legs naturally could not keep up. The good-mood old deer was very kind and ran and stopped, turning his head from time to time to look. Seeing that the little monster who overestimated his own capabilities was about to catch up with him, he continued to run forward with his long legs in an elegant posture. Han Sheng was so tired that he was panting and out of breath. He felt that the shameless guy in front of him was almost a demon. Several times he didn't want to chase him, but when he saw this guy standing in front of him and turning his head to look at him, he got angry and continued to chase him. Han Sheng really wanted to ask the guy in front of him, "Who in our company is a human being?" Uncle Deer stopped at a mountain wall. There were more deer here, big and small, about 10 to 20 of them, which made Han Sheng widen his eyes. I didn't expect that there was a herd of deer here. From now on, if the tribe is short of food, they will come here to hunt. It doesn't matter how big the deer is, even a half-grown deer is enough for everyone in the tribe to have a full meal. These big guys in the prehistoric world didn't care about Han Sheng, who walked on 2 legs, because the leader had just told him that this guy's fighting power was not even as good as a yellow sheep. As the leader, Uncle Deer ignored Han Sheng after he came to the deer herd. After all, he was the leader and needed to maintain his cool image. The arrogant old deer walked to the front of the cliff, stuck out his tongue, and started licking the cliff, making a sound like he was brushing shoes. This pervert is actually practicing his tongue like a yellow bug. Han Sheng, who was humiliated, cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up. Yes, animals also need salt to supplement their body. Otherwise, where does the salt in their body come from? Could it be that this perverted creature was not molesting the stone wall, but replenishing salt? Is this piece of stone wall a salt mine? When Han Sheng thought of this, he forgot his tiredness and ran to the stone wall. Without saying a word, he stuck out his tongue and gave the stone wall a passionate French kiss, just like Uncle Lou. Oh, Baba, it tastes astringent and bitter when you take a bite, and all kinds of strange tastes come into your mouth. Uncle Lou looked at Han Sheng with dissatisfaction, and then proudly continued to practice his tongue, licking the stone wall even louder. Understood. This thing is a salt mine. In addition to salt, there are many other impurities. It is far from a salt that can be eaten directly. If you want to have salt to eat, you must refine the salt. Han Sheng looked at the endless salt mines and laughed. Oh my God, I can finally eat salt. It doesn't matter if the salt is impure. As a half-baked science student who has worked in a wild rescue team for 5 or 6 years, it is not that difficult to extract edible salt from the salt mine. He found a stone nearby and smashed it against the stone wall. Uncle Lou, who was standing nearby, was somewhat dissatisfied with Han Sheng's noise. He snorted and walked aside in graceful small steps. Thank you. Han Sheng bowed to the deer that walked aside, then walked back the way he came, holding the piece of salt or the size of a human head that he had knocked down. With this salt mine, Han Sheng no longer holds a grudge against Lou for humiliating him. Chapter 39, Edible Stones, Salt. There is no need to worry about Han Sheng getting lost. He had considered this problem when he came here, and there are broken branches at regular intervals. He carried the nearly 10-pound rock salt and walked quickly back along the mark he had made, and he didn't even feel tired. Could this be the legendary situation where one cannot carry 200 kilograms of grain, but if exchanged for 200 kilograms of money, one can not only carry it, but also run with it? Han Sheng couldn't take care of the rapeseed flowers now. Let these guys eat them if they like. They had been growing well before he discovered them, and they have not become extinct for so many years. He didn't believe that they could eat them all up in a short time. Han Sheng's desire for salt has long surpassed that for vegetables. Before reaching the tribe, Han Sheng was stopped by the surprised Haiwa, who then turned around and shouted to the back, "Son of God, the Son of God is back." In a short while, 7 or 8 people surrounded Han Sheng. Haiwa took the stone from Han Sheng and said with red eyes, "Son of God, where are you going?" Wu is going crazy. The children of the rest of the people, as well as the 2 adult female primitives who came after hearing the news, all looked at Han Sheng, their eyes full of joy and worry. Han Sheng felt warm in his heart and smiled. "I'm fine. I just wanted to look for something good. Just this." Haiwa raised the stone in his hand, looking confused. He was almost an adult and had a lot of strength, so the 10-pound stone did not seem very heavy in his hand. "That's it." Han Sheng smiled, and then nodded in a mysterious manner. This immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone. This time, Wu was not in the cave, but appeared more than a mile away from the cave. When he saw Han Chung, all the worries accumulated on his weathered face suddenly dissipated and turned into a bright smile. He walked to Han Chung, squatted down, looked him up and down, and seeing that Han Chung was unharmed, he reached out and touched Han Cheng's head, combed his hair for a while, and then led a group of people into the cave. The people in the tribe were very curious and gathered together to watch the miracle that their son of God was about to perform. Because the son of God who entered the cave finally revealed the purpose of why he ran so far and brought back such a stone to eat. Such a result left everyone stunned. The son of God has performed many miracles, and they have become accustomed to it. However, this miracle was too outrageous. He actually was eating stones. This stone is so hard. Won't your teeth fall out if you bite it? The unbelieving Hei-Wa and Shur-Tu have secretly tried it, but not only can they not chew it, the taste is also surprisingly bad. The witch also stopped the seemingly endless recording and watched from the side with everyone else. Now he has developed a habit. Whenever Han Chung is tinkering with something new, he will watch from the side. For him, this is an extremely important moment to witness miracles and learn. Han Chung was too lazy to explain too much, and asked Bo, Haiwa, and others to smash the stone into small pieces, and then put it into the stone pit that was often used to smash loquats, and continue smashing it until it became a powdery form. He got 2 clay basins, one of which was half full of water and the other was empty. Han Chung put powdered rock salt into a ceramic basin filled with clean water and let it dissolve. The water in the basin immediately became clear. He found a handful of hay from the cave, placed it against the mouth of the basin, and asked Lame to pick up half of the turbid water and pour it into another basin. After filtering once, the water was clearer than before. Han Chung rinsed the grass in his hand in another basin of clean water, and then placed it on the edge of a basin of salt water, asking Bo to repeat the previous action. After performing this action twice, Han Chung stopped, picked up some charcoal that he had just dug out of the ash pile, sandwiched it between the grass in his hand, and then continued to filter. After repeating this step 7 or 8 times, when I looked at the water in the basin again, it had changed from being turbid at the beginning to being clear now. Han Chung dipped a little of the water with his hand, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. The familiar salty taste almost made him cry. What Han Chung wants is salt, not brine. Salt in this state certainly does not meet his requirements. But this last step is easy to carry out. He poured the filtered and detoxified salt water into a clay pot used for cooking soup and boiling water, and placed it on the fire. There was no lid on it like when I was cooking soup or boiling water. Wisps of white steam rose up, and the water evaporated with the steam. Before long, the water in the pottery jar completely disappeared, leaving behind a layer of white crystals. Han Chung took the pottery jar off the fire and couldn't wait to pick up a small piece of the crystals on the ground and put it into his mouth. The familiar and rich, salty taste filled his mouth. He was reluctant to spit it out, but after fully feeling the long-lost salty taste, he swallowed it, smacking his lips, looking as if he was still not satisfied. Everyone around widened their eyes. Can the stone really be eaten? However, after the last experience with boiled water, they were mentally prepared for this strange white stone, and their expectations were reduced a lot. Wu, who had been watching the whole process from the side, came over and, imitating Han Cheng's behavior, scooped a piece from the bottom of the jar and put it into his mouth, ready to taste what this edible white stone tasted like. When Han Chung saw this, he hurriedly tried to stop him, because the piece we had cut off was too big as the nail of his thumb. If I take this bite, the taste. The witch felt that the son of God was a little stingy. He only took away such a small piece, but he was unwilling to let him eat it. He insisted on giving him an even smaller piece. How could he taste such a small piece? As he thought about this, he put the tiny white stone, which was almost too small to be held in his mouth. Under Han Cheng's expectant gaze, Wu lived up to Han Cheng's expectations and widened his eyes instantly, with a distorted expression on his face. He endured the taste and felt it in his mouth for a long time before swallowing it. Then he shook his head and said, "It's not delicious." Haiwa and others who were watching had expressions of as expected. The taste of the Son of God was just different from theirs. However, even though he thought so in his heart, he still couldn't resist the curiosity and wanted to taste what this white stone tasted like. To see how unpalatable it was, the witch's face twitched. With the Wu's previous experience as a lesson, they deducted less, but the strong, salty taste that they had never tasted before still made them stick out their tongues in delight. Han Sheng scooped up a bowl of boiled water and handed it to Wu, asking him to rinse his mouth. He looked at the salt at the bottom of the jar with a smile on his face. He smiled and told the witch that this was not the way to eat salt. At night, he would be able to appreciate its delicious taste. Chapter 40. Intoxicating Salt. Wu learned the name of the white stone from Han Sheng. It turned out that it was called salt. However, he was somewhat skeptical about Han Sheng's words. The shivering taste did not completely go away, even after he rinsed his mouth with water twice. He didn't want to believe that something that tasted bad now would become delicious at night. Could it be that this salt is like fruit? It tastes bad when it's just picked, but tastes good after it turns yellow after a while? Wu thought so and nodded, feeling that he should have guessed the truth of the matter. Han Sheng carefully picked up the layer of salt condensed at the bottom of the jar, then placed it on a clean stone slab, carefully smashed it into powder with a stone, and then put it into a new clean jar and covered it with a lid. Then he directed everyone to crush the remaining 2/3 of the salt, and cook in the salt according to the previous process. The salt content of this salt mine is quite high. A salt mine of less than 10 kilograms produces about 1 kilogram of salt, which is enough to surprise Han Sheng. In the afternoon, almost evening, the eldest brother and his companions came back with the prey. When the eldest brother heard about this, he opened the salt jar, pinched some salt into his mouth, and then made a pooh-hoo sound. He looked at Han Sheng and shook his head, indicating that this thing was not delicious. Han Sheng smiled knowingly and didn't explain much. It would be strange if eating salt like this tasted good. The hunted prey was gutted and then roasted over a fire on a tree fork. In the past, Han Sheng never got involved in tasks like barbecue. After all, he was the son of God, and all he needed to do was sit back and enjoy the results. But tonight was different. He held a bowl in his arms, and in the bowl was some salt that he had poured out of the jar. He gathered around the fire and sprinkled a fine layer of salt on all the meat to be roasted. The faces of those who had tasted the taste of salt twitched. Fortunately, it was the Son of God who did this. If it was someone else, he would probably be beaten up. Food is precious and should not be wasted like this. There was a look of surprise in Wu's eyes. He didn't expect that what Han Sheng meant by delicious was not to eat it directly, but to sprinkle the strange-tasting salt on the barbecue. Han Sheng looked at the roasted meat that was golden brown, steaming and dripping with oil, and was full of anticipation for tonight's food. All the meat was roasted, and, just like before, the first person to eat the food was still the witch. The eldest brother picked out a piece of meat that was the right size and well roasted, put in the bowl with chopsticks, then held it in both hands and handed both the bowl and chopsticks to the witch who was standing by and watching. Everyone looked at Wu, expecting his comments on the unique barbecue served tonight. Wu was a man who had seen the world. He was not afraid or panicked at all when so many people were watching him. He blew a few breaths on the meat, and after it cooled down a little, he slowly bit into it. Everyone held their breath and looked at Wu carefully. As the piece of meat entered his mouth, Wu's eyes lit up and his chewing speed increased significantly, no longer showing the calm and relaxed manner he had when eating before. When everyone saw Wu's reaction, they all breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the food would not be wasted. Then I wondered, could the barbecue with the strange-tasting white stone called salt by the Son of God really be so delicious? Tasty. The witch ate a mouthful of meat, resisted the urge to take a second bite, and happily announced to everyone the news that everyone already knew. The second brother's saliva began to flow again. He looked at the barbecue with salt, then at the eldest brother, his eyes eagerly. The meaning is very clear. That is, you take the food quickly, so that I can take it quickly after you take it, and taste what the barbecue that Wu praised so highly tastes like. The eldest brother filled another bowl for Han Sheng. Then he took the food impatiently and took his family to eat aside. Han Sheng had an urge to cry. It had been several months, and only now was he finally able to eat a bite of food with salt. It was such a sad moment to talk about it. The speed of eating in the tribe today was obviously faster than before. Even the witch only slowed down after eating more than half of the barbecue in the bowl. The food that was enough for the tribe to eat in the past was finished, but everyone felt unsatisfied, especially the children. It was their turn only after their parents had eaten. In the past, the food their parents left for them could at least fill them up even if they were not full. But today, the food they got was really less. Everyone looked at the eldest brother eagerly. The eldest brother was also not satisfied. Fortunately, he had caught a lot of prey today, so he lived up to everyone's expectations and picked out some more meat to roast. However, he was stopped by Han Cheng. At his suggestion, the barbecue turned into boiled meat soup, with less meat and more bones that were previously too hard to chew. This can save some food. Secondly, everyone has actually eaten almost enough. The reason why they feel hungry is because it is the first time they have eaten food with salt. They think it is too delicious and just want to eat more. Under this psychological effect, they will feel hungry. At this time, drinking more broth is much better than eating barbecue. A large vat specially used for cooking soup was placed on the fire, and someone skillfully added water, meat, and bones into it. Under Han Cheng's instructions and supervision, people in the tribe would wash the meat with water first when cooking, whether it was grilling or making soup. Unlike before, when they just cooked and ate the bloody food. After the meat and water were ready, Han Cheng poured the remaining salt in the bowl into the jar, and then covered the pot with a lid made of grass and leaves. The ceramic lid was fine if it was small, but the big one was too easy to damage and too heavy to use. After it broke twice, Han Cheng remembered the pot lids that his family used to use at home. After some modifications, he finally had the current pot lid made of grass and leaves. When cooking meat, add salt early so that it can absorb the flavor easily. The broth was finally served amid everyone's anticipation, and it did not disappoint. The broth tasted exceptionally delicious. Even junior brother Shah, who didn't like drinking broth before, couldn't stop drinking it and praised it highly. No one would have thought that eating such unpalatable salt alone, sprinkling it on food, or putting it in soup would make the food so delicious. The Son of God has never let them down. Inside the cave, on the stone in front of the totem pole that served as an altar, something new was now placed. It was not food, but a small half bowl of white salt. The witch led everyone to dance in the light of the fire, thanking the gods for giving such delicious salt to their Chinke tribe through the hands of their Son of God. Chapter 41. Salt Mountain, Deer, and Boiling Salt. The delicious taste of salt is still fresh in the memory of everyone in the tribe. After eating food with salt, eating grilled meat and fish without salt seems to be difficult to swallow, even though the food used to taste delicious. It just so happened that they had good luck hunting yesterday and brought back a lot of prey. So today the eldest brother and his friends took their tools and went to the Salt Mountain with Han Cheng. Yinshan is the name given to the salt mine by Han Cheng. It's really inconvenient without a name. To go to Yinshan, you have to pass by the place where he discovered the rapeseed. The rapeseed flowers are still blooming brilliantly, although some of them are left with only empty stalks without flowers. Han Cheng pointed at the yellow flowers and told the people in the tribe that this was another good thing he had discovered and asked them not to step on it. Because they were thinking about the delicious salt, they did not pay enough attention to the wild grass that the Son of God mentioned. After all, they see a lot of weeds every day and don't think this kind of flowering weed is rare. Han Cheng followed the marks he remembered yesterday and walked eastward. Fortunately, he led everyone in the tribe to find the location of the Salt Mountain. He was not as unlucky as the fisherman in Peach Blossom Spring, who marked the location everywhere and could not find the way when he went there again. Han Cheng couldn't help but smile when he thought about this. After all, the situation he encountered was different from that of the fisherman. There was only a group of deer in Yinshan, while there was a group of people living in Taoyuan. People are wary and will follow, track, and change landmarks, but deer will not. Grandpa Deer is still here with his herd, basking in the sun and eating grass leisurely. When he has nothing to do, he will lick the stone wall with his tongue. When the eldest brother and other people in the tribe saw such a large group of deer here, their eyes immediately lit up. Hunting was already a habit for them, so they drew their weapons and prepared to attack the deer without even the eldest brother's orders. Han Cheng stopped quickly. He has his own ideas about this group of deer. Han Cheng talked to his eldest senior brother and then ordered everyone not to disturb the deer. Then he led this group of reluctant people and walked some distance south, about 100 meters away from the deer herd, so they could see each other without disturbing each other. Grandpa Deer and his little brothers were quite wary of these uninvited guests at first, but when they found that the leader was the useless, two-legged beast that they had bullied yesterday, and the rest were guys who walked on two legs, and these guys did not approach them, they gradually relaxed their vigilance. As their leader, Uncle Deer, after calming down, even walked with graceful steps and the demeanor of a king, leisurely to the group of two-legged beasts who kept smashing the stone wall they used to practice their tongues. Han Sheng quickly stopped his eldest brother and others who were so excited about the prey that they couldn't help but want to take action again. He took some rapeseed that had been eaten by the cauliflower and could not produce seeds that he had picked on the grass nearby, and handed it to Uncle Deer, who had the demeanor of a king. These things were conceived by him last night and specially prepared today. Ben's idea was to try to send the deer over if they were still there. However, he didn't expect that before he took any action, the worldly wise Mr. Deer came to collect protection fees. Faced with the rapeseed handed to him by Han Sheng, Uncle Lu was not polite and started eating. After eating, it seemed that the old deer was quite satisfied with Han Sheng's considerate behavior. He made a noise, which was regarded as his recognition of the actions of these two-legged beasts in its territory. Then it walked back to its group with graceful steps, holding its head high, looking like a proud general returning from victory. With the participation of the eldest brother and other strong men who often fight against wild beasts, things like smashing stones can be done much faster. The large pieces of rock salt that were smashed down were carried away directly, while the small pieces were placed in animal skins used to wrap fruits in the autumn and transported away. Because this place is about 10 miles away from where the tribe is located, they were worried that there might be danger in the trip back and forth. So when they transported rock salt to the tribe, they did not go alone. Instead, they smashed enough rocks for half the people to transport, and then set out together, just like when they picked fruits and transported them to the tribe in the autumn. These are precious things accumulated over a long period of life. Carrying things by hand or on shoulders is very slow, but there is no other way. There are no good tools at this time, so we can only use this clumsy method. But after a day like this, a pile of large and small rock salts had piled up on the bank of the small river in front of the cave, not too far from where the pottery was made, weighing at least more than 1,000 kilograms. This is not an exaggeration. After all, rock salt is not too solid, so it is relatively easy to smash it down from the mountain. In addition to all the members of the hunting team, there are also 7 or 8 half-grown children participating in the work today. With so many people bringing back more than 1,000 kilograms of rock salt a day, it's not too much at all. There is no salt production today. All is used to transport rock salt. After all, there aren't many times when we can get together with the eldest brother and his friends without having to go out hunting. The task of making salt can be accomplished by Han Sheng, some children in the tribe, the lame people, and several women who are weak, pregnant, or with children. However, the task of smashing the rock salt down from the mountains 7 or 8 miles away and then transporting it here was a difficult task for the elderly, the weak, women, and children. The next day, the eldest brother led people out hunting, while Han Sheng started making salt with the old pottery maker. The eldest brother and his friends actually wanted to stay as well, as they were very interested in how to get delicious salt out of stones. But if they didn't hunt, the tribe would have no food to eat tomorrow, so they had to go hunting. Beside the stream, the salt boiling business was going on in full swing, and Han Sheng divided the work according to the characteristics of each person. Haiwa and Lame, who were stronger, were responsible for smashing the big stones into small stones, and then smashing the small stones into powder. The few female primitives were not as strong as Lame Haiwa and his men, so they were responsible for filtering the melted salt mines using basins, dry grass, and charcoal. Xiaomei, Xiaoli, Xing, and other people who are less strong are responsible for making fire and boiling salt. Han Sheng served as a technical instructor and was responsible for taking the salt out of the pottery jar and putting it into jars after chopping it up. It is necessary to move the salt-making site to the riverside. After all, salt-making requires a lot of water and a large area. If it is all done in a cave, the already humid cave will become even more uninhabitable. As long as it is labor, there will be fatigue. Everyone is exhausted at the end of the day. However, when they saw the half jar of delicious salt, smiles appeared on everyone's faces from the bottom of their hearts. With these delicious salts, even if they're more tired, it is worth it. Chapter 42, Every Step Forward is Not Easy. The production of salt is basically done by Han Sheng and the children in the tribe, as well as the sick and disabled women and children. The most powerful generals in the tribe, such as the eldest brother, did not participate much, because just going out hunting and obtaining enough food to fill the tribe's stomach had already consumed almost all of their energy. All they could do was take advantage of some rare free time to transport rock salt from the salt mountain to the river. This made Han Sheng quite helpless. The food problem was always a sword hanging over his head. If the food problem could be solved completely, the productivity within the tribe would be greatly liberated, and they would have more energy to do other things. But how easy is this? Han Cheng's motherland in his previous life was strong enough and had a long history. It was only in the last 20 to 30 years that the people were able to live without worrying about famine. Fortunately, the salt consumption is not too great. As they become more familiar with the salt-making process, Han Cheng and his team can refine about 10 kilograms of salt every day. These 10 kilograms of salt are enough for the tribe to use for a month. After the tribe's salt reserves reached 5 jars weighing more than 100 kilograms, Han Cheng was no longer as tight-lipped as before. Instead, the daily amount of salt produced was reduced by nearly half. During the salt-making process, they also fired 2 more kilns of pottery, mainly casting pottery basins, pottery jars, and other things needed for salt-making. As there were enough pottery in the tribe, Han Cheng advocated the decision to reform the pottery-making technology. The focus of the reform was not the technique of making pottery, but the kiln in which the pottery was fired. The advantage of using this simple clay kiln is that it is easy to build and easy to master. However, it also has a disadvantage, which is that it is too troublesome. Every time pottery is fired, it needs to be repasted with clay. It is more convenient to use a kiln built with bricks. Of course, building a kiln with bricks was very troublesome at the beginning, especially building the kiln, which Han Cheng only had a general idea about. In addition to overcoming difficulties such as digging cellars, making bricks, and designing shapes, the control of the fire and other things also require little by little exploration and summary of experience. But it doesn't matter. Which technological development has not gone through such steps? If you are afraid of this trouble and that trouble, the world will stop moving forward. From then on, the Qingke tribe could only use simple clay kilns, and the pottery-making technology stopped there. Don't stop eating because of choking. They can't make bricks now, not only because they don't have kilns to burn bricks, but another important reason is that they don't have enough fuel. Brick firing takes too long. If you rely solely on firewood to fire the bricks, it will take at least 4 or 5 days to make them hard and solid, even if there's a brick kiln. If it is Shaoqing bricks, a large amount of water will need to be poured down from the top of the kiln, and it will take almost 2 days to fill the water. 4 or 5 days of uninterrupted burning, not to mention the manpower and material resources. Just the firewood burned was a huge burden for the Qingke tribe with low productivity. It is really not worth it to make bricks at this stage. Of course, pottery is different from brick-making because the kilns for firing pottery are smaller and the temperatures required are much lower than those for firing bricks, and pottery is thinner, so much less fuel is consumed. The lack of bricks did not pose a problem for Han Cheng, as he could still build the kiln without bricks. It's not that he has any superpowers, but that he can use a substitute for bricks, brick blanks. The brick blank is relatively easy to make, which is to mix the mud, then put the mixed mud into the mud mold and press it into a rectangle, and then dry it in the shade. Bricks in later generations are generally 5 thick, 10 wide, and 20 long. Such specifications obviously do not meet Han Cheng's requirements. So he multiplied the length, width, and height of the brick by 2. As for the earth pit needed to build the kiln, it could only be dug slowly using simple tools. Fortunately, there was no rush to build a kiln and fire pottery. They had enough time to do it. After all, pottery was not a consumable, and they also had a simple mud kiln to support them. However, he was not in a hurry about this matter, but Haiwa was very anxious. After all, he was now the best pottery maker in the Qingke tribe. Haiwa regained his confidence from this. Because he felt a sense of accomplishment in this, he became more and more fond of pottery making. When he heard Han Cheng say that there was a better way to make pottery, he couldn't sit still. He was the most energetic when it came to digging pits and making adobe bricks. According to the rules of the tribe, Haiwa is now an adult. If it were in the past, he would have to go hunting with his senior brothers every day. But now it is different. The appearance of salt and pottery has made the eldest brother and others realize the importance of these things to the tribe. Haiwa was a good pottery maker, so he was not allowed to go hunting with him. Instead, he concentrated on making pottery and boiling salt. While doing all these, Han Cheng did not neglect the rapeseed. More than 10 days ago, he led his people to suspend the production of salt and transported back the already mature rapeseed that had been cut in half. During this process, Han Cheng specifically instructed that one should be careful and never touch the rapeseed pods too often. Han Cheng did not wait until the rape seeds were completely dry before collecting them, as he would have lost them if he had done so. Instead, he collected them while there was dew. Even if he touched the rapeseed pods, he would not spill much. The The harvested rapeseed was placed on a small piece of cleared land not far from the entrance of the tribe to dry. This open space was opened up a few days ago at the instruction of Han Chung. In addition to removing the weeds and small trees on the ground, Han Chung also had people take advantage of the wetness and use flat stones to hit the area of about 11 or 12 square meters twice to make the soil firm and smash the small stone particles on the soil back into the soil. In this way, when it is time to thresh the rapeseed, there will be no loose soil and no situation where there are more small stones than rapeseed. Even though this area is only about 11 or 12 square meters, Han Chung and his team put a lot of effort into getting them out. Due to the lack of tools, it took a lot of effort just to clear the weeds, small trees, and bushes. This is because there are no big trees in this small area. If there were big trees, they would only be able to watch helplessly. If you want to fell a big tree, you can't do anything with just stone axes or bone axes, even if everyone works together for a whole day and night. Chapter 43. The Great Plan for Increasing Population. Eat more kidneys. It is much easier to shell the rapeseed. After 2 days of drying in this open space that can barely be called a field, the rapeseed has been completely charred. At noon on the third day, under the guidance of Han Chung, everyone once again picked up the multifunctional weapon, wooden sticks, and beat the dried rapeseed. They turned it over to dry in the sun, and after a while they called on the children in the tribe to jump up and down. After doing this twice, the rapeseed pods that had already been scorched by the sun cracked open, releasing the rapeseed that had been nurturing for a long time. With so little stuff, everything was easy to do. He pushed the empty rapeseed plants aside, brushed over the empty rapeseed pods that had fallen from them, and then used a broom made from suitable wild grasses to gather the rapeseeds left on the ground into a pile. The empty rapeseed pods, fallen rapeseed leaves, and broken stems are light, while the rapeseed is heavy. You can separate these things from the rapeseed by gently sweeping them with the tip of a broom. After doing this 2 or 3 times, the large residue will be gone, and the remaining fine particles, such as the white film inside the rapeseed pods and some small leaves, cannot be swept out in this way. It was easy to get them out. Han Chung swung the broom left and right, and the wind blew them away. After a period of busy work, clean rapeseed finally came out. However, the rapeseeds that have just been harvested cannot be put into jars directly because they contain a lot of water. If they are put into jars directly, they will become moldy and rot. They need to be dried. The cleaned rapeseed was spread out to dry in the small area in front of the cave entrance. Han Chung specially assigned 2 children to guard it to prevent birds from eating it, even though the totem worshipped by their tribe was the green bird. 3 days later, Han Chung was looking at the half jar of rapeseed and laughing. From time to time, he put his hand into the jar, grabbed a handful of rapeseed, loosened his hand slightly, and felt the tiny and smooth rapeseed slipping through his fingers. It was so beautiful. But it doesn't mean that you can plant rapeseed just by having it. There's another important issue that needs to be considered, which is the land. If the land problem is not solved, the seeds will be useless. However, land reclamation is also a troublesome matter. It took a lot of effort to clear out an open space of 11 or 12 square meters. And this was done in a place that was specially chosen without big trees and with few shrubs and weeds. Rapeseed cultivation requires a certain scale. In the first season, at least 2 or 3 acres of land should be cultivated, right? That is more than 1,500 square meters. Judging from the forests everywhere near the cave, even if we wait until this time next year, the rapeseed will not be ripe again. It is indeed a long and arduous journey. Living in this era, every step forward requires tremendous effort and overcoming many difficulties. Not to mention anything else, even farming is so difficult. Han Chung looked at a jar filled with rapeseed sealed with a bowl not far away from him, and couldn't sleep for most of the night. It is impossible to expect to cut down trees with simple tools such as stone axes, and Han Chung would never do that. It would be great if Baldy Wong was here and let the senior brothers help him guard against the 2 bears that always cause trouble and hinder his logging. He could take a small electric saw and give full play to his talent in logging. If he could be served with 3 barbecue meals a day, Han Chung would be happy. Han Chung gave a bitter smile. He was almost going insane. Even if Bald Chong came, it would not be as reliable as the eldest senior brother becoming the real eldest senior brother. Not to mention the rest. Just the big brothers Rui Jingu Bang, which weighs 180,000 kilograms and can kill 10,000 monsters in the South Mountain Cave and another 10,000 in the North Mountain Cave, can sweep away thousands of enemies and flatten all these trees that are in the way. Han Chung fell asleep very late. The next day, he did not make salt or build a kiln for making pottery. Instead, he led some people in the tribe, holding what could barely be called stone axes, and walked towards the forest slightly west of the tribe's cave entrance. Then he took the lead and smashed the stone axes in his hands into the lush trees. This rice is so delicious. The incident with the Xinjiang emperor will naturally not happen to Han Chung. At least not this time. He led the people in the tribe and took stone axes to smash the part of the tree that was close to the ground. He didn't want to cut down the tree, but to peel off some of the bark. As long as you circle the tree and peel off the bark in a circle, except for a very few strong trees, the rest will not be able to withstand it. It won't be long before it withers and dies completely. After they die and dry up, when the weeds on the ground turn yellow in autumn, Han Chung will light a fire, and these guys will turn into ashes and become fertilizer. And the Qingke tribe, under the leadership of the time-traveling son of God Han Chung, took a firm and great step towards slash-and-burn agriculture. There aren't enough people. This was not the first time that Han Chung had expressed such an emotion. As the number of things that needed to be made increased, the shortage of labor became more and more obvious, which severely constrained the development of the Qingke tribe. In order to solve the problem of labor shortage, Han Chung took out all the kidneys he had saved for 2 days, added them to other meat, and made a pot of soup specifically for the adult men with wives in the tribe, including lamb. That night, the primitive songs in the tribe were indeed much louder than usual. Han Chung, lying on his bed, was chuckling secretly, looking as if his conspiracy had succeeded. However, his happiness soon disappeared and turned into a long sigh, because this method of increasing the population by childbirth alone is too slow. Assuming that a child has some working ability at the age of 7, it takes about 8 years from conception to birth, and then to the age of 7. But for now, there is no better way, so we can only do this for now. Haiwa, who has been married for many years, has also gotten married. His spouse is Zhuang, a man who has just reached adulthood, is about the same age as him, and is very strong. She looks almost as strong as Haiwa, and is the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the Qingke tribe. In order to marry her, Haiwa had a bloody fight with Taitu, who had also just reached adulthood, and finally won the beauty with a bruised face. This made Han Cheng's eyes widen, but he could understand it. After all, there is not much surplus in life nowadays, and only strong people can live better in this era. So people's aesthetic standard at this time is just one strong. As for the famous beauties in history, such as Shizi, the thin and petite Zhao Fian who could dance on her palm, even the most cowardly men were not willing to have them. Chapter 44. Rabbit gives birth. Both mother and baby are safe. There is already a small path leading from the tribe to the Salt Mountain, which was made by the people in the tribe through trampling and clearing. What Master Lu said was indeed correct. As more people walk, a path will emerge. Han Chung came here for no other reason. It's for the group of deer staying near the Salt Mountain. Since the day when the rock salt from the Salt Mountain was mined, Han Chung would go to the Salt Mountain every day except when it rained heavily. Anyway, he runs every day to Yinshan, which is about 15 or 16 miles round trip, which is a good running route. At the beginning, Han Chung was so tired from running back and forth that he couldn't recover for a long time. However, as time went by, with his persistent and unremitting exercise, this distance no longer caused him too much pain. I still feel tired, but not as tired as before, and my strength recovers faster than before. Of course, this has something to do with the daily salt intake during this period. Wu and the eldest brother were worried that something dangerous might happen, so every time Han Chung went there, Haiwa, Taitu, Zhuang, and a few women in the tribe would follow, holding weapons in their hands, acting as the personal guards of the Son of God. The sun had just risen and cast its rays on the earth when Han Chung and his companions reached their destination, Yinshan. Uncle Deer is still here with a group of his subordinates, some of whom are lying on the ground, while others are taking leisurely walks. They have not yet left their habitat to go somewhere else in search of food. Hearing the noise coming from afar, all the deer became extremely alert. After realizing that it was a group of two-legged beasts coming, their tense bodies relaxed. The deer have long been accustomed to them. Not only that, they will consciously come over to eat the dew-free grass they bring. The first one to come and eat is naturally their king. Unlike other deer, the proud old deer only ate the grass that Han Chung held in his hands, and would not even look at the grass thrown on the ground. Uncle Lu's appetite was not very good today. After eating 2 mouthfuls of the grass brought by Han Chung, he stopped eating and snorted while gently nudging a covered ceramic pot hanging on Han Chang's waist with his mouth. It seemed to be urging Han Chung to open the thing quickly and let have a bite. Han Chung smiled and touched the not-too-long face of Uncle Deer, chattering something to it, while opening the lid of the clay pot. Uncle Deer listened patiently to the chatter of this 2-legged little brother. When he saw the lid was opened, he put his mouth into the pot as if he was familiar with it and started to drink happily. Looking at this pot of delicious water, the arrogant Mr. Deer didn't even care about this 2-legged little brother touching his proud horns. Who makes me feel guilty about eating other people's food? Well, this sentence is not only applicable to humans, but also to deer. If you don't believe it, please look at the author's serious and solemn face. Han Chung touched Uncle Deer's bony horns and satin-smooth face, a sly smile appearing on his face. There wasn't much water in the clay pot, and it was drunk up by the greedy deer in a short while. When Han Chung saw Uncle Lu raising his head, he immediately dodged to the side. However, it was still a step too late. The damn deer still put its wet mouth close to his body, rubbed it up and down, and splashed water all over half of his face. Uncle Deer ate the grass and drank the salt water, did not forget to wipe his mouth. He walked away contentedly with an elegant step. Before leaving, he did not forget to lick Han Chang's face. After all, a lot of delicious salt water had just splashed on him. It would be a waste if he didn't lick it away. The rest of the deer, like their leader, came near the others to eat grass and drink the salt water in the pot. Except for Han Chung, the others are stronger than him, and each of them has to carry 2 pots of salt water. Of course, this salt water was not carried from the tribe, as it would be too heavy. Instead, it was fed from a spring on their way here, about a mile away from the salt mountain. On the way back, they would hide the empty pottery pots in the bushes near the spring and cover them up. When they came the next day, they would take them out, fill them with water, and then add the salt that Han Chung brought from the tribe. Deer, which also need to consume salt, love to drink something as delicious as salt water. Looking at these 20 or 30 deer, Han Chung smiled. His original idea was still feasible. By using this method of boiling a frog in warm water, these deer would sooner or later become the private property of their Chinke tribe. The people in the tribe followed Han Chang's example and caressed the deer that came to them to eat grass and drink water. This was a special instruction from Han Chung, with the purpose of making them accustomed to their presence and to touching them with their hands. Of course, these deer do not come here to roost every day. They also go to other places. It is not enough for them to only eat the grass near the salt mountain. However, after they go out for a while, they always come back to the salt mountain. Han Chung made a record of how long the deer stayed here each time and how long they went elsewhere. By comparing, he found that the time the deer stayed here was gradually increasing, while the time they spent outside was decreasing. This is great news. After playing with the deer for a while, Han Chung and his team began to return. The 2 rabbits in the cave that Han Chung used to test medicines and taste herbs were lucky. During this period of time, not only did they not show any signs of poisoning, but they became fatter and fatter. Not only that, the 2 of them also accomplished good things in this little world that belonged to them. The female rabbit with a little white fur on its head is not only pregnant, but also gave birth to 5 cubs today. Both mother and cubs are safe. Looking at the 5 little rabbits who were sucking milk under their mother's belly without opening their eyes like little mice, Han Chung couldn't help but smile. This is really an unexpected success. The reindeer and rapeseed planting that I have been busy with have just shown some progress, but there is still a long way to go before success. However, the rabbit that I had not paid much attention to has given birth to lambs. No wonder these 2 rabbits look rather irritable. They scratch the ground with their claws and bite their own fur. Han Chung just thought that they had been quiet for a while, and for some reason they wanted to escape again. When they failed to escape, they began to bite their own fur, threatening to commit self-mutilation in a tragic way. So he deliberately reinforced the surrounding stone walls and covered them with stone slabs more tightly. As for the ground, they could not hold on to it because it was made of stone slabs. It was not until he saw these little brats now that he suddenly realized their previous actions were not to escape from prison, but to dig a hole to give birth. Han Chung realized what was going on and quickly found a pottery jar that had cracks during firing, stuffed some soft dry grass into it, and patted it with some rabbit hair that they had bitten off. Then he placed the bottom of the jar with the grass side facing down against the stone wall, with the mouth of the jar facing inside. He also placed a stone on each side of the jar to prevent it from shaking. In this way, a small nest was made. Han Sheng built this nest and waited here for a while, but the two rabbits showed no intention of moving in. The male rabbit even stood in front of the female rabbit, looking at Han Sheng with his eyes, as if angry at Han Sheng for staring at his wife while she was feeding her baby. TSK, there's so much hair under the belly that you can't even show your key points. Who would want to see it? Han Shinsi, who was regarded as a gangster by the rabbit, muttered to himself and left in a huff. Chapter 45, The Panicked Male Rabbit. After confirming that the two-legged hooligan outside had really left, the rabbit couple began to get busy. First, the male rabbit entered the jar to check it out, and then made the grass inside firm. After coming out, he and his wife took the little rabbits, whose bellies were already round and who were still holding milk and unwilling to let go, into the jar one by one, and began their happy life as a family of 7. Han Sheng was very happy. He asked Xiao Mei and Xiao Li to bring back more green grass, discarding those with yellow leaves. After carefully selecting for a while, he put it into the rabbit pen, much more careful than before. When he added grass, only 2 big rabbits could be seen in the circle. It was obvious where they had hidden the little rabbits. Han Sheng now likes these 2 rabbits more and more, although the male rabbit looks at him warily, as if afraid that Han Sheng will steal his wife. Han Sheng is still very happy. This is a good start. Planting and breeding are the 2 basic conditions for people to move from primitive times to ancient times. If you want to solve the food problem, you cannot rely solely on fishing and hunting, because the food obtained in this way is too unstable. If you're lucky, you won't go hungry and you can still get some survival. If you're unlucky, you can't even catch a single hair of the animal and you have to go hungry. Not only that, but lives can be in danger at any time, and the relationship between hunter and prey changes constantly. Take the Chinke tribe, for example. It is common for people to be injured by prey while hunting, and people in the hunting team are often injured. Fortunately, during the time that Han Sheng was here, they only suffered some minor injuries. No one lost their life, and no one, like lame, suffered from a serious hidden illness. But this kind of thing often happens near the river, and your shoes will get wet someday. If you want to reduce the chances of this happening, the best way is to reduce hunting. Planting and breeding can not only provide a stable source of food, but also greatly liberate productivity, freeing the strongest people in the tribe from busy and unstoppable hunting activities, so that they can have free time to do other things. Of course, planting and breeding are not easy either, but compared with the life-threatening and unstoppable hunting, is still much better. At the very least, there's a distinction between busy and slack times in farming, and livestock only need to be fed a few times a day, unlike hunting, where there is no fixed free time. Of course, the green bird tribe has not yet taken any steps towards planting and breeding. At this time, hunting is still the main source of food for the green bird tribe. But if it relies solely on hunting, the tribe cannot last long, and it is impossible for the tribe to develop into a scale of tens of thousands of people. Relying on hunting cannot support such a large tribe. Although the rabbit giving birth is a small matter, the significance it represents is great, which is why Han Sheng is so happy. These children have been familiar with Han Sheng for a long time, but they still can't understand why the Son of God is so happy. These 2 rabbits, plus a few newly born rabbit pups, are not enough for the people in the tribe to eat in one meal. The chief and his men had never seen the Son of God so happy even when they brought back a sheep and 2 wild boars at a time. Not only were they puzzled by Han Sheng's contrasting performance, but even the wisest witch in the tribe and the eldest senior brother, who was also very wise, were also puzzled. However, Wu was better than others. He vaguely sensed some of Han Sheng's intentions, but the feeling was too vague and he could not grasp the key points. Regarding this matter, they all came together to ask Han Shinsi, who would run near the rabbit pen and peek at the rabbits feeding. There is nothing to hide. After all, this is for the sake of the entire tribe. Moreover, Han Sheng wanted to develop the domesticated livestock business as quickly as possible, and explaining the significance of this matter to Wu and his eldest senior brother was a necessary procedure. Only in this way can we mobilize the strength of the entire tribe and work together. This time the discussion was not held in the inner cave where the witch lived as in the past, but next to the rabbit pen. The male rabbit is now very panicked, because the number of people peeping at his wife breastfeeding has increased from 1 to 3, and the eyes of these 3 two-legged beasts are getting brighter and brighter as they look at his wife. It was very worried that they would suddenly come in and compete for milk for its children. Although his wife has enough milk, he has 5 cubs to feed. If he adds 3 such big two-legged beasts, his children will have to starve. It quietly moved back again, covering the cave entrance behind it better, and looked at the 3 two-legged beasts outside with vigilance and nervousness. Wu was indeed very excited. He had not thought that things could be done this way. Putting aside what the Son of God said about the herds of prey, if they and others wanted to eat, they could just kill one. There was no need to risk their lives to engage in such a wonderful thing as hunting. Just raising some in the tribe, when encountering bad weather such as heavy snow or rain and unable to hunt, or when no prey is caught that day, slaughtering some and eating this one is enough to make his heart beat fast. The eldest brother was able to become the leader of the tribe because he was not only strong but also intelligent. After hearing Han Cheng's description, he was very excited. I wish I could take people out hunting again and bring back more living prey. At the same time, I also felt a little annoyed. In fact, I could have brought the sheep back alive today, but I was afraid it would run away and also to make it easier to transport it back, so I killed it. If I had known it would have such an important role, I would have brought it back alive no matter what. The eldest brother has secretly made up his mind that in the future, he will try his best to leave alive when hunting. Han Cheng saw what the eldest brother was thinking and quickly waved his hand, telling him that in the future, when he went hunting, he should wait until he had caught enough prey for the tribe to eat for a day before considering catching them alive and bringing them back. Moreover, not all prey need to be caught alive. For example, there is no need to do so for carnivorous creatures such as tigers, leopards, and foxes. If you encounter them, then hide if you can. If you can't, then fight them to death. The animals that should be brought back alive are herbivorous animals such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Of course, the premise for doing all this is to ensure that no one in the team is harmed. If there is a possibility of injury and life-threatening, no matter what kind of animal it is, no matter how precious it is, it must be abandoned immediately. For Han Cheng, nothing is more precious than the lives of people in the tribe. Chapter 46, Bacon and the Wolf. Animal husbandry is a long-term endeavor that cannot be accomplished overnight. The most common thing Han Cheng told his senior brother was to do things within his ability and not to rush into things. In addition to worrying about people in the tribe getting hurt, another important reason is that there are too many animals caught and there is no place to raise them. The area of the cave is not small, but there are also quite a few people living there. In addition, there are also a lot of bottles and jars taking up space, so the remaining space is not too big. It's okay to raise a few people, but it really can't accommodate more. So Han Cheng decided to look outside the cave and to try to build some pig pens, sheep pens, and the like. The weather is getting warmer. We hunted a lot of prey yesterday, but because there was no way to store it for a long time, the eldest brother took out a lot of food last night and roasted or cooked soup for everyone to eat. Many people were so full that they rolled their eyes. Han Cheng didn't understand the eldest brother's intention at first. He just thought that he had hunted a lot of prey and the eldest brother wanted to celebrate. It was only after they finished eating that he realized that he did this because he was worried that the food would go bad. After Han Cheng knew about this, he slapped his forehead and wondered how could he have forgotten about this. We were so busy thinking about how to develop planting and animal husbandry that we even forgot the most basic food storage. In the morning, the eldest brother took out all the remaining food at once and asked everyone to eat it all. These foods are enough for the people in the tribe to have 2 meals. Eating them in 1 meal now would be a serious waste. Han Cheng stepped forward to stop the eldest brother and told him that he couldn't eat so much food. The eldest brother smiled. He knew that he wouldn't need so much food. But if the food wasn't eaten quickly, it would go bad by the evening. If you don't eat it, it will go bad. He pointed at the meat and said to Han Cheng. Han Cheng understood what he meant and replied with a smile. If you don't eat it, it won't go bad. I can make food not go bad. Because Mandarin has become more popular, Han Cheng can speak to them much more fluently. After hearing what Han Cheng said, the eldest brother no longer insisted and put half of the meat back to its original place. He didn't ask about the solution. He knew that since the Son of God said so, there must be a solution. Over the past 6 months, the various miracles displayed by the Son of God have already convinced them to the point that they're almost blindly following him. After breakfast, Han Xing asked someone to bring a large ceramic basin and a jar of salt. He asked the eldest brother to put the meat in the ceramic basin and then rub the salt on the meat continuously until the salt covered every part of the meat. The meat, rubbed with salt, was placed in a basin for a while, and then holes were made on it with a stone knife, and then it was threaded with ropes and hung on the branch of a tree not far from the cave entrance. In a short while, the tree was full of dozens of special fruits of various sizes. Han Xing also managed to hang 2 pieces of meat on the fire that was burning all year round in the cave. He wanted to try smoked meat. He remembered that smoked meat seemed to last longer than dried bacon. Everyone was looking at the meat hanging on the tree in the sun in a daze. They had not expected that the method the Son of God mentioned for preserving meat for a long time would be so simple. With the appearance of pickled bacon, the green bird tribe will not have a hard time this winter, even if there is no fish, because they usually start storing food in the fall. Now, they can do it in the summer. And what they store is meat, which is much more filling than fruit. Han Xing's idea of building various pens was not implemented immediately because he discovered another extremely urgent matter, which was more urgent than improving the pottery kilns and creating enough land for planting. This thing is to build a wall. I don't know if it's because the bacon has been drying outside continuously these days, but wolves have been attracted to the surrounding area of the tribe. The wolves did not eat the meat hanging on the tree because the meat on the tree was right in front of the tribe's cave entrance. There was always someone guarding it during the day, and the meat would be put back into the cave before dark, so the wolves had no chance to eat it. What was really thrilling was last night. Xing's younger brother Chun is about 6 years old. He is a little short compared to his peers, but he is very smart. He also studies under Han Xing and is the child of junior brother Sha. Yesterday evening, we made bones soup. Compared to barbecue, Chun prefers bones soup. I ate too much last night and drank too much, so I had to get up more often at night. Younger children who are still unable to take care of themselves would be accompanied by an adult when they get up at night, but Chun is past that age. So I went out on my own to solve the problem. There were no problems the first 2 times, but something went wrong the 3rd time. Chun had just come outside and stood still when a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the darkness and pounced towards Chun. Chun didn't even have time to react. He just let out a panicked scream subconsciously, and then he was pounced on. Fortunately, junior brother Sha was awakened by the noise of Chun getting up at night, and he was also feeling suffocated, so after Chun went out, he followed him out. After seeing the wolf rushing out of the darkness and pouncing on Chun, junior brother Sha, who had been hunting for many years and had accumulated a lot of hunting experience, lost all urge to urinate. While shouting loudly to scare the wolf, he bent down, grabbed a handful of things on the ground, and rushed towards the wolf. The wolf was frightened and ran away, and Chun managed to escape from the wolf's mouth. However, he still had marks from the wolf's kiss. Half of his right ear was missing, and there were several bloody scratches on his arm. The bloodstain on his arm might disappear over time, but the missing half of his ear will never grow back, and this scar will accompany him for the rest of his life. Fortunately, people nowadays have different ways of distinguishing beauty and ugliness than people in later generations. The fact that he has half an ear missing will not affect Chin's chance of getting a wife. The next day, the eldest brother led the hunting team and began to search for traces of wolves near the tribe with weapons. Han Xing also stopped his daily run. He stayed in a half-covered cave with the rest of the children. Several female adults stayed at the entrance of the cave with weapons in hand to guard against sudden visits from wolves. At the end of the day, they did not see any trace of wolves. However, the tribe did not relax. If a child gets up at night, there will be at least 2 adults with weapons accompanying them. Han Cheng's nighttime wake-up was even more grand, with 4 people accompanying him, which made him very uncomfortable. But there is no other way. In order not to lose my life, I have to do this. 3 days passed like this. The eldest brother and his companions continued to expand the scope of their reconnaissance around the tribe, but they still did not find any trace of the wolf. And the wolves did not visit the tribe during these few nights. After searching for 3 days without seeing any trace of the wolf, the eldest brother and his companions had to give up the idea of finding the wolf. After all, they still needed to hunt and could not just keep wasting time like this. Chapter 47. If you want to build a wall, you must first find food. The occurrence of this incident sounded a wake-up call for Han Xing. Previously, he only thought about development but forgot about the safety of the tribe itself. The safety of the tribe is the most important thing. Only when we are safe can we have the money to do more things. It just so happens that the salt problem has been solved now, so there's basically enough pottery. Even if it is not enough, we could just use a few simple clay kilns to fire pottery. There is no need to rush to research and try new pottery firing technology. We could take it slow. Han Sheng decided to focus all his work on building the wall. Otherwise, you would be very scared when you go out to pee at night for fear that a wolf would suddenly jump out and push you over. The idea of building a wall was decided, but how to build it became a problem. It is said that walls built with bricks are the strongest, but given the current conditions in the tribe, it is simply not realistic to burn bricks in large quantities. Since bricks are not available, we can only use adobes to build the wall, but the wall built with adobes is not strong. Moreover, making adobe bricks requires a lot of effort. If the main force of the tribe, such as the eldest brother, does not take action, it is not known whether the remaining old, weak, and sick people can build the wall in 2 years. Human hands. This is a hoop around the neck of the tribe. What was extremely simple in later generations has become a huge project here. If you want to solve the problem fundamentally, you have to think about the root cause. Han Sheng can be sure that, based on his prestige in the tribe, the witch and the eldest brother will not object to his proposal to build a wall and will be happy to support it. However, they are powerless because the eldest brother and others still need to go hunting to find enough food for the tribe. Only when this condition is met can we make adobe bricks and build walls. If Han Sheng wanted to have enough labor, he needed to free his senior brothers from the heavy task of finding food every day. In order to fish it out, Han Sheng needs to solve the food problem. But the key is that this food problem is not easy to solve. The only crop that can barely be considered a food grain is rapeseed, which is the primitive kind. However, there is still no land to grow rapeseed. As for animal husbandry, there are only 2 rabbits and 5 baby rabbits that have not yet opened their eyes. The group of deer are not yet at the stage where they can be kept in captivity, but they can be killed for meat. With these dozens of deer, the tribe will not have to worry about food for at least 1 or 2 months. But Han Sheng still couldn't bear to kill them like this. What a wonderful herd of deer. Killing them like this. The animal husbandry industry, which had just started to show some promise, is about to fall into the abyss again. So far, planting and animal husbandry have not even reached the stage of seedlings. It is simply impossible to count on these 2 things to solve the urgent problem. Han Sheng is very depressed now. He has nothing what he wants. Han Sheng suffered from insomnia again at night and did not fall asleep until the second half of the night. After getting up in the morning, Han Sheng went to Yinshan accompanied by his senior brothers. It happened that Uncle Lu and his little brother were here today. When he saw the 2-legged beast that he hadn't seen for a few days, Uncle Lu was actually a little nervous and took the initiative to greet Han Sheng. And then he put his mouth directly to the clay pot on Han Sheng's waist. Well, Uncle Lu was not thinking about Han Shenggong, but the salt water that Han Sheng brought. These days, Han Sheng has spoiled Uncle Deer's mouth. Accustomed to drinking purified salt water, it finds it difficult to swallow the rough stone wall that has all kinds of flavors. After all, Uncle Lu is also a very elegant and prestigious person. Han Sheng stretched out his hand, as usual, and gently stroked Guanghua's face and horns as Uncle Lu was drinking water. Uncle Deer's tail was wagging happily, which showed how happy he was. As for being touched on the face, would the other deer say that he was a gigolo and couldn't make in the deer world? The arrogant old deer was not afraid at all, because his group of younger brothers, under his leadership, all joined the ranks of selling their faces and drinking salt water. After drinking the salt water, Uncle Lu still habitually put his mouth close to Han Sheng. Han Sheng did not dodge this time, but let Uncle Lu's wet mouth rub the water on half of his body. Han Sheng touched its face with his hand, and after a while he smiled and said, "Let's go." Then he called the eldest brother and others who had fed the other deer to go back. After much thought, I decided that I couldn't do anything to these deer, at least not now. Today Han Sheng taught everyone some new characters, one of which is called Wall. The most studious stone raised his hand and asked, "Son of God, what is a wall?" A wall is something made of wood, earth, or stone that can keep wild animals out and protect us from being attacked by wild animals. Han Sheng gave a definition of wall according to what he had thought of before. With a wall, we don't have to worry about being bitten by wolves when we go out to pee at night, right? Xing is still frightened by the fact that her brother Chun was attacked by a wolf. When she heard Han Sheng explaining the wall, she immediately raised her hand to speak. After she finished speaking, the other children did not laugh, because this question was not funny at all to them. They had to be on guard against the wild animals that they regarded as food, and would also regard them as food. Especially for children, the threat posed by wild beasts is no less than that of disease. Han Sheng nodded seriously. Son of God, lead us to build the wall. We are not afraid of getting tired. After receiving Han Sheng's affirmative answer, the children looked at Han Sheng with bright eyes full of hope. Build. We must build the wall. Han Sheng nodded and spoke solemnly to the children. In front of Han Sheng were several sticks that were more than 1 meter long and about 2 centimeters in diameter. He had specially asked his senior brother and others to bring them back on the way back from Yanshan. Now that the eldest brother and his men have gone out hunting again, the tribe has suddenly become a lot quieter. Around him were the children he taught. Everyone looked at the Son of God intently, expecting him to build a wall that could keep the wild beasts out. Han Sheng cannot break such a stick now, but there are other things in the cave that can do the same thing. Because of the improved diet, increased salt intake, and more exercise, Bo is now much stronger than before, especially his arms, which look particularly strong because they're used more frequently due to the stiffness of his legs. Han Sheng chose half of these sticks and made a mark about every 25 centimeters, asking Bo to break them at the mark. This kind of thing was not difficult for Bo. He took the wooden stick and exerted force with both hands. With a crack, the stick broke at the mark. The fracture is relatively neat because before breaking the hand, Han Sheng had someone use a stone knife to cut a shallow cut around the mark. Chapter 48. The fish cage you can enter, but you can't exit. When breaking the tree stick, Han Sheng took the remaining part of the stick and made a mark about half a meter away. Then place these sticks side by side and take out another straight stick to use as a ruler. Use the half-meter-long mark on the outermost stick as the standard, and place the stick used as a ruler horizontally according to the mark. After finding the right position, Han Sheng held the ruler with one hand to prevent it from moving, and with the other hand he held a relatively sharp and small stone knife and cut along the ruler. After the ruler was taken away, a mark appeared at the same position on the neatly arranged tree sticks. Han Sheng did not let anyone move these sticks. Instead, he picked up the tree stick at the edge that was used as a ruler, aligned its half-meter end with the second half-meter marked end, and then compared it with the half-meter mark on it and made a second half-meter mark on the second stick. Then put the first stick back to its original position and put it together with the other arranged sticks. Han Sheng picked up the stick and used it as a ruler and placed it horizontally at the second half-meter of the stick. Following the previous method, after finding the right level, he pulled it down horizontally along the ruler. In this way, 2.5-meter marks were made on each stick. Regardless of whether Han Sheng's estimate of the half-meter distance is accurate or not, the distance drawn in this way must be the same. This ensures that the sticks are of the same length after being cut. After he had finished marking it, the children who were gathered around started to work together. Each of them took a marked stick and, according to the method previously taught by the Son of God, used a stone knife in their hands to cut a circle of shallow marks around the mark. This would ensure that the incision of the limb would be relatively neat to the greatest extent possible. The sticks were folded, some were long, and some were short. These people, including the witch who came after hearing the noise, were very curious about how the Son of God was going to use such a thing. Can a wall that can keep wild beasts out be built with just these small sticks? Han Sheng didn't say much, but began to pick up 4 short wooden sticks and arrange them into a square with a side length of about 25 centimeters. Tie the interface tightly with rope and grass. Han Sheng made 2 boxes of the same size. After the 2 square frames were completed, he took out 4 long wooden sticks and connected them to the 2 square frames respectively. After tying the 4 sticks tightly, a rectangular frame made of wooden sticks appeared. Several female primitive people were sitting not far away, with a pile of dried rope grass beside them. They were twisting 3 rope grasses together into ropes according to the method taught by the Son of God. Rope grass is tough by nature, and when 3 strands are twisted together into a thin rope, it becomes even stronger. A rope like this can hang more than 10 kilograms of bacon. Han Sheng had instructed them about the rope twisting task in the morning, so by now they had already made a lot of them. Han Sheng picked up a twisted straw rope and began to weave it around one end of the rectangular frame. After a while, a net appeared at the square at this end. The net had a large front, a small opening at the back, and was sunken into the square. Such an opening can ensure that fish can swim in, but not out. That's right, Han Sheng is making fish cages now. Such a small thing certainly cannot be used to build a wall, but it can provide strong protection for the construction of the wall. As long as they make dozens of fish cages, relying on the number of fish in the river outside, the people in the tribe don't have to worry about food for a long time. Once the food problem is solved, there will naturally be people to build the wall. After completing the mechanism at the innermost part that allows fish to enter but not exit, Han Chung began to weave nets on the other 5 sides of the fish cage except the opening. The size of the mesh is just enough to fit Han Cheng's entire palm. In this way, the fish caught with the fish cage must weigh at least 70 or 80 grams. Han Chung doesn't want to catch fish that are too small. After all, fish only have one life, so they should make the most of it. The same fish, a 1-pound fish, is only enough for a child, while a 5-pound fish is enough for 2 adults. Han Chung calls this the value of life. Weaving the net outside the fish cage is a rather strenuous job. Fortunately, Han Chung has worked a lot during this period and has some money in hand, otherwise his hands would be covered with blisters after weaving this fish cage. The fish cage was completed when the sun had moved about halfway westward in the afternoon. Han Chung pressed around hard to make sure that the fish cage was solid and had no leaks. Then he picked up a rope that was thicker than an ordinary straw rope and tied one end of it to a wooden stick at the opening of the fish cage, securing it securely. This rope is twisted in the same way as 3-strand straw rope used to weave fish cages. It is extremely strong, and with it, it is virtually impossible for the fish to escape while the cage is halfway out of the water, and then the rope breaks, and the cage is lost as well as the fish. The last step was finally completed. Han Chung breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little excited. It was soon time to fish. Unlike Han Cheng's excitement, Wu and the children were confused. They didn't understand how this thing that could be easily lifted with one hand could protect against wild beasts. Why did the wall called by the body look so unreliable? Han Cheng saw their confusion and knew that they were all thinking the wrong thing. So he smiled and shook his head and said, "This is not a wall. It's a fish cage used to catch fish." Everyone was stunned. This result was so unexpected. You said that you had just kept saying that you must build the wall, but after working for half a day, you ended up producing something that has nothing to do with building a wall. They didn't understand what fishing had to do with building a wall. There was a thoughtful look in Wu's eyes, and he vaguely understood Han Cheng's thoughts. However, if it was really as he thought, then this strange-looking thing that he had never heard of and that the Son of God called a fish cage must be able to catch a lot of fish. At the end of the day, the number of fish caught by a fish cage must be at least as many as the number caught by 2 people with harpoons. Han Chung handed the fish cage to Haiwa and asked him to hold it for him. Then he took Wu's hand and led everyone to the river together with Wu. Because there were wolves around, most of the people who followed out had weapons in their hands. The eldest brother even picked out 2 women from the hunting team and asked them to stay in the tribe to strengthen the tribe's daytime defense and protect everyone's safety. Chapter 49, Fishing Artifact. There are still as many fish in the stream as ever, but it is not easy at all to catch them with the tribe's simple harpoons. This not only requires years of practicing skills, but also a certain amount of luck. In the past, if a person could catch 10 fish in the river in a day, it was considered a very rare harvest. Now, Han Chung has made new fishing tools. I wonder if it can improve the inefficient fishing speed. Under everyone's gaze, the fish cage was lowered into the water, and the rope was pulled in Han Cheng's hand. After being frightened by the fish cage falling into the water, the fish in the water quickly returned to their previous state, swimming around in the water. Some naughty ones would even jump out of the water, then fall back into the water with a splashing ripples. Wu, Bo, Haiwa, Xiaomei, Xiaoli, and others stood aside, sticking their heads into the water, looking at the fish cage under the water. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a fish swam into the fish cage from the entrance. Before Han Chung could pull it out, it had already swam out from the mesh at the back of the fish cage. This guy was really too small. The fish cage was quietly staying in the water. 3 fish had already swam in and came out from the mesh at the back. This made Han Chung a little annoyed. Damn it, they were treating this fish cage as an amusement park. Another fish swam to the opening of the fish cage. It was quite big. It lingered here for a moment, then swung its tail and swam in, not realizing that the space in the passage it was passing through was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing that the fish was completely in the fish cage, Han Chung began to reel in the rope. The fish in the cage was frightened and started to run around inside, trying to get out quickly. However, there were nets on all 6 sides, and it could no longer find the passage it had used to get in. As it struggled, the fish cage was lifted out of the water. The fish, still jumping inside, was taken out from the opening by Han Chung. Everyone looked at the fish jumping on the shore covered in dirt and grass, and then looked at the fish cage that was put into the water again by the Son of God. They were all surprised. This strange-looking thing could really catch fish, and it seemed very easy to do so. Wu thinks further ahead and has more surprises than the average person, because he discovered a huge benefit of the fish cage made by the Son of God. In the past, fishing was the job of adults, but now with fish cages, the young Son of God can easily catch fish from the water. This means that older miners, who used to be basically eating for free and relying on adults for support, can now obtain food for the tribe with the help of fish cages. Just this one fact alone is enough to attract the witch's attention. The witch has secretly made a decision. As long as the amount of fish caught by 2 miners using fish cages is equivalent to that caught by 1 adult, he can discuss with the chief to withdraw half of the manpower from the hunting team to build the wall that the Son of God mentioned. Wu quickly overturned the decision in his mind, because the fish cage gave him such a huge surprise. When the first fish was lying on the shore, still breathing hard, Han Chung pulled the fish cage out of the water again. This time, there were not 1 fish in the fish cage, but 2. This is truly a miracle. Wu didn't know how to describe his feelings and could only blame it on the Almighty God. The rest of the people also widened their eyes, and some even exclaimed. The fishing madman Lame looked at the fish cage in Han Cheng's hand with sparkling eyes. For him, who loves fishing, the temptation of such a fishing tool is too great. Han Cheng didn't expect that he would catch 2 fish at once this time. These 2 fish really look like him. Seeing that Wu was eager to try, Han Cheng handed the rope and fish cage to Wu and told him some tips, such as how to hold the rope tightly. Putting a fish cage into the water is an extremely simple task, and Wu can naturally do it well. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a big fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds entered the fish cage and was pulled up by Wu. Wu's face was full of smiles. He had not had food for a long time, but now he was experiencing the joy of harvest again. When the sun was about to set, Wu walked in front, holding the fish cage in his hands as if it were a treasure, and led everyone back to the cave. In the hands of this group of people, there were 13 fish. The smallest one weighed about 1 pound. This is truly a miracle. A miner can catch 13 fish in less than half a day. So wouldn't he have to catch 30 fish in a whole day? By this calculation, as long as 3 miners use 3 fish cages, they can solve the food problem of the entire tribe for a day. After making such calculations, it seemed strange that Wu was holding the fish cage carefully and shaking with excitement as he walked. After all, in the past, the entire tribe had to work hard to get food, but now only 3 miners are needed to accomplish it. Under such a huge contrast, it would be strange if the witch didn't stagger when walking. Han Cheng also slapped his forehead, wondering why he didn't think of the fish cage earlier. If he had thought of it earlier and got the fish cage out, he could have done so much more. The eldest brother led his men back with prey. Their luck was not very good today, and the prey they caught was not enough for the tribe to have 2 meals. If it were in the past, the eldest brother might still be worried, but not now, because there is enough bacon stored in the cave for the entire tribe to eat for several days. He saw the 13 fish, and a smile appeared on his face. Having these 13 fish meant that there would be no more bacon to eat as relief. But that was the extent of the eldest brother's joy. In a season when food was plentiful, 13 fish were not a surprise to him. However, when he learned that these fish were caught by the Son of God using something called a fish cage in less than half a day, he could no longer remain calm. Flat! The fish in the eldest brother's hand fell to the ground. He stood there in a daze for a while, then ran into the inner cave, eager to see this magical fishing tool. After dinner, under the leadership of the witch, the Chinke tribe once again held a grand sacrificial ceremony. This time, the offerings to the gods were a fish cage and the largest fish caught in the cage that day. Han Chung did not need to participate in the sacrifice. At the witch's insistence, he stood in front of the totem pole and accepted the worship of everyone in the tribe. The witch was so happy that he jumped until he couldn't stand still. Only after being persuaded by Han Chung did he end this grand sacrificial ceremony. Lying on the bed, Wu Huanqi cried for half the night before she fell asleep. For them, nothing is more important than having enough to eat every day without worrying about going hungry. The eldest brother, as the leader, also had a good sleep tonight. The food problem was like a knife hanging over his head. He dared not relax at all and tensed up every day to get enough food. Now the food problem was suddenly solved. The knife above his head that was enough to take his life disappeared, and an unprecedented sense of relief spread throughout the eldest brother's body. Chapter 50. The Birth of Salted Fish. The entire Chinke tribe was so shocked by the fish cage that the eldest brother got up early the next morning and rubbed his hand with the other people in the hunting team as he looked at Han Sheng and the fish cage enshrined in front of the totem pole. They wanted to see with their own eyes the beauty of catching fish with the fish cage given by God. Han Sheng knew what they were thinking, so he took the fish cage and went out. As a result, everyone else in the cave wanted to follow him to see the miracle. Even the most stable witches are no exception. My luck today was not very good. When I came back from the creek, I only caught 8 fish. However, this was enough to shock the senior brothers because it was still early and not even half of the morning had been used up. Moreover, after the fish cage was put into the water, the wife of the eldest brother, who was the best at spearing fish in the tribe, under the arrangement of the eldest brother, took a simple harpoon and started to fish from 20 meters away. In the same amount of time, she only caught 3 fish. The advantages of fish cages are fully demonstrated after comparison. After collecting the fish cages, the eldest brother, who was already in a frenzy, led other equally frenzied people to find suitable wooden sticks without Han Sheng's instructions. The other people in the cave were making ropes with the rope grass. After collecting all the materials, Han Sheng started to make fish cages again and selected 3 more dexterous people in the tribe to teach, including Lame. By night, the Chinke tribe had 4 more fish cages, adding the original one, a total of 5. The usefulness of the fish cage far exceeded Wu's imagination. Because Han Sheng had woven a net at the mouth of the fish cage that allowed fish to enter and exit, once the fish entered the cage, there was no need to pull it out in a hurry, and the fish would not be able to escape. So one person doesn't have to guard a fish cage all the time. One person can take care of 3 or even 4 fish cages and is completely capable of handling the job. The person looking after the fish cages only needs to stay on the shore, then pull the fish cages out of the water one by one every once in a while, take out the fish inside, and then put the fish cages back into the water. Moreover, because the fish cage is left in the water for a long time, sometimes there will be 2 or even 3 fish in it when the fish cage is pulled out. One man was guarding the fish cage, and he sent 2 people to transport the fish to the tribe. At the end of the day, the tribe could not finish eating all the caught fish in 2 days. The food problem, which had been weighing on everyone's mind and making them dare not relax at all, was solved by these small fish cages and the miners in the 3 tribes. This is truly a miracle. Looking at the fish piled up in the cave and the fish cages neatly placed in the most conspicuous place in the tribe, everyone had a sincere smile on their face. They don't have to work hard all day and worry about not having enough food. These are all gifts from God and His Son. The advent of the fish cage made Han Sheng's prestige in the tribe even higher, far surpassing that of the eldest brother who was the leader and even higher than the wise witch in the tribe. However, Han Sheng was not proud of anything because in his opinion it was not worth being proud of. He treated Wu and other people the same as usual, respectful when necessary and approachable when necessary. But everyone in the tribe respects him from the bottom of their hearts. The weather is hot now, and we catch too many fish every day. If we can't eat them, they will go bad. However, Han Sheng still did not reduce the number of fish cages put into the water. But what is different from the past is that the caught fish are not carried back to the cave directly, but are cleaned on the spot by the creek, then rubbed with salt and dried on the river beach, cleared flat land, and vacant pottery firing area. This is to make dried salted fish. Those responsible for doing these things are some miners in the tribe who can do light work, women with weaker constitutions, and of course the lame. Han Sheng did not allow people to throw away the fish viscera and scales at random. Instead, he dug some pits 20 meters away from the riverbank and close to the downstream. The viscera cleaned out every day were thrown into these pits. When it was time to finish work in the evening, he would first throw some dry grass on the viscera and then cover them evenly with a layer of soil. Continue in this way, and after leveling one pit, move on to the next one. Han Sheng's actions are certainly not in vain. This can protect the environment by preventing the riverside from being cluttered with fish entrails, and it can also serve as fertilizer. In the fall, he was planning to plant a crop of rapeseed. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally had to make some preparations in advance. The construction of the wall is a huge project for today's tribe. Han Sheng roughly calculated the workload and found that even by autumn, it would not be completely built. Autumn is the season for storing food. In order to avoid the construction of the wall being greatly affected by food storage problems, Han Sheng takes advantage of the hot weather to dry more fish. In the tribe's food storage area, 13 large vats enclose the area. Under Han Sheng's guidance, a layer of newly made and dried mud was spread out in the enclosed space, and on top of the mud was a layer of broken animal skins, and on top of the animal skins was a thick layer of hay. This is the place where the dried fish is stored. With these 3 layers of protection, it will not be easy for moisture to rise from the ground and catch the dried fish. As for the empty tanks surrounding it, they're also used to store food. These vats are also padded with adobe bricks. Storing food in this way not only has a good moisture-proof effect, but also saves a lot of space. Now that he no longer had to worry about food every day, Han Sheng put the wall he had planned on the agenda. Han Sheng didn't want to build the wall smaller, because after building the wall, he wanted to build houses inside the wall and build some pens for raising livestock. At the same time, he wanted to leave enough space for the people in the tribe to rest and play in peace. It is precisely because the wall is not easy to build that Han Sheng wants to build it well. Otherwise, if he spends a lot of effort now and it fails to keep up with the situation in a few years and then has to be expanded again, the loss will be huge. He has been wandering around outside the tribe these 2 days. Taking the terrain into consideration, he can basically build a wall that is 300 meters wide from north to south and 500 meters long from east to west. Because the northernmost side of the wall is the mountain wall where the tribal cave is located, and the mountain wall on this side is high enough, there is no need to build a wall. In other words, you only need to build 2 300-meter walls and 1 500-meter wall to create a safe space for the tribe. Chapter 51. Fu Yu is promoted among the architects. But even though these 3 walls add up to only 1,100 meters, it is still a huge project for the Qingke tribe. Han Sheng did a simple calculation. The adobe bricks made in the tribe are large bricks that are 10 centimeters thick, 20 centimeters wide, and 40 centimeters long. Assuming the wall is built to be 2.5 meters high and 40 centimeters thick, it will require 137,500 adobe bricks. I spent a whole day yesterday trying to make soil for cultivation, including digging the soil, mixing the mud, and moving the finished adobe bricks aside. There were 25 people in the tribe participating in the labor. Almost all of them were the main force of the tribe. At the end of the day, they only made 800 adobe bricks. Even if one becomes proficient in all techniques in the future and calculates based on making 1,000 adobe bricks a day, it will take more than 4 months, almost 5 months, just to make the adobe bricks. This does not even include the time it takes to transport the dried products to the required location. Taking into account the weather conditions, such as cloudy, rainy, thunderous, and windy, it would take 6 or 7 months just to make and transport the adobe bricks. And this is when everyone in the tribe does nothing else and give their all. If you add in the picking of fruit, burning of trees to plant rapeseed, and grassing for deer and rabbits, etc., it took almost 10 months just to prepare and transport the adobe bricks to their proper places. Later, you need to dig some foundations, mix mud, and stack adobe bricks to form walls, which also takes a lot of time and effort. After doing this calculation, excluding the 2 or 3 months in winter when people cannot work outdoors, Han Sheng discovered that he might not be able to build the wall he wanted by the autumn of the following year. Damn, it's so hard to make something. Han Sheng couldn't help but want to curse. It won't work if you build it this way. It takes too much effort. For several days, Han Sheng was thinking about this matter that made him frown. It actually gave him some idea. The solution was to use the rammed earth method instead of adobe to build the wall. Until the Qin and Han dynasties, and even in later dynasties, many city walls were built using the rammed earth method. This is also the main reason why during ancient wars, when one side diverted water to flood the city, some parts of the city walls would collapse after a few days. Compared with making adobe bricks first, and then mixing mud and gluing them together to build a wall, the slab-on-grade method is much more labor-saving and time-saving. You only need to use boards to support both sides and ends of the place where you want to build the wall, then put the mixed mud directly into the space enclosed by the boards, and then pound the mud firmly. The wall built in this way is integrated. In the absence of steel bars, cement, lime, and glutinous rice, such a wall is much stronger than one built with adobe. After Han Sheng thought of the method of block building, he slapped his forehead. His thinking was restricted again. In later generations, the most common materials for building walls are steel bars, cement, bricks and tiles, and even lime is rarely used nowadays. The rammed earth method is rarely seen. Even if it is used, it is only used for a small layer when laying the foundation or the ring beam. So when Han Cheng was about to start building the wall, the first idea that came to his mind was to use bricks to build it. If there are no bricks, use adobe instead. If there is no cement, use live mud instead. It was not until he realized that doing so was too time-consuming and labor-intensive and not very solid that he suddenly remembered the ancient wall-building technique of rammed earth after much thought. The most direct reason why Han Cheng remembered this skill came from Han Cheng's encouragement to himself. The difficulty of building the wall made him a little discouraged. In order not to lose confidence, he began to feed himself with inspirational quotes. It was not until he recited Mencius's "Born in sorrow, die in happiness" that his mind suddenly became clear as if struck by lightning. The original text is as follows. Shun was born in the fields, Fuyu was raised among the bricklayers, Jiaoge was raised among the fishermen and salt merchants, Guaniwu was raised among the scholars, Sun Shuio was raised at sea, and Bailey she was raised in the market. Therefore, when God is about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, he must first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, and his body empty. What benefited Han Cheng the most from this chicken soup was not the following part. God has bestowed a great mission on this man, but the sentence at the beginning, Shun was born in the fields, and Fu Yu was raised among the builders. As expected, you should read more books and drink more chicken soup when you have nothing to do. Won't the surprise come as you drink more? The first moment he thought of the adobe method, Han Cheng stopped his senior brother and his colleagues from making adobe bricks. However, there are some difficulties to overcome when building a wall using the rammed earth method, the most important of which is the foundation of the wall. If you build the slab directly on the ground without laying the foundation, it will definitely not be stable. But laying the foundation is not easy with the current tools and means. In addition to these, there's also the issue of clearing the forest growing in this area. The simplest way, of course, is to kill the tree first and then burn it. On the west side of the tribe, more than 300 square meters of trees have died. These are the masterpieces of Han Cheng and his team. However, if this is really done, the construction of the wall will have to be postponed because it will take a long time to peel the bark of these trees and wait for them to die and dry up. This was a bit unbearable for Han Cheng, who was in a hurry to build the wall. But there is no other way. Given the current production conditions, we can only endure it. Han Cheng led his men to attack the forest on a large scale. The first trees to suffer were those that happened to grow along the line drawn by Han Cheng for the construction of the wall. The weather in early summer is extremely hot, especially now. Without any wind, the whole world is like a steamer, so stuffy that it makes people breathless. After peeling off the last bit of bark from the root of a tree, so big that it was impossible to hug it with an arm, even the strongest eldest brother had to stop, wipe the sweat from his head, pick up the kettle at hand, tilt his head back, and drink a gulp of slightly salty boiled water. Only then did he let out a long breath and feel a little relieved. The eldest brother was actually quite curious, because if it were in the past in such weather, they would have been out of strength, but now it was different. Enduring this heat to work, he still felt stronger than before. He attributed this to the fact that the Son of God had arrived and brought them plenty of food, allowing everyone to have enough to eat every day. Looking at the Son of God, who was still a child looking up at the sky not far away, the eldest brother's eyes were full of respect. It was because of the guidance of the Son of God that the people of their Chinke tribe could live such a good life now. Seeing the Son of God looking up at the sky seriously, everyone, including him, subconsciously held their breath for fear of disturbing the communication between the Son of God and the gods. Chapter 52, Storm, Lightning, and Thunder. Of course, Han Cheng was not communicating with the gods, but observing the celestial phenomena. The weather today is extremely hot and humid. Even the sun in the sky seems to have melted due to the heat. Its shadow disappears from the sky. The whole sky seemed a little dim. It's going to rain heavily. Stop, it's going to rain. Go to the river and collect the fish. After waiting for a while, inky clouds rose in the distant sky. Han Cheng no longer hesitated and immediately gave the order. When everyone heard that it was going to rain, they were worried that the dried fish drying by the river would get wet, so they immediately took action and rushed into the cave quickly. When they returned to the cave entrance, the witch hurried out of the cave, ready to inform everyone that it was about to rain. Everyone hurriedly took the pottery basins, pots, and animal skins to wrap these things and ran towards the river. During this process, the sky had become much darker, and inky clouds covered half of the sky. Han Sheng called out to Shirtu and the others who were having fun catching fish with fish cages and asked them to quickly pull the fish cages out of the water so that they could join everyone in collecting the dried fish. The darkening sky and the blowing wind brought a great sense of oppression to everyone. No one spoke anymore. They all quickly picked up the dried fish on the ground and threw them into the ceramic basins, jars, and other containers they had brought. Every time one was full, a strong and fast adult male primitive man would carry it and run into the cave. The entire riverside was shrouded in silent tension. Crack! Boom! Bright lightning flashed across the sky. A deafening, hair-raising thunder suddenly exploded, and everyone looked terrified. Compared to people in later generations, people at this time had a deeper fear of this unrivaled divine power. The wind became stronger. After putting the last piece of half-dried fish in a jar, Han Sheng called out to everyone, who were already frightened, and ran towards the cave, holding the bottles and jars containing fish. At this time, the entire sky was almost completely dark, as if night was coming. Only when the dazzling lightning flashes across the sky can it bring terrifying light. Pa pa pa. After the thunder and lightning had built up enough momentum, the bean-sized raindrops could not wait to fall down with the violent wind, hitting the trees, the rocks, and the land. There was a crackling sound wherever it hit. Everyone in the tribe stopped in the cave, panting, and looked with lingering fear at the world outside the cave, which was almost completely dark due to lightning, thunder, strong winds, and raging winds. Many children snuggled tightly in their mother's arms, with fear in their eyes. Some of the timid ones even started crying out of fear. Their parents were also shocked by this unusual astronomical phenomenon and were filled with fear, but they still hugged them tightly and continued to comfort them. Strong winds and heavy rain rushed into the cave through the entrance, as if they were going to swallow up everyone in the cave. More children were frightened and cried loudly, and even many adults were trembling and filled with fear. The witch stood up and shouted at the eldest brother and others to block the entrance of the cave with stones. Thick stone slabs blocked the entrance of the cave, separating the world inside the cave from the doomsday-like world outside. The sounds of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning became quieter, and everyone felt a little relieved. Under the witch's command, more firewood was added to the fire that was almost blown out just now. The flames lit up, dispelling the darkness in the cave, and everyone felt a little more at ease. Han Sheng was not too scared. He was a little curious why God was going crazy now. Was there another unlucky person like him who touched the mural and was about to be attacked? If that's the case, that would be great. It would be best to get those 3 damn foreign friends here. Don't they like to go to uninhabited places? Then come to the primitive society and experience life for a while. The witch put on the feather crown again, held the bone staff, sang and danced in front of the totem pole, and prayed devoutly to the gods, hoping that the gods would forgive the sins of his people and extinguish the fire of thunder. The other people in the cave were all terrified by this terrifying celestial phenomenon. At this time, they followed the witch as if they were grabbing a life-saving straw, praying to the gods devoutly and tremblingly. However, the god did not seem to listen to their prayers. Instead of calming down, his anger became even more violent. Plop, plop. A dull sound was heard, and the heavy stone slab, blocking the entrance of the cave, was blown down by the wild wind. It rolled on the ground twice before coming to a stop like a weightless piece of paper. Fortunately, everyone in the tribe except Han Sheng was taken by the witch to pray to the gods, so no casualties were caused. After the stone slabs blocking the cave were blown away, strong winds rushed into the cave like crazy, blowing out the flames, sparks flew, and the cave fell into darkness. Thunder exploded and lightning danced wildly. Everyone in the tribe was frightened and screamed, trembling and crying. They all squeezed deeper into the tribe, trying to find some sense of security. At this time, even the wise wizard in the tribe was completely at a loss, and he was also frightened by the wrath of the gods. Quiet. Everybody be quiet. Han Sheng shouted at the chaotic crowd, but in the chaos, no one paid attention to his words. Until outside, there was a breathtaking flash of lightning that streaked across the sky, making Han Sheng look particularly tall. I swear in the name of the Son of God, This is just the gods expelling some evil spirits. They will not embarrass us. We, the Chinke tribe, work hard, use our own hands to feed ourselves, and use our labor and wisdom to create a better life. We have never been negligent in worshiping the gods. If the gods are going to punish even a tribe like ours, then which other tribes can survive? Stand up. Stand up. We have done nothing wrong, so there is no need to be nervous. I have communicated with the gods, and they will not make things difficult for our tribe. Han Chung felt that he was now a complete charlatan, even more of a charlatan than a witch. Especially the bright and dim lightning outside the cave as background lighting makes it even more convincing. Even the wizard who was best at learning Mandarin did not fully understand what he said, and the others only got a general idea of it. But this is not important. What is important is the son of God's gentle tone, his calm and confident posture, and his last sentence that almost everyone can understand. The fear of the crowd was greatly reduced, and they felt much more at ease looking at the calm and holy Son of God. Yes, there is the Son of God in our tribe. How could the gods punish our tribe? Chapter 53. The Devil's Curse? No, it's God's blessing. I don't know if it was a coincidence or the halo of a time traveler appeared, but not long after Han Chung calmed people down, the wind died down, the rain became lighter, the thunder stopped, and the lightning disappeared. It's day. Son of God. Son of God. The people in the tribe shouted with admiration and excitement. Han Chung touched his nose. It was May 15th, and the child's face really changed in an instant. Come and see. A scream came from the entrance of the cave. Haiwa pointed outside the cave and kept looking back, his face full of shock. What happened? Han Chung was shocked and ran towards the cave entrance with the others. This. Even Han Chung, who was well-informed, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene outside. This is too fucking mysterious. Following his gaze, the view was exceptionally broad, and one could see the swollen river from the cave entrance. There is, of course, a reason for this. After a storm, all the trees from the tribe to the river fell to the ground and were uprooted. The area where the trees fell was very large, not only in front of the tribe, but also the area to the west of the tribe that Han Chung was planning to develop into farmland. It was also ravaged by the strong wind. Dead trees and living trees were intertwined, with their bodies resting on each other's. This is really God's help. After a brief shock, Han Chung suddenly became ecstatic. Thump! Before Han Chung could laugh out loud, the witch standing next to him suddenly knelt down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly with a frightened expression, and even his prayers were trembling. The others looked at the scene, which seemed like a disaster, their faces filled with fear and awe. They knelt down along with the witch and kowtowed repeatedly. This scene made Han Chung confused. Shouldn't he be happy now? What was this? He hurriedly supported the witch and stopped him from bowing again. We can't stay here anymore. We have to leave. When Wu said this, his expression looked very heavy. It could be seen that he was extremely reluctant to leave this place. After all, there were caves that sheltered him from the wind and rain, and there was endless food. But the witch still said this with great pain and made this decision. Walk? Why are you leaving for no reason? Just because of this violent storm and the large number of fallen trees? Wu what? Han Chung pulled Wu's arm and asked. Here, the devil's curse. It took a while before Wu answered Han Cheng's questions in a trembling voice. When he said this, a look of fear appeared on his face, and he couldn't help shivering several times. Han Cheng's mind was full of black question marks. It was just a tornado mixed with heavy rain that passed through, and a lot of trees were blown down. How could it become a curse from the devil? When Wu Jian couldn't explain to Han Chung clearly, he pulled him into the inner cave and stopped in front of a stone slab at the innermost part of the cave. He called his eldest brother and asked him to turn the stone slab over, carry it to a relatively bright place, and place it against the stone wall. Wu looked panicked and frightened, pointing at the things carved on the stone slab and asking Han Chung to look at them. Han Chung turned sideways so as not to block the light and look at what was engraved on it. The thing is very old, and the entire stone slab and the handwriting carved on it have a sense of antiquity and vicissitudes. This is text made up of pictures. After the witch's explanation, Han Chung learned that a similar thing had happened in the tribe a long, long time ago. From the witch's narration and the pictures on the stone slab, Han Chung knew that many big trees fell down, countless animals died, the stench was overwhelming, and then people in the tribe began to get sick and gradually died. Many people in the tribe died. Finally, the witch led the people in the tribe to leave the place where they had lived for a long time and migrate to other places. During the migration, people kept dying, and even the witch's young disciple fell ill. Out of desperation, the witch at that time picked out all the sick people and asked his disciples to lead them to another place. He led the people of Jiankong to other places, and the two sides parted ways. More than half of the people led by the young disciple died on the road. Later, when they were far away from the place cursed by the devil, they gradually recovered. They finally came here, took root here, and gradually grew and developed. That young disciple became the witch of this new tribe. He wrote down this terrifying incident on a stone tablet and passed it on to the next witch, asking them to remember that if something like this happened again, they should immediately go somewhere else to avoid the death of many tribesmen. After listening to the witch's words, Han Chung was stunned. He didn't expect that this tribe had such a tortuous history. According to the witch's description, there should have been a plague at that time. The violent storms caused the death of a large number of animals, and the continued high temperature accelerated the decay of the corpses, so the plague occurred. After listening to the witch's words, Han Chung pondered for a while and told the witch that he would go outside to check first to see if it was a curse from the devil. If it was true, it would not be too late to migrate later. The witch didn't want Han Chung to go out, worried that he would be in danger. However, when Han Chung raised the banner of God, the witch stopped trying to stop him. Han Chung was not worried about the curse that the witch had spoken. With the presence of salt, he was not worried about too many animals dying. This was clearly sending meat to the tribe, okay? Even if it cannot be processed completely, the remaining waste can be collected and burned or buried. Moreover, people in the tribe now drink boiled water, which greatly reduces the spread of the disease. Han Chung was somewhat disappointed. He and his frightened senior brother checked the area within a radius of 4 or 5 miles of the tribe, but they did not find any dead animals except for an unlucky female wolf that was hit to death by a tree and a wolf cub that had just opened its eyes hiding under its belly. This is not a curse from the devil. It is a blessing from God. After Han Chung returned to the cave, he spoke seriously to the uneasy witch. Wu felt somewhat relieved, but at the same time, he was filled with doubts. How could such a horrifying scene not be a curse from the devil? Han Chung pulled the little wolf cub who was whimpering for milk in his arms aside, held him up in his hands, and began to tell Wu and everyone about the benefits brought by this storm. Except for the gods, Han Chung said nothing was lying. This was truly a blessing from God. He had been worrying about getting rid of these trees before, but now a big storm came and knocked them all down. How much trouble it would save. And with these large fallen trees, the problem of the weak wall can be solved. When building a wall, after digging some foundations, take down the branches of the fallen trees that are as thick as arms, and then nail them in a row along the excavated foundation. Then start to build the wall with mud, and seal in the tree stumps that were nailed to the ground to act as steel bars. It would be strange if the foundation of the wall is not solid. Chapter 54. The Chinke tribe begins to brush their teeth. In addition to this benefit, there is also a place to find the wood used to block the mud during construction. Just get some more branches, arrange them together, and weave them with rope grass or other tough rattan to make something like a bamboo fence. In the past, Han Chung might have worried about obtaining raw materials, but now that there are fallen trees all over the ground, he naturally doesn't have to worry about this problem anymore. In fact, the best material for rammed earth is wood, but there are no saws now, and Han Chung really has no ability to cut the big tree trunks into wood boards. He can only use rafts made of trees instead. Walls built in this way will eventually leave some marks of tree sticks on the surface, and will not be as smooth as those built with wooden boards. But it doesn't matter. What Han Chung wants is not beauty, but strength. Besides being used to build fences, these trees have a much greater purpose. After the wall was built, Han Chung prepared to build a house. After all, he couldn't live in a cave forever, right? These woods will be of great use in time. A house with 5 beams would require a lot of wood. Now with this gift from God, he no longer has to worry about the most difficult wood to obtain. As for those huge tree trunks that are completely immovable, a good use for them is to burn a piece of them and hollow them out to make a canoe. Of course, it is also good for burning charcoal. As for the remaining small branches and leaves, some can be collected and used as fuel for the tribe, and the rest can be piled up in the place where Han Chung plans to open up farmland and burn it to make the land fertile. This severe storm that knocked down a large number of trees near the tribe really helped Han Chung a lot. It is no exaggeration to call it a gift from nature. Wu and the eldest senior brother all looked at Han Chung with wide eyes, quietly looking at their son of God. They had never thought that such a disastrous thing like a devil's curse would become a great thing when it came out of the son of God's mouth. They always felt that something seemed wrong, but when they thought about what the son of God said, it was indeed the case. I don't understand what's going on with charcoal burning, canoes, building houses, etc., but from the excitement and expectancy in the son of God's expression, I can tell that this is definitely a great thing. You know, when the fish cage, the magical fishing artifact, was made, the Son of God was not as happy as he is now. Under the deception of Han Chung, a man surrounded by a thick halo of God, and the fact that Han Chung had never disappointed them since his arrival and had completed too many things that they considered to be miracles, they had developed a blind obedience mentality towards this Son of God. Even the witch who remembered the legend of the cursed land most clearly began to waver. To be honest, the good days have just begun, and he doesn't want to leave here. It will take too much effort to settle down in a new place. Moreover, if you're unfamiliar with the place, it is easy to get into danger. After much hesitation, the witch decided to wait and see if any illness would occur. If someone got sick, the entire tribe would relocate immediately. After listening to the witch's thoughts, Han Chung immediately nodded to indicate that he would obey the witch's wishes. In order to prevent accidents, he also specifically reiterated the rule that drinking raw water is not allowed, and asked the people in the tribe to wash their faces, brush their teeth, and take a bath every day. You read that right, brushing your teeth. In the Chinke tribe today, there's a scene like this every morning. On both sides of a ditch that turned west from the cave entrance and was dubbed by the Son of God, there were 2 rows of people squatting, holding pottery cups in one hand and brushing their teeth with bitten tree sticks in the other. Ever since salt was produced and had a certain existence, Han Chung began to forcefully promote the method of brushing teeth in the tribe. In order to increase everyone's interest in brushing their teeth, Han Chung specially led Haiwa and others to start a kiln and burn a batch of cups with tadpoles or toads painted on them. At the beginning, everyone was opposed to such a troublesome thing from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't understand why the Son of God would be willing to waste such delicious salt and use it for such a useless and troublesome thing. But considering the exquisite cup, I could only endure it reluctantly. It's strange to say, but after doing this for a while, everyone became addicted to it. If they didn't brush their teeth for a day, they would feel uncomfortable all over and couldn't enjoy their meals. Seeing this development, without Han Cheng's reminder, as soon as everyone got up early in the morning, they would carry a ceramic basin and their cups to the water tank, scoop water from it with a special ladle, and then take it outside to brush their teeth and wash their faces. It was impossible for everyone to have one ceramic basin to be used as a wash basin, so they were distributed according to households. If there are many people in the family, there will be 2. If there are few people in the family, there will be only 1. As a human, Han Chung, as the Son of God, was an exception. He owned 2 clay basins, one for washing his face and one for washing his feet at night. Soaking your feet in hot water at night is so comfortable. Brushing your teeth is a very necessary thing, not only for hygiene, but more importantly to keep your teeth healthy. In this day and age, if you don't have a good set of teeth, it means you can't be strong. If you have bad teeth, you can't even eat delicious food. Now Han Chung has invented pottery and a better way to cook food in clay pots. In the past, there was only one way, grilling, and people without teeth really suffered. Especially the 2 elderly primitive people in the tribe, whose tooth sockets were often bitten and bled. Now that this new way of cooking soup has emerged, they're the happiest ones. Over the past few months, they have obviously gained a lot of weight and are in much better spirits than before. Wu also likes to eat cooked food because almost half of his teeth have fallen out. He eats slowly not because he is polite, but because he has few teeth and cannot eat fast. Confucius said that one should never tire of fine food and never tire of delicate meat. This may not be very relevant to teeth, but the principle is similar. The heavy rain outside had just stopped not too long ago, and Han Chung did not rush to start repairing the wall immediately. Instead, he asked people to clean up the cave that was ravaged by the wind and rain. The fire was reignited. In order to light the fire, the eldest brother rubbed his hands together until they started smoking. The little wolf had set his sights on Han Qinggong and was always whining and trying to ask him for milk. Animals are actually very smart and can feel people's kindness and malice towards them. The little wolf cub always pestered Han Chung, Besides the fact that Han Sheng was the first person it saw when it was pulled out from its dead mother's belly, there was another important reason. In the tribe, apart from Han Sheng, there were many more people who wanted to skin it and eat its meat than those who thought it was fun. Especially Chun, who had half of his ear bitten off by a wolf and almost died at the wolf's mouth, was extremely jealous when he saw the little wolf cub. He gasped and panted heavily, and he wanted to pounce on the little wolf cub and bite it a few times to vent his anger. Chapter 55. Digging the foundation and driving the piles. Lame was disemboweling the wolf cub's mother, whose belly had been horribly wounded. For the tribe, such delicious food obviously could not be thrown away. Han Sheng was worried that the little wolf would be upset if he saw this, so he specifically told Bo to do this activity outside the cave. He then made a small pot to make meat soup for the wolf cubs. The reason why Han Sheng cares so much about the little wolf cub is because the little wolf cub has soft fur and is very funny and always sticks to him. Secondly, this guy looked a lot like the second-level divine beast era that Han Sheng raised in later life when he was a child. Seeing the thing reminded Han Sheng of the dog. Han Sheng felt sympathy for this little wolf cub, although the guy he raised in later life kept destroying the house for no reason, and Han Sheng-du had the idea of eating the divine beast on live broadcast many times. He still missed it very much after not seeing it for such a long time. The third is that he wanted to try to tame this little wolf cub to see if he could tame the white-eyed wolf into the most loyal companion of mankind. If he can really succeed, he will be an expert at guarding the house or going hunting in the future. The little wolf was too young to drink the broth directly from the bowl, so Han Sheng could only dip his finger in it and then let it eat. The little mouth that had just grown baby teeth was biting and sucking my fingers, which felt itchy. I don't know if it was because he was very hungry or because the broth with salt was particularly appetizing, but half a bowl of broth and 2 big mouthfuls of meat that Han Sheng had chewed up were actually eaten up by this little guy. The full little guy no longer hummed and looked for milk around Han Sheng. Instead, he lay on the ground, snuggled up to Han Sheng's feet, put his head on his little paws, and began to sleep. Before going to bed at night, Han Sheng fed the wolf cub twice more. Near the edge of the inner cave, Han Sheng used several bricks he had made earlier to build a nest for the wolf cub and patted it with soft hay. Then he held the wolf cub in his arms and put it in. After settling it down, Han Sheng went to sleep. As a result, as soon as he left, the little guy came out and followed Han Sheng. After this happened 5 times, Han Sheng finally gave up the idea of letting the little wolf cub sleep alone in the doghouse. The little wolf cub was very excited that he was finally not taken away. He would put his little head against Han Sheng's arm and play with Han Sheng from time to time. When it was time to sleep, he would snuggle up to Han Sheng's feet. However, this is risky. In the middle of the night, Han Sheng turned over and kicked her under the bed, groaning in grievance. Of course, there is one downside to this, which is that sometimes when the little guy is hungry at night, he will come around Han Sheng for milk. So Han Sheng's little KK, who went back to the time before liberation overnight and looked very similar to a wolf's nipple, suffered. After this happened twice, Han Sheng had to wear his leather pants that were airtight when he went to bed at night. A fallen tree is much easier to bully than a standing tree. One reason is that the tree has completely given up resistance and is lying on the ground, completely ready to be pitted by you. Another reason is that people's feet are on the ground and they can use their strength. It took a day and a half. With Han Sheng's verbal guidance and the unremitting efforts of the eldest brother and others, the 3 lines for building the wall were cleared. Then comes the digging of the foundation. At that time, the tools were simple and it was difficult to dig deeper, so Han Sheng did not require the foundation to be particularly deep, only about 30 centimeters deep. During the first 2 days of digging, the soil was moist due to heavy rain, so it was easier to dig. After a few days of evaporation by the sun, the ground dried up and it became much more difficult to dig. Han Sheng asked several people to stop working and no longer let them dig the foundation. Instead, he used pottery jars to draw water from the river and used the water to wet the area to be excavated. This made it much easier to dig again. With the joint efforts of more than 20 people, the foundation digging work progressed quite quickly. In 5 days, the 300-meter foundation on the westernmost side was dug. Han Sheng is not planning to start digging the remaining 2 trenches now because it is summer and there is a lot of rain. If he digs at this time, he will need to clean them again when the time comes to pile up the soil and drive the piles. Of course, the foundation of the east-west wall that connects to the southernmost part of the west wall needs to be dug a little, because the corners of the wall are the most important. If they are not built together, when the wall is built in time, the three walls will be independent of each other and cannot be connected at all. This is also the reason why, when building a house or a wall in the countryside, the corners are built up first. Moreover, the person who holds the corner must have excellent manual skills and is usually the best among bricklayers, because the quality of the corner is directly related to the crookedness and straightness of the two walls. Because of this experience, when building the wall, under the guidance of Han Chung, they did not start from the northern section of the mountain wall where the tribal cave was located, but started from the southernmost corner. Once the corners are built, a wall can be extended to the north and east. Boom! 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 The fat second brother held a stone and in one go nailed a tree stump that was as thick as his arm and more than 1 meter long into the excavated foundation. The wooden stakes were sunk into the ground about 40 centimeters deep. Without a hammer, it would be much more difficult to hold a stone and hammer the wooden stakes into the ground. In order to speed up the process and reduce the difficulty of everyone's work, Han Chung began to use his ingenuity. He first asked someone to find an extremely strong wooden stick and make one end as sharp as possible so that it would be easier to get into the soil. Another requirement for such a stick is that it must be much thinner than those that will be used as stakes to be driven into the ground. After a batch of these sticks, which can be called drills, are made, you can start work. Before officially driving the tree stumps into the excavated foundation, someone would first use this drill to hammer down at the selected location. After hammering to a certain depth, the drill would be pulled out by shaking it back and forth, then put back into the hole and continue hammering. This is to prevent the nail from being driven too deep and unable to be pulled out when the time comes. Repeat this process until the approximately 35 centimeter mark carved on the chisel is level with the ground, and then pull the chisel out to complete the work. Because the wood of the tree stick used as a drill is hard, the head is sharp and thin, it is much easier to nail it into the ground than those with a thickness of an arm. After the drill is pulled out, a hole will be left in the original place. The person in charge of nailing the stakes who has been prepared in the back will pick up a stake and place it on the hole, and then smash it down with stones. Because a hole has been nailed out in advance, it takes much less effort to hammer it in. Moreover, since the original hole was small and the piles are now thicker, there will be no looseness or instability after the piles are driven down. Chapter 56. Arranging trees, mixing mud, and building walls. These stakes are driven in approximately every half a meter and are more numerous and densely packed at the corners of the wall. After this work was carried out for about 8 days, a row of wooden piles about 30 to 40 centimeters above the ground appeared on the westernmost excavated foundation. It is somewhat similar to the steel bars standing on the foundations of later generations. The wooden stakes appear to be uneven, but there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, there are no axes, saws, or hatchets to break the wood. It is rare to have a size that is almost enough, and it is very difficult to keep the size uniform. However, the wooden stakes nailed into the ground had uniform specifications and were at least 40 centimeters, because Han Chung and his underage students had marked the bottom of these stumps at 40 centimeters. The tree stumps have been nailed down, and the next thing to do is to weave the rafts and then mix them with mud to build the wall. The miners in the tribe have already got enough branches for weaving rafts. Since the branches needed to make rafts did not need to be very thick, they were able to break them from fallen trees. The weaving of the raft is relatively simple. You only need to arrange branches of suitable thickness and that are relatively straight on the ground, and then use relatively flexible vines to weave them horizontally and fix them. It's a bit like weaving a bamboo mat. Of course, the techniques are not exactly the same, and the wooden raft is much rougher than the bamboo mat. Among all the adults in the tribe, Lame had the most skillful hands. Because of his inconvenient legs and feet, he could not go hunting or do heavy work like the others. He did not want to be an idler, so he worked hard on his hands. To put it in a not-so-good way, this is just like the fact that blind people's hearing and sense of touch are much stronger than ordinary people. In the weaving of rafts, Lame is the most important worker. Han Chung had never done this before, but he had seen it and knew some general methods. After he told Bo about it, the two of them began to study it. The technology behind this thing is not complicated. It only takes 1 day to produce results. However, this thing is different from weaving a fish cage, because vines and other things are much harder than ropes. It is difficult to weave it without a certain amount of strength. At least Han Chung can't do it now. After researching and determining the weaving method, Han Sheng called 2 people with more dexterous hands to learn how to weave the raft from bow. The wooden rafts, 3 meters long and more than half a meter wide, were erected horizontally on both sides of the foundation at the south corner, facing each other. In the middle of the 2 rafts, there were 2 tree stumps about half a meter long, with some unclean branches on them. There are 2 tree stumps, one at each end, to prevent the 2 rafts from coming together. The 2 rafts are evenly tied with 4 rattans, and one end is blocked vertically with a raft that is half a meter wide and 1 meter long, and also tied firmly with rattans. In this way, a rectangular model is completed. Next, we need to pour the mixed mud into it. There are also some requirements for mixing mud. Pure mud may not have enough viscosity to cast such a wall. So when mixing the mud, Han Sheng added some rope grass cut into half a meter lengths, as well as some other grasses that were not as tough as rope grass but still had considerable toughness, and even sprinkled a handful of salt into it. The role played by rope grass and other materials in the mud is the same as that of thin steel bars, which can connect the mud to a greater extent. As for the salt, Han Sheng really didn't know what role it would play in there, but he just remembered seeing it put in when people were making stoves with live mud. Since it is placed inside, it must have its significance. Han Sheng attaches great importance to this wall. Salt is not particularly abundant for the current tribe, but building a wall is even more difficult. In order to prevent any regrettable defects from occurring on this thing that took so much effort to make, Han Sheng sprinkled salt in without hesitation. The construction of the wall also requires division of labor and cooperation. Some people were responsible for carrying water, some were responsible for digging soil and mud, some were responsible for putting the prepared mud into the space enclosed by the rafts, and some were responsible for spreading the mud flat. Then, after it accumulated to a certain thickness, they began to use large and thin wooden stakes to hit the mud hard, making it more solid and solidified into one. Of course, the mud cannot be too thin. You just need to make the upturned soil moist, mix it with grass and salt, and stir it vigorously for a while. Then you can use animal skins and previously burned clay pots to fill the gaps between the rafts. Boom, boom, boom. Making the wet soil solid is an extremely laborious task, and is done by strong adult men such as the eldest and second brothers. The muscles on the eldest brother's arms bulged, and then suddenly stretched out, followed by a muffled dong sound. The muscles on his arms bulged again, and the wooden stake in his hand rose up, and a mark the size of a bowl appeared on the wet mud. This mark is at least half a centimeter lower than other places. Sweat slid down his body, fell to the ground, and broke into 8 pieces. The beauty and hard work of labor are intertwined to form a picture called life. There may be casual success in this world, but there are really not many such successes. Most successes are the result of tremendous effort, hardship, and training, and they are flowers watered with blood, sweat, and perhaps tears that bloom only after great effort. This section of the wall, about 9 meters long and half a meter high, was finally built. This section of the wall also includes a corner. Han Sheng did not rush to have the raft removed, but instead put another layer of rafts on top, still following the previous operation. Because a 30-centimeter deep foundation had been dug previously, after 3 layers of rafts were laid, this section of the wall was only about 1.2 meters above the ground. This time, it can only be this high. If it wants to be higher, it will need a scaffolding. The eldest brother and his men used stone knives to grind and cut the vines that tied the raft, and then used a stick to pry the edge a few times, and the raft that was stuck to the earth wall fell down. After seeing the wall, Han Sheng's somewhat uneasy heart finally calmed down. Although the surface of the wall was not flat, it was very good overall, with no cracks and no looseness. Although they are made of mud, their half-meter thickness, the tough grass inside the mud, and the strong pounding by the eldest brother and others have caused them to undergo a qualitative change. After this tempering, they're no longer the loose lump of soil that could be kneaded by anyone. The eldest brother imitated Han Sheng and reached out to touch and push the earth wall. At first, he was worried that he would knock over the clay object, so he didn't use too much strength. He just tried to test the force, and after seeing that the earth wall was fine, he gradually increased the strength. In the end, the eldest brother was so frustrated that his face turned red and his neck became thick, but he couldn't do anything to the earth wall. He looked at the earth wall, then at Han Sheng, his eyes shining. The wall that the Son of God had described did not disappoint. Chapter 57, The Wall Without a Main Gate. The witch stood aside and watched the eldest brother, the leader, struggling with the wall. After seeing that the strong eldest brother was so tired that sweat broke out on his forehead, but he was unable to destroy the newly built wall at all, a sincere smile appeared on the witch's face. Although the wall is not high now and cannot stop the wild beasts, it has proved that what the Son of God said is true. As long as we persist in building it, the wall will be completed one day. He looked at this small section of the wall, and then at the foundations that had been cleared but not yet built, and the scene that the Son of God had described to him before appeared in his mind again. A thick wall stands here, enclosing a safe space. Outside the wall are all kinds of ferocious beasts, but inside the wall are children playing peacefully. The ferocious beasts outside listened to the laughter inside and smelled the aroma of meat, but they could only salivate and then leave helplessly because they had no way to cross the wall. A small wall separated two worlds. One was a dangerous wilderness. The other was a warm and comfortable home. When Wu first heard these words from Han Cheng, he was filled with disbelief. Such a place was something he could not even dream of. In his understanding, this was the place where the gods lived. Especially the devil's curse that happened some time ago made him extremely worried. The place where his tribe is located will be cursed by the devil. How could the scene described by the Son of God possibly happen? But now, the appearance of the wall has finally completely resolved the depression and worries in his heart that have been keeping him depressed for more than 10 days. Everyone in the tribe was busy building the wall. The devil's curse recorded by the witch did not happen. Everyone was healthy and seemed to be much stronger than before. These trees that seem to be pushed down by the devil's big hands are really the blessings of God, just as the Son of God said. Apart from anything else, these fallen trees came in handy just for building the wall. Han Cheng looked at Wu, who was grinning silently, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Should the old man be relieved this time? After proving that the wall was effective, everyone worked even harder. Of course, they are energetic. Under Han Cheng's suggestion, the original 2 meals a day became 3 meals a day. Although they basically ate fish, which was not as tasty as animal meat, it was enough to make them happy. After all, not long ago, they had 2 meals a day and sometimes even went hungry. Moreover, fish now tastes better because of the presence of salt, especially the fish soup at noon made with dried salted fish, which tastes especially delicious. Especially the wild grasses that the Son of God calls wild vegetables are put in the fish soup. After rolling in the fish soup, they taste extremely refreshing. At the beginning, many people were reluctant to eat it. They thought that only prey would eat grass, like the group of deer in the salt mountain that were not afraid of people, and the rabbits that had grown to more than a dozen in the cave. However, after they tried eating them once, they immediately fell in love with eating the wild grasses that the Son of God found. They didn't expect that these wild grasses called vegetables by the Son of God would taste so delicious after being cooked in soup and infused with oil and salt. So much so that even now, if there are no green vegetables floating in the soup pot, they feel that the soup is less attractive. These wild vegetables have gone from being ignored in the beginning to being in great demand today. Han Cheng found these wild vegetables when he had time. There are 2 kinds in total. One kind looks very similar to a wild vegetable called gray vegetable that he had eaten in later generations. Han Cheng had no comparison with the other kind, but it tasted not bad. If you walk a little further, you can find a lot of these 2 kinds of dishes. As for new dishes, Han Cheng naturally wouldn't be rash and just give them to the people in the tribe to eat. He still had to go through the tasting process first. After feeding the 2 kinds of wild vegetables separately for half a month, the rabbits not only did nothing happen, but also gave birth to a litter of baby rabbits. There was no need to worry about food in the tribe. The heavy rain caused a major flood in the river, but when the flood receded, the number of fish in the river not only did not decrease, but increased more than before. 8 fish cages were put into the water together. In addition to 3 meals a day, nearly 100 fish could be dried every day. Fish cages are naturally subject to wear and tear, but with Bo, a skillful fishing enthusiast here, there's no need to worry. With him around, the number of fish cages not only did not decrease, but increased to as many as 12. If Han Cheng hadn't said that so many fish cages were used, Bo would have even wanted to make 8 or 10 more and put them into the river to catch fish. When building a house or a wall, a lot of effort goes into the foundation. After the foundation was dug, the tree stumps were nailed, and the construction of the fence began, the speed was immediately evident. Thanks to the hard work of everyone in the tribe, the wall changes every day. A month later, a 2-meter-high wall made of earth stood on the west side of the tribe. This is the result of hard work of everyone in the tribe. Looking at the wall that stood there and blocked their view, everyone felt a sense of security for no reason. After the first wall was completed, Han Sheng specially gave everyone 2 days off to let them have a good rest before starting to build the wall on the south side, facing the tribal cave. This wall is very long, a full 500 meters, and it is almost as long as the other 2 walls. However, this wall will be built in 2 parts because a door needs to be left on the wall. The door is located slightly west of the middle of the wall and is 2 meters wide. It's not that Han Sheng didn't want to make the door opening bigger, but the door-making technology at that time was really not good enough. If the door opening was too large, it would be difficult to defend without the support of a solid door. As to why the gate is not opened in the middle of the wall, there are some explanations. Han Sheng heard from the older generation that since ancient times only the emperor would leave through the front gate, so apart from the imperial palace and the imperial city, ordinary families could not afford to keep a front gate. Han Sheng naturally didn't believe these, but when building it, he still left the door a little tilted, which could be regarded as a kind of remembrance of the past. The first area to be built was the 200-plus meters to the west of the gate, and the old procedure was still used. First dig the foundation, then nail wooden stakes into the ground. After the stakes were nailed, start building the wall with rafts. These were already familiar techniques to everyone in the tribe, and they were much faster than building the first wall. Of course, another reason is that this wall is closest to the south and close to the river, making it convenient to fetch water, which can free up 2 people to join in the wall-building effort. In fact, at the beginning, more people were needed to carry water, and at most it reached 7 people. Moreover, because of carrying water for a long time, the ropes woven from grass had rubbed their hands and made them bloody. After seeing this, Han Sheng slapped his head again. Chapter 58, The Carrying Pole, the Door, and the Wolf Cub Who Can Wag His Tail. After Han Sheng slapped his head, a new tool appeared in the tribe, a carrying pole. For the Chinke tribe, where there are trees lying on the ground everywhere, it is very easy to find some suitable wood to make shoulder poles. A 1.5-meter long tree stick, as thick as an arm, with a notch carved on both ends of the stone knife, used to hold the rope on the water jar to prevent the jar from falling. The middle section of the shoulder pole, about 20 centimeters long, is polished as smooth as possible so that it will not hurt the shoulders when carrying water. The people in the tribe were once again impressed by the wonderful ideas of their son of God. The shoulder pole looks extremely simple, but it is surprisingly useful. In the past, I felt it was heavy to carry a can of water at a time. Now I can carry 2 cans at a time and walk from the river to the wall that is being built in one go, a distance of more than 3 miles, but I don't even feel tired. It was just that my shoulders couldn't take it at the beginning. After carrying water for a whole day, my shoulders were swollen. But after this continued for a while, it was no longer a problem. People who were used to using a shoulder pole only felt that carrying water with their hands was stupid. Because this wall needs to have a door, its construction is different from the previous wall. The specific difference lies in where the door is. In order to make the door stronger and not affect the solidity of the entire wall by leaving the door, Han Sheng racked his brains. The solution was to build a square doorpost with a side length of 1 meter directly where the door would be located during construction. The square gatepost is connected to the wall on the west side and extends another 2.5 meters to the north on the north side of the gatepost. In this way, a right angle will be formed here, and the 2 walls will support each other, which is much stronger than a single wall. Moreover, when the wall is completely built, you can put wooden beams on the 2.5 meter walls and build a roof, so that the gate will become a house. It can not only protect the door from wind and sun, but also place some simple tools here. Especially in the hot summer, you can open the door, squat under the door with a bowl of rice, feel the cool breeze, and put food into your mouth. It is such a pleasure. How to install the door and make it sturdy and secure is a difficult point, but Han Sheng has also come up with a solution. The focus is still on the doorpost with a side length of 1 meter. When building the doorpost, Han Sheng placed an extremely hard wood with tree roots at a height of 30 centimeters, 1.2 meters, and 2 meters from the ground. This kind of wood is 1.2 meters long and about as thick as the mouth of a bowl. The end with the roots was driven into the doorpost. After it was built, it was impossible to pull it out of the doorpost because of the presence of these roots. The 1.2 meter long tree trunk was buried 90 centimeters into the doorpost, leaving 30 centimeters exposed outside. This outside does not refer to the outside of the wall, but the inside of the wall, outside the gatepost. Looking inside from the outside, you can't see the existence of the tree stump at all. These 3 stumps are used to secure the door. When the time comes and the door is built, just fix it on these 3 tree stumps. And there's another advantage of installing the doors in this way. That is, all the mechanisms are hidden inside. Once the doors are closed and locked from the inside, they look like 2 large doors from the outside. If you want to remove the doors, you can only do it from the inside, and there is nothing you can do from the outside. Time passes quietly, and every day seems to be no different from the past. But many things are quietly changing in this tranquility, and some even complete the process from birth to death. The little wolf cub became more clingy and followed Hansheng around all day long. During this period, it has grown a lot, and its wolf characteristics have gradually become obvious. However, the wolf's character was not revealed much. Hansheng shook a small piece of wood in front of Fu Jiang's eyes, then raised his hand and threw it out. Fu Jiang was the name Hansheng gave to the little wolf cub, hoping it would be a good omen. Fu Jiang, who had played this game many times, turned around and ran without Hansheng's instructions. He quickly rushed to the wood that had just fallen to the ground, grabbed it in his mouth, and then ran to Hansheng happily. She placed the wood in Hansheng's outstretched hand, then stuck out her tongue and looked at Hansheng expectantly, like a child who had done something right and was eager to be praised. Hansheng ignored Fu Jiang and pointed at his tail in anger. When Fu Jiang saw this, he seemed to suddenly remember something. His expression changed, and he looked frightened. Under Hansheng's gaze, its tail hanging behind it curled up and then began to swing from side to side, appearing very clumsy and laborious. Seeing this guy looking at him with a wronged look on his face while wagging his tail hard, Hansheng couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fu Jiang immediately stopped wagging his tail. His aggrieved look disappeared. He jumped and danced around Hansheng and looked at him with a flattering look on his face. Hansheng then slowly took out a small bag made of animal skin from his arms, took out a finger-sized piece of salted dried meat from it, and stuffed it into Fu Jiang's mouth. The people in the tribe, including Chun, who had been bitten by a wolf before, have now accepted Fu Jiang's existence. They are no longer like before, staring at him and looking as if they wanted to pounce on him and bite his ears when they see him. Now they are happy to play with this new playmate. Flames rose in the cave, and large vats of cooking broth emitted hot white steam, and a rich aroma spread throughout the cave. Fu Jiang squatted in front of Hansheng, and like everyone else, he stared at the big vat, waiting for the order from his eldest brother to start eating. Eating when you're hungry is always something you look forward to. It's just that the expectations of a lucky general are longer than those of ordinary people. Because after it was looking forward to the big vat of boiling soup, it then looked forward to Hansheng. Under the expectant gaze of Fu Jiang, Hansheng slowly and methodically picked up a vegetable from the bowl with chopsticks and placed it in the bowl specially for Fu Jiang in front of his feet. When Fu Jiang saw the vegetable, he immediately fell to the ground with a plop, like a deflated ball, looking as if he had lost all desire to live. However, his little movements of secretly looking at Hansheng from time to time revealed his thoughts. Hansheng was already used to Fu Jiang's behavior of acting cute. He didn't look at Fu Jiang, but just ate his own food. He even made loud, smacking sounds on purpose, as if the meat in the bowl was very delicious. Fu Jiang waited for a while, but seeing that it was no use, he lay on the ground, reluctantly put his head toward his bowl, ate the wild vegetable dejectedly and with disgust, then looked up at Hansheng. Seeing that Hansheng was looking at its tail, it quickly lifted its tail up and shook it vigorously a few times. Hansheng then took out a piece of cooked meat from his bowl and put it in Fu Jiang's bowl and reached out and touched its head. Pretending to be angry, Fu Jiang ate the meat while feeling Hansheng's touch, his eyes half closed in comfort, and his tail swayed from side to side. Chapter 59. Carnival After Hard Work. That night, Chun was bitten by a wolf, and after the wolf was driven away by junior brother Sha, the wolf visited the Chinke tribe twice more in the following days. But because everyone was prepared, no casualties were caused. There were not just one wolf, but several that visited a small wolf pack. But since the big storm, these wolves have not appeared again. Hansheng speculated that they must have been frightened by the fierce storm and migrated to other places. The wolf cub Fu Jiang and her mother must have encountered an accident on their migration route. In any case, Fu Jiang was abandoned by her tribe, which is good news for Hansheng. Because at the beginning, he was always worried that the wolves would suddenly come back one day and take Fu away. After such a long time, he finally let go of his worries. The weather gradually turned cooler, and when the mountains and forests were dyed red, the last piece of wood in the wall of the tribe was removed. Looking at this small world enclosed by thick walls, everyone in the tribe smiled sincerely, and some children even rolled around on the ground happily. The half-grown Fu Jiang also jumped around randomly, and his tail behind his body shook from time to time. After Han Cheng's tireless training over the past few months, Fu Jiang has completely learned the skill of wagging his tail, and it is gradually developing into an instinct. This guy also successfully completed the first step of the transformation from wolf to dog. Oh no, it should be said that he has successfully taken a big step toward becoming a level 2 divine beast era. When Han Cheng directed his senior brothers to fix 2 doors made of thicker wooden sticks on the door axis prepared in advance, and closed the 2 doors and inserted strong wooden sticks, the last loophole in this world was completely blocked. From now on, this world truly became the private space of the Qingke tribe. Here they can play as they please without worrying about sudden attacks from wild beasts. The 2 gates were woven using the same technique as wooden rafts, but they were stronger and heavier than wooden rafts. In order to build these 2 gates, Bo was busy for more than a month. From the start of construction to its completion today, this 1,100-meter circumference wall took nearly 5 months to build. During these 5 months, the people of the tribe suffered a lot, including these underage children. But there are also many gains. In addition to this safe space, it is more of a training for these miners. After several months of labor, the children as a whole seem to have become much calmer. Even Han Cheng gained a lot. After the gate was installed, a carnival began to brew in the tribe. Fresh fish, dried salted fish, bacon that had been dried earlier as food reserves, and a few pieces of smoked meat were all taken out by the eldest brother and piled up high on a wooden raft specially used for food. The fire was lit, and a large vat used as a pot was placed on the fire. Half of the vat was filled with clean water, and the rest was the washed salted fish. The pickled bacon and smoked meat were roasted on sticks over the fire, and the aroma lingered in the air. The flames danced, illuminating faces that were some old, some determined, and some young. There was a smile on their faces that came from the heart. Compared with the previous smile that was simply because they had food to eat, there seemed to be something more in this smile. This carnival was different from the previous ones. It was held in a place they had just built, which the Son of God called the courtyard. After several months of continuous consumption during the construction of the wall, the fallen trees in the courtyard were basically left with only thick trunks and some thick branches that could not be helped. They pried the tree trunks aside with sticks as thick as bowls, clearing a large open space at the entrance of the cave. The carnival took place in this open space. The food tonight was rich enough for everyone to eat to their heart's content. Even Fu Jiang, the half-grown wolf cub, was so full that he rolled his eyes. The steady witch gesticulated and spoke a long speech in a mixture of tribal language and Mandarin, and then he couldn't stop grinning. I laughed so hard that tears came out of my eyes. Led by the witch, everyone stood up and respectfully called out to Han Cheng, who was laughing and scolding as the bloated general rubbed his belly, Son of God. Then they placed their right hands on their left chests and bowed respectfully. The stars are shining brightly, the night breeze is blowing gently, and in the cool weather, fireflies are flying in from the riverside, as if they also want to join in this joyful carnival. The people of the Green Bird tribe deserve this carnival. After working hard for several months, they have reason to celebrate themselves with such a carnival. The sun, which seemed much gentler, rose from the east and then climbed all the way to the top of the head. The Qingke tribe, which was already bustling with activity in the past, was now still and quiet. Most people were still sleeping, but a few woke up and quietly came out of the cave, basking in the warm sunshine, looking at the courtyard they had built with their own hands with contentment. Once the tense body and mind relaxed, fatigue would surge up like water. It was not until the afternoon that the Qingke tribe opened their eyes sleepily. After the wall was built, the entire tribe rested for 3 days. On the 4th day, the eldest brother and his companions went to pick fruits with their tools. After all, autumn is a season for storing food. However, compared with their previous all-out efforts, the Qingke tribe seems to be much more relaxed this year. Not to mention the fresh fish in the river, just the large amount of dried salted fish stored in the tribe is enough for them to eat for a long time. However, The eldest brother still led the people of the tribe to the orchard that was occupied by other tribes last year. The eldest brother was very unwilling to see the orchard where they had picked fruits from many years being occupied by someone else. It was not just about food, but also about face. Even though he knew the chances of winning this time were not very high, he still wanted to give it a try. Of course, he did not tell the witch or the son of God about this matter, but just made an excuse that he was going somewhere else to pick fruit. Han Sheng had heard a saying before called "the wind follows a line," which means that where strong winds pass on land, the area affected will not be particularly wide, and the most central area is usually only a few miles to a dozen miles. The strong wind blew past, as if drawing a line on the ground. The same was true of the storm that the Chinke tribe encountered a few months ago. The Chinke tribe happened to be on the path of the storm, so the nearby areas were devastated especially badly. Areas further away were not as badly damaged. The orchard was inevitably affected by the storm, and the fruit was not as abundant as in previous years, but the ones on the trees were enough for the Chinke tribe to use. Chapter 60, Battle of the Orchard. The autumn wind is a magician. After it passes by, the vast earth is dressed in colorful clothes. The green fruits turn golden, and some are red like a ball of fire, just like little girls teased by the autumn wind. The eldest brother climbed up the tree nimbly, holding the trunk with one hand and moving the other hand continuously. A bunch of fruits rained down from the sky and landed in the grass. The grass was thick and gentle, ensuring they could jump off without getting hurt. The fruits fell to the ground one after another, bringing great joy to the people picking them up below. Even if they were hit by the fruits, they still smiled and enjoyed it. Harvest always brings people endless happiness. The happiest person was not Zhuang, Taitu, and other young adults, but the pot-bellied second brother. Due to his size, he could not climb up the tree to pick the fruits and could only pick them up from jars or animal skin packages below. His happiness came from scenes like this. A ripe fruit hit him on the head, and his reaction was not to rub his head, which was a little painful from the hit by the fruit, but to grab the fruit with his backhand and swallow it in 3 or 2 bites. Then, while picking up fruits from a jar, he hoped that another ripe fruit would fall on him or around him. The jars and animal skin packages they brought were filled with fruits and were carried to the tribe on shoulder poles. Because this place was far away from the tribe, they were worried about the danger on the way, so, according to convention, half of the people had to go back together. But this time was different. Under the order of the eldest brother, everyone filled up the jars and animal skin packages and then went back together and came back together again. Everyone was puzzled by the eldest brother's behavior, but no one questioned it because he was the leader. The eldest brother is a relatively wise man, and he certainly has his reasons for doing this. His main purpose for coming here today was not to pick fruits, but to prepare to fight with the tribe that stole their orchard last year. To this end, the eldest brother put in all his effort. It's just a pity that when I arrived today, I didn't see that tribe, and, judging from the traces on the ground, this forest has not been harvested by anyone. However, the eldest brother did not take it lightly, because such a fruit forest was very precious to a tribe, and he felt that the hateful tribe would definitely come. He did this today to prevent his tribe from being short-handed and defeated when that tribe arrived. By acting together like this, we can avoid this incident. The appearance of a shoulder pole and the pottery jar has more than doubled the amount of fruit that one person can transport each time. Therefore, even if all staff members transport the fruit back, it will delay the fruit picking, but compared with previous years, the efficiency is comparable. The fruits in the cave were increasing day by day, but the tribe that the eldest brother had been waiting for had not appeared, which made him very unwilling. Today is the last day for fruit picking this year. Since there are a lot of salted fish and fresh fish that can be caught at any time in the tribe, they don't need to pick and store too many fruits. The eldest brother, standing on the tree, looked around from time to time, hoping that the tribe would arrive at this last moment. Otherwise, he would really have no chance to fight with them. God bless you. The eldest brother let out a breath, slid down from the tree in a few steps, and shouted to everyone else in the tribe to stop picking or gathering fruits and take up the weapons they carried with them. And he had already picked up the stick lying flat on the ground in his hand. The noise here alarmed a group of primitive people who had already walked to the edge of the forest. They were originally walking carelessly, but after hearing the noise, they became alert. But they were not scared by this. The dark and strong leader said something to the people behind who were holding animal skin packages, grass-woven baskets, and other things, and then led everyone over here. Here, The eldest brother also led the people of the Chinke tribe to meet these people. "This is ours. Go." The people from the two tribes stopped 3 meters apart, and the eldest brother conveyed his meaning to the people on the opposite side through words and gestures. The other side has already recognized the eldest brother and his men. After all, they beat them up twice in a row last year. "The orchard is ours." The other side's dark and strong leader sneered at the eldest brother's words and fought back without any hesitation. The dark and strong leader really did not take the group of people in front of him seriously. Not only that, he was also a little angry because this orchard, which he regarded as the orchard of their tribe, had been picked by these weak guys with many fruits. How dare they touch the things of their Tangsha tribe? The dark and strong leader was very angry. After saying this, he threw the stick in his hand to the ground and pounced on the eldest brother, who wanted to speak again. The rest of the people behind him also took action, threw away their weapons, and rushed towards the tribe that had been beaten twice by them and had not yet repented, with a little anger and more excitement. The eldest brother was a little embarrassed and annoyed. He hadn't even finished speaking when this damn guy rushed up to him. It was really annoying. He threw away his weapon and rushed towards the dark and strong leader. The two of them collided with each other without any fancy moves. The dark and strong leader looked much stronger than the eldest brother, and he did not take the arrogant guy in front of him seriously at all. He just hoped that he could knock down the eldest senior brother with this move, and then ride on him and beat him up. In the past, he had defeated many people with this method, including the guy in front of him. However, the result this time was something he had not expected. After the two men collided, this guy who looked much thinner than him did not fall down. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and grasped his own arms with both hands, preparing to throw himself to the ground. This made him feel a little surprised, and at the same time, a sense of shame rose in his heart that he was unable to knock down the little guy in one go. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, grabbed the hands of the eldest brother, and was about to throw the eldest brother to the ground, but the eldest brother hugged his waist. While the two of them were fighting, the others also found their opponents and started wrestling with each other in pairs. The Chinke tribe has one more person than the other side, and this extra guy is Taitu. He had no opponent and could only stand there and stare. It was not until a woman from the Green Bird tribe was knocked down that he stiffened his neck and rushed towards the man from the Tongue Snake tribe who was panting and laughing. After this man beat down the member of the Chinke tribe, he reached out and beat another member of the Chinke tribe who was fighting with someone from his tribe. He didn't follow any rules at all. Taitu was extremely angry when he saw this. How could they fight like this? So while running, he pulled back his straight chest, bent down, put his head forward, and rammed the guy's waist hard. Chapter 61. The Battle of the Orchard and the Salt Controversy. A cry of pain was heard, and the man from the Tangsha tribe, who had punched the man from the Chinke tribe twice, was hit hard on the waist by Taitu. He fell to the ground, holding his waist. After the man fell to the ground, he still wanted to get up and continue fighting. Taitu ran over and sat on his stomach, then suddenly lowered his head and smashed it on the guy's head with the spirit of cracking nuts. The two heads collided with a dull bang sound, and a small red mark appeared on Taitu's forehead. The man from the Tangsha tribe on the ground was in trouble. A blue lump appeared on his eyebrow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was also seriously injured. Seeing this, Taitu stood up from the man and looked at the crowd fighting each other. Whenever he found someone from the Tongue Snake tribe who was not following the rules, he would suddenly run over and knock them to the ground. After a struggle, the dark and strong second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe's physical strength dropped rapidly, and although the eldest brother felt a little tired, his strength did not drop much. As one rose and the other fell, the gap between the two gradually narrowed and then widened. The leader of the Tangsha tribe became more and more frightened as the fight went on. He had not expected that this skinny guy, who he had easily defeated in a few moves, would become so difficult to deal with now. You know, in the tribe, except for the chief, no one else is his match. Could it be that this skinny guy can fight with the chief? The eldest brother seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, and exerted force suddenly, knocking the dark and strong leader of the Tangsha tribe to the ground. Without waiting for the leader of the Tangsha tribe to stand up, he pounced on him and pressed on him. The leader of the Tangsha tribe was extremely humiliated. He supported himself on the ground with his hands, trying to throw down the man who had once been his defeated opponent. But the fight just now had already consumed a lot of his strength, and now the eldest senior brother was holding him down tightly. So how could he even turn over? After struggling for a while in vain, he could only dejectedly accept this extremely humiliating fact. The fights between the rest of the people also ended. 5 people from the Tingsha tribe won, but 3 of the winners went on to beat up other people from the Chinke tribe after their victory, and were left with a green bump by Taitu. If you count it this way, they only have 2 winners. And the people from the Green Bird tribe won 18. Among them, the person from the Tingsha tribe who was defeated by the second senior brother was the most miserable. He was suppressed to the point of rolling his eyes. The forest is ours. Seeing that the winner had been decided, the proud eldest brother suppressed his joy and reiterated these words to the leader of the Tingsha tribe who was pinned down by him. Yours. The dark and strong leader of the Tingsha tribe felt humiliated, but he had to accept this reality. The eldest brother then stood up and let go of the dark and strong leader, and the others also let go of their opponents. You guys go. The eldest brother pointed to the place where the Tingsha tribe came in and said to the dark and strong leader of the Tingsha tribe. The dark and strong leader nodded dejectedly, indicating that he would leave. As a result, when he passed by the eldest brother, he suddenly lowered his body, hugged the eldest brother's waist, and wanted to throw the eldest brother to the ground. Someone nearby exclaimed. However, the leader of the Tingsha tribe miscalculated. The eldest brother was well aware of the tribe's lack of rules, so he was always on guard against them using shady tactics, and he actually predicted it. The second leader of the Tingsha tribe failed to hug the eldest brother this time, but was grabbed by the eldest brother's arm instead. After the 2 men struggled for a while, the second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe, who had lost a lot of strength, was thrown to the ground by the eldest brother and punched twice on the back. Only after the second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe admitted defeat did the eldest brother let him go. This time, the eldest brother didn't need to say anything. The second leader of the Tingsha tribe, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, picked up his weapons and the things they had brought to pack the fruits with his men and left in shame. The eldest brother, who finally felt proud, pounded his chest hard to show how strong he was. The others also cheered, excited that the orchard had returned to their tribe and that their revenge had been successful. The second leader of the Tingsha tribe, who had walked to the edge of the orchard, paused, and his expression became even uglier. He turned his head to look at the cheering Green Bird tribe, snorted, and led the way. The eldest brother and his friends continued picking fruits happily. However, after the joy of defeating the enemy gradually faded away, a doubt arose in his mind. In fact, he is not the only one. Most people have this doubt. They don't understand why their power has increased. Obviously, at the beginning, most of them were not as strong as those of the Tingsha tribe, but after a while of fighting, they were able to gain the upper hand and eventually defeat the enemy. This is the effect of eating salt for a long time, but they naturally don't know it. After thinking it over, the eldest brother could only attribute it to the extra food he ate every day, just as he had done before. Han Sheng and Wu didn't know about their experience today until their senior brother and his companions returned. Wu did not say much to the eldest brother about this. After all, external affairs are usually handled by the eldest brother as the leader, especially since we won today and took back the orchard. Since Wu didn't say anything, Han Sheng naturally wouldn't say anything either. He was actually still angry about the orchard being robbed. That time in winter, if there happened not to be a river in front of the tribe with lots of fish in the river, the consequences would have been disastrous. There will definitely be people freezing to death and starving to death in the tribe. In addition to not blaming them, Han Sheng also asked them about the fight with great interest. He was still very curious about the battles between primitive tribes. Speaking of this, Taitu, who had knocked down 3 people in a row today, became excited. While touching his head, which had done a great job, he told the Son of God about his glorious achievement today. Han Sheng wanted to slap him after hearing this. This stubborn guy. Having said that, Han Sheng is more in favor of this kind of fight, because this kind of fight that only decides the winner, not life or death, can prevent people in the tribe from dying. It is a good way to resolve disputes. After hearing their questions about the increase in strength, Han Sheng took out the salt with a smile and told them that this was the improvement brought about by eating salt for a long time. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. After he said this, many people secretly kept this in mind. Then in the following days, they would eat more salt whenever they got the chance, and drink water constantly because of thirst. Han Sheng discovered this several days later. While feeling both amused and helpless, He told them that the normal amount of salt was enough, and that eating too much would not only do no good, but would be harmful to the body. At the beginning, some people were skeptical and still secretly ate more salt. Even if their mouths were grimacing from the saltiness, they still persisted. It was not until more than a month later that he discovered that his strength had not increased. On the contrary, because he drank too much water and ran to relieve the water, the salt-eating storm caused by Han Cheng's words had finally subsided. Chapter 62, A Cross-Era Feat. Today is a day of great significance for Han Cheng or the entire Qingke tribe, because today, Han Cheng led them to perform an epic-making feat. Grow rapeseed? Well, once the details of this groundbreaking initiative were revealed, its status immediately dropped from the sky to the ground. However, Han Cheng did not exaggerate. This is indeed a groundbreaking innovation, because this is the first step for the Qingke tribe to move from fishing and hunting to farming. Those people in the tribe who worked under his guidance did not know the significance of this matter, but as a time traveler, Han Cheng knew it. The forest to the west of the tribe, about 50 meters away from the westernmost wall, had a rather unfortunate fate. First, Han Cheng led his men to peel off a piece of the skin at the roots, and then stood there silently waiting for death to come. As a result, before they could die, a big storm came upon them. This is good, as it gives them a quick death. They were knocked to the ground by the storm, and their death was not peaceful, because in the following days, due to the construction of the wall, many of their remains were dismembered in a brutal way by the people of the Qingke tribe, and then sealed in the wall. Now, they are about to be destroyed again by fire. After a few months, except for some strong ones that continued to live after falling, the leaves of the rest of the fallen trees had all fallen off, revealing their bony trunks a bit like animal skeletons. When Han Cheng was collecting wood to build the wall, he had a certain plan. He fenced off an area of about 3 or 4 acres on a fallen forest that had originally been designated as farmland. Let the people in the tribe collect wood first when collecting wood from here. After using up all the wood here, they can use the wood in the yard. Now, the benefits of doing so are already evident. The trees in this area are far scarcer than in other places. Han Cheng only needed to take his tribesmen to do a little cleanup before setting it on fire. However, Han Cheng still felt a little sad about burning so many tree trunks. To be honest, these big tree trunks left here are the best building materials. But there is no way. With the current tools of the tribe, they can't do anything about them. Therefore, these pillars of society can only be used as firewood. No, they're even worse than firewood. At least chopping wood can be used to make fire for cooking and then to fertilize the fields, but they can only burn themselves in vain to fertilize the primitive fields below them. Well, maybe this is what is called being born at the wrong time and having talent, but not being recognized. Han Cheng was reluctant to burn all of the wood. In order to avoid a fire that would spread throughout the camp, before lighting the fire, Han Cheng had people clear a nearly 20-meter-wide isolation zone around the 4 acres of land and gather the wood that needed to be burned to fertilize the fields in the middle as much as possible. The 4 acres of land were covered with a thick layer of wood, on top of which were leaves collected from the surrounding area. Han Cheng took the burning firewood from his senior brother and put it on the dry leaves. The scorching flames quickly made the thirsty leaves hot, and then they were completely ignited and sank into it. When the dry wood that cannot be drier meets the fire, the passion that bursts out is enough to attract people's attention. Because if you don't look sideways, your eyebrows and eyelashes will be burnt. The blue sky seemed particularly high, with a few white clouds floating there like cotton, motionless. Under the clear sky, a thick column of smoke rose up, moving away from the blazing flames below, and there was actually a lazy feeling. Wu, the eldest brother, and others looked at the vast sea of fire from afar, feeling the scorching heat with fear in their eyes. Han Cheng was not afraid at all, because this was not the future. He did not have to worry about someone suddenly coming over like a cat smelling blood, taking him away in a car, finding him 3,000 yuan, and detaining him for half a month. Under the blue sky and white clouds, columns of smoke rise up, bringing a reassuring breath of human existence to this still wild era. God was very kind to Han Cheng, who was good at observing the astronomical phenomena. There was not a trace of wind all day. This made Han Cheng, who was always ready to put out the fire with his men and run away quickly if the fire could not be put out, breathe a sigh of relief. It was not until dusk that the fire gradually died down, with only wisps of smoke rising slowly under the afterglow of the setting sun. After confirming that the fire would not spread to other places, Han Chung and the other people in the tribe returned to the tribe. The wall was built, but it was a little troublesome. In the past, when they returned to the cave, they just went from whichever was closer. But now it was no longer possible. They had to go around the gate of the wall to get back to the yard. On the second day, Han Chung once again led the tribe members out of the courtyard and brought tools to the open space that had been burned yesterday. Following Han Cheng's demonstration, everyone spread the burnt ashes on the burnt land as evenly as possible. Then he picked up the tribe's multifunctional weapon, a tree stick, and started digging. However, compared with before, the wooden stick used for digging has also undergone some changes. That is, the end used for digging has become flatter, which makes it easier to insert into the soil and dig up more soil. The soil was dug up, and the ashes on the ground mixed with the soil, becoming tangled. Because this was the first piece of land in the tribe and it had never been cultivated, Han Chung decided to turn it over before starting to plant rapeseed. Of course, the current turning cannot be compared with that of later generations. In later generations, it would take a long time for the plow to turn the soil now, and the soil is far less deep than that of later generations. The current method of tilling the soil only turns the soil to a depth of about 10 centimeters. Even this is already a huge workload for the people of the Greenbird tribe, who have simple tools. All the able-bodied people in the tribe worked together, and it took them 6 full days to turn over the 4-acre piece of land. Of course, this is also because there is little cultivated land now. If there were more land, Han Chung would not be able to adopt such a time-consuming and labor-intensive method. In the absence of improved tools, he could only carry out extremely extensive slash-and-burn farming, and only a small amount of land could be intensively cultivated. After the ground was turned over, it was time for Han Chung to perform. He poured most of the rapeseed seed stored in the pottery jar into a pottery bowl, walked to the edge of the field, grabbed a handful of cool rapeseed seeds, and then began to scatter them on the ground. This way of scattering the food is of course not done in handfuls, but rather by loosening your fingers a little and scattering as you move forward. Stepping on the soft soil mixed with grass ash, Han Chung walked forward while sowing seeds. In a trance, he saw a scene that he could never go back to. It was a warm spring. His mother was barefoot, holding a basin of fertilizer against her waist with her left hand, grabbing the fertilizer with her right hand and walking forward while spreading it. The white fertilizer fell like pearls on the ground. The father, who was also barefoot, held the iron plow with one hand and a whip tied with a red rope with the other, and shouted at the 2 cows to move forward, leaving behind a piece of turned-over, moist land. A little kid was sitting on a ridge with an old aluminum kettle in front of him that could be placed on a coal stove to boil water. Next to the kettle lay a yellow dog, wagging its tail. The dog happily ate the peanuts in the straw hat in the kid's arms, one by one with the little kid. Chapter 63. The Witch Who Loves Rabbits. After the seeds were sown, the senior brothers who followed behind followed Han Cheng's instructions and swung the sticks in their hands back and forth across the ground. This can not only break up larger clods of soil, but also cover the rapeseed that would otherwise fall to the ground and be lost. This not only protects them from being taken away by birds, but also provides them with a good growth environment. In just one morning, Han Chung had scattered all the rapeseed on the ground. Don't worry about the rapeseed becoming too thick after it comes out. The green rapeseed tastes best when it's put into the pot. Looking at the first piece of farmland of the Chinke tribe, Han Chung smiled. Regardless of success or failure, the seeds have been planted, and there is hope. In the courtyard, near the east side of the wall, and far away from the cave, the second building of the tribe besides the wall appeared. The first building is the toilet. The toilet was built in the southeast corner of the courtyard, away from the cave. The establishment of toilets is very important. In the past, the tribe was surrounded by trees, and when people felt like doing something, they would just go to a fixed forest and find a beautiful place to solve the problem. Now all the nearby trees have been blown down, and the Son of God is extremely disgusted with people doing things with their dirty but exposed. So in the early stages of building the wall, the Son of God deliberately stopped work for 3 days and built something he called a toilet. The toilets are divided into men's and women's. In order to take into account the situation where there are more women than men in the tribe, there are 7 toilet stalls in the women's restroom, 3 more than in the men's restroom. Behind the toilet, there's a manure pool paved with stone slabs and broken pottery pieces. This can effectively prevent the loss of these most precious fertilizers for farmers before the advent of chemical fertilizers. Although Han Chung wrote, male and female, and big Chinese characters on the wall. When the toilet was first built, people still often went to the wrong toilet. After some thought, Han Qing asked someone to plant a wooden stake more than 1 meter long at the door of the men's restroom. With this obvious difference, the problem of going to the wrong restroom was finally put to an end. The second building in the courtyard is not a house either, but a rabbit pen. 2 rabbits are really hardy and can basically give birth to a litter every month. The least was in the first litter, which had 5 cubs. The rest had 6 or more, and the most was an astonishing 8. Moreover, their offspring grew up after more than 2 months. Among the 5 cubs in the first litter, 3 were female rabbits. When they were about 3 months old, they also gave birth to cubs one after another. So far, 2 of them have given birth to 3 litters each, a total of 33 cubs, and the other one has given birth to 2 litters, a total of 11. 4 of the cubs, unfortunately, died in infancy. There are 4 female rabbits in the 3rd generation of rabbits. So far, 3 of them have given birth to 2 litters, and 1 has given birth to 1 litter. However, the one that gave birth to 1 litter has a big belly now, so it is estimated that it will not take long for her to give birth to another litter. Among the 4 generations of rabbits, 3 also gave birth to puppies. This will truly be an endless stream of descendants. After raising rabbits himself and witnessing their terrifying reproduction rate, Han Qing finally understood why rabbits had become a disaster in Australia. This reproductive ability is too abnormal. Inside the tribal cave, the small world that Han Qing originally created for them could no longer accommodate them. And because these guys can eat and poop, the smell in the cave is bad, so after building the toilet, Han Qing then built a rabbit pen. Considering the rabbit's habit of digging holes, Han Qing also covered the ground of the rabbit circle with stones and broken pottery jars during construction. The wall was 30 centimeters above the ground and was covered with a layer of pottery fragments to prevent them from digging holes and escaping. Around the rabbit pen, Han Qing used the adobe bricks he had made before to build many rabbit holes that looked like holes to make it easier for them to give birth to their babies. At the same time, they used some branches, dead grass, and mud to build a circle of roof on top to prevent me from getting soaked when it rains. Now, there are almost 100 rabbits in the tribe. Wu was stunned. He had not expected that these 2 inconspicuous little things could grow to such a size after only half a year of raising them. Moreover, it is very simple to feed these rabbits. All you need to do is ask the miners in the tribe to get some grass from around the tribe every day. By feeding them like this day after day, the grass that was brought back from outside actually turned into a large pile of walking food, and it was the kind of meat that was readily available. This made Wu happy, but also a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of such a simple thing before? There is no need for adults to help feed the rabbits. The children in the tribe alone are enough to feed them. If such rabbits had been raised earlier, the tribe would have suffered less hunger and suffering. In the past, he always loved to stay in the cave with the witch, but now, when he has nothing to do, he likes to come out of the cave. After walking around in the yard for a while, he will unconsciously go to the edge of the rabbit circle, step on a few stones outside, and look into the rabbit circle. He looked at it for a long time, and while looking, he would occasionally pick up the grass piled on the raft next to the rabbit pen and throw it in. Wu felt happy as he watched them eat the grass with their 3-petaled mouths moving. Because the grass you eat now will grow into meat in time. Wu likes rabbits, but when it comes to taking action, he is ruthless. He is most skilled at holding the rabbit's ears and hitting the rabbit behind with a small stick. Wu likes rabbits not because they are cute, but because rabbits reproduce quickly, are easy to raise, and can provide a lot of meat for the tribe. Today, Wu caught 10 rabbits from the rabbit pen. He held them by their ears and hit them behind the ears one by one with a stick. He hit them one by one without a second hit. All of them were killed. After all, he was the one who knew best how fat or thin the rabbit was. The lame men who were watching nearby took the rabbits, gutted them, and then pickled them with salt. They tied them up in pairs with ropes and hung them on the tree trunks that had not been cleared in the yard, where they were exposed to the late autumn sun and became dried rabbit jerky. It was Han Qing's suggestion to slaughter the rabbits at this time. This is not the future. There is no corn, wheat, or carrots to feed the rabbits. Once winter comes, these guys will become emaciated if they only rely on dried grass. Moreover, with so many rabbits, the demand for hay will be huge in winter, and keeping them will be a burden. It will be better to slaughter them now before they lose fat and dry them in a bacon to save trouble. This is just the first batch now. After a while, when these small batches of rabbits grow up, we will kill another batch. Chapter 64. Drying Grass and Hunting in the Woods. More than 2 months ago, the children in the tribe have had an additional task: harvesting grass. Not only them, but also the women in the tribe who don't pick fruits are doing this. The harvesting of grass had actually been going on for a long time, but the amount harvested at that time was not large. It was enough to feed the rabbits every day and bring some to the deer near the salt mountain. But now it's different. Since the Son of God gave the order more than 2 months ago, they have to harvest at least twice as much grass every day as before. The excess grass was spread out in the tribe's large yard to dry, and then collected and piled together. It is not piled directly on the ground, but first used as a base with some thick tree trunks. Then a layer of branches is placed on the tree trunks, and on the branches is a layer of hay that rabbits and deer don't like to eat, and then the dried hay is piled on top. This will allow for ventilation and moisture prevention, preventing the hay underneath from getting moldy and rotting. By now, the dried grass has been piled into 3 large haystacks. Han Sheng certainly had his reasons for giving such an order. The purpose was to prepare winter food for the rabbits raised in the tribe, and of course to bribe the group of deer in Yanshan. The grass that naturally turns yellow and dries up in the fields in autumn tastes completely different from the green grass that is harvested and dried. Dry grass is more popular with herbivores. In order to avoid braving the severe winter cold to collect hay from the rabbits, Han Sheng gave orders to make preparations in advance. The adults in the tribe were not idle either. After picking a certain number of fruits, they, under the guidance of Han Sheng, built a row of earth mounds inside and close to the wall. The earth pile was tightly attached to the inside of the wall, 1 meter wide, 1.5 meters high, and 2 meters long. One is built every 2 meters. Because there was no piling and the foundation was only dug shallowly, this work did not take the tribe too long and was completed in less than a month. Han Sheng ordered the construction of such a circle of low stacks, which was not superfluous. Such a circle of low stacks played a great role. On the one hand, it can make the wall more solid, and on the other hand, it can greatly enhance the tribe's defense capabilities. Due to time constraints, the tribe's wall was only built to a height of 2 meters. This height is enough to defend against ordinary wild beasts, but it would be difficult to defend against other tribes or guys who are good at climbing. So Han Sheng built another layer of buttresses on the inside of the wall, which was equivalent to a low wall. With this 1.2 meter high low pile as a foothold, the people of the tribe can see the situation outside clearly. When they encounter danger, they can also attack from a high position with stones, stone spears, javelins, and other things to defend the tribe. Looking at the low piles every 2 meters on the inside, as well as the stones and stone spears placed on the piles, Han Sheng felt relieved. No matter what, we must do a good job of defending ourselves. After all, this is a primitive age, not the later era where one can wander the streets alone at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning without getting into trouble. After this circle of low walls was completed, the eldest brother took the people in the tribe out hunting. Now it was still quite some time before the snow fell. During this period, you can also hunt some prey. Although the tribe does not need to worry too much about food now, because of the fish cages and the technology to break the ice and catch fish in winter, the eldest brother still led people out hunting. Their mouths have become a little picky because of the existence of the Son of God. After eating too much fish, they also want to have half a meal of animal meat. Moreover, this year is different from previous years. In the past, even if the weather was cold, they could not store the meat for too long even if they killed a lot of it. Now, with the method of pickling and drying taught by the Son of God, they don't have to worry about the meat going bad. In the forest where fallen leaves were floating from time to time, the eldest brother led 10 adult men and 10 adult women in the tribe and walked carefully with sharpened wooden sticks, stone spears, and throwing stones. They are looking for prey. Their luck today was not very good. Almost half of the day had passed, and they had only caught a rabbit. Just as they were feeling depressed, there was a sudden noise from the front. Before they were ready, an adult wild boar rushed out from the woods towards them. This guy obviously didn't expect that there were so many people here. Halfway through his run, he suddenly turned around and ran west. The eldest brother and other people in the Greenbird tribe were very excited to see this, and immediately chased after them with their weapons in hand. At this time, more noises were heard from the woods, and then a group of guys also wrapped in animal skins and holding sticks rushed out, shouting and chasing in the direction the wild boar escaped. Apparently, They had discovered the wild boar. The eldest brother, who had just been happy, was immediately not happy anymore. Like other people in the tribe who wanted to catch up, he stopped and stood where he was, looking with envy at the dozen or so people who were running past him not far away to chase the prey. Among the dozen or so people running over, the one in front looked the strongest. He was the leader of the tribe. As soon as he came out of the woods and saw the group of people standing outside the woods, he showed a vigilant look. Although when two tribes meet while hunting, they generally do not compete with each other for the prey. Whoever finds it owns it. But that is also the general situation. The weather is getting colder day by day. It is the most important time to store food for the winter. At this time, there are more incidents of hunting than at other times. Moreover, the people of the tribe in front of him were more numerous than those of his own tribe. Most importantly, his own tribe had only discovered the wild boar, but had not captured and killed it. In this case, the other party would most likely compete with his own tribe for it. If such a thing really happened, things would be a bit troublesome. While chasing the wild boar in the direction it escaped, he looked back from time to time at the group of people not far away. Seeing that they were just looking at him and others and had no intention of chasing them, he felt relieved. He shouted something and led the tribesmen to chase in the direction the wild boar was heading. The eldest brother envied these people's good luck. In a quick glance, just now, he had roughly recognized this tribe. This tribe had interacted with them before, but their interactions were limited to the carnival held every other year. They also live in this area, but it is not very close to their Chinke tribe. It takes more than a whole day to walk there. The Chinke tribe is a friendly tribe. Even in the past, the eldest brother would not compete for the prey discovered first by other tribes. Now that the tribe does not have to worry about food, he will be even less likely to do such a thing. He stood here for a while, looking at the wild boars and the tribe, running away with some envy, then set off with the people in the tribe to look for their own prey. Chapter 65. Kill the Ying monster. The west had been searched by the previous tribe, so there was not much prey there, so the eldest brother led the group in the opposite direction where the wild boar left. After some searching, a fiery red fox was discovered by the tribesmen. The fox was not killed on the spot, mainly because its fur was too similar to the red leaves fallen on the ground. If you lie there motionless, you won't be able to find it all. If it hadn't been for the stick that Taitu swung brushing against its nose, scaring it and causing it to jump up from the ground, the eldest brother and the others would have definitely ignored it. After 5 or 6 stones and javelins missed the target, the eldest brother and his companions joined the chase after the prey. After chasing in the woods for a while, the view in front of them suddenly became clear. The eldest brother's expression changed. What made him change color was certainly not the suddenly open view in front of him, but the fact that there was a group of people outside the forest. This was not what surprised him most. What surprised him most was that this group of people was the same tribe that had chased the wild boar and ran past them not long ago. The people in their tribe looked very miserable. Many of them were injured, and 2 of them needed to be supported by their companions to walk. The eldest brother did not see the wild boar among the group of people. It seemed that it had run away. The injuries these people suffered were probably sustained while they were arresting the wild boar. What a pity, such a big pig. The eldest brother who was running after the fiery red fox thought so with regret. At the same time, he found the matter somewhat funny. Just now he and others were envious of them, but he did not expect that not long after, he would lead his men to chase prey away from them. While thinking this, the eldest brother did not let down his guard. He was also on guard against this group of people who had just lost their prey and were trying to snatch the prey from their tribe. The eldest brother has experienced a lot, and he knows that not everyone will be kind to you if you are kind to him. The red fox, like the wild boar before, immediately changed direction after discovering the group of people in front of it. Behind it were the eldest brother and other people from the Chinke tribe holding sticks and stones. The encounter between the 2 tribes lasted only a brief moment, and they soon separated. As the Chinke tribe ran, the distance between the 2 sides quickly widened. The eldest brother was running while keeping an eye on the movements of the tribe behind him. Seeing that the tribe had no intention of catching up, he felt relieved and began to concentrate on chasing the fox in front that was crying loudly. He seized the opportunity, and while running, he swung his strong and powerful arms suddenly, and the stone in his hand flew out suddenly. The running fox was hit by the stone thrown by the eldest brother. It made a series of miserable cries and fell to the ground. The eldest brother and other people from the Green Bird tribe were overjoyed when they saw this, and they ran towards the fox at a faster speed, but the whimpering monster got up from the ground again. Although it ran away crying, it was eventually affected. It wouldn't be long before it was beaten to death by the eldest brother and his men. The eldest senior brother who was chasing turned back inadvertently, and his face suddenly turned cold. Because the tribe we encountered before was running towards us from behind, waving weapons and shouting. Although the distance was too far and the tribes did not speak the same language, the eldest brother did not know what they were shouting, but he understood their intentions in an instant. This is to steal prey from their Chinke tribe. The eldest brother was a little angry, but not afraid. If they wanted to snatch it, then let's fight first. Thinking this, he no longer paid attention to the unfriendly tribe behind him. He decided to catch the fox first and then see the tribe's reaction. If they still want to snatch it at that time, then there will be nothing we can do but fight. After chasing forward for about 100 meters, the second senior brother, who was panting heavily, raised his hand, and a stone flew out, hitting the head of the fox that was limping and running hard in front of him. The fox's whimpering sound stopped immediately, and it somersaulted to the ground. Then it rolled down the slope. The people of the Greenbird tribe cheered and ran towards the slope where the fox had rolled down. This fox already belongs to their Chinke tribe. No one could snatch it away from them. However, after running to the slope, the eldest brother and others were stunned by the scene they saw, because there was also a group of people at the bottom of the relatively long slope. Many of these people were carrying straw baskets or animal skin packages. The straw baskets contained fruits, and the animal skin packages probably contained fruits as well. Of course, in addition to these fruits, there are some other things. For example, there was a wild boar placed on a horizontal bar and being lifted by two people, and there was also a dark and strong leader holding the lifeless fiery red fox in his hand. The dark and strong second chief of the Tungsha tribe was very happy. He did not expect that his luck today was so good. First, a half-dead wild boar bumped into them. Before it had gone far, a fox rolled down the slope and came directly to his feet. The witch was right. They were indeed a tribe favored by the gods. The dark and strong second leader put the fiery red fox on his shoulders without even looking at the people who appeared on the slope. He didn't care who killed the prey. Now that the fox was in his hands, it was the prey of their Tungsha tribe. However, he didn't think so the next moment, because the person above spoke up. The prey is ours. Although he didn't quite understand what the man said, the second leader of the Tungsha tribe could still understand what he meant. After all, he had just experienced a similar thing not long ago. Prey, ours. He responded in their tribal language with a mocking tone. Then he stopped walking and looked up at the group of people who were about to be beaten. It was this raising of his head that changed his mind, because he had recognized the identity of the visitor. He was deeply impressed by the group of people who had beaten up his tribe some time ago, especially their leader. The prey is ours. The eldest senior brother also recognized the people from the tongue snake tribe, and he had the same deep impression of them. After seeing that this group of people were holding the prey they had worked so hard to hunt, the eldest brother had already come up with the idea of teaching them a lesson. However, he suppressed this thought because once a fight started, someone would definitely get hurt. As the leader of the tribe, he needed to consider the entire tribe and could not act on impulse. It was because of these thoughts that the eldest brother did not start fighting directly, but stood here and tried to resolve the matter through words. Chapter 66, Wild Boar Yours. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was feeling extremely upset. During this period of time, he dreamed of having another fight with the man who brought him such great shame and pinning him to the ground and rubbing him hard. However, now that he really met him, he hesitated because the last two entanglements made him realize that he was no match for this damn guy. Even if I let him fight me again now, I will definitely be the one who loses in the end. In this case, as the losing party, not only will you have to give all the food your tribe has obtained to the other side, but your prestige in the tribe will also be affected. He stood here, thinking and hesitating for a while, and decided to take a step back and hold his anger for the time being. This seemingly strong and impulsive guy actually has a meticulous mind. This may have something to do with the fact that the totem of their tribe is the snake. He took the fiery red fox off his shoulder, raised it to his eldest brother on the slope, and then put on the ground at his feet. Let's go. Let's go back. He spoke in the tribal language and led the tribe members to walk north along the edge of the slope. Wild boar, stay. The eldest brother led his men down the slope, blocked their way, and pointed at the wild boar being carried by the Tungsha tribe. Although the eldest brother is a rule-abiding person, He will only talk to those who follow the rules. As for those who do not follow the rules, he will not stick to the rules and make the tribe swallow their anger. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was extremely angry. He did not expect that the hateful guy in front of him would be so hateful. He is the second leader of the Tungsha tribe. He has already made great concessions in today's matter, but this hateful guy is still unwilling to give in. This is a great shame for him. Apart from the great chief, when had he ever been treated like this? He raised his arms and stared intently at his eldest brother, who was also ready for a fight. Wild boar, put it down. He waved his arms fiercely and gave fierce orders to the two people carrying the wild boar. Of course, he had to give such an order because more than a dozen people appeared on the slope. These people were the ones who had been severely beaten up by them not long ago and robbed the wild boar tribe. He couldn't defeat the tribe in front of him alone. If he added the tribe they had just robbed, it would be difficult for the Tungsha tribe to leave safely. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe reluctantly gave up his prey and led his men armed with weapons, cautiously bypassing the Chinke tribe and heading north. There was no longer any joy I felt when I picked up the fox. The eldest brother and his men also looked at the Tungsha tribe leaving with caution. He had to be on guard against this insidious and cunning tribe. The people of the Tungsha tribe left without using any despicable means. The eldest brother breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the tongue snake tribe disappearing into the distance, then looked at the huge wild boar and the fiery red fox lying on the ground, and felt very happy. This was not only because he successfully guarded the food of their tribe, but also an important reason was that this would increase his prestige in the tribe and also show the strength of their Chinke tribe to another tribe. The leader of another tribe, who was standing on the slope with a bloodstain on his face, was indeed shocked by the scene before him. The reason why he led his men to run, chase and shout was to tell the nearby friendly tribe that there was a vicious tribe ahead. They would brutally snatch away the prey of other tribes. The prey they had just hunted with great effort was snatched away by this vicious tribe. He was worried that this friendly tribe would have their prey robbed, just like his own tribe had. However, after rushing over, he was extremely surprised by what he saw. The vicious tribe that was extremely unreasonable to their tribe and rushed forward and knocked them to the ground before they could say a word did not attack them directly as they did to them just now. Not only that, they also took the initiative to put the prey they had snatched on the ground and handed it over to this friendly tribe. When facing their own tribe, the extremely ferocious tribe actually looked like this when they met this friendly tribe next to them. Could it be that this friendly neighbor of mine actually possesses such powerful strength? This made him feel incredible. Of course, he felt very happy to see this vicious tribe suffer a defeat. However, they must be more careful in the future. If a powerful tribe appears near their tribe, they need to pay attention, no matter whether it is friendly or vicious. Because in some situations, friendly tribes can turn vicious. Seeing the vicious tribe leaving their prey and disappearing into the woods, the leader of the tribe looked reluctantly at the wild boar on the ground that they had spent a lot of effort to kill and then left with his people. Although this wild boar was originally hunted by their tribe, it was snatched away by a vicious tribe. Now that the friendly neighboring tribe has snatched it from the vicious tribe, the prey now belongs to the friendly tribe and will no longer have anything to do with their tribe, etc. A voice sounded behind him, and the leader of the tribe stopped in confusion, turned around and looked at this friendly tribe, wondering what they wanted to do. My tribe has no prey now, only some weapons, but there is nothing to steal. What does he mean by calling me? This is yours. The eldest brother smiled and pointed at the fat adult wild boar on the ground and spoke to the other leader with gestures. The eldest brother had seen a lot and was quite wise. After meeting the people from the Tungsha tribe, he already understood why this neighboring tribe was chasing them. It was not to compete with them for prey, but to tell them the news of the vicious tribe. The eldest brother is a man who abides by the rules. If others are kind, he will naturally be kind as well. Moreover, he had been working hard for the tribe's food all year round, and knew the significance of such a wild boar to a tribe when the weather was getting colder day by day. Now that the Chinke tribe has the Son of God, they have no shortage of food, so he decided to return the wild boar to its original owner. The leader with scars on his face obviously did not expect that the leader of this friendly tribe would stop him and give them the wild boar. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and gestured to indicate that the prey already belonged to the Chinke tribe. The eldest brother smiled and kicked the second brother, who was drooling and distracted as he stared at the wild boar on the leg. Then the two of them carried the wild boar up the slope and placed it in front of the scarred leader, saying with a smile, "What you hid is yours." The scarred chief was deeply moved by this sincerity. He had not expected that this neighboring tribe would be so friendly. He believed that under such circumstances, he could not act like the leader of the Green Bird tribe. He no longer refused, took a step forward, hugged the eldest brother, and then rested his forehead on the eldest brother's shoulder. It's a way of showing kindness. The same goes for the eldest brother. After the two of them communicated here for a while, the eldest brother took the people of the Green Bird tribe and left with the fiery red fox. The leader with scars on his face looked back 3 times as he walked away. He had already made a secret decision in his heart that when the weather warmed up the next year and the flowers bloomed, and it was the turn of his friendly tribe to hold a happy party, he would definitely bring as many men from the tribe as possible to attend. Chapter 67. People have enemies. The eldest brother and the leader who were leading the wild boar with great emotion did not know that the tongue snake tribe that disappeared in front of them was not far away. Instead, after walking forward for a distance, he quietly sneaked back, hiding far away in the weeds and bushes, staring at the two tribes. You go there. You go here. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe, who was hiding in the bushes like a cold, poisonous snake, looked at the two tribes that separated and left, his eyes full of coldness. He picked 2 people in the tribe who were best at disguise, pointed in the direction where the Chinke tribe left, and asked them to follow. I chose 2 more and went to follow another tribe. He led his tribesmen to search for prey in the vicinity, while waiting for the 4 people sent out to track them to return. The eldest brother and his companions killed 2 more pheasants. They had originally intended to keep them alive, as the Son of God had specifically instructed them to do. However, they failed to do so. One of the 2 pheasants had its chest pierced by the wooden spear in the eldest brother's hand, and the other had its head hit by a stone thrown by the second brother. Both of them died. This made the eldest senior brother very depressed. The Son of God had already instructed him about this matter a long time ago, but he had not brought back a single living one yet. This damn guy, I should have deliberately moved the spear to the side, but this guy just had to move to the side. The eldest brother became angrier the more he thought about it. He reached out and slapped the pheasant twice on the head, which was already dead after he pierced its chest with a wooden spear. This is indeed very infuriating, even whipping the corpse. They returned to the tribe with the fox and the pheasant. Lame and his spouse, who were standing on the low wall inside the courtyard and looking out, smiled when they saw the leader returning from hunting with the people of the tribe. This guard system was tried out after the low piles were built at the suggestion of Han Chung. The lame wife went downstairs to open the door for the eldest brother and his friends. Her lame legs were not flexible, and it was not easy for her to go up and down once, so she could not get down from the low pile. Bo's attention was suddenly attracted. He found that in the direction where the eldest brother and his companions were coming from, there was a figure flashing on the ground about a mile away from the tribe. In the past, we couldn't see so far, but since a big storm in early summer blew down countless trees, the view here in the tribe has become much wider. Especially now, Bo was standing on a short pile more than 1 meter high. Bo was sure that he was not seeing things. The 2 flashing shadows were indeed 2 people. They were using the fallen and unkempt dead trees to cover their bodies and approaching their tribe. They were too far away to see their appearance clearly, but he was sure that they were not from his tribe, because people in their tribe don't need to hide like this. People, there are enemies. He pointed with one hand at the 2 figures approaching here and shouted to the eldest brother and others who were walking into the courtyard. The eldest brother was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. He threw the prey on his body to the ground, turned and left the yard, looked at the situation in the direction that Bo pointed, left 6 people to guard the tribe, and led the other hunting teams, holding weapons and running in the direction that Bo pointed. The cries of lame startled Wu, who was feeding rabbits in the yard, and Han Chung, who was standing nearby, with Fujiang. Close the door quickly. You 2 go up the low wall, the 2 of you guard the gate, and the 2 of you go behind this wall. After hearing Bo's shout, Han Chung reacted and immediately made arrangements. While sending as many people as possible to the southern wall with a gate facing the enemy, 2 people were arranged to go behind the east and west walls and climb up the low walls to see if there were other people coming from the east and west sides. 2 people from the Tungsha tribe hid their bodies and quietly approached the front, one in front and one behind. The person in front who was bending over to come out from behind a fallen dead tree and was about to go behind another dead tree diagonally in front, suddenly straightened up after walking halfway and froze on the spot. This made the man from the Tungsha tribe behind him want to kick him twice. "Aren't you going to be exposed if you stand there straight like this?" He was about to speak to him and ask him to stop his stupid behavior, but he didn't expect that the man had already turned around and ran towards him. People, discovered. He shouted as he ran, and ran past the people from the Tungsha tribe who had not yet figured out what was going on, like the wind. However, his doubts were immediately resolved. After he stood up, he saw the group of people who should have entered the strange cave, running towards them with weapons in hand. This guy didn't care about hiding anymore. He yelled something and ran away, even faster than the guy just now. He had experienced the brutality of this tribe, especially the guy who didn't use his hands to fight and always held his head. Thinking of the scene where that guy hit his head, the man from the Tungsha tribe felt a headache. He didn't understand why that guy's head was as hard as a rock, even though they were both heads. The two people from the Tungsha tribe ran into the woods like the wind, hiding and running for 4 or 5 miles before they managed to escape from the brutal tribe. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. They had a deeper understanding of the brutality of this tribe, because they didn't understand why they were discovered even though they had hidden so well. You know, they have done this more than once before. There were even 2 times when they directly reached the entrance of other tribes' caves, and the people from those tribes did not notice them. This time, we were discovered even though we were still far away from the tribe. Fortunately, the 2 of us ran fast, otherwise we would have become food today. After all, peeping is a taboo for any tribe. The eldest brother and his men came back, but those 2 men ran too fast and were too good at hiding, so they were ultimately unable to catch them. Faced with this situation, Han Chung wanted to say to Bo, "Can't you wait until they are closer before shouting?" Of course, Han Chung didn't say it. He was worried that if he said that, Bo would remember his words clearly, and next time, when there were more enemies, he would wait until they reached the wall before shouting. Because of this incident, the atmosphere in the tribe is a bit tense tonight. It must be them. The eldest brother seemed a little angry. "Yes, I was followed all the way to the tribe, and the tribe was spied on. No matter who it happened to, it would be unpleasant." Chapter 68, Cold and Venomous Snake. "Next time I see you, I'll teach you a lesson." The eldest brother pounded his chest hard. Han Chung stopped the eldest brother's secret annoyance and anger. Judging from what the eldest brother said and previous experiences, this tribe is not a good group of people. After knowing that he was no match for the eldest brother and his men, he gave up a head-on confrontation and then sent people to follow him quietly to find the location of his tribe. This kind of thinking is a bit scary. A venomous snake hiding in the dry grass and waiting for a chance to attack suddenly is much more frightening than a ferocious tiger because you don't know when it will attack you. The eldest brother had never seen this tribe before last year. He didn't know whether they had just migrated to the nearby area or were from distant tribes who came here to hunt. But no matter what, the existence of such a tribe and the fact that they are keeping their eyes on it is not a good thing for the Chinke tribe. Han Chung, Wu, and the eldest brother, the 3 giants of the Chinke tribe, gathered together after dinner to discuss countermeasures for the matter. Finally, the following methods were proposed. When going to bed at night, be sure to lock the gate outside the wall and block the cave with stone slabs. Weapons should be placed within easy reach to ensure that if any emergency occurs, you can immediately defend yourself. Going to the toilet requires at least 3 people. The old primitive man who is on night watch has to keep an eye on the situation outside while taking care of the fire. Although in this era, few people would go out at night, let alone attack tribes, we still cannot help but be on guard. When the eldest brother and others go out hunting during the day, they must bring enough weapons to guard against these people's dirty tricks. 6 people from a hunting team will stay behind to strengthen the tribe's defense during the day. This is to prevent the eldest brother and his companions from going out hunting during the day and being taken advantage of by hostile tribes. Another thing is that there should be at least 1 person guarding the east, west, and south walls to keep an eye out for strangers. Also, you must be careful when you walk out of the fence to do other things. If something unexpected happens, run back into the fence immediately, and after you come back, quickly lock the gate. At the same time, you should also stock up on long-range throwing weapons such as stones, stone spears, and sharpened javelins. Once the enemy comes to attack, try your best to eliminate them outside the wall. The day after these strategies were finalized, at Han Cheng's suggestion, The people in the tribe conducted 5 drills on how to respond to enemy attacks and assume the situation and conduct targeted exercises. For example, how to respond when the enemy attacks from one side, how to respond when the enemy attacks from 3 sides, how to deal with when there are many enemies, and how to deal with when there are few enemies. We also solved some problems that arose during the drill. After a day of drills, everyone had some idea of what to do, so at least they wouldn't panic too much when they really encountered an enemy attack. On the 3rd day, the eldest brother led the people of the tribe, carrying enough weapons, left the tribe, and headed in the direction where they had encountered Tangshaluo before. On the one hand, it was to hunt some prey, but more importantly, of course, to see if they could meet the tribe that dared to spy on their own tribe again, and then give them a severe lesson. Of course, the eldest brother would not meet the 2nd leader and others of the Tangsha tribe, because the 2nd leader of the Tangsha tribe, after waiting for the 4 followers to return yesterday, returned west with his men. Their tribe was far enough away from the Chinke tribe. In such a vast area with few paths, it would be very difficult to find each other without knowing the exact location. Of course, the most important thing is that the eldest brother follows the habit of not spending the night outside easily. With this in place, the distance he could pursue westwards would not be able to extend too far. The 2nd leader of the Tangsha tribe took his people to rest in a cave and roasted food. There were many fruits and some hunted meat piled up in the cave. The next day, he led his men, covered the entrance of the cave with some branches and stones, left with the prey they had caught, and continued to head west. This cave is not the base of their Tangsha tribe, but just a temporary stronghold when their Tangsha tribe extends eastward. In fact, it had only been 2 years since they found and used this cave. The Tangsha tribe has many people and is an aggressive tribe. If the people in the tribe are not separated and gathered together, it will be difficult for them to get enough food. After all, there are only so many people that a piece of land can support. Of course, in addition to this reason, there is a more important reason, which is that it can be used to discover new tribes. The constant discovery of new tribes is of great significance to the Tangsha tribe because it can ensure that their tribe has enough food to eat under any circumstances. It is also for this reason that the number of tribes near the Tangsha tribe has become increasingly smaller after years of development, because no tribe is willing to be neighbors with a tribe that likes to rob them. Of course, some of these tribes did not migrate away on their own initiative, but were destroyed by them. In order to maintain the normal life of the tribe, the witch of the Tangsha tribe sent 3 teams to leave their big tribe and let them go in the east, south, and north respectively. One is to collect food, and the other is to find other tribes. Once the food collected by the tribe is not enough, when food is scarce, they will attack the tribe they have discovered before. The reason why the 2nd leader of the Tang snake tribe did not send anyone to follow the eldest brother and his companions last year was because of the forest full of unusually dense fruits. As a result, he was defeated twice by this damn tribe this year, which made him extremely angry. After several days of travel, the 2nd leader of the Tangsha tribe returned to the tribe's base camp with his men. The witch and the chief of the Tangsha tribe were somewhat dissatisfied with the 2nd chief's early return. The 2nd leader explained to them. He certainly wouldn't say that he and his companions had been beaten twice there and had been discovered when following other tribes, and that their lives would be in danger if they continued to stay there. The Tangsha tribe is a tribe that believes in power. If he tells about his experience, not only will he not get sympathy from the witch and the chief, but he will be despised by them and be considered a useless person. It is also possible that I will become the 3rd leader from the 2nd leader. In his account, the reason he came back was that he discovered 2 tribes, and one of the tribes was very prosperous. With these 2 tribes, they didn't have to worry about food problems this year. After saying this, he deliberately encouraged the chief to take people to rob the wealthy tribe. This guy has good eloquence, and the chief was somewhat moved by what he said. However, the plan was not implemented because Wu disagreed. He believed that food should be stored well in the autumn, and robbing other tribes was only a last resort to save lives. This made the 2nd leader of the Tangsha tribe, who was eager for revenge, very disappointed. But since the witch had spoken, even the chief had to obey, so he dared not say anything more. At the same time, he was also worried that if he appeared too eager, the clever witch would see the truth. Chapter 69. Warmth in the Snow. It's snowing. This year's snow fell much earlier than in previous years. If in the past, heavy snow had fallen early, Wu and his eldest senior brother would have been frowning and sighing. Because the earlier the snow falls, the less time the tribe has to store food. Not only that, but they also have to lose food for a longer period of time. In this round trip, the amount of food lost is huge. But this year is completely different. The arrival of heavy snow did not cause panic in the tribe because they had enough food and firewood for heating. Although the caves in the tribe are full of the smell of salted fish. However, except for the son of God Han Chung who disliked the taste, no one else disliked it. There were even many people who thought it was delicious and just took a few deep breaths. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the light was dim, snowflakes were falling, and the entire ground changed from the original withered yellow or other colors to a pure white. Dead grass, soil, branches, stones, and even the rapeseed that had already sprouted and was now lush green were gradually covered by this cool whiteness. When the heavy snow falls, the happiest people are the children in the tribe. These guys are at an active age and go crazy when they see the snow. Cheering, jumping for joy, and running in the snow, they express their welcome to the arrival of the heavy snow in their own unique way. When Shirtu stuffed a handful of pure, white snow into Chen's neck, Chun shrank his neck and shivered a few times. Then a chase using snow as a weapon began. At the beginning, it was just Chun and Shirtu who were chasing, but not long after, more children joined in. The war also involved a duel between Chun and Shirtu, which turned into a large-scale melee. Activities like snowball fights can greatly benefit the children of the tribe, as they can train their skills in running, dodging, jumping, throwing, and so on. Of course, there is also the spirit of unity and cooperation. Han Chung disdains to participate in things like snowball fights. He prefers to stand quietly outside the tribal cave, watching the snowflakes flying in the sky, looking at the whole field covered in silver and listening to the rustling sound of snowflakes falling to the ground. Of course, he didn't have such an elegant mood before. Ever since he enthusiastically participated in a snowball fight competition, before he could show his skills, the little bastards in the tribe greeted him enthusiastically with snow in an extremely united and cooperative manner. Since then, his taste has become elegant. Fu Jiang was also very excited, jumping and hopping to drive the children to have fun in the snow. It seemed that he was even crazier than the children. Fu Jiang had grown fully grown, more than half a meter tall when standing, and even taller when squatting. After Han Cheng's meticulous training, this guy is increasingly showing a tendency to evolve into the second-level divine beast era. Apart from anything else, his enthusiasm for playing in the snow alone is enough to rival Era. Of course, not everyone likes snowball fights. After Han Shinsi, who would be bullied by naughty kids when playing snowball fights, piled up 2 snowmen at the entrance of the tribe cave with his red hands, making snowmen became a trend in the tribe. However, the boys did not maintain their enthusiasm for this activity for a few days. Firstly, they were used to being clumsy, and the things they piled up were of strange shapes, which often caused them to be laughed at by the girls. Secondly, they felt that this activity was far less fun than having a snowball fight. The girls were very curious about building things out of snow and showed great enthusiasm, especially the sisters Xiaomei and Xiaoli, who enjoyed it so much that they were unwilling to stop even though their hands were frozen red. In previous years, they didn't dare to play so wildly. But this year is different. The 3 thick and solid walls provide them with enough safe space, so they can play freely in this open space. Not to mention that during the day, there was always a person standing behind each of the 3 walls to keep watch for them. Standing guard outside on a snowy day is a very tiring job. Even if they are wrapped in animal skins, wearing a big ear hat made of animal skins on their heads, gloves on their hands, and socks on their feet, they still can't stand standing in the wind and snow for a long time. So Han Chung asked 3 shifts to take turns. And the guard can drink a big bowl of bone soup before leaving and after coming back. The witch was wrapped in thick fur. He was roasting himself by the fire and looking through the cave at the children playing and laughing in the snow outside, his face full of smiles. Such a carefree life was something he had never dared to dream of before. Son of God. All these changes come from the Son of God. It is the arrival of the Son of God that has allowed the tribe to have the happy life it has today. Wu looked at Han Chung, who was stretching out his hand to play with Fu Jiang, and his heart was full of respect and gratitude. Of course, he respects the Son of God. Fortunately, he was very fortunate. If he had not made the decision to bring the Son of God back, their Chinke tribe would still be living in dire straits. He would not even dare to think about the current life, let alone survive it. Because of his good mood and the appearance of boiled meat, Wu is in better spirits than he was a year ago. It can be said that he is getting younger and younger. However, when he thought of the tribe that had caused conflict with their tribe and had sent people to spy on them, a trace of gloom rose in the witch's heart. If this incident hadn't interfered, my current life would be very comfortable. But life is like this, it is rarely perfect. There is a hint of worry and joy, and there is joy in worry. One thing after another, these layers of things make up life. Although this matter was a shadow, the witch was not overly worried because they had made sufficient preparations. With the courtyard walls and special people on lookout, it would not be easy for them to endanger their tribe. And now it is snowing. On such a cold day, there is no irreconcilable blood feud between my tribe and theirs. Even if they planned to launch a sneak attack on their own tribe, they would not do so in this season. After all, it is too dangerous to be outside for a long time in this season. They don't need to do this just because of this conflict. Han Chung basically goes to Yinshan once every 3 days, and he never goes empty-handed. In addition to breaking the ice to bring delicious salt water to the deer, he also brings a bundle of dried grass every time. Uncle Lu was very satisfied with this. Of course, Han Chung was not alone every time he went there. In addition to the eldest brother, Taitu, and 7 or 8 other people who followed him, there was also this guy Fujian. Chapter 70 Bone Shovel and Pottery Plate. The heavy snow covered the fields, as if sealing off everything. The whole world seemed extremely quiet. People who have been busy for a year can finally take this rare opportunity to have a good rest. However, compared to previous years when people slept all day, the people of the Chinke tribe seem to be a little busy this year. Because they now eat salt every day and have enough food, the people of the Chinke tribe will no longer be like before when winter came and they would not have enough food, lose salt, feel weak and sleepy all the time. Now, after the first 7 or 8 days, their sleep time has gradually decreased. When they were not sleeping, Han Chung, the son of God, found new jobs for them. In addition to making gloves, socks, and hats, another activity is making tools for digging. A simply flattened wooden stick is not convenient to use for digging. First, it is not sharp enough. Second, it is too worn. In addition, the part used for digging is too thin and easily breaks. Third, the stick is not wide enough, so the amount of soil dug each time is limited. The Chinke tribe now needs soil to make pottery, build walls, and grow rapeseed, so improving the soil-turning tools has become a very necessary thing. Han Chung didn't have any better ideas. Under such conditions, he could only draw on the wisdom of the ancients and make a bone shovel. After years of hunting, the tribe collected a lot of bones. Han Chung picked out the hard and large ones from these bones, chose a suitable place, and grinded the edges on the stone to make them as sharp as possible. Then he combined them with the wooden sticks used to dig the soil and tied them together. In this way, a bone shovel was made. It's easy to say things with your mouth, just a touch of the upper and lower lips, and they come out. But when you actually do it, it becomes difficult, because there are many things that need to be overcome. Not to mention anything else, just the task of combining the bones and the sticks is enough to give you a headache. There were no nails at that time, and it was not like the shovels made in later generations, where you just had to insert the wooden handle into the hole in a shovel. It is not an easy task to use the bones as shovel handles, connect them together with a wooden stick, and tie them tightly. After much thought, Han Chung could only resort to the stupid method, which was to drill a hole in the bone used as a shovel head. The bone used to make a bone shovel is roughly rectangular. The side that is sharpened is the width of the rectangle, and the wooden handle needs to be fixed from the side opposite it. For holes need to be drilled, 2 by 2 corresponding to each other. The first pair of drills are located near the upper middle of the shovel head, and the second pair of drills are located on the upper part of the shovel, about 2 centimeters away from the edge. It is obviously not possible to use rope grass to tie the bone shovel. Although rope grass is tough, it is not wear-resistant and can be easily damaged. Han Chung asked people to cut small or damaged pieces of leather into many 1 centimeter wide strips and use them as ropes. When tying, first place the wooden handle in the middle of the 2 pairs of bone holes, then pass the 2 ends of the leather rope through the front of the bone, cross them around the wooden handle, and then pass the leather rope back to the front through the holes on both sides of the wooden handle. In this way, the wooden handle is wrapped with 2 leather ropes at once. Pull it tight and repeat the previous action. Repeat this 5 times. The wooden handle will be wrapped with the leather rope at least 9 times. With these 9 turns of leather rope, it can be basically guaranteed that the rope will not break when it is used to dig the soil. There's a reason why the pair of bone holes below are drilled in the upper middle position. This can prevent the bottom of the wooden handle on the back of the bone shovel from hitting the ground when digging, thereby enhancing the usability of the bone shovel. Of course, in addition to these tips, there is another aspect that cannot be ignored in order to tie the bone and the wooden handle tightly. That is, use a stone knife to carve a half-circle groove that is not too deep on the wooden handle where the rope needs to be tied. This will hold the leather rope and reduce the possibility of loosening. Also, some changes need to be made in advance on the side of the bottom of the wooden handle that fits the bone. That is to use a stone knife to chop and grind this side to make it as smooth as possible, which can ensure that there is a large fit between the wood and the bone. Firstly, it can make the two more secure. And secondly, when digging, due to the increase in the force-bearing area on the back of the bone, it can withstand greater force compared to a round wooden stick. In other words, it is less likely that the bone and the wooden handle will break due to excessive force. This is the experience and creation that Han Chang summarized after many experiments, combining modern iron shovels, wooden shovels used for winnowing, and ancient people's bone plows. In the absence of metal tools, it is not easy to make a bone shovel. Not to mention other things, just drilling holes in the bones with sharp stones is extremely difficult and requires tremendous effort. This is also the reason why Han Chang did not mention the matter of making bone shovels before, and waited until the snow fell in winter when everyone had free time to start making them. Although sharpening an axe does not delay chopping wood, if it takes too long to sharpen the axe, it will definitely delay chopping wood for a certain period of time. Especially since Han Chang had been thinking about building the wall before the heavy snow fell. Wu was still as studious and cherished knowledge as ever. When the people in Han Qingjiao's tribe were doing these things, he watched from the side. After he understood them, he began to record them in the inner cave as he did in the past. Now the space inside the inner cave has become much smaller because the witch has recorded too many things. The witch treasures these things very much and does not allow them to be placed anywhere other than the inner cave. This is the result of Han Chang improving the writing materials for Wu, replacing the thick stone slabs with fired pottery plates. Otherwise, there would probably not be much space to step on in the inner cave. The witch was somewhat reluctant at first to record such valuable knowledge on the pottery tablet, but after using it twice, he was so useful that he immediately abandoned the habit of recording knowledge on stone tablets that was passed down from the previous witch. Chapter 71. The Terrified Primitive Woman. The courtyard wall needs to be further raised. Han Chang originally envisioned the wall to be 2.5 meters high, but later, in order to meet deadlines, he reduced the height of the wall from 2.5 meters to 2 meters. A 2-meter-high wall can block most wild animals, but it is difficult to block people. Now that it is snowing, the wall looks even lower. Han Chang originally had the idea of raising the wall after the Chinese New Year and the beginning of spring. The original plan was to increase the height to the originally expected 2.5 meters. Now, because of the addition of a possible hostile tribe, he feels that a 2.5-meter wall is still too low. In time, the wall may be raised to 3 meters or even higher. After the wall is raised, the construction of the house needs to be put on the agenda. Now, with the increase of equipment in the tribe, the space inside the cave is becoming more and more crowded. And because so many people live together, the air is inevitably not fresh. Of course, another important reason is that the original singing at night is too loud, and sometimes it is one after another, which makes Han Chang often unable to sleep well. It was fine before, when everyone was busy, but the heavy workload left the eldest brother and his friends with little energy to do what they loved. In the past winter, due to food and salt problems, people were powerless to deal with this matter. Only in spring would there be large-scale unrest. But now it is different. Plenty of food and salt, as well as a leisurely life, give them plenty of energy to vent, and they can do it anytime and anywhere. So much so that now at night, they keep humming the numerous primitive ditties mixed together, which particularly affects their sleep. Especially Haiwa and Zhuang. Firstly, they are young and strong. Secondly, they are newlyweds. And thirdly, Zhuang has a rough throat, and his singing is so loud that it can wake people up from their sleep. If Han Chang hadn't been afraid of delaying the tribe's population development plan and worried that Haiwa would never be happy again, Han Chang would have gone over and kicked them both. It is precisely because of this that Han Changkai is eager to put the matter of building a house on the agenda. Raising the walls and building houses Neither of these two tasks can be completed in a short period of time, so the main plans of the Chinke tribe for the next year are these two items. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. With the help of Han Cheng's kidney soup, the men of the Chinke tribe worked extra hard this year. The harder they worked the land, the more they would reap. This year, 8 babies were born in the Chinke tribe, 3 boys and 5 girls. Except for one baby boy who was born very weak and died, the other 7 babies all survived and are still healthy. While Han Cheng was feeling sorry for the baby who died, Wu was happily offering gifts to the gods. Because in the past, it was already good if half of the newborn babies could survive, but this year, as many as 7 survived. This is indeed a miracle for the witch and other people in the tribe, and it is also something worth celebrating. This is certainly not a miracle, but rather the result of some changes in Han Cheng. The story begins in early summer this year. When the eldest brother and his friends went out hunting, a pregnant woman in the tribe gave birth. As a man of the new era, Han Cheng would of course avoid such things. Wu was old and was also a clergyman who worked part-time as a half-baked doctor, so naturally there were no taboos. In fact, almost all the young people in the tribe were born under the guidance of witch doctors. After all, he has been in the cave for many years and has experience. After hearing that the baby was born, Han Chengkai went back out of the cave. The joy of the tribe's increase in population was soon replaced by surprise, heartache, and anger. This was not only because the cave was filled with the smell of blood, but more importantly, it was because of the child's condition. The newborn baby was sticky and covered in blood. He was wrapped in an animal skin and then held by his mother to be fed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the baby's umbilical cord is not tied, and the part left outside is nearly 10 centimeters long. Moreover, the broken end of the umbilical cord looked jagged and was covered with a lot of dust. Excited that the Chinke tribe has added a new male, Han Cheng was stunned. Is this what they call delivering a baby? How long should the lives of those who are still alive in the tribe be? Han Cheng had no way to blame the witch, because that was the limitation of the witch's knowledge, not that he didn't want to do well. Han Cheng stood here for a while, frightened and angry, then turned around and told the old primitive man to boil half a jar of water immediately. He then quickly ran to the inner cave, took out the bone knife, and threw it into the pottery pot to cook. The witch was somewhat surprised by the son of God's behavior, but also felt a little distressed, because this bone knife was the only one in the tribe. It would be strange if he didn't feel sorry for just throwing it directly into the jar and cooking it like bone soup. Han Cheng didn't have time to explain anything to the witch. He quickly asked someone to find a large ceramic basin, added cold water and hot water into it, stirred it to test whether the water temperature was just right, and then took the baby from the kind-looking woman's arms. Han Cheng's actions frightened the primitive woman who had just become a mother. The Son of God asked someone to boil water and get a knife, and now he wanted to take the child from her arms. The process seemed very familiar. This was how the tribe cooked bone soup every day. However, the Son of God already had prestige in the tribe. Although she was very worried, the female primitive still obediently handed the tender child in her arms to the Son of God. She also stood up and followed Han Cheng closely, feeling a little nervous, fearing that the Son of God would do something to her newborn baby. When the female primitive saw Han Cheng take the baby out of the animal skin and put it into the basin of water, she could no longer bear it. Her maternal nature made her forget everything else, and she reached out to take her child back. Because when I cook meat every day, I wash the meat first and then put it in the pot. Han Cheng, whose child was snatched away unexpectedly, was trembling as he looked at the crying baby in his arms. The female primitive was a little dazed as she looked at him in horror, while holding the baby tightly, and kept retreating backwards. He turned his head to look at the boiling water in the pottery jar and the knife that was cooking in the water, then looked at the basin of water at his feet. He realized what was going on and laughed. He understood, but the witch refused to agree. He was a little dazed by the scene, but after he came to his senses, he reached out to hit the female primitive. In this tribe, no one can disrespect the Son of God, including him. Chapter 72. Autumn is a season for harvesting children. Seeing this, Han Cheng quickly stopped him. He didn't feel offended. As the saying goes, although women are weak, they are strong when they become mothers. The primitive woman, just now, was so courageous out of great maternal love that she snatched the baby away from me. Han Cheng only saw the touching maternal love in this behavior and didn't care about anything else. In fact, if you look into this matter carefully, it is Han Cheng's fault. When he suddenly saw this scene, he was anxious and wanted to deal with the baby quickly. He forgot about other things for a moment, which led to this misunderstanding. The witch who was stopped by Han Cheng was still looking at the female primitive holding the child angrily, but he no longer had the intention of hitting her. "Child, give me a bath and get sick less." Han Cheng smiled and pointed to the pottery basin filled with water, and then said to the female primitive. The female primitive has calmed down a lot now. She feels that her previous reaction was indeed too intense. Judging from all the previous events, the Son of God does not seem like someone who would eat his own children. It's just that mother and son are connected by heart, and everything the Son of God did was so similar to cooking meat soup, so she couldn't help but do it regardless of the consequences. She calmed down a little and finally felt completely relieved after hearing Han Cheng's words. However, due to her maternal nature, she was still a little hesitant to hand over the child she had given birth to with great difficulty to the Son of God. After noticing Wu's wide eyes, he quickened his pace. Han Cheng took the crying baby who was clenching his fists and squeezing his eyes, and said to the nervous female primitive with a smile, "Take a bath." Then she carefully placed the slippery little baby into the warm water, held up his head with one hand, which couldn't even stand up straight, and used the other hand to scoop up warm water in the basin and start washing the dirt off his body. Wu was watching from the side and felt a little confused about what Han Cheng was doing. Because he did not receive any inheritance from the witch of the previous generation about bathing newborn babies, but he did hear what Han Cheng said before about getting sick less often. He watched here for a while, and seeing that it was really difficult for the Son of God to bathe the baby alone, he squatted down, held the baby in his hands, and let Han Cheng wash it. The newborn baby was wrinkled and looked a bit like a little monkey, not cute at all. Han Cheng initially thought that it was because the baby was a primitive man, but later he found out that this was not the case. Almost all babies are like this when they are born, and they will become good-looking after a few days of feeding on milk, or even longer as they grow up. But the tender skin feels very comfortable to the touch. The baby, who was holding his fists on both sides of his head, stopped crying, probably because he felt that the warm water was very similar to the amniotic fluid in the womb. After Han Cheng washed the dirt off the baby's body, he changed half a basin of clean warm water and focused on washing the umbilical cord that had been roughly handled by the witch. He then tied a knot in the umbilical cord close to the belly. Certainly not a bow. While Han Cheng and Wu were doing this, the female primitive was watching from the side, wanting to intervene but not daring to. Cut it off. Han Cheng learned from his previous experience. In order to avoid misunderstanding and prevent the nervous female primitive from getting nervous again, Han Cheng first pointed to the remaining part of the umbilical cord after it was tied and told the female primitive what he was going to do next. Then he used a pair of long chopsticks to pick up the bone knife that had been sterilized with boiling water from the pottery jar. When it is no longer hot, take it and cut the excess umbilical cord close to the knot. He found a clean and dry piece of animal skin and wrapped the baby up, preparing to hand the clean baby over to his mother who was waiting beside him. But when he took a closer look, he found that the baby's mother was also in a mess. So he asked the old primitive man to boil more water and asked the other female primitive people in the cave to help her wash her body outside the cave before handing the baby to the mother who was already extremely anxious. I don't know if it's because the primitive people's physique is too good or for some other reason, but the female primitive person who just gave birth to a child doesn't look very weak, and there's not much fatigue shown in her movements. This made Han Cheng feel a little emotional. It was after experiencing this incident that Han Cheng, who had never thought about this issue before, formulated some regulations in this regard. For example, the umbilical cord of a newborn baby needs to be tied and then cut. The baby needs to be washed with warm water, and the bone knife used to cut the umbilical cord needs to be boiled in boiling water first. Women who have given birth also need to be slightly washed if there is too much dirt on their bodies. There is also a system for confinement after childbirth. In later generations, giving birth is the top priority for women, and confinement is even more indispensable. If you don't pay attention to many things during the confinement period, it is very easy to suffer from confinement diseases. According to the current situation in the tribe, it is obviously impossible to sit for a month. Taking into account a series of factors, such as the fact that primitive women are relatively strong, Han Cheng finally set the confinement period to 10 days. Starting from the day the baby is born, every day a line is drawn on the nearby stone wall or other places until 10 lines are drawn. During these 10 days, women don't need to do any work, they just need to take care of their babies. And when it comes to food, they should also be fed good food and given plenty of broth. Everyone was not used to these new things at first, because they had never experienced such a thing before. When food was severely scarce, it was not uncommon for people to go out to look for food on the day after giving birth. But now their Chinke tribe no longer needs to worry about food. Besides, this is something formulated by the Son of God, so they will naturally obey it. If you do the same thing many times, it will become a habit. After persisting for a long time, the witch and everyone in the tribe finally discovered the huge benefits that it brought. While they were delighted and expressed their sincere gratitude to Han Sheng and the gods, Han Sheng was also feeling emotional. He was not lamenting about anything else, but rather about the tough life of primitive people. If these methods were used in future generations, the woman's family would definitely beat him up. But here, they produced such a great effect. This made Han Sheng sigh that it was not without reason that human beings could come all the way from the primitive times and achieve a gorgeous counterattack. However, births in primitive tribes can also be divided into batches. Take the Chinke tribe as an example. Among the 8 children born this year, 6 were born in autumn. This made Han Sheng feel that autumn is not only a season for harvesting food, but also a season for harvesting children. Well, there's nothing wrong with the saying that we sow in spring and reap in autumn. Chapter 73. The Venomous Snake That Doesn't Hibernate. The early heavy snow had little impact on the Chinke tribe. With enough food, they could look at this snow-covered world with a leisurely attitude. If you eat too much salted fish and salted meat, you can walk out of the wall, dig some holes in the ice on the river, and bring back some fish to eat fresh fish. In previous years, when winter came, fruits were the most abundant food, but also the least popular because they did not satisfy people's hunger. This year the situation is completely different. People who eat too much fish and meat want to eat more fruits to change their taste. Nowadays, fruit is no longer the staple food of the Chinke tribe, but has become a garnish after meals. This is a manifestation of the tribe's abundant food. Just because the Green Bird tribe doesn't have to worry about food, that doesn't mean other tribes don't have to worry. For other tribes who had lost at least 10 days' worth of stored food, this early heavy snowfall was simply a disaster. The Tungsha tribe is now in a crisis of food shortage. The Tungsha tribe is a medium-sized tribe with a population of nearly 300, including 63 adult males alone. This is a terrifying force. The number of these adult males is almost twice the number of all the adults in the Chinke tribe. If more women were added, the number of capable fighters in the Tungsha tribe would almost reach 160. In this era, at least in the vast area nearby, this is definitely a terrifying and powerful force. There is strength in numbers. While they collect a lot of food, they also consume a lot of food every day. Especially since the Tungsha tribe generally does not exercise much restraint in the food given to the warriors, the food consumption is even more astonishing. The witch of the Tungsha tribe, seeing that the food in the cave was getting less and less day by day, finally called the 4 leaders of the tribe together and began to discuss the next robbery plan, including the targets of the robbery and the number of people who went out to rob. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was very excited. In fact, after learning from the witch that this year's heavy snow would fall much earlier than in previous years, he began to look forward to it excitedly. As smart as he was, he naturally knew what the early snowfall meant to the tribe. Thinking of the tribe that had humiliated him many times, he couldn't help but clench his fists, and from time to time he would let out a hissing laugh like a poisonous snake. As he was extremely anticipating, the witch finally began to gather them together. They had done this kind of thing many times before and were very familiar with it. The witch didn't need to spend much time explaining it, as they all understood what it meant. What needs to be discussed now is which tribes to choose as targets for robbery. The chief with the strongest personal force usually stays in the base camp with most of his people, while the other 3 chiefs are responsible for looking for other tribes, so he does not say much on this matter. After the witch finished speaking, the second leader of the Tungsha tribe, who had been unable to wait, jumped out impatiently. There are tribes there with plenty of food. Rob them, and you'll have enough to eat. He pointed his finger in the direction of the east, and then with words and gestures he strongly recommended targets for robbery to the witch and the chief. The target was naturally the Chinke tribe, with which they had a feud. Regarding this tribe, the witch and the chief, I had heard about it from the second chief more than once before, so I could say that I had heard about it a long time ago. According to the description of the second leader of the Tungsha tribe, it was a very wealthy tribe. They had plenty of food, but their fighting power was not very strong, making them an excellent target for robbery. The scouts had just arrived at the edge of the Chinke tribe when they were discovered. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was chased like a rabbit running all over the mountains and fields. Naturally, he didn't know how much food the Chinke tribe had. The reason why he said this was that he wanted the witch and the chief to agree to his plan to lead people to this hateful tribe, to take away all their food, to let them starve to death, or to be killed by them on the way to snatch food, to capture all their people and eat them or use them as reserve food. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was a man as dark and cunning as a snake. What he had said before intentionally or unintentionally now worked. After he stood up and talked about the Chinke tribe, the witch and the chief agreed to his proposal. This made the second leader of the Tungsha tribe particularly excited. After him, the four leaders of the Tungsha tribe also stood up and introduced the tribe they discovered to everyone. The terms used in the introduction are similar to those used by the second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe. The three leaders of the Tungsha tribe did not speak because they were not the ones who discovered the tribe. The fourth leader's remarks made the second leader a little annoyed because this might cause the witch and the chief to change their original ideas. After the witch and the chiefs discussed for a while, they made a decision to split their troops into two groups. The most powerful chief and the weakest of the four chiefs would lead their men to rob the tribe mentioned by the four chiefs. The second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe, together with the third leader, led people to rob the tribe mentioned by the second leader, which was the Chinke tribe. The Tungsha tribe has enough manpower. After leaving more than 60 adult women to defend the tribe, they are divided into two groups, and the number of people in each group can still reach a terrifying 50. The four leaders of the Tungsha tribe divided into two groups and led the adults of the tribe to the north and east to start their robbery. Wu Zhe led the remaining people to guard their base camp and protect the miners in the tribe. The people who left the tribe did not bring much food with them. This was because the several teams that went out to explore and collect food, like the second leader of the Tungsha tribe, left enough food at suitable places along the way. They have a reason to do so, because when they went out to pick and hunt before, they were too far away from the tribe's base camp. If they just transported some food back, the efficiency was really not satisfactory. Therefore, it is very necessary to find a place nearby as a temporary gathering place and food storage point. After picking enough food, they will transport the food from these temporary storage places to the tribe's base camp. However, not all of it will be transported, and a considerable portion will be left behind. This can be used as food reserve for the tribe. If the tribe is not short of too much food, the witch will send people to bring back the food stored outside for the tribe to eat and help the tribe get out of the difficult times. If the food gap is really too big, as it is now, the food store there can be well fed to the team that goes to rob. This way you can save a lot of energy and get more things done. These are the wisdoms summarized and passed down by the Tungsha tribe during years of development. Chapter 74: Three Tribes. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was holding a spear in his hand and carrying a few stones in a grass basket on his back. The stones were used to hit the enemies, and the backpack was used to carry the looted food. The 49 people following behind were all dressed the same. The only difference was that some of them had food in their backpacks in addition to stones for them to eat on the road. The second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe was very excited. He could finally get revenge. He could finally avenge his previous humiliation. Supported by the belief in revenge, he didn't care much about the snow under his feet or the bone-chilling cold. He turned his head to look at the 49 people behind him, and a strong sense of self-confidence arose spontaneously. Among the people he led, there were 35 strong men and 14 women. These 14 women were also carefully selected, and their fighting capabilities are no worse than those of ordinary men. And among these men, there are the three leaders of the tribe, who are men who are only slightly inferior to him in terms of fighting ability. With these people here, that damn tribe can only wait for death. He had decided that after killing and eating the meat of the guy who had humiliated him several times, he would definitely keep his two leg bones, grind them into bone sticks, and use them for hunting. The yellow sun shines on the mountains and forests. The light is a bit dazzling. The black trees and white snow reflected each other, forming a world of black and white. A group of people with a strong aura of aggression walked between the black and white, approaching the innocent tribe, leaving a trail of their footprints on the snow. The entrance to the cave where the Tungsha tribe had temporarily gathered was dug open, and after traveling for several days, they came inside, lit a fire to keep warm, found the food they had left behind, and started eating. The Tungsha tribe was missing a person. This person, who fell behind because of convenience on the way here, had his throat bitten by a leopard hiding in a tree. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was particularly generous tonight. Not only did he light 4 fires in the cave for everyone to keep warm, he also took out the food that had been left here and let everyone eat to their heart's content. Traveling in the snow took a lot of toll on everyone. Not only were they tired, but they also suffered from frostbite on their feet and other parts of their bodies. Moreover, because of the sun these 2 days, everyone's eyes have been damaged to varying degrees, and many have redness, swelling, and tears. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe wanted to kill all the people in that hateful tribe immediately and take away all their food. But in view of the current situation of the people he led, for the sake of safety, he decided to rest here for 3 days before going on to attack that damn tribe. He is a relatively tolerant person. 3 days later, after having a hearty meal, the people of the Tungsha tribe continued to move towards the Chinke tribe under the leadership of the 2 people who had visited the Chinke tribe last time. Neither cold nor danger can extinguish the passion in their hearts. The Chinke tribe was as peaceful as ever. Because there was some sunshine today, many people came out of the caves and leaned against the stone wall outside the caves to bask in the sun. This area of snow has been cleared away because of a trend of making snowmen in the tribe. After laying some soft hay on the ground, it is very comfortable and leisurely to sit here and bask in the sun. The air was still cold, but in the leeward side, the sun made my body feel warm. Some women were sitting here, twisting straw ropes, or making gloves and leather hats, and some men were making bone shovels. Wu Zhe laid beside the rabbit pen, looking at the rabbits with a smile, putting some dried grass in the pen from time to time, looking kind and benevolent. Some of the children were running and playing wildly, while others were using tree branches to copy the epic novel, The Tadpole Looking for Its Mother and The Monkey Catching the Moon, which the Son of God later taught them, on the snow. Shirtu was more naughty than most people. He took out his little bird and used his hot urine to draw a familiar frog on the snow. After finishing the painting, he did not forget to stand there and admire himself, and was very intoxicated by his masterpiece. It was not until Han Sheng threw a snowball at him that he ran away embarrassedly. Those who were enjoying their lives did not know that, because of the previous conflicts, a huge crisis was approaching them. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe has brought his men to a place less than 5 miles away from the Chinke tribe, and the distance is constantly shortening. Moving forward a little in time, the location was more than a day's journey away from the Chinke tribe. The tribe that had interacted with the eldest brother and his people in the autumn and accepted a wild boar gift from the eldest brother is now in crisis. For the sake of convenience, and because they are connected to the Chinke tribe because of a wild boar, let's call this tribe the Pig tribe. The food crisis in the Pig tribe was equally serious, and an early snowfall also caught them off guard. Although they have been very careful to save food, there is still not enough food. Today, the Pig tribe is deeply shrouded in the crisis of food shortage. The leader of the Pig tribe took his people out hunting many times, but the harvest was not satisfactory. What they got was not enough for the people in the tribe to eat. Not only that, an adult male had his foot pierced by a sharp tree stump while hunting, which made the situation even worse for the Pig tribe, which already had a limited labor force. The leader of the Pig tribe was at his wit's end. Apart from hunting desperately, he could not think of any other way to resolve his predicament. However, hunting prey in winter was not easy. In fact, the day before yesterday, looking at the pig skull with tooth marks on it after being burned by the fire, an idea suddenly jumped into the mind of the leader of the Pig tribe. This wild boar was given to them by the friendly neighbor. If it weren't for this wild boar, the food crisis of their tribe would have come earlier. When he saw the wild boar skull, he thought of the friendly neighboring tribe, and the next idea that came to his mind was to borrow food. This idea had been in his mind for 2 days, but every time it came up, he would quickly suppress it because he knew that at this time, no tribe would have much food and that the friendly neighboring tribe would return the wild boar to his tribe in the fall, but not at this time. What really prompted him to take this step and decide to give it a try was that one of the oldest elders in the tribe died last night. He was so thin that his bones were just skin and bones. Before he died, he left a will asking the chief to distribute his flesh to everyone so that the tribe might be able to survive the difficult times. The leader of the Pig tribe left with 11 people in the tribe who still had some fighting power. The remaining food was divided into 2 parts. They took the small part away and left the large part in the tribe for the elderly, the weak, women, and children in the tribe to eat. It was possible that they would hunt some game on their way to a friendly neighboring tribe. The leader of the pig tribe told the people who stayed in the cave that the friendly neighboring tribe was a wealthy tribe and asked them to wait patiently, as he would definitely borrow enough food from there for everyone to eat. This was certainly words of encouragement to them. In fact, even the leader of the pig tribe himself had no idea whether he could borrow food this time. This action was just a helpless attempt he made in desperation. Under everyone's eager gaze, the leader of the pig tribe sealed the cave and led everyone on the snow to the friendly neighboring tribe. Chapter 75. The Cunning Greenbird Tribe. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe led everyone through the snow and, under the guidance of the two people before, came to the west side of the Chinke tribe. They hid behind the bushes and observed this damn tribe from afar. From the words of the two people who were being chased before, he already knew that this tribe was different from other tribes. Now, when he came over to take a look, he found that it was indeed the case. The first thing is the large, snow-covered open space in front of you. If this large open space was covered with dense trees like other places, they could use the trees as cover, quietly approach this damn tribe, and then suddenly launch an attack, thus quickly resolving the matter. In the past, they relied on this tactic to kill people from other tribes and then steal their food. But now, this method is no longer effective, as this large open space will expose them completely in broad daylight. The second thing is the strange residents of this tribe. They live in a big cave in the open air that is not even covered by snow. Don't they feel cold? The second leader of the Tangsha tribe was very surprised by this. Along with his surprise and confusion, he felt vicious from the bottom of his heart. This is the best. Living in such a cave that cannot withstand rain and snow, these damn people will surely have their hands and feet frozen stiff. It will be much easier for me to bring people to kill them and rob their food when the time comes, and then take it away for them as food. As he thought about this, he unconsciously put his frozen and stiff hands to his mouth and blew out a few breaths of hot air. Considering that the two people who were good at reconnaissance in the two tribes were discovered from a long distance last time, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe did not rush to act this time. Instead, he brought people to lurk here and observe quietly. Now the reason has been found, and that is this large piece of vacant land. After a while, the second reason was discovered, which was the person standing on the top of the strange cave of this tribe. Because they were too far away to see clearly, the guard from the Chinke tribe, who was wrapped in thick fur and wearing a fur hat, just stood there without moving. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe just thought that it was a part of the weird cave of this damn tribe. It was not until the people in the Chinke tribe started to change shifts that he realized that it was actually a person. After discovering this, the Tangsha tribe first congratulated themselves for being cautious, and then began to curse this damn tribe for being insidious and cunning. In such a cold weather, they actually sent people outside to guard the tribe. He hid here and observed carefully, and found that under such circumstances, it was impossible to approach the tribe quietly. After thinking for a while, he quietly retreated and led his men into the depths of the forest. Of course, he did not just lead his men back empty-handed. Instead, he walked deeper into the cave, and after making sure that they would not be discovered by the people standing in the cave, he led his men to circle around the Chinke tribe. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe was a man who was both brutal and tolerant. He did not believe that this damn tribe was surrounded by open space, so he led his men around in circles, trying to find a place with a forest to launch an attack from there. His feet were so frozen that he had no feeling. With white smoke coming out his head, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe looked at the open space in front of him, covered with snow, and was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Cunning. It's so cunning. He had led his men to attack at least 5 or 6 tribes, but he had never seen any of them clear away all the surrounding trees. This damn tribe is so cunning. There is open space on 3 sides and a steep mountain behind. On such a snowy day, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe does not have the courage to lead people to climb such a mountain. He looked at the people around him who were equally tired, then looked at the open space in front of him and the strange cave that was also guarded by someone, and decided not to endure it any longer. He turned his head and spoke a few words in their tribal language to the people behind him. The people following him then grasped their weapons, began to walk out of the dense forest, and rushed towards the Chinke tribe at an accelerated speed. Their charge was not a random one, but rather they charged in groups of 4 or 5. The division of labor among the 5 people was quite clear. One of them was relatively strong, and carried a basket on his back filled with stones. These stones were for the other 4 people. The remaining 4 people held stone axes, stone spears, wooden spears, and other things in one hand, and a stone in the other hand. When there are no long-range weapons, throwing stones and other things is a very good way to kill the enemy. If the Tingsha tribe still had some rules in the fight over food in the fall, then now that they had spit out the poison, they had completely transformed into poisonous snakes. They were bent on attacking other tribes and robbing their food, and they were as vicious as they could be. Their so-called food robbery does not only mean taking away the food stored in other tribes. When there is a serious food shortage in the tribe, the people from other tribes are also edible in their eyes. The second leader of the Tingsha tribe, who was excited by bloodthirstiness, and a third leader rushed to the back of the tribe, holding a stone spear in one hand and a stone in the other, shouting loudly and encouraging the people who were running forward. At this moment, he no longer had to worry too much, because the person standing on the strange wall had already discovered their traces and was shouting loudly. The person shouting was Junior Brother Shah, who had just replaced his post with second senior brother not long ago. He actually didn't care much about standing guard, because he felt that in such weather, no one would come harm the tribe. Moreover, although there were some conflicts between their tribe and the previous tribe, the conflicts were not very big, and they did not need to come and fight to the death just because of this. You know, they were the winners in the previous fight. He didn't think that the tribe that was beaten by them so hard that they didn't even dare to move their hands and just left after dropping the prey had the courage to come and cause trouble for their tribe. However, this matter was strongly advocated by the Son of God, and the witches and leaders all supported it. Naturally, he would not say much, and he always stood guard and looked out, but he always had some disapproval in his heart. However, when he saw this group of people suddenly emerge from the woods in the east and run towards the tribe, his disapproval immediately disappeared. Enemy. There are enemies. Lots and lots of enemies. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately turned around and shouted loudly to warn the people who were doing various things in the yard. As he shouted, the peace and tranquility in the courtyard were immediately shattered. Chapter 76. I have never seen such a shameless, despicable, and cunning tribe. The eldest brother dropped the bone shovel he was working on, picked up a stone from the ground, and shouted to everyone, hurry up, get on the low wall." He shouted as he ran towards the east wall. In fact, without his orders, the people in the tribe, who had already practiced this drill no less than 10 times before, dropped their work and ran to the east wall after hearing Junior Brother Shah's shouts. Some of them who were close and nimble had already climbed up the low wall. The young children in the tribe ran into the cave. The women with children in their arms ran and put the children in the cave. Ignoring the crying babies, they hurried out again and climbed up the low wall. This was agreed upon during the previous exercise. Because there were not enough people in the tribe, Han Chung required that when the enemy attacked, all those with a certain level of ability must participate. The previous exercises played a big role. At least when they suddenly heard that the enemy was attacking, although everyone was panicked, they basically knew what they should do. However, there was an oversight. Without knowing whether there were enemies outside the other 2 walls, they all rushed to the east wall, while ignoring the west wall and the south wall in front. Fortunately, the people on guard behind the 2 walls then each raised a stick tied with animal skin, which can also be called a flag. This was what Han Chung had stipulated earlier. Raising a flag meant that there were no enemies over there. However, the people in charge of guarding on the 2 walls did not leave. They still stood there and watched the slightest movement in the direction they were responsible for with extra care to prevent the enemy from sneaking here and attacking the wall from behind, while the Chinke tribe was attacking the other side on the east wall. The adult men and women of the tribe came to the east wall and climbed up the low wall, holding polished wooden spears in their hands ready to throw. When Han Chunkai arrived in this world, there were 10 adult males in the tribe, not counting the old witches. Among them was a lame man. Now Taitu and Haiwa have also grown up, which means there are 12 adult males. Adult females, and the strong ones who have just reached adulthood, a total of 29. Excluding 1 man standing behind each of the west and south walls and a pregnant woman, there were a total of 38 adults participating in resisting the enemy at the east wall. Han Chung, Wu, and other miners with certain abilities did not return to the cave. They were scattered on the edge of the low wall, responsible for passing stone spears, wooden spears, stones, and other throwing weapons to the adults fighting on the low wall. This would speed up the throwing speed of the people in the tribe and eliminate as many enemies as possible before the wall. The battle did not happen immediately. According to the charging speed of the Tangsha tribe, the two sides should have started fighting before all the members of the Chinke tribe arrived. However, this was not the case. Because of the thick snow, the speed of running in the snow will naturally be affected. There's also a most important reason. The seemingly flat open space covered with snow is actually not flat. Under the snow lie trees that were blown down by the big storm this summer, in which the Green Bird tribe did not have time to clear. So, those people from the Tangsha tribe who were running and howling towards the Chinke tribe were in trouble. Plop! After the second leader of the Tangsha tribe gave an encouraging shout, the man who was rushing in the front, running as fast as he could and beating his chest to show his strength, tripped over a tree trunk hidden under the snow. Without even a stumble, he fell headfirst into a snow pit, falling flat on his face. Even a weapon in his other hand flew out. He was not the only one who had such an experience. Soon after him, 6 or 7 other people followed suit. The only difference was that the severity of their experiences varied. This guy was not the worst off. The worst off was a guy who was carrying stones on his back and acting as a mobile ammunition depot. Not only did he sprain his foot and break his leg, but his scalp was also smashed by the stones that rolled out of the basket. The Tongue Snake tribe, which had been relatively well organized, was thrown into disarray due to this extremely unexpected factor before it reached the distance to attack the Chinke tribe. And the speed of running and charging also slowed down. The guy from the Tangsha tribe who was running in the front and fell first had a bad temper. After falling so hard, he immediately got up, took 2 quick steps, bent down and took out his weapon from the snow pit, and started running wildly again. However, he ran no more than 5 meters before he was tripped again and fell into the snow pit. His face and legs were pierced by tree branches hidden in the snow, blood was flowing, and he was dizzy from the fall. After this experience, his temper was gone and he no longer dared to run with passion like before. After the second leader of the Tangsha tribe and his men began to charge towards the Chinke tribe, he was filled with excitement mixed with viciousness and joy. He seemed to have seen the people of this damn tribe being killed and bleeding all over the ground, and the scene of the trembling women of the tribe and their crying children migrating towards the Tangsha tribe under his command, carrying the food looted from the tribe. He had led people to attack no less than 6 tribes before. No tribe could survive the attack of their Tangsha tribe, and this damn tribe was no exception. Even if they lived in strange caves and their whereabouts were discovered in advance, the result would not change at all. At most, it's just living a little longer. However, the scene of everyone falling down and the chaos in the team shattered his beautiful dream. After seeing clearly what was exposed under the snow, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe was so shocked and angry that he couldn't help cursing. Cunning. So cunning indeed. He had attacked so many tribes, but had never seen such a shameless, despicable, and cunning tribe. They were even more cunning than their Tangsha tribe. Not to mention that the second leader of the Tangsha tribe was shocked and angry by this sudden scene. Even the people of the Chinke tribe who were attacked were also stunned. The eldest brother and his men stood on a low wall, with half of their bodies exposed outside. The others, like him, held a sharpened wooden spear in their hands, or a stone spear with a sharp stone tied to the front end of a wooden pole, ready to counterattack once the invading tribe came into their effective attack range. However, before these aggressive invaders arrived, such a scene happened. Although it was wartime, many people still looked back quickly and respectfully at the Son of God who was standing by the low wall like other miners, preparing to hand over weapons. The Son of God was right. The storm that had changed the heaven and earth was not a curse from the devil, but a blessing from God, just as the Son of God said. The gods not only gave their tribe sufficient fuel and building materials, but also helped them resist invading enemies. This is all because of the existence of the Son of God. Chapter 77, 2 lines. Han Chung, who was holding a spear and ready to thrust it forward at any time, felt a little strange watching this scene. He didn't understand why these guys didn't prepare for a fight at this time, but turned back to look at him. I am not a woman, and I don't have any flowers on my face, so what's good about that? In this battle, I am just a supporting role, and you're the protagonists. Why does the protagonist keep looking at the supporting roles? Focus on meeting the enemy. He shouted out loud. The charging speed of the Tangsha tribe has been completely reduced. After a series of falls, no one has the courage to run and charge quickly on the snowy ground full of obstacles. They were now approaching this strange cave at a speed not much faster than walking, and hesitation was already evident in the eyes of many of them. Although their eyes were uncomfortable, they were not blind. They saw people standing in a row above the strange cave, holding spears in their hands and ready to fight back. It would be strange if one could still charge forward fearlessly in such a situation. The extremely angry second leader of the tongue snake tribe hung at the back and shouted loudly again, asking everyone to continue charging forward. Only witches value human life, but in his eyes it is not that precious. At least between losing a life and killing this damn tribe, he will choose the latter without hesitation. In fact, according to the current situation, it is no longer appropriate to continue attacking the Chinke tribe, but the second leader of the Tungsha tribe is unwilling to give up. He has already hated this tribe that has insulted him many times. In order to wait for this moment, he had endured for a long time and had done a lot of things in secret, spending a lot of time and effort. Now it was finally about to begin, and he was finally going to vent his anger. How could he bear to give up like this? He would rather have more people die than not take down this damn tribe. Of course, he and the three leaders were hanging at the back. After all, this is a real bloody battle. People will die, unlike the previous fight where weapons were thrown away. The Tungsha tribe has a strict hierarchy, especially during fights, where one cannot go against the leader's wishes. Any attempt to escape or hesitation will be severely punished. Although many of the people in the Tungsha tribe had lost their will to fight, after hearing the urging of the second leaders in the rear, they had no choice but to charge forward. Their speed was faster than when they were slacking off just now, but it was still a huge difference compared to usual times. The enemy was getting closer and closer, and some of them had already thrown stones at the people of the Chinke tribe who were on the low wall behind the wall. However, the people of the Green Bird tribe did not panic because they had not yet reached the snow-covered line. This line was drawn based on the longest distance that the second brother, the best thrower in the tribe, could throw a stone spear from a high position. The invading tribes were still using stones on the flat ground and did not have the energy to throw the stones at them. Sure enough, the stone thrown by the Tungsha tribe drew a parabola in the air and fell about 7 or 8 meters away from the wall, only making a hole in the snow. The eldest senior brother saw the second leader of the tongue snake tribe who was the last to fall. Even though the other party was wrapped in a thick layer of animal skin, the eldest senior brother recognized him quickly. Like the second leader of the Tungsha tribe, the eldest brother was also impressed by the guy who had robbed their tribe's orchard and beat him up twice. It really is this damn tribe. The eldest brother was even more angry than before. This was a typical case of bullying. Although he was angry, he did not throw his spear because the invaders had not yet crossed the second snow-covered line. The line was covered with snow, so they naturally couldn't see it. However, the Son of God had people plant a tree trunk as thick as an arm every 5 meters or so along the line. With these obvious marks as reference, they could naturally see it clearly at a glance. This line is different from the previous one. The previous line can be called the tribe's own safety line. Before the enemy crossed that line, in the era when fighting relied on throwing, people on the wall were basically safe. The second line was closer to the wall, where more than 30% of the tribe could throw stone spears from the low wall. With these two lines and multiple drills conducted before, everyone was nervous about the enemy's attack, but they were still able to not panic. At least they were able to keep their composure, unlike the people of the Tungsha tribe, who started throwing stones from a long distance away and wasted the limited resources they had for throwing. 5 people have already crossed the line, but the eldest brother did not throw the stone spear in his hand. He was waiting for more people to cross the line. Those who crossed the line were closer to the wall. If thrown in this way, the damage can be greater. 9 people have already crossed that line. The eldest brother no longer hesitated and shouted angrily, "Throw!" As soon as he uttered the word throw, he swung his arms suddenly, and the stone spear in his hand drew an arc in the air and flew towards the invading enemy first. The crowd, who had already been prepared, threw the stone spears in their hands after hearing the order from the eldest brother and seeing the stone spears flying out. Then, without even looking at the results of the battle, he took the stone spear handed to him by the assistant behind him and threw it at the enemy again. The people of the Tungsha tribe also heard the eldest brother's roar. They instinctively felt that danger was approaching and involuntarily quickened their pace, but they couldn't speed up too much because they also had to pay attention to the obstacles in the snow under their feet. Someone raised his arm and used all his strength to throw the stone in his hand towards the Chinke tribe. However, even the strongest person among them could only throw a stone 1 or 2 meters away from the wall. At this moment, 38 stone spears drew arcs in the air and covered them. Because it is a projectile, instead of being thrown directly at a person, the stone spear thrown in this way is not accurate enough. However, what is needed at this time is a long-range attack rather than accuracy. But the gains were also great. After a random punch that killed the master, in the first round of projections, 4 out of the 9 people who crossed the line hit the target. 2 of them died on the spot. Among the 2 people who died, one was the one who ran the frontmost. Because he was close to the wall, he received more attacks. At first, he was very lucky to dodge 2 stone spears in succession, but he did not dodge the third one. The stone spear that fell rapidly with gravity directly pierced his chest and abdomen and nailed him to the ground. The other one was the one at the back. This guy died most easily. He was killed on the spot by a stone spear piercing his chest. This stone spear was thrown by the second senior brother. The reason why the second senior brother, who is pot-bellied and has difficulty in moving, can surpass junior brother Shah in the Chinke tribe and is second only to the eldest senior brother. In addition to his strength, the most important point is his throwing skills. Not only can he throw far, but his accuracy is also very good. Even the eldest senior brother is not as good as him in this aspect. Chapter 78. Defeat and Stabbing the Corpse. The dead were dead, the injured were howling in the snow, and the uninjured continued to rush forward. The people of the Tungsha tribe were used to committing murder and arson in the middle of winter. The death of their companions and the spreading smell of blood did frighten them, but at the same time, their bloodthirsty, murderous intent also rose. They howled and ran towards the Chinke tribe, no longer caring about whether they would be tripped or not. While running, they would throw the stones in their hands at the Chinke tribe. However, under the current circumstances, it is rare to cause harm to the Chinke tribe, because the Chinke tribe was in a dominant position and used stone spears that could be thrown farther than stones, and there was also a 2-meter-high thick earth wall in front of them. Even if there were 1 or 2 people from the Tungsha tribe running in front with amazing arm strength, they could only smash the stones in their hands on the wall. After the first round of stone spears fell, the second round of stone spears fell again, and then the third round, the fourth round. In these rounds of stone spears, the second senior brother attacked a total of 3 times. Each time he attacked, a man from the Tungsha tribe was pierced through the chest by the stone spear and fell in the snow. The steaming blood dyed the white snow red. Under the repeated attacks of the Greenbird tribe stone spears, the already chaotic Tongue Snake tribe became even more chaotic, and the number of casualties was also rising sharply, with more than 10 people dead alone, not to mention the injured. After the first round of stone spears fell, the people of the insidious and brutal Tungsha tribe were indeed stimulated by the blood, and their blood was boiling. However, as the stone spears fell one after another and continuously reaped the lives of their companions, their boiling blood quickly cooled down and turned into deep fear. They had conquered many tribes before, but now they were really scared. The continuously falling stone spears, the tribesmen who were pierced through the body and died before their eyes, or the miserable screams after being injured, all of these shocked their souls and made the fear in their hearts continue to grow. Finally, the fear in their hearts overwhelmed the fear of the harsh regulations. These people, who had almost run out of stone bullets, turned around and fled under the leadership of someone unknown and no longer cared about anything else. However, leaving your back to the Greenbird tribe is a more dangerous approach. When facing the enemy head-on, they could also dodge the stone spears falling from the sky or throw stone bullets to fight back. Now they turned around and fled, completely giving up resistance and not seeing the falling stone spears, and the people of the Greenbird tribe could fight back without any worries. As the people of the Tungsha tribe turned around and fled, several of them were either killed or seriously injured and fell to the ground. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe was shocked and angry when he saw the defeated people, but he also saw the situation of the battle. In such a situation, they had no chance of winning. If they continued to fight, it would only cause greater casualties. He howled viciously and angrily at the people of the Greenbird tribe behind the wall, then turned around and ran back. Because he was at the back, he didn't have to worry about any member of the damned tribe throwing a stone spear at him when he ran. When charging, you can stay away from danger. When escaping, you can quickly get away. This is probably why many generals like to stand at the back of the team, waving their hands and shouting, "Charge," when fighting. Junior brother Shah was in high spirits of killing, and when he saw these people running away, he wanted to climb over the wall to chase them, but was stopped by the senior brother next to him who grabbed him and scolded him. When the enemy is escaping, do not jump over the wall to chase him. This is the rule jointly formulated by Han, Chung, Wu, and the eldest senior brother. After all, the Chinke tribe is sparsely populated nowadays, and every one of them is a valuable asset to the Chinke tribe. Han Chung will not allow them to be easily lost. The wall is their most advantageous protection. Once they are out of the protection of the wall, it is too easy for them to be killed in the pursuit. Of course, it doesn't mean you can't go out to chase at any time, but you need to make sure that the enemy is really defeated. Your number of people far exceeds that of the enemy, and you confirm that the enemy has no ambush, etc. before doing so. This degree is controlled by the eldest brother who stands on the wall and faces the war. The people of the Green Bird tribe did not relax their vigilance because of the Tongue Snake tribe's rout. Under the leadership of the eldest brother, they still stood on the low wall, holding throwing stones and stone spears in their hands, watching the enemy from afar as they left and disappeared into the woods. After waiting for a long time and confirming that these people had really left and would not come back, the eldest brother ordered junior brother Shah to get down from the wall, take 15 people to open the gate, go around to the east side of the wall, and clean up the battlefield. He and the rest of the people stood behind the wall, looking outside vigilantly to prevent any dangerous situations that might occur. Several older miners were not idle either. Under Han Cheng's command, they supported a woman who had just been hit by a stone thrown by the Tingsha tribe and fell from the low wall and walked into the cave. In the battle just now, the people of the Greenbird tribe were not unscathed. A total of 3 people were hit by stones thrown by the Tongue Snake tribe, and the woman was the most seriously injured among them. Not only was there blood flowing from his left shoulder, but when he fell from the wall, he fell on a stone, which hit his spine. Fortunately, there was thick snow on the ground, which mitigated the damage. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble. There were 2 other people. One had a broken head, and another was hit on the chest by a stone. Because of the clothes blocking the way, her chest was only blue and a little swollen, but there was no bleeding or skin damage, so the child's job was saved. Junior brother Shah led his men with spears and pointed them at the people of the Tungsha tribe who were lying on the ground, stabbing each of them hard in the chest. This was proposed by Han Chung before. The purpose was to prevent the enemy from faking their own death to escape death or suddenly attacking and injuring others. You know what? There really is someone lying in a snow cave pretending to be dead. This was a woman whose legs were pierced by a stone spear that fell from the sky. She knew that her legs were broken. After realizing that she could not keep up with the tribe's escape speed, she immediately lay on the snow and pretended to be dead, trying to deceive this terrifying tribe. After they went back, she would slowly crawl away. As a result, what frightened her happened. After defeating them, these people did not go back immediately, but stabbed every fallen corpse with a spear. The sound of the stone spear piercing her flesh frightened her to death. She no longer had the courage to continue pretending to be dead, because she would really die. She crawled out of her cave in the snow and kowtowed to the people of the Chinke tribe who were stabbing the corpse with stone spears not far away, speaking some incomprehensible words in fear and haste. Junior brother Shah and other members of the Chinke tribe were startled when they saw a person suddenly stand up here, and then they surrounded the woman with spears in hand. Junior brother Shah came over with a stone spear in his hand and a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 79, Female Slave. The woman was shaking with fear, kowtowing desperately, and mumbling something begging for mercy. However, this was of no use. This is not the autumn season when both sides throw away their weapons in a fight for prey. When the Tungsha tribe led its people to attack the Chinke tribe's base, it was destined to be a brutal war with bloodshed and death. The people of the Chinke tribe had no mercy or sympathy for these ferocious enemies who were attacking their tribe, because they were enemies. Sympathy and compassion are for friendly people, not for enemies. There is only indifference and killing towards the enemy. Junior brother Shah walked up to the woman on the snow, looked at her coldly, and raised the stone spear in his hand. He would not be soft-hearted just because she was a woman. If she was an enemy, she should be killed. Wait a moment. A voice sounded from behind. It was the Son of God. Junior brother Shah retracted the stone spear that was about to stab out. The indifference and murderous intent in his eyes disappeared at once. He turned to look at Han Chung, switched the bloody spear to his left hand, moved it to the side, placed his bloody right hand on his chest, and saluted Han Chung respectfully. The others, seeing that it was the respected Son of God who had arrived, all bowed. Han Sheng held a straw rope in his hand, which was tied around Fu Jiang's neck. It was not known whether Fu Jiang was not used to being bound by the rope or was stimulated by the smell of blood, but he kept shaking his head, trying to break free. It wasn't until Han Sheng slapped it on the head that it calmed down a little. Under the strong threat of losing one's life at any time, even a stupid person will become smart. This frightened woman looked at Han Sheng pleadingly, as if she had seen her last straw, and kowtowed to Han Sheng several times. Even when her head hit a tree trunk that appeared in the snow, she did not stop for a moment. The hard tree trunk broke her skin and stained her forehead with blood. Han Sheng waved his hand to let everyone off the hook, staring at the woman. After a moment, he said, "Leave her here." Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Han Sheng's words. After all, this woman was from the enemy tribe. She had just followed them to attack their tribe. They would kill the enemy. Why would the Son of God keep her here? The Son of God is so kind. Han Sheng is certainly not kind. He has a soft side in his heart, but he is not a pushover. The reason why he kept this woman was because there were very few people in the tribe, and if he kept this woman, he could use her as a slave in the future. Don't think wrongly, this slave girl is not that slave girl. Although Junior Brother Shah and the others were somewhat reluctant, they dared not disobey the Son of God's words. They left the woman and went to stab other corpses, while at the same time surrounding the injured and wailing people farther away. There is no need to worry about Han Sheng's safety. When he came out, the eldest brother specially sent 4 people to guard him. The woman who escaped death from the stone spear kowtowed twice to Han Sheng, then collapsed to the ground as if all her strength had been drained away, gasping for breath. There was a mixture of gratitude, awe, and fear in her eyes as she looked towards Han Sheng. Han Sheng asked the 2 people behind him to lift the woman from the ground, while he took Fu Jiang to the side and picked up a straw basket used by the Tungsha tribe to hold stones from the ground. He held in his hand and looked at it back and forth. Han Sheng was both happy and annoyed. He was happy that he had found a good thing for transporting fruits, but he was annoyed that he had forgotten the existence of this good thing, the straw basket. In fact, this cannot be blamed on him. It is due to the times. When he was born, the motherland had already begun reform and opening up and achieved rapid development. All kinds of food, clothing, and daily necessities were changing with each passing day and being replaced by increasingly modern things. As for Han Sheng, he just caught the tail end of a vanishing era in his previous life, and many things only existed in his childhood. As he grew older, these things were left together in a childhood that would never return. Because the time is too long, many things have become a little blurry, until they are touched by certain things. At some point, they will suddenly break through the fog of memory and become clear. This woman was not the only one who could not escape because of her serious injuries. In addition to her, there were 6 other people who were unable to keep up with the fleeing team due to their serious injuries. Among these 6 people, there are 4 men and 2 women. 2 of the men were seriously injured and were barely hanging on. The injuries of the remaining 2 men were relatively light, and they had been thinking of resisting a bit. However, after discovering that the woman was not killed, they immediately dropped the stones or forks in their hands and followed the woman's example, kneeling down in the snow, kowtowing repeatedly, begging for forgiveness and to save their lives. If they had followed Junior Brother Shah and the others' previous idea, they would have just stabbed these injured enemies who could not escape with 2 stone spears, regardless of whether they begged for mercy or not. But now, because the Son of God had asked the woman to stay in the front, they could not do that and just drag them together roughly. Han Sheng took his eyes off the crudely made straw basket in his hand and looked at the messy ground and the injured Tungsha tribe members piled together for a while. He said to Taitu, who was guarding him, "Kill the men, and keep the women and bring them back to the tribe." In fact, Han Sheng also had the idea of keeping these men as slaves, but after thinking it over, he gave up. The current number of people in the Qingke tribe is too small and not very strong. If these men are left behind, these prisoners of war will easily find a backbone and form a group in the future. Once they start to retaliate one day, the damage to the Qingke tribe will be too great. So Han Sheng had no choice but to order them to be killed and only leave the women. Without men to rely on, these women, who are already in a subordinate position, are much easier to be controlled. The development of slaves is not a step backward in history, but a necessary step under the current conditions. Compared with this era, The emergence of slaves is actually a great progress. As for Han Chung, although he is weak inside, he is not a saintly bitch. He will not feel any pity for them when the other party is attacking them and preparing to kill them and steal their food. Junior Brother Shah was in a low mood. He really wanted to kill these damn enemies. To him, the best fate for the invading enemies was to be killed. But now that the Son of God doesn't allow him to kill them, he can only look at these damn guys viciously without taking any action. Taidu came over and told him what Han Chung had just said. Junior Brother Shah showed joy on his face and turned to look at Han Chung behind him. Han Chung nodded at him. Junior Brother Shah chuckled, raised his hand without hesitation, and stabbed the stone spear into the chest of the man who had just breathed a sigh of relief. The man screamed, arched his body, and held the stone spear tightly with both hands, looking at Junior Brother Shah with anger and horror. Junior Brother Shah was unmoved. He stepped on a man's stomach and pulled out the stone spear with both hands. A stream of steaming blood spurted out, splashing all over his head and face. The rest of the Chinke tribe members also heard what Taitu had just conveyed. Several other injured Tangsha tribe members tried to resist out of fear, but were stabbed to death without hesitation. The two women who fainted from fear were dragged by their legs in the snow into the Chinke tribe. Chapter 80: Brutal Medical Skills. Learning while fighting. Han Chung carried the straw basket in one hand and walked back holding Fu Zhang's hand in the other, leaving the place stained red with blood. It is very necessary to tie up Fu Jiang with a rope. After all, Fu Jiang is a wolf, not a dog. He is well domesticated now. No matter what, he must not be allowed to bleed human blood. More people came out from inside the wall to clean up the battlefield. They first collected the stone spears that had done great work and transported them back to the wall for next use. The damaged ones are not thrown away. Many of them can be repaired and used again, which is much easier than making a new one. After doing all this, all that remains is to deal with the body. The corpse must be dealt with. Otherwise, it would be strange if such a strong smell of blood did not attract large carnivores. Han Chung didn't want the area outside the tribe to become a hunting ground for wild beasts. They were fond of eating humans and would hunt around the tribe when they had nothing to do. In the ice and snow, it is impossible to dig deep into the ground and bury the body. Covering it with ice and snow is one way, but it is not safe. Firstly, ice and snow cannot cover up all smells, so it is easy for wild animals to come and dig up the corpses and eat them. Secondly, it is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Ice and snow will melt. Once the weather warms up and the ice and snow melt, the issue of dealing with corpses will arise again. If burial is not possible, then the only option is to burn it. Fortunately, there is enough firewood in the tribe now. Under Han Cheng's arrangement, everyone carried a lot of dry firewood to a place a mile away from the tribe. On top of the dry firewood, more firewood that was dug out from the snow pit, which was wet on the outside but dry on the inside, was piled. After the firewood pile was thick enough and large enough, everyone carried the corpses left behind by the Tangsha tribe and threw them on the firewood pile. There were 17 corpses in total, plus the 3 injured women who were dragged into the tribe. In this battle, the number of casualties from the Tangsha tribe reached 20, almost half of the number of people who came. The fire started, emitting smoke, reflecting the surrounding snow, and devouring the bodies piled on top of the woodpile. The blood-stained snow could not be ignored either, and was covered by a thick layer of snow piled up and compacted by the people of the Greenbird tribe. Han Chung was treating 3 injured women. Under the current conditions, his treatment methods were also brutal and outrageous. Han Chung first used a 3-centimeter wide animal hide strip to tightly wrap around the woman's leg that was pierced by the stone spear. He then asked 2 women from the tribe to come over and hold the woman's legs firmly. Then he called over the strong bow and asked them to hold the stone spear tightly with both hands and then pull it out with force. In severe pain, the woman screamed miserably and suddenly sat up from the ground. No one could hold her down, but she soon calmed down. The severe pain made her faint. The woman's leg was half disabled because after the stone spear was pulled out, a small piece of bloody bone was brought out from it. Han Chung used the warm water he had prepared earlier to clean the woman's wound and remove any possible stone fragments or sawdust. During this process, her wound continued to bleed. If Han Chung had not tied up the side of her leg close to her heart with animal skin strips in advance, the blood would have flowed even more. There was not even any cloth at that time, so there was no good way to stop the bleeding. Han Sheng could only grab some grass ash and sprinkle on her wound. At the beginning, the grass ash fell there and was washed away by the blood. As the amount of grass ash increased, it was gradually covered. Dry grass ash fell on it and was quickly soaked, then slowly slowed down. Han Sheng added a handful of grass ash to the wounds on both sides of her body before wrapping them up with animal skin. The other two handled the situation in a similar way, but one of them was not done by Han Sheng, but by a woman from the Wuha tribe. It was unlikely that one of the women would survive because she was not injured in the limbs, but in the stomach. A piece of his intestines fell out. When Wu saw this, he immediately shook his head to indicate that this woman was beyond help, but Han Sheng was unwilling to give up. Having experienced the future world where even organs can be replaced, Han Sheng does not think that intestines falling out means death. Of course, in such an extremely crude situation, and with Han Sheng, who had only learned simple life-saving knowledge and was not even a half-baked doctor, it was hard to say whether the woman could survive. This was not the only reason why Han Sheng was unwilling to give up. If this woman could be saved, she would be more helpful to the tribe than the one with the injured leg. Another reason is that it can help increase practical experience, accumulate knowledge, and improve medical skills. This does sound a bit cruel, but there is no way around it. If you want to improve your medical skills, this is a necessary process. Fortunately, this woman is not from the Chinke tribe, and her life is in danger, so Han Sheng can let go and do what he wants. In fact, when you peel off the layers of gorgeous exteriors that cover things in this world and expose the core, there are definitely fewer non-cruel things than cruel things. Han Sheng cleaned the woman's exposed intestines with warm water. After cleaning the wound, he carefully stuffed it back in and then wrapped it with animal skin strips. This not only stopped the bleeding, but also prevented her intestines from flowing out of her stomach. This was all Han Sheng could do. In an era when there were no needles, he couldn't even sew up her wound. The rest is up to fate. When Han Sheng had the three people carefully carried into the cave and placed as close to the fire as possible, an unpleasant smell of burning flesh wafted in from outside. Han Sheng knew where the source of the smell was. 3 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. The second and third leaders of the Tangsha tribe, together with the rest of the defeated people, fled hurriedly into the distance, looking back as they ran, fearing that the damned, insidious and cunning tribe would take advantage of the situation to hunt them down. During this process, people were constantly tripped by fallen branches and tree trunks under the snow, but they did not dare to slow down at all. They climbed up from the snow and immediately continued to run forward desperately, wishing that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. Only after running deep into the woods and away from the terrifying tribe did the second leader of the Tangsha tribe, who felt much more at ease, stop panting. While wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he looked at his tribesmen, whose numbers had been greatly reduced and whose condition was in disarray. His heart was as gloomy as his face. Including him, there are only 27 people gathered at this time. Were left far behind when everyone was fleeing because they were injured. At this time of year, without food and with injuries, once they were separated from the main group, the only thing waiting for them was death. Chapter 81 Happy Manga. The second leader of the Tongue Snake tribe looked back in the direction of the tribe, with disbelief, fear, resentment, and viciousness. He had never suffered such a defeat before. He didn't understand how this damned tribe could defeat the warriors of their Tangsha tribe. How could they cause them such heavy casualties? This time he came with many strong men. He never considered the possibility of failure because he did not think that this tribe could withstand the wrath of their Tangsha tribe. However, the result is this. In addition to harboring hatred for this damned tribe, he was also worried about his own fate. Not only did he lose the battle, but he also lost so many people. When he returns, the witch and the chief will definitely not forgive him easily. After coming to his senses from these 2 incidents, the leader of the Tangsha tribe discovered a more urgent and severe situation. They had no food. When they set out from the temporary gathering point to the Chinke tribe, they did not think that they would fail. In order to lighten the burden and carry more stones, they only brought the food they brought with them. Now that they have suffered heavy casualties, the problem of food has immediately become a sword hanging over their heads. The previous long-range attack and the ensuing battle en route had severely depleted their physical strength. They didn't feel it when they were running for their lives just now, but now that they are safe and have stopped, everyone feels tired and hungry. Because they were sweating again, After the heat dissipated, the ubiquitous cold made them shiver. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe realized the seriousness of the matter. If no measures were taken, more people in the team would suffer. Even he could die. But where can they find food at this time? If food was really that easy to find, their tribe wouldn't have traveled so far to rob. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe is now in a state of panic because he suffered a defeat, and now a series of bad things are happening one after another. Meng Er was a member of the Tangsha tribe. While he was escaping, his leg was scratched by a stone spear thrown by the Chinke tribe. But he still insisted and escaped from there. However, the injury on his leg eventually affected his speed, and in the ensuing escape, he was gradually left behind. People abandoned by the tribe in the middle of winter are extremely miserable. They either die of hunger and cold or become food for wild beasts. The terrified Meng Er endured the pain, dragged his injured leg, and shouted as he chased after the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. Everyone was running for their lives. Looking at the tribe, gradually moving away, despair filled Meng Er's chest. He followed the footprints left by his tribesmen on the snow and chased after them desperately. Just when he was about to give up, he saw his tribesmen resting in the woods ahead, and an intense joy of escaping a disaster filled Meng Er's chest. Tears blurred his eyes, and he shouted happily and waved his hands at the team that appeared before him again. Then he dragged his injured leg and limped forward at a speed a few points faster than before, for he was worried that the team would leave him behind again. However, his worries soon disappeared, because after hearing his call, several people from the tribe quickly came towards him. From a distance, he had already recognized that the one running in the front was the second leader. He shed more tears of excitement. He was originally the one who followed the second leader to hunt everywhere. In the past, he even helped the second leader to fend off ferocious beasts. If he had not risked his life to resist that time, the second leader would have been bitten to death by the ferocious leopard. From then on, the second leader treated himself better than the others. I did nothing wrong at the beginning. I saved the second leader, and the second leader did not forget me. Now that he found himself catching up from behind, he took the lead to greet me. At this time, he must not have thought that I could catch up, and must be happy about my arrival. Meng Er was excited, and an intense joy filled his chest. He quickened his pace, endured the pain, and limped forward as fast as he could, shouting loudly. When he got close to the second chief, he opened his arms with joy, wanted to give a warm hug to the tribesmen who came to greet him, to express his feelings of reunion after the disaster. The second leader also came towards him, but what greeted him was not a strong embrace, but a spear tied with a sharp stone. Intense pain, mixed with a chill that penetrated deep into his bones, spread from his abdomen to his entire body. This sudden incident completely stunned Meng Er, so much so that he even forgot to scream. He slowly lowered his head in astonishment, looking at the stone spear that he had made for the second leader himself. This spear had pierced the bodies of many prey before, but he never expected that it would enter his own abdominal cavity now. Blood slid down the spear shaft, steaming, like a small scarlet snake winding forward. He stood there in a daze, then raised his head blankly and looked at the familiar and kind second leader. He questioned out loud. What answered him was the renewed effort of the second leader of the Tangsha tribe. The stone spear completely pierced his body, and blood dripped from the tip of the spear like broken beads, hitting the white snow below. The red was a bit blinding. Blood also spit out of Meng Er's mouth. He stared with his eyes wide open and shouted incoherently. He reached out to grab the person holding the spear, but he had no strength left in his body. The second leader pulled his spear hard and dodged to the side, otherwise the blood would spray on him, and he would need to spend a lot of effort to get rid of the blood. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract wild beasts when moving in the wild. Meng Er was lying on the snow, feeling light and floating. His vision gradually became blurred, and he felt as if someone was biting his body. It was only at this time that he remembered that when the tribe was completely in a food crisis, it was necessary to kill the most useless people and eat them to fill their stomachs. With a leg injury, I had become the most useless person in the team. They heard my call and rushed towards me, not to welcome my companions, but to welcome the food. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe raised his face from where Meng Er's wound was. The bright red blood stained his teeth, making him look very scary. He drank a gulp of warm blood and then bit off a few bites of the fattiest meat from Meng Er's body. Only then did he feel his body was much warmer. He stood up while chewing the raw meat, and the next to eat were the three leaders. Chapter 82, Three Tribes. After the three leaders had eaten, the rest of the people began to gather around the dead Manga, and there was even a shoveling among them in order to eat the hot meat earlier. Cannibalism is not considered shocking in the Tangsha tribe. In their tribe, after a person dies, they are not buried, but the body is shared and eaten by everyone, just like eating prey. When food was severely scarce, and what they gained from looting other tribes was not much, the weak in the tribe would be killed and eaten. Generally at this time, the first to be killed are the elderly, followed by those who are injured and unable to move, then women, from the weak to the strong, and so on. This is also an important reason why they would kill the men and abduct the women and children in the tribe when attacking and plundering other tribes. These people can not only be used to develop and expand the tribe, but can also be eaten as food when necessary. After everyone had eaten, Meng Er, who had come to deliver the meat, was no longer able to look at the sight. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe ordered people to remove the meatless bones from Meng Er's body and discard his internal organs, and then had two people carry him and set off on their journey. This is their reserve food, so they can continue to eat when they're hungry again. After experiencing a great defeat, they did not leave directly, but went to the tribe's base camp. So many people died, and nothing was brought back. If he returned under such circumstances, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe could not imagine what fate he would face. One of the two people who had gone to track the pig tribe died in the war, and the other was still alive. After returning to the place where they had met the Bluebird tribe and the pig tribe in autumn, the remaining people of the Tong Snake tribe, under the order of the second leader, followed the person who had previously explored the way to the pig tribe and walked on the snow. The leader of the pig tribe led his men on a difficult trek through the snow. The lack of food and the long journey through the ice and snow made them all look miserable. Even the strongest leader was extremely weak and had to rely on a single breath to hold on. Their exposed skin was cut by the wind, leaving tiny cracks, with blood beads coagulating in the cracks. Hunger and bone-chilling cold made their movements stiff and slow, so slow that they could even walk with difficulty. The leader of the pig tribe used the spear in his hand as a walking stick. He panted and turned his head to cheer up the other people in the tribe. Then he led people to continue walking forward. Now, this nearby friendly tribe that is about to arrive has become all their hope. Under the current circumstances, the leader of the pig tribe didn't even have to worry too much about whether this friendly neighbor would lend them food. Reaching this friendly tribe has become their obsession. Getting closer, closer. A familiar yet unfamiliar river and stone bridge appeared before me. However, what the leader of the pig tribe saw next completely stunned him. In his memory, there was a woodland beside the stream. After passing through the woods, he reached his destination, the friendly neighboring tribe. But now, where's the forest? There is only a vast expanse of snow and a vast expanse of flat land. At the end of this silvery white plain stand a not-too-high yellow-brown mountain wall. The leader of the pig tribe was stunned, with confusion in his eyes. He looked down at the frozen river, then at the stone bridge not far away. These were no different from what he remembered, but how could the other side of the river be like this? It was completely different for what he remembered. He was full of doubts and felt that he might have come to the wrong place. He carefully thought about the route he took when he came here, and it was the same as before, with no mistakes. The leader of the pig tribe stood here for a while, then led his people to this land that was completely different for what he remembered. Regardless of whether they had found the wrong place or not, the leader of the pig tribe would lead his men to find out what was going on. After all, this was where their hope lay. Taitu, wrapped in animal skins, wearing gloves and a leather hat, stood on the low wall, watching the movements outside the courtyard wall meticulously. Yesterday's battle taught everyone in the Chinke tribe a good lesson. They couldn't imagine what the scene would be like in their tribe if the group of brutal enemies had not been discovered in advance, but were discovered only after they had quietly crossed the wall. No one dared to disregard the duty of standing guard anymore. When it was their turn to stand guard, they were extremely alert and kept a close eye on any disturbance outside. Taitu, who was guarding behind the wall due south, focused his searching gaze and stared at the small river in the distance. He immediately confirmed that he was not seeing things, but that there was indeed someone approaching his tribe from that side. These people were walking on the uncovered, snow-covered ground, approaching slowly. There were quite a few of them. Taitu took a rough look and saw that there were at least 10 of them. That damn tribe really won't give up. They were defeated by their own tribe yesterday, but they come again today. Enemy. There is an enemy. Taitu turned around and shouted loudly towards the inside of the tribe. At the same time, he tore off the gloves on his hands, grabbed the bangzi made of 2 pieces of hardwood placed on the wall in front of him, and started knocking on it. He knocked so hard that both of his hands were numb from the shock. This clapper is used for warning and communication. In an era without gongs, Han Sheng could only invent the bangzi and use it as a makeshift instrument. Taiatu's shout was like a huge rock hitting the lake, instantly breaking the peace of the Chinke tribe and creating ripples. The guard behind the other 2 walls, upon hearing Taiatu's warning, immediately looked carefully in the direction they were responsible for. After confirming that there were no enemies, they immediately raised one of the 2 animal skin flags placed beside them, and at the same time turned their heads and shouted loudly towards the noisy courtyard, "No enemies." The purpose of raising the animal skin flag is to prevent the voices of others from drowning out the message they are conveying in the chaos. With the animal skin flag, there is no need to worry about this problem. 1 animal skin flag means there are no enemies, and 2 animal skin flags mean there are enemies on this side. This simple meaning is easy to remember. Having just experienced a great battle yesterday, the people of the Chinke tribe were still nervous. When they heard Taiatu's warning, they immediately took action. After experiencing the great battle yesterday, they were much calmer and more orderly when they heard the news of the enemy's attack again. This time they did not make the mistake of ignoring the other 2 walls. While running toward the south wall, they did not forget to turn their heads back and forth to see what was happening on the walls on the left and right. After seeing that both the east and west walls had raised an animal skin flag, they boldly ran towards the south wall. Chapter 83. Raise your hands. Han Sheng was holding a bowl of fish soup for the female prisoner whose stomach was broken, and was very surprised to hear the noise. How desperate must that tribe be to lose so many lives in yesterday's battle, and yet they come back again today? Could it be that it was just like what was described in the novel, where the old one beat the younger one, and came with others to take revenge? He thought about it in his mind, but did not dare to delay. He put down the pottery bowl in his hand, shouted twice towards the cave, and ran out. Fu Jiang also ran. He had grown up and had 4 legs, so he ran much faster than Han Sheng. However, Fu Jiang was very sensible. In order not to make his owner, who could only walk on 2 legs, feel inferior, he did not completely let go of the speed, but kept in sync with his owner. Everyone has climbed up the low wall. On each wall are weapons such as stone spears and stones, which people in the tribe can use to fight back at any time. Because stone spears are more lethal and have a longer throwing distance than stones, in battle, people usually use stone spears first, and only use stones after the stone spears have been used up. Of course, this stone spear does not mean that the entire spear is made of stone. Such a spear is too heavy and cannot be swung at all. Instead, it is a spear with a wooden pole and a sharp stone tied to the head. The eldest brother held a stone spear in his hand, standing on the low wall with half of his body exposed. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the stream. There was indeed a circle of people there. They had crossed the stream and walked about a quarter of the distance from the stream to the wall. Perhaps they noticed the movement of their own tribe, so they stopped and stayed where they were, not coming over here anymore. The eldest senior brother was very confused. He was a little puzzled by the scene before him. His confusion came from the fact that there were too few enemies coming this time. This is not because he is arrogant, but it is based on facts. Yesterday, 50 people came to attack their tribe, but were defeated and fled. If that damn tribe wants to attack their tribe again, the number of people they mobilize should at least not be less than yesterday's number. And now, there were only 12 of them appearing before their tribe. It is really unrealistic to use such a small number of people to attack one's own tribe. The leader of the pig tribe also saw the movement of the greenbird tribe. Looking at the many people who appeared behind the strange mountain wall in a very short time, he was amazed at the strength of the tribe in front of him, and was also surprised by their quick reaction. But after this surprise, he felt more joy. His joy came from discovering that he was not in the wrong place. After a short stop, the leader of the pig tribe called upon the weak and frightened tribesmen behind him to continue walking towards the strange mountain wall. The eldest brother's eyes narrowed even more, and there was something cold and fierce in them. He didn't expect that the other party would continue to approach his tribe, even though they knew they had been discovered and his tribe was ready to fight. This was truly fearlessness. The leader of the pig tribe knew that this friendly tribe mistook them for a vicious tribe that came to plunder. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he asked the rest of the tribe to stop when they were more than 400 meters away from the strange mountain wall and the people with weapons behind the mountain wall. He walked forward alone, without a stone spear, to show his goodwill. The Chinke tribe, who were on high alert, had already sensed his goodwill, and the eldest brother ordered the people on the low wall not to take action and to let the man go. He wanted to see what these people who came today wanted to do. The leader of the pig tribe raised his hands when he was still 100 meters away from the greenbird tribe, indicating that he had brought nothing with him. Then he spoke in his own tribal language to give the most sincere greetings to the tribe in front of him. Well, it turns out that raising one's hands to show surrender has already appeared in ancient times. The eldest brother opened his squinting eyes and recognized the visitor. Although the man looked disheveled, he almost didn't recognize him first. "What are you doing here?" He put down the spear in his hand and asked in the language of the tribe instead of the language of God, while using gestures. The eldest brother's voice immediately attracted the attention of the pig tribe leader. He looked at the eldest brother, but he did not recognize him because he was wearing a hat. "I came to borrow food." Although he did not recognize the eldest senior brother, he still answered loudly and assisted with gestures, walking towards the direction of the eldest senior brother while speaking. The eldest brother waited until the leader of the pig tribe came up to him before he realized that the other party did not recognize him. He thought about it, pulled off his hat, and the leader of the pig tribe, who was conducting polite negotiations, recognized him. A look of joy emerged on his face as he met someone familiar, and he negotiated with his senior brother in more fluent words. Because there was little communication between the tribes, they did not speak the same language and had very few things in common. As a leader, he has more contact with the surrounding tribes and therefore knows more than ordinary people. However, even so, it was only after a while of gesticulating and talking that the eldest brother understood the other party's intention. If it were in the past, the eldest brother would have refused it very straightforwardly, because in winter, food is an extremely precious thing for the tribe. But now it's different. They have plenty of food and don't have to worry about going hungry at all. But the eldest brother did not agree immediately. After talking for a while, he told the leader of the pig tribe that he could not make the decision on this matter and that he needed to discuss it with the son of God and the witch, so he asked him to wait outside first. The leader of the pig tribe naturally agreed to this, and he was very happy when he found that this friendly neighboring tribe did not reject him immediately. He had come into contact with this friendly neighboring tribe before and knew that in addition to the chief, they also had a witch who was the wise man of the tribe. The chief of this tribe did not have absolute say in his own tribe like himself. The leader of the pig tribe was somewhat curious about the appearance of an unknown son of God, but he did not think much about it. After all, what he wanted most now was food. You want food? Han Chung learned these things from his eldest senior brother. After listening to his eldest senior brother talking about the purpose of the tribe outside, he repeated this sentence, looking thoughtful. Chapter 84. The Tribe That Came to Your Door. Wu looked unhappy. He wanted his eldest brother to directly reject this tribe. The witch was afraid of being hungry. In the past, he was always worried that there was not enough food in the tribe, especially in winter. In the past, people in their tribe had died of cold and hunger in the winter. Although he doesn't have to worry about food now, he is still as careful about food as before. I can help with other things, but when it comes to food, Wu has almost no room for negotiation. Let him go back. We don't have much food. Wu spoke to the eldest brother, leaving no room for negotiation. Although the eldest brother felt that the other party was a little miserable, he and the witch had similar opinions on food. The sympathy that he had felt because the other party was too miserable disappeared after the witch spoke. He nodded and prepared to leave, climbing up the low wall to reject the leader of the pig tribe. As for the son of God, he has never said a word about this matter, and it seems that he agrees with the witch's approach. Etc. Han Chung called out to his eldest senior brother. The eldest brother stopped as he was told, and looked at the son of God together with the witch, wanting to see what the son of God was going to say. We're going to lend them food. Han Chung looked at Wu and his senior brother and spoke slowly. What? The Wu, who cherished food, was very surprised by Han Cheng's words. He didn't know why the son of God suddenly said this, and couldn't help but ask out loud. Han Chung certainly had his own plans for doing this. The problem of insufficient population has always restricted the development of the tribe. He had been depressed about this for a long time. Even yesterday, He kept the wounded prisoners of war and prepared to use them as slaves in the tribe. Now that the tribe had come knocking on his door, he immediately linked it to the matter of developing and strengthening the tribe. For him, using the leftover fish in the tribe to exchange for population was a very cost-effective deal. If he doesn't seize this opportunity, he will really bring shame to the vast number of time travelers. Han Cheng smiled and explained to Wu and his senior brother. The two who understood Han Cheng's meaning looked at Han Cheng with admiration. The Son of God is worthy of being the Son of God. He could even think of such a thing as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Wu and the eldest brother were very excited by Han Cheng's words, and they both paid equal attention to the development of the tribe. But in the past, they only thought about obtaining more food, letting the women in the tribe have more children, and reducing the death rate. As for annexing and integrating other tribes, they had never thought about it at all. Now that they were enlightened by Han Cheng's words and had discovered a way to rapidly increase the population of the tribe, they were naturally very excited. Under such circumstances, even the witch agreed with the Son of God's approach, although he still felt a little sad when he thought about the food in his tribe being taken away. They have food, but they don't come. What should we do? Wu suddenly remembered something very serious and quickly told it out. The eldest brother, who was excited, paused when he heard this. He was only thinking about what would happen after the population increased and the tribe became stronger, but he forgot about this. This is a very serious problem. As a leader, the eldest brother understands the leader's thoughts very well. No leader is willing to give up his tribe and let his tribe merge into other tribes. What Wu is considering is very likely to happen. Han Cheng also took this into consideration. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to give the tribe enough food all at once to help them survive the harsh winter. He had already thought of a method, which was to only lend them enough food for 5 or 6 days at most, and then wait for the tribe to come and borrow food again. After showing them the wealth of his tribe and letting them taste the sweetness, Han Cheng was about to show his fangs. He just didn't believe that in such a harsh season, the other party would not surrender when he had the food issue firmly in their hands. Han Cheng told his idea to Wu and his senior brother. After they understood what Han Cheng meant, the two of them immediately showed an expression of admiration for Han Cheng. You bring someone in, I can lend you food. As the pig tribe leader was in anxious agony, the eldest brother climbed up the low wall and spoke these words to him. After understanding what the eldest brother said, the leader of the pig tribe was a little dazed for a moment. He came here only out of helplessness. Even deep down in his heart, he felt that borrowing food would not work. However, now he received the news that he most wanted to hear, but was least likely to hear from the mouth of this friendly tribal leader. No wonder he was stunned for a moment. After a brief daze, a feeling of ecstasy surged into his heart. He saluted to his eldest brother with gratitude and panic, and then, without caring about his image, he shouted loudly to the tribesmen who were waiting for news behind him. His voice was excited and full of joy. The 11 people from the pig tribe stood in the distance, feeling uneasy as they watched their leader go alone to negotiate with this majestic tribe. Hearing the leader shout at this time, everyone was overjoyed. The leader did not lie to them. This neighboring tribe was really friendly, and they were really willing to lend them food at this time. They all ran towards their leader without feeling tired. At the request of the eldest brother, the people of the pig tribe dropped all the weapons they were carrying 10 meters away from the wall. After seeing that they had done as he said, he ordered people to open the gate and let the people from the pig tribe in. The eldest brother was a wise man. He first gave the leader of the pig tribe a big hug and then went straight to the point. You have no food. Why didn't you come earlier? He spoke to the leader of the pig tribe with some reproach, and looking at the 11 disheveled people of the pig tribe, a look of heartache appeared on his face. The eldest brother was, of course, heartbroken. After being counseled by the Son of God Han Cheng, he had already regarded the pig tribe as theirs for the taking. Now seeing them in this state, it would be strange if he did not feel heartbroken. After all, these would be members of their tribe in the future. The eldest brother led the leader of the pig tribe, who was looking curiously at the green bird tribe that had undergone tremendous changes, and Han Cheng and Wu Jinli, who were standing at the deepest part. Fu Jiang stood beside Han Cheng very servilely, wagging his tail from time to time, and looked at the dozen or so miserable people together with the other people from the Qingke tribe. When asking for help from someone, one's demeanor will naturally be lower. The leader of the pig tribe knew of the existence of witches, but he didn't know what the Son of God was. However, From the respectful tone in which this strong leader introduced him and the fact that he was ranked before the witch, it was clear that this son of God was no ordinary person. He had a smile on his frozen face and was about to greet the elder brother as he was led by his eldest brother, but suddenly he saw a strong wolf staring at him. Chapter 85. Granny Lou in the primitive period enters the Grand View Garden. The leader of the pig tribe was startled and reached out to grab his weapon. However, his weapon had been thrown outside before he entered the door, so he naturally reached out empty-handed. Without weapons, the leader of the pig tribe dared not move. He stood at a distance and dared not move. His waist was slightly bent, his body was tense, his eyes were fixed on the strong wolf. He confronted it, not daring to relax at all. Suddenly seeing such a strong wolf and having close contact with it, the leader of the pig tribe felt so much danger that he forgot to think about a series of questions, such as why this wolf appeared in the Greenbird tribe and stood with their people. He just stared at the two horses without blinking, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. The other people following the leader of the pig tribe were also on edge, but at the same time, there was another piece of information that kept circling in their minds. Wolf, meat delicious. Han Chung, Wu and the eldest senior brother were a little confused by the reaction of the pig tribe leader. The other tribe's way of greeting was too unique. When he found that the pig tribe leader's eyes were on Fu Jiang, and Fu Jiang was also staring at the pig tribe leader with his fur erect, Han Chung realized that this guy was trying to intimidate him. Go play somewhere else. As Han Chung spoke, he reached out and pulled Fu Jiang's head aside. The Fu Jiang, who had glared with his eyes for standing up and looked like he was about to rush out to bite someone, changed immediately. He put away his previous attitude, wagged his tail, and rubbed his satin-smooth fur against Han Cheng's body, even with a fawning expression on his face, acting as servile as possible. The leader of the pig tribe saw all this with an expression of disbelief. He had not expected that such a ferocious wolf would listen to the words of the Son of God so much. The eldest brother also reacted and explained to the leader of the pig tribe with a smile that this guy was domesticated and would not bite people, so he should not worry. The leader of the pig tribe was still somewhat frightened. He was not only surprised that the new Son of God from the friendly neighboring tribe could subdue the ferocious wild wolves, but he was also surprised at the age of the Son of God. When he first heard the introduction from the eldest senior brother, he thought that this Son of God, who was more noble than Wu, even if he was not as old as Wu, must be about the same age, or at least an adult. Who would have thought that this so-called Son of God was actually a child? As a tribal leader, he knew clearly how difficult it was to gain a position in the tribe. However, this minor held the highest position in the tribe. It would be strange if he was not surprised. The leader of the pig tribe, while guarding against the ferocious wolf beside him, placed his hand on his chest and saluted Han Chung respectfully. Han Chung smiled and nodded in response, and then the leader of the pig tribe saluted the witch standing beside him. Wu also imitated Han Chung and nodded as a response. After a brief meeting, Han Chung, who had a superior status, and Wu returned to the cave together. The leader of the pig tribe was received by his eldest brother, who was also the leader. The leader of the pig tribe was somewhat frightened when he saw the people of the Green Bird tribe coming down from the low wall behind the fence, as well as the large number of weapons placed on the low wall. If we didn't come here with good intentions, but wanted to do something to this tribe, we would never come back. The leader of the pig tribe followed the eldest brother and walked inside. He looked around as he walked, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became, because there were so many things in this neighboring friendly tribe that were worthy of surprise. He was amazed by both the large, safe open space and the strange animal skins that the friendly tribe wore on their hands and heads. Especially when he saw the dried fish placed on many wooden rafts in front of the cave, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that this friendly neighboring tribe was so rich. The people of the pig tribe looked at the food, and while secretly swallowing their saliva, they were also thinking how great it would be if their tribe could have so much food. The leader of the pig tribe was like this, and the rest of the people in the pig tribe were even worse. They had to hold back and not pounce on the dried fish and tear them apart. The pig tribe forced themselves to look away from the dried fish because they knew that these dried fish did not belong to their tribe, and this friendly tribe would not lend them these fish. Meat itself is a precious thing, especially in winter. It was already very good if he could borrow some fruits from the tribe to fill his stomach. As for fish, he didn't dare to have any extravagant dreams. The shock of the pig tribe leader did not end there. After following the eldest brother into the cave, the wealth of this friendly neighboring tribe once again refreshed his cognition. On the stone wall of the cave, in an area near the cave entrance, there were pieces of meat of varying sizes hanging. The sight of these pieces of meat made the other members of the pig tribe drool. After seeing the place where the eldest brother took the fish for them to eat, his eyes immediately widened and he felt dizzy all over. Oh my God, where did this friendly tribe nearby get so many fish? It is no wonder that he was surprised. Since the advent of fish cages in early summer, fishing has become a very simple and easy thing for the Chinke tribe. They start making salted fish in early summer and finish it in late autumn. You can imagine how much salted fish they can store. Moreover, they do not only eat salted fish. From time to time, they go out to break the ice and get fresh fish to eat, so the consumption of salted fish is not that high. It is precisely because of this that such a huge shock was caused to the leader and everyone in the pig tribe. The eldest brother took out enough salted fish, placed them next to the fire, and asked the people who were usually responsible for grilling food to grill the salted fish for the people of the pig tribe. If the people of the pig tribe were not afraid of being laughed at, they would have just eaten the raw salted fish. Now they could only stare at the fish being grilled, smell the alluring aroma, swallow their saliva, and anxiously wait for the friendly tribe to hand the food to them. While starting to roast the salted fish, the eldest brother asked someone to light another fire on the side, set up a large clay pot, added water to it, put a few smaller salted fish in, and started cooking. The leader of the pig tribe didn't know what this strange thing was that could hold water and burn on water. He also didn't understand why the leader of this friendly tribe didn't burn the tempting salted fish on the fire, but instead put it in such a strange thing. He was a little confused, but he didn't want to delve into it further because he didn't have time to do so. All his attention was attracted by the charred fish in his hand. Chapter 86. Granny Lu enters the Grand View Garden in the primitive period. Although the leader of the pig tribe had reminded himself more than once in his mind to be careful about his eating manners so as not to be laughed at, his mouth was out of control, and after one bite, a big hole appeared on the fish. The freshly grilled fish was very hot and had bones in it, but these were obviously not issues that should be considered at this moment. He breathed out hot air, his mouth moving quickly, and in a moment a big mouthful of fish was already swallowed. As for the fish bones, he didn't spit out any of them. He just bit them into pieces and ate them all. As soon as he swallowed a mouthful of fish, he couldn't wait to take a second bite. The other 6 people from the pig tribe who were given the fish ate the same way as their leader. They could not beat the leader in a fight, but when it came to eating fish, they were just as good as the leader. The remaining 5 people who did not get any fish stared at their companions who were eating with relish, their saliva watering, wishing they could pounce on them and snatch the food from their companions' mouths. The leader of the pig tribe finished a fish in just 3 or 2 bites. He even ate the fish head and chewed it up. After eating all this, he smiled at his senior brother a little embarrassedly. The eldest brother had no intention of mocking them. He had also experienced the feeling of hunger and knew what it felt like. He took a freshly grilled fish that had not yet been taken off the tree branch and handed it to the pig tribe member with a friendly smile. Eat. The people of the pig tribe haven't been this happy for a long time. Because the heavy snow came early this year, their tribe implemented a policy of saving food from the very beginning, which means that they have never had enough to eat since the snow began to fall. Now that they had come to this friendly neighboring tribe, they were shocked and moved by their wealth and friendliness. Because they put themselves in the other person's shoes and thought, if it were them, even if they had so many fish when a nearby tribe came to borrow food, they would at most entertain them with fruits that were cold and could not satisfy their hunger, instead of delicious fish. Little did they know that due to the abundance of meat and the fact that less fruit was picked in autumn, the fruits they consider to be of the lowest grade have now become more popular than meat in the Greenbird tribe. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for the Chinke tribe to entertain them with fruit. Eat. The salt fish soup in the jar was cooked. The eldest brother took a bowl and scooped a bowl of steaming salt fish soup for the leader of the pig tribe. There was half a salt fish in the bowl. The leader of the pig tribe took the bowl and chopsticks that he had never seen before, looked at the steaming soup and fish in the bowl, then looked at the 2 sticks in his hands. He had never touched these things before, and felt like he had no idea where to start eating. The eldest brother saw the helplessness of the pig tribe leader, and a sense of joy of success rose in his heart. The reason why he grilled fish and boiled salt fish soup for the people of the pig tribe was not only because the salt fish soup would warm the whole body in winter, but also because he wanted to show off the new things of their Greenbird tribe to this tribe in this subtle way. Seeing the leader of the pig tribe and the other people from the pig tribe who were holding bowls and chopsticks and looking at each other, not knowing how to eat, a sense of superiority rose in the heart of the eldest brother. He picked up a bowl from his side and served himself a bowl of salty fish soup. He then took 2 chopsticks, holding the soup in one hand and the chopsticks in the other. He skillfully used the chopsticks to scoop up a piece of fish from the soup and put it into his mouth to eat. Then he put his mouth to the edge of the bowl, took a sip of the soup, and swallowed it happily. When the people of the pig tribe saw this, they suddenly realized that this was how the food they had never seen before was eaten, and this was how the 2 short sticks were used. They followed the elder brother's example and held 2 chopsticks together in their hands to scoop up the meat from the bowl. However, how could they, who had never touched such a magical tool like chopsticks, easily master it? Everyone was sweating profusely, but few succeeded. Finally, they had no choice but to hold the bowl, lean over to the bowl, and slurp the fish soup before eating the meat. The leader of the pig tribe originally thought that the steaming water would not taste very good, but after he tried taking a sip, an expression of enjoyment immediately appeared on his face. It's not just because the hot water is surprisingly delicious. There's another important reason. When you take a sip, it warms your mouth all the way to your stomach, and the coldness in your body is dispelled a lot by this sip of hot soup. He quickened the pace of slurping the soup. After finishing a bowl of steaming hot fish soup, a layer of sweat broke out on the forehead of the pig tribe leader. He felt warm all over and felt very comfortable. He had never felt this kind of warmth emanating from deep within his body since the beginning of winter. The leader of the pig tribe was really unsure how to use the 2 small wooden sticks in his hands. He looked at the people in the tribe who were eating fish with their hands, and he also gave up his chopsticks and joined the ranks of those who were learning to use their hands. After eating and drinking, a long-lost feeling of comfort spread throughout the body, making the leader of the pig tribe lazy. He wanted to sleep. Thinking of the people in the tribe who were eagerly waiting for them to bring back food, the leader of the pig tribe was shocked, and the tiredness that had just appeared on his body immediately disappeared without a trace. He quickly put down the bowl, stood up, and told his eldest brother about borrowing some food to take back. The eldest brother said, "Let them rest here for a while before going back." The leader of the pig tribe kept shaking his head. Thinking of the people in the tribe who were waiting anxiously, how could he have the heart to rest any longer? Upon seeing this, the eldest brother did not try to persuade them to stay any longer. Together with junior brother Shah, they took out some salted fish and piled them on the animal skin packages they had brought. Seeing that it was difficult to wrap the hairtail fish with animal skins, they asked people to string the salted fish together with straw ropes. Looking at the pile of salted fish on the ground, the leader of the pig tribe was deeply moved. He hugged the eldest brother tightly and pressed his forehead against his shoulder. This was a very solemn way of expressing goodwill. After hugging the eldest brother again, he, under the guidance of the eldest brother, bowed and said goodbye to Han Chung, the son of God who was sitting in the inner cave and watching everything secretly, and Wu Shi, who immediately became aloof when he saw the leader of the pig tribe coming and mumbled words of thanks that Han Chung could not understand. The leader of the pig tribe left with his people. They came with hungry stomachs, but left with full stomachs and a full load. In fact, the leader of the pig tribe also wanted something that could be used to heat soup from this friendly tribe. If they had it, they would be much warmer. But he didn't have the nerve to speak. The people of the pig tribe seemed reluctant to leave this place. After all, they could eat delicious food here, the kind that they could eat to their heart's content. But they still left because this was not their tribe, and there were still many people in their tribe waiting for them to bring food back. Chapter 87. Cold Despair. What the leader of the pig tribe didn't know was that after he led the tribesmen and left a nearby friendly tribe with food, the 2 great charlatans who had been pretending to be powerful in the inner cave, son of God Han Chung and Wu, immediately came out of the inner cave. They came to the gate of the wall and looked at the backs of the people of the pig tribe who were leaving with food, their eyes sparkling. The leader of the pig tribe, along with his people, trudged through the snow. They were already exhausted and out of breath, but they refused to stop and rest for a while. Thinking of the crisis in the tribe, they had no intention of resting. Traveling on snowy days requires a lot of food. Firstly, it is difficult to walk in the snow, and it consumes a lot of physical strength. Secondly, the weather is cold and the calorie consumption is high. After a long journey and a long cold night in the wilderness, the belly full of fish that he had filled with the friendly tribe yesterday had long been consumed. The leader of the pig tribe thought about it, then took 6 salted fish from the skewer of salted fish that the tribesmen were carrying and divided them into 2, giving each person half a fish. It was too difficult and too time-consuming to make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together in the snow. He was eager to rush back with food, so he naturally would not do such a thing. Each of them took half a salted fish and tore it into pieces, eating as they went on their way. When they were thirsty, they just grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and covered their mouths with it. The leader of the pig tribe was very happy, not only because he was about to return his tribe, but also because just a while ago, they picked up 2 frozen chickens in the snow. This was indeed a joyous thing for the tribe that was extremely short of food. Now, the 2 big chickens were in his hands. He looked at the 2 chickens in his hands, and then at the salted fish on the backs of the others that were borrowed from a nearby friendly tribe. The leader of the pig tribe couldn't help but smile. I did not let them down. Just as I promised when I left, I brought back food for them and saved some food that could last for several days. He could imagine how happy the people in the tribe would be when they saw these foods. Thinking of how they greedily ate the food he brought back, the leader of the pig tribe felt relieved, and the smile on his frozen face became even more intense. He turned around and shouted to the other equally excited people behind him, then quickened his pace and rushed towards the direction of the tribe. Seeing the open entrance of the tribal cave from afar, the heart of the pig tribe leader felt a little heavy. He did not think of the worst, but just thought that the people who stayed in the cave could not wait and open the cave door to come out to look for food. He quickened his pace again and headed towards the cave, wanted to find out what had happened in the tribe as soon as possible. About 100 meters away from the cave, he saw a lot of messy footprints. The footprints extended from the cave, zigzagging all the way to the west. Some of these footprints were walking away from the tribe, while others were heading towards the cave from outside. The leader of the pig tribe stood here and looked at the numerous messy footprints. The smile on his face disappeared. He looked here for a while, then clenched the spear in his hand, shouted to the others who also realized that the situation was not good, and ran towards the cave. The cave, which used to be bustling with people, is now extremely deserted. Except for the pig tribe leader and his entourage who just returned, the huge cave is empty. The cave was in a mess, and the fire that had never been extinguished in the past had now gone cold. There were several dark marks on the cold ground. They were the blood that had solidified after flowing out. Around the cold ashes and among the dark bloodstains, there were some dazzling white spots scattered around. These were the bones that had been gnawed clean. The leader of the pig tribe had seen many bones, but these bones made him tremble all over because they were human bones. The cold cave was empty. A group of people who had gone through untold hardships and finally borrowed food and rushed back with joy stood there, looking at everything strange and cold, as if struck by lightning. The leader of the pig tribe, who was trembling all over, suddenly shouted, turned around, and ran out of the cave with a short spear in his hand. The remaining 11 people also turned and ran after their leader. The leader of the pig tribe ran like mad along the traces left on the snow, his eyes already red. The sky, which had been gloomy since the morning, became even darker. A cold wind began to blow, and the snow on the ground moved with the wind. Snowflakes fell from the sky, making rustling sounds as they landed on the ground. Not long after, these snowflakes turned into fluttering snowflakes. Snowflakes accumulated on the ground, gradually erasing all traces. The leader of the pig tribe, whose footprints could no longer be seen, still stubbornly chased forward until all traces disappeared completely. He looked around, and except for the standing trees, everything was white. The earth seemed especially vast and empty at this moment. Loud cries were heard across the vast snowfield, like the wailing of a wild beast that had lost its cubs. In the vast snow, the 12 people of the pig tribe seemed particularly small. The round moon shines over the 9 provinces. Some are happy, while others are sad. The Chinke tribe was unaware of what was happening far away, and they lived their lives as usual. There was heavy snow outside, and there was a flickering fire in the cave. The orange-red flames, white steam, bright smiling faces, and peaceful conversations blocked out the solemnity outside and added a touch of warmth to this cold and cruel winter. Han Cheng held the bowl to his mouth to drink the soup. The grown-up lucky dog looked at the bowl in Han Cheng's hand with eager eyes and tail wagging, eager to get some food from his owner. Han Cheng did not disappoint him. He took out a piece of bone full of meat from his bowl, put it next to his mouth to blow on it for a while, and then threw it to Fu Jiang, who had never taken his eyes off the piece of meat. Under Han Cheng's tireless teaching, General Fu has acquired a lot of skills. He doesn't even wait for the meat and bones to fall to the ground. He catches them in midair, then squats aside and starts to deal with them wholeheartedly. Everyone in the tribe was squatting on the ground, holding a big bowl and drinking the hot soup. Ever since Han Cheng came up with the idea of boiled meat, this way of eating has become popular in the Qingke tribe, especially in this weather. Drinking 2 bowls of hot soup would make you feel warm and comfortable. Inside the cave, farthest from the fire and closer to the cave entrance, there were 3 women, 2 sitting on the ground and 1 lying on the ground. No matter whether they were sitting or lying down, they all had one surprisingly consistent action. Their eyes were all staring at the people of the Green Bird tribe who were feasting on their food. Chapter 88, Charming Ruhwa. These 3 people are prisoners of war of the Qingke tribe and will become slaves in the future. I don't know if it's because the primitive people's physique is too good, or because the halo of Han Cheng, the time traveler, has been activated and enveloped them, but these 3 people are not seriously injured and are in good spirits. The woman whose intestines fell out and were stuffed back by Han Cheng was also living a strong life. Although she often felt abdominal pain, she was still very happy. If she had been injured like this in their Tangsha tribe, she would have surely died, because before she died herself, someone else would have killed her and distributed her flesh to the people in the tribe. Like the other 2, she was ready to die when she was brought back by this powerful and ferocious tribe. They didn't think that this brutal tribe that defeated them would let them go. In their tribe, seriously injured women would have their breasts cut off by the tribal leader with a blunt bone knife before being killed and eaten. However, what happened next surprised them extremely and was completely beyond their expectations. In their extreme panic, death did not come. These brutal people did not kill them immediately. Instead, they pulled out the weapons from their bodies and treated their wounds. However, they did not think that the tribe would let them go. Instead, they thought that the people of the tribe were going to keep them in captivity and eat them when food was scarce. It's just like their tribe would keep people they captured from other tribes in captivity and then kill them and eat their meat when there was no food. Frightened and uneasy, they huddled together cautiously. When she saw the man, who was only a child but had an extremely noble status in the tribe, walking towards her with something they had never seen before, the woman was so frightened that she burped and fainted. Before she fainted, she clasped her hands tightly to her chest. Han Cheng, who was holding a bowl of boiled meat soup, looked at this scene with a frown on his face. I'm still a child, okay? How can I look at myself like this? This female primitive has too much imagination. Even if she wants something to happen, Han Cheng will not agree. Firstly, his weapon was not fully grown, and secondly, Han Cheng could not bring himself to attack this woman because of her dignity. It was because of this misunderstanding, which was not beautiful to Han Cheng, that he gave the primitive woman the name Ruhwa. Xiao Mei, Xiaoli, Xing, and other girls from the tribe were somewhat unhappy about this. They felt that it was a waste of God's gift for the Son of God to give such a nice name to a captive who attacked their tribe. Only they are worthy of such a nice name with good meaning. So after a secret discussion, a few people came together to find the Son of God, wanting him to give this nice name to one of them. After Han Cheng understood what they meant, he almost spit out the hot water he was drinking. People are clamoring for this name? The image of red lips, black beard, and little finger-picking nostrils automatically emerged in Han Cheng's mind, and he spat out a mouthful of water. Han Cheng tried his best to persuade them, and finally dissuaded them from this idea. Ruhwa now knows that she misunderstood the Son of God that day. The Son of God wants to feed himself with delicious broth. She had never seen this new thing called broth before, but after drinking it, she was deeply fascinated by it. It was a delicious taste that she could not describe. The other 2 people who were captured with her were the same as her. After 3 days of adapting, they were no longer as scared as before. Besides knowing that they would not be killed, another important reason was that it was more comfortable here than in their original tribe. As women, they do not have a high status in the Tangsha tribe. Once winter comes, they only have one kind of food, which is fruit. The meat stored in the tribe was the exclusive property of the witch, the chief, and the strong men, and it had nothing to do with them. It's nothing like here, when not only can I eat 3 meals a day, but every meal is meat. And this meat tasted better than any meat they had ever eaten before. At first, they were incredulous about this. They didn't believe that this tribe would be willing to use such good food to feed them, the defeated captives. This completely overturned their cognition. Such a thing would never happen in their tribe. It is precisely because of these things that they feel regretful, regretting that they should not have listened to the words of the tribal leader and come to attack this kind tribe. This tribe is truly kind. Just yesterday, they witnessed with their own eyes how the people of this tribe warmly entertained a down-and-out tribe that came to them for help. Not only did they feed them delicious meat, they also gave this impoverished tribe a lot of delicious food, asking them to take it back and feed the other people in the tribe. Of course, the food these women from the Greenbird tribe ate was not specially prepared, but rather the leftovers from the Greenbird tribe. However, for these female primitive people, it was already an unimaginable delicacy. The people of the Qingke tribe were finally full. Xiaomei, Xiaoli, and Xing, who were assigned tasks by Han Sheng, poured the remaining saltfish soup and minced meat in the big jar into big bowls and brought them to the three women. Although they were somewhat reluctant, this was arranged by the Son of God, so they all obeyed. Among them, the people who take care of Ruhua have the hardest time, because Ruhua's stomach is rotten. Before her belly heals, she cannot sit up, otherwise there is a risk of her intestines flowing out again. So when she eats, she needs other people to feed her. No one would be willing to have such a thing happen to them, especially these three underage primitive girls who were still resentful that this woman had a name that they envied. So we divided the work, with 3 people taking turns to prepare 3 meals a day. The 3 people who finally got the food ate very greedily, not even leaving out the tiny fish bones, chewing them up and swallowing them all. If they would not be scolded for licking the bowl, they would definitely lick the bowl as well. After eating, the 3 of them snuggled together, savoring the delicious salt fish soup. They watched the tribesmen combing each other's hair under the light of the fire after dinner, or doing things they had never seen before. A sense of peace gradually emerged in their hearts. This is an atmosphere of yearning and dependence that they have never felt in their original Tangsha tribe. Chapter 89. The Wolf That Moans to the Moon and the Deer That Doesn't Want to Eat Grass. It was Han Cheng's special arrangement that Ruhua and the other 2 had dinner together last. Although no one in the tribe objected to rescuing these 3 people, Han Cheng knew that many people still felt uncomfortable about it. In order not to affect the unity within the tribe and take care of the emotions of everyone in the tribe, he deliberately made a distinction based on subtle aspects such as eating. Improve the original people of the Qingke tribe and lower their status, so that the people of the Qingke tribe will feel balanced. Apart from eating, other aspects, such as sleeping, are the farthest from the fire and the closest to the cave entrance. The heavy snow that started in the morning stopped in the evening. By this time, the sky was clear and a bright moon hung in the clean night sky, looking exceptionally bright and quiet. Han Chung wore a hat and gloves, a bright red fox fur scarf around his neck, and stood in the snow outside the cave with his hands clasped across his chest, quietly looking at the moonlight after the snow. An indescribable tranquility enveloped his heart, because the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, and there was a bright moon hanging in the night sky. The night seemed very bright. Standing here, Han Chung could see the wall farthest from him and the people standing behind the wall like sculptures, who were responsible for standing guard. In the night, they appeared dark and hazy, like a black curtain separating the distant sky. The sudden attack by the Tongue Snake tribe the day before yesterday sounded the alarm for everyone in the Qingke tribe. Although they repelled the tribe, no one could be sure that the tribe would not make a comeback. For the sake of the tribe and everyone's safety, after temporarily dealing with the problems left over from the war that day, the 3 giants of the Qingke tribe held an emergency meeting regarding this matter. The result of the meeting was to change the guard system from daytime to full day, and someone would also have to guard behind the wall at night. Such a quiet and beautiful night will not only affect humans, but also wolves. Fu Jiang, who was following Han Chung, had no idea what he had sensed from the night. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky and expressed his feelings with a desolate and distant voice. However, its expression of emotion was not smooth, as it was forcibly interrupted when it had just called out less than halfway. A small hand patted its head, and all the subsequent cries were suppressed back into its stomach. The only one who dares to treat Lord Fujiang so arrogantly is this charlatan Han Chung. He turned his head and looked at Fujiang, who looked aggrieved. He wondered what sin he had committed to deserve such a master. After all, you are a ferocious wolf. Can't you save some face for yourself? Wolves also need to save face, okay? Woof, woof, woof. Under the full moon, in the quiet night, Han Chung looked at Fujiang and spoke a foreign language that he extremely didn't want to speak. Han Sheng was also very tired. He had come to the primitive society for no reason. It would have been fine if he had taught the people in the tribe to speak Mandarin, but now he had to teach a wolf to bark like a dog. It's so unfair. How could there be a time traveler as miserable as myself? Fu Jiang is very regretful now. Why did he howl for no reason? After hearing this syllable from his master's mouth, Fu Jiang's hair stood up. It quietly rolled its eyes to glance at its owner, then turned around and ran away. Han Sheng, who could even speak the language of dogs, would never let it succeed. He reached out and grabbed its ears. Then he glared at Fu Jiang. Fu Jiang became depressed and dejected. Woof, woof, woof. Han Sheng looked at it and spoke again. Unable to run away, with no way to retreat and no other options left, Fu Jiang reluctantly opened his wolf kiss. Woo, woo, woo. Asking a wolf to learn to bark like a dog is really too difficult for the wolf. Even though Fu Jiang's hair stood up, the only sound he made was a slightly similar humming sound. Han Sheng was already very happy about this. Teaching Fu Jiang to learn foreign languages was something he did on a whim. After persisting for a period of time, Fu Jiang was able to make such a whimpering sound, which far exceeded Han Sheng's expectations. Woof, woof, woof. Woo, woo, woo. Woof, woof, woof. Woo, woo, woo. In the courtyard of the Qingke tribe, such a magical scene appeared. A man and a wolf were having a conversation in the dog language that neither of them knew what it meant. Moreover, the more the people talked, the more excited they became, but the more the wolves talked, the more uncomfortable they felt. The woo sounds they made with difficulty sounded more and more like the whimpering of a bullied young wife. It's so cruel, so cruel. How can you make things so difficult for wolves? After a conversation, Han Sheng let go of Fu Jiang's ears. Fu Jiang, as if pardoned, turned around and ran back into the cave. At this moment, he just wanted to get away from his terrifying master as soon as possible. The farther the better. Han Sheng rubbed his mouth. Damn it, don't let it go to the end. Fu Jiang didn't teach well, and I can't change it. Heavy snow covered the mountains and forests, and not only primitive people lacked food, but animals did too. Carnivores are better off because what they need is meat, and they will not be covered by the heavy snow. But herbivores are in a difficult situation. Salt Mountain. The arrogant old deer used his long hooves to dig up a thick patch of snow, revealing some dead grass covered with snow residue. It stretched its head forward, wrapped its tongue around the dry grass, bit it with its teeth, and pulled it up and down with force, and the old yellow grass with ice fell into its mouth. The grass tasted bad. It was icy, hard, and very difficult to chew, so after it went around in the deer's mouth, it was rinsed out. The old deer snorted in disgust, then raised his head and looked towards the south. It was as quiet over there as before, and there was nothing there. After looking like this for a while, the disappointed old deer had to lower his head and eat the hard grass that he disliked. In the past, Mr. Deer was not like this. He would happily eat the grass dug out from the snow. But this is not the case this year. Since the beginning of winter, those two-legged animals with short legs have often fed it delicious dried grass. This has been going on for more than a month, and before it knew it, Uncle Deer's mouth has been spoiled. It was used to eating dried grass with the smell of sunshine, but now it found it hard to swallow the grass dug out from the snow. Although these little brothers of it are not as serious as it is, they are also not as delicious as before. Uncle Deer was eating the grass on the ground bit by bit, seeming a little absent-minded. Suddenly, its long ears turned half a circle, facing south, and its head raised up. On the snow in the south, a group of two-legged beasts appeared, led by the little two-legged beast that was often bullied by it and had to give it food. In the little two-legged animal's arms was the dried grass that it had been dreaming about. It hasn't been eaten for 2 days. The arrogant old deer also became arrogant. It snorted happily, then ran quickly towards the little biped with its long, thin legs. Chapter 90. The Abducted Deer. Han Sheng looked at Uncle Deer running towards him with a sly smile on his face. He had spent so much effort, and now, with the help of the heavy snow, he would finally start to reap the rewards. Uncle Deer came up to Han Sheng, gave a reproachful look at the disobedient little two-legged beast, then rubbed his face against one of the two-legged beast's empty hooves, and unceremoniously put his mouth to the grass in his other hoof and started eating. As the delicious green grass entered his mouth, the happy old deer wagged his tail happily, not feeling the slightest bit ashamed for selling his face in exchange for green grass. The rest of the deer followed their leader and imitated him, rubbing their faces on the empty front hooves of the two-legged animals perfunctorily, and then began to eat eagerly. Well, they have been living the life of eating by scanning their faces. Uncle Deer was a little dissatisfied because the little two-legged beast brought a lot of grass today, but didn't want him to eat much. He had only taken 2 bites when he started to retreat. "I'll let you touch my face, but now you don't want to give me grass? Where in the world can such a good thing be found for such a cheap price? Do you really think that my face is so easy to touch?" The arrogant old deer followed closely, not wanting to let go of the little two-legged beast that touched his face but didn't want to give him grass to eat. The rest of the people had received Han Cheng's instructions before they came, and now they followed Han Cheng's example, holding the grass and retreating backwards, step by step luring the group of deer away from the salt mountain and towards their tribe. After feeding them for several months, the people of the Chinke tribe had already become familiar with this group of deer, and they had no guard against Han Cheng and his group. In addition, the mountains have been closed due to heavy snow for a long time, and edible grass and leaves are not easy to find, so the deer cannot eat enough. Now, with the temptation of the extremely delicious grass, they naturally followed Han Cheng and the others. When Han Cheng first saw this group of deer, he had his eyes on them. After several months of preparation, he finally took action. How could the hay and salt water that I brought be so delicious? A certain person who traveled through time and became the son of God of a primitive small tribe also had these thoughts full of pride. These deer must be brought back. Now the Chinke tribe has a wall, and the area inside the wall is large enough to keep these deer in captivity. Han Cheng always felt uneasy if he didn't bring these deer back to the tribe. What if that short-sighted tribe encountered these deer and killed 1 or 2? Han Cheng, who already regarded these deer as the private property of his tribe, would go crazy. Given the fearlessness of humans that these deer have been trained to have, if they were encountered by other tribes, they would certainly suffer damage. Walking and stopping along the way, Uncle Deer was so absorbed in not being touched for nothing and making up for his investment that when he looked up, he found that the scene before him had become something he had never seen before. It stopped walking, and its little tail, which had been wagging happily, also stopped wagging. Uncle Deer looked at the mountain wall in front of him that he had never seen before, and the little two-legged animal standing on the broken hole in the mountain wall and shaking dried grass gently in front of his eyes. He always felt that something was wrong. Seeing that the deer had reached the doorstep but began to stop and some wanted to run away, Han Cheng was not worried. In order to lure all the deer to come here at once, he had prepared sufficient means. Now he was going to use his trump card. Han Cheng took off the animal skin bag hanging around his waist, opened the bag, and reached his hand inside. When he came out, he had a handful of green stuff in his hand. That's right, this is rapeseed. Rapeseed is easy to grow, at least it germinates easily. In the autumn, just a few days after Han Cheng sowed the seeds, which had been sleeping in the fertile and moist soil, came out one after another. In a very short time, the soil became lush and green. In order to be sure, Han Cheng spent a lot of money today. Before setting off, he went to the edge of the rapeseed field, dug up the snow covering it, picked a lot of snow from the dense areas, and put them in his pocket for preparation. Han Cheng waved the green rapeseed in front of Uncle Deer's eyes and put it close to his nose for him to smell. The hesitant Uncle Deer's eyes immediately lit up. It opened its mouth and stretched out its pink tongue, ready to roll into his mouth, but Han Cheng naturally wouldn't let it succeed. He was prepared and dodged, avoiding Uncle Deer's tongue, then quickly took a few steps back. The appearance of rapeseed made Uncle Deer forget everything else. Seeing that the rapeseed at its mouth was about to fly away, it immediately took a step forward and followed it, completely unaware of what this step meant to it. Now that the leader has gone in, the younger brothers following behind are naturally fearless, as they always follow its actions. The witch came out of the cave. He had known long before that the Son of God and his companions had discovered a group of deer in the Salt Mountain. The Son of God intended to raise these deer in captivity and make them the exclusive property of their Chinke tribe. When Wu learned that Han Cheng was going to attack the herd of deer today, he actually wanted to go with him. However, there was too much snow on the road, and he was old. It was really inconvenient for him to go out in such weather, so Han Cheng persuaded him to stop. After Han Cheng and his companions left, the witch began to pray to their gods in front of the totem pole, hoping that the gods would bless their Son of God and his companions so that their journey would be smooth. The witch, who had already seen the benefits of raising livestock through rabbits, was very concerned that this group of deer could successfully arrive in their tribe. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, what the Son of God and his companions were going to catch was a very large deer, not a small creature like a rabbit. When Chun, whom he had specifically instructed before praying, ran in cheering and said that the Son of God had returned with many deer, the witch, who never allowed anyone to disturb him when he was praying, immediately ended his one-sided conversation with the god. The elderly man followed Chun and trotted out of the cave. Looking at the group of deer that appeared in the yard, Wu was as happy as a child of a few years old, grinning with his mouth missing half of his teeth and laughing. After laughing a few times, he suddenly remembered that this might disturb the group of deer. So he immediately closed his mouth tightly and did not allow others to move, so as not to scare away the deer that belonged to their tribe. When he saw Haiwa guarding the gate from afar, closing and locking the gate with his hands and feet, Wu finally grinned silently with his toothless mouth again. While laughing, he walked towards the deer that were being led by Han Cheng into the deer pen that had been built some time ago, and most of them had entered with a kind expression. Chapter 91. Construction of a Deer Fence. The deer pen is habitable now, next to the rabbit pen. It is a railing-type building. Building such a structure was not difficult for the Chinke tribe, which had already built a wall. This is how it was created. First, draw the shape of the deer circle at the selected location, which is actually the four sides. The deer enclosure is rectangular, 50 meters long and 30 meters wide, with a total area of 1,500 square meters. In later times, this would definitely be a very luxurious act. However, considering that there were a total of 22 deer of all sizes, and that the deer were large in size and arrogant, Han Cheng deliberately built a large deer pen. Of course, another consideration is the reproduction of these deer. Once the deer herd expands in the future, a pen that is too small will naturally not be able to adapt. It would be more convenient to do it in one step. This makes things convenient and saves trouble for people, and the deer feel comfortable living there. After planting the shape on the ground, the next step is to dig holes and plant pillars. The weather is cold in winter and the ground is hard, so it is naturally difficult to dig at this time. But don't worry, this problem is easy to solve. At Han Cheng's instruction, the tribesmen cleared the snow before digging, and then lit a fire on the ground where they were going to dig the pit. The temperature of the flame would make the hard ground soft. After the soil was softened, everyone started digging with the newly made bone shovels while it was still hot. The bone shovel is much more convenient to use than the flat-headed wooden stick. This is not only because it is sharper, but also because it is wider, more soil can be dug at one time. Another reason is that when digging, the eldest brother and others can step on the side of the bone shovel and move into the soil. In the past, when people used polished flat wooden sticks to dig the soil and stick the sticks into the ground, they could only rely on the strength of their two arms. Furthermore, due to the stress, a lot of strength will be lost in this process, and not all of it is used to enter the soil. Now, it is different to push down directly on one side of the bone shovel with the foot. Firstly, the power of the thigh is much greater than that of the arm, and the saying the arm cannot twist the thigh is not in vain. Secondly, when using the feet to push the bone shovel into the soil, the weight of the body is also used. Just this one point alone makes the level much higher than simply holding the wooden stick in the hand and sticking it into the soil. Another thing is the directness of the force. When you press down with your feet, much less force is consumed than with your hands. When all these advantages are combined together, the most direct result is the excavation speed, which is increased by more than 3 times compared to before. In the past, things that could not be pressed down even with the hands could now be done by just stretching out a foot and stepping on one side of the bone shovel. Without using too much force, the bone shovel would easily enter the soil. Then, holding the handle of the bone shovel with both hands and tilting it back, a large piece of soil would be dug up. The new tool is so easy to use that it makes the eldest brother and others very happy, because it means they will be able to improve their efficiency in doing things. And another reason is that it saves effort. Even if I have to do a lot more things in a day than before, I won't feel as tired as before. Using this method, in just 4 days, the people of the Chinke tribe dug out more than 170 to 180 holes along the 4 lines drawn by Han Cheng. Among them, the pits in the 4 corners and in the middle of the 4 sides were the largest and deepest. This is done to improve the stability of the deer pen. In one of the 8 deep pits, a pillar with a diameter of more than 15 centimeters was planted. It is not easy to break such a thick tree trunk using only the stone axes in the tribe, but it is much easier to burn it over fire, although this will cause some damage and it will be unsightly. But these things are obviously not something that the Chinke tribe needs to consider, as they have a lot of wood. These pillars had already been cut off when the fire was set on the land. 8 pillars over 2 meters high were carried by the tribesmen and erected in the dug pits. Then the soil excavated previously was backfilled. Each layer was compacted with the sticks used to pound the walls. In order to make it more solid, at Han Cheng's suggestion, some stones were buried at the base of the pillars. After the 8 large pillars at the 4 corners and the middle were erected, the people who had been divided into 4 groups divided the work again and started planting small pillars as thick as wrists into the remaining pits in groups of 2. This is easier to do. It took less than half a day, and they were all planted. Then we need to weave branches onto these pillars that are placed every 1 meter. In Han Cheng's hometown, this technique is called bao or bia. The specific method is to use relatively thin and flexible branches to pass through these vertical pillars, one left and one right, and then pass another branch in the opposite direction. After doing this, the entire deer pen will be connected into a whole and will be very strong. The height of the woven twigs is about 1.2 meters, and there is a gap of about 40 centimeters above it. After the gap, there is about 30 centimeters of height left on top, which is woven again with thinner branches. This can not only ensure lighting, but also save a lot of materials and effort, and will not affect the firmness of the deer pen. In the deer pen, Han Cheng also had people dig ditches for drainage. The ground inside the deer pen was also covered with a thick layer of wood, ash mixed with hay, and chopped leaves. It can be said that he was very thoughtful. Because of the disturbance by the Tangsha tribe a few days ago, the deer pen was not completely built, for example. There was a missing roof, and Han Cheng had envisioned that the 2 sides of the 1.2-meter-high fence near the bottom should be covered with mud. These will be made up one by one in the days to come. The old deer held a crisp and refreshing rapeseed in its mouth and swallowed it in just a few bites without moving its mouth. Then, without Han Cheng doing anything, it consciously buried half of its head in the animal skin bag in Han Cheng's hand, filled its mouth with its tongue, and then was willing to pull its head out and slowly chew this rare delicacy. The rest of the deer followed their leader into this completely new place. However, these deer have seen big scenes before and are not at all nervous about this. Especially under Han Cheng's instruction, Haiwa and others brought a lot of dry grass and placed it on the rafts prepared in advance on the ground. After treating them warmly, the deer became more natural. Their mouths moved rapidly and they wagged their tails from time to time, looking as if they were having a great time. The witch looked at the group of deer, grinning so hard that only his teeth were visible and his eyes were not. Especially a young deer that was born not too long ago. It poked its head out and ate a few rape seeds from his hand. It also licked his hand a few times with its pink tongue. Wu was extremely happy. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the deer's head. Looking at this group of deer grazing quietly, he felt so happy in his heart that he could not describe it, and his respect for Han Cheng was beyond words. The Son of God is a true God. He brought back such a large herd of deer to the tribe without any violent means. You know, deer are good at running, and it is extremely difficult even for the adults in the tribe to hunt them. The Son of God, who is still a child, could actually bring back so many deer, and they were all alive. If they were domesticated, the deer in their tribe would be as numerous as rabbits. This is truly a miracle. Chapter 92. The deer who was happy and didn't want to leave. After eating the thick food for a while, Uncle Deer felt a little thirsty. Before he could signal, the little 2-legged beast was very tactful and had someone bring a small jar over. The tank is filled with steaming warm water with salt sprinkled in it. Uncle Deer lowered his head and drank it all in one gulp like a whale sucking water. After drinking, he raised his head, licked the salt water on the corner of his mouth, looked with satisfaction at the little 2-legged beast standing next to him and tickling him, and snorted comfortably. It has never felt so comfortable since the beginning of winter. Today, it not only ate a lot of delicious hay, but also a lot of rapeseed. The warm water with salt made it feel comfortable all over. In the past, this little 2-legged beast had never let me eat well. But today, I finally let myself eat to my heart's content. It is easy to feel sleepy after eating and drinking too much. This is not only true for humans, but also for deer. What's more, there's a very discerning little follower tickling you. After enjoying this top-notch massage for a while with his eyes closed, Uncle Deer walked to the side unsteadily with his long legs, found a place with thick hay, lay down, and soon fell into a doze. The rest of the deer had almost finished eating, and seeing that their leader had no intention of leaving and the ground was so dry and soft, they all lay down one after another. Some of them were taking a nap like their boss, while those who were in good spirits were lying on the ground, looking around, sizing up this strange but very comfortable place to live. Some of them lowered their heads and playfully bit the hay spread on the ground in front of them with their mouths. Most of them began to ruminate. The delicious food that you hurriedly ate before is brought out from the stomach through the movement of the esophageal muscles. Put into your mouth, chew slowly, and savor it carefully. Only after chewing it into pieces will I swallow it again, and then get a lump of it up from my stomach and savor it slowly. It is so delicious. If this happens more often, some white foam will appear at the corners of the mouth. Therefore, in Han Cheng's hometown, people in later generations called rumination foaming. The deer began to rest, and the little deer took small and somewhat unstable steps in the wide deer pen, swaying back and forth, and kicking its hooves from time to time to express its joy. When it gets hungry after playing, it walks to its mother, lies down with its butt facing the direction of its mother's head, stretches its neck, uses its mouth to push out the red nipple that was pressed down, and then holds it in its mouth and starts to eat it deliciously. The young Shirtu stood aside and watched attentively. Seeing that the deer was eating with great relish, there was actually some envy in his eyes. Seeing that the deer were full and starting to rest, Han Cheng signaled the people in the tribe to quietly leave the deer pen, and then closed the rattan door of the deer pen. This door was made by Bo, and it is extremely strong both in weaving and installation. Up to now, this group of deer can be said to truly belong to the Greenbird tribe. The witch was reluctant to go back to the cave. After leaving the deer pen, he lay down at the edge of the pen and looked at the group of deer through the gap. He could not see enough. Not only Wu, but everyone else was reluctant to leave as well. So outside the deer pen, there was a row of people lying down with their buttocks sticking up. After a short nap, Uncle Deer opened his eyes, took a look at these bipeds who had never seen the world, then raised his head proudly, then took out a ball of delicious food he had just eaten from his stomach and chewed it leisurely. After staying here for a while, Han Cheng's feet were numb from the cold, but Wu still refused to go back. Han Cheng had to persuade him to go back after much persuasion. After roasting the fire in the cave for a while and drinking a bowl of hot tea, the witch couldn't help but go out of the cave again to see the group of deer. Han Cheng looked at the witch who walked out, smiled helplessly, then drank the half bowl of hot water in his own bowl, and after warming himself by the fire for a while, he followed her out. At this time, we really need to guard the deer pen more closely. After all, these deer are wild, and they will definitely not be used to being suddenly kept in captivity. Han Cheng stood on a stone and looked into the deer pen for a while. Seeing that the deer seemed a little uneasy compared to before, he called a few people and walked out of the gate with him into the rapeseed field. Fu Jiang ran in the front, leaving plum blossoms on the snow. The brother and sister Xing and Chun who followed behind were each holding a straw basket in their hands, which was left behind by the tongue snake tribe a few days ago. The cold seemed to have frozen all life. The rapeseed covered by heavy snow also basically stopped growing. It was still about the same size as before the snow fell. The snow on the surface was a bit hard, and the green rapeseed inside was exposed. The rapeseed was also frozen hard. Han Cheng picked the rapeseed according to his memories of his previous life, basically leaving a 3-centimeter gap between each plant. And when pulling them out, try to keep the big ones and remove the small ones. After he demonstrated, Xing, Chun, and others also started to pull out their hair like Han Cheng did. After pulling out less than 2 baskets, he stopped and covered the rapeseed with the snow he had previously cleared. This layer of snow is very cold for humans, but it is indeed a very comfortable quilt for rapeseed. With this layer of snow covering them, they can better survive the severe winter. But those in the basket are very unfortunate. They lost their lives in their sleep. Looking at the less than half basket of rapeseed, Han Cheng felt distressed. Damn it, he and others were reluctant to eat it, and now it's all gone to these deer. After eating and resting enough, the old deer seemed a little anxious. He wanted to walk somewhere else, but was blocked by a circle of unknown things and couldn't get out at all. It stuck its head out from the gap, but because of the horns on its head, almost couldn't pull it back, which made it want to leave this place even more. Han Chung was standing outside and saw Uncle Lu's anxiety, so he asked someone to open the gate and let in with Taitu, Haiwa, and other people who often went to Yanshan with him. After they came in, the door was closed. When he saw this little two-legged beast, Uncle Deer's anxious heart immediately calmed down a lot. After seeing the green rapeseed in the little two-legged beast's hand, Uncle Deer immediately forgot about wanting to leave here. It came over and started eating happily. For Uncle Lu, there is nothing that cannot be solved by a meal of rapeseed. If there is, he will have another meal. After eating some rapeseed and receiving a massage from the little two-legged beast, Uncle Deer felt extremely happy again. Fu Jiang was very unwilling to see Han Chung only caring about serving this grass-eating guy. He was jealous and lowered his head to bite Han Cheng's animal leather socks, then stuck his butt out and tried his best to pull Han Chung out. Han Chung was so confused that he had to reach out his other hand to rub Fu Jiang's head and then tickle it. Lord Fu Jiang gradually calmed down, and later he even lay on the ground with his limbs facing the sky and his belly exposed, allowing Han Chung to tickle him to his heart's content. Chapter 93: Weaving wooden walls, laying beams, tying rafters, and weaving fences. The Green Bird tribe was filled with joy because of the arrival of this group of deer, but at the same time, there were some worries in their hearts. Ordinary people in the tribe do not have this kind of worry, but it only exists among the three giants of the Qingke tribe, Han Chung, Wu, and the eldest brother. Their concerns come from the pig tribe. Now, 10 days have passed since the pig tribe's visit. There is no way that he remembered it wrong, because the witch, who was very concerned about this matter, had already drawn 10 lines on a pottery board. The food that the eldest brother gave them was only enough for them to eat for 5 or 6 days at most. According to calculations, they should have arrived 3 days ago at the latest. In fact, up to now, Han Chung and his friends have not seen any trace of the pig tribe. This made the people who were planning to incorporate the pig tribe into the Green Bird tribe very anxious. Could it be that the people of the pig tribe caught prey? Or did they find food in other tribes? There were so many things that could happen, and Han Chung and the others could only wait anxiously. As for going to the pig tribe to take a look, forget it. It is very dangerous to spend the night in the wild, especially in the winter. If there is no other way, not many tribes are willing to spend the night in the wild. While waiting for the pig tribe, the people of the Green Bird tribe were not idle either. They had their own things to do, which was to continue building the deer pen under the leadership of the son of God Han Chung. Han Cheng's original idea was to build a roof over the entire deer pen, but after thinking about it carefully, he abandoned this idea. Firstly, the lighting is not good, and secondly, the amount of work required is too large and too troublesome. After much deliberation, Han Chung decided to adopt a compromise solution, which is to cover 1/5 of the deer pen with a roof and leave the rest open to the air. In this way, when the weather is good, the deer can stroll and bask in the sun on the open-air side. When the weather is bad, they can return to the covered side to avoid rain and snow. Even on rainy days, they can have a dry place to rest. This is not a difficult thing. The first thing to do is to draw a north-south straight line 10 meters away from the east end of the deer pen. A wall will be built here to divide the deer pen into 2 parts. After the line was drawn, the method used to build the deer pen was used to dig a pit every 1 meter on this line, and then plant pillars in the pit. This time the pillars were thicker, about the thickness of a bowl. Moreover, this row of pillars is more than 1 meter higher than the edge. This is done to create a slope to facilitate drainage of the roof that will be built later. After the pillars were erected, they began to weave with branches, but this time the weaving was higher than before, weaving from the ground all the way to the top. Because the goal is to build a wall that can shelter from wind and rain, such weaving is very necessary. However, the woven branches this time were not as dense as before. This was because later, Han Chung would have people paste mud on both sides of the woven fence, so there was no need to weave it as densely. Of course, not all pillars need to be woven with branches. If they were, there would be no way to enter or exit. At the southern end, Han Chung deliberately left 3 gaps for the deer to enter and exit the 2 places. The part about 1.6 meters above the ground is where we start to weave with branches. At the top of this row of pillars, there is a horizontal pillar, which can be called a beam. Doing this can make the columns more solid and also prepare for the placement of rafters later. Because there are no eye-shaped nails, it is a bit troublesome to fix the wooden beams. They can only be tied with tough rattan and tied as tightly as possible. This is already a high-altitude operation for the Qingke tribe. However, As early as when the wall was being built, under Han Cheng's guidance, they had built many wooden frames for standing on. Of course, Han Cheng was reluctant to destroy these frames, so aren't they being used now? The distance between the west wall and the originally built wall on the east side is 10 meters. The span is too large, and it will be very difficult to put up the rafters in the future. One reason is that it is difficult to find branches of suitable thickness and length of 10 meters for rafters, and another reason is that the gaps are too large and not strong, so when the time comes to build the roof, it is easy to fall off. In other words, the roof is easy to collapse. So Han Qinggong planted 2 more rows of pillars inside and placed a horizontal beam on each of them. In this way, the original distance of 10 meters was turned into 3 distances of more than 3 meters by these 2 horizontal beams. Of course, the pillars supporting these 2 beams do not need to be spaced so closely together as before. It would be sufficient to erect one every 3 meters and connect them in a row from north to south. A beam was also built across the easternmost wall at the edge of the deer enclosure. After these 4 beams are erected, it is time to start tying the rafters between the 4 beams. Standard rafters are made by breaking wood into planks. This way, it is lighter, saves wood, and because the specifications are the same, it is more beautiful. The Qingke tribe at this time obviously did not have such ability, but fortunately there was enough wood. Under Han Cheng's arrangement, the people in the tribe got a lot of tree sticks as thick as baby arms and then tied one every 30 centimeters on the beam, connecting from top to bottom. Considering that the earth wall would be wet when it rained obliquely, Han Cheng deliberately left both ends of the rafters 30 centimeters outward when tying the rafters. In this way, when the time comes, after the roof is built, it can prevent water from the eaves from hitting the wall and also block some slanting rain. After the rafters are tied up, what needs to be made is something called a fence. This is what Han Cheng's hometown was called in later generations, and he doesn't even know its official name. The specific method is to first place a log with a diameter of 5 centimeters and a length of more than 4 meters in the air, and then tie a stick with a little finger thickness and a length of more than 2 meters on the log. Tie 3 ropes on the tree stick at both ends and in the middle. There are also some requirements for the ropes. 2 ropes need to be tied at one time. It takes quite a bit of rope to weave the fence, so wrap the extra rope around stones of the right size, leaving about half a meter for later use, and wrap the rest around and tie it to the stone to prevent it from coming loose. After the remaining half meter of rope is used up, untie it and loosen the remaining half meter of rope to continue using. Stones with ropes were hung on both sides of the overhead logs, one on the left and one on the right. Then place a tree branch as thin as a little finger or thinner than a little finger on the first tree stick, and swap the positions of the 6 ropes with stones on them one by one. That is, swap the one on the left to the right, and the one on the right to the left side of the beam. In this way, this tree branch is tied. Then put another one on top, and repeat this action. When enough tree branches are added, the fence is ready. Chapter 94, Spindle. The tasks of collecting tree branches are done by miners in the tribe. Because the tree branches are thin and brittle in winter, they are fully capable of doing this. Of course, while doing all this, the people of the Qingke tribe did not relax their defenses. There were always people standing guard behind the 3 walls, and they would give the first warning if there was any enemy situation. As for things like weaving fences, Han Cheng arranged for the tribe's most skilled craftsman, Lame, to take the lead. The other 2 people who were not in good health and usually did handicrafts followed Lame and learned while doing it. By the time the rafters were fixed, Bo and his team had already woven 6 large bundles of fences. In fact, in later generations, because thin wooden strips were not easy to find, most of the fences were made of hemp stalks, sorghum stalks, or reed stalks as raw materials. Han Cheng is now in a primitive society, and the thing he lacks the least is tree twigs, so naturally he has to use tree twigs, which are stronger and more durable material. Of course, even if he wanted to use hemp, sorghum stalks, and other things, he couldn't find them now. Weaving the fences required a huge amount of ropes. Even with the 2 female prisoners with injured legs, the ropes they made were not enough for the Bo brothers to use. As a result, after working hard for most of the day, the eldest brother and his brothers still needed to make ropes at night. Han Cheng was at a loss as to what to do about the tribe's current situation of being constrained by a small rope, until he remembered his mother's habit of combining ropes to make cloth shoes and pot lids when he was a child. Only then was the problem solved. This requires the use of a small tool, which is called a thread gyroscope, in Han Cheng's hometown, and its scientific name is a spindle. A string top is very easy to make. The string top in Han Sheng's memory is a cone-like thing with a bottom diameter of about 3 centimeters and a height of 3 centimeters. It is also similar in shape to a steamed cornbread. In the middle of this cone, there's a hole that goes through from top to bottom, which is used to pass a wooden stick. When using a string spinning top to twist the rope, first tie one end of the string to a wooden stick. Then hold the string in one hand and the string spinning top in the other hand. Rub the handle of the string spinning top quickly against your leg, and then let it hang in the air. The gyroscope suspended by a string will spin rapidly due to inertia. In this way, the line tied on it will be carried along and rotated, and the strength will be very fast. The well-tightened sutures are wound around the wooden handle of the spinning top and lightly tied to ensure that the well-tightened sutures will not loosen, and then the previous action is repeated. After thinking of this incident, Han Sheng immediately asked Haiwa, who liked making pottery, to dig some clay outside, mix the mud with hot water, and then start making a spinning top. Compared with the bowls, basins, pots, and other things made in the past, the manufacture of string tops is really too simple. Shape the clay into a cone, then use a half-centimeter diameter stick to poke a hole straight up and down from the tip of the cone. Then the thing is done. Then put it next to the fire that has been burning in the cave for years to dry. Then throw it into the fire and burn it for 4 or 5 hours. Then take it out and it's done, without even opening the kiln. Haiwo was also quite distressed about twisting ropes at night, because it greatly affected his happy time with Zhuang at night. After hearing that the Son of God was going to make a tool to improve the efficiency of rope twisting, and that this tool was made of pottery, Haiwa, who had become the best pottery maker in the Qingke tribe, immediately became excited. He was ready to do something big and wanted to show his hard-trained pottery-making skills to everyone in the tribe, especially the Son of God. However, the tool that the Son of God mentioned turned out to be something so crude that it was outrageous. This made him quite depressed. What kind of skills were needed to make this thing? Couldn't some dolls in the tribe be made well? Haiwa was born in a primitive era and has never seen Charlotte's Troubles. If he had seen it, he would definitely understand the feelings of the taxi driver in the movie. It is crude indeed, but after this thing is put on a tree stick, it is surprisingly useful for making ropes. After learning how to use this thing, people who often twist ropes immediately fell in love with this useful tool. Even Haiwa, who had been very depressed before, started to like it. Because with the use of the new tools invented by the Son of God, the efficiency of rope twisting has been greatly improved. He no longer needs to twist ropes at night, which gives him enough time to spend with Zhuang Wensun. After having this, it would be strange if he didn't like this spinning top. Of course, the warp twisted from a spinning top is not a rope. If you want to turn it into a rope, another process is needed, which is to untie the warp wrapped around the wooden handle of the spinning top one by one, and then align the two ends and merge them, straighten them, and then release the handle. The force on the warp will make them entangled with each other and become a rope. Generally speaking, the greater the force on the warp, the firmer and stronger the rope will be. However, when weaving the fence, you can directly use the warp, which saves a procedure and can also save half of the rope straw. The 3 female captives who had always been curious about Han Sheng, after witnessing this incident with their own eyes, finally understood why this Son of God, who was obviously just a young child, could have such a high status in the tribe. Such people would also be respected if they were in their original tribes. This Son of God was the smartest person they had ever seen. Even the wise men in their original tribe, the witches, were far inferior to this Son of God. After the grills are made, the next step is to spread them out on the roof with a frame and then fix them. The specific requirement is to cover the entire roof with 1 layer. After finishing all these, the next thing to do is to mix the mud. After the mud is mixed, spread a layer evenly on the fence. After this procedure, cover it with a layer of tall and sturdy grass. The roof is now ready. Of course, the best grass is the one with shiny stalks and a relatively slender body. The straw is shiny and can withstand wind, sun, and rain. It is easier to lay roof tiles because it is slim and slender, and because the grass is fine and dense, it has good rainproof properties. As for why a layer of mud is laid on the fence first and then grass, this is easy to explain. First of all, this layer of mud can connect the entire grill on the roof into a hole, increase the thickness of the roof, make it solid, and prevent the roof from being blown away by a gust of wind. Secondly, there is such a layer of soil on the roof. Even if it is covered with grass, if there's a leak somewhere, it can slow down the speed at which rainwater enters the house. Once again, such a layer of mud can reduce the possibility of the grill being infested by insects and extend the life of the roof. Also, it acts as a glue between the fence and the grass at the back. After thousands of years, or even longer, many ancient things have a reason for their existence in every step, just like the roof of this thatched house. Han Sheng is now very grateful for his birth. If he had been born in a forest of steel and concrete in his previous life, not to mention other things, just building a house would have required many detours, and it would have been impossible to accomplish it in one step like he is doing now. Chapter 95. The battle between the wolf and the deer and the finally arrived pig tribe. The Chinke tribe's work of adding a roof to the deer pen came to a temporary end after they laid the fence and secured it. Because winter is not over yet, the next step of digging soil and laying mud on the fence cannot be carried out. This is not only reflected in the difficulty of digging soil and getting water, but also the most important reason is that the weather is cold and the mixed mud will freeze. After the mud is frozen, its density and firmness will be greatly damaged. By now, Uncle Lou has basically become accustomed to this kind of life where food is provided for him. It now lives a very carefree life. Every day, when it is hungry, it eats the dried grass given to it by these two-legged animals. If you get tired of eating green vegetables, have a few bites of refreshing rapeseed, and then drink some warm salt water that doesn't freeze your teeth. After eating and drinking its fill, it would leisurely and proudly walk in the deer pen with its long legs, taking graceful steps to digest its food. Sometimes when he's in the mood, something will happen between him and the little does under him. Of course, more often than not, it would stand on one side of the deer pen and watch the group of two-legged beasts busy at work. Just like when it was in the Salt Mountain, it watched the group of two-legged beasts busy at work not far away. They don't have to worry about food every day. They can sleep on clean and dry ground. And they don't have to worry about being attacked by natural enemies. Such a comfortable life makes these deer, who have gone from frugality to luxury, no longer want to leave the Salt Mountains. The fight between Fu Jiang and Uncle Lou has never stopped, and the two guys now look down on each other. Uncle Deer felt that Fu Jiang was following the little two-legged beast around all day, running around without any dignity. Fu Jiang also expressed his full disdain for the deer that was trapped in the deer pen, unable to get out, and had to rely on its face to make a living. So whenever two guys get together, they'll practice a few moves against each other. Uncle Deer, considering that the little two-legged beast brought him food and drink every day, did not kill this undignified wolf-legged beast, and always stopped at the right time. Well, after Fu Jiang approached more and more like a dog, a proverb evolved from Uncle Deer's behavior, which goes, when beating a dog, you have to look at its owner first. Fu Jiang also did not say anything harsh to this shameless deer, who was always competing with him for favor and who made a living by selling his looks, but still had to put on an arrogant look. Otherwise, Fu Jiang felt that the tribe would have been able to eat venison long ago. The people from the pig tribe finally arrived 23 days after they last left. When they arrived, the people of the green bird tribe were laying fences on top of the deer shed. The scene when the two tribes met again was like this. At that time, the sun was hanging in the sky without a trace of heat and seemed like it would fall asleep at any moment. Its sallow little face and listless spirit made people strongly suspect that it had done something bad last night. The eldest brother, who was standing on the rack and laying the fence, fixed a piece of fence to the rafter with a rope, then turned his head habitually to look at the other side of the creek. He didn't expect that on the other side of the river, which had remained unchanged every time he looked at it over the past few days, there were actually some black spots. These black spots were people. The eldest brother was very excited because the people from this tribe had finally arrived. Although judging from a number of people, these people are unlikely to pose a threat to the green bird tribe, and it has basically been confirmed that they are the people from the pig tribe who came to borrow food. But for the safety of the tribe, the eldest brother still shouted out the news of the arrival of outsiders and asked everyone in the tribe to take their positions and prepare for defense. There is one thing I forgot to mention. The reason why he was the first to notice the person coming was because he was standing on a shelf, which made him much taller than the person standing behind the south wall. The news that someone was suspected to be from the pig tribe was immediately heard by Han Sheng and Wu. They both came out and waited not far from the door. The leader of the pig tribe looked extremely haggard, covered in snow and wind. He led the 9 remaining people of the tribe and walked forward like a walking corpse. He was greatly shocked by the fact that all the people in the tribe, young and old, were abducted by other tribes and used as food. After returning to the empty tribe from the vast mountains and forests that day, he became depressed. The other people in the tribe were also in a very low mood. They survived by relying on food borrowed from friendly neighboring tribes. They no longer went out to look for food, but instead stood guard at the cave entrance every day, holding stone spears, stones, and other things, waiting for the tribe that had caused great trauma to their tribe to come again, and then risk their lives to fight for them and avenge the deaths in the tribe. It would be great if we could rescue some of the abducted people from them. However, after waiting day after day, they did not see any outsiders except a few birds looking for food in the snow. If the food in the tribe had not run out again, and a woman in the tribe had not died of cold, hunger, and disease, the leader of the pig tribe would have wanted to continue waiting. The food crisis that came again forced him to let go of his obsession and start thinking about the remaining people who were still alive. The severe winter outside shows no sign of passing, and going out hunting in such weather will yield very little. After much thought, there was only one way to go, and that was to go to the friendly neighboring tribe again. The leader of the pig tribe actually didn't want to go down this path because he felt that he owed this friendly tribe too much. The bite of fat pig in the autumn and a life-saving food before made him feel grateful and embarrassed. He had originally made up his mind to repay this friendly tribe double in the future, but as the tribe suffered heavy losses, he felt that he had lost this ability. The journey was not smooth. A man who fell behind in their team was attacked by a ferocious leopard. By the time they reacted and shouted to save him, the man had been dragged up a tree by the leopard with his neck bitten. The leader of the pig tribe came forward with a somewhat dull look and started to communicate with the eldest brother. He was too ashamed to speak again about the food, because of the experience from the last time they came, and more importantly, there was a giant in the green bird tribe who had evil intentions towards the pig tribe. The people of the pig tribe were quickly let in through the gate and into the wall. Just like the last time they met, he first hugged his eldest brother, who was also the leader, and rubbed his forehead against his shoulder. Then go and meet the son of God and the witch of this friendly tribe. Han Chung and Wu still maintained their cold and majestic image. After accepting the greetings from the leader of the pig tribe, they went inside the cave and handed over the matter of receiving the pig tribe to the eldest brother, who was the leader. Han Chung, Wu, and the eldest brother had conspired together more than 10 times on how to take down these tribes step by step, so the eldest brother was not panicked. After Han Chung and Wu left, due to the unintentional action of the eldest brother, the leader of the pig tribe saw a large group of deer in the strange cave that he had never seen before. Chapter 96. The Eldest Brother Who Can Speak. Even though he was immersed in the grief of the large number of tribesmen being abducted, the leader of the pig tribe still widened his eyes when he saw such a large group of deer. The shock in my heart is simply indescribable. He took 2 quick steps and lay down on the gap in the deer pen, looking at the large group of deer with excitement and disbelief. Then he looked at his eldest brother, who followed him. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart at all. The leader of the pig tribe excitedly asked the eldest brother about the situation of the deer. What he wanted to know most was how the tribe could have so many deer. Although he knew it was not a good question to ask, he couldn't help it. The leader of the pig tribe has now forgotten his sorrow because of the overwhelming impact of the deer and the magic of this friendly tribe. You know, it hasn't been too long since he last came here. Moreover, it has been a severe winter during this period, which is not conducive to going out hunting. However, this friendly tribe was able to catch such a large group of deer in such weather and in such a short time. Moreover, these deer are all alive and do not appear to be injured. To him, this is simply a miracle. He has always been troubled by food, so it would be strange if he was not excited after seeing these. He was eager to know this secret. The eldest brother was very happy and satisfied with the reaction of the pig tribe leader. This kind of shot from others' heart was more useful to him than countless words of praise. Even the vicious, invading tribe that was defeated before was 3 points inferior to this. He looked at the group of deer that had brought honor to the Greenbird tribe, then looked at the leader of the pig tribe, and then, with a sacred look on his face, he began to speak and gesture to the leader of the pig tribe. The leader of the pig tribe took seriously what the eldest brother had conveyed. His mouth gradually opened wider, and he was no less surprised than the group of deer. Later, the expression on his face became solemn. He looked at the sky and the entrance of the cave of the friendly tribe with some awe. Just now, the son of God of the friendly tribe entered there. The meaning conveyed by the eldest brother was very simple. That is, their tribe was blessed by the gods. In the past, their tribe lived a very hard life. Later, The gods sent the Son of God down to bring them God's will and help their tribe solve problems such as food. This group of deer was also created by the Son of God. A small part of what the eldest brother said was given to him by Han, Chung, and Wu, but most of it was his own heartfelt feelings. He has never seen the Son of God, but he firmly believes that the Son of God is the real Son of God. In the opinion of the eldest brother, everything the Son of God has brought to the Chinke tribe can only be done by the Son of God. This leader, who had been working hard for the Green Bird tribe, usually didn't like to talk much, and he had never told these words to anyone else. Today, the leader of the pig tribe arrived. Perhaps he saw the miserable situation of the pig tribe, or perhaps he was influenced by something else. The eldest brother blurted out all the words that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Only now did the leader of the pig tribe finally understand why this Son of God, who looked like just a child, had such a high status in the friendly tribe. If such a person appeared in my tribe, I would definitely worship him highly. If the leader of the pig tribe knew that the person he wanted to worship was secretly discussing with the witch deep in the tribe's cave about absorbing their pig tribe, I wonder if he would have the intention to do so. After comparing the wealth and strength of the neighboring friendly tribe, and then thinking about his own tribe, the leader of the pig tribe couldn't help feeling sad. We are all tribes, so why can't my tribe receive the blessing of the gods? Why can't the Son of God descend? Without saying too much, just by having these deer around, my tribe would have suffered less suffering. After giving the leader of the pig tribe 2 huge blows in succession, the eldest brother did not stay outside. He knew that what the people of the pig tribe needed most was a delicious meal. After eating and drinking, the people of the pig tribe gathered comfortably around the fire, feeling the happiness of being full and the warmth of the fire. None of them wanted to leave. They didn't want to go back to the empty tribe, to endure the ubiquitous cold and hunger, and to worry about the unknown and ferocious tribe suddenly attacking one day and killing them all and eating them as food. If there were still many women and children in the tribe who needed them to bring back food, even if they had such an idea, it would not be so strong. But now, they're the only ones left in the tribe. They thought so, but the leader of the pig tribe did not think so. No matter what, there were still 10 people in his tribe, 4 women and 6 men, all adults. As long as they could survive this winter, the tribe would be able to survive with their efforts. With these 4 women, they should be able to create a lot of life. The leader of the pig tribe found it difficult to ask for food again, but for the sake of the tribe, he had to leave many things behind. He mustered up his courage. However, he still didn't open his mouth, because before he could say anything, the eldest brother had already suggested that the people from the pig tribe come to live in the Greenbird tribe. The message conveyed by the eldest brother made the leader of the pig tribe very unhappy, because few tribal leaders were willing to give up their tribe, even though his tribe was already in crisis. Without much consideration, he shook his head and rejected the senior brother's proposal. The eldest brother pointed to the large amount of salted fish in the tribe, as well as some salted meat hanging on the wall, and the fish caught 2 days ago. We have plenty of food, enough to feed you all. He patted the large vat beside him that he had just used to cook salted fish soup and said, "You can have these too. What's ours is yours." Some people from the pig tribe who understood what the eldest brother said had shining eyes and looked at their leader expectantly, hoping that the leader would listen to the advice of this rich and friendly tribal leader and stay. However, the result was disappointing to them. After seeing the abundant food and understanding the words of the eldest brother, the leader of the pig tribe would be lying if he said he was not tempted at all. But between food and the survival of the tribe, he still chose the tribe. He expressed his gratitude to the senior brother for his kindness, but then shook his head to reject the senior brother's proposal. The leader of the pig tribe had already realized that this friendly tribe might not lend food to his tribe again, but he still mustered up the courage, opened his mouth, and talked about borrowing food. Worried that the eldest brother would refuse, he even specifically said that he would compensate him with more food when the time came. Chapter 97, The Power of Hatred. Of course, the eldest brother would refuse. Even if the leader of the pig tribe offered to pay him back tenfold, he would still refuse. Food is not scarce for the Green Bird tribe now, so it is naturally not very attractive. What they need are people, and what they need is for the pig tribe to join them. After many negotiations with the eldest brother, who refused to give in, the leader of the pig tribe had no choice but to leave with the remaining 9 extremely disappointed people of the pig tribe. The disappointment of the pig tribe people did not come from the fact that the friendly tribe refused to lend them food, but from the fact that their leader insisted on rejecting the proposal of the leader of the friendly tribe. They didn't understand why the leader did this. This tribe had plenty of delicious food, and they could enjoy it as long as they stayed there without having to worry about their stomachs. Such a good thing was hard to come by, but the leader insisted on taking them back to their empty cave to starve. The leader of the pig tribe saw what the people in the tribe meant, and that was why he became even more entangled in conflicts. Without food, people will die. The eldest brother grabbed the leader of the pig tribe and continued to convey his goodwill. You will have food to eat if you stay here. Bring your tribe, children, and women here and feed them. Hearing the eldest brother mention the women and children in the tribe, the leader of the pig tribe became even more silent. After a moment of silence, he shook his head again. The eldest brother thought that he had rejected his proposal again, and when he was about to continue persuading him, the leader of the pig tribe spoke. He looked somewhat sad. Gone, all gone. They're all gone. The pig tribe leader's words shocked the eldest brother. All the women and children were gone? Did they all starve to death? Thinking about the amount of food he gave them last time, and considering the fact that they had come after such a long time, the eldest brother felt that this was most likely the case. At this moment, his heartache was no less than that of the leader of the pig tribe. These dead people were all going to become members of their green bird tribe. How many people were lost in one fell swoop? Why don't they have it? The eldest brother was a relatively intelligent person. Even though he knew that those in the pig tribe were most likely starved to death, he could not say it directly at this moment when he was trying to use food to force the leader of the pig tribe to agree to let the pig tribe join their tribe. He was worried that if he said it directly, it would cause resentment among the pig tribe and have a counterproductive effect. After all, a large number of people in their tribe had just starved to death due to food issues, and now they were forcing them with food, which was indeed likely to make people disgusted. The leader of the pig tribe didn't want to say too much, but the one who asked him this question was the leader of the friendly tribe, so he said it anyway. They were robbed by a vicious tribe. When we returned with food, they were gone. They were taken away as food. These words stirred up the worries that had been weighing on the leader of the pig tribe for many days. When he talked about these things, he felt angry, regretful, and heartbroken, and he almost shed tears. The eldest brother was very surprised to hear the words of the pig tribe leader. He did not expect that the pig tribe was also attacked by the vicious tribe. The vicious tribe. Our tribe also encountered it the day before you came. The master told the leader of the pig tribe that the green bird tribe had also encountered a vicious tribe, and told them that this ferocious tribe was the same one they encountered while hunting before, but there were more people with them than the last time they met. The leader of the pig tribe seemed very excited. It's them. It must be them. He pounded his chest hard and spoke angrily. But then he felt a little confused about what the eldest senior brother said, because according to him, with so many people coming, the Chinke tribe should not be able to withstand it. Even if they could repel the many vicious tribes, the Chinke tribe should suffer great damage. But he clearly remembered that when he came the next day, their tribe did not seem to be attacked. His eyes suddenly stopped on this strange cave. He saw many weapons placed behind it and people standing behind the wall. He recalled the scene when he came here and understood how the Chinke tribe did it. Why didn't I think of building another strange cave outside the cave? The leader of the pig tribe was so upset that he wanted to hit himself on the head. These are what they left behind. The eldest brother took the leader of the pig tribe out of the fence and came to the east side of the tribe near the forest. He stopped at a snow mound and used a stick to dig away the snow on the snow mound. What was exposed was the ashes after the burning, and in the ashes were many human bones that had not been burned. This is the place where the corpses left behind by the Tungsha tribe were burned. The leader of the pig tribe looked at these bones in silence. Suddenly he moved, roared, and used the wooden spear in his hand to frantically whip the bones in the ashes. The eldest brother moved aside, firstly because he was worried that the leader of the pig tribe would hurt him, and secondly because he wanted to give the leader of the pig tribe a relatively wide space to vent. The eldest brother stood aside and watched. He could understand the feelings and actions of the pig tribe leader very well. If something like this happened in his own tribe, he would definitely be even crazier than the leader of the pig tribe. After a round of vigorous beating, the leader of the pig tribe was exhausted and panting. He stopped but still felt unsatisfied, so he used another wooden spear to hit the skull of a tongue snake tribe and threw it into the snow on the side. Only then did he stop completely. He panted, his eyes red, and looked at the eldest brother seriously and said, "Our tribe will join you. If you meet that tribe in the future, You must help us defeat them." Faced with such a sudden turn, the eldest brother, who was determined to absorb the pig tribe into his own tribe, naturally had no reason to disagree. "The vicious tribe is also our enemy, the enemy of all of us. If you join us, we will be members of the same tribe. Of course, we must strike hard at our enemies." The eldest brother immediately made a promise to the leader of the pig tribe. Then he hugged the leader of the pig tribe tightly and rested his forehead on his shoulder to show his closeness and welcome. The same is true for the leader of the pig tribe. Under the leadership of the leader of the pig tribe, all the people of the pig tribe severely whipped the bones of the vicious tribe that existed with the ashes and then urinated before following the eldest brother to the wall of the Greenbird tribe. Indeed, everyone peed, and the 4 female primitives did not miss a thing. Chapter 98. The Generous Senior Brother. Han Chang was shocked and heartbroken when he learned that there were only a few people left from the pig tribe, and the rest were abducted by the people from the tongue snake tribe and used as food. Cannibalism was indeed too cruel for a time traveler from the future. Although he had read in history that many times when the economy was bad, people would eat their own children. In ancient times, when armies were on the march and fighting and food was extremely scarce, many people would eat human beings. For example, Huang Chao used a large millstone to grind people into pieces and feed them to his soldiers to eat. Whenever Zhao Sivan rewarded his soldiers, he would assign some people to be slaughtered and eaten as cattle and sheep. He even made a bold statement that as long as there were people in this world, his army would never lack food. Although he felt these things were cruel when he read them, they were after all recorded in books and were not as shocking as the ones he felt now. He felt a little scared. If his tribe had not stopped the evil tribe before, wouldn't the people in his tribe also become food? With my delicate skin, tender flesh, small arms and legs, I will definitely not escape the fate of being eaten. If there was sesame oil in this era, my meat would definitely be fried in sesame oil. Of course, he was heartbroken. Han Bin had originally thought that the tribe's population would finally see a big leap, but now it had simply become 10. It would be strange if Han Cheng, who had always wanted to develop the tribe and increase the population, was not depressed by such a result. However, this is not without its advantages. The pig tribe suffered a great trauma, and without the old, young, sick, and disabled to restrain them, the adults in the pig tribe will be able to forget their original tribe more quickly and better integrate into the Greenbird tribe. Unlike the previous 2 meetings, after the leader of the pig tribe agreed to join the Greenbird tribe, the other 2 aloof giants of the Greenbird tribe were no longer aloof. Han Cheng and Wu expressed great welcome to the joining of the pig tribe. The leader of the pig tribe also greeted Han Cheng and Wu again. This time the greeting was different from the previous ones. Instead, he put his hand on his left chest and saluted like the eldest brother. Although this kind of etiquette is not as high standard as the previous ones, its meaning is different because this kind of etiquette is generally only performed on people in the same tribe who are worthy of respect. At Han Cheng's suggestion, the people of the Qingke tribe, who were originally working on building a deer pen, all stopped and came to the cave to meet the new tribesmen. After all, the people of the pig tribe were newcomers and very poor. Although they were happy to join such a friendly and wealthy tribe, they were still overwhelmed by the awkwardness of coming to a strange place and the inferiority caused by poverty. This makes them seem out of place in the Qingke tribe. Han Qingdu saw all of this. It was inevitable that this situation would occur at the beginning. As the people from the 2 tribes had more contact time, it would gradually disappear. Of course, this running-in process can be greatly shortened artificially. For Han Cheng, who came from later generations, this was not a difficult task. Following his suggestion, a party centered around eating quickly began in the Qingke tribe. The original 1 bonfire grew into 5, 3 of which were used to cook delicious salted fish soup, and the other 2 were used to roast bacon and fresh fish. Sure enough, banquets are an important means to quickly enhance people's emotions, whether in later generations or in the primitive era today. At the beginning, the people of the pig tribe were still very reserved and couldn't let go, but as they ate and drank, they slowly became bolder. Some of the smarter ones even took the initiative to talk to people from the Qingke tribe. Although their conversation, one in Mandarin and the other in the language of the pig tribe, was full of gestures and looked more like a quarrel than a communication, it was undeniable that their communication was very pleasant. If you don't believe me, you can look at the big smiles on their faces. The eldest brother, as the leader, was extremely excited about the sudden addition of 10 adults to the tribe. He and the leader of the pig tribe each held a large bowl of fish soup and squatted on the ground, digging the soup into their mouths while talking. When people are excited, they tend to become generous. For example, the senior brother now is very generous. After hearing that the spouses of the pig tribe leader had been abducted and no one was left, the eldest brother waved his hand holding the chopsticks, called one of his spouses over, and gave her to the pig tribe leader as a spouse. Han Chung, who was not far away, was stunned. After the banquet, the relationship between the two tribes became closer. At Han Cheng's signal, the eldest brother took out 10 pairs of gloves, socks, and 10 simple lei feng hats and distributed them to the people of the pig tribe. Due to hunger and cold, coupled with long hours of traveling in the ice and snow, the members of the pig tribe had varying degrees of frostbite on their feet, hands, and even faces and ears. These things were very necessary for them. During previous exchanges, several people from the pig tribe felt the benefits of these things from their enthusiastic new friends from the Greenbird tribe. They were actually very envious of these things that were warm, convenient to use, and beautiful, but they didn't say anything because they were new here and such good things must be very precious to the friendly tribe. Now, under the command of the friendly Son of God, they received these precious things from the friendly leader, and they were all deeply moved. They were just like the people of the Greenbird tribe who had just received the gloves and socks. They touched these things carefully and curiously, and for a moment they could hardly believe that these precious things really belonged to them. The leader of the pig tribe also put on a hat and gloves. As he looked at his fellow tribesmen, who were wearing these novel and warm things with smiles on their faces after eating and drinking, he felt relieved, a little sad, and a little regretful. He was glad that his tribe members could live here in peace, but he was sad because, judging from the reactions of his tribe members, his pig tribe was really going to disappear completely. He regretted that he should have brought his tribe members here earlier. In that case, the people in his tribe would not have suffered such heavy losses. This is what life is. If the leader of the pig tribe agreed to join the Greenbird tribe with the remaining 9 tribesmen this afternoon, it was largely because the Greenbird tribe defeated the evil tribe that had caused them great pain, and he wanted to rely on the Greenbird tribe to avenge their tribe. Then now, he has developed some sense of belonging to this friendly and wealthy tribe. After all, this is a place where his people, who have suffered so much, can live in peace and contentment. Chapter 99. The Pig Tribe in Pain and Happiness. After eating and drinking their fill and distributing gloves, socks, and other things, the people of the pig tribe, under the leadership of the witch, held a ceremony to worship the gods of the Greenbird tribe together with the people of the Greenbird tribe. There was a blazing flame in front of the totem pole. The witch, wearing a feather crown and holding a bone staff, was performing a solemn sacrificial ceremony with a pattern that only he himself could understand. He was mumbling something, saying something that no one could understand. Sacrifice is a big event, especially for the pig tribe who have never performed sacrifices before. It is full of mystery and awe. They stood there like the people of the Greenbird tribe, participating in this solemn ceremony with awe. The witch danced and communicated with the gods in his own way for a long time before he stopped. Then he turned around and pointed the bone staff in his hand at the people of the pig tribe. The leader of the pig tribe, who had received instructions before, walked forward excitedly after seeing the witch's action. He stood in front of the blazing fire and looked with some awe at the totem pole that seemed to flicker in the reflection of the fire, and the Son of God who was standing not far from the totem pole. The other 9 people from the pig tribe all followed their leader forward, maintaining the same posture. After they all came forward, the witch began to dance, circled around them 3 times, and then used the bone staff in his hand to gently tap each of the 10 people on the head. Then he walked to the front of the team, put his right hand holding the bone staff against his left chest, and shouted, "God," while bowing respectfully to the totem pole. The others followed his example and bowed, praising the gods. If it were the same as before, the sacrificial ceremony would have ended by now, but now there is an extra procedure. Wu stood up, turned around, bowed respectfully to Han Chung, and said, "Son of God." Even the witch himself did not notice that when he called the Son of God, his voice was more respectful than when he called the gods just now. This might be because he had never been successful in communicating with the gods, but the Son of God was a real existence and had brought a series of welcome changes to their tribe. Son of God. The others followed the witch and bowed respectfully to Han Chung. The voices of their praises were more than 2 decibels louder than when they called on the god just now. Han Chung is now able to accept all of this calmly, without blushing, his heart beating fast or panting, and there is a rather profound and sacred expression on his face. But it still felt a little weird because every time this happened, he would think of the statues in the temple. After the sacrificial ceremony, the pig tribe officially became members of the green bird tribe, which also marked the annihilation of the pig tribe. After the sacrifice, what needed to be arranged was a place to sleep. In order to allow the people of the original pig tribe to better integrate into the green bird tribe and break their inherent relationships, under Han Cheng's instructions, the eldest brother did not directly vacate a place for them to live together, but instead dispersed them among the original members of the green bird tribe. The leader of the original pig tribe also needed a name. In view of the somewhat sad experience of the pig tribe, Han Chung used the word Shang as the name of the leader of the pig tribe. At this point, the number of adults in the green bird tribe had made a huge leap. For example, there were only 12 adult males in their prime, including the lame ones, but now with the 6 from the pig tribe, the number has jumped to 18, an increase of 1/3. If we add the 3 women from the Tungsha tribe who were captured earlier, the number of adult women in the Qingke tribe will suddenly increase to 7. If combined with the 7 newborn babies, the population of the Qingke tribe has increased by as much as 20 people this year alone. This is the population number that the Qingke tribe could not have increased in the past 10 years. Because when babies are born, people die. However, there were no casualties in the tribe this year. The main reason was that the tribe had enough food, and they also ate salt and drank broth, which was more nutritious and easier to digest than barbecue. The people who benefit the most from the broth are a few elderly people and many children. Compared with adults, their digestive systems are not very good, and drinking more broth is good for their stomachs. Another reason is that fewer people in the tribe go out hunting. Hunting has always been a dangerous job, and the relationship between hunter and prey often changes in just a moment. Nowadays, there is less hunting, so the possibility of encountering danger has naturally decreased. Of course, things like drinking hot water, taking frequent baths, catching fleas, going to the toilet for urination and defecation, and wearing gloves and hats all played a role in reducing casualties among the tribal population. This was really a welcome change for the Qingke tribe, especially for Han Chung, who had long been thinking about increasing the tribe's population. He hid on the bed, grinning with his white teeth bared. Fu Jiang couldn't understand what his master was doing. After watching for a while with his head tilted, he also imitated his master and started to grin, comparing whose teeth were whiter with his stupid master. The people of the original pig tribe were extremely curious about everything about the new tribe they had joined. For example, in the morning, everyone would take a cup with a frog or tadpole carved on it and fill it with water to a ditch outside and poke their teeth with a bitten tree stick dipped in white salt. For example, when they go to the bathroom, there's a fixed place and men and women are separated. You know, in their original tribe, they never had to go through such trouble. Not to mention brushing teeth. I don't even know if I can wash my face twice in the whole winter. When it's convenient, I just go out and find a place to wash. Of course, these were not the most uncomfortable things for them. The most uncomfortable thing was the 2 small wooden sticks called chopsticks used to drink the delicious broth. The people of the original pig tribe really suffered a lot from this. When they came as guests, they could grab the trash and no one would mind. But now that they have become members of the green bird tribe, they're no longer allowed to do so. Anyone who does so will be hit on the head with a piece of wood called a ruler by the revered Son of God. Although it doesn't hurt, it's a bit embarrassing to be watched by so many people. The Son of God also issued an order that before they learned to use chopsticks, their daily meals would consist of meat soup. Only after they learned how to use chopsticks could they eat barbecue without chopsticks. Under such strict management, the people of the original pig tribe gradually learned to use chopsticks. They originally thought that using chopsticks was a frustrating thing, but after the Son of God began to let them learn some of the God's language every day, they discovered that using chopsticks was much easier than this. Chapter 100, Spouses, Straw Baskets, and Wooden Baskets. It is very necessary to teach the people of the original pig tribe to learn the lifestyle of the green bird tribe and learn to speak Mandarin. Firstly, compared with their original living habits, these things are healthier and more beneficial to people themselves. Secondly, these can enable them to truly integrate into the Qingke tribe. Han Chung did not directly intervene in the matter of the people of the original pig tribe learning to speak Mandarin, but delegated it to Shi Tu. Among the children taught by Han Chung, Shurtu is the most talented in language and writing. Up to now, Shurtu has basically mastered all the commonly used Chinese characters and can speak Mandarin fluently. It is more than enough for him to teach these people from the original pig tribe. The 3 captured female primitives also received training at the same time. Because it was winter, the wounds were not easily infected, and because primitive people were tough, all 3 women survived. Among them, the one who recovered the fastest was Ruhua, whose stomach was pierced by a stone spear and her intestines were flowing out. By now, she looks no different from a normal person. The other 2 female primitive people whose legs were injured looked very uncomfortable. Their bones were damaged to varying degrees. Although the injuries were not fatal, recovery would be much more difficult. Even if their injuries were completely healed, they would still be left with some disabilities, which would definitely affect their walking. Because the injuries of the 2 girls were on their left and right legs respectively, Han Sheng called them left lame and right lame. In other words, including lame, who is extremely skilled in weaving rafts and fish cages, the Chinke tribe now has 3 lames. Han Sheng's original idea for these 3 prisoners of war was to treat them as female slaves of the tribe. But as time went on, the people in the Chinke tribe no longer had much hostility towards them, and they also got used to living in the Chinke tribe. Now a group of people from the pig tribe came in, and there were more men than women. Based on the principle that land should not be left idle and seed should not be left idle, Han Sheng abolished their status as slaves and gave the left and right lame people to 2 men from the original pig tribe as spouses. As for Ruhua, she was given by Han Qingfen to Taitu, who still has no wife. From Han Sheng's perspective, Ruhua really looks like a flower, but in the eyes of Taitu and the others, Ruhua is also really like a flower. For Taitu, who has always been resentful about the beautiful Zhuang being married off by Haiwa, Ruhua, who looks similar to Zhuang, is indeed a good companion for him. Besides, Ruhua is not very old, not much older than Taitu. At the beginning, Ruhua looked extremely haggard and worn due to her injuries and long hours of walking in the snow. Now, after nearly a month of recuperation in the Chinke tribe, with good food and drink every day, she has become radiant. However, after Taitu and Ruhua confirmed their relationship, Han Sheng did not let them live together. The reason was that the wound on Ruhua's stomach had not healed completely. If they could not resist the temptation of the primitive ditty at night and joined in the singing, it would be like a fierce bull meeting a fat field, and the wound on Ruhua's stomach would be torn open, which would be a big deal. The people of the original pig tribe looked rather weak due to hunger and long journey in the ice and snow, so Han Sheng let them rest for 3 days. 3 days later, he began to join the Chinke tribe in their winter labor. Considering that they had not fully recovered yet and were unfamiliar with many things in the Chinke tribe, Han Sheng did not ask them to do any heavy work at the beginning. Instead, he followed the miners in the tribe to collect tree branches outside the tribal wall to provide raw materials for them to weave fences. The former leader of the pig tribe, now Shang, discovered that there was a reason why this tribe was rich. In the middle of winter, when he and others were hiding in the tribe to sleep, the people of this tribe were still working. Shang has now gotten used to the change in his identity. In this vibrant tribe, his spirit has become exceptionally good. However, Shang also had worries, not for himself, but for the entire Chinke tribe. The addition of these 10 people greatly accelerated the consumption of food stored in the Chinke tribe. Plus, the Chinke tribe only ate 3 meals a day, so the food was consumed even faster. As a tribal leader who had once been afraid of hunger, he was very concerned and attentive to the issue of food. He was worried that the wealthy tribe would also fall into a food crisis. Seeing the food decreasing day by day and the cold winter showing no sign of passing, Shang, after hesitating for a long time, finally told his concerns to his eldest brother. What surprised Shang was that this leader, who didn't look any stupider, not only showed no worry after hearing his words, but also burst into laughter. Shang was very puzzled about this matter. That afternoon, after all the fences on the roof of the deer pen were fixed, the eldest brother led his men to the frozen river with straw baskets and broke the thick ice. He was shocked, but also understood the confidence of the tribe. Because there were 10 additional adult laborers, the fence on the deer pen was completed 4 days earlier than expected. Because they had to start digging a lot of soil in the spring to improve the roof of the deer pen, raise the walls, and build houses, the people of the Green Bird tribe did not rest for too long and continued to work on making bone shovels intermittently. Bo did not proceed with the production of the bone shovel, not because he was too skilled to do such a job, but because he was studying and learning how to weave straw baskets, and the samples were the ones left by the Tingsha tribe. A straw basket is much more useful than a pottery jar or animal skin package for carrying fish, fruit, or soil. It is light, not easily broken, and can hold more things. In addition, it was because of his excellent craftsmanship that Bo was able to improve his status in the tribe, so he paid more attention to this kind of thing. In fact, at the beginning, after seeing the straw basket, Han Sheng wanted Bo to weave not a straw basket, but a wooden basket woven with flexible wooden strips. In Han Sheng's hometown after his death, this kind of wooden basket woven with wooden strips was called liento, which is a basket 2 sizes larger. The one that is 2 sizes larger than the liento is called a chaolu. The reason why it is called a straw basket is that this extra-large basket can only be used to hold light items, such as firewood and hay. Other heavy items will not be able to be lifted if they are put in a straw basket. There was naturally a reason why Han Sheng changed his mind temporarily and gave up the wooden basket, which was more sturdy, durable, and easy to use. Actually, it is very simple to explain. Once winter comes, the branches of trees will become brittle. They can be used to make fences, but they are not suitable for weaving baskets because they will break as soon as they are woven. Therefore, at present we can only try to make straw baskets and then start weaving wooden baskets after the tree branches gradually become soft in spring. Chapter 101: Bamboo Craftsman and Hand Drill. The experience of digging a deep pit and planting wooden pillars allowed the eldest brother and others to personally experience the usefulness of the bone shovel. When the Son of God said that he would continue to make bone shovels, everyone was very excited. Despite this, the efficiency of bone shovel production has not been improved. The biggest problem is not the selection and grinding of bones, but drilling holes on the bone shovel for threading ropes to fix them. The current method of drilling is to select hard rock, hit it, choose suitable thin slices from it, and process it again to make a pointed tool that can barely be called stone drill. Then he took the stone drill in his hand and started drilling holes in the solid bone. Because the bone fragments were too hard and the stone drill was not sharp enough, the drilling process was extremely slow and difficult. After drilling for a long time, the fingers holding the stone drill will become sore and the wrists will become extremely tired, so that even the strong eldest brother, the second eldest brother, and the leader of the original pig tribe, Shang, have to drill for a while and then rest for a while. Under such circumstances, it is already very rare to drill 2 holes in a day. Han Sheng was at a loss as to what to do about this situation. He also couldn't think of any good way to solve the current dilemma. The problem was not solved until he suddenly remembered that when he was very young, a group of bamboo craftsmen came to the village and made bamboo beds, coffee tables, chairs, and other things for some families in the village. At that time, Han Sheng, like other children in the village, was extremely curious about this matter and often stood by to watch how they turned bamboo into various exquisite and practical tools. Compared to other things, Han Sheng was more curious about the tools they used to drill holes in bamboo. It is obviously just a simple rope, a piece of bamboo broken in half, and a long iron rod with a sharpened end and a ring on the other end. After putting them together, it becomes a hand drill that can be quickly rotated by just pressing the bamboo down. Han Sheng can still remember the scene of bamboo craftsmen using this simple hand-operated drill to drill holes in bamboo. After remembering this incident, Han Sheng, who was delighted, immediately started to make a primitive hand drill. There is no iron rod at this time, but can be replaced by other things. Han Sheng found a sturdy wooden stick. The stick was not thick, only as thick as an adult's little finger. The stick was about 40 centimeters long, and all the small branches on it had been cleared away. Then he used a simple stone knife made in the tribe to split one end of the wooden stick about 2 or 3 centimeters along its diameter. Of course, this distance is not fixed and needs to be determined based on the thickness and length of the upper part of the stone drill. The thicker and longer the upper part of the stone drill is, the longer the cut that needs to be made will be. On the contrary, the thinner and shorter the upper part of the stone drill is, the shallower the cut that needs to be made will be. After the cut at one end of the wooden stick is made, the next thing to do is to insert the upper part of the stone drill previously held in your hand into the broken cut, and after adjusting the position, tie it tightly with rope and straw. Then use a stone knife to carve a groove about 2 or 3 millimeters deep in the middle of the top of the other end of the stick. It should be noted that this is different from just now. Just now, one end of the wooden stick was split in the middle, but now a groove is carved to prevent it from being split. In this way, the stone drill is ready. The drill rod is made of wood, and the drill bit is the original stone drill. After doing all this, find a piece of wooden stick about 30 centimeters long and 4 centimeters in diameter and split it in the middle. This is not difficult. Just place the wooden stick vertically on the ground, then place the blade of the stone knife against the middle of the top of the stick, and use your other hand to hold a piece of wood and hit the back of the stone knife. As long as the stone knife is not tilted, the split wooden stick will generally not be tilted. When hitting the stone knife, the reason why wooden sticks are used instead of harder stones is that when the stones collide with each other, the stone knife will be damaged, but this will not happen if softer wooden sticks are used to hit it. Choose a piece of wood that has been split in half, and use a stone knife to thin the two ends of the wood so that it is easier to hold with your hands. At the same time, carve a circle of small grooves on both ends of the wood for tying ropes later. After all these are done, find a piece of rope about 1 meter long made from 3 rope grasses and stick the middle part of the rope into the groove of the drill rod head made previously. Then turn the drill rod clockwise twice so that the rope is wrapped around the upper part of the drill rod. Then place the wood you just prepared on the ground, step on it firmly with your foot, place the drill bit in the center of the wood, and then hold one end of the rope with one hand and pull it outward. Because the rope was previously wrapped around the drill rod, if it's pulled apart now, the drill rod will also spin due to inertia and at a very fast speed. In this way, after the rope is pulled and the drill rod stops, the rope will be wrapped around the drill rod again in the opposite direction due to inertia. Then pull the rope again and the drill rod will continue to rotate, repeating the previous action. The magical thing that the drill rod would rotate by itself and drill a hole in the wood below without rubbing it with hands attracted everyone in the Chinke tribe to marvel. They all stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch and wonder. The elders of the Green Bird tribe were better off because they had seen the magic of the Son of God many times. However, those from the original Pig tribe who had joined the Green Bird tribe for less than a month all stared with their eyes wide open in surprise, watching this incredible scene and marveled at the intelligence of the Son of God. It is true that you can drill things by pulling a rope with your hands, but this also has its disadvantages. That is, the drill rod is easily unstable due to the force during drilling, and the consequence is that the drilled hole is easily deviated. Another impact is that if you pull for a long time, your fingers will be hurt by the rope. That's why the piece of wood that was previously made appeared. Han Chung removed the rope from the drill rod, then passed the drill rod through the wooden board with a hole in it, placed the wooden board about 1/3 of the way down the drill rod, and tied both ends with ropes. Of course, the middle of the rope is still stuck in the groove on the upper part of the drill pipe. After it is fixed, a real hand drill is ready. When using it, just like when you pulled it by hand before, first turn the drill rod twice, then place the drill bit against the place where you need to drill a hole, hold both ends of the wood with both hands and press down. The rope wrapped around the drill rod will loosen, and then drive the drill rod to rotate. In this way, a real hand drill appeared. Although the drill bit and drill rod are simple enough, it is undeniable that this is truly a traditional hand drill. Chapter 102. The contest between the old and the young and the next witch. The witch sat on the stone with his legs curled up and his feet lightly stepped on a piece of polished bone to fix the bone and prevent it from moving. He held the two ends of the hand drill board with his hands separately, pressing and lifting, pressing again, and lifting again. As he moved, the stone drill fixed on the drill rod would rotate rapidly. Then a chee-chee sound was made. A lot of foam has now appeared at the place where the hole needs to be drilled under the stone drill, surrounding the stone drill. While Wu was drilling with a hand drill, the strongest eldest brother squatted beside him, holding a piece of bone about the same thickness as the one under Wu's feet in one hand and a stone drill in the other, drilling desperately. At the beginning, relying on his youth and strength, the eldest brother drilled the hole faster than Wu. But he couldn't maintain this high speed for too long. In less than 2 minutes, he had to slow down because of fatigue. On the other hand, Wu, the old man, just like in the beginning, maintained a steady pace, pressing the wooden board down one by one, appearing to be calm and composed. Crack! There was a slight sound of something breaking coming from the bone plate under the witch's feet. At the same time, the rotating hand drill was stuck. This is a sign that the bone plate has been drilled through. Wu carefully put away the hand drill and picked up the bone plate under his feet to take a look. A hole that was thick on the outside and thin on the inside appeared on the bone plate. After making this hole, you just need to hold a stone drill in your hand and do some adjustments, and the hole on the bone will be completely completed. After the witch, who was only slightly out of breath, put the hand drill aside, the eldest brother, who was sweating profusely, also stopped his actions. He put down the stone drill and the bone in his hands, and moved his wrists and fingers that had become painful and sore from the rush of drilling. The witch took the bone plate that the eldest brother had put down. The hole on it was only drilled into about 1/3 of the thickness of the bone plate. The drilling competition ended with the old and weak Wu defeating the young and strong senior brother. Moreover, the witch who has drilled a hole can continue drilling at the same speed as before, but if the eldest brother does not take a rest, his drilling speed will become slower and slower. There is no harm without comparison, and the gap between the original drilling method and the hand drill invented by Han Qingxin cannot be reflected. At the current speed, it is very easy for one person to drill 6 or 7 bone holes in a day using a hand drill. In other words, the drilling speed must be increased by at least 3 times. Indeed, it is necessary to develop new tools. Wu, who had experienced the benefits of the hand-operated drill, held the hand-operated drill in one hand and the bone fragment with the other. He bowed to Han Cheng with sincere admiration and praised him, "Son of God." The others who had witnessed the miracle of the hand-operated drill followed the witch's movements and bowed to the Son of God, shouting respectfully and excitedly, "Son of God." The witch held another sacrifice, and the items used for the sacrifice were the hand drill that Han Cheng had just made and the bone piece with a hole drilled in it. Before, the Qingke tribe held sacrifices very rarely. From one spring to another, it was already very good if they could hold sacrifices 2 or 3 times. But since the arrival of the Son of God, the number of sacrifices held by the witch began to rise sharply. Just like recording things, Wu also felt pain and joy. Sometimes, he felt that frequent sacrifices would cause dissatisfaction among the gods. However, if he did not tell the gods about the various miracles created by the Son of God, Wu would feel uncomfortable, to the extent that until now, every time Han Cheng comes up with something new, Wu has to go through this same tangled psychological process. After the sacrifice, the manufacture of hand drills began in large quantities. The manufacture of a hand drill is not complicated. When Han Cheng was making it before, Bo and Haiwa were watching on the side. They had already memorized the process. With the 2 of them there, within 2 days, the Qingke tribe had 5 more hand drills. The children in the tribe are much more interested in the new hand drill than the adults. They're always looking for an opportunity to experience with their own hands the magical thing created by the Son of God, just like Han Cheng standing by and staring at the bamboo craftsman. The emergence of the hand drill greatly increased the speed of bone shovel manufacturing. In just 6 or 7 days, the Qingke tribe had 15 or 16 more bone shovels. By now, the Green Bird tribe's stored capacity of bone shovels has reached 34. In this way, when spring comes, Han Cheng will no longer have to worry about the lack of digging tools. Even though the workload of digging is huge after the spring, it is impossible for all 34 bone shovels to be used at the same time. The reason why Han Cheng made so many of them was to prepare more. After all, the manufacturing method of this bone shovel is primitive. Even if Han Cheng has put a lot of thought into it, it can't be as durable as the iron shovels of later generations. It is bound to be damaged during the digging process. With a spare bone shovel, the progress will not be affected by damage to the bone shovel. As for the damaged bone shovel, you can wait until you are not working to repair it. Of course, the hand drill is not only used in the manufacture of bone shovels, but can also be used in the manufacture of many things in the future. After using it for a period of time, Han Cheng made improvements to the hand drill to address problems that occurred during use. The improvement is the rope. Although the rope woven from rope grass is strong, it is not very wear-resistant. The rope is easy to break during continuous use. The improvement Han Cheng made was to replace the rope woven from rope grass with a rope made of twisted leather strips. After the sacrifice, everyone in the tribe was busy making hand drills, and the witch was also not idle, recording all of this on the pottery plate in his inner cave. Now, in addition to Han Cheng and the eldest senior brother, there is one more person who can enter the inner cave at ordinary times. This person was not Shang, the leader of the original pig tribe, but the underage Shirtu. Because the Son of God created so many magical things, even with a more user-friendly pottery tablet, the writing speed increased a lot, but the witch still couldn't keep up with the progress. After some thought, the witch decided to choose Shirtu, who was the best at speaking Mandarin and Chinese characters in the tribe, as the next witch successor. This would help him record things and reduce Wu's workload. Secondly, Wu is getting old and needs to start training a successor. In fact, at the beginning, Wu wanted to make Han Cheng his successor and let Han Cheng become the glorious Wu of the Qingke tribe. However, this idea of his had completely disappeared after Han Cheng broke the ice and caught fish last winter. Chapter 103: The Secret of the Gods. Shirtu was in pain. His pain began ever since he was chosen by the witch as the successor and began to be trained as the next witch. In fact, in the past, he was very envious of Wu. Because the witch does not need to go out hunting or do other kinds of labor, he only needs to write and draw on the stone slabs in the inner cave when he is in a good mood and lead the people in the tribe to communicate with the gods several times a year, and he will have enough and good food. Even the chief had to line up behind the witch when receiving food. But after he was chosen by the witch and began to be trained, he found that things were far from as simple as he had imagined. His pain was not helping the witch record the major events happening in the tribe on the pottery tablet. As the person who masters the divine characters best in the tribe besides the Son of God, he is very happy to use the divine characters to record all the things created by the Son of God. This is a pleasure for him. His pain came from the characters that the witch mastered, inherited from the previous witch and created by the witch himself, as well as various sacrificial languages and movements that he could not understand. Shirtu was very fond of words, but he had long been accustomed to the square, stroke-by-stroke, words of God. Now, seeing the scribbles of words taught by the witch, he felt overwhelmed. These things are too difficult to recognize. For example, a character, to Shirtu, is clearly a person twisting straw ropes, but the witch tells him that it is catching snakes. Just recognizing these words was already very difficult for Shirtu, but the witch required him to not only recognize them, but also to be able to write them. For a stone, this is the most painful thing. In fact, he had already seen that Wu was not quite sure what some of the scribbled characters meant, but seeing Wu's serious face, Shirtu had to suppress his urge to ask about the matter. The stones had never spoken clear languages during the witch's sacrifices. Even now, when the witch taught him personally, he still couldn't understand. He didn't know what the witch was teaching him yet. When he asked the witch refused to tell him and just asked him to remember these things firmly, saying that once he had mastered them, he would be able to communicate with the gods. Shirtu has a strong yearning and affection for the gods. This yearning and affection does not come from the sacrifices held by the witch, but from the Son of God who is not much older than him. Shirtu saw all the magical powers of the Son of God. He longed to be as smart as the Son of God, do a lot for the tribe, and gain respect from everyone. So, after hearing the witch say that if he mastered these, he would be able to communicate with the gods, Shirtu became excited and moved. Even though he couldn't understand what the words taught by the witch meant, and those words were extremely tongue-twisting, he still memorized them and mastered them quickly. The speed was so fast that even the witch who taught it was a little surprised. After being surprised, he was delighted. He was delighted that he was not wrong, and that there was someone to succeed him as the witch of the Qingke tribe. He was happy, but Shirtu was not, because he had firmly memorized the words taught by the witch about communicating with the gods, but he had never seen the gods, nor had he heard the gods speak to him. He told the witch about his troubles. The witch felt strange, but still told Shirtu seriously that it was because he had just started learning and had not yet fully mastered the knowledge. When Shirtu asked Wu whether he had communicated with the gods, Wu confirmed it with an extremely positive tone. While Shirtu was worried that the gods were too cold and refused to pay attention to him, Wu's heart was not at peace, because he seemed to have discovered some secrets about the gods. I was so similar to a stone back then, and the previous witch's answer to myself was so similar to my answer to the stone. Wu was sure that in his long career of serving God, he had never successfully communicated with the gods, nor had he ever received any instructions from them, let alone met the gods. Since I would tell the stone this, would the last witch tell me the same thing? The last witch before that wouldn't dare to think about it anymore. This matter was a very big headache for him. However, when Wu saw the Son of God, all the doubts and hesitations in his heart disappeared. If there were no gods, how could there be the Son of God? The various miracles performed by the Son of God could only be created by the gods. Shirtu finally had enough of the writings passed down by generations of witches. He mustered up his courage and put forward his suggestion to Wu. That is to record again everything recorded by successive witches in simple and easy-to-understand sacred characters. After thinking about it, the witch agreed to Shitu's proposal. Apart from being worried that if he didn't keep Shitu busy, Shitu would ask him questions from time to time about what it takes to successfully master the method and be able to communicate with the gods. The witch also felt that the previous characters were too complicated and difficult to understand, and were not as simple and convenient as the gods' characters. The stone was actually not wrong in its guess. Some witches were not sure what the things carved on those ancient stone slabs meant, so he agreed to Stone's proposal. In the past, even if a witch wanted to rewrite what the previous witch left behind using simple divine characters, he did not have the ability to do it, because it was too late for him to just record the things that the Son of God kept innovating. But now with Shitu, a guy who knows the divine language and writing better than himself, Wu doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Han Shinkai only learned about this matter after Wu and his colleagues had been working on it for some time. Naturally, he supported this obvious progress. But what made Shitu uncomfortable was that he still needed to master the complicated and incomprehensible text. Shitu was beaten, but the reason was not that he always wanted to ask the witch how to communicate with the gods. It was not the witch who beat him, or anyone in the tribe who beat him. The one who hit him was the deer in the deer pen. When I had free time after studying with Wu, I would run to the deer pen to watch the fawns feeding. In the end, I couldn't resist the temptation of that big, long, soft, and delicious-looking thing. After getting familiar with the dough, Shitu found a chance when there was no one around and took a bite of what he had been coveting for a long time. Before he could recover from the warm touch and the fragrant smell, the little deer, who was furious at having discovered someone had stolen his food, hit him on the butt and fell to the ground with his mouth full of dirt. Chapter 104. The Milk Thief. Shitu is now a little afraid to meet the most respected son of God. This is nonsense, because no matter who it is, when he sneaks on the ground to drink deer milk and is knocked down by a fawn, and then flees from the deer pen in a panic, he finds that the person he respects most is standing outside with his neck and face flushed from laughing so hard. He will not want to see this person for a short time. After Han Chung laughed, he felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. In later generations, the ones who drink the most cow's milk are humans rather than calves. So can I copy this and make it so that the ones who drink the most deer milk are not deer, but the people of the green bird tribe? If it succeeds, apart from other things, it will be a huge benefit to the children and the elderly in the tribe. After thinking about this, Han Chung also joined the ranks of stealing deer milk. Of course, he didn't lie on the ground like that guy, Shitu, and imitate the deer in eating. He came with a bowl. Uncle Deer is very generous. He doesn't think there is anything wrong with the little two-legged creature, who often treats him with respect, touching his partner. He has enough partners anyway. In order to eat more delicious rapeseed, Uncle Deer even drove away the little deer that found out that its bowl had been taken away and was hanging around waiting for an opportunity to attack Han Chung. Worried that this ignorant little guy would continue to cause trouble, Uncle Lu stood by and watched over him very loyally. In this matter, its attitude is surprisingly consistent with that of Fu Jiang, who is always quarreling. This moved Han Chung so much. Han Sheng Monsieur the reason why he was so kind as to drive the fawn aside and keep guarding it was not because he was sensible, but because he also wanted to take the opportunity to share some deer milk. Han Chung was helpless about Uncle Lu's shamelessness. How could it be easy for me to squeeze out a little bit of money with great effort, and you were trying to snatch it from me? Han Chung dodged the hand holding the bowl and used his hands to push Uncle Lu, who was trying to push his head towards him. Eventually, he couldn't resist any further and had to pour some water into the clay basin used to scoop water for the deer. The old deer lowered its head and quickly ate everything Han Chung gave it. No one knew what taste it tasted, but after eating, it lifted its upper lip to reveal its row of yellow teeth and stretched its neck forward with great effort, looking extremely vulgar. Han Chung wanted to kick it when he saw it. After feeding the deer here, Han Chung also wanted to feed the lucky general who was wagging his tail and looking at him eagerly over there, so he had to pour some more into the basin. Fu Jiang was eating happily. After finishing his meal quickly, he looked at Han Chung and seemed to want to have 2 more bites. Han Chung had not squeezed in too much food because he was worried that the deer would not have enough to eat. After feeding the deer and then Fu Jiang, who was half wolf and half dog, there was not much left in the bowl in Han Cheng's hand. If he fed Fu Jiang some more, he would not be able to taste it. He rejected the greedy general and brought the bowl to his mouth, smashing a little bit of it with his mouth. It was somewhat warm in his mouth and had a slightly fishy taste. After the fishy taste, there was a slightly fragrant aftertaste. It's not as delicious as the pure milk I drink in my later lives. This may be due to the lack of heating. Han Cheng carried the bowl and led Fu Jiang, who had drunk the deer milk, out of the deer pen, ignoring Uncle Deer, who had become dizzy and had not yet come to his senses after drinking his wife's deer milk for the first time. After seeing the milk thief leave, the aggrieved little deer returned to its mother and grabbed its own rice bowl without saying a word. The mother deer turned her head and touched the fawn's body with her head, comforting the heartbroken child. Han Cheng found a small clay pot, poured the little remaining deer milk into it, and burned it on the fire. Soon, the deer milk began to boil, and a milky aroma emanated from it. As the deer milk boils, a thin layer of solids appears on the top, which is cream. There was not much deer milk to begin with, so Han Cheng didn't dare to burn it for too long. When he saw that it was almost done, he used a rattan clamp to remove the pottery jar from the fire. Then he placed a piece of peeled animal skin, specially used to prevent burns on the pottery jar, and poured the steaming deer milk into the bowl. After blowing on it to cool it down a little, put your mouth close to the bowl and take a sip. The fishy aroma of milk will fill your mouth. The fishy smell is much stronger than the pure cow's milk in later generations, but it tastes much better than raw deer milk, especially the thin layer of cream, which is really delicious in the mouth. There was not much deer milk, and Han Cheng only drank 2 sips and half of it was gone. He resisted the urge to drink more, and took the rest into the inner cave to give it to the witch. When Shirtu saw Han Cheng coming in, his heart immediately began to beat like a deer. He quickly lowered his head and moved inside, pretending to be seriously recording something to cover up his embarrassment. It wasn't until Han Cheng reached out and touched his head that he felt much more at ease. Wu still maintained his eagerness to learn, and when he saw Han Cheng bringing things he had never seen before, he did not drink them directly, but asked first. Deer milk. Han Cheng explained to Wu with both words and gestures. After Wu understood, Han Cheng urged Wu to drink it quickly, otherwise it would become cold and not tasty. Wu Yin took a small sip, and after tasting it carefully, she felt that it was not particularly delicious, at least not as delicious as the meat broth or fish soup with salt. Shirtu, who had been paying attention to Han Cheng's words, was embarrassed when he figured out what the Son of God was doing. If Han Cheng hadn't called him, he would have hung his head and squatted on the ground for a while. Try it, it's delicious. Han Cheng handed the bowl to Shirtu with a smile on his face. Teenagers have the most sensitive and complex emotions. Although Stone is a primitive man, he also knows shyness. Han Cheng attached great importance to Chinese characters and the best stone for learning Chinese, and did not want this incident to leave any shadow in his heart. With a slightly red face, Shirtu took the big bowl and almost put the entire bowl on his face before drinking the last sip of milk. With the bowl of stone on his face, he tasted the fragrant deer milk, and his eyes became moist. Chapter 105, Another Spring Comes. The little deer was very hurt, because ever since his food was taken away that day, every day thereafter, the man, the wolf, and the deer would come to share his milk. It wanted to stop this group of milk thieves, but its father did not help it. Not only did he not help it, he also assisted the 2-legged beast in driving it aside and preventing it from coming over, making it easier for the little 2-legged beast to steal its milk. Looking at the old man with a wretched face, with his upper lip tilted up to reveal his upper front teeth after taking a sip of milk, Xiaolu strongly doubted whether he was his biological son. Ever since he discovered deer milk that day, Han Cheng would come over every day to squeeze some. According to convention, some would be given first to Uncle Deer, who fought for milk for his children, and his lackey, Tue Fujian. The rest would be taken back to the tribe and boiled, then divided into 3 portions. Han Cheng and Wu had about the same number. Shirtu had the least, only half a mouthful, but he was also extremely happy because even the leader didn't get a share of the deer milk. Considering the growth of the fawn, Han Cheng didn't squeeze out too much, just half a bowl every day. Eating less milk will not have much impact on the fawn, because it can already eat grass and does not rely entirely on milk to survive. Han Cheng also did not feel guilty towards the doe being milked. After each milking, he would feed the doe a few washed rapeseed plants. These rapeseeds were basically the patent of Uncle Liu in the past. Under Han Cheng's operation, the matter of deer milk became a win-win situation for everyone. Of course, this ignores the aggrieved little deer. Because the production of deer milk is very low, the only ones in the Chinke tribe who can drink deer milk are Han Chung, the son of God, the witch, and Shurtu, who is being trained as the next witch. No one thought there was anything wrong with this. After all, deer are not cows. Once a fawn grows to a certain age, its milk will gradually disappear, and it is impossible to provide stable milk all the time. In order to have milk all the time, Han Chung would do some ideological work on Uncle Deer when feeding him, telling him to stop wandering around and to pamper his harem more so that he and the others would have milk to drink. But this guy is not smart. No matter what Han Chung says, he remains indifferent. If it weren't for its short legs, Han Chung would definitely kick its butt. As the days passed, the weather gradually became warmer, and the ice and snow began to melt. When the rapeseed on the west side of the wall showed its head from under the ice and snow, yawned with sleepy eyes, and then began to turn from yellow to green, as if waking up, spring truly arrived. Spring is here, and many things that I wanted to do but couldn't do before can finally be done now. After the witch led everyone to offer sacrifices to the gods in heaven and the Son of God standing nearby. Following an order from the eldest brother, the people of the Chinke tribe took the tools they made in winter and began to dig the earth and mud. At Han Cheng's suggestion, the first thing to do was not to raise the wall, but to cover the unfinished deer shed with soil. This is because with the arrival of spring, the amount of rain will increase. After the roof of the deer pen is made first, it will not only provide a place for the deer to shelter from the wind and rain, but also reduce the exposure of wooden products such as rafters and fences on the ceiling to rain, thereby reducing the chance of rotting. After half a winter of living together day and night, the people of the original pig tribe have now completely integrated into the Greenbird tribe. They were very curious about the upcoming work. The eldest brother placed the bone shovel on the ground, held the handle of the shovel with both hands, raised his right foot and stepped hard on the right side of the upper part of the shovel, and the sharp-boned shovel drilled into the wet soil. He grasped the handle of the shovel with both hands and pulled it back with a little force, and a large piece of soil was lifted up from the ground. The rest of the people were also doing their own work. Because the people of the pig tribe had never come into contact with such tools, nor had they performed such labor, they seemed very unfamiliar with digging, carrying water, or mixing mud. But it doesn't matter. These tasks are not that complicated. You will become proficient in them after doing them for a few days. Taking the tribe's own defense into consideration, before digging the soil, Han Chung first drew 2 lines 3 meters apart and parallel to the wall on the outside of the tribe's east wall, 15 meters away from the wall, and asked everyone to dig the soil and mud along these 2 lines. His idea was simple. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to build a retaining ditch on the east side of the wall. Anyway, whether it is pasting mud on the fence, raising the wall, or building a house, a lot of soil needs to be dug. What he did is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the beginning, the eldest brother and others were a little confused about the arrangements made by the Son of God. This was mainly because the deer pen was being built inside the wall, but the Son of God had them dig soil and mud outside the wall. The deer pen and the place where mud is mixed are far away from the gate of the courtyard wall and are separated by the wall. Even if there is a shoulder pole, it will take a lot of effort to transport the mud into the wall. But their confusion soon disappeared, because Han Chung had someone tie 2 ropes on the animal skin packages that were previously used to wrap mud or fruit. The 2 ends of each rope are tied to the adjacent corners, and an ash bag is ready. When using it, stretch the ash bag on the ground, then shovel the mixed mud and put it on the animal skin. After shoveling a certain amount of mud, put the 2 ropes together, carry it with 1 hand, and walk away. This saves a lot of effort than simply wrapping it with animal skin, and it is also easier to do. At the beginning, Han Chung actually wanted to use a straw basket, but the straw basket was not strong enough. It was okay to use it to hold dry soil, but it would be too easy to damage if used to hold mud. Moreover, because the space inside the straw basket is too large, it is easy to put too much in it, which makes it too difficult to transport. It is far less convenient to use than the sturdy and wear-resistant animal leather gray bag. Of course, the problem of long transportation distances will not be solved with just an ash bag. This also requires the use of a tool, which is a rope with a hook. Ropes are not rare in the Chinke tribe now. Thanks to the gyroscope, their speed in making ropes has been greatly improved. By now, they had a lot of unused ropes, and the tool would be ready if they just tied a wooden hook to one end of the rope. With these 2 tools, the person responsible for transporting the soil outside only needs to carry the soil to the edge of the wall, and then hook the 2 ropes of the ash bag with the hanging wooden hooks. The rest of the work will be done by the people standing on the inner low wall. Chapter 106, Muddy Top and Stone Scythe. Shang stood on the low wall inside the fence, holding the rope in his hand. I saw someone below hanging a bag of mud on the wooden hook at the end of the rope, and then he started pulling the rope. There's a bump on the rope every half-meter or so. This is to increase friction so that the person pulling the mud will not get blisters on his hands from pulling for too long. It can also save a lot of effort. Shang was already strong, and now he had spent half a winter in the Chinke tribe, where he had good food and drink, and he continued to consume salt, which made him even stronger. He exerted a little force on the rope, and the ash bag filled with mud left the ground. He pulled it up alternately with both hands a few times, and the ash bag rose to the top of the wall. Shang lifted his right hand, holding the rope upwards, and the entire gray bag flew over the wall. He did not let go, but kept this posture and turned half a circle, then bent down and put the gray bag on the ground. There was no need for anyone to come and take it. Shang, who was already familiar with this job, loosened the rope, and the wooden hook came off the rope strap on the ash bag. Then he gently lifted it with his hand, and the hook came back. Similarly, he didn't need to worry about the ash bag placed below, as someone would carry it to the side of the deer pen and hand it to the person on the ceiling of the deer pen who was applying mud on the fence. Shang turned around and let the empty rope hang down to the outside of the wall again. The people carrying mud here have not come here yet, so he can take this opportunity to look around. Standing on this low wall, the view is very broad. Because there are no trees blocking the view, Shang can see the river at a glance. By the stream, there were a few small figures moving. Shang knew that those were a few miners in the tribe who were getting food for the tribe. At the beginning, Shang was really shocked, because according to his idea, after the arrival of spring, the most important thing the tribe needs to do is to go out hunting. After a winter of consumption, there was not much food left in the tribe. And when he was in their tribe, he always led everyone to do this. However, the decision made by this tribe surprised him greatly. A roof for the deer pen, which Shang thought was completely unnecessary. As for the task of obtaining food, it was left to several miners in the tribe. These miners did not carry harpoons, but instead walked towards a creek with some things he had never seen before. This is what they used to catch fish. Shang had a look of bewilderment on his face. Just when he was beginning to worry about the possibility of going hungry at night, a miner who had gone to the river earlier came back. There were several fish in the fish basket on his back. Shang was extremely shocked. He thought that the speed of fishing was already very fast in winter, but he didn't expect that the speed of fishing would be even faster after the ice and snow melted. Even now, Shang still finds this incredible. You know, in their original tribe, all adults had to work together to get enough food, and they would still go hungry from time to time. In today's tribe, the most important task of obtaining food is not done by the strongest adults, but is handed over to several miners who, if they were in their tribe, would basically be in a state of eating for free. As for the strongest adult people, they were doing things that had nothing to do with obtaining food. The key point is that the food obtained by these miners cannot be eaten by the people in the tribe. Shang didn't know how to express his feelings. When he knew that all these were methods taught by the Son of God, he only had greater respect for the miner. Papa. The eldest brother and junior brother Shah and others on the roof pasted the mud in the ash bags onto the fence. According to the instructions of the Son of God, the mud was about as thick as one of their fingers. After each piece of mud is applied, they will pick up a wooden stick that is about 3 meters long and 4 centimeters in diameter and split in the middle. 2 people will each hold one end and rub it back and forth on the newly applied mud to make the applied mud smooth. You need to be extra careful when doing things on the roof of the deer shed because there is a risk of falling off. Therefore, the people up here are all relatively agile, and they all follow the instructions of the Son of God, trying their best to walk on the wooden beams. Even if there are no wooden beams, they have to step on the rafters and not just step on the fences. Although the area of the deer shed's roof is not small, the labor force of the Greenbird tribe has also increased by nearly 1/3, and the tools for digging have also been greatly improved, so the work of applying mud to the fence is also progressing rapidly. However, it was completed in just 6 days. After the completion of the project, Han Chung assigned half of his staff to go out and harvest the grass that could be used to cover the roof. It is not too difficult for the Chinke tribe to obtain this grass, because there was a lot of this grass growing on the hill where they built the cave. The hill where the Chinke tribe's cave is located has more rocks than soil. With less soil, it is unlikely that towering trees will grow on it. So the vegetation on it is mainly low bushes and this kind of barren-resistant grass, similar to the thatch in later generations, which is now officially called thatch by Han Chung. Ordinary grass will deteriorate after a severe winter, but thatch will not, because it grows hard naturally and has a layer of fine and shiny skin on the outside of the poles, which greatly reduces the erosion of rainwater. Of course, if you think about it in detail, if you want to make a roof, it is better to use the thatch harvested and stored in autumn, but for the current Chinke tribe, this condition is obviously not met. Besides, this is a roof for deer, not for humans, so it can be used as is. It is very tiring to harvest thatch by hand, and your hands will hurt after a long time. After everyone had been working on it for half a day without much success, Han Chung, as their son of God, once again used his intelligence and talent, and thus, the stone sickle was born. The making of a stone sickle is not complicated. It only requires a thin stone knife, a stick with a diameter of about 3 centimeters and a length of 15 to 30 centimeters, and a rope. When making it, first split the thicker end of the wooden stick into a crack about 3 or 4 centimeters in diameter, and then insert one end of the stone knife horizontally into the crack of the wooden stick. The thinner side with the cutting edge faces downwards, and the angle between the stone sickle and the wooden stick is about 70 degrees. After adjusting the position, tie it tightly with a rope, and a stone sickle is ready. Of course, such a stone sickle is much heavier than the iron sickle of later generations, and it will make your arms more tired when using it, but it is also much more convenient and labor-saving than simply folding it with your hands. Chapter 107, The Energetic Ironhead. Sizzle, sizzle. Taitu held the upper and middle part of the thatch with his left hand, and the stone sickle in his right hand moved accordingly. The blade of the stone sickle hooked the root of the thatch, and as he exerted force with his right hand and pulled back, the thatch was cut through by the stone sickle. The cut thatch did not fall to the ground, but was held in his left hand. After cutting the grass, Taitu did not stop, but moved his left hand holding the thatch in a small semicircle in front of his body. He controlled the original thatch in his hand with only his thumb and index finger, and used the remaining 3 fingers to grab new thatch. The stone sickle in his right hand also moved accordingly. He kept repeating this action until he could no longer hold the reed in his left hand. Then Taitu stopped and placed the handful of reed in his hand on a pile of thatch not far away. Under the thatch pile, there's a rope woven with hair grass placed horizontally. When the thatch pile reaches a certain amount, it will be tied up and transported to the tribe. Compared with other thatches, this pile of thatch looks much cleaner and neater, and is stacked very neatly, unlike the ones made by others, which are rough and messy. This is Taitu's masterpiece. Taitu is now working with great enthusiasm, not only because he is most skilled in using the stone sickle, a new tool made by the Son of God, but also because he can harvest the thatch the fastest and most neatly. Another important reason was Ruhua, who was tying up piles of thatch and transporting them to the tribe not far away. After a long period of rest, Ruhua's stomach has completely healed. After the examination, Shunzi agreed to let them live together 10 days ago. It is true that people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. It is also certain that people feel 100 times more energetic when a long drought is followed by a rain. The best witness is the energetic Taitu, who is doing things at this time. While Taitu and others were harvesting thatch on the hill and transporting it back, the eldest brother and others who stayed behind were also busy. They were still mixing mud and applying it to the edge of the deer pen, but this time the mud was not applied to the fence on top of the deer pen, but to the woven wooden fence under the ceiling. Compared with pasting the ceiling, there's actually a big difference. First of all, the mud must be thick, at least 5 centimeters. Secondly, the grill on the ceiling is only pasted on the top, but here, both the inside and the outside are pasted. The eldest brother, who had transformed from an excellent hunter into an excellent mason, took the kneaded mud from the leather bag with both hands, rolled it into a mud strip about 10 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters high, and then piled it forcefully on the mud wall below, and press it hard on the wooden wall in the middle to make it stick more firmly to the wooden wall. Han Chung watched from the side, reached out and pressed the mud that had been piled up earlier and had become solid, and shook it a few times, feeling even more satisfied. First, use wooden pillars and wooden strips to weave a wooden wall, and then paste a thick layer of mud on both sides of the wooden wall to completely seal the wooden wall in the mud. This method can indeed be used to make mud walls. And because there are wooden stakes and strips inside that can be called bones and muscles, such a wall is stronger than a simple mud wall. The wooden walls of the deer pen with a roof were all sealed with mud, and after the final step on the ceiling, laying the thatch, a real house was built. In this way, when it's cloudy, rainy, and cold, Mr. Deer and his harem can stay in here. When the weather is clear and the temperature rises, they can move to a larger deer pen without a roof to ventilate and bask in the sun. After a certain amount of thatch was collected, under the command and guidance of Han Sheng, the eldest brother, Shang, and others began to lay the thatch on the mud-covered ceiling. The thatch should be laid thicker so that it can better block wind and rain and withstand years of wind and rain. And when laying the thatch, it should be laid horizontally in rows. After the bottom row is laid, some mud needs to be pressed on the top to fix them. Then lay the top row. The upper row needs to cover the areas where the lower row is pressed down with mud, leaving no trace. In this way, the rows of bedding are piled up on top, and the entire ceiling becomes one. The top layer of thatch needs to be fixed well, because if they're not fixed properly, the entire ceiling will be greatly affected. Han Sheng also thought of a solution. He would tie them to the fence below with ropes, then place 2 wooden bars horizontally on top, and put stones on top of the wooden bars. In this way, there would be no need to worry even if there was a strong wind. At this point, the deer pen that had been under construction since winter was finally officially completed. Chapter 108 From the Deer Pen to the House. Collecting thatch and laying the roof was a rather troublesome task, and both tasks took nearly 20 days to complete. During this period of time, the eldest brother and others found time to plaster a mud wall. After the roof was built, the remaining 3 mud walls were completed in 4 days with the help of many workers. The thatched roof emits a golden glow under the warm spring sun. The newly plastered mud walls are solid and thick, giving people a sense of security. And because there are many holes at the height of 1.34 meters in the mud wall, it can be called the deer enclosure of the house, and the light is very good. Especially after lighting several fires inside and continuously smoking for more than 2 days, Han Shengdu had the urge to drive these deer into the cave and let the people in the tribe live in the deer pen. Han Sheng had his considerations for building the deer pen so well. Firstly, such a deer pen is not easy to be damaged. If you put more effort into repairing it at the beginning, you won't have to worry about it after it is built. Secondly, he values these deer very much and wants to create a good living environment for them. Thirdly, I wanted to practice building the deer pen and gain more experience for the house that will be built this year. After the experience with the deer pen, Han Sheng felt more confident about the house to be built this year and became more and more looking forward to it. If raising the height of the wall was not more important than building the house, Han Sheng would have wanted to start building the house immediately after finishing the deer pen. Maybe God wanted to test whether this cave built with mud and grass could withstand his power. So on the 3rd day after the deer pen was built, it started to rain. After discovering it was raining, the eldest brother and others all looked with some worry at the deer pen that they had just built with great effort and could be called a house. They had taken shelter under trees before and knew that the leaves could not block all the rain. The top of the deer pen that the Son of God had led everyone to build was covered with grass, so they expressed great concern about this. Han Sheng had great confidence in the thatched hut. In later life, he had stayed in a thatched hut before. The well-built thatched hut can withstand the heavy rain in summer, and it will not be the miserable scene of there is no dry place on the bed, and the rain is pouring like hemp, not to mention the drizzling spring rain now. People always value things that they have worked hard to obtain, and primitive people are no exception. Han Sheng saw everyone's worry, thought about it, and then called some people who wanted to go over, and ran towards the deer pen together in the rain. The deer are not stupid. When the cave was first built, they refused to go into it. But now that it is raining, they went in on their own without being told to do so. And he's the kind that stays inside and can't be driven out even if you drive him away. The fawn has grown a lot, but when it saw Han Sheng, it couldn't help but move closer to its mother. It had a deep memory of this little 2-legged animal who always competed with it for milk. Han Sheng was not in the mood to compete with the fawn for milk now, because he had already brought a bowl to squeeze milk once in the morning. It rained in spring, and the temperature was still very low, so Han Sheng asked people to build a fire in the deer pen to keep warm. The lowest point of the roof is nearly 1.7 meters from the ground, and the surrounding walls are made of mud, so there is no need to worry about fire igniting the house. The fire was lit, but Han Sheng did not roast anything. Instead, he walked slowly inside the deer shed with his head raised to see if there was any leak. The result was just as he expected. The grating on the roof was dry, and there was no sign of leakage. The rain that fell on the deer shed all slid down the thatch and onto the ground. When he saw Han Chung coming, the old deer consciously moved closer to his wife, hoping to share some milk with her. After waiting for a while beside his wife who was feeding the fawn, he saw that Han Chung was not coming over and became a little anxious. He walked over with his long legs, lowered his head, gently bit the animal skin wrapped around Han Chung with his teeth, and pulled him towards his wife. Han Chung, who understood what Uncle Lu meant, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hands to indicate that he didn't hold the bowl. Feeling a little disappointed, Uncle Lu walked aside angrily, not wanting to pay any attention to Han Chung, this unreasonable guy. Wu, the eldest senior brother, and others all came. They followed Han Cheng's example and walked around the deer shed. When they saw that there was really not a drop of rain falling in, they all became very happy because it showed that their efforts were not in vain. Wu Zhe was different from ordinary people. After a brief moment of joy, he looked around this unique cave with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He thought of the cave where they had lived for generations. There were several irregular holes on the top of their cave. We didn't know whether those holes were dug by previous tribesmen or had always existed, but he knew that these holes were very important. Not only will the choking smoke released by the burning fire be discharged through these holes, but the light from outside will also shine in through these holes, preventing the cave from being too dark. Those holes are very useful to the tribe, but they can also cause trouble. That is, whenever it rains, water will leak into the cave. Even if it is covered with stone slabs, rainwater will still flow into the cave. Before the arrival of the first son of God, all they could do was to carve some small grooves in the cave to let the dripping rainwater flow out along the ditches. But many places in the tribe would still become wet, which was very uncomfortable. After the son of God arrived and created pottery, when it rained, people would use water jars and pottery basins to collect the rain. Although the situation was much better than before, it was still troublesome. Moreover, when a few holes for lighting are blocked, the light inside the cave becomes extremely dim. Now the Son of God has created a cave that doesn't leak rain and has good lighting. Although it's for deer to live in, it should be possible for people to live in it. It has to be said that Wu is indeed the wise man in the tribe. When the others were simply happy that their labor was not in vain, he had already connected it with the current situation of his own tribe. Han Chung has never mentioned to him the idea of building houses for the people in the tribe to move out of the caves to live. It is really rare that he can think of this. In the evening, Wu told Han Chung his thoughts, and Han Chung was very surprised at Wu's intelligence and avant-garde thinking. He originally thought that getting the people in the tribe to abandon the caves where they had lived for generations and move into houses they had never lived in would require some effort, and he might even need to use his identity as the Son of God to move the gods out as well. However, he didn't expect that before he could open his mouth, Wu had already taken the initiative to mention this matter to him. Han Bin had originally thought about telling Wu about this matter in the near future. Now that Wu had brought it up on his own initiative, he just went along and told it. After the witch learned that the place where the Time tribe lived would be better than the deer pen, a sincere smile appeared on his old face. Chapter 109. Is this releasing the deer? Raising the fence was not as quick as expected. Not only because raising it higher required a series of tasks such as building scaffolding and hauling mud, but also because of another major reason, this group of deer. When the population is small, it is inconvenient to do anything, even raising deer. If there were only one or two, feeding them would not be a problem for the Chinke tribe. But now there are more than 20 of them. Not to mention other things, the daily consumption of grass alone is not a small number. It requires at least 7 people to harvest grass for them just to feed these big eaters. And it's the kind of collection that doesn't allow for laziness. This is undoubtedly a huge burden for the Chinke tribe today. Even under Han Cheng's orders, the eldest brother and others used rapeseed to lure out an old deer and secretly slaughtered it for meat. But the pressure on the tribe to feed the deer did not decrease. Moreover, after the spring began, the rabbits that had been listless for the whole winter began to get excited. Because of the increase in exercise, their appetites increased, and as more and more little rabbits were born, the demand for grass began to increase. This further increased the burden on the people in the tribe. After the grass near the tribe was harvested, if they wanted to harvest the same amount of grass again, they would need to go to a farther place. This means that more effort is required and the chances of encountering dangerous situations will also increase significantly. Han Sheng was at a loss as to what to do about this matter. He had not expected that what was originally a very good thing for the tribe would turn out like this. He had considered letting the deer roam free, but he was always hesitant. He had coaxed and tricked the deer into coming back with great difficulty, and he had paid a lot for it. The deer pen was built better than the place where the people of the Greenbird tribe lived. If these guys were released now, they would run away without looking back, leaving the deer pen empty. Han Sheng couldn't even find a place to reason with them. After careful consideration, Han Sheng finally chose to succumb to reality and decided to let the deer roam free. However, some compromise measures were taken, which was to tie up the deer with a rope. At first it was tied around the neck, but Han Sheng quickly changed this practice because if it was tied too loosely, it would easily fall off, while if it was tied too tightly, it would affect Mr. Deer's breathing. If you don't pull hard, you can't control it. If you pull hard, it will be strangled and stick out its tongue. Uncle Deer looked at Han Sheng with dissatisfaction, and Han Sheng was also looking at it. It was looking at Han Sheng's hand holding the rope, but Han Sheng was looking at its nostrils. Uncle Deer, who didn't understand what was going on, was very angry about the little two-legged creature's attempt to tie him up. He stuck out his tongue and licked his nostrils. Perhaps he felt the taste was not very good, so he sneezed twice and shook his head at the same time. Han Sheng thought about it and decided not to touch Uncle Lu's nose. In addition to the fact that the distance between the two nostrils is too small and is not suitable for nose rings, another important reason is that nostril piercing is too painful. After such a long period of contact, Han Sheng has developed feelings for this rather spiritual deer, and he does not want to treat it in such a cruel way. After thinking about it, I can only start from the top. You can't just use a rope to make a noose and put on Uncle Lu's head, as that would easily leave bloody marks on his face. After all, Uncle Lu makes a living by his face. What Han Sheng was making was something called a plywood in his hometown in his previous life. This thing was originally used for cows. As the calf grows older, it is tied up with a splint to prevent it from going out into the fields to eat crops. As for the nose rings of cattle, they're usually only worn by cattle that are sure to be kept and trained as working cattle. Generally, calves that are sold for meat are not given nose rings. This kind of splint is also easy to make. You just need to split a wooden stick that is about 12 or 13 centimeters long and 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter in the middle, and then use a hand drill to drill a hole at each end to pass the rope through. When using it, first pass the two pieces of wood through a rope, then place them on the deer's face, one on the left and one on the right. After fixing them, tie the splint with a long rope. Just pull the rope and the deer will follow you. In this way, all the previous disadvantages can be avoided. While ensuring that the deer can be controlled, it can also prevent it from being harmed and protect its beautiful appearance. The old deer, who was coaxed by Han Sheng again with his own wife's milk, shook his head from time to time. Sometimes he lowered his head, twisted his buttocks, and scratched his face with his hind legs, trying to get rid of this troublesome thing. It's a pity that it has only 2 hooves and cannot move freely, so it can't get rid of the things Han Sheng tied to it. Uncle Lu looked at Han Sheng with resentment and kept rubbing his face against Han Sheng's hand, wanting Han Sheng to take off this uncomfortable thing. In the end, Han Sheng hardened his heart and did not take it off. It took about 2 days for Uncle Deer to gradually get used to this thing. Han Sheng took Tai-Tu and a few others out to release the deer. Only Uncle Deer was tied with a rope and led in the hands. He was the leader of the deer herd. As long as he was controlled, the rest of the deer would follow. Han Sheng found that he was wrong. He should not have come out to release the deer. This was not releasing the deer at all. It was clearly the deer releasing him. Revenge. This guy is just seeking revenge. Han Sheng, who was unable to stand as Uncle Lu held his neck, was panting and wanted to curse. Uncle Deer was in a very good mood because he could finally leave the deer pen where he had lived for half a winter, run outside, and breathe freely. Another reason is that it can take revenge on this hateful little 2-legged beast. Uncle Deer lowered his head and took 2 bites of the lush and juicy young grass. Then he turned his head to look at the little 2-legged beast who was holding the rope and panting. He swung his tail behind him and ran away gracefully with his long legs. Han Sheng couldn't hold on any longer and was dragged away again. Fu Jiang, this silly dog, thought that this was just a joke and ignored Han Sheng's words to stop the damn deer. He followed the deer around, running happily back and forth. Han Sheng was so angry that he wanted to eat dog meat in the evening. Uncle Deer ran for a while and then stopped. He swung his tail and ate the grass leisurely. He was as happy as he could be. It now thinks that tying a rope on its head is actually a good idea. At least it is good for walking the little bipeds. 110. Is this releasing the deer? As the sun was setting and the sky was getting darker, Uncle Deer, who had eaten a bellyful of delicious grass, called out yo-yo twice to the herd of deer behind him, then turned and walked towards the tribe. Han Chung, who was already exhausted after working most of the day, was led to the tribe by Uncle Lu using the rope on his head. What a shame. How shameful. As an omnipotent time traveler who was destined to become the protagonist, he was actually led astray by a deer. Han Chung once again felt that he had brought discredit to the great group of time travelers. The happy old deer walked in front with his head held high, his posture elegant, and his aura as the leader of the deer herd was fully displayed. Jojo! It turned its head and shouted at the little two-legged beast that was lagging behind and didn't want to walk, as if urging him to hurry up and not dawdle behind. How come it didn't even know that it was getting dark, and they should hurry back to their residence? Han Chung looked listless with a black line on his forehead. Han Chung decided not to release the deer. After being dragged around like a dog for 3 consecutive days until he was exhausted, Han Chung, who was angry and humiliated, never mentioned releasing the deer again. Of course, it's not all out of anger and shame. Another reason is that this damn deer has a better sense of time than Han Chung do. When the time came, he would lead the deer, take Han Chung and Fu Jiang, the stupid dog that could only run wildly, and drive them back to the tribe. Moreover, when he came back and found the door of the deer pen closed, he would use his head to pull it open and then walk in with his head held high in elegance, like a general returning from battle. Then he put his mouth close to the water jars placed in a row and drank the salted water. If the water tank is empty, this guy will raise his head and bark outside in dissatisfaction, urging the people who are responsible for taking care of them to add water quickly. This guy really thinks he is the boss. After this happened 3 times, Han Chung gave up the idea of releasing the deer because it didn't matter to these guys whether he let them go or not. And because humans only have 2 short legs when they encounter danger outside, they really can't outrun these guys when it comes to escaping. In the morning, the sun had risen quite high. Han Chung estimated that the dew on the grass leaves should have dried up, so he opened the deer pen. Uncle Deer thought that the little 2-legged beast was going to let him go again, and he seemed quite excited, even happier than when he was drinking his wife's milk. Han Chung certainly didn't want to be tortured again. He coiled the hanging rope under the deer's antlers and tied it tightly to ensure that it would not fall apart. At the same time, because it is coiled at the bottom of the antlers, it will not hinder the deer from using its antlers for defense, scratching, and a series of other things. Uncle Deer discovered that the little 2-legged beast was not going to let itself walk today. The eldest brother was not happy about it, so he moved his horns with a rope towards Han Chung, motioning him to hold the rope and follow him so that they could go for an outing in the bright spring sunshine together. It was not until Han Chung, who was furious, patted its belly several times that Uncle Deer led his harem and descendants out of the tribe's gate and walked away. From time to time, she turned her head to look at Han Chung, with a reluctant look on her face, which made Han Chung sniff. Woo, the eldest senior brother and others were reluctant to see the herd of deer leave like that. There was no one to take care of them, and they were worried that the deer would never come back after they left. Son of God, I'll follow. The eldest brother spoke out. No, they will come back. Han Chung said in a decisive tone. Han Chung has issued a very strict gag order to Taitu and others regarding the incident of releasing the deer instead of releasing them. Woo, the eldest senior brother and others have no idea what their son of God has experienced, or the true circumstances of releasing the deer. They only thought that the deer returned only because the Son of God and others followed them. Seeing that the Son of God had said this, it was not a good idea to insist any longer, and they could only continue to raise the wall. At the same time, 2 people were sent out of the wall to harvest grass near the tribe. Part of the harvested grass was used to feed the rabbits, and the rest was dried and stored as relief food. For example, when it's cloudy or rainy and the deer don't want to go out to graze, they can use the stored hay to feed them. This matter was mainly entrusted to Taitu and his spouse Ruhua. The appearance of Shi Jian and the cooperation of Ruhua in the evening made Taitu full of confidence. At the beginning, Han Chung didn't want to give this job to Taitu and Ruhua because they were adults and could do more important things. The task of harvesting grass could be done by some miners in the tribe. For example, Xing, Chun, Xiaomei, Xiaoli, and others. It's just that Taitu has already felt a sense of accomplishment from cutting thatch with the stone sickle. So when he has nothing else to do, he wants to use the stone sickle to cut something, otherwise his hand will itch. After knowing this, Han Chung assigned the tasks and asked Taitu, who liked mowing the grass, to take his partner Ruhua to harvest the grass. Interest is indeed a powerful thing. Taitu and Ruhua harvested more grass in one day than those miners harvested in 2 days. And Taitu is happy all day long. Of course he was very happy, because in addition to harvesting grass in the vast fields, he and Ruhua also did some other unspeakable things. There were only the two of them here, so they didn't have to worry about being kicked in the ass by the Son of God when they were having fun, so they could do whatever they wanted. After Xing and Shin stopped harvesting the grass, Han Chung assigned them the task of harvesting wooden strips. He planned to wait until he had free time to study the rattan basket with Bo and try to make it. With the arrival of spring, everything comes back to life and the rattan becomes softer, not as brittle as in winter. It can be used to weave rattan baskets. Of course, where collected are last year's old vines, not this year's tenderbuds. Zueyo and Erlao, who were supposed to become female slaves, but now officially joined the Qingke tribe, were not idle either. The injuries on their legs have basically healed, but they're all left disabled. Taking into account their inability to do heavy work, Han Chung assigned them a job of following several miners in the tribe, who often went fishing and gutting the fish they caught by the creek. Under the hands-on teaching of these miners, they learned these simple tasks and even learned how to pickle salted fish. They were very happy, not only because the tribe truly accepted them, but also because they really love this job. They can never get enough of dealing with food all day long. As for the fishy smell of fish, they didn't even consider it. To them, the smell was full of deliciousness. Chapter 111 Waiting for the Deer. When Han Chung didn't come at first, it was the eldest brother's job as the leader to arrange things for the people in the tribe. Things were relatively simple back then. Basically, some people were responsible for catching fish, some followed him hunting, and some were responsible for grilling food. Basically, they were all things related to food. The eldest brother, who had long been accustomed to these things, was naturally very familiar with arranging them. But as Han Chung grew up step by step in the tribe and brought all kinds of new things to the tribe, especially the appearance of fish cages, which successfully solved the food problem that had always been hanging over their heads like a knife, the eldest brother simply had no way to adapt to all these things. Because he had basically never come into contact with any of the things Han Chung was doing, he didn't know how to arrange it. The power over personnel transfers in the Qingke tribe fell into Han Cheng's hands without anyone noticing. The eldest brother was not dissatisfied with this at all, because he was not aware of this matter at all. What he saw was just the tribe becoming more and more prosperous under the leadership of the Son of God. Even Han Chung himself only discovered this recently. The wise which in the tribe and the eldest brother who was the leader had no objection to this, so Han Chung naturally would not be too pretentious. These things are not something that can be treated with courtesy. In other words, Han Cheng's position was irreplaceable. Even if he wanted to give way, Wu and the eldest senior brother could do it. I have become the number one in the tribe. Without realizing it, a certain son of God looked at the setting sun in the sky and felt like he deserved a beating. The witch seemed a little uneasy today. In the past, at this time he would either be teaching the stones the difficult sacrificial language in the inner cave, or translating the ancient stone slabs in the tribe, or lying happily beside the rabbit pen, looking at these cute little guys, calculating how many rabbits would appear in the fall, how many he could kill, and how many he could leave. But today, he couldn't do any of the things he liked to do most on weekdays, and he just felt unsettled. He said the wrong thing when teaching stone sacrifices, made 2 mistakes in carving on the pottery plate, and when feeding rabbits, he picked up a stone and threw it in instead of grass, almost killing a rabbit. After that, he gave up on doing anything. The witch walked out of the tribe's gate and stood there looking in the direction the deer left. Seeing that there was nothing over there and no trace of deer, the emptiness in my heart became even more severe. It would be such a pity if all this delicious meat would never come again. The witch looked here for a while, then walked back to look at the Son of God who was standing in the courtyard staring at the sun in the sky. After thinking for a while, he walked outside the gate to look around. After looking for a while, there was still no sign of the deer. Looking back at the Son of God, he found that he was teasing Fu Jiang as if nothing had happened. It seemed that he did not take such a big thing to heart at all. Wu finally lost his patience. Son of God, dear, don't come back. He walked up to Han Chung and spoke to him with a worried look, while also looking outside the gate. Han Chung looked at the sun that was still hanging high in the west. The guy was enjoying his meal at this time and would definitely not come back. Wu, you are too concerned and are causing confusion. Han Chung didn't want to make the old man worry too much, and he always respected this lifesaver. At the beginning, I was simply grateful for his life-saving grace. Later, after getting to know him, I began to admire his dedication to the tribe. Later, we developed feelings for each other. It's still early. The deer are grazing. They'll be back soon. Han Chung pointed to the sun hanging in the western sky and explained to Wu. Wu felt a little more at ease, and after saying a few words to Han Chung, he walked outside the gate and looked around. Han Chung couldn't help but secretly laugh when he saw this, thinking how calm Wu was in the past and how he had now tempted him to be worldly. The setting sun in the sky was setting inch by inch, and the sky was gradually getting darker. Wu was not the only one who was anxious. Even Han Chung felt a little worried. He looked at the gradually darkening sky, then looked at the empty space in the distance, feeling a little anxious. This silly roe deer, why doesn't he come back when it's almost dark? No matter how big the deer is, it still makes people worry. When I was following him, his sense of time was extremely strong. How could he not know how to walk home after I stopped following him for just one day? Han Chung was feeling a little anxious and was complaining in his mind like an old mother. Could it be that everything this guy did before was just a show to confuse me? Is this the opportunity that Lin Kuo is waiting for today to make the deer leap? This thought suddenly popped up in Han Cheng's mind, making his heart tighten. Then he shook his head and denied it. The deer was indeed somewhat intelligent, but shouldn't have so many twists and turns. Could it be that they encountered some danger in the wild, which is why they did not come back? The witch, the eldest brother, Tai Tu, who had developed a close relationship with the deer from cutting grass and feeding them recently, and Sure Tu, the reserve which who drank half a mouthful of deer milk every day, all wanted to go out and look for this group of deer. The only difference is that after careful consideration, Wu and the eldest senior brother gave up the idea and rejected the proposal of Tai Tu and others. It is indeed impossible to go looking for it. Not to mention how many dangers there are in the wilderness at night. Just this vast world is enough to give people a headache. Although Han Chung was also worried about these deer, he strongly agreed with the decision made by Wu and his senior brother. This herd of deer is important to the tribe, but not important enough for the tribe members to take such a great risk to look for them. Moreover, Han Chung always felt that this group of deer would not leave without saying goodbye. The sky had completely darkened. The Chinke tribe, which used to be filled with the aroma of food, seemed exceptionally deserted today. No one had the appetite to eat, as they were all worried about the group of deer. Of course, except for a few people like Han Chung, the rest of the people thought that a lot of meat was lost. The moon became brighter and brighter, the stars became more dazzling, and the chirping of insects could be heard around the Chinke tribe. The quiet night made people particularly anxious. Go back and eat first. Don't worry about this for now. Han Chung looked around and gave orders to everyone. Rustle. There were tiny sounds coming towards the Chinke tribe. Looking in the direction of the sound, there were only vague shadows, and it was hard to see clearly. Everyone was delighted, and the first thought that came to their minds was that the deer had finally returned. Han Chung felt the same way, and he even wanted to go over and take a look. Come back. Everyone come back. Close the door. The eldest brother suddenly shouted. Chapter 112. The truth that makes you want to kick the author. The eldest brother's sudden shout gave Han Chung a chill. Could it be that a wild beast or something else was attacking? Han Chung, who always valued his life more than anything else, turned around and ran back to the tribe without saying a word. The rest of the people also turned around and returned to the tribe. Fortunately, they were all at the main gate of the wall, just a few steps away from the inside. When they suddenly heard the eldest brother shout, although they were panicked, they all came back in a very short time. Bang! The two doors of the tribe were quickly closed and locked, and Han Chung finally breathed a sigh of relief. While he was looking at the situation outside through the crack in the door, he was asking his eldest brother, who had already asked people to climb up the low wall, what he had found. The answer he got was that he didn't see it either, but he felt that there might be danger, so he called people in first and prepared for defense. Han Chung was stunned, but then he had to give a thumbs up to his senior brother for his alertness. All of them thought that the deer might have returned and ignored other things, but the eldest brother considered other aspects. This may be related to the fact that the eldest brother often takes the tribe members out hunting. Come to think of it, in this era when wild beasts are everywhere and the world is so barbaric, if their leader is not alert, the consequences for the tribe may be disastrous. The rustling sound was getting closer. Han Sheng also climbed up the low wall. With his current height, standing on the low wall, his height would be taller than the wall, and he could see the scenery outside. As the rustling sound got closer, a dark shadow separated from the vague shadows. In the dim moonlight, Han Sheng could see their outlines. Han Sheng recognized them just by seeing their outlines. Who else could the leader be but the troublesome Uncle Lu? Jojo. Seeing the two-legged beasts lined up on the wall to welcome his return, Uncle Deer seemed happy. He barked twice as if he was reviewing the troops. The familiar barking made Han Sheng want to kick him twice. After confirming that it was them and not other wild animals, the tribe members relaxed their vigilance, opened the gate of the tribe, and let the deer back. Uncle Deer hadn't seen Han Sheng for a day and actually missed him a little. He walked up to Han Sheng, stuck out his big tongue, and licked Han Sheng's face. It tasted salty and good. Just as he was about to lick it a second time, Han Sheng pushed his head aside while laughing and scolding him. The return of the deer made the tense tribe relax, and soon their initial anxiety turned into joy as if they had recovered something they had lost. This feeling is similar to when Han Sheng's family's calf was missing for more than a day when he was a child and was finally found in the sweet potato cellar. The eldest brother arranged for people to go into the cave to cook, and then went to the deer pen with Han Sheng, Wu, and others. Arranging food and other matters were originally the responsibility of the eldest senior brother, and Han Sheng usually did not interfere. A fire was lit inside the deer pen. Under the light of the fire, the deer and others put their heads in the water tank and drank water with a gulp. He looked like he had been thirsty all day. After drinking the water, Uncle Lu called out to Han, Chung Yo-Yo. Han Sheng looked at the disheveled old deer, then at its flat belly, and thought about how quickly it drank water just now, and he roughly understood what he meant. He turned around and told Taitu and Ruhua to feed the deer with all the grass they had harvested today. He was counting the deer. The miserable appearance of Mr. Deer and most of the deer made Han Sheng think that they were attacked by wild beasts. Fortunately, the deer were not lost, including the grown fawn that was still suckling. A total of 21 deer were there. This made Han Sheng breathe a sigh of relief. After making sure that there were no casualties in the herd of deer, Han Sheng asked his senior brother and others to check if any of the deer were injured. It turned out that most of these guys just had messy hair and looked tired and disheveled, but none of them were injured. Looking at these deer eating the grass brought by Taitu and Ruhua like reincarnated starving ghosts, Han Sheng fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand what these deer had experienced today. Judging from their appearance, they didn't eat much grass or drink much water all day, and they also did a lot of exercise like running for a long time or perhaps fighting. From his point of view, they must have been chased and blocked by wild beasts without a doubt. However, when Han Sheng saw the fawn that was unharmed, energetic and trying hard to feed, he had to doubt this speculation. After all, after the eldest brother and others tricked the old deer out and secretly slaughtered it, this little guy became the weakest one in the entire deer herd. If it was really being chased by a wild beast, it would be the one that suffered the most damage. But now, it is the most energetic one among the entire deer herd. These anomalies left Han Sheng, who thought he had the best brain in this era, completely baffled. What on earth did you go through today? He turned Uncle Lu's face and asked. Uncle Deer was too disdainful to answer this question. He insisted on not talking while eating or sleeping, and ate the grass attentively. The question of what this group of deer had experienced today troubled Han Sheng for most of the night. The reason why it was late at night instead of the whole night was not because he figured out in the second half of the night, but because he fell asleep. The truth of the matter is actually this. Spring is here, and everything is coming back to life. Things that were sealed by the cold are beginning to move as the weather warms up. Uncle Deer, who had been accumulating food for a whole winter, was no exception. In the first few days, Uncle Deer was struggling with a rope. In the next few days, he was so immersed in the joy of walking the little biped on the rope that he didn't think about this important thing. It was not until today, when the little two-legged beast was no longer following him, that Uncle Deer suddenly felt as if he was missing something. Uncle Lu looked up and around and saw the resentful eyes of a group of beauties in the harem. Any male would not be able to tolerate such a gaze, let alone a male like Mr. Lu, who is usually arrogant. After seeing this kind of look, the old deer became very masculine and stopped eating grass. He wanted to maintain his dignity with practical actions. This group of little does have a look at how powerful it is. Thus, a brutal battle of 1 vs 18 began. After Uncle Deer fought with these female deer one by one for 3 rounds, he realized that it was getting late. They immediately used this as an excuse to stop this brutal one-on-many battle. Originally, according to the usual strength of Uncle Deer, he would not have come back so late, but this fight was too exhausting, and even though Uncle Deer had 4 legs, he was a little exhausted, and he was trembling as he walked. This incident was not discovered until the next day, when Han Chung, who was worried, took his eldest brother and other tribesmen with weapons and quietly followed behind for a while the construction of the wall was stopped. Knowing the truth, he wanted to kick this unrestrained guy twice. Damn it, you are so happy and comfortable outside, but you let these people worry about you at home. What a beast. Chapter 113, The Coming Joyous Party. Now that they no longer had to worry about these annoying deer, the speed at which the fence was raised increased. The method of raising the wall is the same as before, still using the rammed earth method. The walls below were built last fall. After a cold winter, these rammed earth walls have dried out. In order to make the newly added parts bond firmly with the old parts, Han Chung put a lot of thought into it. As for raising the wall, he had already planned to do so long before the wall was successfully built, so he made preparations in advance when it was being built. The top of the wall built by the Chinke tribe last year is not flat. Instead, there's a depression of 40 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters deep every 1 meter. This makes the wall of the Chinke tribe look like an ancient city wall with battlements. Han Chung left battlements on the wall, not to build it like an ancient city wall or to facilitate attack, but mainly to prepare for the ongoing height increase. These 2 flight gaps can play a great role in stabilizing the wall when raising it, because the newly raised wall will fit together with the old walls like teeth and is much stronger than the wall that is built directly on a flat surface. The interlocking of the old and new walls can be described in one word: jagged. In order to make the wall more cohesive, Han Chung also used a little trick, which was to sprinkle some water on the top of the section of the wall that was about to be raised. Water can moisten the loose soil, allowing the new soil to better blend with the old, dry soil. In addition, this year's wall construction appears to be more planned than previous ones. This planning mainly refers to the planning of digging. Last year, when we were digging the earth to build the wall, we just used local materials around the wall. This year, the height increase is very different. Influenced by the previous attacks on the tribe, Han Chung came up with the idea of digging a protective ditch in order to strengthen the tribe's own defense capabilities. In fact, efforts had already been made in this direction when we were digging the mud to make the deer pen. The rammed earth wall requires a lot of earth. Now, 12 meters away from the outer edge of the raised wall, a 3-meter wide and more than half a meter deep earth ditch has appeared. As houses are built and the height of the inner low walls of the fences is increased in the future, this ditch will definitely become deeper. When the time comes, fill it with water and see which bastard dares to attack our tribe. The speed of raising the wall was not slow, the main reason being that there were suddenly 13 more adults in the Chinke tribe. Of course, the appearance of bone shovels, rope hooks, and ash bags also played an important role. The people of the Greenbird tribe are very enthusiastic about raising the height of the wall because they have already experienced the benefits of the wall, especially the tribal defense battle last winter. If the Son of God had not led everyone to build a wall in advance, their tribe would have been in real danger. The pig tribe that came to join them is the best testimony to this. Without the wall, they would likely have ended up like the pig tribe. The people of the pig tribe, especially the original leader of the pig tribe, have never forgotten the tragic experience of their tribe. After joining the Greenbird tribe for such a long time, he has long understood the role of the wall, especially the role of the wall in the war with the evil tribe. With a feeling of sorrow in his heart, he worked harder than the old men of the Chinke tribe when building the wall. Han Chung looked at the wall to the west that had been raised to a height of 3.5 meters, and his sense of security increased greatly. What if that unknown tribe attacked his tribe again this year? They would definitely suffer more casualties. After the western wall was completely raised, the construction of the wall stopped again. The progress was stopped this time, not because Uncle Lou and his guys were causing trouble again, but because the tribe was about to have a grand event, a joyous party. When Han Chung first heard this matter from Wu and the eldest senior brother, he was as confused as everyone else. You all are not mistaken. This joyful gathering is that joyful gathering. Han Sheng didn't expect that these tribes would actually have such activities. His confusion was not because this joy could easily lead to fantasies, as he had seen enough of this kind of thing in the past year, but because he was amazed at the wisdom of these primitive people. As a latecomer, Han Sheng was naturally aware of the various dangers of marrying close relatives. However, he did not expect that this matter had been discovered as early as now, or even earlier, and a solution had been given. Han Sheng suppressed his surprise and asked why he did this. The witch said that this would allow the tribe to have more children. As for what was deeper, he didn't know. Han Sheng couldn't help but feel deeply moved. It was not without reason that human beings could struggle out of such a difficult environment step by step and move towards glory. For example, eating loquats and the so-called joy party now, they don't know the meaning of it or they don't know it thoroughly, but they just keep walking along this correct path. After coming back to his senses from this happy party held every other year, Han Sheng soon had other thoughts. Because Han Sheng learned from the witch that at that time, 4 tribes would come and hold this conference together with the people of the Chinke tribe. Originally, there should have been 5 tribes that came, but the pig tribe had been merged into the green bird tribe, so the number of tribes that came became 4. Han Sheng, who had tasted the sweetness of absorbing the pig tribe and thus greatly increasing the strength of his own tribe, would be strange if he did not have any ideas after hearing about the existence of these tribes. Of course, this matter needs to be done step by step. What Han Sheng needs to do now is to drive a wedge into the hearts of those who came from the Chinke tribe to attend the happy party, so as to gain a big gain with a small effort. Don't make too much noise when inserting the wedge. It can be done easily. Son of God, they will bring the food. Why should we provide it? When it comes to food, Wu is still as stingy as ever. After hearing Han Sheng say that he would provide food to people coming to the party, Wu seemed a little reluctant and asked. Han Sheng didn't think there was anything wrong with Wu's stinginess with food. It was just like families in later generations, which not only needed to be able to earn money, but also to know how to spend money. Han Sheng began to slowly explain to the witch the reason for doing this, and later he even brought out the pig tribe as evidence. Of course, the people of the pig tribe were outside building the wall and could not hear the conversation between Han Sheng and the witch. Even if they heard it, they would not be able to understand what Han Sheng and Wu said based on the limited Mandarin they had learned. Wu was attracted by Han Sheng's series of pancakes and really didn't care about the food anymore. In the somewhat dark inner cave, the witch's eyes were actually glowing. It was obvious that he was still immersed in all the beautiful things Han Sheng had described and had not come back to his senses. Chapter 114. The Green Tribe arrives first. The construction of the wall was stopped. The Joy Club was a big deal for the tribe, and other things could be compromised for it. Everyone was still not idle. At Han Sheng's suggestion, 10 people were assigned to go fishing in the river, and a total of 20 fish cages were used. 20 fish cages were lined up in a long row in the creek. As 20 fish traps were launched into the water, the number of fish caught began to soar. On the open space beside the stream, a large number of white fish were drying in the sun, and as time went by, the number of fish continued to increase. The reason why Han Sheng made such arrangements was, firstly, that when the joy party came, the population would increase dramatically and a large amount of food would be needed. Secondly, he wanted to use this large amount of food to give a visual impact to the people who came to attend the joy party. The third is his selfishness. Fish cages have played an indispensable role in the current prosperity of the Chinke tribe. After these small fish cages solved the food problem, the Chinke tribe was able to free up their hands to do other things. Compared with other tribes, the biggest advantage of the Green Bird tribe is not the walls, the spinning tops, or the bone shovels, but the abundant food. Because these are the most attractive things in this era. Making a fish cage is not too difficult. If people from other tribes see how the Green Bird tribe obtains food, they will easily learn it. Even if they cannot weave fish cages like the Green Bird tribes at first, after witnessing the terrifying speed at which fish cages catch fish, they will definitely work hard in this direction. In this way, the advantage maintained by the Green Bird tribe will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult for Han Sheng to attract other tribes to join the Green Bird tribe through food. Han Sheng's solution to this matter was very simple, which was to catch enough fish in advance, and then stop fishing after people from other tribes arrived. The matter of catching fish with fish cages was kept as a secret within the Chinke tribe. It's really easy to keep a secret these days, because unless something unexpected happens, It is difficult for people from one tribe to meet people from other tribes in a year. Moreover, due to the lack of contact between different tribes, even the languages of neighboring tribes are not very fluent. This further reduces the risk of something spreading. The deer are no longer allowed to roam freely, but are all kept in the deer pen. They will become a powerful way for the Greenbird tribe to show their wealth. At the same time, some people carried straw baskets to the salt mountain, knocked down the salt mines, and then carried them back to make salt by the river. After all, the production of large quantities of salted fish requires a lot of salt. The eldest brother did not lead people to notify those tribes one by one to come to the Chinke tribe to participate in the happy party. But Wu and the eldest brother seemed very confident and did not think that the people of those tribes would breach the contract. Hansheng was very curious about this. Because there was no calendar in that era, let alone mobile phones, it was very difficult to gather together several tribes that basically did not contact each other once a year at a fixed time. Hansheng thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he asked the witch. After learning about Hansheng's questions, Wu was very happy because the Son of God had not asked him questions for a long time, and now he was the one asking the Son of God questions. After the witch understood Hansheng's meaning, he led Han Sheng out of the tribe. Not long after they walked, they stopped in front of a clump of green grass. Flower buds are growing on the green grass, about to bloom. The witch pointed at the green grass and spoke for a while. Han Sheng looked as if he suddenly understood everything, and then he praised the wisdom of the primitive people in his heart. This kind of flowering grass is very common in this area. At least, it can be found near these tribes. Because they bloom early, babies conceived and born at this time can just make it to the autumn when food is abundant and are more likely to survive. So these tribes made this an agreement, and when the grass started to bloom, they would rush to the tribe where the party was being held. After the last gala is over, the tribe to hold the next gala will be designated. When this grass blooms once and again, they will come spontaneously without the need for special notification. After marveling at the ancient wisdom of primitive people, this grass, which was regarded as a token of love, was given a gorgeous name, Joy Grass. While the Chinke tribe was busy preparing for the upcoming joy party, the joy flowers began to bloom one after another. The flowers were lavender and not large, only the size of a fingernail, but they smelled rich and fragrant. When the flowers of the joy grass bloomed purple, the Greenbird tribe welcomed the first batch of visitors this year. These guests were rather strange. Not because of the animal skins they wore, but because of the decorations they wore. It is somewhat understandable that the Greenbird tribe likes to wear feathers on their heads. After all, most bird feathers are quite colorful, and they look better when worn on the head. The decorations of this tribe are quite unique because they don't wear feathers or anything like that on their heads, but grass. Han Sheng could understand inserting one or two pieces, but the key point was that these people inserted more. The leader-like man just got one. When Han Sheng first saw it, he thought he had met a green-haired elf. In this tribe, the more powerful a person is, the more green grass he has on his head. In response to this, Han Sheng said that the people of this tribe were very far-sighted, and because of some things that happened later, Han Sheng called his tribe the Green Tribe. When the leader of the Green Tribe brought his people to the Blue Bird Tribe's base, his reaction was similar to that of the leader of the Pig Tribe. They were all puzzled by the drastic change in the appearance of the Blue Bird Tribe. It was not until he met the senior brother that he was sure that he had come to the right place. The leader of the Green Tribe has a deep affection for the eldest brother. The two were very happy to see each other. They first gave each other a bear hug, and then put their foreheads against each other's shoulders to express their joy of meeting each other. The leader of the Green Tribe was very curious about the Greenbird Tribe's drastic change. He looked around, and when he saw a group of deer grazing leisurely in the deer pen, his eyes widened instantly. He pointed at the deer and screamed, his surprise evident in his words. Before he could recover from the impact of the deer, he saw the large amount of salted fish that the people of the Greenbird tribe had brought from the river to the courtyard. This made him dizzy, so much so that when the eldest brother took him to meet the Son of God and the witch, he did not realize that this tribe had a Son of God whose status was higher than that of the witch. If this was the case for the leader, let alone the shock felt by the other Green tribe members. They all looked at the vast amount of food as if petrified, not understanding why there was such a huge gap between them, even though they were all tribes. Chapter 115, A Slight Smile. After seeing the amazing food of the Greenbird tribe, the leader of the Green tribe was very disappointed. He originally thought that his beautiful green grass was enough to amaze others, but now compared with the abundant food of the green bird tribe, it is really not worth mentioning. The impact of this loss was so serious that the leader of the green tribe even forgot that he had led the people of the tribe to attend the joyous party. It was not until the eldest brother brought 6 men and 12 women from the tribe, including him, to talk to him that he remembered the purpose of their visit. If it were in the past, when he saw the women of the Chinke tribe, especially the spouse of the eldest senior brother with the special buttocks, he would definitely smile excitedly at the eldest senior brother. But it didn't work this year. With the previous disappointment, he always felt a little low in spirits. There were 5 men from the green tribe, but there were 15 women. According to their standards, this was taking advantage. Because this is not about how many seeds you sow, but how many seeds you can harvest. After all, the seeds you sow belong to others, and only what you harvest from your own tribe's fields belongs to you. The eldest brother seemed very generous about this matter, because this time their Chinke tribe could be called the organizer of this happy party. In addition to the green tribe that arrived first, 3 more tribes would come one after another. The women of the Chinke tribe would have enough opportunities to obtain seeds. Another reason is that their tribe absorbed the original pig tribe, which directly added 6 adult men. With these new forces, their green bird tribe is able to deal with the arriving women from the green tribe. Of course, in order to allow the tribe to retain a certain level of combat effectiveness, and also to welcome the subsequent tribes in a relatively full mental state. In this first game, the eldest brother did not send out everyone, and they still had many seeded players. For example, the young and strong Taitu and Haiwa, as well as some people from the original pig tribe. The joy party was a little different from what Han Sheng had imagined. He originally thought that it would officially begin after all the tribes arrived, but he didn't expect it to be a buffet. And it is a very direct, flowing banquet. There is no nonsense at all, and it goes straight to the point. Just like eating food, the people who are chosen to pair up at this joyous party are given priority based on their strength. As the organizer of this happy party and the leader of the Chinke tribe, the eldest brother is naturally the first person to choose a woman from the other tribe. The eldest brother was already familiar with this matter. He arrived in front of the green tribe's camp and selected 2 without much hesitation. The selection method is very simple, which is to take off 2 bird feathers on his head and stick them on the heads of the 2 female primitive people in the green tribe. Female primitives were generally in a subordinate position, at least in most tribes. They do not have the power to actively choose their partners, but if they do not like the man who chooses them, they still have the opportunity to refuse. The way to refuse is very simple, which is to remove the things that the other person has inserted into her head or body. Then fight this man. If I win, I don't have to accept this man. If I lose, that would be violent. Of course, there are also cases where 2 men fall in love with the same woman at the same time. For example, the eldest brother fell in love with these 2 women and stuck the bird feathers on his head on their heads. At this time, the second brother also fell in love with them. What he needed to do was to pluck the bird feathers on his head and stick them on the heads of these 2 women. Then he would have a fight with the eldest brother, and the outcome would determine the ownership of the 2 women. This is similar to male animals competing for mating rights. Of course, such things generally do not happen between men in the same tribe. First of all, they know each other and their respective strengths. Secondly, there are many women, so there is no need to make a big fuss. As for the leader of a tribe like the eldest brother, no one would challenge his authority. The eldest brother liked the 2 women from the green tribe very much, and they had had in-depth exchanges at the joyous gatherings in previous years. This is not only because these 2 people are very strong, but also because they're the spouses of the leader of the green tribe. Just as the eldest brother likes to choose the spouse of the green tribe leader, the green tribe leader also likes to choose the eldest brother's spouse. Every time they meet at a happy party, the 2 will choose each other. This has become a tacit understanding between them. Of course, the leader of the green tribe is still as cunning as ever. He would bring out 2 mates at once, and in this way, he would be able to harvest 1 more field of good seeds than his eldest brother. After the eldest brother made his choice, the next person to choose was not the second brother, but the leader of the green tribe. He was as familiar with the place as the eldest brother. He went straight to the eldest brother's spouse with a particularly big and stuck the green grass on the head of the eldest brother's spouse. After selecting the 2 spouses for the leader of the green tribe, the eldest brother did not leave in a hurry, but waited there until the leader of the green tribe had finished making his selection. After the two smiled at each other, he took them away. But compared with the knowing smiles of previous years, the green tribe leader's smile this year seemed a little absent-minded. After the leaders of both sides have made their choices, the second brother will make the next choice. The second brother also chose two people. However, his selection process was not smooth, because after he made his choice, one of the female primitive people from the green tribe plucked out the feather that the second brother had inserted into her head. This kind of thing happened often to second brother in previous years, and he knew the main reason, which was that these women were worried that his big belly would crush them to death. For these, second brother was always helpless. These ignorant women, who said that he had to put pressure on them. The second brother's solution was also very straightforward. He didn't say anything and just fought the woman directly. The fact that he ranks second in comprehensive combat power among the Chinke tribe is not an exaggeration. Although he has a big belly, he is a relatively flexible fat man. Especially his explosive power in a short period of time is amazing. The woman from the green tribe who resisted him was captured by him in a short while. After defeating the woman, the second senior brother also took the two women from the green tribe away. Then a man from the green tribe came out and chose a woman from the blue bird tribe to participate in the conference. A grand-scale carnival held in the daytime soon got down to business, and primitive music was already playing. Shapteret 116, Melan för Han Sheng. Han Sheng sat at the entrance of the cave, leisurely looking at the people who gathered in twos and threes in the courtyard, bursting with great enthusiasm in broad daylight. From time to time, he would pick up a sip of tea, and he almost commented on what was done well and what was interesting. In his previous life, he had watched too many Japanese action movies and had seen all kinds of tricks. Being used to the ups and downs of life, he was able to remain calm and unperturbed by the current small situation. It can be described as, once you have seen the sea, all other puddles are but puddles. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, all other mounds are but mounds. Of course, part of the reason was that after he traveled through time, he became too young and had not yet developed to that age. Even if he wanted to do something, he was powerless. Of course, he would not tell these to Taitu and others who were standing not far away, watching the scene in the courtyard with red faces and thick necks. Shang did not participate in this event, not because he didn't want to, but because the eldest brother, as the leader, had assigned the tasks. There were still people from 3 tribes who had not arrived, so the people of the Chinke tribe had to conserve their strength. Of course, this is also a way for the eldest brother to establish his authority. After all, Shang, the leader of the original pig tribe, is still very powerful. Even if he cannot defeat the eldest brother, he is still a strong opponent. As for the son of God, the eldest brother was convinced and never thought too much about it. After all, the two were not people of the same level. But for Shang, who once served as the leader of the pig tribe for a long time, he did not have such a broad mind. He would do some things in this regard intentionally or unintentionally. Of course, he did not go too far. Shang stood on the low wall, looking as far as he could into the distance, hoping to divert his attention, but those little tunes that seemed to have magic kept drilling into his ears. Shang looked down at his puffed-up leather skirt. He was now very much hoping that the rest of the tribe would come soon. Under Han Cheng's arrangement, some people from the Chinke tribe who did not participate in the war began to carry out large vats for cooking soup, and then made a fire to boil salted fish soup near the cave in the courtyard. Damn, these guys have made great contributions. Not only are they enjoying themselves, but we also have to serve them food and drinks. Han Cheng took advantage of others not paying attention and was filled with melancholy. When he looked up at these burly primitive women, his melancholy increased. Once the amount of exercise increases, people will easily become hungry. Today, these people exercise enough, so naturally they get hungry quickly. At the beginning, they were all immersed in another world and automatically blocked out these distractions. But when the rich fragrance spread far and wide in the courtyard, these guys were quickly distracted. The people of the Green Bird tribe were better off because there was plenty of food in the tribe, and there were no restrictions on their food. They could eat as much as they wanted, but there was one thing: they must not waste food. In fact, no one is willing to waste food. The people of the Green tribe were in trouble. They had come from far away and were already quite tired. Moreover, the food they brought with them was only enough for a few days. In order to stay here for a few more days and bring back more seeds, the leader of the Green tribe imposed food restrictions on the people of their tribe. The original idea of the leader of the Green Tribe was to wait until it was almost dark before distributing food to the people in the tribe. But after being treated like this by the Green Bird Tribe, his stomach began to growl. He endured for a while, but couldn't bear it any longer, so he hurriedly finished the job. Then, he complained to his heart that the well-fed men of the Chinke tribe didn't know the hunger of the hungry men. You guys are making a fuss about food, but you can't make such a fuss about it. How can we, who have less food, survive if you do this? At the same time, he reluctantly went to get the food and prepared to distribute it to the tribe members. At this moment, the eldest brother, who looked energetic, came with the two equally energetic spouses of the Green Tribe leader. When the eldest brother saw the leader of the Green Tribe taking food, he waved at him. The leader of the Green Tribe was puzzled by this, but when he understood what the eldest brother meant, he immediately became happy. He shouted and began to gather the tribesmen to eat food. The leader of the Green Tribe was of course happy, because this way they would have a lot of food left, and smelling such a rich aroma, he had long wanted to taste what the food tasted like. The leader of the Green Tribe still couldn't put into words how wonderful this delicious food tasted. It's not that he didn't eat any, but he couldn't think of any words to describe this food that he had never eaten before but was so delicious that he couldn't stop eating. His tired words could not express this. Tisk tisk. The leader of the Green Tribe was unwilling to waste even a bit of food. After finishing the food in the thing that was made of unknown substance and was called a bowl by the Green Bird Tribe, he began to suck his juice-soaked fingers one by one. There are also many Green tribesmen who lick their bowls. Han Chung was speechless after watching this scene. Damn, these bowls are useless. I will use them to entertain foreign guests in the future. Especially when he saw the leader of the Green Tribe sucking his fingers, Han Cheng's expression became even more complicated. Because these guys are different from the people of the Green Bird Tribe. Under Han Cheng's high pressure, the people of the Green Bird Tribe have long developed the habit of washing their hands before meals, but the people of the Green Tribe do not do that. If it were normal, it would be fine. The key is that these guys didn't do anything good today. It's hard to imagine what could be on their hands. And now they don't use chopsticks, but directly use their hands to scoop. Han Sheng Huderit. The leader of the Green Tribe didn't know what Han Chung was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care because that's what they did on a daily basis and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The leader of the Green Tribe felt like he was about to die of overeating, but looking at the still plenty of steaming food, he couldn't help but drool. After the meal, the battle was far less intense than before. The main reason was the people of the Green Tribe. They were so full that they could hardly walk, so they had no energy to do these things. Inside the deer pen, the old deer, whose fur looked a little dull, leisurely ate 2 mouthfuls of grass. He looked at the 2-legged animals half lying on the ground in the distance, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. It ate the grass, raised its head proudly, and then walked with its long legs to the back of a doe. Chapter 117, The Prominent Donkey Tribe. It was getting dark, but the people of the Green Tribe did not leave. The party would usually last for several days before ending. Given the Green Tribe leader's nature of taking advantage of others, he would certainly not leave early. Wouldn't that be a disadvantage? The Chinke tribe would not allow them to live in the caves, so they were arranged to live within the courtyard. This treatment is much better than the previous joy parties. After all, the tribes that held the joy parties before did not even have a courtyard. There are still people from the Chinke tribe keeping watch behind the 3 walls. The people in the cave will sleep in batches tonight, and their weapons will be placed within reach. Although there has never been any case of anyone taking advantage of the situation at a wedding party, we still have to be cautious. After all, food is tempting. Nothing happened that night, and the next day, 2 tribes arrived one after another. Just like the Green Tribe that had arrived before, they were all stunned by the shock of the unrecognizable Green Tribe and the abundant food within the tribe. They also showed great enthusiasm for the delicious salted fish soup, which they had never tasted before, and expressed their gratitude to the Green Bird Tribe for their generous act of providing meals. Han Cheng also gave names to the 2 new tribes. The one that came first was called the Sheep Tribe, and the one that came later was called the Donkey Tribe. The reason why the first group that came today is called the Sheep Tribe is because the people in this tribe are basically wrapped in sheepskin. Compared with the Chinke tribe and the Green Tribe, which have all kinds of furs, this one is much purer. As for calling another tribe the Donkey Tribe, that's also simple. Of course, not all of them were wrapped in donkey skins. It's because the people in this tribe are all darker. If this was the only reason, it would not have much to do with why Han Chang called them the Donkey Tribe. But if you add another point, you will find out how appropriate the name of the donkey tribe is for them. Han Chung looked at the huge thing of the man from the donkey tribe, then quietly pulled up his leather pants to see that he was still a small leader, and a feeling of inferiority rose in his heart. This kind of damage is far greater than what the green tribe leader did yesterday, who thought he was very eye-catching with his gorgeous green hat, but was stimulated by the large amount of food from the green bird tribe after he came here. It would be strange if Han Chung could give them a good name, considering that he was deeply hurt. The donkey tribe is different from ordinary tribes. The leaders of ordinary tribes are defeated, but the leader of the donkey tribe is grown. Han Chung was not making this up. This was the conclusion he came to after he discovered that the donkey tribe selected women in order based on the size of their penis, and that the leader's penis was nearly twice as big as the last man selected. The last tribe arrived on the third day, and Han Chung called this tribe the Bone Tribe, because the people from this tribe had a lot of bones hanging on their bodies. Han Chung could understand using bones as decorations, because bones are something that people of this period often come into contact with, and many bones are more aesthetically pleasing than stones, and are easier to process and have plasticity. At the same time, the number of bones can also show the strength of a tribe's hunting ability. In this era dominated by fishing, hunting, and gathering, the strength of hunting ability often represents the prosperity of a tribe. For example, the last tribe that arrived was the Bone Tribe. There were as many as 25 people. It is the largest among all the tribes that came here. The party was still going on. With the arrival of several tribes, the seated players prepared by the Chinke tribe, such as Taitu and Haiwa, took to the stage one after another, while the previous players began to withdraw. Under Han Cheng's instructions, the number of people in the Chinke tribe who participate in the daily carnival is only 1/3 of the adults, and the rest need to be on high alert. After all, the Green Bird tribe's biggest advantage in battle is its wall. Now that these people have come inside the wall, they have to be on guard. At the beginning, Han Chung did not consider this problem, and when he realized it, it was too late. These people had already come in. This made him secretly regretful. Next time, when it was the Green Bird tribe's turn to hold a happy party, he would definitely not let them inside the wall. Fortunately, it is not winter when food is extremely scarce, and most people will not take risks for food. These tribes are all kind-hearted tribes with no history of actively attacking other tribes. During the few days of the celebration, no trouble occurred. This made Han Chung feel relieved. A few days later, the tribes that came here left one after another. The first to leave were not the Green tribe that arrived first, but the Sheep tribe. The Green tribe was the last to leave. This is mainly due to the Green tribe leader's nature of taking advantage. Because we left late, we could not only eat more delicious food from the Green Bird tribe, save food from our own tribe, but also bring back more seeds. These tribes that left did not leave empty-handed. They all received gifts from the Chinke tribe. These gifts are disposable items, salted fish. In fact, what these tribesmen wanted most was not salted fish, but the large vats that could be used to cook delicious food, and of course, the bowls that could be used to hold the food. Of course, Han Chung would not give them pottery and other things because they were different from salted fish. Salted fish is gone once you eat it, but pottery can be reused repeatedly. As for whether to give pottery or salted fish as gifts to the tribes that came here, the witch thought that he would not give them anything. It would be very difficult to just provide them with food at the party. These guys have never eaten in their lives. Thinking of the huge amount of food that was eaten by his tribe in the past few days, the witch wanted to scold these shameless guys. They were so shameless. They were obviously already groaning with fullness, but they still went to the side of the jar and asked the person in charge of serving food from the Green Bird tribe to give them another half bowl of food. They ate it in small bites, not afraid of eating themselves to death. If he had to make a choice between the two, he would choose pottery rather than salted fish. Because by now, pottery has become very common in the Chinke tribe, and it is the kind that can be fired as long as you want it. The witch, who always attached great importance to food, would naturally give these inedible things to his neighbors who had never eaten before. However, since this matter was decided by the Son of God, although he felt a little reluctant, he would not object. In the past, Wu was the wisest man in the Chinke tribe, but since the appearance of the Son of God, Wu, who has always been very confident in his wisdom, no longer wants to mention this matter. Han Chung had other arrangements regarding the pottery. Chapter 118. The Original Transaction. Under Han Cheng's deliberate arrangement, the Chinke tribe caused a great impact on the tribe that came this time. Their biggest impression of the Chinke tribe is their wealth and generosity. Besides that, the food is delicious. Although they envied the amazing deer and fish, they did not think too much about it, because it required actual skills to get them. But it's different with food that's so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Although this way of eating is novel, it is not difficult to learn. You just need to add water to the thing called a jar or pot by the Chinke tribe and put on the fire. During the leisure time of the joyous gathering, the leaders of these tribes discussed this matter with the eldest brother. The eldest brother's reply was that he could not make the decision on this matter, and he needed to ask the witch and the Son of God. Regarding this matter, the leaders of these tribes felt very sympathetic towards the eldest brother, because in their tribe, there is no witch at all, let alone the Son of God. In their tribe, what they say is what counts, unlike the eldest brother, who is a leader but has no say in many things. However, when they learned that the Chinke tribe could be in such an astonishing and enviable state today, all because of the Son of God, their sympathy immediately turned into envy. Han Chung was not surprised after hearing what his eldest senior brother had said. The reason why he made such a big fuss to prepare meals for these people was not only to show them the wealth of the Chinke tribe and make them yearn for the Chinke tribe that could live like this, but also to exchange things for them using pottery. The staple food of the Chinke tribe today is fish, and the supplementary food is wild vegetables. Because most of the manpower is used in construction, hunting is rarely carried out, so there's very little meat. What Han Chung wanted to do was to take this opportunity to let the surrounding tribes witness the benefits of pottery with their own eyes, greatly increase the value of the pottery, and then use the pottery to exchange for some food for them. After more than a year of continuous development, and with the help of Haiwa, a man with great talent in pottery making, the pottery-making technology of the Chinke tribe has made considerable progress. For the current Chinke tribe, firing pottery is not a difficult task. Compared to hunting, pottery making is much more stable and safer. Han Chung thought it was very feasible to use such pottery to exchange food with other tribes. He told this idea to his eldest brother and asked him to tell the leaders who wanted the pottery. The leader of the Green tribe was the most resourceful. After hearing what the eldest brother said, he immediately took out half of the food they brought this time, then walked to the large cooking vat, put the food down, and indicated that he wanted this. They had originally planned to eat these foods this time, but it saved them because the Chinke tribe provided meals. Now, they were using these foods to exchange for the Chinke tribe's pottery, and the largest jar at that. It was really too shameless. After witnessing the shamelessness of the Green tribe leader, the eldest brother took action. He took a medium-sized ceramic bowl from the side and placed it next to the food taken out by the Green tribe leader, meaning that the food could only be exchanged for such a bowl. The leader of the Green tribe, who didn't mind the black ash on the outside of the pottery jar and refused to let go, immediately froze the smile on his face when he saw the eldest brother's actions. He began to bargain with the eldest brother. The eldest senior brother was also a man who had seen big scenes, and he had also received instructions from the Son of God. So naturally, he started to bargain without showing any weakness. The two people who had shown great tacit understanding at the happy gathering before now started a very fierce confrontation. After some bargaining, the leader of the Green tribe took out half of the remaining food again, piled it here, and then patted the big jar. The eldest brother then shook his head. He took away the medium-sized pottery bowl and took a large pottery bowl and placed it on the food taken out by the leader of the Green tribe, meaning that these foods could only be exchanged for this large bowl. After some very primitive bargaining, the leader of the Green tribe had no choice but to accept the price offered by the eldest brother. The food was exchanged for a large ceramic bowl. After this precedent, the leaders of other tribes also began to take out 3/4 of their food in exchange for the Greenbird tribe. Among them, the Donkey tribe and the Sheep tribe brought less food and only exchanged for a medium-sized bowl. There were many people from the Bone tribe, and they brought a lot of food, so they exchanged 3/4 of their food for a small pottery jar. The witch looked at the pile of food that was exchanged for these 3 bowls and a small pottery jar. His eyes widened. He did not expect that this pottery, which had become extremely common in their tribe, could be exchanged for so much food. Han Chung was not too surprised by this. After all, among the several tribes here, pottery was unique to the Chinke tribe. Before they knew the great uses of pottery, these people might have looked down on it, but after experiencing the benefits of pottery firsthand, it became difficult for them to refuse. Han Chung, who came from the future, naturally knew how beneficial it was to have a monopoly on business. Of course, if we take into account the meals provided to these people and the salted fish given to them as gifts, the Chinke tribe suffered a huge loss in this happy party. However, if we take into account other aspects, they made a lot of money. Moreover, as the pottery trade develops, the food consumed this time can be earned back soon. Do you really think free meals are this delicious? A certain son of God stood with his hands behind his back at the gate of the Chinke tribe, looking at the tribes going away, as happy as a cat that had successfully stolen some fish. A sense of pleasure in bullying primitive people arose spontaneously, lingering in my heart for a long time. Just the animal skins made this scene, which should have been extremely cool, less impressive by several levels. In addition to these two things, there was another thing that surprised these leaders. That is, the leader of the pig tribe led the people of the pig tribe to join the greenbird tribe. After learning the reason why the pig tribe joined the greenbird tribe, these leaders seemed a little silent. This silence was more due to worry about the appearance of such a powerful evil tribe nearby, and also due to gratitude that their own tribe had not been attacked by such a tribe. The remaining small part was sympathy for the fate of the pig tribe. After coming to their senses from this terrible incident, these leaders gradually discovered that the neighboring tribe in front of them had become so powerful without them noticing. It turns out that their strength was not the strongest among the nearby tribes. The strongest was the bone tribe. But after absorbing 10 people from the pig tribe, including the leader, the number of their adults has almost approached that of the originally most powerful bone tribe. In this era, without fancy magic and fighting spirit, and without guns and cannons, the size of the adult population often represents the fighting power of the tribe. Especially after learning that the greenbird tribe had actually repelled the evil tribe, they were even more surprised. Because from the eldest brother, they learned about the power of the evil tribe. With such a powerful force, the neighboring tribe should be unable to resist it. However, after the eldest brother led them out of the tribe and headed east to see the many bones that had not been burned clean even after the fierce fire, their doubts immediately disappeared without a trace. Chapter 119, Low Wall and Wooden Ladder. This gala can be said to be very successful. It not only allowed the surrounding tribes to witness the wealth of the Chinke tribe, but also, in an inadvertent way, made them realize the strength of the Chinke tribe, showing off its soft and hard power. It also opened up the door to primitive trade, which will benefit the Chinke tribe in the future. The women of the Chinke tribe are also very competitive and have left behind many seeds. Now it depends on who has the best land for the seeds to take root and sprout. Primitive people did not have the concept of cuckoldry as it does in later generations. These things, which seem very unacceptable to people in later generations, were extremely common in this era. But it is basically limited to these few days. Once the joy is over, it will be unforgivable if such a thing happens again. This is also the reason why, after Taitu was defeated in the fight with Haiwa, he just listened to Zhuang's high-spirited songs and couldn't sleep every night, but did not take any other actions to survive. As a latecomer, Han Chung was deeply worried about this. He was worried that it would be difficult for him to find a wife. Damn, this is really unlucky. In a later life, he had no money and no status. Now his status is extremely high, but he encountered such a situation again. Han Chung shed tears of bitterness. The tribesmen who came to the Chinke tribe to attend the joy party seemed very reluctant to leave. The wonderful life in the past few days left them with a very deep impression. They did not expect that people could live in such a comfortable way. The experiences they had in the Chinke tribe over the past few days were like opening a window for them, allowing them to see another world. Not only these ordinary people, but even the leaders of several tribes were extremely envious. The party was over, but the Chinke tribe did not immediately get back on track. The main reason is that the men of the Chinke tribe are too kind-hearted and are eager to help others in need. In order to help other tribes increase their population, they are willing to use all their strength. Uncle Deer also seemed listless. In order to show his masculinity, keep his harem in line, and also let these short two-legged animals broaden their horizons, he had been very busy these past few days, to the point that even the color of its fur has faded. When it sees a young doe approaching it, it quickly hides away. After 3 days of rest, the Chinke tribe finally regained its vitality. A large number of people continued to work on the wall. However, after the western wall was raised, the next step was not to raise the southern wall, but to raise the low wall behind a western wall. because after the wall was raised to 3.5 meters high, the low wall at the back seemed too low. When standing behind it, one could not see the scenery outside at all. In order to reduce the workload, Han Chung simply had people connect the original low walls together and raise them to a height of about 2.6 meters. According to the height of the Chinke tribe members, when they stand on a low wall that is 90 centimeters high, they can basically just expose their chest and the upper part. This will not only protect the people who are fighting back from behind the wall from harm to the greatest extent, but also will not affect the counterattack of the people of the Greenbird tribe because the wall is too high. But in this way, the original low wall has become a high wall, and it is impossible to climb up it without the help of other tools. Some people in the Chinke tribe who like to think began to think about how to solve this problem. These people include Wu, the eldest senior brother, and Tu, who has become Wu's apprentice. The wall is very high, but with the low wall we can get on top of it. Now that the low wall has become higher, can't we just build a shorter wall based on the higher low wall? With the two previous walls as a reference, it was not particularly difficult for Wu and his companions to come up with such a solution as long as they were willing to use their brains. After all, they were not particularly primitive people. Just when they thought they had a good idea and were secretly proud of themselves for having guessed the Son of God's next move, the Son of God's action surprised them greatly. Because after the low wall was built, the Son of God did not have people build a lower wall next to the low wall as they had expected, but instead had people raise the height of the south wall with the gate. Wu, the eldest brother, and Tu looked at each other, then raised their heads to look at the low wall that was so high that there was no way to climb it after the shells were removed. They all had puzzled expressions on their faces, and their minds were full of confusion. They really couldn't understand the Son of God's behavior. Han Chung certainly would not build a lower wall next to the low wall, and so on, until he reached the highest low wall that people could climb up. In this way, at least 3 low walls will have to be built, which is too time-consuming and unnecessary. It was not difficult for him to solve this problem. He just needed to make some ladders. For the Greenbird tribe, which had plenty of wood, making ladders was not too difficult. Han Chung, along with 2 craftsmen, Bo and Haiwa, searched for some straight trees as thick as a bowl. They burned them with fire and cut them into pillars about 2 meters and 80 centimeters long, which they then had transported back to the tribe for use. Then cut some tree sections that are as thick as arms and vary in length from 1 meter to 70 centimeters. And the next step is to make a ladder. Han Chung selected 2 tree trunks of similar thickness and asked Bo and Haiwa to pick them out from the pile of wood and then place them opposite each other. The 2 tree trunks are not placed parallel. The distance between them is larger at one end and smaller at the other end. The end with the larger distance is the root of the trunk, and the end with the smaller distance is the thinner end of the trunk. The width at the bottom reaches 80 centimeters, while the width at the top is only 50 centimeters. After placing the 2 pillars, the next thing to do is to tie the horizontal bar to the 2 pillars. Bo, who often does weaving work, is very good at this. After Han Chung demonstrated it, he tied 1 knot every 30 centimeters, quickly and firmly. Wu and several senior brothers, who had been struggling to figure out how to climb up the low wall, were very concerned about Han Cheng's actions because they wanted to see what the Son of God was going to do. At first, they were puzzled by Han Cheng's behavior of building a ladder until he started tying the horizontal bars. Then Wu looked thoughtful. When Han Chung asked people to carry the finished wooden ladder and lean it against the first section of the low wall that had been built, Wu's eyes sparkled. At this point, he completely understood Han Cheng's approach. When Han Chung was the first to climb up the low wall using the ladder, the eldest brother and Tu also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. They stood under the wall, looking up at the Son of God standing on the low wall, and the unknown thing leaning against the low wall. They were once again deeply impressed by the wisdom of the Son of God. Chapter 120, Stone Chisel and Mortise. After the first successful example, it became easier to make subsequent ladders. Considering the speed at which the tribesmen climbed up the wall when the enemy attacked, Han Chung felt it was necessary to make more ladders. So within 2 days, 5 ladders were placed behind the tribe's newly added high-low wall on the west side. More traditional ladders in later generations, such as wooden ladders and bamboo ladders, are not made in this way. The main difference lies in the installation of the horizontal bar. The wooden and bamboo ladders of later generations were made by boring mortise holes on 2 pillars and then hammering a crossbar into the mortise holes. The ladders made in this way were far superior to the simple ladder made by Han Sheng in terms of beauty and sturdiness. Considering that wooden ladders are easily damaged by wind and sun all year round, especially the ropes binding the horizontal bars are prone to deterioration. After making a simple wooden ladder, Han Sheng wanted to make a traditional wooden ladder. If you want to make a traditional wooden ladder, there is one difficulty that must be overcome, which is making mortise and tenon holes in the wood. In later generations, it was easier to make mortise holes because there were sharp chisels specifically used for making mortise holes. Now, without the right tools, facing this technical difficulty, Han Sheng could only frown and ponder. Han Sheng thought of the hand drill he had made successfully before. After trying it many times, he had to shake his head and give up this method. A hand drill is fine for drilling small holes, but once the hole you need is too large, a hand drill is useless. This isn't something you can just swap out for a bigger drill bit. Stone is a good thing, especially for primitive people who cannot refine metals such as copper and iron, and Han Sheng. After the manual drilling failed, Han Sheng turned his attention to the stone. Since stone can be used to make stone knives and stone axes, there is no reason why we cannot make stone chisels. Han Sheng acted immediately and asked the people in the tribe to use the same hard stone used to make stone knives to make stone chisels according to his requirements. The shape of the stone chisel is also simple. It is a round or flat long stone pillar. One end is knocked off little by little after the rough cutting edge is knocked out. It is placed on a large stone and ground while sprinkling water. It makes sense to sprinkle water while grinding. The most important thing is certainly not to prevent dust and temperature drop, but that water can wash away the stone foam produced by grinding, so that the stone used as a whetstone can maintain friction. The production of stone tools is a time-consuming process. The stone chisel was made by a person in the tribe who is more skilled in making stone tools. It took 3 full days to complete it. This piece of wood is not that piece of wood. This piece of wood is an adult man in the Chinke tribe. He originally lived in the Greenbird tribe. Before the people from the Pig tribe joined, his personal fighting strength was ranked 5th to 7th in the Greenbird tribe. The reason why he's called Mutu is actually very simple. It is because he doesn't like to talk much and always looks wooden. However, although it is made of wood, when it comes to making stone tools, the Greenbird tribe's technology is definitely second to none, and the same is true for the Pig tribe that joined later. This may be related to his rather dull character, and the fact that the manufacture of stone tools requires patience and constant polishing. So, in fact, everyone has their own shining points. The reason why you feel inferior to others is that you only see the dazzling points of others and have not found something that suits you to show your strengths. Things are not absolute and can be converted in certain circumstances. Just like a piece of wood that can't make a fart when hit with 3 sticks, if asked to do business, he would naturally be a sucker. But when he meets the stone tool, he can do things that others can hardly achieve. Beep, beep, beep. While other people in the Chinke tribe were busy raising the walls or harvesting grass, Han Sheng, the son of God, was also not idle. He held a wooden chisel in one hand and a piece of wood in the other, hitting the top of the chisel. As he struck, wood chips were scooped up from the large log on the ground by the chisel. The reason why wood is used to strike the stone chisel instead of harder stone is because we can protect the stone chisel from damage. Beep, beep, beep. Han Sheng placed the stone chisel at an angle on the wooden pillar and then struck it. He could see that a roughly square pit 2 centimeters deep had appeared on the pillar. Alas! Han Sheng hammered for a while, put down the stone chisel and the wooden stick in his hand, stretched his tired hands, and sighed. The stone chisel still didn't work because it wasn't sharp enough. It worked fine at the beginning, but as the depth of the mortise increased, the efficiency began to drop sharply. This matter made Han Sheng feel melancholy. He just wanted to make some holes in the wood. Why was it so difficult? Mutu saw Han Sheng throwing the stone chisel on the ground with a frown and a worried look on his face. He thought that the son of God was dissatisfied with the things he had polished. So he went over to pick up the stone chisel that Han Sheng had placed on the ground without saying a word and continued to grind it on the stone. Han Sheng looked at the wood being polished carefully by the stone chisel, and while he felt a little warmed, he also sighed secretly. Stone, even if polished to the highest degree, is still not as good as steel. Of course, this does not include diamonds, which can make you bankrupt if you buy one. Han Sheng looked at the wood and pondered, and kept chiseling with the stone chisel. Finally, he was able to chisel out a mortise and tenon, but this was not what he wanted because it took too long. It would be better to just make a simple ladder tied with ropes. As dusk fell, the Chinke tribe tired after a day's work, quieted down. In the peaceful night, snoring could be heard from the cave, and a faint firelight flickered. The shadow of the old primitive man watching over the fire was cast on the mountain wall, making him look particularly tall. Han Chung turned over and lay on his side, looking into the cave. It was blurry and quiet, very different from the cave during the day. The noise of his turning over woke up Fu Jiang, who was lying at his feet. Fu Jiang raised his head and looked around vigilantly. Seeing nothing unusual, he lowered his head again, buried his nose under his tail, and continued his sweet dream. Got it. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind, which made him happy. All his annoyance disappeared at once, and he became clear-headed. Fire. He looked at the faint flickering flame with burning eyes. Water and fire are the two most powerful things. How could I have forgotten about them? He was thinking about using fire to open the mortise and didn't fall asleep until very late. Han Chung got up early the next morning, washed up, did a little exercise, and then began his plan to open the mortise. Han Chung was only thinking about making the mortise and tenon, not just for the latter. Just like the hand drill he had made before, it was also to lay the foundation for the future. In ancient times, when iron nails were not widely available, carpenters, bamboo craftsmen, and others used mortise and tenon joints to connect various objects. This seemingly insignificant hole actually has extraordinary significance in the manufacture of tools. Chapter 121: Artificial Respiration and the Bone-Eating Devil. The tribe was already preparing to cook. Han Chung used a broken pottery pot to shovel some charcoal from the burning fire and walked out. After thinking about it, he asked Lame, who came over to him, to carry some dry firewood and go out with him. Coming to the tree trunk where he had drilled a hole yesterday, he put the charcoal in the pottery shards and started a fire with the dry firewood that Lame had brought. After the flame burned for a while, he used 2 wooden sticks to pick up a piece of charcoal of the right size and put it into the hole he had chiseled on the tree trunk yesterday. After the charcoal left the fire, the flame immediately became smaller, emitted blue smoke, and began to turn from red to black, giving people the illusion that it was about to go out. Han Chung, who had frequently dealt with flames over the past year, naturally would not let it die like this. He took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and then performed artificial respiration on the charcoal in the wood pit. Of course, it's not the mouth-to-mouth kind. Otherwise, after all the actions, Han Cheng's 2 mouths would be like sausages that could be eaten directly. Han Chung squatted on the ground, lowered his head, and blew away the spiritual energy at the piece of charcoal in the wood hole that looked like it was about to die. The charcoal, which had turned black, immediately turned red in many places after receiving Han Cheng's spiritual energy and regained its vitality. It seems that artificial respiration is indeed a necessary skill at home and when traveling. It can be used to save a young lady who falls into the water, and even a charcoal fire that is about to be extinguished can be successfully rescued. The charcoal that had been revived by Han Cheng's spirit began to glow and heat. Its emotions were so fiery that even the wood next to it began to burst out with fiery emotions along with it. Han Cheng's eyes filled with tears as he watched the mortise gradually deepen and expand under the burning charcoal. He had to cry. This damn tree trunk was so smoky that he could hardly open his eyes. In order to avoid himself being turned into dried meat by tears before even a single burn is done, Han Chung stopped performing artificial respiration on the piece of charcoal that had become much smaller. He stood up and looked around, trying to find something suitable to use as a blowpipe. It turned out that there was nothing suitable. If you have bamboo, it will be great. You just need to break through the bamboo joints, and it will become a very useful blowpipe. At this time, Han Chung missed the bamboo forest in the village in the future very much. What a pity. Han Chung has not seen any bamboo in more than a year since he came here. Of course, it is also related to the fact that the outside world is too dangerous and he often stays at home in the tribe. Without anything suitable, Han Chung could only continue to develop his imagination. He set his sights on a large pile of bones that had accumulated in the tribe over the years. Because of the large-scale production of bone shovels, a lot of these bones were consumed, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect Han Cheng's ability to find suitable ones to make blowpipes. Because bone shovels are made of flat, flaky bones, while blowpipes are long, cylindrical bone sticks. Han Chung found a bone stick about 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter and more than 20 centimeters long. He couldn't tell what animal the bone came from. After all, since he arrived, everyone in the Chinke tribe only ate fish. I picked it up and took a look. It was in good condition, with no damaged parts. The marrow inside the bone had been almost eaten. It just needed a little rest before it could be used. Han Cheng found a thin wooden stick and began to poke the hole in the bone stick. After poking for a while, it knocked gently on the ground and some black residue fell out. Han Cheng looked at it and could see a little light, which meant that the bone stick had penetrated. He cleaned the bone stick with water, then put one into his mouth and blew air into it. After trying it, he still felt it was not smooth enough, so he poked it with a thin wooden stick. After poking for a while, he let it go and blew air into it to try the ventilation effect. Han Cheng, who was putting the bone stick to his mouth and trying to blow air, looked up with some confusion, because 2 feet and a big bowl appeared in front of him. In the bowl was steaming salted fish soup with a lot of the most popular green rapeseed. Son of God, drink the soup. This doesn't taste good. He looked up and saw the familiar face of his senior brother. But unlike before, today there was a cautious look on his face, like a child who had done something wrong. As he said this, he pushed the large bowl with more meat and less soup in his hand towards Han Cheng, and at the same time stretched out his other hand, trying to take away the bone stick that Han Cheng still held against his mouth. It was not surprising for the eldest brother to behave like this. He was a little confused when he first saw the Son of God's strange behavior, but then he understood. The Son of God is hungry. I'm so hungry that I'm going to eat some old bone sticks. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so absorbed in my work last night and woke up late this morning and hadn't asked someone to cook late, the Son of God wouldn't have been so hungry that he would have to eat this old bone stick that he couldn't even eat. So after the salty fish soup was ready, the eldest brother immediately scooped out a thick bowl of it and hurriedly brought it to the starving Son of God. Drink soup? This is not delicious? Han Cheng blinked in confusion, looked at his senior brother's face and movements, which seemed a little nervous and self-blaming, then lowered his eyes to look at the bone stick that was pressed against his mouth, and suddenly understood something. Han Cheng sniffed. Was he the kind of person who, when hungry, would not let go of even such an old bone stick? This, blow the fire, don't eat it. In order to prevent the label of bone-gnawing maniac from being completely imprinted on himself, and at the same time to eliminate the guilt of his senior brother, Han Cheng quickly explained after realizing what was going on. Looking at the eldest brother's eyes that were fixed on the bone stick, Han Cheng felt that it would not be easy for him to get rid of this label from the eldest brother. The world is big, but eating is the most important. No matter if you are crazy or not, just fill your stomach first and then think about other things. Han Cheng washed his hands, picked up the bowl of rice, and started to eat it. The eldest brother, who was eating with a bowl not far away, would secretly glance at the Son of God from time to time while eating. He wanted to take the bone stick just now, but the Son of God wouldn't let him. This made him very worried that the Son of God would take advantage of the bone stick again. Han Cheng puffed up his cheeks and continued blowing on the fire. The blowpipe made of bone sticks was very useful. It created distance between Han Cheng and the charcoal, protecting him from the smoke and preventing him from crying. And because the hole in a bone stick is relatively small, the air blown out from the small hole has greater force, which is more conducive to the burning of the charcoal than blowing directly with the mouth, and it also saves effort. As the charcoal continued to glow and heat up, the mortise on the tree trunk became larger and deeper, and the speed was much faster than using a stone chisel. But a new problem arose, that is, the already burned area would continue to burn. At this rate, by the time Han Cheng achieved the depth he wanted, the mortise would be completely destroyed. Chapter 122, The Magical Brain. Han Cheng was scratching his head. Damn, it's just a mortise and tenon, but it has to be so tortuous? This life is unbearable. He took the charcoal out of the mortise, which had become much deeper and larger, and extinguished the burning charcoal on the mortise wall, and then thought of a solution. That is, how to ensure that when using charcoal to expand the mortise deeper, the already burned areas above will not be burned by the flames. Watering? Water and fire cannot coexist, and the first thing Han Cheng thought of was water. He used a bowl that the tribes had used at the previous joyous gathering and filled it with half a bowl of water. He dipped his hand in the water to wet the burnt part of the upper half of the mortise, then picked up a piece of charcoal from the fire nearby and put it into the mortise, and then blew air into it. The moment the charcoal was put into the mortise, a hissing sound was heard, accompanied by white smoke rising. This was because Han Cheng accidentally spilled water underneath when he was getting water. After experimenting for a while, Han Cheng had to give up this method. It is not only because it is easy to get the lower part of the mortise wet when applying water, but there is also an important reason. After the charcoal burns for a while, the water on the upper part of the mortise is evaporated and then starts to burn again. At this time, what needs to be done is to wet the burning part of the upper part of the mortise with water, but this process will not go smoothly. Either the charcoal will burn your hands, or too much water will be used, and the charcoal below will be extinguished. The witch didn't know what the Son of God was busy doing, so when he saw the Son of God finally stop, he came over to ask. The witch, who understood Han Cheng's meaning, was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Son of God would spend so much effort to make another ladder when there was already a ladder. In his opinion, the current ladder is very good. It is not only convenient to go up and down, but also easy to make. Han Cheng had no way of explaining to Wu the great significance of the mortise, because Wu had never seen such a wide variety of wooden tools. After thinking for a while without any idea, Han Cheng stood up from the ground with a bone blowpipe, stretched his body, and looked at the vibrant tribe with the witch. The door of the deer pen was open and the pen was empty. The arrogant Mr. Deer led his harem and offspring out to graze. Now Han Cheng, Wu, and the others are no longer worried about this, because except for the first few times when Uncle Lu was distracted and delayed, he came back very punctually the rest of the time. Uncle Lu, who went from frugality to luxury, had completely forgotten about Yanshan and other places. Some of the rabbits in the rabbit pen were squatting at the foot of the wall to bask in the sun, while others were eating grass. Their three-lobed mouths moved back and forth, and they ate without showing their teeth. They looked gentle, but their eating speed was very fast. In a short while, a blade of grass would be completely eaten. The reproduction rate of rabbits is so terrifying that even though Wu personally dealt with a batch of them in late autumn and early winter last year, the size of the rabbit population has now exceeded its peak last year. When Wu saw this group of rabbits, his face was full of smiles. Just by looking at his expression, Han Cheng knew that he was missing the wonderful feeling of ending the lives of rabbits with a wooden stick last fall. The wall is still rising, and more than half of the section on the west side of the gate has been completed. The vast majority of adults in the tribe are contributing to this major project. Baji, Sean didn't catch it firmly, and the gray bag filled with mud fell off and hit Junior Brother Shah on the head below. Junior Brother Shah, whose head and face were covered in mud, cried out in anger. Sean was explaining something. Junior Brother Shah looked very funny with a head full of mud, and Han Cheng couldn't help laughing out loud. Junior Brother Shah and Shang noticed that the Son of God and the witch were looking at them, so they stopped talking and started laughing foolishly. Han Cheng walked over and motioned for Junior Brother Shah to go and wash. Got it. Han Cheng suddenly had an idea and grabbed Junior Brother Shah, who was about to leave, and told him to squat down. Junior Brother Shah was very confused by Han Cheng's actions. He didn't know what the Son of God wanted to do to him, but he still squatted down as he was told. Han Cheng was not polite at all. He quickly scraped the mud off Junior Brother Shah's head and put it in his hand. He said to Junior Brother Shah, who was extremely moved, "Okay, go wash it." After saying this, he didn't wait for Junior Brother Shah to reply and ran towards the tree trunk holding the mud. Junior Brother Shah looked at the Son of God, who was happily leaving with the mud in his arms in confusion, and then reached out to touch his muddy head, full of doubts. Is there something special about me that makes mud turn into treasure when it falls on my head? Han Cheng was of course delighted, because he suddenly thought of a good way to solve this problem. Han Cheng mixed the mud that he had taken from Junior Brother Shah's head, then scooped some from it and pasted it on the upper part of the mortise. After the paste was ready, Han Cheng reignited the fire that he wanted to extinguish, selected a piece of charcoal of appropriate size, put it back in, and then blew air with a blowgun. The witch stood aside with his head tilted and continued to watch the Son of God's strange behavior. A smile soon appeared on Han Cheng's face because this method was surprisingly effective. The mud blocks the direct contact between the wood and the flame, and it is not as troublesome as using water. Just apply the mud and don't worry about the rest. Without the interference of various things, the progress of burning the mortise was quite fast. By the evening, 4 mortise holes appeared on the tree trunk, 30 centimeters apart. In addition to being faster than using a stone chisel, another advantage of using fire to burn the mortise is that the mortise is less likely to crack after being burned by flames. Of course, a stone chisel is also indispensable in the firing of the mortise, because it is used to first chisel out a rough shape at the place where the mortise is needed, and then use charcoal to burn it underneath. It took Han Cheng 4 days to use this method to make 8 symmetrical mortise and tenon holes on 2 wooden pillars that would become ladders. Beep, beep, beep. With the help of Lame, Han Chung smashed wooden sticks of different lengths and as thick as arms into the mortise in order from bottom to top and from long to short. The tree stick is slightly thicker than the mortise, which can increase the firmness of the wooden ladder and avoid shoddy construction where the ladder will break when simply lifted by hand. After nailing all the 8 mortise holes on one side of the pillar with wooden sticks, Han Chung, with the help of Bo and Haiwa, rolled another wooden pillar with mortise holes on the ground half a circle, so that the mortise holes on it were aligned with the 8 wooden sticks one by one. Then he asked Bo, who had stronger hands, to use a piece of wood suitable for hitting to hit the outside of the wooden pillar hard. As Lame hammered, the 8 tree sticks entered their corresponding holes little by little. Chapter 123, when I looked back, I was already hugging the towering tree. Lame's eyes were shining brightly as he kept circling around the wooden ladder made by Han Chung. While turning in circles, he would touch the wooden ladder from time to time, and sometimes he would hold one end of the ladder, lift it up, and shake it vigorously. The wooden ladder was still solid, without any sign of looseness. The more this happened, the brighter Lame's eyes became, because he had discovered a completely new direction. In the past, if he wanted to connect 2 things together, the only way he knew was to tie them up with a rope, or to use a vine that could be used as a rope. But now, the Son of God has actually made an extremely strong wooden ladder that can be connected without ropes. For Lame, who is obsessed with all kinds of handicrafts, this is no less than the night after he became an adult when the door to a new world opened up. Son of God, the more he thought about it, the more excited Bo became. He let go of the wooden ladder, saluted Han Chung, and shouted respectfully. This is the Chinke tribe's way of expressing respect for Han Chung, even a highly respected witch rarely receives such courtesy. The witch was also looking at the wooden ladder. In his opinion, the wooden ladder made by the Son of God was indeed more exquisite and better than the ones tied with ropes, but not so good that it would make people ecstatic. It's right that Lame shouldn't be so excited. This is the cognitive bias caused by different occupations. Just like the pottery plate that we was so happy about, which was used to carve words, in Bo's eyes, it was actually just that. With Bo, an avid handicraft enthusiast, around, Han Chung basically did not interfere with the rest of the wooden ladder manufacturing and let Bo do it. He would only give guidance if there were some things I didn't understand. It is worth mentioning that Han Chung has already taken out the ruler, because as more and more things are manufactured, the production of various objects must also meet certain standards. In this way, the manufactured things are more beautiful. Another thing is that if they are all made according to certain standards, damaged parts on the objects can be easily replaced, and there will not be a situation where one part of the object is broken and the entire object has to be scrapped. Of course, another reason is that Han Chung wants a relatively accurate measuring tool. This ruler is easy to make. Just find some straight wooden strips, peel off the outer skin, and leave only the white inner bones. First, estimate the length of 10 centimeters, and then use this 10 centimeters as the standard to gradually extend out a ruler of 1 meter, 1.5 meters, or even 2.5 meters. Then, evenly carve out scales from 0 to 10 within this standard 10 centimeters and mark them with numbers. After carving, put a little charcoal foam on your hands and rub your hands on these scales. The scales that were not very obvious originally will immediately become clear. Similarly, using this 10 centimeter stick as the standard for comparison, the scales on several other sticks of different lengths are all accurate to the centimeter, and in the middle of each centimeter, a small vertical bar is engraved, which is a ½ centimeter mark. For the current Chinke tribe, accuracy to the centimeter is sufficient. Of course, the distance of 10 centimeters estimated by Han Chung will be more or less different from the 10 centimeters in later generations, but there is no need to worry. As long as he can continue this standard and ensure that the rulers produced later are the same length as the original 10 centimeters, then his standard will be accurate. Therefore, Han Chung took great care to preserve the original 10 centimeter piece of wood. After communicating with the witch for a while and explaining the importance of this thing, the witch, who seemed to understand it, placed it on the stone slab in front of the totem pole, along with the feather crown and bone staff. That is the most sacred place in the entire Chinke tribe, and also the safest place. The witch did not fully understand what the Son of God said. He didn't know why this ordinary piece of wooden stick suddenly became so important. But since the Son of God said it so solemnly, it must be correct. The making of rulers is a delicate job and cannot be sloppy at all. In order to make these things well, Han Chung worked on them for 7 or 8 days before completing them. However, a ruler made of a wooden stick also has its shortcomings. That is, it is not long enough. It is okay to measure shorter objects, but once it is too long, it becomes extremely inconvenient to use. Thus, the tape measure came into being. The material of the tape measure is very simple. It is just a twisted rope. Han Chung cut 2 ropes. One was 10 meters long, and the other was 5 meters long, both of which were measured using the previous standard ruler. Then start from the beginning, tie a small knot here every 10 centimeters with a single piece of rope grass, and tie a big knot at 1 meter with a thin rope made of 2 pieces of rope grass. This perfectly solves the problem of leaving scales on the rope. These 2 tape measures are basically used to measure large distances, such as the foundation of the courtyard wall, the gaps between beams, etc. They don't need to be too accurate, and a scale of 10 centimeters is enough. The manufactured tape measure is wrapped around short wooden sticks, pulled out when in use, and wrapped around again when not in use. In order to popularize the concept of ruler to people in the tribe and teach them how to use it, Han Chung put in a lot of effort and spent a lot of time talking before they gradually accepted and understood what a ruler is and learned how to use it. When it comes to understanding and using a ruler, the one who learns the fastest is not Sure Tu, who has a great talent for Chinese and Chinese characters, but Bo. This may be related to the fact that he has been engaged in weaving a series of things such as fish cages, rafts, and fences in the past year or so. Because these things have to be made to a certain size, and he has been exposed to them more, he naturally understands and uses them faster than ordinary people. The second is Haiwa, the best pottery maker in Chinke tribe, and then Sure Tu. Among these people in the tribe, the one Han Chung admired most was lame, because he had injured his leg before and had experienced the sadness of being a burden. When Han Chung appeared and brought him some hope, he desperately held on to it and refused to let go. Just like that. After more than a year, when he looked back, he was surprised to find that he already had so much, and many of them were far beyond the average person. Lame held a piece of charcoal in one hand and a 1-meter-long ruler in the other. He was drawing on a wooden pillar placed flat on the ground, mumbling something in a low voice. After drawing for a while, he made some marks on the wooden pillar with the charcoal. It looks a bit like carpentry from later times. He is looking for the point where the mortise is needed. If you want to make a wooden ladder, the mortise and tenon holes on the 2 sides of the ladder for the horizontal bar must be aligned. Otherwise, when the time comes, the horizontal bar will either not fit in or will be loose. He was absorbed in his work and didn't notice the look of approval in Han Cheng's eyes, who was standing beside him. Chapter 124, Painful Rapeseed. The weather is getting warmer day by day, and everything that has been dormant for a whole winter is now bursting with enthusiasm. Of course, by this time, some had already burst out, such as the dull-haired deer and the members of the greenbird tribe. These days, Han Chung likes to run out of the wall to the west when he has nothing to do, because there's a lush green area there, which is releasing its passionate emotions under the warm spring sun. The warm sunshine lazily enveloped the earth, and a patch of yellow, dazzling, tiny flowers, crowded together, formed a golden, dreamy carpet. Bees and butterflies of various colors, who got the news from nowhere and whose names Han Chung couldn't tell, huddled together and quarreled loudly, trying to compete for the title of flower thief. Han Chung stood here and watched quietly with an idiotic smile on his face. There is no need to take a deep breath deliberately. The unique fragrance of rapeseed flowers will naturally enter your nose. It was as if he wanted to pickle the son of God of the green bird tribe with the fragrance of flowers, just like the people of the green bird tribe pickled salted fish. Han Chung now only regretted that he didn't have a mobile phone, so he couldn't take some beautiful photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Of course, the premise was that he had to automatically ignore the animal skins he was wearing. Whoa! Fu Jiang squatted on the ground, exerted force with all his limbs and claws, and struggled hard with his buttocks backwards to resist the shameless behavior of his unscrupulous master, who tied a rope around his neck. It was not until Han Chung came back and kicked it twice on but that this guy looked at Han Chung resentfully, stood up reluctantly, hung his head, and followed Han Chung weakly towards the sea of flowers. There was a reason why Han Chung tied Fu Jiang with a rope. This guy is now like a lackey. He follows Han Chung wherever he goes, and he can't be driven away. A few days ago, the rapeseed stems sprouted and revealed some tiny flowers. The delighted Han Chung carefully came to the rapeseed field to check the few pieces of rapeseed he had specially selected for seeds. However, Fu Jiang was running happily in the field and knocked down a piece of rapeseed. Han Chung, who was heartbroken, resisted the urge to eat wolf meat at night. He grabbed the ear and dragged this guy out of the rapeseed field. After kicking him on the butt several times, he decisively tied him up with a rope. From then on, whenever Han Sheng came to the rapeseed field, he would tie a rope around Fu Zhong's neck. Han Sheng specially left several paths in the rapeseed field for easy passage. Although rapeseed has grown now, it can still survive if you're careful, but it is inevitable that it will be contaminated with some yellow pollen. Han Sheng stopped at the end of a flower path, where there were 20 or 30 rapeseed plants growing particularly strong. Not only is it large in size, but its flowers are also denser and more brilliant than those of ordinary rapeseed. This was selected by Han Sheng after he walked through the entire rapeseed field after the ice and snow melted and all things revived. They were the only ones selected among so many rapeseeds. Their luck can be described as God's chosen ones. They were growing stronger at that time. After Han Sheng pulled out all the other rapeseed plants around them, they grew even stronger as there was no competition for water and sunlight with their peers. Moreover, in addition to these treatments, Han Sheng sprinkled some plant ash on their roots and poured some inner juice on them. With such great love, if they don't grow stronger, it would be a shame for the bowl of rice that Han Sheng missed that night after pouring manure on them. Of course, you can't pour too much manure juice, otherwise it will easily burn them to death. The saying, too much is as bad as too little, seems to be applicable everywhere. Han Sheng is still not tall. He measured himself with a ruler he made and found that he was only 123 centimeters tall. It seems that he still needs a long time before he reaches adulthood. However, being short also has its advantages. For example, Han Sheng can now give the brilliant rapeseed flowers an intimate kiss without bending over. If you can find a woman who is much taller than you to be your wife, you will find another advantage of being short. Grow faster, grow faster. Han Sheng expressed his most sincere blessings to the rapeseed. Of course, verbal encouragement is always empty and has no real substance. A hot pea is the best gift Han Sheng can give them. Oh no, now it seems that the gift of Fu Jiang should be added. Han Sheng left here and went to another place, where there was also a field of specially selected rapeseed. The only difference from the previous one is that the rapeseed here is living a more painful life, because their lower leaves are gathered together and tied together with ropes. It would be strange if they could live happily under such severe torture. But life is something that is so tenacious and touching most of the time. For example, the rapeseed plants that were severely tortured by Han Sheng still sprouted flower stalks and bloomed clusters of yellow flowers under such circumstances. Han Sheng squatted down and pressed the leaves that were gathered together at the roots of the rapeseed and tied together with ropes. They were still soft to the touch. He couldn't help but sigh. There is still a long way to go to cultivate cabbage. There is no use sighing. He does not have the advanced equipment of later generations. Even if he did, he does not have the ability to produce genetically modified cabbage. He can only rely on this ancient method to cultivate it from generation to generation. As for whether cabbage will come out in the end, it depends on whether God cares for this poor time traveler. But after thinking about it for a while, Han Sheng still felt that cabbage was particularly tempting. This thing not only has a high yield, but is also extremely durable in storage. It is truly a must-have food during the winter. Han Sheng thought about the cabbages of later generations, and then looked at the ancestral-level rapeseed with a tight hoop in front of him. He couldn't help but sniff. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even though Han Sheng looks shaky now, he is actually secretly worried about the food problem. After all, relying solely on the fish in the creek is not a long-term solution. If this continues for a long time, the number of fish in the creek will decrease sooner or later. If the tribe cannot find a stable source of food before the fish resources in the creek are insufficient to support the tribe's people, then the tribe will surely return to the days of constantly struggling for food. Moreover, as the tribal population increases, it will become difficult to feed so many people by relying solely on hunting. The Chinke tribe can either go the path of dispersal or, like the Tangsha tribe, divide the tribe into several parts and be in a semi-dispersed state, hunting animals while hunting the rest of the tribe. Han Chengdu didn't want to take either of these two roads. Fortunately, he didn't know whether it was because there were too few people who ate fish in primitive times, or because there were too many fish in the big river connected to the small river. Anyway, every time the small river flooded, new fish would swim in and quickly fill the vacancies. This made Han Changsong very happy, because it meant that he would have more time to develop the planting and animal husbandry industries. Chapter 125, Wolf Deer Fight and Harvest. Uncle Deer has also come. He loves to eat flowers the most, so he will naturally not be absent when faced with such tempting things. As soon as he saw this guy coming, Han Sheng hurriedly took Fu Jiang out. Neither of these two guys was worry-free. Uncle Lu's current look is very cool. Not only does he have a splint on his face and ropes wrapped around his horns, but he also has a mask on his mouth. This is unique in the entire Qingke tribe. Of course, this kind of mask is not made of gauze. At this time, even if Han Sheng wanted to make a gauze mask like that, he couldn't find the materials. This mask of Uncle Lu was woven with wrought tan by Bo, the best craftsman of Qingke tribe, at the instruction of Han Sheng. It is roughly in the shape of a bowl, with ropes tied symmetrically at the edges. When wearing it, you only need to buckle this mask woven from wrought tan on the long mouth of the deer, and then tie the ropes slightly at the base of its horns, and it will not fall off. Such things are called bridles in Han Sheng's hometown in later generations. They are usually worn by cows and horses, and most of them are woven with broken bamboo strips. But Han Sheng didn't find any bamboo now, so he could only use wrought tan instead. Fortunately, the effect is not bad. You can see this from the pitiful look of the deer, who is so anxious that he puts his mouth straight into the rape flowers, licking the bridle with his tongue, but cannot get the food into his mouth. Fu Jiang, who had been following Han Sheng with his head down, immediately became excited when he saw Uncle Lu's pitiful appearance. It whooshed twice at the drooling old deer, and, after successfully attracting the old deer's attention, it walked to a rapeseed, opened its mouth, and used its sparse teeth to bite the raw rapeseed that it usually despised. After taking 2 bites, it turned its head to look at Mr. Deer as if in protest, then continued eating while wagging its tail. Han Sheng was stunned by this scene. Could it be that this stupid dog Fu Jiang was about to become a spirit? He could even use such a trick that killed 1,000 enemies, but injured 800 of his own? Uncle Deer was so angry when he saw this scene that he let go of the rape flower that was frightened by him, lowered his head, and rushed towards Fu Jiang. The two guys, who have fought countless times, are already familiar with each other's tactics. How could Fu Jiang, who had been butted on the buttocks by the deer many times before, let it succeed? He immediately hid aside flexibly and bared his sparse teeth at the deer. Feeling insulted, Uncle Lu also knew that this guy didn't dare to really bite him. After his attack missed, he immediately turned his head and charged at Fu Jiang again. This fight between wolves and deer ended with the old deer defeating the lucky general. The main reason was that Fu Jiang forgot that there was a rope tied around his neck this time. After dodging a few more times, the rope was wrapped around Han Sheng, and he had no space to move. The victorious old deer walked away with his long limbs, head held high, in an extremely arrogant manner, and even forgot to ask Han Sheng to untie the bridle that was in the way. Fu Jiang looked at Han Sheng with extremely resentful eyes. If it weren't for this stupid master, he wouldn't have been humiliated by that damn deer. Thinking of what happened just now, Fu Jiang felt a pain in his butt. Time passes by bit, seemingly slowly, but when looking back, we are always surprised at how fast it is. When the wall with the main gate on the south side of the Qingke tribe was completely raised, and only a short section of the low wall behind it was left unraised, the rapeseed that had lost its lushness could finally be harvested. Just like last year, before harvesting the rapeseed, Han Sheng first directed the tribesmen to clear out a piece of open space called a field. The venue is in the courtyard of the Qingke tribe. The yard of the Green Bird tribe is large enough, and apart from the toilet, rabbit pen, and deer pen, there are no other buildings, so there is plenty of space to build a field. Han Sheng chose the location of the field on the west side near the gate. He had his considerations. Firstly, when transporting the harvested rapeseed to the tribe, the distance could be shortened. Secondly, when threshing the rapeseed, there would be a lot of dust, broken grass leaves, etc. The gate was far enough away from the cave to reduce the impact on the cave. Moreover, the wall on the west side of the gate has been raised, and piling rapeseed here will not affect the construction of the wall. Compared with last year, opening up the threshing ground seems much easier. This was mainly due to the strong wind last year, which uprooted countless trees. Han Sheng and his team only needed to level the ground and then smash it with stone slabs or other relatively flat objects. Considering that there is more rapeseed this year than last year, Han Sheng built the threshing ground much larger, to about 50 to 60 square meters. When it comes to harvesting rapeseed, Taitu, and Ruhua are the main force, especially Taitu. Over the past few days, he has become very familiar with using the stone sickle to cut grass, and the same applies to harvesting rapeseed. One person can harvest faster than two people. Just like harvesting thatch, the harvested rapeseed was also placed into small piles nearby, then tied with ropes and transported to the threshing ground in the tribe. Those who are stronger can make bigger rapeseed bundles, while those who are weaker can make smaller bundles. Because there was not much rapeseed, not all people in the Chinke tribe participated in the rapeseed harvest. Han Qing only transferred a quarter of the manpower from the people who were building the wall, and with the addition of Haiwa and his wife, it was enough. Han Qing harvested the 2 carefully cultivated rapeseed fields, totaling less than 200 plants, by himself instead of asking others to do the work. After the harvest, they were tied into bundles of 4 with straw ropes, and then carefully hung on some tree trunks on the west side of the tribe's cave entrance to dry, without mixing them with other rapeseed. Not only are they not mixed with other rapeseed, but even these 2 pieces of rapeseed are strictly separated when drying. They don't seem to have much difference now, but in Han Qing's expectation, they will become 2 major factions. One group is moving towards Chinese cabbage, while the other is moving towards rapeseed, which has a better taste and more seeds. Of course, even if this could succeed, it would take at least 70 or 80 years. Han Qing looked at the rapeseed corpse that he had hung on a tree branch to dry in the sun and couldn't help but sigh slightly. This is indeed a long way to go. Thinking of this, he immediately laughed again. Being able to encounter this primitive rapeseed at this time was already extremely lucky. How could he be so picky and unsatisfied? Just do it slowly. As long as you are heading in the right direction, you will succeed one day. Chapter 126, Wooden Fork. The harvested rapeseed was not stacked but spread out directly on the threshing floor to dry. The weather has been good these days, and the sun is shining warmly on the ground, which is perfect for harvesting and drying crops. Han Qing had to take advantage of the fact that God had given him this opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this rare chance to dry the rapeseed, he would be in big trouble if God got unhappy and it rained. After all, this is not the future. In the future, when the grain is stored in the threshing floor and it rains, it can be covered with plastic sheets and wait for the weather to clear up. It's not possible now. Not to mention plastic sheets. There's not even any straw. Once it rains, Han Qing can't think of any other way except to rush to transport some deer to the deer pen, where Uncle Deer and his companions live. A thick layer of rapeseed has spread out on the threshing floor, and water is rapidly evaporating under the sunlight of late spring and early summer. Han Qing, who is not yet fully grown, was turning the rapeseed that was drying in the sun with a wooden fork in his hand. While turning it, he tried to loosen it as much as possible to facilitate ventilation and speed up the evaporation of water. Han Qing put his right hand in front and his left hand behind, and used a wooden fork to poke some rapeseed. Then he lifted his right hand, which was in front and close to the rapeseed, up a little bit and pressed down with his left hand at the back at the same time. Under the principle of leverage that can even lift up the earth, the rapeseed was naturally picked up easily. Then, based on this posture, tilt the top of the wooden fork slightly downwards and shake it continuously a few times, and the rapeseed on the wooden fork will fall off one after another. Change to a comfortable posture and continue to enjoy the sun bath. For Han Qing, who had been used to farm work since childhood, such a thing was not difficult. Even though he had lived 2 lives now, he could still turn the field with a wooden fork with ease. Mu Tu and others who had just started to come into contact with these things felt uncomfortable. These strange-looking wooden sticks were not easy to use no matter how they tried, and they were not as fast as using their hands. But the Son of God did not allow them to do that. They had to use this strange-looking stick to do these tasks. Looking at the Son of God, who was demonstrating skillfully using the strange stick called wooden fork, not far away, Mu Tu and the others were secretly amazed and had to try their best to imitate the Son of God to do these things that they had never done before. Han Qing turned over for a while, then turned around to look at Mu and others who were clumsily using wooden forks and struggling to turn over the rapeseed. He couldn't help sniffing. Isn't it said that there's no need to learn farm work, just do what others do? Why are these guys learning so slowly? This made Han Qing, who wanted to teach them as soon as possible, throw the wooden fork aside and find a shady place to relax, very helpless. Alas, I was destined to be a hard worker. It is not easy even if I become the Son of God and wear the outer garment of God. He sighed with some peace of mind, wiped the sweat from his forehead, dragged the wooden fork in one hand, walked up to the woodworkers, and started teaching them step by step. This wooden fork was specially made by Han Chung to welcome the first batch of grain harvested by the Chinke tribe. The structure of the wooden fork is very simple. It is a wooden stick with a diameter of about 4 centimeters and a length of 1 meter and 5 or 6 meters. At the top of the stick are 3 fork sticks that are as thick as a thumb and about 40 centimeters long. There is a distance of about 20 centimeters between the 3 wooden sticks. These 3 are called fork tines. The small wooden stick and the wooden handle are not straight. They have a certain curvature and are bent downwards. After the curvature is about 10 centimeters deep, it continues to extend forward. And at the top of the place where the 3 fork tines intersect, there is a small wooden stick that protrudes upward and is about 2 or 3 centimeters long. This is done to make it easier for the wooden fork to scoop up enough rapeseed, while also preventing the forked rapeseed from slipping off. When Han Chung was a child in later generations, every year when the wheat season was about to begin, there would be many people selling wooden pitchforks on the street, as well as long-handled brooms, iron sickles, rakes, straw hats, whetstones, and other things related to the busy farming season. The market at that time was probably the busiest time except for the period before the Chinese New Year. After all, every household has to go to the market and buy some things. Otherwise, once the wheat is harvested, it will be difficult to find time to go to the market. Wooden forks in later generations were mostly made of mulberry wood. People who specialized in producing wooden forks generally had mulberry orchards. Of course, these were different from the mulberry orchards used for raising silkworms. There are basically no big mulberry trees in the mulberry orchards that produce wooden forks, only small ones. If you cut the mulberry tree at the roots in the first year, many new shoots will grow in the spring of the second year. After the sprouts have grown into normal branches, we will choose 1 or 2 that are growing straight and strong from each plant and keep them, and the rest will be cut off from the roots. When the remaining ones grow to 1 or 2 meters high, the tops of the mulberry branches will be cut off about 1.5 meters or 6 meters above the ground. After the head is cut off, new branches will grow from here after a period of time, but of course they are not just one branch. When the new branches grow a little bigger, the rest will be broken off, leaving only 3 that are about the same distance apart. After a while, the 3 wooden strips that are about to become the fork tines will begin to be modified. They will be pinched into the required curvature and fixed. After a period of time, they will maintain this posture and will not change back. During this process, a small wooden stick in a suitable position will be selected and left behind, which is the small wooden plug at the intersection of the 3 tines at the top of the wooden fork. When the mulberry trees have grown to a certain size, they will be cut down. While they are still wet, burn them in the fire with the skin on, and use this opportunity to correct any imperfections. After the mulberry wood becomes cool, the previously made shape will be completely fixed and will not change. Then peel off the bark and use tools such as an axe or a plane to shape it, and a wooden fork will be ready. Han Chung had not been here long, and had not thought about doing the mucha business before. It was not until the rape flowers fell that he remembered this matter. It is obviously impossible to make a wooden fork like the ones used in later generations. Fortunately, there were many trees in the primitive era, and after some effort, he finally found some that could be used. After chopping it down with difficulty with a stone axe, he brought it to the outside of the tribal wall, lit a fire, and called for help from Lame, who was busy burning mortise and tenon holes on the wooden pillars to make a wooden ladder. After burning it with fire, started to transform the wooden stick into a fork. Although the final wooden fork was not in very good condition, it was only slightly better than the defective product of later generations, but it was still usable. Chapter 127 from the pitchfork to the silkworm. The manufacture of wooden forks is very necessary because they can be used in many places in agricultural labor. For example, turning the field, starting the field, stacking rape stalks, or other hay, etc. All these will be easier and more convenient with a wooden fork. It is worth mentioning that when Han Chung, accompanied by his senior brother, Taitu and others, was looking for a suitable pillar to make wooden forks in the nearby woods, he unexpectedly discovered the mulberry tree. This mulberry tree is not much different from the mulberry trees in later generations. This unexpected discovery made Han Chung ecstatic, not because he had found the right material for making forks, but because he remembered something that was almost tied to mulberry trees, silkworms. Han Chung has never felt that this tiny insect, which has left a deep imprint on the Chinese nation, is so adorable as it is now. He was fed up with his leather pants that were airtight and could not let in any farts. And he longed to have something intimate made of cloth. This kind of obsession is something that no one in this era can understand. In fact, Han Chung had been looking for hemp over the past year, but unfortunately he did not find the wild hemp that grew everywhere in later generations. Sadly, he could only continue to endure the leather shorts that he hated so much. It was amazing how enthusiastic Han Chung was after he discovered the mulberry tree and thought of silkworms and silk pants. At least the eldest brother, Taitu, and others who followed were very surprised. Han Chung, who is usually not very fast at climbing trees, was as nimble as a monkey this time. He climbed up the tree in a few steps and kept looking among the branches and leaves, trying to find mulberry leaves with chips or the kind of insects that make people feel pity at first sight. Unfortunately, God gave him a false joy. He searched for a long time, but found no trace of the silkworms. Unwilling to give up, Han Chung slid down the tree, bent over, and searched the dead branches and leaves on the ground inch by inch, hoping to find some silkworm feces among them. After eating, you have to poop. On the tree, there are branches and leaves blocking the view, making it difficult to see clearly. It is far less reliable than looking for silkworm feces on the ground. The eldest senior brother, Taitu, and others who came with him looked at the Son of God who was lying on the ground with his but sticking up his leather pants clearly visible under his animal skin skirt. They looked at each other, all with confused expressions, obviously not understanding why the Son of God, who had always been steady, would do such a puzzling thing. The eldest brother was confused for a while and came forward to ask Han Chung what he was looking for. Han Chung, anxious to find the silkworms, lowered his head and searched anxiously among the dead branches and leaves. Hearing the eldest brother's question, he said without even raising his head, "Silkworm shit, silkworm shit." After hearing Han Cheng's answer, the eldest brother's face was full of confusion. After a while of confusion, his eyes suddenly widened again, looking at the Son of God who was lying on the ground impatiently, with a look of disbelief. The eldest brother didn't know what the silkworm that the Son of God was talking about was, but the word shit at the end was familiar to him. After all, the Son of God had used this thing to almost wipe out the entire tribe. Now the Son of God is so eager to find that shit. This. The eldest brother didn't dare to think further. The eldest senior brother followed not far from Han Chung, staring at him carefully. He was ready to stop the Son of God in time if he found any abnormal behavior, even at the risk of offending him. Fortunately, a large circle of God's sons searched the area but found nothing. The eldest brother finally let out the breath he had been holding. However, when he found the Son of God sitting on the ground with a look of deep loss, the eldest brother, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, raised his breath again. It seems that we have to send someone to follow the Son of God at all times in the future to prevent him from doing anything irrational. Han Chung, who had been immersed in raising silkworms and making pants, didn't notice this until 2 days later. After learning about the general situation from Haiwa, who had been following him around for the past 2 days and stammering, Han Chung, with a frown on his face, kicked Haiwa on the butt several times before he felt a little relieved. However, when he saw his senior brother looking at him with some worry, Han Chung still wanted to pounce on him and strangle him to death. The senior brother looked at him with some worry in the past 2 days. Han Chung had noticed it to some extent, but he just thought that he was worried about his current absent-minded state. Han Chung was thinking about the silkworms so much that he didn't pay too much attention to it and didn't explain. It was not until today, when he learned the reason from Haiwa, that Han Chung finally came to his senses. Damn, do I look like someone with such a perverted hobby? This unscrupulous primitive man. Han Chung thought angrily, and then recalled his performance in the past 2 days, especially the way he squatted under the mulberry tree looking for silkworm droppings. He muttered angrily and decided not to compete with his not-so-bright senior brother on this matter. In order to clear himself and take off this huge, proud hat, he called his eldest brother to the inner cave that night and talked with the witch about the matter of silkworms. We seemed a little confused about what the Son of God said, because what Han Chung said today was a little difficult to understand for him who had never been exposed to these things before. Were silkworms silk in mulberry trees? It is really confusing. After listening to the Son of God's story to the end, the witch became even more puzzled when he discovered that this series of complicated things, whose relationships he had not yet sorted out, were actually for the purpose of creating something called silk that could be made into clothes. because in his opinion, the animal skins wrapped around his body were good enough, and there was really no need to spend so much effort to do these things. Wu expressed his confusion. Han Cheng nodded and went to see the eldest brother, wanting to hear what he had to say. However, this guy's mind was obviously not on this. When he suddenly saw Han Qingzi turn around and asked him, he looked stunned at first, then looked at Han Qingzi with a somewhat evasive look, and then he stammered and could not say a single word. Seeing this, how could Han Qing not know what this guy was thinking? Come over. Han Qing frowned and said to his eldest senior brother. If the rest of the tribe saw what was happening next, they would be shocked. This extremely brave tribal leader, after hearing the childlike son of God speaking to him like this, not only did he not get angry, but he lowered his head and walked over obediently. Han Qing raised his foot and kicked the eldest senior brother on the leg several times, neither lightly nor heavily. The eldest senior brother became even happier after being beaten and deliberately moved closer to the Son of God so that the beating would be more comfortable for him. He did this not because he was a cheap person who liked to be beaten, but because he found that he had misunderstood the meaning of the Son of God, and it was a serious misunderstanding. In the eyes of the eldest brother, it is unforgivable to have such a misunderstanding of the respected Son of God. He should accept the punishment from the Son of God. Only by accepting the punishment from the Son of God will he feel at peace. This mentality is easy to understand. For example, when you got into trouble as a child, the most frightening thing was not being beaten, but your parents ignoring you. That kind of inner torment is the most uncomfortable. When a stick lands on your butt, you will feel relieved because it is over after the beating. It was after Han Qing discovered the condition of his senior brother that he thought of the experience of being beaten as a child, and that he acted in this way. It seems to be working well at the moment. Didn't you see that this guy has a smile on his face after being kicked by me several times in a row? Chapter 128, The Taste of Childhood. After experiencing this incident, Han Qing came out of the frenzy of the initial 2 days. Silkworms are important, but like the elusive cabbages, they are something that cannot be rushed. Not to mention that no trace of the silkworms has been found yet. Even if they were found now, it would not mean much to Han Qing now. This does not mean anything else, but that by now, even if there are silkworms, these guys have already turned into insects. It is better to let them grow in the wild than to catch them and raise them. When the leaves fall in autumn, Han Qing can go to the mulberry tree to look for the cocoons hanging on the tree, which will save him the trouble. After all, silk cocoons, which are many times larger than silkworm droppings, hanging on bare branches are much more eye-catching. And now the rapeseed is about to mature, so it is even more urgent to get the wooden fork out. It may be because the first field of the Qingke tribe was spread with enough wood ash, and it was also watered with a lot of pure natural green manure made by the Qingke tribe, as well as nutrients contributed by rabbits and deer. It was also carefully cared for by the Qingke tribe members headed by Han Qing. This year's rapeseed grew very well as a whole, far from being comparable to when it was mixed with weeds in the wild. Rapeseed grows very fast, so it is impossible to dry all of it at once on the threshing floor. After there was no more free time on the threshing floor, the newly harvested rapeseed was all piled at the edge of the threshing floor under the guidance of Han Qing. Just like storing hay before, some tree trunks were placed horizontally on the ground, some branches were placed on the tree trunks, and then the rapeseed was piled up. When there is little rapeseed at the beginning, you can just hold the rapeseed in your arms or carry it on your shoulders and drop it here. If it is higher, you can use your hands. When the rapeseed pile is 2 heads higher than the person transporting the rapeseed, you must use a wooden fork. Under Han Qing's tireless teaching, these people who followed him for more than a day finally learned how to use the wooden forks, or at least they were not as unfamiliar with it as before. Ruhua was carrying a bundle of rapeseed and walked all the way from the rapeseed field. When she came to the rapeseed pile, she tilted her right shoulder downward and the bundle of rapeseed on her shoulder fell to the ground. She stood up and stood for a moment, then turned and walked towards the rapeseed field, ignoring the rapeseed bundles on the ground. Someone would come and move them to the rapeseed pile. The man in charge of turning the field came over, holding a wooden fork that looked white after the bark was peeled off. With his right hand in front and his left hand behind, he placed the tines of the wooden fork close to the ground and inserted it under the bundle of rapeseed. Then he slightly bent his right leg forward and exerted force with both arms, and the bundle of rapeseed was shoveled up by him. He had not stopped moving. He raised his right hand and pressed the fork handle downward with his left hand. In this way, The wooden fork and the rapeseed shoveled on it were above his head. Then push your right hand forward, press your left hand under the wooden fork, and pull it back with a little force. In this way, the wooden fork and the shoveled rapeseed, originally behind the head, would draw a small circle in the air and land on the tall rapeseed pile in front of him. When pulling out the wooden fork, press it down slightly and then pull it out again. This will ensure that the rapeseed on the pile will not fall off to the greatest extent. Under the gate, Han Chung, who was enjoying the cool breeze, looked at Mu's smooth movements and nodded approvingly. Not bad. A talented person with great potential. It's true, it's comfortable to hide in the shade and watch others do farm work. This is the same reason why many people like rural life. The pastoral life they like is to wear clean clothes, go to the fields, feel the wind of nature, smell the fragrance of the soil, and then admire the old farmer who is weeding with a hoe in hand. If the mood strikes, perhaps I will recite a poem or two to admire the beautiful pastoral scenery and envy the old farmer for having all these intoxicating things. Once you really integrate into the rural life and live and work with the old farmers for a few days, the leisurely feeling of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely seeing the southern mountains will immediately disappear. Han Chung walked a few steps outside and looked at Taitu and his men who were bending over to harvest rapeseed in the rapeseed field. He then looked at the woodcutters in the threshing ground in the yard who were turning over the rapeseed with wooden forks. Suddenly, he felt a little dazed. It feels like I'm back in elementary school, working the threshing floor with the adults during the busy farming season. At that time, every year when wheat was harvested in early summer and peanuts and corn were harvested in autumn, the school would give students a week-long holiday for the busy farming season so that they could go back and help their families with the summer and autumn harvests. He did a lot of things like turning the wheat under the scorching sun in the threshing floor or gathering the fallen wheat to the center of the field. If at this time, a person riding a large bicycle with a white foam box on the back appeared, it would be the most delightful thing. The white quilt wrapped on a plastic box was opened, white cold mist was rising, and I took a 20-cent popsicle and licked it carefully. The whole hot summer seemed to disappear into the clouds. The wheat that is not fully ripe tastes good when it is roasted over fire. The big green grasshoppers in autumn are also delicious when they are roasted over fire, especially the golden eggs that have not yet been discharged from the stomach. They taste fragrant in your mouth, and if you take a bite of the bony chest, it will be crispy and taste like chicken. Of course, sweet potatoes cooked with dry cow dung are also a childhood favorite. It's a pity that I will never be able to go back to that childhood, when I didn't have to worry too much and was easily satisfied. Han Chung shook his head, withdrew his thoughts from the past, put all the past events in his heart, and looked again at everything in front of him that he needed to face. After more than 2 days of turning over and drying, the rapeseed spread on the threshing floor had turned charred. At that time, there were no sturdy tools such as iron, so even if Han Chung was a time traveler, he could not make the stone roller for the mill. There was no other way but to have someone hit it with a wooden fork. Every time the wooden fork was hit, many rapeseed pods would not be able to withstand the torture and would choose to explode and die, thus offering the rapeseed they had nurtured for a long time. Following Han Cheng's demonstration, Mu Tu and his men used wooden forks to beat the rapeseed in front of them for a while, then picked it up with the forks, turned it over, and continued beating it. After beating them again, they would pick up the tortured rapeseed with wooden forks and shake them back and forth to loosen them up, and then expose them to the scorching sun. Mu Tu and others continued to beat the rapeseed in other places with wooden forks. This is done to prevent the rapeseed from being dried unevenly. The slightly damp and resistant rapeseed pods will not hand over the hidden rapeseed. After they are squeezed dry by the scorching sun and warm wind, they will be tortured again. Chapter 129, Second Brother's Rake. Snap, snap, snap. After the sound of the wooden stick breaking through the air was heard, there was the sound of the wooden fork hitting the rapeseed, mixed with the sound of the rapeseed pods exploding and the rapeseed seeds bursting. Mu Tu and several other people in the tribe were beating the rapeseed with great effort. This is not an easy job. If it were easy, people in later generations would not use oxen and horses to do this work. From noon until the sun was halfway down, the rapeseed drying in the threshing floor was finally threshed. Under Han Cheng's guidance, Mu Tu and others picked up the battered, bruised and empty rapeseed stalks with wooden forks and piled them at the edge of the threshing floor. There's a small detail that you need to pay special attention to when doing this, which is that you need to shake the rapeseed stalks several times with a wooden fork before you can completely shovel them away. This is to shake out the rapeseed seeds trapped in the empty rapeseed stalks. After picking the rapeseed stems, a layer of finely chopped rapeseed pods and tiny, dark brown rapeseed seeds are left on the ground. Han Chung stepped on it barefoot. It was slippery and itchy. Mutu and a few others began to use a tool to gather the rapeseed scattered all over the ground to the center of the threshing floor. This tool is the common raking rake in later generations. The so-called rake is generally made of wood, and its specific structure is similar to the nine-tooth rake of the second brother. They are all sticks more than 1 meter long with a rake head attached to the front. The difference is that Zhu Gong's nine-toothed rake can be used to exorcise demons and monsters, and can also be used to dig the ground in Gao Lao Zhuang. But this kind of wooden rake can only be used for threshing. Using a wooden fork can only roughly clean out the empty rapeseed stems, and a lot of fine pieces will fall down. Because the wooden fork has few teeth, only 3, and they're sparsely spaced, and the distance between each tine is nearly 20 centimeters, it is difficult to clear them. This is when the rake comes into play. This rake has many teeth, and they're densely packed, making it a great tool for dealing with these. The rake has a simple structure and is not difficult to make. You just need to cut a piece of wood with a diameter of about 5 centimeters and a length of half a meter, and then use a stone axe to cut out 4 sides little by little, and then on one of the sides, drill a hole with a diameter of about 1.5 centimeters every 4 to 5 centimeters. About 9 holes can be drilled, because the Chinke tribe already had a hand drill. And when Han Chung was studying the wooden ladder before, he also came up with a method of using fire to enlarge the mortise. Now, drilling holes is not too difficult for the Chinke tribe. It just takes a little time. These holes need to be drilled through. After completing these, he went to find some hard, wet tree sticks with skin about 2.5 centimeters thick. First, take a tree stick and put it into the fire, and roast the part about 10 centimeters at one end. After waiting for a while, take it out of the fire, and then insert it into the crackle a large stone and bend it while it is still hot. You need to bend it into an arc that is not too curved. Wait until it cools down, then release it. The stick will basically maintain this posture and will not go back. Xuanzi said in Encouraging Learning that a piece of wood is straight and in line with the rope. It can be bent into a wheel, and its curve will be in line with the rule. Even if it is dry and hard and can no longer be straight, it is bent to make it straight. This method is used to make wooden wheels. Cut off the bent section, and then repeat the previous steps until 9 pieces of wood of similar length and curvature are produced. Of course, due to the immature technology, when Han Chung was leading Bo to do these things, he made 14 sticks before he got these 9 sticks with similar curvatures and basically the same length. This wooden stick is the teeth on the rake. Of course, such teeth cannot be used directly now and require further processing. After peeling off the burnt black skin on the outside, make one end of it more pointed. This was difficult to do in the past. At least Lame, who often deals with wood, felt that it would take at least 2 days to polish one end of these 9 bent wood pieces into the specifications mentioned by the Son of God. However, what Han Chung did next was far beyond Bo's expectations. Because Han Chung did not use stone tools or other tools to grind the stick as Bo had expected, but instead put the stick into the fire nearby and let the flames burn the end of the stick that needed to be ground. Lame watched without blinking, with some worry, but also some expectation, wanting to see another miracle from the Son of God and learn something new. The temperature of the flames quickly turned the white stick black, and it began to burn. After waiting for a while, Han Chung took it out and quickly polished the burnt part on the stone. After the hardwood is burned by fire, the layer of charcoal left on the outside is very easy to deal with, and can be easily removed with a little polishing. Seeing that the Son of God had finished sharpening the stick in a very short time, which originally required a lot of effort, the lame man's eyes brightened up again. This method is not complicated, but why can't I think of it? Lame thought so with some distress and joined in this novel grinding process. The sharpened rake teeth are passed through the wooden pillar with the holes drilled in it one by one, starting with the small end that has been ground to a finer point. This way, the large end will be stuck in the hole and will be more secure. After the rake teeth are put in and secured with stones, the entire rake head is ready. However, because the wooden handle needs to be installed, a flat round mortise is also needed on the side of the middle part of the 9 rake teeth, using a stone chisel and charcoal. These days, Bo, who has been obsessed with making wooden ladders, has already mastered the technique of drilling mortise and tenon holes to perfection. For him, drilling such a mortise and tenon hole is no problem at all. After the thicker end of the chopped wooden handle was trimmed and polished, inserted into the mortise, and wedged in place with a wooden splitter, what was probably the world's first raker specifically used for agricultural production appeared. Because the manufacture of a rake is quite complicated, and the rapeseed was about to mature when Han Chung thought of this. The Chinke tribe currently only has one rake. Fortunately, the Green Bird tribe now has less land under cultivation, so one rake is enough to deal with current affairs. After Han Chung demonstrated how to use the rake himself, this new piece of farm tool fell into the hands of Balloon. The balloon is not really a balloon, but a person. He was originally from the pig tribe. The reason why he got this name was not because he was particularly fat, but because he gained weight quickly. When he first joined the Chinke tribe, he was very skinny and had hardly any flesh on his body. Now, only a few months have passed, and his flesh has grown like a balloon. In view of his condition, Han Chung gave him this name. Balloon once asked Han Chung what a balloon was. Han Chung resisted the urge to tell him that it was something similar to a urine bubble and just said it was a very good thing. The balloon was very happy when it heard the great Son of God say that the balloon was a good thing. Looking at the balloons that were full of joy, Han Cheng's face suddenly twitched because he suddenly remembered that something that was not used for blowing seemed to be called a balloon. Chapter 130, Praise, like labor, makes people smarter. Balloon, who had gained a little weight, was in a very happy mood. He followed the method taught by the Son of God, holding this tool he had never seen before, which the Son of God called a raker, and pulled it in front of him over and over again on the spread-out scene. The 9 curved teeth on the rake swept across the scene, taking away some broken rapeseed stems. The tiny, dark brown rapeseed playfully avoided the thick teeth, gathered together, and looked at this new world with joy. Where the teeth of the rake pass, small grooves will be left, just like a comb. Balloon kept extending and pulling back the rake in his hand, and a pile of straw had gathered in front of him. After using the rake to clear the area around him, the balloon moved to another place and repeated this simple yet extremely pleasant task. He didn't need to pay attention to the gathered straw. The woodcutter standing by picked up the straw with a wooden fork and put it on the pile of rape stalks beside the threshing floor. Balloon was of course in a good mood. The Son of God not only gave him such a nice name, but also gave him this unique thing in the tribe to use. How could he not be happy? He worked diligently, recalling the Son of God's demonstration, adding some of his own understanding, and striving to do it better. Balloon is willing to do this. He likes to contribute to the tribe like everyone else. If he can get a smiling compliment from the Son of God, he will be happy for 2 days. While doing this, he would occasionally think of the past. If it were in the past, I would probably be hunting in the woods with my former leader right now. Hunting is not as comfortable as doing it now. Not only do you not have to worry about being bitten by wild beasts, but you will also have delicious broth to drink at night. When Balloon thought of the delicious soup in the tribe, his stomach growled involuntarily, as if to prove that he couldn't wait any longer. Okay, well done. After the balloon had swept the entire scene with the rake, it straightened up with the help of the rake and took a short rest. It had an expectant look in its eyes, and from time to time it floated towards the Son of God who was standing under the gate. The Son of God did not disappoint him, and when he saw that he had finished the task, he came over with a smile and gave him the praise he had been longing for. Not only that, the Son of God also raised the thumb of his right hand towards him. This makes Balloon even more excited. Having lived here for such a long time, he already knew the meaning of this action. This was a compliment that was even higher than what the Son of God had just said. There were not many people in the tribe who had received such praise from the Son of God. Han Cheng's praise was indeed sincere, because Balloon mastered the technique of the rake very quickly, and before a match was even finished, he was more proficient than Han Chung himself. Such talents must be encouraged. After all, there are many people in the tribe who are good at hunting, but fewer who are good at other things. When Mutu and his companions saw that Balloon was praised, they were very envious. Mutu looked at the situation on the threshing floor and saw that the longer rapeseed stalks had been shoveled away and there was nothing else to shovel, so he held the wooden fork in one hand and began to scratch his hair. He is an old hand of the Chinke tribe. Last year, when the Son of God was harvesting rapeseed, he watched from the side and knew some general procedures. It's just that there was very little rapeseed last year, and the method used to harvest rapeseed was very different from before. For example, Last year they used sticks to beat the children and made miners trample on them. But this year they used wooden forks. It seems that the next step is to gather these scattered rape seeds together. After carefully recalling last year's actions and comparing them with the current situation, Mutu came to a conclusion on what needs to be done next. He looked at the Son of God standing beside him, hesitated for a moment, then put down the wooden fork in his hand, walked to the side, picked up the broom, and began to sweep the rapeseed that had spread across the ground to the middle. This broom, a necessity, was made by Han Qingji as early as last year. Everyone in the tribe already knows its purpose and is familiar with its usage. The raw material used for brooms is a kind of annual grass that looks a bit like a small tree. The main trunk of this grass has many dense branches and twigs, and it is tough, making it a good material for making large brooms. Of course, if you think about it in detail, brooms made of bamboo are more useful, but there is no trace of bamboo at present, so we can only use what can be called a wood broom instead. After Han Sheng discovered Mutu's actions, he was very happy, because this meant that Mutu had thought independently and found a solution to the problem. Thinking about this kind of thing has always played an extremely important role in the process of human evolution. Han Sheng smiled and gave a thumbs up to the man who was sweeping the rapeseed into the middle with a broom. Mutu's mood also became extremely happy. It seemed that what he thought was right. Thinking this way, he worked harder. When he found that if he swept too fast, the rapeseed stuck in the broom would roll onto the swept ground, he slowed down. He remembered the method taught by the Son of God when he was about to pick up the rapeseed stalks with a wooden fork. He suddenly felt an idea flash in his mind. While slowing down, he shook the broom every time he swept. After scanning twice, he found that there was indeed rapeseed being carried out. The smile on Mutu's face became even more intense. This is how life is. There are countless little skills that need to be discovered, mastered, and passed on. Mutu swept for a while and frowned again, because as he moved, the rapeseed in front of him accumulated into a thick layer that could not be swept away with a broom. After seeing this scene, Han Sheng smiled because he, the Son of God, had another chance to show off in front of Mutu and the others. As he amused himself with such thoughts, he took the rake from Balloon's hand and gestured to Balloon and the wood to watch him demonstrate. Han Sheng turned the rake over, with its 9 curved teeth facing upwards, and pressed it against the area where the wood had swept up a thick layer of rapeseed and finer debris. He held the rake handle with both hands and pushed it forward. Things that could not be shaken by a broom had little resistance to the rake and were pushed forward by Han Sheng. Where the rake had passed, a half-meter wide gap was left, with only a thin layer of rapeseed left behind. Wood and Balloon's eyes lit up. Wood had never thought that the problem could be solved in this way, while Balloon was delighted because he had discovered a new use for the rake. After Han Sheng demonstrated it, he handed the rake to Balloon, who was eager to try it out, and then became a hands-off manager. The following scene is very harmonious. Balloon is in front using a rake to push the rapeseed to the middle of the threshing floor, while Wood follows behind with a broom to sweep the thin layer left to the front. Behind them is a clean scene. This scene easily reminds people of the couple busy in the threshing field in later generations. Chapter 131. Shockingly low production. Hoo-hoo! Mutu, who was praised by Han Sheng, was very motivated. After gathering all the rape seeds into a pile, he took a broom and started swinging it back and forth. The wind blew away the tiny impurities on the rapeseed pile. As Mutu did this, he felt a little excited, hoping to receive more praise from the Son of God. This is what Shunzi did last year, and he remembered it very clearly. Soon, all the tiny impurities on the pile of rapeseed flew away, leaving only clean rapeseed. Mutu felt that he was very capable. After all, he cleaned up so much in one go. Mutu's mood was soon replaced by a frown, because the Son of God came over and casually dug his hand into the clean pile of rapeseed, and a lot of impurities came out. Mutu quickly fanned it with a broom. But this time he learned his lesson. Without waiting for Han Sheng to take action, he dug it up himself. As a result, underneath the seemingly clean rapeseed pile, there was actually dirt. Son of God. This guy who didn't like to talk much looked at Han Sheng as if asking for help, and then spoke. He had enough patience to make polished stone tools, but he was a little helpless when it came to picking rapeseed, something he knew little about. After all, unknown things are always likely to cause panic and anxiety in people. Han Sheng walked to the gate and felt the cool, early summer breeze blowing on his body. He waved to Moo Moo, who was fanning the rapeseed pile with a broom, and asked him to come over and clean the area under the gate. After sweeping the wood clean, he looked at the Son of God, hoping to get a new solution from him. The balloon that had just received Han Cheng's instructions ran back to the cave to get the pottery jars, ran over with 2 pottery jars in its arms. He put the pottery jar on the ground and looked at the Son of God, wanting to see how the Son of God was going to use these things that seemed to him to have nothing to do with anything to make the rapeseed clean. Han Cheng didn't let them wait long. He filled a not-too-big ceramic jar half full of rapeseed, mixed with impurities, and walked to the gate. He stood sideways and made way for the gate so as not to block the wind. Then raised the pot to chest level and start tilting it. The rapeseed inside formed a thin line and slid down to the ground. The weightless impurities were blown away by the wind and could no longer be mixed in with the rapeseed. At first, the fallen rapeseeds bounced around, but as more and more rapeseeds gathered on the ground into a round bun shape, they could no longer roll far. The wood and the balloon watched the magical scene together, admiring it and also feeling a little enlightened. Mutu squatted down, stretched out his hand, and carefully dug through the pile of rapeseed gathered at the feet of the Son of God. The rapeseed he dug out was also clean. Han Cheng looked at the 2 people standing on both sides of the gate, one holding a clay pot and pouring rapeseed from the wooden balloon, and shook his head slightly. It's not that the 2 of them did a bad job, but this job would be much more convenient and quicker with a sieve, especially when there is no wind. However, the Chinke tribe is currently unable to produce a decent sieve, mainly due to the lack of raw materials. Tree strips can indeed replace bamboo to weave many things, but when it comes to sieves, tree strips seem to be powerless. The main reason is that the tree branches are too thick and it is impossible to weave fine mesh. If it is split into very thin pieces, it will not have the toughness of bamboo and will break if bent slightly, making it impossible to weave it. Now the tribe grows little food, so we can still make do with the current method. But when more food is grown, it won't work as it is now. Han Sheng sighed deeply. There were too many things to do. This time, he had to add bamboo to the notebook. When the sun was about to set, the pile of rapeseed was finally taken care of and piled up neatly, weighing almost 100 kilograms. It shouldn't have happened until now, mainly because the wind is so unfriendly, coming and going intermittently. The cleaned rapeseed was carried back to the cave one by one in pottery jars by wooden hands and packed into a large jar, which filled up half of the jar. Han Chung estimated the harvest and shook his head. He estimated that this acre of land could only produce 80 to 90 kilograms of rapeseed, and these were just the wet rapeseed that had just been harvested. If it was dried, 70 kilograms would be very good. As the growth expands, the yield will further decrease because the rapeseed is grown with great care, especially with plenty of fertilizer. As production expanded later, it became impossible to provide such care. Han Chung was melancholy, but Wu was extremely happy. He looked at the rapeseed in the big vat and laughed with his toothless mouth. Of course he was happy. Last year, the Son of God only planted a clay pot of rapeseed, but the tribe now had such a large field of rapeseed. From last year to this year, they had eaten a lot of it. If all the rapeseed was planted this year, how much rapeseed would his tribe have by then? Wu was a little afraid to imagine. Looking at the smiling Wu, Han Chung couldn't help sniffing. If this output were in the future, farmers would definitely be worried. After all, they couldn't even make enough money to buy pesticides and fertilizers. Han Chung thought about this and smiled helplessly. He couldn't always compare himself with later generations. Such a yield was indeed good now. After all, whether in terms of pesticides, fertilizers, varieties, etc., it was far inferior to later generations. Take it easy. Han Chung let out a breath and said this to himself. Anyway, there was no system forcing him to build any civilization, nor did he have the ambition to conquer multiple primitive tribes and unify the world to become the supreme ruler. He just wanted to make life better for himself and the people in the tribe. In fact, God has been kind to me. After all, he didn't bring me to a cannibal tribe right after I arrived. Otherwise, according to the state I was in when I first arrived, I would have entered into some plant by now. Haiwa did not participate in the rapeseed harvest, nor did he participate in the construction of the wall. It was not because Haiwa was lazy, but because he had other work to do. The warm sunshine was spreading on the ground, and the stream was flowing, reflecting the sunlight and appearing sparkling. There are fish playing in the water, and there are quite a few of them. There is a red dragonfly hovering here. You can't see its wings moving, but it won't fall to the ground, just like an airplane. When it was tired of flying, it stopped on a dry stem sticking out from the green grass on the shore, motionless. It's a pity that Han Chung never saw the lotus root. If he had, he would definitely have recited the line. The little lotus has just shown its pointed tip, and a dragonfly has already landed on it, which would have made Yang Wanli's poem come out thousands of years earlier. This is much more powerful than the average historical time traveler. The area beside the stream is not all flat. There are also some small hills. On a small hill closest to the tribe, blue smoke is rising. Haiwa is busy here. Chapter 132, Earthen Kiln and Tiles. The source of the green smoke was a round earth pillar, about 1.3 meters high, 1.2 meters in inner diameter, and 1.6 meters in outer diameter. This hollow earth pillar is covered with two large ceramic panels, each covering half of the pillar. Broken pottery pieces are placed under the pottery plate, so that there is a distance of about 2 centimeters between the pottery plate and the earthen column. The green smoke and some flames came out from the edge of the propped-up ceramic plate and the gap between the two ceramic plates. This is certainly not a beacon tower that burns smoke to give warnings, but a kiln built under the guidance of Han Chung by Haiwa, a master potter of the Qingke tribe, after many failures. The earthen kiln was not originally built here, but about 100 meters away from here, closer to the river, where it was convenient to get water and mud. However, after a heavy rain last year and the rising river water, half of the earthen kiln collapsed and could no longer be used. Having learned from that lesson, Haiwa spent nearly 10 days rebuilding this earthen kiln, which was one size larger than the previous one, about 100 meters away from the riverbank. This place is far away from the small river, and the terrain is high. During the several heavy rains last year, the flooding of the small river did not reach here. Building the earth kiln here is indeed a good choice. After several experiments, and with the guidance of the Son of God, Haiwa managed to figure out some tricks in building earthen kilns. The first thing is to choose a place where the earth kiln will be built and dig a pit about 90 centimeters deep, 1 meter long, and 90 centimeters wide. Then, in the middle of the pit, a wall about half a meter high was built vertically using the previously made adobe mixed with the mixed mud. Then, on top of the wall, 3 thin and hard wooden sticks were placed every 10 centimeters, and the other ends of the wooden sticks were placed on the edges of the pit. The previous kiln was small, so there was no need to add this wall. The wooden sticks could be directly placed on both sides of the pit. The kiln is bigger now, and if the wall in the middle is not added, the wooden sticks will not be able to bear the weight. There's no need to worry about the sticks being burned by the flames because they are covered with a thick layer of clay. Each group of 3 sticks are put together and then wrapped with mud. There's a reason for using 3 sticks. Firstly, it can increase the bearing capacity, and secondly, more mud can be wrapped on the outside. If there's only 1 stick, it is really not easy to wrap mud on it. After these are done, we will continue to build the wall upwards. After the wall in the pit is flush with the ground, continue to place the sticks wrapped in a thick layer of clay on it, as in the previous step. The sticks should be placed more densely than the layer below, because this layer will be used to place the clay embryos that need to be fired, and it cannot be built without a solid foundation. Once these are done, the bottom of the entire kiln is built, and all that remains is to mix the mud and start building the walls of the kiln. Just like the rammed earth walls in the tribe, chopped hay and some salt were also added here. Based on the experience gained from the previous earthen kiln walls that were prone to cracking, Haiwa also added some sand in cans brought from downstream into the mud. The banks of this small river are mostly mud, and only on the shallow side of the bend is there sand accumulation. There's one thing that needs to be mentioned specifically, and that is the matter of adding salt inside the wall when it is built. This move was really a waste of salt, and after some thought, Han Chung changed his approach. It's not that we don't add salt to the mud anymore, but we don't add purified salt anymore. The salt mines transported back from the salt mountain are simply crushed and added to the mud, which saves a lot of effort. The mixed mud was piled up in circles. In order to ensure that the kiln was round, Haiwa used 2 wooden sticks for comparison. One stick was 1.2 meters long, and the other was 1.6 meters long. This method was taught by the Son of God before. At the beginning, the pottery made by hand was always not round enough. After the Son of God taught this method, the problem that had troubled Haiwa for a long time was immediately solved. Later, he used it to build the kiln wall. For Haiwa, building a kiln wall actually has many similarities with building a pottery jar, which is not difficult for him who likes to deal with mud. Because the kiln wall is made purely of mud, and the newly mixed mud is relatively soft, so every time it is piled up to a height of 30 centimeters, It is necessary to light a fire underneath to bake the kiln wall more solid before continuing to raise it higher. The earthen kiln was emitting green smoke, and before you even get close to it, you can feel a wave of heat coming towards you. About 10 meters away from the earthen kiln, there are several large stones with relatively flat surfaces, and manhwa, with muddy hands, is busy here. He casually pinched some fine dry soil from the pottery jar below and sprinkled it evenly on the stone in front of him, and then placed a wooden frame about half a centimeter thick on it. The wooden frame is made of a tree stick that is broken in the middle and has a certain degree of flexibility, and the joints are tied with ropes and straw. The flat side of the broken wooden stick faces inward, and the curved side faces outward to ensure that the edge of the pottery is smooth. The wooden frame is not a standard rectangle, but an isosceles trapezoid with one end larger than the other. The gap between the upper and lower bases is 1.5 centimeters, so that the tiles made in this way can be seamlessly connected. It wasn't like this at the beginning, but a standard rectangle. After overcoming the curvature problem of tiles with the help of the Son of God, manhwa finally fired the first batch of tiles. Manhwa was very happy when he saw the first batch of things called tiles by the Son of God, because the Son of God said that this thing could be used to build houses that were better than the deer pens, and in time everyone in the tribe could move out and live in houses. Although he didn't know why the Son of God wanted to move out of the cave, just by looking at the longing expression on his face when he said this, manhwa knew that this house must be more comfortable to live in than the cave where they had lived for generations. In addition to the reason of the house, he was happy for another reason. That is, he had completed the task assigned by the Son of God, and the Son of God looked at the tiles he had fired with a look of joy on his face. This was undoubtedly the best compliment to his craftsmanship, and manhwa was of course very happy. However, his happiness did not last long, because after the Son of God put the two tiles together for a while, he suddenly put them down, smiled bitterly, and slapped his forehead. This made him worry that his poor cooking had caused the Son of God's displeasure. manhwa's craftsmanship was naturally impeccable. Although it was his first time to fire tiles, he had the experience of firing a large number of pottery before, so the tiles he fired were very successful. They were almost the same as the small tiles Han Chung had seen in later generations. Of course, this ignores the disadvantage that the fired tiles are the same size at both ends. The two ends of the tiles are the same size, which means that there will be a gap when the two tiles are stacked together. Using such tiles to lay the roof will easily cause leaks. After a period of modification, the mold used to make tiles became what it is today. Chapter 133, Earthen Kiln and Tiles. manhwa placed the tile mold on a stone sprinkled with a layer of fine dry soil, then reached out and grabbed a fist-sized piece of the mixed clay piled in front of him. After rolling it into a ball in your hand, place it in the mold and press it with your palm to fill the entire mold with mud. Then use a wooden stick that is also broken in the middle to push it back and forth several times to scrape off the excess clay and make the tiles look more smooth and even. manhwa stroked the wooden stick with his hand and put the scraped mud back on the mud pile. Then he dipped his hand into another pottery jar filled with water and began to rub it back and forth with his hands. The originally rough surface soon became smooth. manhwa picked up the mold, and along with it the mud flake-like tiles inside. Because some dry soil has been sprinkled on the stones below in advance, there will be no situation where mud sticks to the stones and cannot be removed. After the mold was lifted, he used his hands dipped in water to smooth the other side of the clay sheet. Without him having to stand up, the assistant standing nearby carefully took the mold with the mud pieces still on it from his hand, walked to a row of tree trunks 5 meters away, and carefully placed it against the side. Wait for a while to let the shiny layer of water on the outside of the mud piece dry a little, then stand the mold upright, tilt it and knock it, and the mud piece will come out of the mold and fall into the palm of your hand. The mud pieces that appear at this time were flat things. If they were left alone, dried in the sun, and fired in a kiln, they would become small ceramic plates, which were very different from the curved tiles that Han Chung needed. Han Chung and manhwa spent a lot of effort to figure out how to turn a flat ceramic plate into a curved tile. After many spiral cycles of thinking, experimenting, failing, thinking again, experimenting again, they finally found a solution. This method is actually very simple. Just find some tree trunks that are roughly the same thickness and relatively round, and place them not too far from the kiln. Place the flat, mud sheet taken out of the mold on a tree trunk lying horizontally on the ground. Wait for half a day and then pick it up. The originally flat mud sheet will have a curve. After the helper smeared some dry soil on the tree trunk, he placed the mud piece in his hand vertically on it. After checking that the mud sheet placed previously had become hard and would not change shape even if picked up, he carefully removed it from the tree trunk, leaning against the tree trunk, facing the sun. After doing all this, I took the mold back. In order to improve efficiency, a total of 10 molds were made for making tiles, so that after the assistant took away the mold with the mud pieces, it would not waste Haiwa's time. Since Han Sheng has already made the ruler, there is no need to worry about the molds being of different sizes. Haiwa worked here, making tiles for a while. He looked up and saw that the fire under the kiln had dimmed a little. He stood up, walked to the side of the kiln, picked up a few pieces of firewood as thick as his arm from the pile of firewood not far away, and added them in. The firewood under the kiln is not piled directly on the ground for burning, but is burned nearly half a meter away from the bottom of the kiln. The firewood here is supported by wooden sticks covered with a thick layer of clay, so it will not fall down. When we first tried to build a kiln, there was no such layer and the firewood was piled directly on the ground, but the flame could not reach the required level. After Han Sheng recalled the structure of his own earthen stove, the kiln became what it is now. After adding firewood into the kiln, Haiwa went around to the side of the kiln and used a wooden stick to pry one of the two pottery plates a little to the side, then looked inside the kiln through the crack. The oppressive heat wave rushed straight to people's faces through the cracks, and the temperature inside the kiln was a little scary. It was all red inside, and the clay tiles had all turned into a dazzling bright yellow under the continuous burning of the fire. Seeing this, Haiwa, with his eyes slightly narrowed, nodded slightly, and used a wooden stick to pry the pottery plate back together, completely covering the top of the earthen kiln. After doing this, he added some wood into the elevated fire pit, and then returned to the stones to continue making tiles. At this point, the kiln has been fired. All you need to do is let the firewood below burn out and cool down naturally. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Han Sheng walked over, looked at the smoking earthen kiln, then looked at Haiwa, who was concentrating on making tiles, as well as the various adobe bricks placed nearby, and more than 1,000 tiles not far away. A smile appeared on his face. The heightening of the wall is almost completed, and it won't be long before we can start building the house. It will no longer be a luxury to live in a big tiled house before winter comes. Regarding building a house, Han Sheng's initial idea was to build a thatched house, similar to the kind used for deer pens. Later, he changed his mind and thought that since Haiwa could burn such large pottery plates used by the witches to record things, then burning tiles that were much smaller than those pottery plates should not be a problem. Compared with thatched houses, tiled houses are undoubtedly more solid and beautiful. However, because they are purely handmade, the output of tiles is not high. Including the work of mixing the mud, Haiwa and his assistants can only make more than 100 pieces a day. But after accumulating over time, you can get a lot of tiles. Son of God. Haiwa looked up inadvertently and found that Han Sheng had come over at some point. So he stood up, saluted, and called out. Han Sheng smiled and waved to him, asking him to rest for a while before continuing. Haiwa came over obediently. Han Sheng turned around and looked back. Not too far away was a tall wall. Someone was standing there, pounding it hard with a wooden stick in his hand. Because we were far away, we couldn't see the man's face clearly and could only see a very beautiful outline. In the rapeseed field west of the courtyard wall, Taitu was cutting the last bunch of rapeseed with a stone sickle and placing it on the rapeseed pile nearby. He held the stone sickle in one hand and put the other hand on his waist. He stood up and looked at the empty rapeseed field with a smile on his face. The setting sun dyed half the sky red. The old deer who had just returned from eating grass, along with his clan, seemed to have stepped out of the light. He stretched his neck and called, "Yo-yo," and the sound made the twilight even more peaceful. Not far away, there was only a charcoal kiln with wisps of blue smoke rising out. Han Sheng placed the two clay tiles in his hands in a shed not far away, stood up and looked at the tribe that was becoming more and more like the life of ordinary people. A kind of indifferent joy enveloped his heart. Chapter 134, Really Fragrance. The sun rose, and the morning breeze blew, bringing a hint of coldness. The witch wrapped himself in his leather coat. The hand wrapped in the leather jacket did not leave immediately, but stroked it up and down, feeling the smoothness of the fur and the softness of the leather. The technique was similar to the one where he laid down beside the rabbit pen, picked up a rabbit with dark circles under its eyes by its ears, placed it on the wall of the pen, and stroked its head all the way to its short tail with his hands. At the beginning, this somewhat unique-looking rabbit put up a strong enough resistance to this insulting behavior. But how could the witch with a powerful aura take its resistance seriously? I grabbed this guy's ears and just stroked them, becoming intoxicated by the pleasure and unable to extricate myself. This rabbit is also a smart one. He knows very well that if you can't change the world, then change yourself, and if you can't resist, then enjoy it. After experiencing many such things, he becomes calm and composed, and even has a tendency to become addicted. Now, as long as Wu lies down near the rabbit circle, this guy will actively move towards Wu. Wu's hand was still stroking the leather, as if he couldn't control himself and couldn't let it go. It shouldn't be like this for a wizard who has been dealing with fur since birth. After all, he has been wearing animal skins all his life and has long been accustomed to wearing animal skins. The witch's hands were still moving, and he lowered his head to look at the animal skin carefully, as if he knew how different the animal skin was. Compared with previous animal skins, this animal skin is indeed very different. The main reason is that these animal skins have undergone a procedure, which is nitrate treatment. Wu felt the smooth and soft leather on his body, and couldn't help but think of the scene a few days ago. The Son of God came into the inner cave from the outside, and his walking posture was a little strange. Before he could open his mouth to ask, he saw the Son of God take off the animal skin wrapped around his body, take off the thing he called pants, which only he was willing to wear, and throw it hard on the bed. Then lower your head and blow cool air. Wu remembered it very clearly. He stretched his neck to take a look. Seeing this scene, how could a wise witch not understand what was happening? He smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not quite understand the Son of God's actions. Since these shorts are uncomfortable to wear and can cause harm to oneself, why wear them? Wouldn't it be better to wear a piece of leather like oneself? The Son of God is so smart. How come he can't come around on this matter? The Son of God, who didn't like staying in the cave, stayed in the cave for a long time this time. Wu naturally didn't know how long the issue of underpants had troubled their Son of God. Their great Son of God is almost going crazy in his desire for a pair of pants that suits his taste. Just as the witch was getting worried and put down the slate pencil in his hand and walked over to call the Son of God twice, the Son of God, who had been sitting still, suddenly jumped up. He laughed loudly for a while, and then said repeatedly, got it, ha ha, got it." Without waiting for the astonished witch to come forward and ask, the Son of God, who had been shouting loudly, suddenly shut up, picked up the leather pants he had thrown aside, and ran out like the wind. The witch stood there in a daze for a while, then hurried out in a panic, wanting to see what had happened to the Son of God and why his behavior was so strange today, which was totally inconsistent with his usual calm style. Before he could go out, the Son of God came back like a gust of wind, grabbed the leather he had taken off before, and wrapped it around his lower body. After hastily surrounding the area, he ran out again. The witch sniffed like the Son of God, then followed him out, wanting to see what had happened to the Son of God. When he walked out, the Son of God was filling a basin with what ash used to melt the salt mine. I filled half a basin with it, then added water and stirred it with a stick. Stir it evenly, wait for the turbid water to become clear, and then scoop the water in the large clay basin into the clay basin that the Son of God usually uses to wash his feet. Looking at this somewhat familiar scene, Wu showed a trace of realization. He thought that the Son of God must have received instructions from the gods and found a way to create something new. The Son of God had used a similar method before to make delicious salt from unpalatable stones. What could he get from the wood ash this time? Just as the witch widened his eyes and decided to wait and see and write down everything on the pottery board when the time came, the Son of God threw the leather trousers in his hand into the basin. They also pushed it to the bottom of the water with a stick and held it down with a small stone to prevent it from floating up, as if they were worried that it might not drown. Wu was shocked by this unexpected scene. How great a hatred must one have to make the Son of God treat him like this? Wu was relieved. But after this relief, a new doubt arose. If the Son of God wanted to drown this thing in water to vent his anger, he could just press it in ordinary water. Why did he go through so much trouble and use water filtered through with ash? He looked at the Son of God and only started asking after he found that he had become normal again. The answer is to soften the hard leather. Wu still didn't quite understand this. The leather was already very comfortable to wear, so why would they soften it? And even if it is softened by soaking in water, it will become hard again after drying. The witch really wanted to tell the Son of God about this result, but when he thought of all the things that the Son of God had created that could be called miracles, he held back. It was 3 days after this incident that Wu realized he was wrong. On the next day, the Son of God fished out the pants that had been soaked in water for a day and a night, washed them carefully several times in clean water, and then hung them on a tree branch in the yard to dry. Looking at the Son of God who would touch his pants from time to time, Wu felt a bit complicated. He knew that his pants would most likely become hard, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the different things that the Son of God could bring. When the Son of God put on his dried leather shorts and cheered, Wu's complicated emotions disappeared, and only joy remained, because the Son of God did not disappoint him and did something that ordinary people could not do. But while he was happy, the witch felt that this matter would not have much impact on the tribe, because he felt that it didn't matter whether the leather was soft or hard. Wu touched the soft and slippery leather on his body, with a smile from the bottom of his heart on his face. He was unwilling to take off the soft leather, and he had already selectively forgotten his thoughts at that time. Chapter 135, Really Fragrance. Han Chung pulled up the waistband of his leather trousers, which had become too soft, and wrapped his body in leather. Although it is early summer, the weather is still a bit cool in the morning, so it is very necessary to keep warm. With my small body, I certainly can't compare with the senior brother and others who are tamping the soil with their bare chests. As the weather got hotter day by day, Han Chung also began to change the working hours of the Chinke tribe. Compared with before, we have to get up earlier in the morning, wash up, and start tamping the earth to raise the wall. While these people were raising the wall, the person in the tribe who was responsible for cooking began to cook with the food that the eldest brother took out. Work for about an hour and then eat the ready-made meal. In this way, you can suffer less from the heat and take more rest during mealtime. If you work early in the morning, you will rest more at noon. As the day gets longer and the weather gets hotter, the lunch break will gradually increase. Han Chung was not like Zhou Beiopi, who got up earlier than the roosters and fake crowed in order to get the farmhands to work more. All he did was to make his own and the tribe's life safer and more comfortable without having to rush too much. It is true that people need to move forward in their lives, but they cannot just focus on rushing on the road. While rushing on the road, they also need to stop occasionally to look at the scenery along the way. Otherwise, when they are old, won't they look back on their lives with regrets? Anyway, Han Chung has now returned to the primitive age. He no longer has to worry about houses, cars, and wives all day long, which makes him feel suffocated. It's okay to slow down and live a more leisurely life. After all, how can you not live? Han Chung, who had just looked down on the busy future generations who hated to sleep and eat with such a leisurely attitude, soon fell frowning. He found that he seemed to still need to run around for a house, a car, and a wife. The house is being prepared for construction, and the car is not yet needed, so there is no need to consider it for the time being. As for the wife, this is a big problem. Thinking about these generally strong-looking female primitives, and then thinking about the spectacular carnival, Han Cheng's face turned bitter. This is really a difficult problem. If you don't have a house, you can build one yourself. If you don't have a car, you can also build one slowly by yourself. But you can't also build a wife slowly by yourself, right? Even if I could go down and rip out a rib, I wouldn't be able to give her the spiritual energy. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now and deal with it slowly later. Han Chung unzipped his leather pants and looked at something that had not grown much in more than a year. He sighed rather melancholy and had to put aside this problem that had troubled him for 2 lifetimes and would continue to trouble him. He did not hang around the wall. The eldest brothers were already familiar with the construction of the wall and no longer needed him to make decisions. Now, he is standing next to the earthen kiln not far from the stream, enjoying the joy of opening the kiln with manhwa, ready to use it to dilute some of the sadness in his heart. Manhwa had already become an expert in this area. He walked to the earthen kiln, reached out and touched the wall of the kiln and the ceramic plates covering it. He then put his hands in the gaps to feel the temperature. He then asked his assistant to help him lift down the 2 ceramic plates covering the kiln and place them flat aside where they would not get in the way. As the 2 pottery slabs were lifted away, fine dust flew out of the earthen kiln. Han Chung stood aside and waited for a while, then walked to the wide-open kiln, stood on a stone, and looked inside. He saw that the kiln was filled with densely stacked black tiles, most of which were intact, with only an occasional one half broken. I don't know if these damaged ones were caused by uneven heating or because they were not completely dry before being put into the kiln. Haiwa and his assistant came over and seemed a little unhappy to see the broken tiles. After all, he had long regarded himself as the best pottery maker in the Chinke tribe. He had not been to the earthen kiln for a long time. Today, he finally came to see the kiln opening, but such a situation happened. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed. Han Chung smiled and praised Haiwa for doing a good job, and a smile appeared on Haiwa's face. Han Chung actually admired Haiwa's attitude, because many technological advances were achieved by craftsmen who were meticulous and strived for perfection. Han Chung, Haiwa, and his assistant came out of the kiln together. The tiles were not too big, about 15 centimeters long and between 10 and 12 centimeters wide. Each tile weighed about 70 to 80 taels. Han Chung could carry about 10 tiles at a time. Newly fired tiles basically have a layer of fine dust on them. If you wipe it off with your hand, you can see the real color of the tile, which is about the same black as the tribe's pottery jars, and darker than the small tiles commonly seen in Han Chung's later generations. Some clays are used to make red pottery, but Han Chung has not encountered any yet. When he has time, he can ask Haiwa to look for it nearby. It would be a good thing if he could find such clay, as it would prevent the pottery in the tribe from being too monotonous in color. Han Chung raised his hand, and a broken tile flew out, slid in the air for about 10 meters, and then fell headfirst, hitting the pile of broken pottery, making a few crisp sounds and becoming even more broken. Broken pottery also has uses. You can smash them with stones and mix them into the clay when making pottery again. This way, the fired pottery will be stronger and less likely to break during firing. Han Chung carried a stack of 10 complete tiles to a tile pile not far away, arranged them together with the previous tiles, and then walked to the earthen kiln to transport the tiles here. Some necessary work still needs to be done. On the one hand, it can exercise the body, and on the other hand, it will not allow oneself to be too idle. At the beginning, there were many tiles in the earthen kiln, and Han Chung could stand on the stepping stones and take the tiles out by himself. As they moved the tiles, the number of tiles in the kiln became fewer and fewer, and Han Chung could only take over the tiles from Haiwa or his assistants. His body had not yet fully grown, and even standing on the stepping stones, he could not reach the tiles below. If you force it, you will probably end up falling into a kiln. After coming here for more than a year, Han Chung has long accepted the fact that he has small arms and legs. This kiln has loaded quite a lot of tiles, a total of more than 500 pieces. Up to now, there are almost 1,600 tiles that have been fired. Han Chung is looking forward to the upcoming house construction as he looks at the pile of tiles. Chapter 136, Groundbreaking for the House. Han Chung seemed very happy today, and Wu also seemed very energetic. Not only them, but the entire Chinke tribe was enveloped in an inexplicable excitement and expectation. At the beginning of spring, many of them learned from the Son of God or other people that the Son of God was going to build something called a house, which was better than a deer pen for the people in the tribe to live in. The house is more spacious and cleaner than the cave, and it is brighter inside. In winter, it is warmer than the cave. The concept of cleanliness was very vague to them before the coming of the Son of God. Sometimes they would consciously or unconsciously do some cleaning work, but it was not a habit after all. After the Son of God came, he asked them to rinse their teeth, wash their faces, take a bath, clean animal skins, and clean the caves. After doing all these things, when they looked back, they suddenly realized that this was cleanliness. Clean and tidy things always make people feel more comfortable, and primitive people are no exception. If Han Chunkai had included the advantage of cleanliness in the promotion of the houses shortly after he came here last year, the people of the Chinke tribe would definitely not have felt anything, and they might even have wondered what cleanliness was or whether cleanliness could fill their stomachs. But things are obviously different now. Now, even without Han Cheng's advice, no one in the tribe will get themselves dirty. Of course, except when working. But even if they were dirty from working, they would take a bath at night. Unlike before, when they didn't know if they could take a bath once a year. After knowing that houses have so many benefits, they're naturally looking forward to such a good place to live. However, the Son of God said that they have to raise the wall first before they can start building the house, so they can only look forward to it, and from time to time they imagine what a house that is better than the deer pen will look like. After such a long time of anticipation, the wall is finally built, and the Son of God is finally going to lead everyone to build houses. How could they not be excited? Even the eldest brother and others took the initiative to request to shorten the rest time, reducing the 3-day rest after the wall was built to 1 day. Under the watchful eyes of the people of the Chinke tribe, Han Chung, a guy who had only seen houses being built but had never done it himself, took the rope grass measuring tape he had made earlier, and with the cooperation of Lame, he calmly and confidently measured the foundation. The people of the Green Bird tribe, who didn't know the truth, gathered around and looked at their son of God with reverence, as if he knew everything. The lame assistant was so excited that his face turned slightly red. He didn't walk properly and almost fell to the ground. Here, Han Chung used a wooden stick wrapped with a tape measure to poke a small mark on the ground, then turned around and said something. The eldest brother, who was following nearby, came over with a stick that was 2 centimeters in diameter, over 1 meter long, and one end of which had been burned black and sharpened in the fire. He pointed the tip of the stick at the mark Han Chung had just made, held it vertically with one hand, and smashed it down with a stone in the other hand. After a few strokes, the straight stick was firmly erected there. After the wooden stick was nailed, 4 sticks appeared on the open space. At Han Cheng's signal, the eldest brother connected the 4 sticks with a thin rope. In this way, a piece of open space 10 meters long and 5 meters wide was circled out. "Day," Han Chung said again. The people who were standing by with shovels in their hands started to act. They were divided into 4 groups and started digging along the 4 lines. Han Chung and Bo then took the Shengqiao brand measuring tape and began to measure, trying to divide the north-facing south rectangle into 3 even rooms. After nailing 4 more wooden stakes and pulling 2 more lines, the position of the foundation was finally determined. The house is on the west side of the cave entrance, about 10 meters away from the mountain wall. After the house was built, it faced north and south, just like the cave, which was conducive to collecting sunlight. The people of the Chinke tribe have long been familiar with bone shovels, and using them to dig soil is a common practice for them. With the joint efforts of everyone, by the afternoon, several foundation trenches with a width of 40 centimeters and a depth of 40 centimeters had been dug. Because the digging is done along the line, there is no need to worry about digging in a crooked way. While the eldest brother and his men were digging the foundation, those who could not help were not idle either. Under Han Cheng's arrangement, they were preparing for the next step. It's not about cutting sticks or grinding wooden stakes, but about going outside to find stones. Han Chung thought about it and felt that the wooden rafts covered with mud walls used to build the deer pen were not strong enough, so he wanted to make some changes. Snap, snap. Shang placed a few stones in 2 baskets woven from tree branches. Lift one of the hoes over here so that the distance between them is appropriate. Then he took the shoulder pole that was leaning against a large rock on one side and put it on the handle of the hoe made of a bent wooden stick. There were 2 poles, one at each end, and the middle of the carrying pole was on his shoulders. Shang was half squatting with his arms half stretched out, climbing on the carrying pole, holding down one of the hoes with one hand to prevent it from sliding inward. Then he exerted force on his body and stood up from the ground. The pole loaded with stones was very heavy, causing the shoulder pole to bend a little, and it flashed up and down with Shang's steps. Shang also mastered the skill of carrying things and walked in rhythm with the swaying of the load. This can save some effort, and secondly, the things on the shoulder pole will not easily fall apart. Now we're carrying stones, so it is not obvious. If we use a clay pot to carry water and don't master the technique, half of the water in the pot will be spilled when we walk from the river to the tribe. Shang did not carry the stones to the tribe, but came to the west side of the wall, put down the burden, and threw the stones in the basket towards the wall one by one. This was not because Shang wanted to practice his stone-throwing skills and deliberately did not throw the stones to the edge of the wall to show off his muscles, but because as the wall grew higher, the wall protection ditch outside the wall had already taken shape. It was too much trouble to carry 2 loads of stones down into the ditch and then climb up again. It would be better to just throw them over there and save trouble. When there's a pile there, use the previous method to put the stones in the hoe, pull it up with a rope, and place it on the inside of the wall. Of course, this also applies to those stones that are not too big. If the stone is too big, you can only carry it all the way from the backside of the mountain, bypass the long wall, enter the courtyard from the south gate, and then walk north to carry the stone to the place where the house is built not too far from the mountain wall. This would require at least twice the distance to walk. So when Shang and the others were looking for stones, they tried their best to find those with appropriate sizes. Chapter 137. Something happened. Because the main force of the tribe had been busy building the wall, the rest of the people were busy harvesting grass, rapeseed, collecting tree branches, weaving bamboo shoots, and burning tiles. In addition, It was Han Qingxin who decided to use stones to lay the foundation, so they had not had time to collect stones. This forced the Qingke tribe to stop construction of the house they had been working on just after digging the foundation. After the whole group went out to transport stones for a day and a half, they started to build the foundation. The stones that took a day to transport were certainly not enough to build a complete foundation, but they could solve the immediate problem. After getting this pile of stones, 3 skilled wall builders were left behind to follow Han Cheng's instruction and arrange the stones of different sizes as neatly and firmly as possible. The big stones are used to outline the general contours, and the smaller stones are used to fill the gaps as needed. The remaining gaps that cannot be filled with stones are filled with mud scooped up with a bone shovel. In this way, the foundation is very solid. The ones who stayed behind to lay the foundation were the eldest brother, the junior brother Shah, and a man who was originally from the pig tribe, all men. Because building a wall with irregular stones requires not only good eyesight and the ability to put together, but also a lot of strength to constantly pick up or turn over the stones and put them in the right place. In this matter, men have a natural advantage. The eldest brother and others originally only knew that they could use stones to grind stone tools, or use stones as throwing weapons, but they had never thought of using stones to build walls. Now, after doing this under the guidance of Han Cheng, he immediately felt that this method was good. The wall built of stones looked stronger than the mud wall, and the stone wall was not afraid of wind and rain. Many people felt as if they were suddenly enlightened. They had not imagined that this stone could have such a use. The eldest brothers had performed quite well when they were building the deer shed and the fence. Their learning ability was not as bad as imagined. What they lacked was only experience. In addition, he had done a lot of similar things over the past year, and with Han Cheng's guidance, he started to build the foundation using a method he had never used before, and he got the hang of it quickly. This is probably what is called analogy. 3 of them will lay the foundation, and the rest will go to find and transport stones, so there will be no delay in the progress. There are many scattered rocks on the western edge of the hill where the Qingke tribe built the cave. The rocks here are very hard, mostly black or basalt with a little green. There are many holes in some basalts. Han Cheng knows that this is because the air pressure dropped after the volcanic eruption, causing the air trapped inside to rush out. Most of the stone tools owned by the Qingke tribe were made from materials selected here. This time Han Cheng wanted to use stones to lay the foundation, and the people of the Qingke tribe also moved the stones here. Due to the long-term production of stone tools, there are a lot of scattered gravel here. Something happened. A man from the Qingke tribe was carrying 2 halves of a stone on a shoulder pole to the west side of the tribe's wall when the pole suddenly broke. The 2 halves of the stone fell to the ground, and some of the stone rolled out and hit his left foot, stripping off a large piece of skin from the instep. His big toe and second toe were completely black and purple, and the toenails of the 2 toes were bound to fall off. Fortunately, the stone fell to the ground first and then rolled to his feet. Otherwise, Han Cheng felt that there would be a 4th lame person in the Qingke tribe. Gather 7 dragon balls to summon a dragon. Gather. Han Cheng thought about the appearance of 7 people who had more than 1 leg injured walking together, and felt that it would be better not to gather them together. Although the Qingke tribe now has more tasks to do, if one injures a leg, he will not become a disabled person or a burden as before, but it is better not to get injured if possible. Nowadays, the weather is getting hotter day by day, which is completely different from winter. The wounds can easily get infected and inflamed. In the past, many people in the Qingke tribe died due to infected wounds that gradually festered. The injured Liang remembered this very clearly because his mother accidentally hit her foot while making stone tools and then slowly died from the festers. The wound on my mother's foot is not as big as the one on my own foot. Liang sat on the ground, holding his injured foot, trembling all over, partly because of the pain, but more because of thinking of his mother. Han Cheng came upon hearing the news and was relieved when he saw Yang's injuries. Such an injury would heal after a period of rest. Since there were no broken bones, the impact would not be significant. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He saw Yang trembling all over and shedding big tears. Although he felt a little strange, thinking how could this guy, a primitive man, not eat melons and not be able to bear even this little pain? But he still smiled and comforted him. Han Cheng asked 2 people to carry Liang and go into the tribe. He walked around the area and pulled out a few green, fat plants with thorns on the leaves and a purple flower on top, then followed them back. This plant is very common and is also very common in later generations. Han Chung called it thorny hornbud, but he didn't know what its scientific name was. This plant has a good hemostatic effect. When I was a child, when I cut my hand while cutting grass, I would pinch some leaves of the thorny hornbud, rub them, and cover the wound with them, and the bleeding would stop quickly. In fact, this plant has another use, which is to pretend to be dead. If you pluck the purple flowers on the thorny hornbud and chew them, they will soon turn a color very similar to blood, and even your tongue and teeth will be stained. He shouted, "Come on, little devils. Grandpa is a brave man again after 18 years. Then he spurted out blood and slowly fell to the ground in a posture that he thought was extremely tragic and righteous. Han Chung did similar things many times when he was a child. Liang saw the smile on Shenxi's face, heard what he said, and remembered that in winter, Shenxi saved Ruhua, whose intestines had fallen out, and he felt a little relieved. The appearance of the Son of God was like a ray of light, breaking through the fear that had enveloped him. The Son of God will definitely find a way. The frightened Liang said this to himself more than once. After arriving at the tribe, Han Chung ordered people to boil hot water and add the refined salt into the hot water. This might hurt, Han Chung said to Liang, who wasn't shaking as badly. Liang nodded vigorously, indicating that he was ready to let the Son of God do whatever he wanted. The fear of death and the strong desire to survive made it easy for him to overcome the pain of rubbing salt into the wound. The salt water, which was about 60 degrees, washed away the stains on Liang's feet and rinsed the large wound on the back of his feet over and over again. The strong stimulation made Liang's feet involuntarily arch upwards. The blood that had stopped slightly resumed flowing again as Han Chung cleaned it, and Liang moved. Chapter 138, The Shoulder Pole Broken Again. After washing with salt water, Han Ben wanted to apply the thorny horn bud to Liang, but then he thought that the weather was hot and the wound was prone to inflammation, and simple salt water might not be enough to achieve the desired effect. In Han Cheng's eyes, every member of the Qingke tribe is the most valuable asset, and he doesn't want any of them to get hurt. After thinking for a while, he walked to Lame, who was weaving a bamboo basket. The weaving of the hoe is mostly done with willow twigs, rattan twigs, and other slender and soft branches. Because there is a willow forest upstream of the stream, the hoes woven by the Qingke tribe are mostly willow baskets. Han Chung pulled out 2 willow branches from a pile of branches, broke them, and put them into a boiling pottery pot to boil. After boiling for a while, he poured out the willow branch water, which had turned green and yellow. After waiting for a while to let the water cool down a little, he used the willow branch water to clean Liang's wound. Willow bark contains an element that is the same as the main ingredient of an anti-inflammatory drug in later generations. These were things he learned in class, and it was so long ago that he had forgotten the details. He only remembered that willow branch water could be used to reduce inflammation. Now that he remembered it, he used it. After washing it again with willow branch water, Han Chung picked up the thorny horn buds he had just brought back, picked off the leaves, and rubbed them in his hands. Do not use too much force when kneading, otherwise the small thorns on the edges of the leaves of the prickly ash will easily pierce into the flesh. Even though Han Chung now has a layer of not too thick calluses on his hands, there is still no match for these small thorns. The prickly horn bud, which had been rubbed until it emitted a faint green juice, covered the wound on Liang's instep. After this delay, the bleeding, which had already been flowing slowly, soon stopped. "You sit here and don't move." As Han Chung spoke, he pointed at Liang's swollen, injured foot, meaning that special attention should be paid to this foot. Liang, who was originally trembling with fear, is no longer trembling. Having witnessed too many miracles over the past year, they have developed a blind trust in Han Chung. Since the Son of God said that he would be fine, then he should not die in pain like his mother. Liang thought about what the Son of God had just done, which he had never seen before, and his fear was reduced a little. While Han Chung was doing this, Wu stood by and watched as he did in the past, thinking of recording the results after they came out. Wu was even more worried about Liang's injured foot than Liang was, because in the past, more than one person in the tribe died from festering wounds. Just now, Han Chung said that doing so would greatly reduce the festering of the wound. Wu Ku, who was standing nearby, heard it all. It would be strange if this man, who was wholeheartedly concerned about the continuation of the tribe, did not take it seriously after hearing such news. However, this time he did not ask Han Chung directly for confirmation, but wanted to see the results from Liang. So in the following days, besides lying by the rabbit pen, stroking the rabbit with dark circles under its eyes, and watching the rabbits eating grass, Wu also had another job, which was to look after Liang's injured foot. Han Cheng had just finished treating Liang's foot and hadn't even had time to catch his breath when something happened again, where the carrying pole broke. This time, it was Shang who broke the carrying pole. Fortunately, with Liang's experience as a lesson, Shang was always careful when picking up things. When the carrying pole broke and the top fell, he dodged to the side flexibly and was not hurt by the stone. The people of the Qingke tribe became somewhat panic-stricken. The series of incidents made them think that their actions had angered the gods, so the gods had sent down disasters. After all, building houses and laying walls with stones had never been done before. Even Wu and the eldest senior brother came to ask Han Cheng, with fear on their faces. The transportation of stones and the laying of foundations stopped again. Han Cheng frowned slightly and looked at the two broken shoulder poles. He didn't believe that this was a punishment from God, even though he was still labeled the son of God. The two shoulder poles did not break in the middle, but broke at the two ends where grooves were carved. This groove is used to hold the objects you're picking up so that they don't shake around. Han Cheng asked someone to bring a complete shoulder pole and put it in front of him to continue looking at it. His brows frowned again because he had discovered the problem. The grooves at both ends of the shoulder pole are much deeper and wider than before, and the surface texture has been broken. It would be strange if such a shoulder pole did not break while carrying stones. The reason why Han Cheng frowned was that he remembered that the groove on the shoulder pole was only a shallow one before. How come it has expanded to such an extent now? The only person who can make a carrying pole like this is Bo, a carpenter and a weaver. Han Cheng called Bo to ask him about it. Bo seemed very nervous, worried that he would be punished by the Son of God for making a mistake. Through a somewhat stuttering statement, Han Cheng figured out the whole story. In the past, the shoulder poles of the Qingke tribe were only used to carry water because the rope was thin and soft, and the shallow groove was naturally suitable for the task. But with the advent of the Buoto, the shoulder pole seems to be a bit out of place. Such a shallow groove cannot accommodate the semicircular handle of the hoe, which is many times thicker and harder than before and has no toughness at all. When using such a shoulder pole to carry the hoe often slides, which is very uncomfortable. These people then found the lame man who was responsible for making these things. At that time, Han Cheng was busy directing people to harvest and dry the rapeseed. Bo felt that there was no need to trouble the Son of God with such a small matter, so he made some changes himself and deepened and enlarged the groove with a stone chisel. After this, the rapeseed stopped moving around. Before, everyone used shoulder poles and crossbows to carry light objects, so there were no problems. But now they have changed to carrying stones, and problems immediately arise. Han Cheng, who had found the problem, was about to tell everyone the reason and ask them not to panic, but then he changed his mind. Looking at the uneasy people of the Qingke tribe who regarded him as their backbone, Han Cheng felt it necessary to instill some ideas in them so that they would not be so superstitious about the gods, or in other words, not be so blindly obedient. While I am here, I will naturally not lead the tribe into a ditch. If I am no longer here, will someone take advantage of this and do something evil? But this is a difficult matter to explain because he now has the aura of a god. If all this is made clear, it will have a very bad impact on him and the entire Qingke tribe. Han Cheng was very distressed and couldn't think of a good solution. The people who had been watching him from the side couldn't help but become even more frightened when they saw that the omnipotent Son of God also had such a complicated and embarrassed look and was slow to come up with a solution. Some people even thought about moving all the stones back and not using them to build houses anymore. Chapter 139 Gods and Demons. This is not the wrath of God. Han Cheng spoke to everyone while holding a broken carrying pole. As soon as he opened his mouth, the anxious crowd immediately calmed down a little. The gods will not stop us from moving towards a better future. They are happy to see us live a richer life, live in a warm house, and eat delicious food. Han Cheng said in an extremely firm tone. Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person who was most unsure about this matter was actually him, the clergyman, because he knew that he had never successfully communicated with the gods, and because of the teaching of the stone, he seemed to have discovered some secrets of the gods that he himself dared not even think about. It would be better if it wasn't the gods' anger. It would be better if it wasn't the gods will be angry, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to respond for a moment. Then why? The witch pointed at the broken carrying pole in Han Cheng's hand, then pointed at Liang's injured foot at the entrance of the cave and asked Han Chung hesitantly. The witch, who has always been very concerned about the tribe, wants to get to the bottom of this matter and find out what is going on. Han Chung said, "This is the devil's doing evil. The devil doesn't want us to live a good life, doesn't want us to have enough food, and will create a lot of suffering on our way forward." As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Green Bird tribe, who had just calmed down a little, became frightened again. They looked at their son of God anxiously, hoping to get protection from him and a way to drive away the demons. The witch was extremely nervous, as it was his duty as a witch to drive away the devil. But he knew his own situation and knew that he really didn't have the ability to do so. We must defeat the devil with our own wisdom and hands. Han Chung pointed to his head and clapped his hands. Wu breathed a sigh of relief again because the thing he was most worried about did not happen. The Son of God did not ask him to expel the devil, but gave him a unique solution. God will only bring benefits to people. Anything that is beneficial to human survival and development is the work of God. Anything that is harmful to humans is caused by the devil. As for demons, there is no need to offer sacrifices and pray for their mercy and forgiveness. Instead, we must use wisdom and strength to defeat them and move towards a better future. This is the solution Han Chung came up with after some intense thinking. It not only affirms the existence of gods and makes them the embodiment of justice, but also prevents people from being too superstitious. It also provides a way to overcome difficulties, which is to rely on one's own wisdom and strength. Although such thoughts seem very simple, they are enough for people of this era. Because they're suitable, they are the best. After this kind of thinking is implemented, when encountering difficulties again, the people in the tribe will not be at a loss and anxious as they are now. They will attribute these difficulties to the devil's mischief, and then use their own wisdom and strength to solve the difficulties and defeat the devil. The history of human growth is actually a process of fighting against heaven and earth, and making full use of one's own wisdom and strength to overcome difficulties. The same is true for a person's growth. Can we defeat the devil? Someone asked in unproficient Mandarin, with disbelief and expectation in his eyes. Abel, Han Sheng ansvaret firmly. The devil played tricks on us and broke our pole, so we will use our wisdom and hands to make it stronger. After Han Chung finished speaking, he called the uneasy-looking lame man nearby, found a tree trunk suitable for making a shoulder pole, and used the wood to hit the stone knife to split it in half. After using the stone knife to repair it, he found a hand drill and drilled a hole about 2 centimeters in the center of each end of the shoulder pole. Then he found 2 wooden hooks that he had made when he was making the rope with hooks. Fold a piece of rope in half and pass it through the hole in the shoulder pole and tie it tightly. Then tie a wooden hook to the lower end of the rope and do the same on the other end. Under the watchful eyes of the people of the Chinke tribe, a variant of the carrying pole, the hook pole, which was more versatile than the shoulder pole, appeared. Because the wooden hook tied below is a V-shape that is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, it can adapt to and hold it tightly as long as the size is not too large. Han Xing specially lengthened the rope that connects the wooden hook and the shoulder pole to make it easier for different users to adjust the height of the wooden hook according to their height and the height of the goods they carry. The simple shoulder pole that Han Chung had made for emergency purposes had actually been improved long ago. It's just that Han Chung had too many things to consider and had never paid attention to this aspect of the problem. So he had been using it like this until this incident happened today. But it's also a good thing. If this incident hadn't happened, Han Chung wouldn't have realized the need to carry out ideological and cultural construction for the people of the Chinke tribe, and he might not have come up with what he said today. This should be the case of a blessing in disguise. Well, that's what life is like, full of surprises, and always filled with one thing after another. After doing this, there is that. Maybe we will be distressed, tired, and bored, but when we really have nothing to do, we will feel empty. Han Chung took the freshly made hook and handed it to Wu first. Wu looked up and down at this strange-looking thing in his hand, looked at it for a while, and then handed it to the eldest brother. The eldest brother weighed it in his hand, then put it on his shoulder to try it out, and then handed it to the second brother. The second brother was usually only interested in food, so the hook only stayed in his hand for a while before it was handed over to Shang. After a round of look, the hook returned to Han Cheng's hands. Of course, this didn't seem to work, so Han Chung brought the hook to his eldest brother and asked him to try carrying stones. The two hoes were quickly filled with stones, more than what Shang had picked out before. Under the gaze of everyone, the eldest brother held a wooden hook in one hand and gently hung it on the handle of the ram head, and the ram head was easily fixed. Then he stood up with his legs and straightened his waist, and the stone hoe left the ground. The eldest brother stood there for a while, and seeing that the carrying pole on his shoulder showed no signs of breaking, he carried the pole and walked towards the west wall. Because the newly made hook pole split the wooden stick in half, it appeared softer than the previous shoulder pole made directly from logs. As the eldest brother moved forward, the hook pole also flashed up and down, and the amplitude was larger than the previous shoulder pole. This soft hook can save some effort when carrying things and can protect the shoulders of the person carrying the load to a certain extent. The eldest brother carried the load for 3 consecutive trips, and the newly made shoulder pole was intact. It was more comfortable and less labor-intensive than the previous shoulder pole. He told the result to everyone whose eyes were already shining. The people of the Chinke tribe who were standing by and watching turned around and looked at Han Chung with reverence, calling out respectfully, "Son of God! Son of God!" The only difference from before was that in addition to respect for the Son of God, there was something else revealed in their eyes. It turns out that they can really use their wisdom and hands to overcome the difficulties created by the devil. Chapter 140, you will definitely be remembered. He ran very fast with a limp, and when he arrived at the yard, he immediately started making a hook. He wanted to follow the pace of the Son of God and make efforts to help the people of the tribe overcome the difficulties of the devil. The Stop project was started again, and compared with before, the people of the Chinke tribe were more energetic in doing these things. Han Chung looked at this scene and sniffed slightly. Sure enough, this person still needs some spirit. Thanks to the efforts of the tribesmen, the construction of the house was not slow. Now, the stone walls are 1 meter higher than the ground. Originally, Han Cheng's idea was to use only stones to lay the foundation, and once it was level with the ground, he would start to use the rammed earth method to build the mud walls, because transporting stones was really troublesome. Later, I thought carefully about the thatched houses I had seen in later generations, and found that very few of them were built directly from the ground with earth walls. This is easy to understand. After all, rammed earth walls cannot withstand long-term soaking in rainwater. During the Warring States period, Bai Qi dug a river to flood the city. The biggest reason why he was able to conquer the fortified city in the end was not that the water drowned the people in the city, but that the river water softened the rammed earth city walls and caused them to collapse. Thinking about the situation where it was raining for a long time and he was sleeping in the house, and suddenly the house collapsed and the roof fell down, covering him inside, Han Chung immediately changed his original idea. After the 1 meter high stone wall was built, the house divided into 3 rooms could take on its general appearance. The door also appeared right in the middle of the house, 1.5 meters wide. Considering that there were no iron nails and the technology for erecting triangular beams was not yet mature, 2 walls were built inside the room, dividing the first house of the Chinke tribe into 3 rooms. This will make it easier to erect the roof in the future and will also create a relatively independent space. There are also doors on these 2 walls, which are closer to the main entrance of the house and are 20 centimeters narrower than the main entrance. After the foundation is laid and the 1 meter high stone wall is built, the next steps will be quick. The wooden rafts were clamped on both sides of the 1 meter high stone wall, and after being tied together, they began to build the rammed earth wall. The people of the Chinke tribe have done this many times and are very familiar with it, so of course they are fast. The earth wall is very thick, a full 40 centimeters. This is the specification Han Chung came up with after considering that earth walls are not as strong as brick walls, and that the winter is too cold and the walls are too thin to be frost-resistant. Compared with the other walls, the front wall is much more troublesome because not only does it have to leave a door, but it also has to leave 2 windows in each room on both sides. Bo was making the windows. With a hand drill and a method of drilling holes with a stone chisel and charcoal, making wooden windows was not a difficult task for a man like Bo, who was skillful with his hands. Of course, the prerequisite is that Han Chung needs to provide guidance and draw the approximate structure of the window on the land. The making of the window is not complicated. First, split a tree stump that is 1.3 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter into 2 halves. Then use a stone chisel and charcoal to make a hole with a diameter of 3 centimeters every 15 centimeters on the flat side. These mortise holes don't need to be drilled all the way through. A depth of 3 centimeters will be enough. After the mortise is made, just like making a ladder before, 1-meter-long tree sticks with a diameter of about 3 centimeters are nailed into the mortise one by one, and a window is made. Because there are no vertical frames on the sides, the wooden window looks a bit loose, but it doesn't matter. After it is embedded in the wall, it will become extremely solid. Volk is now a very busy man. He is the main force in the construction of awnings, hooks, wooden windows, doors, and the next fences. All of this makes him overwhelmed. Therefore, the mortise and tenon work when making wooden windows was done by Liang, whose foot injury had healed a lot. Of course, the position of the mortise was found by hand and circled with unburned charcoal. Looking at Liang, who was using a blowtorch to hit the mortise with his cheeks puffed out, Han Cheng's eyes showed an approving look. It was not because he was working with an injury, but because he remembered the conversation that took place between them some time ago. The scene at that time was like this. The day after Liang's foot was hit, his entire foot was red and swollen, like a dead toad. The 2 front toes were smashed and turned purple and swollen, and the whole foot was disfigured. Wu, who came to check on the situation out of nothing, frowned a little because there was no particularly obvious change in the injury on Liang's foot, just like those of the injured people before. Liang himself seemed somewhat perturbed and uneasy. During this process, Han Cheng had people boil willow twig water and salt water every day, and had people imitate him and carefully clean the wound on Liang's feet. Things took a turn for the better on the 3rd day. The wound on Liang's foot, which occupied almost half of his foot, was completely scabbed over, and the swelling had subsided a lot, with no signs of suppuration or ulceration. Liang, who had been worried all the time, burst into tears of joy at the surprising result. The horrific scene of his mother dying from festering and pus oozing from her feet after being scratched by grinding stone tools left such a deep impression on him. The witch was also extremely happy. In his memory, the wounds of the tribesmen who were injured in hot weather would easily fester, and sometimes they would develop a fever and become unconscious and then die. After being treated by the Son of God, Liang, who had such a large wound on his foot, was safe and sound. He recovered faster than people who were injured in winter. Faced with such a result, it would be strange if Wu was not happy. Last year, Shenxi improved the method of delivery, and the death rate of newborn babies in the tribe dropped a lot. Now Shenxi used this method that he had never known before to clean Liang's wound, and Liang recovered quickly. This means that in the future, as long as their people do not suffer fatal injuries, the number of people who die from wound festering will be greatly reduced. He excitedly asked Han Cheng about the principle behind it, and Han Cheng smiled and said, "Salt is not only edible, but also a kind of medicine that can cure some diseases. Willow branches can be used to weave bamboo shoots, but the water boiled from them is also a kind of medicine very good for cleaning wounds." After saying this, Han Cheng said with some emotion, "I know a limited amount of these, but I know that most of the diseases and injuries in this world can be cured. If they can't be cured, it's because you haven't found the right method and used the right herbs. Many plants are actually medicines, but we don't know what diseases they can be used to treat and how to use them." After hearing these words, Wu felt a little disappointed. He learned from the Son of God that there was a way for his people to reduce the suffering of illness, but he had to stop and sigh because the way was too difficult. Even the wisest Son of God said that he didn't know much, so it was impossible to continue on this path. "God's Son of God, I am willing to find and identify medicines to treat the injuries of my people." While Wu was feeling melancholy after listening to Han Cheng's words, Liang's eyes were sparkling. He suppressed his inner excitement and spoke to the Son of God. "This road can be very difficult and dangerous, and sometimes you may die." Han Cheng looked at this man who used to have a low presence in the tribe with admiration, and then gave him some advice with a serious expression. The tragic pain of his mother's death dispelled Liang's worries. He raised his head slightly and looked at the Son of God and said, "I'm not afraid. If you continue along this path, you will definitely be remembered by many people. Lots and lots of people." Han Cheng reached out and patted Liang on the shoulder and said to him, "Really?" Liang asked with some surprise. He didn't expect that this road would have such benefits. Han Cheng thought about Shenong's status and nodded vigorously. "Really?" Chapter 141, Installing Wooden Windows and Building Gables. Han Cheng was directing people to install windows. Nowadays, there are no things like electric hammers and expansion screws. If you want doors and windows to be strong, you need to install them when building a house. The bottom of the window is not high, only 1 meter and 2 meters from the ground. This is the size Han Chung chose after some thought and comparison. After all, the people of the Chinke tribe are generally short, so the windows do not need to be too high. The front wall stopped after reaching a height of 1.2 meters. He waited until he had fixed the 2 windows before continuing. Installing windows is actually easy. Bo and another person placed the somewhat loose window on the front wall that was already covered with wooden rafts. Han Chung checked whether it was straight from a distance, and then gave an order. The eldest brother, who was ready at the side, went down with a few bags of mud and pressed down the 2 ends of the wooden frame under the window that had been deliberately left longer. After the wooden windows were fixed in place, bags of wet soil began to be poured between the wooden rafts. As the amount of soil increased and the loose soil was compacted, the wooden windows were firmly built into the wall. There's another point that needs to be noted. Due to the inconvenience of tools, wooden frames are not added on the left and right sides of the finished windows. In order to prevent the soil from squeezing in and blocking the windows when the walls on both sides of the windows are tamped, it is necessary to place several wooden pillars that are split in half from the middle vertically on the left and right sides close to the wooden windows in advance. The round surface faces the mud wall, and the flat surface faces the inside of the window. In this way, it can not only block the mud from coming in, but also increase the aesthetics, making the wooden window look like it has all 4 frames complete. The same goes for doors, which need to be prepared in advance. However, do not install the door leaves at this time. Just build the door frame and the wall together. The door leaves are not very connected to the door frame. It will not be too late to make and install the door leaves after the house is built. After the foundation and the 1-meter-high stone wall below were completed, the simple rammed earth wall was built quickly and was flattened in just a few days. The so-called flat stack means that the wall has reached the predetermined height. The wall is not too high, only 2 meters and 1 centimeter high. Han Chung is not building a large brick and tile house, so this height is already acceptable. Although the house built this time is very different from the deer pen, there are still many similarities. The eldest brother and the others looked at the deer pen, then at the house, and felt that the next thing the Son of God would do was to continue raising the front wall, and then use wooden beams, rafters, and fences to make a roof that sloped toward the back, just like the deer pen. As the great son of God of the Chinke tribe who does not believe in God, how could Han Chung let them guess his tricks? Instead of continuing to raise the front wall, he raised the gables on both sides. The main reason why the side wall is called a gable is that it has a triangle on it, which looks more like an abstract mountain. During this process, the tape measure and ruler Han Chung had made earlier came in handy. After all, 4 roof mountains need to be built in a row, and it would be troublesome to build them at similar heights without a ruler. After Han Chung told them what would happen next, those people from the Chinke tribe who had made prior guesses once again felt the wisdom and unfathomable nature of the Son of God. Then, under the guidance of the Son of God, he began to build the house mountain. The triangular roof mountain is more difficult to build than a straight wall, but it is not insurmountable. Under the command of Han Chung and the hard work of the eldest brother and others, 4 roof mountains of the same height and roughly similar shape gradually emerged. Although it is called a triangle, it is actually not quite complete. It consists mainly of 2 small platforms, 30 centimeters long, on the 2 upper sides. These 2 small platforms divide the edge evenly into 3 sections. Apart from this small platform, the top of the triangle is also flat, and is also a small platform of 30 centimeters. These small platforms are certainly not intentionally built to destroy the beauty of the roof mountain, but are used to place wooden beams in preparation for the next step. The people of the Chinke tribe are now putting wooden beams on the roof. The beams are burned and then slightly repaired with stone axes and stone knives. Except for the beam on the roof ridge, which has to be straight, it is okay for the other beams to be slightly curved, which reduces the difficulty a lot. 1, 2, 1, 2. The eldest senior brother shouted the slogan he learned from the Son of God, stood on the rack, and pulled the rope in his hand with the 3rd senior brother. The other end of the rope was tied to the bottom of a beam. The beams were erected in the west wall, resting on racks along the edge of the west wall. As the 3 eldest brothers exerted their strength, the end of the beam that was against the ground began to leave the ground. Shang, who was on the shelf on the inside of the west wall, held the wooden beam against the shelf with his hand to prevent it from tipping over. Because the wooden beam is to be placed on the gable, its length is wider than the room. In addition, half-a-meter-wide frames are now erected on both sides of the house, which further shortens the width of the room. As the eldest brothers and others pulled, one end of the wooden beam gradually rose and became straight, and then it went under the shelf. If no one thought away, it would not be able to be pulled up by force. At this time, Shang and another person who were standing on the other side took action. They held one end of the wooden beam leaning against the shelf and began to pull it towards them. As they moved, the other end of the wooden beam came out from under the shelf, under the feet of the eldest brother and others. With the joint efforts of people on both sides, the pulled wooden beams were placed on a small platform reserved in advance on the gable. Because the two ends of the wooden beam are of different thicknesses, they need to be adjusted after they are erected by placing some small stone pieces, pottery pieces, etc. under the thin end. One is to adjust the height and make the wooden beams flat, and the other is to increase their firmness. Because the beams were too long to be easily climbed up, and those that were long enough were hard to find. So these beams were cut into pieces, and a total of 15 beams were needed for the 3 houses. In addition to the platforms on the easternmost and westernmost walls, 2 wooden beams need to be placed on the platforms of the 2 middle gables. In order to prevent the wooden beam on the side from falling off the platform, they need to be tied together firmly with ropes. Another thing that needs attention is that the wooden beams on the east and west exterior walls are not directly aligned with the outside of the exterior walls, but are 10 centimeters inside. When the house is built, the holes are filled with mud so that the wooden beams cannot be seen from the outside. This protects the wooden beams from wind and sun and prevents them from rotting and growing mushrooms. After the wooden beams are built, just like when making the deer pen, the next step is to tie the rafters on it and then lay the fence. The work on the fence was not done by Lame, as he was almost overwhelmed, but by 2 not very strong women in the tribe. Fortunately, making a fence was not that complicated. They had seen Bo make it many times before, and now, with Bo teaching them step by step, they had learned how to make it, and the fence they made was not bad. Chapter 142 Encounter with a Divine Beast. Han Qing couldn't help but take another breath. It wasn't because he felt so terrified when he saw the Dozong expert, but because he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The sour feeling was so painful that it was impossible to describe in words. His right arm was already red and swollen, with a bulge in the middle that was a little white and had some blood spots. Damn it, why is this damn thing available now? Han Chung, whose hands and face were purple, scratched the red and swollen area on his arm vigorously while cursing indignantly. Don't worry. The purple color on Han Shinsi's hands and face is not caused by poisoning, but for other reasons. The story begins from yesterday. Yesterday, the rafters and fences of the first new house built by Chinke tribe had been tied together and laid. When they were preparing to mix mud and paste it on the roof, the weather turned bad and it started to rain, so the work of roofing the house had to be temporarily stopped. Fortunately, it was not a violent storm. Even a house without a roof could withstand such rain. The rain was drizzling and had not stopped until today. Han Chung, wearing a large bamboo hat, checked the houses in the courtyard. When he thought of the dozen or so mulberry trees 4 or 5 miles away, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not that he was thinking of silkworms again. Now that the leather pants have become much softer after being treated with nitrate, he is no longer obsessed with using silk to make pants. What made his heart suddenly jump was the mulberries, those small fruits that were purple-red and sour-sweet. This thing was Han Cheng's favorite when he was a child. It could be compared with popsicles, tang monk's meat, nanda, and Beijing instant noodles. Now that I have been thrown into the primitive society, I can forget about the last 3 things in the short term, but I can revisit the mulberry. I remember that in my previous life, mulberries usually ripened around the time when wheat was ripe. The climate where Han Chung is now is not much different from that in his previous life, so it should be around this time. In Han Cheng's hometown in his previous life, wheat usually matured more than a month after rapeseed was harvested. Roughly calculating the time, mulberries would also mature around this time. Han Chung slapped his head and thought to himself that he was stupid. How could he almost forget such an important thing? Once the thought of eating mulberries comes to mind, it grows like wild weeds, and I can no longer hold it back, making me not want to wait even a moment longer. Han Chung went back to the house and called several senior brothers who were resting in the cave and asked them to bring weapons and accompany him to the mulberry forest. Han Chung usually would not go away from the tribe alone. He now values his life very much. Thanks to his efforts, The Chinke tribe lived better and better, and there were signs that they were gradually moving closer to the rural areas of the last century. Wouldn't it be a great loss if they lost their lives just because of eating mulberries at this time? The eldest brother and his companions naturally agreed to the Son of God's proposal. These days, the eldest brother and his companions were either building walls or houses, and they had not gone far for a long time. When they heard Han Cheng's words, they felt a little itchy and followed the 8 of them. If there weren't so few bamboo hats in the tribe, there would definitely be more people following. The production of bamboo hats started at the beginning of spring this year. The one who took action was still lame. The reason for making conical hats is that umbrellas are too troublesome to make, and the Chinke tribe does not have the required raw materials at the moment, so they can only make conical hats as a second choice, mainly for people standing guard in the rain. With flexible tree branches, straw, and ropes, and Han Cheng's guidance, making a bamboo hat was not a difficult task for the dexterous bow. First, use wood to weave out a hollow cylinder about 5 or 6 centimeters deep and more than 10 centimeters in diameter. This is used to be worn on the head. Then, several tree branches used as bones for weaving the cylinder were bent outward and downward, forming an angle of about 45 degrees with the main body of the cylinder. Continue using these wooden sticks as the skeleton, and use tree branches to weave several circles from top to bottom to make it into an inverted cone shape. Then use ropes to tie the thatch, cut into pieces of about 15 centimeters from bottom to top in circles around the horizontal wooden strips. In order to prevent rain from leaking on the tip of the hat, you can put a small piece of animal skin there to cover it. The suffering Han Cheng is suffering now is related to eating mulberries later. Arriving at this mulberry forest that he had not been to for a long time, Han Cheng was not disappointed. Most of these tall mulberry trees were indeed covered with purple-red mulberries. A few blackbirds that were not crows arrived first and ate the mulberries on the mulberry tree. These birds are not afraid of people. When they see these 2-legged beasts holding sticks climbing up the tree, they just tilt their heads and look at them fearlessly. After watching for a while, they start to scream twice in their unpleasant voices. Show off to these 2-legged creatures who can't climb to the highest places and can only eat what they leave behind. Han Cheng was in no mood to pay attention to these noisy birds. He just climbed the tree branches with one hand and picked mulberries with the other hand and put them into his mouth. The dust on the mulberries was washed off after the rain, and they were soaked in rainwater and felt cool when put in the mouth. Take a bite. The thin and soft skin breaks open, and the sweet purple juice bursts out and fills your mouth, making you unable to stop eating even more than eating shenmai. People say that excessive joy leads to sorrow. Just when Han Cheng was immersed in the taste of his childhood, tragedy struck quietly. A strong pain suddenly came from his left arm, and Han Cheng retracted his hand that was picking mulberries. When he looked hurriedly, he saw a red ridge had appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Cheng's first reaction was that he was doomed. He had escaped the ferocious beasts of the primitive age, but was harmed by the insects of the primitive age. Thinking of this, he hurried to look at the branches and leaves he had just touched. Even if he died, he had to kill the murderer first and could not wait until the next life to take revenge. Those branches and leaves looked the same as the rest. When Han Cheng used broken branches to turn them over, he saw the murderer under a leaf. This guy is not big, about the size of 2 soybeans, with a green body with some red or white spots. There are some light yellow thorns about 2 or 3 millimeters long on its back. After Han Cheng saw the true face of the guy who plotted against him, he first felt relieved, and then he became furious. I have been looking for silkworms on the mulberry tree so many times, but I haven't seen any silkworm droppings. Now I have encountered such a divine beast. It's really useful that no one comes, but the troublemakers live happily. This guy is called Foreign Pepper in Han Cheng's hometown. It is a true divine beast with huge energy contained in its small body. If you pull it, it will be very painful and it will take several days to heal completely. Han Cheng had been pulled before, and only applying cool toothpaste could provide temporary relief. But obviously there was no toothpaste at this time. He reached out his hand to scratch the red and swollen area, and after thinking for a while, he broke the branch where the peppermint was, asked the people standing below to leave, and then threw the branch off the tree. He slid down the tree, and under the concerned gaze of his senior brother and others, Han Cheng used 2 small sticks to dismember the mythical beast that had harmed him, and then used the light green liquid that flowed out after its death to smear the place where it was pulled. Strangely enough, after applying this water, the burning pain was relieved a lot very quickly. This is probably the reason why original soup can defeat original food. Chapter 143, The Disappointing Rabbit. The interest in eating mulberries was disturbed by the foreign peppers, so Han Sheng and Taitu climbed up and picked some more before returning home. These mulberries were gifts for everyone in the tribe. Because he had just encountered the mythical beast foreign pepper, Han Sheng was a little cautious when picking the fruits again. He didn't dare to be carefree like before, for fear that he would be taken care of again. The rain had stopped at this time, and Han Sheng and his friends put the mulberries they had picked into an upside-down hat. A group of people started walking back. Stop! The eldest brother who was holding the stone spear in the front suddenly turned around and spoke to everyone. Han Sheng's heart couldn't help but shudder. Did he run into a ferocious beast? With 4 parts of fear and 6 parts of expectation, he leaned towards junior brother Shah and looked in the direction that the senior brother pointed. Didn't you see any ferocious beasts? Han Sheng was confused and looked around. Then I found that about 10 meters ahead, there was a gray rabbit squatting there, eating grass attentively. Han Sheng was very disappointed when he saw this. How could a rabbit be so grandly decorated? The eldest brother held a stone spear in his hand, stood on tiptoe, and approached the rabbit in front quietly. When the distance approached another 2 meters, the rabbit became alert, raised its head to look at the eldest brother, and then ran away. The eldest brother, who was well prepared, waved his right hand, and the stone spear flew out of his hand and flew towards the rabbit. Then, the fork didn't hit the rabbit, and the frightened rabbit jumped and ran away. The eldest brother shouted and chased after the frightened rabbit, and the others also shouted and chased after it. Only junior brother Shah and Taitu were responsible for guarding Han Sheng, so they did not leave. However, looking at their expressions, it was obvious that they were itching to try their luck. About 10 minutes later, the eldest brother, who was a little out of breath, came back with other people who also looked a little out of breath. The eldest brother was holding the dead rabbit in his hand. We haven't hunted for a long time, and today we unexpectedly encounter a rabbit, which made everyone a little excited. Han Sheng looked at this rabbit, which looked bigger than most of the rabbits raised in the tribe, and his brows suddenly frowned. Normally, the rabbits in the tribe eat when they are hungry, sleep when they are full, and mate when they are in the mood. They live a life like pigs, so they're only bigger than the wild ones outside. But now is not as good as the wild ones, which makes Han Sheng a little confused. With Wu, who always goes to the rabbit pen whenever he has nothing to do, there is no chance that the rabbits will starve. If it's not a food problem, then what is the reason? Han Sheng was puzzled about his sister. After returning to the tribe, Han Sheng washed the purple stains off his hands and face, but didn't wash them clean. He then put 2 mulberries into his mouth, and then carried the wild rabbit with the witch to the rabbit pen. At first, Wu did not understand what the Son of God meant. He thought that the Son of God wanted to eat rabbit meat, so he followed Han Sheng to the rabbit pen with a small wooden stick in his hand, with a kind face. He grabbed an adult rabbit from the pen and was about to eat it, but was stopped by Han Sheng. The witch was a little confused and didn't understand what the Son of God meant by this action. It was not until Han Sheng compared the wild rabbit in his hand with the one in Wu's hand that Wu suddenly realized the difference between them. They are both rabbits. Why is there such a big difference between them? The witch looked at the obviously fat wild rabbit, then looked at the rabbit in his hand, put it back into the rabbit pen, and then took another one out. After comparison, it was discovered that most of the rabbits raised by the Chinke tribe were not as fat as this wild one. The witch scratched his head with the hand holding the short stick, looked at the rabbits that were obviously different, then looked at the grass placed on the raft not far away for feeding the rabbits, and the grass that had not been eaten in the rabbit pen, his face full of confusion. I have never done anything wrong to these rabbits, so why can't they grow taller than the wild ones? Is it because I don't exercise enough? Han Sheng thought so, then smiled and shook his head. He had only heard of people getting fat by just eating without exercising, but had never heard of anyone losing weight. Unable to figure out what was going on, Han Sheng could only vent his anger on these useless rabbits. He asked Wu to take out 9 more rabbits from the rabbit pen, beat them to death one by one, and then cook the fat wild rabbits in a pot and have rabbit soup in the evening. After seeing the sky clear up, the tribesmen began to paste the roof with mud without any further instructions. Rabbit is relatively easy to skin. Once the head is taken care of, the skin can be peeled off. The peeled rabbit skin is soaked in wood ash for a day and a night. After being taken out, washed and dried, it will become a piece of soft and good leather. Fu Jiang stood aside, wagging his tail, looking at his owner expectantly, wanting to get some fresh meat from his owner. Fu Jiang, who has lived with the people of the Qingke tribe since he was a child and has been deliberately trained by Han Sheng, no longer has much wolf nature. Baji, Han Sheng threw the dugout internal organs to Fu Jiang, who was waiting on the side. Fu Jiang caught it in one gulp and took it aside to share it alone. Uncle Deer also wanted to come over and have a bite, but after Fu Jiang pretended to bite him on the nose, he left in disappointment. 7 of the 10 rabbits were stewed into soup, and 3 were grilled. People who had eaten too much fish thought that the rabbit meat tasted extremely delicious. So after finishing half a jar of rabbit soup, everyone turned to drink fish soup. Wu still seemed a little melancholy. Even after killing 9 rabbits with his own hands and experiencing that wonderful feeling again, he still couldn't resolve the melancholy in his heart. Why are all rabbits small when they are raised by ourselves? This was the umpteenth time he had asked himself this question. Wu also experienced the feeling of tossing and turning and having trouble falling asleep. Got it. Han Sheng, who was helping to put tiles into the roof, suddenly had an idea in his mind. He finally figured out the problem that had troubled him and Wu for more than 2 days. Inbreeding. It must be inbreeding. These rabbits in the Qingke tribe are all descendants of the 2 old rabbits. After reproducing for who knows how many generations, it is reasonable that the rabbits would become weak. In order to make the offspring of the tribe stronger and able to reproduce, several nearby tribes got together to hold a celebration party this year. But I had forgotten about this matter. Not only rabbits, but also deer will have to consider this issue in the future. Han Sheng called Wu and asked him to identify the larger rabbits. Sure enough, these larger rabbits were basically early rabbits. Wu asked Han Sheng why, and Han Sheng expressed his opinion, and Wu looked suddenly enlightened. Now that we have found the root of the problem, it is easy to solve. We just need to catch a few wild rabbits and throw them into the rabbit pen. Chapter 144 set. Wu was very concerned about these rabbits. After learning the whole story, he wanted to solve the matter immediately. He discussed with Han Sheng and wanted everyone to temporarily stop building the houses, go hunting for a few days, and catch some live rabbits. Han Sheng looked at the tribesmen who were busy transporting and laying tiles, then looked at the not-so-good weather and shook his head. Summer is here, and it rains a lot. If the roof is not repaired as soon as possible, the sturdiness of the house will inevitably be affected by a few more rains. We cannot delay this more important matter because of a few rabbits. Seeing the Son of God shaking his head, Wu was a little disappointed. He always regarded food as more important than shelter. Seeing Wu's expression, Han Sheng smiled and said, "Catching rabbits is a piece of cake. I can do it. There's no need for them." When Wu heard what Han Sheng said, he immediately became happy, but doubts also arose. Although Wu rarely participated in hunting, he knew that hunting was not easy, as it required the cooperation of many people. It would be even more difficult for one person to catch prey alone in an era without guns, bows, and arrows. Sometimes it is easy to deliver yourself into the mouth of other prey. Although the Son of God wanted to catch rabbits, which looked very docile in the pen, could run very fast in the wild. The Son of God was just a child and had never hunted before, so it was too difficult for him to catch a live rabbit by himself. If it was something else that the witch didn't understand, the witch would naturally not think too much about it. But now what he was talking about was hunting, which the people in the tribe knew best, so it was not surprising that the witch thought so. "Rabbit, don't worry. We can catch it after the house is built." As the witch spoke, he turned around and pointed at the people who were busy building the house. Compared to making the rabbits in the rabbit group become better breeds and grow bigger, the witch is more concerned about the safety of the Son of God, because the series of changes that have occurred in the green bird tribe that he had never dared to dream of before were all brought about by the Son of God. Han Sheng said, "It's okay, I have a way." Of course, Han Sheng is not trying to be brave, but he really has a way. The witch looked at the Son of God holding the rope in his hand and showed a puzzled look again. Hunting in the tribe has always been done with sticks, stone spears, and stones. The Son of God now does not bring any of these things, but instead takes these ropes. This makes the witch wonder what the Son of God wants to do. When he asked the Son of God, he refused to tell him and only told him to wait and see, saying that he would definitely catch the rabbit and would tell him after he caught it. Looking at the Son of God taking Tai Tu and his wife away from the tribe with a rope, the witch was both worried and confused. The witch stood here for a while, then turned around and went back to the cave. When he came out again, he had a piece of rope in his hand. He held the rope in his hand and looked at it left and right, and then came to the rabbit pen. After thinking for a moment, he let go of the rope in his hand and swung it towards the frightened rabbit circle. An unlucky rabbit was hit by the rope, but the soft rope could not cause any harm to it. Instead, it jumped even more vigorously. Seeing this, the witch stopped, picked up the grass cut by Tai-Tu and his wife on the raft on the side, and threw it into the rabbit pen. With the green grass as bait, the frightened rabbits soon calmed down and ate the grass with their three-lobed mouths moving. Wu waited for a while, then took out the black circle rabbit that he often stroked. The rabbit was already used to this and was not frightened. It squatted on the wall of the rabbit pen, motionless, waiting for the big hand to come. Wu reached out and stroked the rabbit twice, then wrapped the rope around the rabbit's neck twice. He held one end of the rope in one hand and pulled it to both sides. The rope tightened with his movements. The witch stopped what he was doing, loosened the rope, and put the black-eyed rabbit, who was ready to die, back into the rabbit pen. The right hand holding the rope was scratching the rabbit's messy head, which could indeed strangle the rabbit to death. However, how could those fast-running hares wait so obediently for the Son of God to strangle them? By the way, if it is really possible to strangle him like this, then there's no need for a rope, just capture him alive. The witch looked at the rope and then at the rabbit, but he still couldn't figure out how to catch the rabbit with this thing. We can only wait for the Son of God to answer our questions. After thinking hard, and to no avail, Wu thought like this. Han Sheng walked more than 2 miles away from the tribe before he stopped and looked for a suitable place to set the rabbit trap. There are not many wild beasts near the gathering area of the Blue Bird tribe. When people gather together, there is still a certain deterrent effect on wild beasts. If you stay away from the tribe, the possibility of catching rabbits will increase a lot. Han Sheng was not unfamiliar with the rabbit suit. When he was in primary school in his previous life, he didn't walk on the right path, but ran around with a few peers in the village. One time, he was lucky enough to trip over some bastard's rabbit trap and fell to the ground, knocking out a loose lower tooth. This time, new wild members will be added to the rabbit population of the Chinke tribe, and Han Sheng made note of this matter. Han Sheng had witnessed the scene of the eldest brother and his companions catching rabbits 2 days ago. The 2 old rabbits in the tribe were able to survive under such circumstances. They were indeed lucky. If you want to catch someone alive, a rabbit trap is more useful. Han Sheng was loosely placing a noose that was getting tighter and tighter on the short grass under the long grass. The other end of the rope was tied to a small tree nearby. The place where Han Sheng is now is a not very wide ditch. There is no water in the ditch, and weeds are growing randomly. On the left side of the ditch, there was a path about 10 centimeters wide in the middle of the short grass under the long grass. It seemed that animals often passed by. Han Sheng set a rabbit trap every 10 meters or so on this path, and he set 7 or 8 in total. After that, go find another ditch. Rabbits like to walk along ditches, probably because ditches are more hidden and less likely to be discovered by natural enemies. Han Sheng knows this, so when he sets the trap, he naturally prescribes the right medicine. The Tai-Tu couple followed the Son of God, holding stone sickles and stone spears in their hands. Although they were puzzled by the Son of God's actions, they did not feel surprised. They had a heartfelt trust in the Son of God. Since the Son of God said that they could catch the rabbit in this way, then they must be able to do it. Although the Son of God led them straight back to the tribe after setting more than 50 rabbit traps in one go, which was completely different from the usual hunting method of finding prey in the wild and killing them with stone spears. They just believed. The witch, who had been guarding near the rabbit circle with a rope in his hand, hurried over to meet Han Sheng when he saw him coming back. Seeing that the Son of God had nothing in his hands, he quickly turned his gaze to the iron head couple following behind him, only to find that they only had stone spears and stone sickles in their hands, but no trace of the hare. When Wu saw this scene, he was a little surprised, but at the same time he felt it made sense. After all, he had experimented with the rope for a long time before, but couldn't think of any solution. But when he saw that the Son of God still had the same expression and did not look like a failure, he became confused. Son of God, he asked Han Sheng about this, and Han Sheng smiled and said, "There will be results tomorrow morning." The witch nodded and asked no more questions. She was just extremely looking forward to tomorrow morning, wanted to see the Son of God create another miracle. Looking up at the sun in the sky that was sinking and refusing to move, the witch wanted to tie it up with a rope and pull it to the other side of the mountain. Chapter 145. one leg. Han was not that anxious. He washed it with a basin, then scooped a bowl of boiled water, took it outside, and drank it while watching his senior brothers laying tiles on the roof. The roof in front has been paved for more than half. There are also some requirements for laying tiles. They are laid in a row from the bottom to the top of one edge of the house, and then arranged in vertical rows to the other side. When the tiles are laid, they are stacked one on top of the other, looking like layers of fish scales. The eldest brother who was squatting on the roof looked at the small and big heads, then inserted the small head of the black tile in his hand into the big head of the black tile below and pushed it down slightly with his hand, and the two tiles were locked tightly. After he finished, he picked up another tile and repeated the same action. As he moved, four vertical rows of tiles gradually extended from the lower side of the roof to the ridge. It was uncomfortable to walk back and forth on the roof, so the eldest brother placed them in 4 rows at a time. This way, the speed could be increased significantly and some effort could be saved. The tiles placed by the eldest brother all had the concave side facing upwards, and there was a gap of about 4 centimeters between each adjacent vertical row. Through the gap, you could see the layer of mud on the fence. Such tiles naturally cannot keep out rain. If you want to shelter from wind and rain, you must go through another process. This process is being done by junior brother Shah, who is following behind the senior brother. Junior brother Shah also had a tile in his hand. After looking at the big and small ends, he turned the upside-down tile in his hand over, and then placed it with the big end facing down and the small end facing up in the middle of the 2 rows of tiles laid out by the 2 senior brothers. Because the width of the tile is more than 10 centimeters, the gap between the 2 rows of tiles laid by the eldest brother is only 4 centimeters. It is easy to cover the gap in the middle by buckling the tiles upwards, and the 2 sides of this tile will be placed approximately in the middle of the 2 rows of tiles. In this way, no part of the roof will be exposed to the sun. When the raindrops fall on the tiles that are high in the middle and low on both sides, they will slide down along the slope to the tiles that are pressed down by them and covered by 2 rows of tiles, with only a width of about 4 centimeters left and facing up. After gathering together, they will flow down quickly along these small grooves and fall to the eaves like strings of pearls. Compared with thatched roofs, tiled houses are undoubtedly better at draining water. As long as the tiles are not broken or slip downwards, there will be no rain leaks. Han looked at the mud roof that was gradually covered by tiles, and a smile appeared on his face. He would soon be able to live in a real house, and he would no longer have to listen to Zhuang and the others humming songs at night. Wu woke up very early today and couldn't fall asleep before dawn. He looked towards the Son of God, not far away. He couldn't see clearly in the dim light, but he knew that the Son of God was sleeping soundly. He looked at the sky and could only hold back his anxiety, slowly waiting for the dawn to come, waiting for the Son of God to wake up from his sleep, waiting for the Son of God to reveal his miracle. The sky gradually brightened, and there were noises in the cave. Fu Jiang was awakened by the noise. He pricked up his ears and looked out of the cave. He turned his head to look at Han Chung, who was sleeping soundly with a piece of animal skin covering his belly. He opened his long mouth, yawned, put his chin on his front paws, and continued to doze off. Han Chung woke up from his sleep, picked up the ceramic chamber pot from his feet, pointed the little bird at the mouth of the chamber pot, and after a night's accumulation of food, he lay back on the bed made of hay and closed his eyes. Wu, who had been waiting eagerly, was delighted when he saw Han Chung get up. He could finally follow the Son of God to see how the Son of God caught the rabbit with a rope. However, before he could get up, the Son of God fell asleep again, which made Wu's joy pause. He looked outside and saw that it was already bright. He thought about how the Son of God could sometimes sleep until he finished breakfast. After hesitating for a while, he finally plucked up the courage and decided to wake the Son of God up. "What's up?" Han Chung was not in a bad mood when he woke up, and he was not unhappy about being woken up just after falling asleep. When he opened his eyes and saw that it was the witch who wanted to say something but hesitated, he sat up and asked, thinking that something big had happened in the tribe. "Son of God." Wu first bowed respectfully to Han Chung to express his apology, and then said, "Rabbit." Han Chung slapped his forehead. So this was the matter. He had totally forgotten about it. When Wu saw that the Son of God had actually forgotten about this matter, he didn't know how to describe his feelings for a moment. The Son of God is indeed the Son of God. He can hold his breath. I couldn't sleep well because of this matter, but the Son of God can sleep soundly. Let's go and take a look. After being reminded by Wu, Han Sheng suddenly became excited and lost all sleepiness. He also wanted to see what he could harvest. After all, this was his first time setting a rabbit trap, and he had only been set up as a rabbit trap once before. After a simple wash, Han Sheng called Taitu and his wife to prepare to set off, and Wu also wanted to go with them to witness it with his own eyes. Thinking that the rabbit trap was not too far from the tribe, Han Sheng no longer insisted, but a few more people joined him. Looking at the people following him, Han Sheng smiled bitterly, hoping that there would not be no harvest, otherwise it would be embarrassing. There is dew in the summer morning, and from a distance it looks like a green with a white tint. A dozen or so big feet stepped on the grass, and the dew on the leaves fell off, leaving behind a trail of grass more than 1 meter wide, with a color that was obviously different from elsewhere. Han Sheng came to the nearest rabbit trap, stood on the bank of the ditch, and used the long stick in his hand to push aside the long grass that was hiding the rabbit trap. The rabbit trap, which was a little damp from the dew, was revealed. It looked the same as when Han Sheng placed it there yesterday, and it had not changed its position at all night. This time, Wu saw Han Sheng's arrangement clearly. After seeing this simple thing, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought that the Son of God would be as certain as he said and would definitely make something very complicated, like the bone shovel and rake he had made before, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Han Sheng is now filled with embarrassment. He originally thought that he would be able to reap a lot of rewards once he used the rabbit trap. However, up to now, he has looked at 10 rabbit traps in total, and all of them are empty. He has not even seen a single rabbit hair. Fortunately, he was walking in front, so others couldn't see his expression. Come on. He went too. Walk to the next rabbit trap, muttering to yourself. More than 10 meters away, Han Sheng saw that the color of the grass there was different from the surrounding grass. There was dew on the surrounding grass, and it looked white, but the grass here was dark green because the dew on it had been wiped off. There's hope. When Han Sheng saw this scene, he was suddenly delighted and ran over there. The others hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up. You uncle! Han Sheng was holding a rope with only a rabbit leg, which was messy in the morning breeze, and he couldn't help cursing. Chapter 146 Precious Eggs. It can be seen from the broken leg that it was bitten off. Some animals, such as wolves and weasels, will choose to bite off their own legs in order to survive when their feet are trapped and they cannot run away. But the leg in Han Sheng's hand was obviously not bitten off by its owner himself. The rabbit's 3-lobed mouth and large front teeth that grow specifically for eating vegetarian food can actually chew its own bones. Walk! Han Sheng gave the rabbit leg to the lucky general who was waiting eagerly on the side, untied the rope from the tree stump, then called out to everyone and walked forward along the ditch. Even if the rabbit flies away, at least it can prove to everyone in the tribe that the rabbit set is indeed useful, and the most embarrassing result will not happen. Wu took the rope that had once tied a rabbit's leg from Han Sheng and looked at it from time to time. He opened the noose above, put one of his hands inside, and pulled the rope with his other hand. The noose tightened. The harder he pulled, the tighter it got. The blood vessels on the back of the witch's hand swelled. Wu can play with the rope, and the more he played, the more he was amazed. Why couldn't he come up with such a good idea? The Son of God. He is still the Son of God. Han Sheng didn't know what Wu was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely think of the saying, "Your uncle is still your uncle" from later generations, although it was not appropriate to use it here. Rabbit! After checking 2 empty rabbit traps and walking to the third one, the sharp-eyed Taitu was the first to shout in a low voice, and at the same time he couldn't help but tighten the stone sickle in his hand, ready to chase the rabbit. The rest of the people were mostly the same. They didn't want to let go of the food once it was in their mouths. The surprise of suddenly seeing the rabbit made them temporarily forget the existence of the rabbit set. Han Sheng looked at the obviously excited people, smiled, and said to Taitu, "Bring it up." Taitu responded and ran there quickly. The others also ran over there, ready to take action to deal with the rabbit if it was not caught by the rabbit traps set by the Son of God. Alive! Seeing these guys so excited, Han Sheng, who was worried that something might happen to the rabbit, quickly added another sentence. The rabbit, which had been squatting there quietly, was frightened. It kicked its legs on the ground, jumped up, and prepared to escape. However, it forgot that there was a rope around one of its hind legs. Baji! The rabbit bounced up and was pulled by the stretched rope and fell heavily into the grass. Before it could resist again, Iron Head had already come down from above. After the frightened rabbit dodged twice, Taitu no longer confronted the rabbit head-on. He grabbed the rope tied to the wooden stake, pulled up the stake along with it, and raised his hand, and the struggling rabbit left the ground. God's son, rabbit, rabbit! Taitu climbed out of the shallow ditch nimbly, holding the rabbit that was jumping in the air high, and shouted excitedly to Han Chung and Wu. The others who followed him were also excited like him. Looking at the excited crowd and the fat hare, Han Chung selectively forgot Taitu's call of the Son of God as a rabbit. Han Chung took the fat rabbit from Taitu, looked at it for a while, and then gave it to Wu. Wu, the #1 rabbit lover of the Chinke tribe, held the rabbit by its ears and smiled unwillingly. Son of God. The witch put the rabbit in her left hand, put her right hand on her left chest, and bowed respectfully to Han Chung to express her respect. Although the rabbit in his left hand kept bouncing around, destroying some of the solemnity, Wu's admiration was genuine, because he thought of the fish cages that ensured the Chinke tribe had enough food and clothing. This kind of noose is just like a fish cage. You just need to put it outside and ignore it. You can come back the next day to pick up the prey that has surrendered obediently. Compared with the previous hunting methods of chasing, shouting, throwing, using a rabbit snare to catch prey is just like picking it up effortlessly. Thinking of this, it would be strange if he was not excited. This is the Son of God. Many of his seemingly playful actions will bring great benefits to the tribe. With this rabbit suit, the food of their Chinke tribe will be more abundant in the future. Son of God. The others also shouted respectfully and excitedly. Han Chung waved his hand to tell everyone not to be polite, and then led everyone towards the next rabbit trap with a smile on his face. This rabbit trap was quite face-saving. Not only did it not embarrass him, but it made him look cool invisibly. Although other protagonists usually pretend in front of the emperor, ministers, fighting emperors, holy sons, and goddesses, while the ones he pretends to be are a group of primitive people, which is quite embarrassing in comparison, Han Chung still enjoys it. Maybe this is the reason why a good mouth is worse than a good arm and a good leg. After all, no one doesn't like others to praise him or her. If you don't like it, it can only be said that your praise is not sincere enough, or the way is wrong. Han Cheng's mood became better, not because he showed off in front of the people from the Chinke tribe again, but because the guy who had intercepted the rabbit before was found. Oh, the fox who was waiting in the trap for the rabbit and got a free breakfast had no idea that he would end up like the rabbit, which he had eaten half of, also trapped and unable to struggle. Han Chung doesn't want to raise a fox because this creature has a very strong body odor and is also quite cunning. So after this fox realized that it couldn't run away, it started farting and lying on the ground whimpering, acting pitiful. Its life ended there. Han Chung is now a ferocious primitive man. He is not a scholar who lives in an ancient temple, lights a solitary lamp, holds a book of sages, reads while looking out the window, expecting a beautiful fox fairy to come and do good things with him. Naturally, he will not let go of this prey that is in his mouth, expecting it to transform into a beautiful woman in time and come to thank him with her body. In the eyes of primitive people, this is a crying monster whose meat can be eaten and whose skin can be worn. Han Chung looked at the half of the hair that was left and wanted to say something to the dead fox. Not only is there no free lunch in the world, but breakfast is not free either. The surprises that the rabbit suit brought to Han Chung and the people of the Green Bird tribe did not end there, and even bigger surprises were yet to come. Looking at the colorful pheasant that Haiwa was holding upside down in his hand, Han Cheng's smile became even more intense. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time, and he didn't expect to get it in this way. Theax, preservet ex, poachet ex, friet ex, exop. Han Chung couldn't help drooling when he thought of the various ways of eating eggs in later generations. If someone saw him like this at this moment, he would definitely be laughed at for not being able to afford to eat eggs. Chapter 147, Fierce Pheasant. Looking at the Son of God drooling at the pheasant, Taitu felt that his tribe could eat chicken at noon today. This pheasant had a rather aggressive personality. It wouldn't behave itself even when he held it in his hand. It would flap its wings from time to time and sometimes tilt its head as if waiting for an opportunity to peck at Taitu, but Taitu dodged it every time. He was annoyed by its fluttering and wanted to kill it since he had to eat it at noon anyway. Ouch! Taitu suddenly let out a scream, covered his crotch with one hand, and jumped on the ground with his back hunched. This was not because he discovered that he was planning to kill the chicken. Han Shensi, who was fantasizing about eating eggs, was furious and used the widely circulated trick of monkeys stealing peaches on him. Stop, stop. Don't kill it. Seeing this sudden scene, Han Shensi, who had just woken up from the egg, was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. Seeing that the angry Taitu was enduring the pain and wanted to kill the pheasant that liked to eat beanworms, he quickly spoke up to stop him. Now that the Son of God had spoken, Taitu naturally had no way to avenge his brother. Seeing this guy tilting his head and looking at him again, he quickly stretched out his arms to keep it away from him. Ruhua pulled her leather skirt aside, made sure nothing was exposed, and took the wild chicken that bullied her spouse from Taitu. Seeing this guy tilting his head to look at Ruhua's short skirt, Han Sheng almost couldn't hold back his laughter again. At Han Sheng's signal, Ruhua grabbed the base of the wings of this ferocious pheasant, bent its head back, and circled it with her thumb. This way, the guy who always wanted to use dirty tricks could no longer do anything. Of course, he specifically asked Ruhua not to press too hard to prevent the pheasant from suffocating to death. A group of people from the Chinke tribe walked towards the tribe with joy of harvest. Of course, among these happy people, Taitu, who has a strange walking posture, should be excluded. Han Sheng took a look at Taitu's injuries and found that only the outer skin was injured. The key parts inside were well protected. It would heal in a few days, and there was nothing serious. But he has to take a break these few days. The eldest brother, who was laying tiles on the roof, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the people coming back. In each of Wu's hands, he held a fat rabbit with its legs tied. Ruhua held a pheasant in her hand, and the other person had a fox on his shoulder. In the past, the eldest brother often took people in the tribe out hunting. A group of people would work all day, but often the amount of prey they caught was not as much as this. Now, the Son of God and his companions had only been out for less than a morning, but they had brought back so many prey. Moreover, among the 10 people, there were 2 people, the young Son of God and the old witch, who were unable to hunt. This is truly a miracle. As he was thinking this excitedly, he remembered that God had taken people out with a rope yesterday, and he became a little confused. Didn't the Son of God say he was going to catch rabbits? How come he also caught pheasants and foxes? Click! A noise was heard, and the excited eldest brother dropped the tile in his hand, came to the edge of the roof, and jumped down without even stepping on the shelf. Son of God, Wu. He came to Han Sheng and Wu and asked anxiously, eager to know what was going on. When the workers saw that the eldest brother, who was their leader, had stopped working, they all put down their tools and gathered here to share the joy of the harvest. Among them, apart from the eldest brother, Shang, the leader of the original pig tribe, stood closest to the front. Having suffered a severe blow because of food, he has always been very concerned about food. Now that he sees the Son of God and others bringing back so many prey in a short time, he naturally wants to know how they did it. Son of God, Son of God. After the witch told everyone about this miraculous event and raised the rope and the rabbit high up, everyone in the tribe burst into thunderous cheers again. The rope, which is very common in the tribe, can be slightly modified and left in the wild overnight to catch a lot of prey. It is really a miracle. At the suggestion of the witch, who was so happy that he was staggering when walking, all activities of the Chinke tribe were temporarily stopped. He wanted to lead the tribesmen to hold a sacrifice and dedicate these to the gods, as well as to thank the gods for their kindness to the Chinke tribe. The flames burned fiercely and the heat was overwhelming. It was of course hot to roast a fire in the hot summer, and Han Sheng, who was standing on the edge of the totem pole, was already sweating all over his forehead. Before the sacrifice began, Han Sheng told the witch that he wanted to cancel the fire, but the witch shook his head and refused, saying that this was passed down from the previous witch and that fire was required for sacrifice. Han Sheng thought about it and felt that without the backdrop of flames, the mystery and ritual sense of the sacrifice would be reduced by almost half, so he said no more. Hence the current sweaty state. Han Sheng could also understand the need for fire as a companion during sacrifices. After all, the emergence of fire saved mankind from the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, and it is an extremely important part of the history of human evolution. In this era of widespread nature worship, it is normal for people to both fear and worship fire. Every time when a sacrifice was to be performed, the witch's physical fitness would become extremely good. Han Sheng was sweating all over just standing here and felt very tired. The witch, however, was jumping and dancing with a feather crown and a bone staff in hand, looking so passionate that there was no sign of old age at all. It looks like living another 10 years won't be a problem. God! The witch finally stopped his dance and came to the totem pole where hares, pheasants, foxes, and rabbit traps were placed. He bowed respectfully to the totem pole, praising the gods, and then bowed to Han Sheng and praised the Son of God. Other people in the tribe followed suit. The pheasants and rabbits placed here as sacrifices looked at this solemn scene in horror. What frightened the ferocious pheasant was yet to come. After coming down from the altar alive, the leading, ferocious little monkey held a burning stick in one hand and pulled his own wings with the other hand to burn them with fire. In panic, the fierce pheasant wanted to attack the little monkey's bug, but after tilting its head and looking for a long time, it couldn't find it. Han Sheng, who was so focused on burning the feathers on the pheasant's wings, didn't know that his leather pants that were airtight had unknowingly protected him once again. Chapter 148: Mudslide in the Plastic Surgery Industry. An unpleasant smell of burnt pheasant feathers lingered in the Chinke tribe for a long time. The ferocious and decent-looking pheasant has changed drastically under Han Sheng's touch. Well, it could be described as disfigured. The harder feathers on both wings, with the help of which they could fly for a short time, had all disappeared at this moment, leaving only the roots burned by the fire. The flesh on the wings was exposed. With these two wings, without feathers, the pheasant's flying skills were not very good. It would be strange if it could spread its wings and fly away. Not only did its two wings become bald, but most of its butt was exposed. It wasn't that Han Shensi did something to it, but when he was using fire to burn its wings, the burning stick was too thick and difficult to control. In addition, this ferocious pheasant kept resisting, so half of its butt was exposed. This is an accidental injury. The pheasant, which looked miserable and almost 1/3 smaller, saw the ferocious little monkey walking towards it. It was so scared that it flapped its hairless wings and ran in the opposite direction in panic with its two strong legs, fearing that the little monkey would do something unspeakable to it again. However, one of its feet was still tied with a rope, and it didn't run far before it was pulled and fell to the ground. The leg was pulled behind and raised high, but it was still struggling to move forward. Han Sheng sniffed it. Damn, is he so terrible? I came here to bring you a meal of prison food, and you're so scared. Where's the courage that made you suddenly attack Taitu? Han Sheng put down the pottery bowl in his hand and moved away from here, giving the bald pheasant a relatively quiet space to calm down. The bowl was the one used by several other tribes during the previous joyful gathering. It contained some grass seeds, rapeseed, some dead insects, and some crushed grass. It was a combination of meat and vegetables and was very nutritious. Chickens are omnivores and can eat both meat and vegetables. In this respect, they are better than the big white goose that is a rural bully in later generations. Although that guy is domineering, he is a strict vegetarian. Although he swims happily in the water, he does not catch fish to eat. If a cat who always wants to steal fish but can't swim knew this, it would be almost mad to death. Han Sheng watched from afar. After a while, the disfigured pheasant finally couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. It came to the bowl and stretched its head to peck at the food inside. After taking a few bites, he raised his head and looked at Han Sheng, looking extremely alert. Han Sheng looked at this with a smile on his face. In fact, humans can tame many birds. There's a reason why chickens, ducks, and geese stand out among so many birds and become the main force in the poultry world. The biggest reason is that they are not very particular. When I want to do something, the old rooster stretches out one of his wings at an angle, draws a few strokes on the ground with one foot like practicing signing, and then jumps onto the back of the hen. It is very quick and direct. Unlike some birds, which sing, spread their feathers, and look for beautiful stones, after doing a series of things, it is very rare to be in love 2 or 3 times a year. The chicken coop had not been built yet, so the pheasant, whose clothes were half stripped by Han Sheng, could only live outside in fear for the time being. The people of the Green Bird tribe, who had just witnessed the magic of the rabbit trap, were extremely enthusiastic about setting the rabbit trap to catch prey. In the afternoon, many people followed their Son of God to see this rare thing. He set more than 100 rabbit traps before he stopped. Including those that were not collected before, there are almost 200 traps in total. The area around the Chinke tribe is full of these small and practical traps. That night, many people in the Chinke tribe had trouble falling asleep, wishing that the day would dawn so they could go pick up prey. Early the next morning, many people got up and went to collect rabbit traps. They were even more enthusiastic than eating. The more traps you set, the more you will gain. Not surprisingly, the Chinke tribe had another bumper harvest. In addition to the 3 fat rabbits, there was also a pheasant with a long tail, 2 unknown large birds, 2 fat mouse-like creatures, and a half-grown weasel. Wu was overjoyed holding the rabbit, while Han Chung had a special liking for the pheasant. He used a brutal method to pluck out the extremely colorful long feathers on the roosters, but one by one, and then used the same method to slim down the pheasant. Then he carried the plucked pheasant, whose butt was bleeding, and stuffed it into the chicken coop that had been built to keep the female pheasant, which was also disfigured, company. When putting the newly caught pheasant into the chicken coop, Han Chung got a surprise. In the corner of the chicken coop, there was an oval-shaped thing with brown color and some spots on it, lying there quietly. Although it was just an ordinary egg, it seemed to be emitting the glow of some treasure and immediately attracted Han Chang's attention. This pheasant with half, it's but exposed, is really doing well. Han Chung couldn't wait to take a long-handled bone shovel, put the shovel through the gap in the wooden raft at the top of the chicken coop, and carefully shoveled out this egg of great significance. The eggs were not big, even smaller than the chicken eggs raised by later generations. The egg skin is not hard and feels soft in your hand. Han Chung didn't mind this. In later generations, if the chickens were frightened too much or chased for a long distance, they would easily lay soft eggs the next day. It seems that Han Chung left a big shadow on this proud female pheasant yesterday. Not only did it lay soft eggs, but even when Han Chung used a bone shovel to take away the eggs it laid in front of it, it did not dare to step forward to stop him. Han Chung just gave a thumbs up to the pheasants that were cowering in the corner, not daring to move. He pointed his hairless butt at them and, without caring whether they saw it or not, he lowered the raft to seal the chicken coop completely, then ran quickly into the cave holding the soft egg. He couldn't wait to eat it. Wash the small clay pot used for cooking with clean water, then add half a pot of clean water, place it on a simple stove supported by 3 stones, and burn it with fire. After not long, the water in the pot is boiled. Han Chung picked up the soft egg and tore off the soft outer egg skin with his hands. The reddish egg with more yolk and less egg white was then plunged into the boiling water. Cover the pot with a lid, roll it a few times, and a bowl of poached eggs is ready. Yes, a bowl. And it's a big bowl. Han Chung made a big bowl of egg custard with an egg, just like the person in the joke about picking up a sparrow and calling his friends to have soup. He picked up the egg with chopsticks, brought it to his mouth, and carefully bit off a piece of the white, jade-like egg white. He found it extremely delicious. When I bit through the thin layer of egg, white, in the middle, and sucked a mouthful of the sugar kernel yolk, I felt like I was about to ascend to heaven. Sure enough, the people who traveled back to the primitive age were the most miserable. They were so greedy that they ate even an egg and almost cried because of how much they ate. Fu Jiang stared at his master who was eating with such delicious taste, humming anxiously. After a while, Han Shunkai reluctantly gave Fu Jiang a piece of egg white that he had squeezed out from between his teeth. Then he held the bowl and drank the egg tea mouthful by mouthful. Although there was no sugar, the taste still made Han Chung miss it very much. Chapter 149. Extreme Joy Leads to Sorrow. Han Chung is now just like the old lady who makes a living by guarding chicken, but's in later generations. When there is nothing to do, he runs to the chicken coop. But there are some differences. Those old ladies guard the chickens in the hope of exchanging the eggs for needles, thread, matches, salt, and other things to supplement their family income, while Han Chung does it purely for food. By now, Han Chung completely understood the feelings of Wu, who often ran to the rabbit circle. Maybe the female pheasant was laying eggs in the last few days, or maybe all the eggs it laid were taken away by the ferocious little monkeys, so it wanted to lay more eggs for incubation. In any case, it has been laying eggs nonstop these days. This made Han Chung very happy. After recovering from the initial shock, the old rooster with the bald tail also got along well with the female pheasant with half of its butt exposed. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that there are no other hens in the chicken coop. Otherwise, why would this guy close his eyes? As the saying goes, extreme joy leads to sorrow, and everything turns to its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Just when the green bird tribe was immersed in the joy of easily obtaining prey, a trouble quietly arrived. It wasn't another tribe that was attacking, but the first house that was about to be completed. From digging the foundation to laying the tiles now, everything went basically smoothly. When it seemed that all the tiles on the roof were about to be laid, something went wrong. A detail that Han Chung had never considered before arose and became a stumbling block. After the unremitting efforts of the eldest brother and others, the tiles on the house have been laid, and a row of tiles have been placed horizontally on the roof. The whole house can now be said to be basically completed, and only some details remain. The problem arose at this time, which was the roof of the house leaning against the gables on the east and west sides. According to the practice of later generations, 2 or 3 layers of tiles should be put on here in reverse order, and the seam should be finished with lime or cement. This is what Han Chung didn't consider. Mud can be used as a binder in other places, but not here. Because this is the roof, which is exposed to wind and rain, using mud to replace it would be irresponsible to the house. After a few rains, the mud in the seams will be washed away by the rain. In the process, rainwater will seep in through the gaps, causing the house to leak. The most important thing is that the leaking parts are the east and west gables, which are made of mud, and the roof is supported by wooden beams, not steel bars. After such a detailed calculation, the problems in small details become big problems that affect the overall situation. Han Chung was scratching his head, wondering why such trouble suddenly happened. I have no plans to burn cement or lime. After thinking hard and failing to come up with a good solution to the problem, Han Chung had no choice but to ask his senior brothers to stop and not to finish the work. Instead, they should build an earthen Kong in the room on the east side, according to the method he taught them. Han Chung would of course make a Kong, a magical device for wintering. He took some people with him and searched for traces of limestone around the tribe. The reason why Han Chung had not mentioned things like lime and cement before was that the tribe's productivity was limited. The most important thing was that burning these things required very high temperatures, and ordinary firewood might not be able to do the job. It was necessary to burn charcoal first and then use it to burn lime. If possible, a bellows needs to be made. It is really difficult for the Chinke tribe to manufacture a bellows. Moreover, Han Chung only had a vague understanding of charcoal burning. He only knew that it seemed like putting out the burning wood, and then somehow it turned into charcoal. Han Chung deeply hated himself for devoting most of his free time to those old people in the island country in his previous life, and not watching more primitive survival videos and knowledge. Otherwise, he would be able to live more comfortably now, and would not be stumped by charcoal, lime bellows, and other things. Han Cheng's worries about things like charcoal and bellows became unnecessary. It was not known whether it was because God no longer favored Han Chung, the time traveler, but accompanied by the adults in the tribe, he spent 10 days touring the area of nearly 10 miles around the tribe, but found no trace of limestone. Looking at the almost finished roof, Han Chung felt upset. Even though he didn't have obsessive-compulsive disorder, he felt uncomfortable looking at it. If it were someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, he would definitely collapse. The earthen Kong in the room has been built. It is 1.8 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Compared with the bed made of hay, which was less than 1 meter wide, and where Han Chung slept in the inner cave before, this earthen Kong is much taller. By then, Han Chung can roll over and do somersaults on it. The earthen Kong is against the easternmost gable. When the house was built, Han Chung had someone leave a hole about 15 centimeters in diameter there. The hole is about 1 meter and 2 meters from the ground. This is the reserve hole for smoking. After the earthen Kong is built, use adobe bricks and mud to build a hollow passage along the hole left at the back of the Kong, and along the wall to discharge the smoke from the hole to the outside. In this way, there will be no smoke in the room when it is time to heat the Kong. In the west room, there is an earthen Kong of the same specifications. That is Han Cheng's Kong. The one in the east room is for Wu to sleep on. The reason for this arrangement is because this was the rule in Han Cheng's hometown in later generations. When living in the same house with elders, the east wing is the most prestigious one, as it is where the elders live, while the west wing is for the younger generations. If the house faces east and sits west, the north wing is the most prestigious. Wu was a person Han Chung respected, and he was also old, so Han Chung wanted him to live in the east wing. This was a way of expressing his respect for him, and it was also a way for Han Chung to commemorate the future generations to whom he could never return. After searching for another 2 days, there was still no trace of limestone. It started raining again. Looking at the large area on the upper part of the west gable that was soaked, Han Chung had to bow to reality and decided not to think about the limestone for the time being. First, use mud to fill this side and make the gap. At worst, I could just fix it later. Thinking of this, although I felt a little unwilling, I felt more relieved. It turns out that nothing is difficult in this world, as long as you're willing to let go. Boom, boom, boom. Several of the eldest brothers were holding tamping tools and pounding the floor of the newly renovated room. The soil in the room needs to be rammed so that it will not easily become loose soil later, and it will not easily cause the embarrassing situation of grass growing out of the ground in the room. It's raining now, so there's nothing we can do outside. It's a good time to tamp the floor in a room that's protected from the rain. After the ground was compacted, Han Chung had someone bring a lot of dry firewood. He burned both kangs and also lit a fire in the middle one. This would help get rid of the moisture in the room faster. Chapter 150, No More Stones. Han Chung touched the hot earthen Kong with a look of joy on his face, while Wu kept shaking his head as he touched the hot earthen Kong. How can you sleep with something like this? Now I sweat even when I don't move. If I sleep on this again, won't I be unable to sleep all night? It's better to sleep on my own haystack. In order not to spoil the son of God's fun, the witch did not say these words. If he hadn't said it, Han Chung naturally wouldn't have known that the wizard, who is usually quite wise, could actually be so confused. When dry wood meets fire, it will burst in a fiery passion, and after the passion, there will be only ashes on the ground. Han Chung was reluctant to throw away the ashes, so he swept them to a corner of the room and kept them. These wood ashes are now extremely important things in the Chinke tribe. It can not only be used to scrub greasy dishes after drinking broth, but also can be used to fertilize the fields. After Han Chung remembered that water soaked with wood ash could be used to nitrate fur, the status of wood ash, which had never been valued before, soared in the Chinke tribe. The wood ashes need to be accumulated, soaked in water, and then piled together with the deer dung and rabbit dung outside the courtyard wall, but they can also be used together in the rapeseed fields to fertilize the fields. The sky outside was gloomy, but the house, which had not yet been equipped with doors and windows, was much brighter than the cave. Looking at the spacious and clean house, everyone in the Chinke tribe was happy from the bottom of their hearts. Shinzi was right. This newly built house is much better than the deer pen, except that the sleeping area is too hot. After the eldest brother and his companions followed the instructions of the Son of God and fixed the edge of the roof, construction of the second house of the Chinke tribe began. The specifications of the house being built this time are different from the one that has already been built. It's not the length and width that are different, but the second house has as many as 12 rooms. The 12 houses were connected together, and when they were completed in due time, they looked quite spectacular. Han Chung built the second house like this, of course, not for the sake of its spectacular appearance, but because it would save labor and materials when building houses in a row. The first 3-room house required 4 gables to be built. If 12 houses were to be built with 3 rooms each, 16 gables would be needed. If there are 12 rooms in a building, only 13 walls need to be built. For the people of the Chinke tribe who have already built a house, digging the foundation is already a familiar process and can be done very quickly. Having learned from the last experience where the work was stopped due to lack of stones, right after the foundation was dug, Han Chung no longer let all the people dig the foundation. Instead, he assigned some people to find stones and carry them to the tribe. Because of the rain, water about 20 to 30 centimeters deep has gathered in the artificially dug ditch around the wall of Chinke tribe. The water is now a problem, as it will affect the subsequent excavation of the soil and even the transportation of stones to the tribe. After some thought, Han Chung found that at the northern end of the ditch, 4 tree trunks were connected and rafts were placed on the trunks. Through this simple wooden bridge, people carrying stones from the northern hillside can directly reach the west wall of the courtyard, without having to throw stones to the other side across a ditch as before. While the Chinke tribe was busy building houses, another trouble quietly arrived. The stone is gone. Shang, who was transporting stones, put down his empty load and came to Shinzi, who was lying beside the chicken coop and peeping at the half-clothed pheasants, to report the depressing news. Shang looked a little depressed. A few days ago, he had followed the Son of God around the tribe and knew that there were most scattered stones around the tribe where they had moved the stones before. There were only a few scattered pieces in other places, and the rest were huge rocks that were difficult to shake. Shang, like everyone else in the Chinke tribe, likes the 3 houses that have been built very much. He wants to work with others to build more houses so that everyone in the tribe can live in spacious and bright houses. That is why he was so frustrated when he found that there were not enough stones. Well, that's it. The more you expect something, the greater your disappointment will be when things don't develop in the right direction. Han Chung withdrew his gaze from the chicken coop, looked at Shang, who was looking frustrated, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I have a way. Real. Shang suddenly became excited, looked at Han Chung with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Of course he was surprised, because he knew how many stones could be moved around the tribe. And stones were different from other things. Moving stones could only be done with strength. Shang did not think that the Son of God, who was always wise, had the ability to solve the problem of the stone. The reason why he came to ask was because the Son of God had created so many miracles, and deep in his heart he had a glimmer of expectation, hoping that the Son of God would have a way to solve the problem of the stone and lead the tribe out of this predicament. But this desire was so weak that even he himself felt it was impossible. Under such circumstances, he heard such incredible news from the Son of God. It would be strange if he was not excited. Han Chung asked Shang, who was as happy as a child, to go to the tribe to fetch 2 clay jars for carrying water, carry them on a shoulder pole, and walk out of the tribal gate with him towards the place where the Chinke tribe often collected stones. At the same time, he also called on other people who were previously responsible for collecting stones to go together. On the way, let them break off some dead branches from fallen trees and take them with them. As for Shang, he carried water from 2 earthenware jars taken from the ditch on the west side. Getting water from here is much closer than carrying water from the river. Everyone did as they were told, dragging firewood and carrying water, and with an indescribable excitement, they followed the Son of God, who was holding a half-broken clay pot of charcoal, to the quarry where there were no more pebbles. They wanted to see how the Son of God would solve this problem, which seemed to them to be unsolvable. There's a quarry not too far from the Chinke tribe, with many exposed rocks. It's a pity that these rocks are either too large to move or are completely connected to the mountain. Under the current conditions, there is nothing we can do about them. What can I do? Han Chung repeated this sentence in his mind, and then chose a stone that was as big as 3 lying cows, half of which was more than a foot above the ground, and the other half was deeply embedded in the soil. Use the charcoal and firewood you brought to light a fire underneath the hanging stone. Blazing red flames rose up, and the orange-yellow flames above were blocked by the stone slabs and scattered in all directions, and heat waves also spread out in all directions. Shang stood aside with the others, watching the burning flames. Under the continued burning of the flames, the stone did not change at all except that it became slightly black. He looked at the Son of God, who looked relaxed, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and waited for the miracle to come with the others. Chapter 151. Even stone cannot withstand ice and fire. More firewood. Han Chung looked at the stone and asked someone to continue adding firewood into it. Then he looked at the size of the stone and the 2 jars of water placed not far away. He felt that the water was not enough, so he asked someone to go back and fetch water in pottery jars and bring it here. The people who went back to fetch water didn't come yet, but Wu and the eldest senior brother came first. After knowing what the Son of God was going to do, they couldn't help their curiosity and wanted to see with their own eyes how the Son of God would solve the problem of the stone. So after discussing with the witch, they dropped their work, left some people to guard the tribe, and the rest came. Han Chung had no objection to this. There were very few activities in that era. Apart from couples hugging each other and humming songs at night, the only entertainment left was to do each other's hair. Since everyone likes to watch what I have done, let them watch it. This is a rare opportunity for them to have fun. Another 5 loads of water were carried over. Everyone looked at the Son of God expectantly, but Han Chung did not take any other action. He just asked people to put the water aside and continued to add firewood onto the stone. Seeing that the huge pile of firewood he brought was almost burned, Han Chung broke off a piece of dead grass from not far away, stretched out his arm, and placed a more than 1-meter-long grass stem against the stone. Han Chung was standing at the upper part of the stone, more than 30 centimeters away from the flames below. The dry grass stems were pressed against the stone that seemed to have not changed at all. After a while, a thin green smoke rose. Han Chung took back the grass stem and looked at it in front of his eyes. It was already burnt black. He broke off this point and probed again with the grass stem. This time, the point he touched was directly at the highest point of the stone, more than 20 centimeters away from the previous point. The grass stem had been there for nearly a minute, and no smoke came out. Han Chung endured the heat and pulled back the grass stem to check. The place where it touched the stone was only slightly burnt. It seems that it has not been burned through. He stepped back a few steps away from the scorching heat and asked someone to bring some firewood and continue to burn. Wow! Crack! Han Chung threw away the blackened grass stems. After giving an order, the people who were surrounding the big stone with pottery jars started to pour the water in the jars onto the big stone that had been burning for a long time. When the cold water met the heated rocks, it boiled in an instant. White smoke rose up instantly, covering the entire area. This feeling was much more stimulating than pouring water on the rocks in the steam rooms of bathhouses in later generations. The people of the Chinke tribe, who had never encountered such a situation before, all became panicked, and some even shouted in panic. Wu, who had been standing next to Han Chung, groped and grabbed Han Chung and pulled him behind him. Han Chung was not panicked at all, but was full of joy, because at the very beginning, he heard a crackling sound mixed in with the sound of water, which was the sound of stones breaking. Water! Water! Keep pouring water up! After a brief moment of excitement, he stuck his head out from behind the witch and started shouting at the top of his voice. However, at this time, there was a vast expanse of white fog, and everyone was in a panic. Except for Shang, who heard the son of God shouting, groped to pick up the water jar beside him and poured it in the direction of the stone in his memory. Not knowing who he had poured it on, the rest of the people didn't care. Fortunately, the water vapor dissipated quickly as it came. After no more water was poured on the stone, it quickly dissipated. As the white mist dissipated, the frightened crowd gradually calmed down. They looked at the son of God, who had hurriedly calmed the witch and came out from behind the witch, with a look of fear in his eyes. They had seen white fog before, but this was the first time they had encountered such a thick fog that suddenly appeared without any warning. Moreover, along with the rising of white mist, all kinds of harsh noises were heard. It would be strange if they were not frightened. Be quiet. Do not be afraid. Han Chung looked at the two broken pottery jars filled with water on the ground, then looked at the panicked crowd and shouted. The eldest brother and others saw that the youngest son of God present had a calm face, while they, the adults, were terrified and needed the son of God to give them courage. They couldn't help feeling ashamed. It's open. It's open. Someone suddenly shouted in surprise and pointed at the huge stone with one hand. The others then remembered what they were doing, and upon hearing what was said, they all gathered around the big rock and looked at it. Then he realized that he had left the son of God and the witch behind him, and quickly made way for them. But unlike before, this time they looked at the son of God with even more reverence. They had dealt with stones a lot, and in their minds, large stones were unmovable. But now, the son of God had cracked this stone that they thought was impossible to move in less than half a day. How could they not admire him? Many people couldn't help but look down at their hands, then at the earthenware jars filled with water and the firewood on the ground that was wet by the water, with a look of disbelief. They couldn't believe that they could really do this. Han Chung and Wu, whose eyes flashed with suspicion, came to the big rock to check it out. They saw 7 or 8 cracks on the big rock, dividing it into irregular blocks. However, these cracks are not thorough. If they were, the stone would have been broken into pieces and lying on the ground, instead of being a whole except for 1 or 2 small pieces falling off as it is now. This is probably because I didn't water it enough while it was still hot. Son of God, son of God. I don't know who led the group, but a wave of respectful and excited voices calling out son of God rang out here. Fu Jiang, who didn't know what was going on, was also wagging his tail, jumping around and whining to join in the numbers. The sound spread far away, and a few birds that were looking for food not far away were frightened and spread their wings and flew away in panic, fearing that these overexcited bipeds would do something to them. Boom! A stone fell off the big stone. Shang had dodged to the side flexibly before the stone fell. He waited for a while, and only came over after the situation stabilized and no other stones fell. He moved a smaller stone on the pile and picked up 2 wooden wedges that were thin at the bottom and thick at the top, and more than half a meter long. Shang threw one of them aside, held the other one in his hand, and used the sharpened bottom end that had been burned in the fire to insert into another crack on the boulder. He leaned to one side, and, after making sure that the falling stone would not injure him, he began to hit the top of the wooden wedge with a stone in his hand. Boom, 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 whoosh. The crack was quite large and the stone was loose, so before a wooden wedge could get in far enough, a large piece of stone fell off the much smaller stone. Chapter 152, Gravel, Fields, and Door Installation. Holding a wooden wedge in one hand and a stone that had been trimmed by the stonemason to be more suitable for smashing things in the other, Shang straightened up and looked with satisfaction at the big stone that had become much smaller, as well as the scattered gravel around the big stone. The people in charge of moving the stones took this opportunity to put the stones into the basket and then carry them away on a hook. When they encountered those who were too big to be dealt with by one person, they would tie them up with ropes, pass a wooden bar through the middle, and carry them to the tribe by two people. Those who like to make stone tools will first pick out some stones that are suitable for making stone tools and throw them aside. After a short rest, Shang looked at all this with a smile on his face. The frustration he had felt before because of the lack of stones had long been thrown away. Seeing from afar the son of God wandering in an empty rapeseed field with his lucky general and the deer, Shang's heart was immediately filled with reverence. He had deep respect for this childlike son of God, because he could always make things possible that seemed completely impossible to him, and he did so using extremely simple methods. After resting for a while, Shang put the tools in his hand aside, picked up firewood from the side, and piled it around another big rock not far away. Wow! Crack! Ice-cold water was poured on them, and a large amount of white mist filled the air amidst the harsh sound. Faced with such a scene, the people of the Chinke tribe were no longer afraid, as they knew that this was a normal reaction. In a misty white fog, the people who had been arranged in advance methodically poured the water in their hands towards a location in their memory. Han Chung, Fu Jiang, and Uncle Lu were wandering in the empty rapeseed field. After the rapeseed is harvested, weeds begin to grow wildly. Among the weeds, there are many young rapeseeds with small thorns on their leaves. These are the rapeseed seeds that fell on the ground during the previous harvest. After a short period of dormancy, they couldn't wait to come out of the soil, wanting to see the colorful world earlier. It's a pity that they came out at the wrong time. They were greeted not with applause, but with a rough tongue stained slightly green. The old deer, with a mouthful of green grass mixed with a small rapeseed, raised his head while chewing and saw that there was already a lot of rapeseed in the small basket next to the little two-legged beast not far away. He swallowed the green grass in his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, walked to Han Chung, who was bending over to pick rapeseed, and rubbed his face on Han Cheng's hand perfunctorily, then put his mouth into the small basket. Han Chung had long been accustomed to the deer's shamelessness, and without even turning his head, he moved the small basket to the side. Looking at the exceptionally lush grass growing in the field, Han Chung felt a little melancholy. It's okay to only plant 1 season of rapeseed now. If we can find the right seeds and rotate them for 2 seasons, wouldn't these weeds be so annoying? Strangely enough, in the same piece of land, if left unchecked, the weeds will always grow more lush than the crops. It would be great if we had pesticides like paraquat or glyphosate. We could just wipe these guys out. Han Chung thought so, then smiled and shook his head. As a liberal arts student, he doesn't have the ability to do this. Han Chung, who was leisurely pulling rapeseed, straightened up and glanced at the people of the Chinke tribe who were working hard from afar. He suddenly remembered 2 godlike people in his company in the future who either played mahjong or wandered around all day, but their wages were more than twice that of those who work hard all day. In the past, Han Chung felt unbalanced like some of his other colleagues, until one time the company encountered a big problem and none of them could solve it. The 2 of them came and solved it easily. Then Han Chung no longer felt unbalanced. The reason why he thought of this at this time was because he suddenly found that he was very similar to the 2 great gods in the company. Uncle Deer succeeded after all. He took advantage of Han Cheng's inattention and grabbed a mouthful of rapeseed from the small basket. Even though he was slapped twice for this, he still wagged his tail with joy. Han Chung didn't dare put the small basket on the ground, but kept protecting it with his hands. The rapeseed in the basket was what he was going to put in the pot at noon. If it was all eaten by this deer that had completely lost its skin, he wouldn't be able to eat it. Lame scratched his hair as he looked at the strange door in front of him. Although he made the door, he didn't know how to install it, because this door is very different from the doors he made before. The most prominent feature is one of its edges. The wooden stick used as the edge is 3 or 4 centimeters higher at both ends than the opposite wooden stick. The raised parts are not connected by wooden strips. How could such a door be installed to block the entrance tightly? There must be gaps at the top and bottom. This is just a small problem. My biggest question is how to install this asymmetrical and weird-looking door. He came to the door and looked around carefully. There is nothing here except the door frame that the Son of God had ordered to be placed in advance. It was not like when the gate was first built. There were tree stumps sealed in the mud pillars on both sides of the gate for hanging the door. Bo touched the door frames on both sides that had no protruding parts for a while, shook his head, and gave up the idea of tying the wooden door to one of the door frames. He thought about it for a while and felt that the key lay in a wooden stick that protruded both above and below the door. Thinking of this, he moved the door not far away over. The door was made of woven wood rafts, and it was not wide, so it was not difficult for a lame person to carry it. After arriving at the door, Bo stood up the wooden door and placed it outside the door against the door frame for comparison. The wooden door blocked the entire entrance because there was a threshold below and a lintel above. What Bo was worried about, that the door would not block the entrance tightly, did not happen, which reduced his worries a little. He tentatively let go, and the door, which was not fixed and only had one side touching the ground, immediately tilted to one side. Lame frowned as he looked at the door in front of him that was tilted to one side, then turned his head to look at the gate in the distance. Seeing that the gate was closed from the inside out, he moved the door sideways inside and continued to measure. Chapter 153. People like Liu Ban and Alien Civilization. The half piece it would use for the lintel is very wide and thick, and the wider part is inside the wooden frame. In this way, the height between the top and the bottom is reduced by at least 5 centimeters compared to the outside of the door frame. It is also because of this that the door, which was originally placed loosely outside the door frame, became stuck after being moved inside the door frame and placed close to the door frame. Even if it was let go, the door would not tilt too much to one side like before. Lame's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had found the right direction. In joy, he pulled the door with his hands and began to try to open and close it. The wooden stick that protruded from one side of the door was stuck between the lintel and the ground. As he pulled, the door began to rotate around the stick. The door was opened, and Lame's eyes became brighter. By now, he was sure that his approach was correct. He tried opening and closing the door again, and gradually his brows began to frown again. This way the door can indeed be opened and closed, but it is very unstable. If you're not careful, it will tilt or run out of the lintel. Another thing is that it is very heavy to open and close, unlike the 2 large doors installed on the wall. Son of God. Lame opened the door from the inside again, looked up and saw the Son of God standing not far from the door, holding a small basket full of rapeseed, looking at him with a smile, so he hurriedly greeted him. Very good, well done. Han Chung stopped a child from the tribe who was running by, handed her the basket of rapeseed, asked her to take it to the cave, and told her to tell the person in charge of cooking to put the rapeseed in the soup later. After explaining all this, Han Chung looked at the door carefully for a while, then looked Bo up and down and praised him with a smile. Lame was very happy to be praised, and then he pointed at the door and shook his head and said, "If it's not installed properly, it will fall down." After saying this, he looked at Han Chung expectantly, wanting to get a solution from the Son of God to overcome this difficulty and defeat the devil's malice. Han Chung thought about it for a moment, then went into the house with Bo and asked Bo to close the door again and straighten it. Asking Lame to stay still, he used a broken tile he had just picked up to draw a semicircle on the ground along the door axis. The door lintel was too high from the ground, and Han Chung, who was not even as tall as Wu Dalong, naturally could not reach it. The task of drawing circles around the door axis had to be left to Bo. Fortunately, the wooden door is not heavy, so I just need to use some force to push it against the door frame so that it won't move. The lame man held the wall with one hand, tapping his foot slightly, and with the other hand held a tile and drew circles on the door hinge. Although tiles are not as noticeable as red bricks, they can still leave traces if repeated several times. After drawing the circle, Han Chung asked Bo to move the door away from here and move it outside again. Looking at the circle drawn on the lower part of the door lintel, Han Chung suddenly put his hand on his forehead, feeling helpless. After all the careful planning, one step was still missed. When it was first built, I only thought of drilling holes on the lintel after the door was built, so that the position of the hole could be accurately determined to avoid blinding it. It was not until this moment that he suddenly remembered that this was not the future, and with the current hole drilling technology, it would be quite difficult to drill such a hole in midair. Han Chung looked at the door lintel that was completely integrated with the wall, and after some thought, he gave up the idea of taking it down and drilling a hole in it. Otherwise, this nice new house would become a dilapidated house before he could even move in. Of course, another reason is that doing so is more troublesome than drilling holes in the air, and it will also seriously affect the firmness of the door frame, which is really not worth the loss. When Bo-Ban came back, he saw the son of God looking up at the half-circle he had drawn with a strange look on his face. He suddenly felt a little flustered, worried that he had not done something well, and that was why the son of God was like this. Han Chung withdrew his gaze from the circle above the door lintel and saw Bo's uneasiness. After a moment's thought, he realized that this guy had got the wrong idea, so he smiled and told him about drilling holes on it. After hearing this, Lame felt less anxious. After thinking for a while, he said that he would definitely find a way to get the hole out, and he pounded his chest as a guarantee. After saying this, Bo immediately brought over a large lump of mud and started a large fire not far from the door. He moved 2 stones over to serve as stepping stones, then spread mud on the door lintel, covering a large area and leaving only the circle. Then he took out a burning stick from the burning fire and put it close to the round hole to burn it. He held a stick of firewood in one hand and a bone blowpipe in the other to blow air to light the fire. When the fire on the stick went out, he would bring the top part with the charcoal close and continue blowing. However, this is indeed too troublesome. Not only is the posture uncomfortable, but the charcoal can easily go out or fall. It would be great if there were metal tongs at this time so that we could directly pick up the burnt charcoal instead of having to do it with such difficulty as it is now. Han Chung, who was watching Lame from the side, nodded slightly. The method used by Lame was the same as what he thought. It seemed that the first carpenter of the Chinke tribe had been trained by himself. If the Chinke tribe could continue to exist, Bo would have become a person like Lu Ban, right? Well, it should be passed down. After all, Wu and his disciple Shurtu have been recording things on the pottery board tirelessly. Lameness will definitely be recorded. What about yourself? Han Chung suddenly thought of this question. If the Chinke tribe became strong enough and its influence became more and more far-reaching in the future, he would probably become a god like Gonggong and Zhurong in ancient mythology, or even become an existence like Huangdi in Yindi. Han Chung was thinking about this, and his face suddenly twitched because he suddenly remembered the witch's record of his origins, lightning and thunder falling from the sky. It is estimated that it is more likely that they were regarded as aliens by later generations, and the early Chinke tribal civilization was classified as an alien civilization. Thinking of this, Han Chung was looking forward to the day when someone would dig out all of this dusty information after who knows how many years. I'm sure those archaeological experts will be shocked when the time comes. It's interesting to think about it. Son of God. A sound woke Han Chung from his unrealistic fantasy. When he looked up, it was the wood he had asked someone to bring back from the quarry. Han Chung took the wood and found a relatively straight stone that was about 15, 11, and 18 centimeters long, wide, and high respectively. He asked Bo, who was standing on the stone with his arms raised and his head tilted back, burning the mortise and was sweating profusely, to stop and rest. He and Mutu moved the big stone to the place where the circle had just been drawn. After adjusting the posture a few times, he used a short ruler to draw a cross on the relatively flat surface of the stone, and then drew a circle with the cross as the center, which was slightly larger than the circle on the ground. Chapter 154, A Busy Yet Quiet Tribe. Snap, snap, snap. Mutu squatted on the ground, holding a small stone in his hand, and hit the big stone in front of him diagonally again and again. Small stone chips, or powder, separated from the big stone, and a shallow stone pit gradually appeared on it. The location of the stone pit was the place where Han Chung had circled with tiles before. Han Chung was not idle either. He burned the bottom of the door axis with fire, then took a small piece of rough stone and squatted there to polish it. The bottom of the door hinge is made smoother, but after it is placed in the hole being chiseled in the wood, the friction can be reduced, making it much easier to open and close. The class on God's writing and language opened by the next, which successor stone in the cave has ended for the day. The younger miners jumped out and gathered here, curiously watching the Son of God and others making things. Some of them put their fingers into their mouths and bit them unconsciously while watching. When they noticed that the Son of God turned around and stared at them, they were stunned for a moment. After they reacted, they quickly took their hands out of their mouths and put them behind their backs. In a shade not far from the cave entrance, several pregnant women were sitting there with their breastfeeding babies in their arms, watching everyone work leisurely and at peace. They looked at the tall and solid wall, then at the salted fish and smoked meat hanging not far away, and smelled the aroma of food coming from the cave behind them. They felt calmer in their hearts and were overwhelmed by a feeling that they could not describe in words. They looked at the tribe, whose appearance had changed drastically but made them feel extremely at ease, and teased the children in their arms from time to time. Some shameless ones would even pull the little bird of the child in their arms from time to time. Most of the breastfeeding babies in their arms were not their own, but other people's. As their bodies became increasingly heavy, there were many things they could no longer do, and the Chinke tribe was now relatively wealthy with plenty of food, so they no longer needed to scrape for food all day long as they did before, so the pregnant women in these months were enjoying themselves. They don't need to do much, just take care of the children in the tribe, so that the female primitive people who have given birth and are light in body can do the work. Years of keeping each other together and living together have made them free of selfish desires. From time to time, a female primitive who was working elsewhere and was unable to hold back her milk would rush back, pick up her child, and put her nipple into the child's mouth. After feeding her own child, she will feed other babies when she has enough milk. The eldest brother, who had been building the stone wall for a while, sat on a stone, turned his head and looked at everything. A smile appeared on his face involuntarily. The life he has now is something he never dared to imagine in his dreams. He rested for a while, and then started moving stones to build the wall. This chief, who used to lead the tribe hunting all year round and worked hard for the continuation of the tribe, knew that if they wanted to make the tribe better, in addition to the blessings of the gods and the guidance of the Son of God, they also needed to work hard with their own hands. The person in charge of cooking came out and said that the food was ready. After the eldest brother piled a stone in his hand onto the stone wall, he began to call everyone to eat. The man standing on the west low wall pulling up stones put his hands to his mouth and shouted loudly in the direction of the northwest quarry, conveying the news of dinner. When the people who were busy at the quarry heard the sounds of dinner time coming from the tribe, they all put down their work and quickly rushed towards the tribe. After working hard for a long day, they were already hungry. The tools were also taken back and not left at the quarry. Although there was no tribe in the entire Chinke tribe that could be reached during the day, and no one from other tribes would come to steal the tools, they still brought them back because it was the order of the Son of God. Han Chung has already polished the door axis, but the stone pit and the hole above the lintel require more effort and are only half completed. Han Chung has no habit of asking people to work overtime. As a foodie, he believes that one should eat when it is time to eat, and other matters should be discussed after eating. So the lame guy who was working on the hole on the inside of the door lintel and was determined to get it through was called away by Han Chung. This guy had been busy for half the morning and was already sweating all over, with black dust all over his hands and face. Is it possible to replenish energy by not eating and resting for a period of time? This is the person Han Chung trained to be a carpenter. It would be a pity if he were to be damaged by this small hole. The pregnant woman holding her child took the time to place some ceramic basins for washing with clean water next to the ditch on the west side of the cave. People who came back from work and were preparing to eat would go there to wash their hands and faces without being told, and then go into the cave. After everyone had washed, the water in the basin could no longer be clear. Although the Chinke tribe is now wealthy, the rules for eating have not changed. Han Chung is still the first to get the food, followed by Wu. The weather was hot, and Han Chung didn't want to eat anything greasy, so he specifically asked his senior brother to give him more vegetables and less meat when serving him rice. I have to explain. Otherwise, the eldest brother, who always wants the Son of God to eat more good food, will definitely give him a big bowl of meat. After lunch, it is time to rest. After working hard for the whole morning, people have some leisure time. Some people lean against the wall in a daze, while others lie down in the place where they usually sleep and take a nap. After finishing his meal, Bo was about to work on the hole on the door lintel, but Han Chung stopped him and told him not to go and to rest with everyone else. The lame man who had been beating his chest and saying he wasn't tired leaned against the mountain wall and fell asleep soon after. When it was more than halfway through the afternoon, Bo finally fixed the hole on the door lintel. He pointed at the hole with a gloomy face and grinned at Han Chung. Han Chung cursed with a smile, then asked Mutu to bring the chiseled stone over and place it inside the threshold for measurement. After marking the approximate location, use a wooden chisel and a bone shovel to dig a hole here. After the hole is dug, move the stone over and put it inside and compact it with soil. The stone as a whole is about 1 centimeter higher than the ground. This is to prevent debris from falling into the stone pit in the future and affecting the opening and closing of the door. The holes in the stone correspond to the holes in the lintel. With an excited look on his face, Lei moved the door over by himself without the help of the wood. Under Han Cheng's guidance, He first inserted the upper part of the door hinge into the hole on the inner side of the door lintel, and then lifted the door upwards with force. Because the hole had been cleared by Lame, the upper door hinge could be completely inserted. In this way, there will be a gap below, and the axis that was originally blocked from being placed in the stone pier pit below can be put in. The holes on the lintel above and the holes on the stone pier below are both fixed, so the wooden door will not move around anymore. Han Chung tried pushing and pulling it a few times and felt it was okay, but not smooth enough. After Han Chung let go, Bo also started pushing and pulling, looking up and down as he did so, with an even more joyful look on his face because he had learned something new. Lame kept opening and closing the door like a child who had obtained a new toy, wanting to express his joy to the Son of God, but found that the Son of God was not as happy as he had expected. Before Lame could say anything, the Son of God turned around, walked out of the room, and headed towards the cave. He opened and closed the door, then looked at the Son of God who left in a hurry, and scratched his hair in confusion. The wooden door was installed well enough, so why did the Son of God look like he was not particularly happy? Chapter 155, The Fighter Among Roosters. While Lame was pulling on the wooden door and scratching his hair, Han Chung had already walked out of the cave. He was holding a ceramic spoon in his hand, and in the spoon was a spoonful of semi-solid, whitish substance. This is animal fat. With the emergence of rabbit traps and their increasing number, the green bird tribe can harvest a lot of small wild animals or birds every day. Some of the prey was eaten on the same day, while others were salted and dried into bacon. However, before doing all this, Han Chung would remove the fat from their abdominal cavity or other parts of the body, heat it in a jar, extract the oil, and store in the jar. According to the current weather, the grease in the jar should have melted and turned into liquid, but the temperature inside the cave is much lower than outside, so it is only in a semi-solid state. Bo and Mu too both recognized what the Son of God had brought, and they had very deep memories of the oil. After the oil is heated, put the washed vegetables in, stir them constantly with chopsticks for a while, and sprinkle some salt on them. The taste is so good that you want to swallow your tongue. Adding some fat to the already delicious salted fish soup will make it even more delicious. Adding some salt to the fat will make it delicious even if you eat it plain. Seeing the Son of God pouring the spoonful of delicious fat into the stone pit under the door axis, Bo and Mutu felt very sorry and stretched their necks involuntarily, as if they wanted to get the fat out and put it in their mouths. While they felt great pity, they were also very confused as to what the Son of God's intention was in dumping this delicious thing here. Could it be that this delicious fat has other uses besides being eaten? Lame soon found out another use for the grease. He opened and closed the door, which was obviously much easier. Looking at the grease in the stone pit that had stained the door hinges a little wet, he couldn't help licking his lips. Good things are indeed good things. Not only do they taste good, they are also very easy to use. After the wooden door was installed, this house with a rock foundation, mud walls, and black tile roof finally looked like it belonged. All that remains are details. After a short rest, you can move in with your luggage. Of course, Han Chung would not live there now. It was midsummer now, and the caves where the tribe had lived for generations were covered with thick rock, which prevented sunlight from penetrating, making it a good place to escape the summer heat. Although the walls of these three-tiled houses are also thick, they are far less thick than the caves, and it feels a bit stuffy to live in them at this time. Moreover, it is a newly built house and it is very humid, which is not good for your health to live in. Standing in front of the wooden door, looking at the pottery in the tribe, Han Chung sighed slightly. His previous estimate of the situation was too optimistic. He thought that the tribes, after experiencing the benefits of pottery at the party, would intensify their hunting after returning and then exchange food and other things for pottery. Then their Chinke tribe can just sit back and reap the benefits of this unique business. As a result, it has been almost 2 or 3 months since the joyful party, and so far not even one tribe has come to exchange. This makes Han Chung quite helpless. He can't even be a profiteer who brings civilization to other tribes. Thinking about the days that the Green Bird tribe lived before they developed fishing in fish cages as a stable food source, Han Chung shook his head slightly, thinking that he had indeed taken things for granted. Because food is difficult to obtain, it is particularly precious at this time. In the absence of stable food supply, the people in those tribes must have had many hesitations about exchanging food for pottery. Fortunately, more than a month ago, in order to solve the problem of inbreeding in rabbits, He remembered the simple and effective artifact of the rabbit trap. With the use of these weapons, the Chinke tribe made money every day. These prey not only enriched the variety of food for the Chinke tribe, but also greatly alleviated their fur panic. After years of hunting, the Chinke tribe has indeed accumulated a lot of furs. However, since they only knew how to make very simple saltpeter and had not paid much attention to furs before, many of the old ones had already gone bad. After Han Sheng's arrival, fur was developed into many new uses and the stock of fur was rapidly decreasing. In addition, over the past year or so, under the leadership of Han Sheng, the people of the Chinke tribe have been concentrating on construction and have basically not gone out hunting, so the problem of fur has become more prominent. Fortunately, with the advent of rabbit covers, the problem of fur shortage can be temporarily solved. However, this is not a long-term solution. The things that can be supported on a piece of land are limited. As more and more prey fall into the trap, the number of prey around the Chinke tribe is also decreasing rapidly. Today, the number of rabbit traps set is 5 or 6 times more than at the beginning, but the number of prey obtained every day has not increased much. This is a testimony to our success. As the number of prey in this land decreases, the Chinke tribe will gradually expand the scope of their traps. Let's leave it like this for now. In autumn, when the fruits are ripe in large numbers, this row of houses will be almost completed, and the eldest brother and others will have time to go hunting. By then, the fur problem will be alleviated a lot. Han Sheng closed the door and went to the chicken coop again. Ignoring the smell of chicken shit coming from inside, he looked at the naked chickens inside with great interest through the gaps in the wooden rafts covering the chicken coop. There were 11 pheasants in the chicken coop, 2 of which looked obviously different from the other 9. Not only were they bigger in size, but even the color of their feathers was quite different. Their wings were not as long, and they were not as good at flying as the first type. Compared with the previous ones, this type of pheasant is undoubtedly more suitable for domestication and breeding. It's just a pity that these 2 guys are both males, and no female has been caught so far. In order to pass on the good genes of these 2 guys, Han Sheng caught all the male pheasants of another kind of pheasant and broke their necks. This pheasant was really miserable. Not only did it have its tail feathers plucked out, it had to live with its bloody but naked, but it still couldn't save its life. Moreover, after its death, its hens were taken over by 2 guys whose surnames were unknown, Wang or Song. Han Sheng was not worried at all about whether these little hens would remain chaste for the poor rooster and not let the 2 roosters that looked obviously different from them touch them. It's not that he doesn't believe in the moral integrity of these little hens, but that he has enough confidence in these 2 roosters. When he was in school, he once saw with his own eyes how an old rooster raped a duck at the entrance of the village. Since that time, Han Sheng has firmly believed in the fighting ability of the rooster. Chapter 156: Eugenics and Pregnancy. The pheasants in the chicken coop still maintained their glorious image of bald wings and bare buttocks. This was not because Han Sheng had a pair of magical hands and would make them barren after he had disciplined them. Instead, every once in a while, he would give these chickens a haircut one by one. Although the method was a bit cruel and the results were horrific, the effect was still very good. At least now these guys are flapping their wings and can't even leave the ground. Without feathers on their wings, they cannot fly. Confined in a small chicken coop, they cannot run long distances. If they're kept in captivity like this for generations, one day they will be completely domesticated. Now these pheasants are not as wild as when they were first caught, and they have gradually become accustomed to the presence of humans. At least after Han Sheng arrived, they would no longer turn their hairless butts towards Han Sheng, shrinking their heads and shivering in the corner as they did at the beginning. Now that Han Sheng came again, although they were still a little frightened, they just stood there or lay still and stared at Han Sheng. Han Sheng didn't move either, but stared at the chickens through the gaps in the raft. The duel naturally ended with Han Sheng's great victory. Over the past few days, the chickens have gradually become accustomed to this cruel little monkey. After fighting for a while, they will gradually return to their normal life. Those who are bolder will even do some unspeakable things in front of the little monkey, taking practical actions to strike back at the single little monkey. While these chickens were walking around, there was a chicken in the corner with much more pubescent hair than the others. It just lay there without moving, and it was indifferent to the other chickens eating and drinking. This chicken lying on a chicken coop surrounded by hay is incubating eggs, commonly known as sitting on a brooding nest. Originally, Han Sheng didn't want it to brood, because once it did, it would no longer lay eggs. Later on, I thought that newborn chicks were easier to tame, and this would fulfill the hen's dream of becoming a mother. However, before it officially hatched the eggs, Han Chung first performed a prenatal examination on it. This special prenatal examination is the same as those in later generations and is aimed at the fetus. However, this fetus is special. It has already run out of the mother's belly before it is born. Prenatal checkups are necessary to ensure good birth and upbringing. Of course, Han Cheng's biggest goal is to pick out those eggs that cannot hatch chicks and eat them to avoid waste. This is an easy task. In later life, when the hens at home were ready to brood, it was Han Chung who did the work of selecting eggs that could hatch chicks because his grandmother's eyesight was not good. When Han Chung was doing the prenatal checkup on these eggs, he chose a sunny noon, just like in later generations. He asked someone to pull over the stone slab that was erected nearby to block the door and block the hole. Sunlight came in through the gap, tried to illuminate this dark corner. Han Chung picked up an egg from a small basin lined with hay with his left hand, placed the big end upwards, and moved it to the front of the gap. He raised his right hand and made a semicircle to cover the gap above the egg so that he could see what was inside the egg through the thin eggshell. If the egg can hatch a chick, there will be a small pit inside the top of the big head. If there is no small pit, it means that the egg is not fertilized and it is a waste to use it for hatching. After incubating it with the other eggs for 21 days, nothing will happen except it will become smelly. Moreover, the smaller the pit-shaped shadow inside, the better the conception and the greater the possibility of successfully hatching chicks. When choosing eggs, it is best to choose more of this type. In addition to the high hatching success rate, another reason is that the smaller the shadow-shaped pit, the greater the possibility that the hatched chick is a hen. In the past, most families raised chickens for laying eggs, so they valued the hens more. The fighting power of these two old roosters was indeed strong. Among the 12 eggs, none of them was infertile. This made Han Chung, who wanted to pick 1 or 2 eggs to eat, quite disappointed. After all, animal oil was available now. He could add eggs and some wild onions and fry them in a flat clay pan. The taste was enough to make people drool. Han Chung lay there and watched for a while, but didn't find any eggs, so he left with Fu Jiang, looking a little disappointed. These pheasants were still no match. They laid too few eggs and generally stopped laying 6 or 7 or 11 or 12 eggs in a row, preparing to hatch chicks. They were nothing compared to the hens of later generations that laid 1 egg a day or at least 2 eggs a day in specialized chicken farms. In order to train these hens to lay more eggs, Han Chengdu did not allow the hens, except the one with longer feathers, to incubate eggs. Every time they laid an egg, Han Chung would take one away. Without eggs to incubate, their laying period would become shorter, and they would involuntarily prepare to lay the next nest of eggs as soon as possible. However, this requires Han Chung to patrol more frequently and drive away those guys who are pretending to hatch eggs even though they don't have any. Or he would use a stick to poke away the pheasant that was squeezed into the same chicken coop as the female pheasant he had chosen. Han Chung no longer has deer milk to drink because the deer that he often milked became pregnant again thanks to the efforts of Uncle Deer. However, weaning will not last too long. Looking at Uncle Lu's harem of big bellies, Han Chung felt vaguely excited and couldn't help but praise Uncle Lu's powerful fighting ability like a seed drill. In a while, the deer herd of the Chinke tribe will almost double in size. Han Chung couldn't help but get excited when he imagined a large group of deer belonging to their tribe grazing leisurely on the grass. Han Chung became even more excited when he imagined himself carrying a clay pot and milking the deer one by one, with a pot half full of pure white, warm milk. Uncle Deer was not at all annoyed about the little two-legged beast spying on his wife. He was even slightly excited, just like the little two-legged beast. I don't know if it was because he remembered the taste of milk again, but after looking at Han Chung for a while, this guy stretched his head and licked his nostrils. Then he stretched his neck, lifted his upper lip, revealing his big, flat teeth, and repeated his classic and obscene expression. There are also 8 new guests in the rabbit pen, 4 males and 4 females. With them, the problem of inbreeding among rabbits will no longer be a problem. The Chinke tribe has been setting up rabbit traps these days, so they naturally didn't get only these 8 rabbits. These 8 were carefully selected as the best. The others that weren't selected had already been skinned and gutted, and some of them had already gone to who knows where. Chapter 157 is always after losing something that we want to have it again. Son of God! Son of God! Han Sheng was making tiles with Haiwa when they suddenly heard voices calling out Son of God, one after another. The voice was full of anxiety and panic. Han Sheng was startled and turned his head to look. He saw several people rushing out from the gate of the wall, running towards this side and shouting anxiously. Could it be that that ignorant tribe is coming again? If that's the case, then things will be troublesome, as many people are still working in the quarry. Thinking of this, he stood up without even throwing the clay in his hand, turned his head, and looked around quickly. Except for a few birds waiting to eat fish not far away that were startled by the sudden sound, there were no other changes and there was no sign of outsiders. Han Qingxin calmed down a little and shouted to Haiwa and the other two tile makers, "Run!" Then he ran towards the gate without looking back. No matter what happened, Han Sheng thought he had to run inside the wall and close the gate first. Haiwa and the other two were looking at the Son of God, who was running faster than a rabbit. They looked at each other in surprise, showing that they were somewhat surprised that the Son of God with his short legs could run so fast. After being distracted for a moment, they quickened their pace, following the steps of the Son of God, and rushed quickly towards the gate of the tribe. Son of God! Son of God! The people who had escaped from the tribe were still running towards this side, shouting loudly as they ran. The voice was urgent. As they got closer, Han Sheng recognized the people. It was Junior Brother Sha and Mu Tu and a few others. What happened? Han Sheng asked loudly, panting. People! Someone over there was shouting anxiously. When Han Sheng heard this, he immediately became anxious. It turned out that people from other tribes had come. I didn't see it. It might be in the other two directions of the wall. While he was anxious, he also wanted to curse at the behavior of Junior Brother Sha and others. They knew that there were enemies coming, so why didn't they bring weapons when they came out? Haiwa and others caught up from behind, and one of them grabbed one of the Son of God's hands and ran forward. When the two sides met, there was no time to say much. Junior Brother Sha and the others turned around and rushed towards the courtyard gate together. Where are the people? Han Sheng spoke as he ran. That there. Junior Brother Sha pointed his hand directly towards the gate of the tribe. Han Sheng's heart skipped a beat again. The enemy had attacked the courtyard without making any noise. He hurriedly ran into the courtyard, but didn't find anyone else. There was no one on the low walls on both sides, except the guards. Han Sheng asked Junior Brother Sha where the people were, and Junior Brother Sha pointed at the cave anxiously. Han Sheng's eyes widened instantly. Are they so cruel? Not only did they sneak into the tribe without making any noise, but they also occupied the cave? Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Could he be a time traveler with a firearm equipped with a silencer? Junior Brother Sha is in such a hurry to find me and bring me back. Is he asking me to perform a miracle and kill these invaders? Han Sheng was running while thinking wildly. Son of God! Son of God! People poured out of the cave again, led by the eldest brother, who was the leader. As soon as he came out, he saw Han Sheng, who was half pulled and half driven by Haiwa and the other man, and was flying towards him at a fast speed. He couldn't help but show joy on his face, and hurriedly took a few steps forward and shouted. Han Sheng felt relieved when he saw this. It seemed that someone was not attacking, but something else happened. What's going on? Han Sheng asked again. The eldest brother didn't have time to say much. He just signaled Han Sheng to go to the cave quickly. There were a lot of people gathered in the cave. When they saw Han Sheng coming in, they quickly stood up and made way for him. Han Sheng was shocked when he saw the situation inside, and quickly quickened his pace. Not far from the bonfire that the Qingke tribe kept lit all year round, a man was lying on the ground. He was one of the two old primitive men who were responsible for taking care of the fire all year round. Wu squatted beside him, and from time to time he used his hand to feel his breath, with a heavy and helpless look on his face. He was old and had seen many life and death situations, so he was much calmer than the others when faced with such a situation, but he was still sad in his heart. After all, this man was from their Qingke tribe, and was much older than him. Wu shook his head slightly. According to his previous experience, this primitive man, called Huai by the Son of God, would obviously not survive. After making this judgment, he suddenly remembered the Son of God, the man who had brought countless miracles, and hurriedly sent people to look for him to see if Hui's life could be saved. The witch raised his head and said nothing, but looked at the Son of God, who was coming with some longing. Han Sheng hurriedly walked over to Hui, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. When he looked down, he saw that Hui's old face was flushed, his body and face were covered with sweat, and there were many prickly heat on the exposed skin. Han Chung stretched out his hand to feel Hui Yi's breath. He really seemed to be on fire, and the air that came out his nostrils was scalding. This must be heat stroke. Looking at the fire not far away, Han Chung hurriedly asked someone to carry the fire to the ventilated place at the entrance of the cave, and ordered someone to bring a basin of cold water and a bowl of boiled water with some salt in it. When the eldest brother and others saw the Son of God coming, they did not squat there and shake their heads like woo, but immediately asked them to do things. They were very happy and hurried to do what Han Chung ordered. Although Hui Yi is old, he and Hui Er take turns to look after the fire every day to ensure that the tribe's fire source is not extinguished. His contribution is not small. Even if he can't do anything, they don't want him to die like this. Han Chung asked people to move away and clear the vent. Then he untied some of the leather covering Hui's body, used his hands dipped in cold water to wipe his body to cool him down, and asked people to give her boiled water with some salt. There is no copper at this time. If there is copper, using it to scrape her back should make her feel better. A bowl of mung bean soup would also make her feel better. But now there is nothing. This is all he can do. Han Chung couldn't help sniffing as he wiped Hui Yi's body with cold water. Looking at the numerous prickly heat rash on Hui Yi's body, he felt a little uncomfortable. The two old primitive people have a very weak presence in the Chinke tribe, and usually few people visit them, and Han Chung is the same. Now that something has happened, and she may not survive, everyone suddenly realizes the significance of their existence, and how much the tribe will lose if they leave. It is often like this. When you have it, you don't think it matters much, but once you lose it, you realize that the things you had before and didn't care much about are actually very important. Chapter 158, Getting Fire. Han Chung was busy like this for a while, then called someone to take over and do the same thing he had just done. Apart from this, under such conditions, he had no better solution to think of. Whether he could survive or not was up to fate. Han Chung walked to Hui Er, who was fine, and found that Hui Er also had a layer of prickly heat on his body. He looked at the others carefully and found that only they too had the most prickly heat. It made sense after a little thought. After all, they were facing a fire all day long, and it was midsummer now. Wake up! Wake up! The eldest brother shouted in surprise and looked at Han Chung with eyes full of admiration. Han Chung hurried over and found Hui Yi, who had his eyes closed before, had opened them, but he looked very weak. Han Chung then asked someone to wipe Hui's body with cold water, and at the same time got her a bowl of boiled water with some salt in it. Son of God. The people surrounding him looked at Han Chung with even more respect. In the past, the Son of God had performed many miracles, but compared to today's, it was undoubtedly more admirable, because the Son of God had saved a dying man. Among the crowd, Shu Liang was the most excited. This man who aspired to become like Shen Nong, after witnessing with his own eyes the Son of God using his power to bring a dying man back to life, could not help but clench his fists tightly. His ambition to find medicine to save lives became even more determined. After the tribe members respectfully bowed to the Son of God, many of them jumped up and down in excitement, shouting and venting their joy. Han Chung was not as happy as they were. He was thinking about fire and how to improve the technology of making fire. The fire was burning nonstop for 24 hours in the middle of summer, which was really too hot. It was okay for those who didn't usually go near the fire, but the elderly Hui 1 and Hui 2 were the ones who suffered. This time, Hui was lucky enough to survive with his simple rescue efforts. Will he be so lucky next time? What about the next time? We really need to find a way to resolve this issue. Han Chung didn't have the ability to make matches or lighters. All he could think of were fire knives, flints, or fire sticks. Flint is relatively rare, and the possibility of there being fire knives and flint around the Chinke tribe is very small. Moreover, the fire knives of later generations were all made of hard steel. When he was a child, he once heard the elders in his family talk about how good someone's fire knife and flint were, and how they could light a fire in just one stroke, and their tone was quite envious. The issue of steel alone was enough to stop Han Chung. It seems that the only remaining way is to make a fire starter. Han Chung also knew something about fire sticks. You could roll up the yellow paper used for visiting graves and stuff it into a bamboo tube, neither too loose nor too tight. Then you would light one end with fire and cover it. The paper stick in the bamboo tube would burn at an extremely slow speed and remain burning. When using, just open the lid and blow out the flame. Han Chung curled his lips. There was no bamboo and no yellow paper either. It really is the primitive age. Even though I have the memories of later generations, I still find it difficult to do all these things. However, our ancestors walked out step by step with great difficulty and achieved glory. One cannot help but sigh for them. One can imagine how much suffering and setbacks they suffered in this process. Snap, snap, snap. The night is deep, with gem-like stars inlaid in it. Without the flashing neon lights and bustling crowds, the night seems quiet, giving people a joy and peace of mind from the bottom of their hearts. In the silent night, there was a sound of stones knocking on each other. As the sound rang out, dots of orange-red light flashed, drew some arcs in the air, and then disappeared, just like a meteor flashing across the night sky. Compared with yellow paper and bamboo, Han Sheng felt that it would be more reliable to find stones to knock on the stone. So this afternoon, he took a small basket to the quarry and found some stones to knock on the stone. Most hard stones can produce sparks when struck, but if you want to start a fire quickly, you must find the kind that can produce a lot of sparks when struck. Wu, the eldest brother, Bo, Mu Tu, and some other people gathered nearby, watching the flashing sparks together, as well as the Son of God who was hitting each other with stones persistently. They had already learned from the Son of God what he wanted to do. They knew that the Son of God was going to find a new way to make fire, so as to free Hua-E and Hua-Air from the daily job of tending to the fire, so that they would not be in danger of their lives like they were today. Everyone was moved by the kindness and love of the Son of God. Hua-E and Hua-Air, who knew the reason, were even more moved. Their eyes, which were already prone to crying, shed even more tears. Hua-E, who was in better condition, struggled to get up and continue tending the fire, so as not to let Shunzi suffer like this. Snap, snap, snap. The knocking sounds continued. Sparks continued to flash, and a unique smell of stones hitting each other filled the night sky. The sparks that used to flash by so quickly suddenly became stronger and stronger, and they became bigger and brighter. Han Sheng stopped hammering, put the stone aside, picked up the tinder on the ground, and blew it with his pursed lips. After being breathed in by his divine air, which might have had bad breath or not, the bright spot on the tinder in his hand became bigger, and then a small flame rose up and jumped in the night sky. Wu, the eldest brother, and others who were standing nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw the dancing flames. When it comes to making fire, they only knew how to use a wood drill and never thought that fire could be made using stones. Mu Tu, who often dealt with stone, opened his eyes the widest. He had seen this kind of sparks more than once and just thought it was interesting. However, he didn't know that these sparks, which looked extremely small and couldn't feel the temperature when splashed on the body, could actually start a fire. He moved closer to Han Sheng in the light of the fire, eager to pick up the stone and try it himself. Han Sheng pinched a corner of the tinder, placed it in front of his eyes, and watched the dancing flame. When it was about to burn his hand, he let go and let it fall. The tinder was burning on the ground. Because there was no other firewood to add, the flames quickly dwindled and eventually went out completely. Han Sheng sighed slowly and handed the two stones that were most likely to produce sparks after experiments to Mu Tu, who was eager to try. The crowd who were gathered around and delighted by the appearance of the fire were greatly puzzled when they heard the Son of God sigh. The Son of God has created a whole new way to make fire. How can he not be happy? Chapter 159, Fire Velvet Tree. Han Sheng was, of course, unhappy. His purpose was to find a way to make a fire quickly. Using these two stones to make a fire was slower than drilling wood to make fire. So even if he proved that fire could be made with stones, what was the point? The next day, Han Sheng stopped looking for stones and tried to make a tinderbox. If there is no bamboo tube, a bone stick will be used instead. If there is no yellow paper, tinder will be used instead. After tinkering with this for a while, he finally made a fire starter with a completely different appearance. Han Sheng brought it to the burning fire and lit one end, then blew out the flame, letting it burn as a dark fire. As a result, the dark fire went out not long after. Han Sheng used a thinner stick to poke out the tinder inside the bone stick. After thinking about it, he felt that he might have stuffed the tinder too tightly, so the tinder went out after burning for a short while. When filling again, it will not be as dense as the top. After stuffing one end of the bone stick tightly, move it closer to the fire again and light it. Sure enough, the tinder did not go out this time, but it burned very quickly. Han Sheng estimated that in less than half an hour, the 15-centimeter-long tinder had burned out completely. Han Sheng then adjusted the tightness of the tinder. Later, When he found that the tinder used to start a fire was not enough to meet the demand, he began to try other materials. It is said that Edison experimented with more than 1,000 kinds of materials before he finally succeeded in inventing the electric light. Now Han Chung has tried dozens of materials to make a tinderbox, but still failed. So far, the longest time that the tinderbox he made could keep the fire from going out was less than one morning. However, this kind of fire starter can be used now. In the past, if Shang or Haiwa and others wanted to start a fire in a quarry or an earthen kiln, the only way they could do was to fill a pottery jar with charcoal from the big fire in the cave, or take 1 or 2 burning firewood and walk away quickly, for fear that the flames would go out if they delayed too long. Sometimes when you are unlucky, you need to run 2 or 3 times to light the firewood there. Now that they have a fire starter that can burn for a long time, they're much calmer when lighting a fire outside. While the people of the Qingke tribe were deeply impressed by the wisdom of the Son of God, Han Shunzi frowned slightly and looked unsatisfied. This kind of fire starter was far from what he had imagined. He needed one that could at least burn for a whole night without going out. Only in this way could he safely and boldly put out the fires that were burning day and night in the cave. A small fire starter really stumped Han Chung this time. He stayed in the cave, lost in thought about how to solve the problem. Fu Jiang, who had stayed in the cave for too long, bit the small leather skirt around Han Chang's waist with his teeth and pulled hard with his but sticking out. It wanted to drag its stupid master out to play outside. However, he accidentally used too much force and pulled off the short skirt around Han Chang's waist. When Han Chang was exposed, Fu Jiang, who was holding the leather skirt in his mouth, also took several steps back. Ouch! This is certainly not the barking of Fu Jiang, this guy who was becoming more and more like a husky, otherwise wouldn't it have become a spirit? Lame limped in from outside and came to the place near the inner cave to get the hand drill, ready to drill a hole. Seeing the Son of God sitting there concentrating on thinking, he did not dare to disturb him. He took the hand drill and walked out carefully. As a result, after taking only 2 steps, Fu Jiang caused this noise. The lame leg was not in good condition to begin with, and was tripped by the lucky general who suddenly came in front of his feet. He lost control and fell to the ground. Fu Jiang dodged quickly and was not hit by Bo, but Bo fell hard. The sound of ouch came from Lame's mouth. Lame fell to the ground, and instead of caring about his injuries, he hurriedly picked up the hand drill that he had fallen on. The floor of the cave was stone, and the somewhat thin stone drill bit just hit the stone and broke in the middle. This made Bo feel extremely regretful, because this hand drill is the most convenient one to use. He was a little annoyed for a moment and wanted to hit Fu Jiang, but when he turned around and saw the funny look of this guy holding Shun Zi's leather skirt in his mouth, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Han Chung naturally had no time to think at this time. He hurried over to help Bo up. Bo had already stood up by himself, holding the hand drill with a broken drill bit in his hand, looking very sorry. Seeing that Lame was fine, Han Chung turned around and glared at Fu Jiang, the stupid dog. Fu Jiang also felt that he had caused trouble, so his tail drooped down, and he timidly took the leather skirt in his mouth to Han Cheng's hand and rubbed it against Han Cheng's hand. Han Chung slapped it on the head twice, took the leather skirt and tied it around its waist. The guy rolled his eyes and looked at Han Chung secretly, then took the opportunity to turn around, spread out his 4 legs, and ran out of the cave, as if he was afraid that he would get kicked in the butt if he ran too slowly. Han Chung was amused, and after a scolding, he looked at the broken stone drill bit in his lame hand and felt it was a pity. After all, it was not easy to polish a drill bit. Just as he was about to tell Lame to use his other hand to drill the hole first and fix this one later, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. She quickly put on her leather skirt and said, "Give me this. You can use the other ones." Before he could finish his words, the broken hand drill in Lame's hand had already been transferred to Han Cheng's hand. The Son of God has come up with another good idea? Lame watched the Son of God leave excitedly, thinking this in his heart, and then he took another drill bit for the hand-operated drill of similar size. Without even bothering to brush off the dust on his body, he hurried to chase the Son of God, wanting to see what different miracles the Son of God could perform with the pressure drill he was already familiar with. Han Chung found 2 pieces of wood that were used to make fire when the big fire of the Qingke tribe occasionally went out. He looked at them and found that they were too big, so he went outside the tribe to look for new branches. When drilling wood to make fire, you cannot use hardwood because it is not easy for the softwood to heat up and produce sparks and fall off. Fast-growing trees, such as poplar and tung, are good for drilling wood to make fire. Han Sheng found a soft branch with a diameter of about 2 centimeters and a length of 2 meters and took it back to the yard. Cut it into 2 sections in the middle. Mark a point near the top of the thicker section and ask Lame, who is standing by and watching, to drill a hole with a hand drill in his hand. The hole doesn't need to be too deep, just drill halfway through the wood. While Lame was drilling the hole, Han Sheng was also quickly processing another piece of wooden stick. Polish one end slightly to make it smoother, and then use a stone knife to carve a wooden groove on the other end to hold the rope. Then wrap 2 circles of rope around the wooden pole made according to the specifications of the drill rod and install it on the hand drill. At this time, Lame had also dug the pit. Han Sheng took it and looked at it, then used the thin stone piece in his hand, which could be called a stone knife, to carve 2 grooves on the left and right sides of the wooden pit. In this way, a tool for making fire by drilling wood, which was much lighter than the tribe's original one, was made. Han Sheng found a ball of tinder to start a fire. The tinder was made from a kind of leaves. If you rub the dried leaves in your hands, a lot of tiny threads will come out, which are very good for starting a fire. However, this tree is not the eucalyptus tree seen in later generations. Han Sheng had played with the leaves of eucalyptus tree many times when he was a child, and he could recognize the big difference between the two. So this tree that Han Sheng had never seen before got a gorgeous name, the fire velvet tree. Chapter 160, Getting Fire. A ball of tinder was placed under a tree stick that was lying flat on the ground and had a small hole drilled in it. Han Sheng took a modified hand drill and placed the wooden pole into it. He put 1 foot on the stick on the ground to prevent it from moving around, and then began to press the hand drill down again and again, using the same technique as when drilling something. The wooden drill rod turned rapidly as Han Sheng pressed up and down. After a few seconds, a wisp of green smoke rose from the wood pit, and then warm, black sawdust came out of the wooden grooves carved on both sides of the wood pit and fell onto the soft tinder below. Han Sheng was faintly excited and kept pressing the hand drill down. As the drill rod continued to turn, more black sawdust fell. Before long, white smoke rose from the tinder under the wooden rod. Seeing this, Han Sheng put away the hand drill, picked up the tinder, and put it to his mouth to blow on it. The small spark grew bigger, and soon a flame rose. Looking back, this time the method of rubbing 2 wood together to make fire only took about 2 or 3 minutes, which was much faster than the original method of rubbing 2 wood together to make fire from the Greenbird tribe and the flint method he had invented before. This was the first time I used this hand-operated drill to drill fire, and the effect was so significant. If I practiced diligently for a period of time, wouldn't the speed be even faster? Han Sheng was thinking this, and turned around to see Bo, who was staring at the burning tinder in a daze. He had an idea and asked Bo to try it. Bo was amazed that he could actually drill out fire by replacing the wooden pole of his usual hand drill. When he heard the Son of God calling him to do it, he hurried over to take the hand drill, but his hands were shaking because he was too excited. The wooden pole turned, black sawdust flowed out, white smoke rose from the tinder, and then the flames jumped, reflecting in Lame's eyes, making his eyes appear brighter and brighter. The person who uses the hand drill the most in the tribe is Bo, so now it only takes Bo a lot less time to do this than Han Sheng. Han Sheng's face was filled with more joy. The issue that had troubled him for so long was actually solved in this way. It is not the flint and knife as originally thought, nor is it the fire starter, but a third way. This made him feel as if there was a ray of hope after a dark tunnel. As expected, if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Seeing that the Son of God was happy, Lame became even happier, holding the unique hand-pressed drill in his hand and grinning foolishly. Fu Jiang came over from nowhere, wagging his tail and jumping around aimlessly, having completely forgotten the mistakes he had made before. Han Sheng walked back to the cave with his newly made fire-making tool and called Hui, who was tending the fire there, to come and watch him make fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. This might be related to the fact that after Han Sheng's arrival, the living standards of the Chinke tribe greatly improved, which enhanced their resistance. Otherwise, she might not have survived this time. Not only did the prickly heat on her body not go away, but it exploded due to the continued sweating, and she kept scratching as she squatted there tending to the flames. You come. Han Sheng put the burning tinder on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. Then he pointed at the hand drill and spoke to Hui, signaling Hui to do it. Hui and Hui are old, and unlike Wu, who often does mental work, they are not good at accepting new things. So far, They can understand a lot of Mandarin, but they cannot speak much. Hui seemed a little excited and a little afraid of this new way of making fire. After hesitating for a while, he still followed Han Cheng's instructions, took the hand drill, and started to do it like Han Cheng did. However, the hand-operated drill that seemed to be very smooth in Han Cheng and Bo's hands was no longer smooth in Hui's hands. Either the drill rod was crooked, or it ran out of the wood pit, or it got stuck after only 2 turns. Hui seemed very embarrassed and wanted to return the thing to the Son of God. Han Cheng smiled and waved his hand, then squatted down and patiently taught Hui, demonstrating from time to time and sometimes teaching by hand. Han Cheng had dealt with many old people in the past and could understand their feelings very well. Moreover, Hui and Hui had been silently contributing to the Qingke tribe, so he was naturally more patient. Fire! Fire! Under Han Cheng's tireless guidance, Hui finally lit the tinder with this new tool and shouted excitedly. Making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together is a physically demanding job, and the old Hui has long been unable to do this job. Occasionally, when the fire in the pile goes out accidentally, other people in the tribe are needed to rub 2 sticks together to make fire. Now, using the tools made by the Son of God, she was able to make fire by rubbing 2 wood together, and she didn't feel tired at all. It would be strange if she was not happy. Hui shouted excitedly and looked reluctant to see the flame on the tinder go out. After the flame on the tinder was completely extinguished, she got another ball of tinder and then used a hand drill to drill wood to make fire, as happy as a child who got a new toy. After making fire twice in succession, the excited Fire 1 went to call Fire 2, who had been on guard last night and was now sleeping. Hui was woken up by Hui. He was in a daze and didn't understand what Hui meant. He just felt that Hui seemed very excited, as if he had something good to share with him. So he followed him with sleepy eyes and watched Hui doing strange things. When Hui, who was originally sleepy, saw the flame appear as a result of Hui's action, he suddenly became awake. She pointed at the flame, then at the wood drill, and looked at Hui in disbelief, mumbling something. It was obvious that she was eager to know what was going on and why Hui could start a fire. Hui, who was extremely distressed before, now smiled. She was very satisfied with Hui's reaction. As an expert in this field, and as someone who had experienced it, she began to tell Hui all this. Hui turned his head and looked around for a while, but didn't find the Son of God, so he bowed towards the inner cave. Then he told Hui that he also wanted to try and learn this method of making fire. Hui was naturally very happy. Seeing Hui's clumsy appearance, she couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority in her heart. Then she began to teach Hui in a serious manner what she had just learned from the Son of God. The fire that had been burning in the tribal cave for a long time was extinguished. The tribesmen who had long been accustomed to this always felt that something was missing, and many of them felt inexplicably panicked. This situation continued for several days before gradually disappearing. At the beginning, most people in the tribe were reluctant to put out the fire. After all, the fire had been burning all year round since they were born. It was not until Hui and Hui, who had practiced the fire-making technique for several days, came out and quickly made fire with a new fire-making tool, that their doubts were dispelled. By now, the people of the Qingke tribe have gradually become accustomed to living without a fire, because whenever it is time to cook, either Fire 1 or Fire 2 can quickly make a fire, which never delays cooking and does not affect everyone's lives, so they will naturally accept this matter. The prickly heat on Hui and Hui, who were freed from this incident, gradually began to disappear. The 2 people who were used to tending the fire seemed very uncomfortable at first. They had a feeling of doing nothing and always felt like something was missing. But their feelings soon disappeared because their Son of God gave them a spindle each. Chapter 161. The leader's status is declining. If you have something to say, it will be long. If you have nothing to say, it will be short. The following events of the Qingke tribe were quite dull, with nothing worth writing about happening. Time flies. The place where the sun rises every day moves from the northeast to the east and then rushes to the southeast without stopping. It is also tired of facing all the familiar things all the time. It wants to get closer to the places further south and be prepared to make sure that all the rain and dew are equally distributed, so as not to be labeled as favoring one side only. As it gradually moved away, the temperature of the land began to drop. The leaves threatened to die, jumped off the branches, and fell to the ground in a sad and beautiful way. A large number of plants offered up the fruits they had treasured for half a year, hoping to regain the figure that brought them warmth. However, all this was in vain. The warm figure still walked away without looking back. In this autumn atmosphere, the Chinke tribe's building with 12 rooms is also undergoing the final stage of tiling. After the tiles are laid, the house will need a little renovation and can be occupied before winter comes. When the tiles were more than half laid, the process stopped because the tiles produced were not enough for use. Even though Han Chung later specially assigned 2 people to help Haiwa make tiles, they still could not supply enough. There is no other way but to stop temporarily and wait until a certain number of tiles have been accumulated before continuing. It just so happens that it's time to prepare for planting rapeseed. The eldest brother and others who had temporarily stopped building the house were still not idle. They were busy with the affairs in the fields. Shang inserted the bone shovel in his hand into the dung pile on the east side of the outer wall of the Chinke tribe, then took the hook from the side, hung the handle of the shovel with the wooden hook, stood up, and carried 2 shovels full of a mixture of deer dung, rabbit dung, chicken manure, and some rotten weeds, and walked towards the rapeseed field on the west side of the west wall. Working on this task with him were his eldest brother, second brother, and others. It is embarrassing to say that ever since Han Chung decided to build up the Chinke tribe and gradually develop animal husbandry and planting, these people who used to chase wild beasts with sticks and stone spears and run ferociously have all lost their status. Now, the dignified leader has actually been reduced to a dung picker. The eldest senior brother, who was also carrying 2 baskets of manure and walking in front and behind Shang, did not think there was anything wrong with this. Instead, he had a smile on his face, because he was thinking about what the Son of God had said before. The Son of God described what they were doing now as fertilizing, and said that after fertilizing, the rapeseed would grow vigorously in due time. The Son of God also said that fertilizing rapeseed is similar to eating. If people don't eat, they will have no strength, and rapeseed will not grow vigorously if it doesn't eat. This made the eldest brother marvel at this, but at the same time, he had a bad idea. Thinking of the deliciousness of rapeseed, he naturally worked with great enthusiasm and was not picky. The manure was carried to the field and dumped there in piles. When the manure is almost all on the ground, someone will come with a bone shovel, shovel the manure that has been piled as evenly as possible, and scatter it around. While the eldest brother and others were busy carrying manure to the fields, Han Chung was also not idle. He directed another group of people to clear tree branches and trunks on the west side of the courtyard wall, next to the original rapeseed field, in preparation for the upcoming reclamation. This year, the Chinke tribe harvested enough rapeseed, and Han Chung planned to expand the area of rapeseed cultivation. This thing is not only loved by humans, but also by deer. Feeding rabbits or cutting some into pieces to feed chickens are both very good choices. With so many mouths waiting for them, Han Chung naturally won't worry about planting too much and wasting it. Last year, the rapeseed field was only about 3 or 4 acres. This year, Han Chung plans to reclaim more land to grow rapeseed, at least a dozen acres. Fortunately, the Chinke tribe is located on the edge of the mountains. On the left, right and front sides are relatively flat Piedmont impact plains that were formed at an unknown time. There is enough land for cultivation. Even if the land on this side of the river has been reclaimed, you can continue to reclaim the land on the other side of the river. This directly solved Han Cheng's worries. Otherwise, for the development of the planting industry and the future prosperity of the tribe, he would still need to persuade the people of the tribe to leave the caves where they had lived for generations and go to unfamiliar places to open up new homes. If that happens, all the things done before will be in vain. This discovery made Han Chung once again feel that his luck was not too bad. It really felt good not to have to start from the most original starting point. This suddenly reminded him of those people who were at the finishing line of others when they were born. When they stood there and looked back at the many people sharpening their knives in order not to lose at the starting line, their mood must have been even better. Sure enough, people have been in all kinds of injustice since they were born. It's like traveling through time. The unlucky guy came to the primitive society. Fortunately, we still have our hands and feet, and we can change our own situation through our own efforts. Even if we try our best and are far from reaching the starting point of others, at least we have surpassed our own starting point. Well, just like Han Chung could never lead the people of the Chinke tribe to reach the level of the era in which he lived in later generations, even if he struggled for 8 lifetimes, but he could make the people of the Chinke tribe live a much better life than before. According to Han Chang's original idea for the trees on the land to be reclaimed, he would do the same as last year, clear a buffer zone around the land, and then set it on fire and be done with it. But then he changed his mind. Because of the continuous construction of houses, kilns, burning stones, and making other wooden products over the year, the Chinke tribe consumed a lot of wood. When all the houses were completed and everyone used kangs in winter, there was also a lot of demand for firewood, so Han Cheng was a little reluctant to spend it. At his signal, the people of the Chinke tribe first carried out the dry firewood that was useful for burning kilns and stones, and left the remaining dead branches and leaves, as well as some tree trunks that were too thick to carry, inside, waiting to be burned with fire. Looking at the firewood in front of him that had begun to rot, and then looking at the fallen trees in the distance, Han Cheng felt that he really needed to start trying to burn charcoal, otherwise all the firewood that could not be burned in time would be wasted. After being burned into charcoal, the wood with impurities burned away is not only easy to store, but also has better combustion efficiency. Before finding a good coal substitute, if you want to make some metal tools, you must use charcoal. Chapter 162 with ash, cement. Son of God, son of God. There were shouts again, and the voices were also filled with panic. The voice belongs to Junior Brother Shah. This shocked Han Cheng again, and he thought to himself, could it be that someone has become ill again? Thinking of this, he quickly turned around to look, and saw Junior Brother Shah, who had a string of skulls hanging around his neck, and was unwilling to take them off even when he went to sleep, running towards him hurriedly with a stick in his hand, running and shouting. His shouts startled the people who were pouring manure into the rapeseed field and collecting firewood in preparation for clearing the land. When everyone heard his shout, they were so surprised that they dropped their work and ran towards Junior Brother Shah, who was coming to greet them, picking up their tools. 3 or 4 people holding various weapons had gathered around Han Cheng, and they supported Han Cheng and went towards Junior Brother Shah, who was shouting towards them. This is the countermeasure discussed by Wu and the senior brother. The entire Chinke tribe must make protecting the safety of the Son of God their top priority. As soon as this rule was announced, it immediately received a warm response from the crowd. They all respected and supported the Son of God from the bottom of their hearts. It was the Son of God who rescued them from dire straits and led them step by step towards prosperity. Without the Son of God, many of them might have starved to death in the winter before last, let alone living through the days they cannot even dream of today. At this moment, upon hearing Junior Brother Shah shout, not to mention the young men who were collecting firewood near Han Cheng, even the miners like Xing and Chun who were helping out here picked up a branch and rushed to Han Cheng. They gathered around the Son of God, their young faces showing tension and determination as they looked around. Even Hua Yi and Hua Er, who did not have to take care of the flames all day, slowly hurried to the Son of God, wanting to protect him. This made Han Cheng laugh and cry, and he was deeply moved at the same time. Compared with some people in later generations who were ungrateful and always wanted to repay kindness with enmity, these people from the Chinke tribe were so simple and lovely that people couldn't bear to hurt them. No enemies, no enemies. Seeing that so many people had been alarmed, Junior Brother Shah, who was running, came to his senses and shouted again. The nervous crowd calmed down a lot after hearing this. Son of God, that there. Junior Brother Shah, breathing heavily, came up to them and spoke in a somewhat intermittent voice. From time to time, he turned around and pointed to the east side of the wall, then raised the stick in his hand for everyone to see. Only then did Han Cheng discover that the stick in Junior Brother Shah's hand was actually a bone shovel, but the bone underneath was broken, and less than half of it remained on top. Because it had just been used to shovel manure, there were still some residues on the bottom of the bone shovel. Is there such a thing? After roughly understanding what Junior Brother Shah meant from his somewhat confusing words, Han Cheng seemed a little surprised. Then he led everyone to quickly go to the east side of the wall, wanting to quickly see what Junior Brother Shah was talking about. Here. After arriving at the east side of the courtyard wall, Junior Brother Shah pointed at the dung pile, with nearly half of the dung missing, and spoke loudly to Han Qingdao. He didn't dare get too close to the dung pile. He seemed a little scared. He was still a little frightened that the thing could break the bone shovel. This primitive man, who was not afraid of enemies or wild beasts, had an inexplicable awe and fear towards some strange things. Han Qing looked in the direction his finger pointed and saw something like a stone sticking out from the dung pile. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that these stone-like things were just as Junior Brother Shah had said. They were the wood ash that had been poured here to be used as fertilizer for the fields after being rinsed with water to soak the leather. Next to the ashes, there was half a broken shovel, which was broken from the shovel that Lame was holding in his hand. It can even break a bone shovel. So you can imagine how strong this stone-like substance made of wood ash is. Han Chung was very surprised, and he walked forward. The eldest brother and others wanted to stop him, worried that the Son of God would be in danger if he went there. Han Chung smiled and shook his head, telling them not to worry and that there would be no danger. Only then did the eldest brother and others remain vigilant and move forward with him. Han Chung took a stick from someone nearby and knocked hard on the stone like ash exposed outside. It felt very hard and made a toot sound. How could good wood ash turn into stone? As a liberal arts student in his previous life, he didn't understand the changes that had taken place. Seeing that the Son of God showed no fear at all, he went forward and knocked on the thing. The thing was as motionless as a stone. Many people also tried to knock on it with the things in their hands. They were puzzled and amazed at this magical change. Some people who think more deeply, like Taitu who likes to cut grass and rapeseed, quickly became uncomfortable after a brief period of confusion, and the eldest brother who was smiling and carrying manure in the fields not long ago, because they suddenly remembered that the Son of God once said that wood ash is a very good fertilizer and is extremely useful for fertilizing the fields. Now, the wood ashes that were piled together with the dung have turned into stone, so naturally there is no way to get them into the ground anymore. So much fertilizer was wasted, and they felt bad because they just wanted the rapeseed to grow stronger and create more things for the Greenbird tribe. Ha ha! God help me. Just when they were feeling upset about wasting a lot of fertilizer, the Son of God, holding a stick in his hand, suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. This sudden wild laughter startled everyone, and then they looked at their Son of God in confusion. Han Shinsi suddenly stopped talking, then squatted down abruptly, looking up and down at the ash that had condensed into a ball with glowing eyes. If it hadn't been buried in the dung pile for so long that there were still some dirty things on it, it would be hard to eat it. Han Chung had the urge to pick it up and give it a couple of kisses. The problem that he had been struggling with for such a long time and had decided to give up on temporarily was solved in such an extremely unexpected way. How could he not be excited? This is not wood ash at all. It's clearly cement. Han Chung turned around and looked at the people who were looking at him in confusion and said excitedly, "This is good stuff. We are about to have a very important material." Then he asked people to continue what they were doing before, while he could not wait to return the tribe, filled half a basin with wood ash, added water to it, and started to do it the same way he had done before with soaking the leather. The rest of the people were working while guessing what good things the Son of God had discovered. Some of the impatient ones turned their heads to look towards the tribe from time to time, wishing they could go back and take a look right away. The wizard, who had a superior status, naturally did not have to suffer like the others. At this moment, he just stood aside and watched the Son of God do things. Now these things which the Son of God was doing were very familiar to him, for this was how leather was tanned. He was smart, and when he thought of the stone like ashes, he roughly understood what the Son of God was doing now. It is precisely because of this that he becomes even more confused. Because after the wood ashes condensed, although they looked like stones, they were still not as good as real stones. They could not be used to build houses or make stone tools. However, the Son of God was so excited. The Son of God's thoughts are indeed beyond my ability to guess. This was the umpteenth time Wood said this to himself. Chapter 163, The Girl Picking Mushrooms. The ceramic basin was tilted, and the clarified water inside flowed down the edge into another basin, leaving behind the wood ash that had completely turned into mud. Han Chung added clean water into it again, stirred it to clarify it, and then poured the water into another basin. This water will not be poured away directly, but will be retained to make nitrate leather. It would be best if it can be recycled. After doing this 3 times, it stopped. He took out the wood ash in the basin that had already been completely soaked with water and divided it into 2 parts. The wood ash just out of soaking is soft and cannot be lumped together at all. There is no need to worry too much about this. The same is true when cement and white lime are just mixed. Once it dries, it will become extremely solid. He found several wooden sticks with a diameter of 3 or 4 centimeters and pieced them together into an irregular rectangular frame, which was pressed down with stones on the outside. This could prevent the sticks from rolling around and destroying the shape designed by Han Chung. After making the simple mold, Han Chung poured some wood ash that had been rinsed with water several times into it and tried to flatten it with his hands. He stood here and watched for a while, then washed his hands, told the witch not to let anyone touch these things, picked up the small basket he always carried, followed by Fu Jiang, and went outside the courtyard wall. If Han Sheng's hair was braided into 2 pigtails, her leather skirt was a little less sexy, and she hummed a song like "Mushroom Sauce, It Smells So Good." She would be a perfect mushroom-picking girl. However, he did not go to pick mushrooms. Instead, he wanted to get some sand and mix it into the remaining wood ash, just like cement in later generations. By comparing the two, he wanted to see which one was stronger. Logically speaking, the material mixed with sand should be stronger, but this thing is wood ash after all, not cement. He had never used wood ash as an adhesive before, so it was necessary to conduct some experiments to verify the results. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he found something wrong after pasting it on the roof. The sandy area is a bit far from the tribe, about 2 miles away at a bend in the downstream river. When Han Sheng walked out, he happened to meet the eldest senior brother and Shang. One of them was carrying a load of manure and walking past the door. They stopped him, let them put their burdens aside, take up their weapons, and accompany him downstream, just to take a rest. Because of the presence of such a large group of people, there are generally no large wild beasts around the Chinke tribe. When these monkeys that walk upright and wield sticks gather together to survive, the overlords of the ancient world generally do not easily provoke them. But this is hard to say for sure. After all, animals have feet and can run. Although most large beasts have their own fixed hunting territories and will not wander around easily, there are also some unruly and freedom-loving overlords who like to be wandering bards. If he were unlucky enough to encounter one, not only would it swallow him whole, but it would also raise its huge claws to attack him like a monkey stealing peaches. Han Sheng felt that not only would he be a eunuch, but even this book would probably be finished. The sand in the downstream river bend is not particularly fine. This may be related to the fact that the place where the Chinke tribe currently lives is closer to the source of the creek, and the sand in the river has not been washed by enough waves. The senior brother held a basket full of sand in his hand. Han Sheng was carrying the sand with great effort. He could not tell how heavy it was in the senior brother's hand. Han Sheng shook his head and thought to himself that he should eat more, sleep more, and exercise more in the future. He should grow taller as soon as possible and have great strength. Only in this way can he do more things and not be overwhelmed. The sand in the bay is washed very clean by water. This kind of sand is the best and will not affect the firmness of the cement. After the eldest brother and Shang escorted the son of God back to get the sand, they were reluctant to leave immediately. Han Sheng knew what they were thinking and did not urge them. Instead, he took some sand and mixed it with the remaining wood ash. Don't add too much sand. Everything should be done in moderation. It is best to add sand so that the original color does not show through. Of course, this is just a rough standard. More detailed standards will need to be divided according to different uses in subsequent practice. Han Sheng put the mixed, extremely unique cement into a simple mold in the same way as before, waiting for it to dry and solidify. The eldest brother and Shang, who were standing aside watching the fun, couldn't help but look at each other in confusion, obviously not understanding the Son of God's intention. Han Sheng smiled and said to them, "We will know the result after waiting." The two of them didn't ask any more questions and went back to their job of carrying manure. Han Sheng took a look and saw that there was no water stain on the surface of the ingot of pure wood ash that had been placed there before, so he broke off a thin grass stem, poked it slightly, and found that it was still very soft, so he cleaned the clay basin that had been used to mix the mud before in order to prevent it from drying up and being difficult to clean. The two cement ingots are located out of direct sunlight to prevent high temperatures from affecting solidification. What needs to be done has been done, and the rest can only be left to the magical catalyst of time, waiting for the results it brings, whether good or bad. Han Sheng stayed here for a while, and seeing that it would not be possible to see results in a short time, he took Fu Jiang and went back to the autumn wilderness. Fu Jiang must be taken out. No one will touch the things that Han Sheng has ordered not to be touched, except for Fu Jiang, the lawless fool. Outside the courtyard, the people of the Green Bird tribe are still busy. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to enjoy better living conditions, you must work hard for it. The sun sets and dusk slowly descends like a huge net. Tired birds return to the forest, and the people of the Chinke tribe, who have worked all day, also rush to the courtyard with their tools in the twilight. They stop working and enjoy this rare moment of leisure. Smoke from cooking rises, and the aroma of rice mixed with the twilight fills the tribe, making people feel extremely at ease. Han Chung didn't need to say anything, as there were talkative little children guarding the two slightly solidified cement ingots. When they saw someone passing by, they would tell people to be careful and not step on the things made by the Son of God, like little tape recorders. In fact, the place where Han Chung placed the two cement ingots was 5 or 6 meters away from the main road in front of the cave, and generally no one would go there. After they shouted like this, the people who had returned came closer to see what was happening, and the children shouted even more excitedly when they saw the adults coming. As dusk gradually fell, the light dimmed, and it was impossible to see the true appearance of the object surrounded by wood. However, the people who came to watch still looked at it carefully for a while, and then left with some expectation and satisfaction. Chapter 164. Cement is finally completed. After lunch and a rest, the people of the Green Bird tribe did not go to work as usual, but stayed in the cave, looking at the Son of God, and then at something surrounded by several wooden sticks not far outside the cave. The Son of God had said before that they would be able to see the results after a rest, so they were looking forward to it very much. They wanted to see what kind of gratifying changes this ordinary wood ash would undergo after passing through the hands of the Son of God. After Han Chung woke up, he saw that everyone was looking at him from time to time, so he didn't delay any longer. He scooped some clean water from the water tank and washed his face. After making himself more awake, he led everyone out of the cave to see the result. 4.5 days had passed since the two wood ash cement ingots were manufactured. When Han Chung checked it the day before yesterday, the cement ingot had already dried and solidified. However, considering that it might be different from real cement, and Han Chung wanted to see its better side, he waited until noon today before deciding to unveil it. Several wooden sticks used as molds were stuck by the solidified cement ingots. Han Chung used a thinner stick to pry them open. Looking at the different sizes of bark on the sticks, Han Chung couldn't help but feel happy. This thing can be used as an adhesive. When the tree sticks were removed, the cement ingots in the middle were completely exposed. Han Chung first inserted a thin stick underneath and moved it back and forth to loosen it. Then he lifted it up with force. Whether it is mixed with sand or not, nothing will break during this process. Han Chung picked up a wooden stick and tried to hit the piece without sand added. It made a thump-thump sound, somewhat similar to the sound made by a woodpecker pecking at a tree to catch insects. This unusual cement ingot was stronger than he had imagined. Only after he had used all his strength to hit it 7 or 8 times in a row did the cement ingot, which he had leaned against a stone, break in the middle. The people watching were even more confused. The Son of God spent more than 4 days making these two things, and he was very careful to take care of them before, fearing that someone would hurt them. How come he smashed them with a stick after making them? Han Chung did not stop after breaking one piece, and launched a unilateral attack on another cement ingot mixed with sand. After being hit by 7 or 8 sticks, Han Cheng's hands were numb, and the cement ingot only fell off with some residue. Cement ingots that have reached this level are sufficient for use. He stood up and smiled at everyone. Although most of the people surrounding him did not understand what the Son of God had just done, seeing how happy he was, they also understood that it was a success. Having been waiting for a long time, they immediately became excited, especially the children who had been waiting here for the past few days. They were even more excited and happy. Wu, who likes to think, was driven by this atmosphere. Although he was also excited and couldn't suppress it, he was still full of doubts. He felt that he was really old. In the past, he could more or less guess the intentions of the Son of God. But this time, the Son of God had already completely made something out, but he still knew nothing about the purpose of this thing. The eldest brother was also confused. He often built houses, so when he saw this stone-like and regular object, his first thought was to use it to build a wall. But then he shook his head secretly, because it was too troublesome to build a house with such a thing, and it was far less convenient than using stones or rammed earth. Han Chung had already seen through everyone's doubts. He stopped these people from getting excited, then turned around and took 4 tiles stacked 2 by 2 from the edge of the mountain, not far away. The tiles are sandwiched with wood ash that has completely solidified after being mixed together, and it looks like a strange-looking chocolate sandwich cookie. This was what he had made before. Originally, he just wanted to make 2 cement ingots for experiment and comparison. Later, he changed his mind and realized that the biggest use of cement was not to make cement bricks, but to make seams for the edges of the roof. So he made some more and made these 2 special sandwiches. Han Chung first tried to pry the 2 tiles apart with his hands, and when he failed, He handed it to his eldest brother and signaled him to use force to pry the two tiles apart. When the eldest brother saw the two tiles that Han Chung brought together, he immediately guessed something. He looked at Han Chung with some surprise, and Han Chung smiled and nodded at him. The eldest brother held a piece of tile in one hand and began to apply force slowly. After he had used considerable strength, and the two tiles were still firmly stuck together with no signs of separation, he became even more delighted. Crack! A slight sound was heard, and a piece of the tile could not withstand the great force of the eldest brother and was broken off, while the rest of the tile was still firmly stuck to another tile. Son of God! The eldest brother held the broken pieces and two tiles stuck together, looked at Han Chung, and said excitedly, "He has completely understood the purpose of the Son of God making this thing. In the past, when building houses and piling up stone walls, they only used mud to fill the walls, and the walls were very strong. Now, using this thing that is so sticky that tiles cannot be broken apart to build walls, wouldn't the houses be even more solid? There's a saying that goes, speaking of the East or the West. He always talks about his own business. In the past year or so, the things that the eldest brother has dealt with the most are walls, deer pens, and houses. When he saw this magical thing made of wood ash, of course he immediately associated it with this. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Han Chung used a few tiles for the experiment. Next, the tiles that were glued together were passed around in the hands of the people of the Chinke tribe. Everyone was amazed at how the wood ash, which was originally soft and shapeless, became so solid after drying and was able to stick two tiles together so firmly. The eldest brother and Taitu were the ones who felt the deepest. When I saw the same thing, I would just sigh at the waste of fertilizer. However, the Son of God was able to find such good things from it. One cannot help but admire the wisdom of the Son of God. Next, a few people with superb craftsmanship stayed behind to wash the wood ash, went to the river bend downstream, and carried back a few loads of sand with a shovel, and then began to mix cement. They removed all the tiles that had been covered on both sides of the roofs of the 3 rooms that had been built, removed the mud on the tiles, and then used cement to build the walls and make the seams. The rest of the people who couldn't help went out and continued to work on turning the soil and making fire to open up the wasteland. By now, the Chinke tribe didn't keep many idle people. Chapter 165. Unique Signal Smoke. The autumn weather is clear and crisp, the sun is not too bright, and there is no breeze. For those who appreciate the autumn scenery, perhaps something is missing. But for the people of the Chinke tribe who have cleared a wide isolation zone and are preparing to set fire to the wasteland, now is the best weather. Chi-Chi, Shishi, Hui, who is already very skilled in using the hand drill, squatted beside a large pile of firewood and dead leaves, pressing up and down the hand drill that had been modified specifically for making fire. The tightened leather rope swung back and forth, causing the wooden drill rod above, which had been worn black, to spin in circles quickly. Black powder flowed out of the wood pit and fell on the dry and fine tinder below, with green smoke rising. Hui put down the hand drill, picked up the smoking tinder, and blew at it with his toothless and lisp-injuring mouth. The smoke gradually dissipated and flames jumped up. The burning tinder was placed on the edge of a pile of dead branches and leaves, and soon the spark turned into a prairie fire. Hui, who was not very mobile but was determined to start a fire, took the tools for starting a fire and walked out of the isolation zone as fast as she could. They have always maintained a reverent attitude towards fire, which can bring light, warmth, and cook food. Hua, who was running with sweat on his head, came outside the isolation zone and turned to look at the fire that was already rising with smoke. And some excitement flashed in his cloudy old eyes. A huge flame rose up, devouring the dead branches and leaves. An overwhelming heat wave swept over. The people of the Chinke tribe who were watching the fire outside the isolation zone could not help but retreat 4 or 5 feet away. Even though they had done something similar last year, when they saw the fire again, the people of the Green Bird tribe still looked horrified. It rained 2 days ago, and the thicker piles of dead branches and leaves in the middle were not completely dry. Now, under the burning of the raging fire, thick columns of smoke are rising slowly into the sky, which seems like a sign of war. Of course, if the surrounding trees were replaced with a desert, the animal skins of the people standing next to them were stripped off and replaced with armor and weapons, and a faded flag was inserted on the side, there would be an even more solemn and murderous atmosphere of beacon fires and wolf smoke. It seems that it is no longer necessary. The current scene is already extremely scary. At least a group of people 3 or 4 miles away were frightened by the spectacular scene. The dirty green tribe leader suddenly stopped and, together with a dozen or so people following him, looked in surprise at the column of smoke rising into the sky in the distance, which seemed to be connected to the white clouds floating in the sky. Their mouths were wide open and fear was flashing in their eyes. The leader of the green tribe and other people were so horrified that they quickly clenched their weapons, looked vigilantly at the bushes around them, and then cast their eyes towards the column of smoke, ready to run away if they found something wrong. After staying there for a while and not finding any danger, the people of the green tribe, who were carrying or hugging a lot of things, finally felt relieved. Looking at the column of smoke that showed no sign of diminishing but was growing thicker, the leader of the green tribe suddenly sighed. He looked at his tribesmen who were carrying large and small bags, and his expression became even more melancholy. He turned and spoke to the person behind him, then turned and walked back. Someone asked out loud, expressing the doubts in his mind. They were deeply impressed by the wealthy neighboring tribe. After attending the joyful gatherings in the past, people from various other tribes, both men and women, often appeared in their dreams. This year was quite different. After the party, the thing that appeared most in their dreams was something called pottery, which was burning on fire and looked like stone but was different from stone. Of course, the pottery in my dreams always contains steaming, fragrant, delicious fish soup that I can never finish. Sometimes, 2 thin sticks called chopsticks by the neighboring tribes would appear. They could not pick up the delicious food with them, and many people would scream in anxiety and eventually wake up. After so much time has passed, the magic of the pottery and the deliciousness of the fish soup have not faded with time, but have become clearer and more profound. In the past, there was always not much food in the tribe, so they had to endure it. Now that autumn has come, the food has finally become more abundant. They are itching to get more and can't wait to take the food and head towards the rich tribe, even giving up hunting and gathering fruits. After walking for such a long time, they finally arrived, but the leader wanted to take them back, and they were naturally reluctant. The leader of the green tribe stopped and looked at the people who were reluctant to leave. He was also reluctant to go back like this. The people in the tribe longed for pottery and delicious food, and he longed for the same. These days, he used the pottery bowl he exchanged from the Chinke tribe and imitated the Chinke tribe by placing it on the fire with stones and cooked a lot of food. But no matter what he did, the taste was far inferior to what he had tasted in the nearby wealthy tribe before, even if he put the fattest meat in it. After much thought and many attempts, he concluded that the problem was that the pottery he used to cook food was too small. After thinking it over again and again, I finally decided to bring food with me and exchange it for large pottery. It would be best to exchange the pottery used to cook food from the neighboring tribe, so that your own tribe can also make delicious food. Thinking of the delicious food he could eat every day in the future, the leader of the green tribe couldn't help but feel full of joy and anticipation. Saliva appeared in his mouth, and he needed to swallow it to prevent it from flowing out. Only now, he looked at the thick column of smoke, feeling frightened and helpless, as well as regret and sympathy for the fate of that powerful tribe. He remembered the way very clearly. The place where the thick column of smoke rose was the residence of the wealthy tribe. The scale of this column of smoke was far greater than any smoke he had ever seen before, and even at such a distance he could smell the burning wood. He knew without thinking what the end of that tribe would be. It would be a miserable one. He pointed at the thick column of smoke and explained to his people that the wealthy tribe was experiencing a disaster and might never exist again. When the people of the green tribe heard this, they all showed expressions of fear, relief, and regret. The person who just stopped the leader of the green tribe and asked the reason had a different reaction from others. After thinking for a while, he spoke again, put down what he was holding, and expressed himself with gestures. After the green tribe leader understood what this person meant, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 166. The Green Tribe Leader's Surprise. The leader of the green tribe thought for a while, and the worry on his face was gradually replaced by an increasingly intense joy. With a smile on his face, he patted the person who had just spoken on the shoulder to show his appreciation and encouragement, then turned around and announced his decision to the other people in the tribe with some excitement. The leader of the green tribe, holding his weapon with excitement and caution, walked around a bush in front of him and approached the place where the smoke was rising. As he walked, he pondered over what the tribesman had just said, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He had seen and experienced with his own eyes that if a pottery vessel was filled with soup and placed over a flame, the soup would not spoil no matter how long it burned. Then if there was a fire in the nearby wealthy tribe, the pottery inside should not have been burned. In this way, wouldn't I be able to get the pottery for free? Thinking of the large group of deer in the wealthy tribe, the heart of the green tribe leader became even more excited. It would be great if he and others could get some more deer here and take them back. Also, it would be best if the big-ass spouse of the neighboring tribal leader could stay as well. The leader of the green tribe became more and more happy and excited the more he thought about it. His fear of the fire was soon diluted by the huge benefits that would come with it. But his excitement did not last long. The branches and twigs that always swayed back and forth and blocked my view disappeared. My vision suddenly became wide, and I could see everything clearly. The strange mountain wall made of mud became taller and taller. It stood there quietly. Although it was still far away, the leader of the green tribe could feel the oppression from it. The thick column of smoke did not rise from the strange, circular mountain wall, but from one side of the mountain wall. As he got closer, he could already see the huge flames rising from beneath the thick column of smoke, as well as a large group of people standing next to the flames. Looking at this scene, which was totally different from what he had expected, the leader of the green tribe was stunned for a moment. He was extremely disappointed and couldn't help but screaming for a while to vent his dissatisfaction. At this moment, he suddenly had the urge to lead his men to rush over and light some fire behind the strange mountain wall. In this way, they can get a lot of things. His idea was soon shattered because the strange person standing on the mountain wall had discovered their presence. The warning was being shouted, and the sound was so loud that he could vaguely hear it from here. The people who had originally gathered not far from the sea of fire to watch the flames all took action. Some of them quickly ran towards the entrance of the mountain wall, while others pounded their chests, waved their weapons, and shouted at them, issuing warnings and demonstrations. The leader of the green tribe looked at the number of people in the group, then looked at the people he brought with him, and suddenly became a little scared, worrying that the group of people who obviously outnumbered him would just rush over and fight with them. However, he was wrong again. The group of people who were protesting against them did not rush over. Instead, after the first group of people entered the strange mountain wall, they looked over here vigilantly and moved towards the mountain wall. After a while, they all disappeared. After a while, they appeared on the strange mountain wall again, revealing half of their bodies and holding weapons in their hands. The leader of the green tribe finally came to his senses because watching this scene, he suddenly remembered the evil tribe that had kidnapped all the young and old members of the pig tribe, and the many bones that were not completely burned that he saw on the other side of the strange mountain wall. He wiped the sweat from his head that had appeared at some point in time, walked to the tribesman who had given him warning before, and slapped him in the face as a punishment. He stood here to calm down, then led the people in the tribe to set out again towards the wealthy tribe. In order to express his friendliness and his intention to have no ill will, he also had people hold the food they were going to exchange for pottery in a conspicuous place in front. The people of the green tribe also obeyed the orders of their leader obediently. Everything that had just happened before their eyes made them witness with their own eyes the power of this tribe. The last time they came, they felt the wealth of the tribe. This time they felt its power. Han Chung, who also climbed up the ladder and stood on the low wall, looked at the people who were gradually approaching here with his eldest brother and others who were holding weapons. He had no idea that the Chinke tribe had inadvertently displayed a muscle-flexing behavior similar to a military exercise and the huge shock it caused to the tribes that came here. He looked from afar at the 13 people coming and felt that they were not here to attack the Chinke tribe. First of all, there are too few people. Second, it is autumn now when food is most abundant, and no tribe is willing to start a fight easily at this time. This is easy to understand. Even when ferocious carnivores meet each other, they usually fight to the point of being defeated and will not easily start a life-and-death battle. Not to mention those who are wiser than them. Of course, even though he thought so, he still had to be vigilant. He couldn't let a big sailboat capsize and a gutter happen to him. Seeing the green colors on the heads of these people from afar, Han Chung had already determined their identities. As expected, they were here to do business. Before he even got close, the leader of the green tribe began to shout loudly to show his goodwill. He first pointed to his head, which was still covered with green grass, to prove that he was not from a strange tribe. Then he threw away the weapon in his hand and raised the food he was carrying high to express his goodwill. They were afraid that someone standing on a high mountain wall with weapons in hand, ready to strike them, would attack them. The eldest brother put down his weapon and questioned the Green Tribe leader, who came forward alone in a righteous manner, speaking Mandarin with gestures. He looked quite domineering, and it was hard to associate him with a man who was carrying manure on a shovel and smiling happily a few days ago. The leader of the Green Tribe put down the food in his hand, then raised his head to look at the people of the Bluebird Tribe who were standing high above him. The green grass on his head fell to the ground. He spoke with his hands and feet gesticulating. After some discussion, the people of the Green Tribe were allowed to enter to trade, but before entering, all the weapons they carried had to be left outside. Chapter 167. Wild Grass Spikes? As soon as the leader of the Green Tribe came in, he was stunned by the scene before him. He looked at the 2 rows of houses that rose out of nowhere and was so surprised that he was speechless. He remembered clearly that when the flowers were in full bloom and the celebration party was held, this wealthy neighboring tribe still did not have those 2 buildings. He did not know what they were used for, but his intuition told him that they must be good things, because he had tangled with that big-butt woman there more than once. How long has it been? During this period of time, he and his tribesmen have been busy looking for food. His hard work was not in vain, as the tribe has preserved a lot of storable food. If this trend continues, even if the heavy snow comes early this year, people in the tribe will not starve to death. He was quite proud of this. Until now, he saw everything in front of him. At the same time, this wealthy tribe not only raised the height of this strange mountain wall that protected them from harm, but also built 2 such large-scale buildings. What surprised him most was that while making so many things, they did not fall behind in food collection. On the top of those 2 strange buildings, there was a white area, which was all fish that tasted extremely delicious after being boiled. This strange thing had 2 rows of wooden pegs on its mud wall, with many things hanging on them. At the beginning, the leader of the Green Tribe didn't see clearly and didn't care much. But when he found that those were skinned prey, his eyes immediately widened. How can they produce so many things in the same amount of time? The leader of the Green Tribe was hit hard again as soon as he came in. While he was shocked, a strong sense of frustration also arose, which was more intense than the last time. The rest of the Green Tribe members also opened their mouths wide, looking at what was before them in utter disbelief. In addition to hunting, gathering food, and making simple tools, it turned out that humans could actually make such magnificent things. Not only the eldest brother, but all the people of the Greenbird tribe felt very happy after seeing the reaction of the Green Tribe and others. A feeling of pride and elation rose in their hearts. They felt like an old farmer who had worked hard for several months and got a good harvest, and then heard the envious praises of others. They looked around at the things they had built bit by bit with their own hands, and their hearts were filled with pride and peace of mind. No matter where their eyes wandered, they would eventually fall on the figure at the entrance of the cave with a dog jumping around, their eyes filled with reverence and eagerness. It's the Son of God. These earth-shaking changes are all because of the Son of God. The leader of the Green Tribe is as calculating as ever, and loves to take advantage of small opportunities. After recovering from the strong shock, he was in a very depressed mood and wanted to take advantage of others so that he would feel better. He told his eldest brother that they were all tired and hungry after walking all the way. In order to come here to trade, they gave up hunting and got less food. Therefore, they wanted the Greenbird tribe to treat them to a delicious fish soup again. As he said this, he looked directly at the dried fish drying on the roof. The eldest brother said that he could not make the decision on this matter and that he needed to ask the Son of God and the witch to make the decision. When the leader of the Green Tribe saw that the eldest brother couldn't even make the decision on such a small matter, his lost heart began to feel much better. However, when he thought that all this was due to the appearance of the Son of God, his heart, which had just been somewhat balanced, immediately became uncomfortable again. After listening to the report from the eldest senior brother, Han Chung shook his head and told him that if they wanted to eat salted fish soup, they could exchange it for the food they brought. The Chinke tribe would not provide them with food and drink for free. Han Chung had seen how much these starving ghosts could eat in one meal when they were served salted fish soup. Now is the time for transactions, not the time for the happy gathering. If they were to have a meal and then trade, their tribe might end up losing money again. After all, there are no cars now, and the Green Tribe does not have hooks and poles like his own tribe to transport food. They can't bring much food for exchange by just carrying food wrapped in animal skins or other simple tools on their hands or shoulders. The people of the Green Tribe have a deep memory of the generosity of the Green Bird Tribe. The leader of the Green Tribe who made this request felt that the Son of God would not refuse. After all, they're not only generous, but also so rich. When he saw the eldest senior brother walking towards him after asking, he couldn't help but drooling. The leader of the Green Tribe asked with some surprise and indignation. The eldest brother shook his head unmoved, pointed at the food brought by the Green Tribe, then pointed at the salted fish drying on the roof, and refused to give in at all. After some very primitive bargaining, the leader of the Green Tribe had to give up the idea of eating a delicious salty fish soup. Although he missed the delicious salt fish soup very much, it was obviously impossible for him to exchange food for something he could eat for free before. Moreover, he was somewhat self-aware of the amount of food he brought with him. After exchanging it for such a delicious fish soup, it would be a bit beyond his ability to exchange the remaining food for a large pottery. Just bear with it for now. After all, your tribe will soon have that big pottery that can be used to cook food. By then, your tribe will have an endless supply of delicious broth to drink. The leader of the Green Tribe thought this in his mind. Since the Green Bird Tribe is unwilling to provide food for free again, the leader of the Green Tribe naturally does not want to stay here any longer. Now is autumn, and he still needs to lead these adults to collect food as soon as possible. Therefore, the material exchange conference between the Green Bird Tribe and the Green Tribe went straight to the point without any deliberate publicity. The leader of the Green Tribe had their food laid out one by one. Without waiting for the eldest brother to speak, he pointed to the large vat that the Green Bird Tribe often used to cook food, then pointed to two smaller pottery jars, thought for a moment, and pointed to the bowls that could be used to serve rice, indicating that he wanted these things. The eldest brother, however, became a little angry because among the food brought by the Green Tribe, meat only accounted for a small part. Most of it was fruit, and there were also some things that looked like ears of wild grass that the eldest brother had never seen before. He wanted to exchange such food for so many pottery from his own tribe. It would be strange if he was not angry. Chapter 168, Wild Grass Ears? Millet. At this moment, the eldest brother and the leader of the Green Tribe did not have the tacit understanding they had at the party, and each of them was extremely fussy. The eldest brother shook his head repeatedly and expressed his meaning to the leader of the Green Tribe, using gestures and language mixed with Mandarin. At the same time, he picked out some food that he didn't like and placed it in a separate pile. Most of them were the grass-like things brought by the Green Tribe. The people in our tribe are not birds, so what use do they have for these grass seeds? The leader of the Green Tribe had been paying attention to the actions of the eldest brother. When he saw that the eldest brother had picked out all the things that he had deliberately added in, which were inferior products and filled in the gaps, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly squatted down, held down the eldest brother's hand that was picking out with one hand, and grabbed a handful of grass ears that the eldest brother had picked out and put aside with the other hand. He shook his head and tried his best to praise the deliciousness of this thing to the eldest brother. Seeing that the eldest brother was still looking at him with an inquiring gaze, the leader of the Green Tribe was also a ruthless character. He made up his mind, picked up a grass ear full of grass seeds, and put it directly into his mouth. He endured the grinding and hardness of the grass seeds, and showed an expression of extreme enjoyment. He chewed for a long time, and then forced his neck to straighten and swallowed them. Then he patted his chest and did his best to praise the deliciousness of the grass seeds to his senior brother. The eldest brother was made hesitant by the performance of the Green Tribe leader. Could it be that this grass-like thing that he had never seen before was really so delicious? As he thought about this, he picked up one from the ground and put it to his mouth. When the leader of the Green Tribe saw that the eldest brother also wanted to try the food, he quickly reached out to stop him, but the eldest brother had already taken a tentative bite. Pooh! Pooh! After taking a bite, the eldest brother kept vomiting and angrily threw away the extremely unpalatable grass ear that he had bitten off. After the eldest brother spat out the extremely uncomfortable and terrible-tasting grass seeds in his mouth, he shouted angrily at the Green Tribe leader, who looked a little embarrassed. Then he stood up and brought over a clay pot for water and placed it next to the pile of food from the Green Tribe that he had picked out, meaning that the food brought by the Green Tribe could only be exchanged for this clay pot. The leader of the Green Tribe had long coveted the large cooking jars used by the Green Bird Tribe. When he saw that the eldest brother was only willing to use a clay pot in exchange for the food they had worked so hard to get, he naturally disagreed. He was talking in a mumbled voice and gesticulating with his hands and feet. The eldest brother was not to be outdone, also singing and dancing. It was a good deal, but the two of them turned it into a dance battle. Han Chung stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the two people who were dancing awkwardly without saying a word, and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Fu Jiang came running over, holding the ear of grass that the eldest brother had just thrown to him. He ran to Han Chung and wagged his tail to ask for a reward. This guy was trained by Han Chung to be an absolute expert at picking things up with his mouth. Han Chung, who was watching the primitive dance from afar, reached out and took the grass ear from Fu Jiang's mouth without much care and played with the stem in his hand. After playing with it for a while, the movement of his hands suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at the ear of grass in his hand, which was missing a quarter of its size, and a light gradually appeared in his dull eyes. After a brief moment of stagnation, his movements quickly became faster. With his hands trembling slightly, he held the ear of grass and looked at it over and over again. The grass ear is about 5 or 6 centimeters long and a little over 1 centimeter in diameter. Its color is the withered yellow that the plant becomes when it dries up. On top of this grass ear, there are densely packed grass seeds of the same color. This looks very familiar, like dried foxtail grass, but it is thicker and longer than ordinary foxtail grass and has more grass seeds on it. It is also like the millets in later generations, standing in the fields with their heads bowed, but compared with those humble crops bearing heavy fruits, it is far inferior. Han Chung suppressed the unbearable joy in his heart, forced himself to calm down, and picked some grass seed from the grass ears that looked like foxtail grass and millet. Then pinch it with your fingernails and carefully peel off the shell. As a result, 3 of them were empty and deflated before Han Chung could peel them open. The 4th one finally bore fruit. A small, pale yellow ball appeared in the hand. Although it was only a tiny bit and the yellow was not pure, Han Chung felt that it was more dazzling than gold. He held the tiny, stripped grass seed in the palm of his hand, raised it to eye level, and examined it carefully as if it were a priceless treasure. He felt that no other scenery was as beautiful as the tiny grass seed in his palm. A red shadow quickly enlarged before his eyes. His palm felt warm, and the red shadow disappeared. Along with it disappeared the small yellow grass seed that Han Chung regarded as the most magnificent scenery. Fu Jiang smacked his lips, feeling that there was no taste at all. He shook his head in boredom, not knowing what this silly master was looking at. Han Chung ignored Fu Jiang, who was like a silly dog, and instead looked at the missing piece of grass in his hand, smiling silently. Millet. This is millet. The scientific name of millet is foxtail millet or sorghum, an annual herb. It is a close relative of foxtail grass, or it could be said that it evolved from foxtail grass. It is the main crop in the Yellow River Basin. Especially in the early days of the Chinese nation, millet made great contributions. The Xia and Shang civilizations can be called millet civilizations. It was definitely the staple food. His original plan was to wait until the Qingke tribe became safer and more prosperous, and he grew taller and improved the Qingke tribe's weapons. Then he would start to take the young and strong men in the tribe and leave the tribe to expand the search range to look for some things. Among them, millet and other foods that could be used as staple food were the most important. Although rapeseed is good, it cannot be used as a staple food. The oil extracted from rapeseed is not as fragrant as animal fat. If the Qingke tribe wants to live a stable life and have no worries about food and clothing, it is necessary to grow staple food. Life is always full of surprises. He didn't expect that before he could put into action the plan that he had been thinking about for a long time. Gu Zi appeared in front of him in such an unexpected way. The dance battle between the eldest brother and the leader of the Green tribe was still going on. It seemed that the eldest brother was at a disadvantage, so he picked up another pottery jar and placed it in front of the pile of food. The leader of the Green tribe was determined to exchange for the large cooking vat. After some awkward dancing, he made some concessions and said that the rest of the pottery could be discarded and only the large vat should be given to him. The larger the pottery, the more difficult it is to make. Although the eldest brother did not participate much in pottery making, he knew this common sense through what he saw and heard. In addition, he was angry about the Green tribe leader's attempt to exchange grass seeds for food, so he naturally refused to exchange with him. Chapter 169. The Green tribe leader gains a great advantage. Give it to him, and these 2 pots too. While the two were bargaining fiercely, Han Chung came over, glanced at the food brought by the green tribe, and then fell on a large number of raw millets that the eldest brother had picked aside. After retracting his gaze, he spoke to the eldest brother. When the eldest brother heard that it was the Son of God who spoke, he stopped bargaining with the leader of the green tribe, wiped the sweat from his head, and his breathing became a little rapid. Bargaining when trading things is not an easy job. The eldest brother seemed a little puzzled by the sudden arrival of the Son of God and his direct offer of a large jar and 2 pottery jars in exchange for the not-so-good food brought by the green tribe. Because the Son of God had clearly told him before that pottery was unique to their tribe, and when trading it, they must try to exchange as much as possible with things from other tribes. He always kept the instructions of the Son of God in mind and implemented them firmly in practice. But why did the Son of God suddenly make such a decision now? This is inconsistent with what he said before. The eldest brother was confused and looked towards the Son of God, only to see that the Son of God was also looking at him and nodding at him with a smile. When the eldest brother saw this, he understood that this was not a decision made by the Son of God on a whim. This seemingly unreasonable behavior must have been caused by the Son of God's considerations, but he just didn't think of it. It was not a good time to ask too many questions, so they followed Han Cheng's instructions and had someone bring a new and used large jar over and put it in front of the 2 earthen jars. They told the leader of the green tribe to leave the food behind, as these things would all be theirs. The leader of the green tribe was also stunned by this sudden turn for a moment. He stayed there for a while, then hurried over and hugged the big jar he had been thinking about, and then respectfully bowed to this generous little Son of God to express his respect. "Hey, you have a lot of them." Han Cheng picked up 2 ears of millet from the ground and asked the leader of the green tribe. After he finished speaking, seeing that the leader of the green tribe was very confused, he turned around and told the eldest brother what he wanted to express and asked him to tell the leader of the green tribe. The eldest brother acted as an interpreter, using language mixed with the Qingpu language and gestures to convey Han Cheng's meaning to the leader of the green tribe. After the leader of the green tribe understood what he meant, he thought about the large number of such foods in his own tribe that tasted terrible and could be used to fill hunger but not to starve to death during a food crisis. He felt that there was nothing to hide and told the truth. Han Cheng, who learned the news, suppressed his joy and spoke calmly to his eldest brother, asking him to tell the leader of the green tribe to bring more of these and furs next time he came to exchange things and less food. After understanding the meaning of the childlike Son of God opposite him, the leader of the green tribe became even happier. He had not expected that he would meet such an understanding person. Compared with this Son of God, the leader with whom he had had many interactions in the past had a very hateful face. Han Cheng, who was almost unable to hold back his laughter, was about to turn around and leave when the leader of the green tribe began talking again. While talking, he pointed at the food, patted the big jar, and pointed inside the cave of the green bird tribe. Seeing the appearance of the green tribe leader, Han Cheng, who was almost unable to hold back his laughter, suddenly felt his joy stagnate and his expression turned a little gloomy. It turns out that not only people in later generations are greedy, but primitive people were the same. Han Cheng's mood was no longer as happy as before. If the leader of the green tribe is really so ignorant of the consequences, then we will not do business with them in the future. With the ears of millet obtained this time as seeds, the Qingke tribe will definitely be able to own a large area of millet in a few years. When the development of the Qingke tribe is once again hindered by the lack of population, Han Cheng will use some means to increase the population, and they may not be very friendly when necessary. At that time, among the nearby tribes, the green tribe must have been his first consideration. "You want the big pot we use for cooking?" After Han Cheng learned the intention of the green tribe leader from his senior brother, he seemed a little surprised. For a moment, he did not understand why the green tribe leader did this. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he want the old tank instead of the new one? The big vat that was often used for cooking in the tribe had become very worn out due to being used for too long. Moreover, for some unknown reason, some pottery fragment had fallen off the bottom of the vat, making it look a little mottled. Such a tank is naturally far inferior to a new one. Han Cheng realized that he had misunderstood the green tribe leader's meaning, and the slight unhappiness he had just felt disappeared. Because the green tribe brought the millet, Han Cheng didn't want them to suffer too much, at least when it came to the cooking pots. Through his eldest brother, he informed the leader of the green tribe that the cooking pots used by the green bird tribe were old and worn out and not as durable as new ones, hoping that the leader of the green tribe would make a new choice. The leader of the Green Tribe was convinced that the Green Bird Tribe was able to make such delicious broth, which had a lot to do with the pottery they used to cook. After understanding Han Cheng's meaning, he became more determined in his thoughts. Being a little clever, he misinterpreted Han Cheng's sincere advice, thinking that Han Cheng said that on purpose because he was reluctant to part with his old jar. When making a deal, he wouldn't keep the best for their own tribe and use the rest for trading. Just like himself, he kept the best food for the people in his tribe to eat and used the inferior food to exchange for other things. The more Han Cheng refused, the more he thought the old jar was a good thing and the more he wanted to get it. After this happened twice, Han Cheng had no choice but to let it go and had someone carry out the large vat that was already pitch black on the outside. The leader of the Green Tribe was extremely happy to see this and felt that he had gained a great advantage in this exchange. He walked forward, knocked, touched, and circled the jar several times, then happily saluted Han Cheng, the witch who came out, and the eldest senior brother. He saluted Han Cheng most willingly, thinking to himself that next time he came to do a deal, he must have this son of God present. The guy who was the leader with him was really difficult to deal with. When the other people from the Green Tribe who had followed saw that their leader had replaced all the large vats used by the Green Bird Tribe for cooking soup, they all smiled happily because they would all be able to eat that extremely delicious broth in the future. After the exchange, the people of the Green Tribe did not stay. They carried the burnt vat and 2 water jars and quickly left the Green Bird Tribe, as if they were afraid that if they stayed any longer, Han Cheng and the others would regret it. Chapter 170. The Neglected Guzi. Under the command of the leader of the Green Tribe, the people of the Green Tribe took turns carrying the large black vat outside, moving very carefully and very quickly. Only after he could no longer see the tall and strange mountain wall of the Chinke tribe did he have the vat put down, and then he stretched out his hand, which was already dark and became even darker after being contaminated, and groped on the vat. After a while, he finally couldn't contain his joy and laughed happily towards the direction of the Chinke tribe. The leader of the Green Tribe was extremely proud that he was able to exchange those things for these 3 precious pottery pieces, especially the big jar. The rest of the Green Tribe members did the same, surrounding the 3 pieces of pottery, shouting and dancing happily, expressing their admiration for their leader's wisdom in their own unique way. While jumping, from time to time someone would pick up some black ash from the outside of the big vat with their hands and smear it on their companions' bodies or other places while laughing. They were having a lot of fun playing with each other. After venting their uncontrollable joy, the Green Tribe members, now strengthened in strength, carried the precious things they had exchanged and walked quickly towards their own tribe with full energy. They couldn't wait to see the joy on the faces of those who stayed in the tribe and picked fruits near the tribe after seeing the 3 pieces of pottery. After watching the group of people from the Green Tribe leave and making sure that they would not hear any more noise from here, a certain son of God who had been holding back for a long time finally couldn't help but burst into laughter without caring about his image. This, good stuff, it can fill us up. We won't starve to death anymore. After a burst of laughter, Han Cheng loudly announced the great news to the people surrounding him who were full of curiosity. He thought that, after hearing the news, they would be as overjoyed as he was, but the reaction was far less enthusiastic than he had imagined. After thinking about it, he understood. After all, ever since he made the fish cage, the people of the Green Bird Tribe have been living a life without worries about food. Now, I was holding this thing that they had never seen before, which the eldest brother had tasted and then spat out, and telling them that with this thing they would not have to worry about hunger. They naturally would not be too moved. Han Sheng sniffed. It seemed that living too well and doing things too avant-garde were not such a good thing. Han Shensi, feeling that it was lonely at high altitudes, waved his hand and told everyone to go back to doing what they were doing. He was alone, grinning foolishly at the nearly 2-foot-high ears of millet. He dreamed of lying in the millet field when the ears turned yellow, smelling the unique fragrance of the millet, and gazing at the distant blue sky through the gaps between the ears of millet. Wu came over, squatted beside the grinning Han Cheng, picked up an ear of millet from the basket, held it in front of his eyes, and looked at it again and again, trying to find the difference. He wanted to know what kind of thing this was that could make the Son of God so happy and obsessed. He also took very seriously what the Son of God said, that with these, people in the Chinke tribe would no longer starve to death. He looked at it for a while, then used his rough hands to pick off some grass, seed-like things from it, placed them on the palm of his hand, and then put them into his mouth. With a few missing teeth, he chewed them slowly, savoring the flavor of the thing. The taste is not very good. Compared with ordinary grass seeds, it is just less bitter or has other strange tastes. When you chew it in your mouth, it still pads your teeth, but it is much worse than fish soup, meat soup, and other fruits and vegetables. Han Chung came back to his senses from his golden reverie and saw Wu looking at the ears of grain in his hand while chewing and savoring them carefully. A smile appeared on his face. The saying that an old man in the family is like a treasure is indeed true. Han Chung took the ear of corn from the witch's hand, weighed it a few times, and felt that it was much lighter than the ears of corn in later generations. Then he smiled and told the witch the name of this thing. Then he told the witch that this thing is not meant to be eaten in this way, and it needs to be processed before it tastes delicious. Hearing Han Chung say this, Wu's eyes couldn't help but light up because he suddenly remembered that the stone that was originally extremely unpalatable turned into delicious salt after passing through the hands of the Son of God. The millet that doesn't taste good now, after being processed by the Son of God. Wu became extremely expectant. As an elder in the tribe, he pays close attention to every new food that appears. Han Chung carried a bunch of ears of corn in both hands and walked towards the cave with some difficulty. He found an empty clay basin, picked up an ear of millet, and put it into it with his hands. Wu watched Han Chung's actions for a while and then came over to help him do this. After scooping up a small half basin of rice, Han Chung cleaned the hole on the big stone that the Chinke tribe had used to pound loquats, and then put a few handfuls of millet in it. He then found a wooden stick of suitable length and thickness, held it in his hand, and placed the relatively round and larger end against the stone pit where the millet was placed and swung it up and down to pound the rice. Since these guys think this thing is not tasty, then I have to cook it well and make these primitive people who have never seen the world cry with envy. Let's see if they dare to look down on the grain that is revered as the king of the 5 grains. Han Shinsi, who felt he was being left out and wanted to clear Gu Zi's name, thought this in his mind as he hit Gu Zi up and down with the wooden stick. Han Chung was not worried about keeping the seeds. Millet is harvested in autumn. Now, there is still half an autumn, 1 winter, and half a spring before planting millet, which totals almost half a year, so there is no rush to plant it. Moreover, he learned from the leader of the Green tribe that there was still a lot of millet there. According to the leader of the Green tribe's nature of taking advantage of small opportunities, after he said that he could exchange animal skins and millet for pottery, he would definitely come again with millet. It's okay to eat some at this time. To be honest, he has been here for nearly 2 years, and all he eats all day is barbecue, meat soup, and vegetables. He has not tasted the staple food of later generations, and Han Chung misses it terribly. When he saw the millet, he couldn't wait to eat some. Whether it is millet or rice, it is not easy to husk it, otherwise pounding rice would not be considered a punishment in ancient times. Of course, the difficulty mentioned here refers to the time before the emergence of various machines. Han Chung now realized how difficult it was. He had only pounded a pit of millet, but sweat appeared on his forehead and his hands were numb and painful from the shock. But when I saw the yellowish millet mixed with millet husks in the stone pit, none of this seemed a big deal. He put down his stick, grabbed a handful from the stone pit, and blew it clean with his mouth. The empty millet husks flew away, leaving only half a fistful of golden millet in the hand. Chapter 171, Millet Rice. The golden millet looked even more attractive when placed in the black pottery bowl. The witch who was pulling the millet out of the pottery basin took the bowl and looked at it carefully. He felt that this thing was much more beautiful than before. I became even more excited about the delicious food that the Son of God mentioned. Han Chung pounded 2 pits of millet in a row and hot sweat was already pouring down. He thought for a moment and called in Lame, who was weaving a circular wooden raft in the yard. After a demonstration, the task of pounding rice fell into Lame's hands. Bo always followed the Son of God's instructions. He waved his increasingly powerful arms, held the wood, and imitated the Son of God, pounding it into the stone pit with force. Under severe punishment, those millet husks were forced to give up the millet they had hidden. With Bo joining and acting as the main force, Han Chung suddenly felt more relaxed. He only needed to clean the pounded millet, which was a relatively delicate and labor-saving job, but he felt a little dizzy after blowing on it for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. In the cave of the Chinke tribe, there were dull but rhythmic collision sounds one after another. Some sleeping babies were startled and started to squint their eyes, kick their feet, clench their little fists, and raise them on both sides of their tilted heads. They opened their toothless mouths and cried loudly. venting their bad temper after waking up. The female primitive who was standing not far away went over and picked it up. The crying little fellow instantly calmed down and greedily ate the nectar-like juice. After eating, it stared with its black eyes wide open and was unwilling to fall asleep. I don't know what this little guy saw or thought of, but he opened his toothless mouth and laughed silently. People are right to describe the weather in June as a child's face. It really changes in an instant. In the cave where the light was gradually becoming dim, Wood already picked up a pile of millet. Now he squatted there and cleaned out the pounded millet with Han Chung. Lame held the piece of wood and continued to pound the rice tirelessly. He pounded the rice very quickly, at least compared to Han Chung. It took 4 Han Changs to match one lame man. There was not much millet left in the clay basin, so he planned to pound it all in one go. There won't be much change when a handful of millet is put into the large ceramic bowl, but after adding small handfuls one after another, both large ceramic bowls are full. Fire rose in the cave, dispelling the gradually thickening darkness. Dusk had just risen outside, but the cave had already become dark. This made Han Chung more determined to move into the new house as soon as possible. The one who started the fire was Huer. After the fire was lit, he picked up the mutated hand drill and the wooden stick with several holes on it, rubbed them with his rough hands, and put them aside carefully and solemnly. The person in charge of cooking has already started to get busy. His style is rough and full of primitive charm. The more than 1 foot-long salted fish was washed on both sides with clean water, and without using a stone knife, it was simply folded into 3 or 4 sections by hand and thrown into a new tank filled with half a tank of clean water. On both sides of the other fire, there was a 1-meter-long and 40-centimeter-high stone wall, and 7 or 8 thin sticks soaked in grease were placed next to each other on the 2 walls. Each stick had something on it, a fish or 2 of varying sizes, or whatever animal had stepped on a rabbit trap the night before. A person in charge of grilling squatted on the side, turning the stick over from time to time so that the food on it could be heated more evenly. Those that have been roasted for a long time will have some fat that has turned red due to the flames dripping down and landing on the charcoal below, making a slight sound, and with it a flash of flame. The man looked at the Son of God who was busy carrying a pottery jar not far away, and there was sincere admiration in his eyes. Originally, it took at least 3 people to grill the food at the same time. What's more, it's difficult to control the heat. If you're not careful, the food will be burnt, which not only wastes food, but also affects the taste. Ever since the Son of God made some minor modifications and built these 2 walls, all problems have been solved. 7 or 8 skewers of food can be placed on 2 walls at the same time, and there is no need to hold them with your hands, which makes things much easier. You just need to turn them over from time to time. What previously required at least 3 people to do can be done by 1 person without any effort, and the food baked is more delicious than before. Han Chung was busy washing millet, so he naturally didn't know that the man grilling meat was looking at him with great respect. The admiration in his heart was like the surging water of the small river in front of the tribe in summer. Some fine millet husks that were not cleaned up floated on the water surface and flowed out with the whitish and slightly turbid rice water. After washing 4 or 5 times, the half basin of millet finally became clean. Put the washed millet into the clay pot and add some clean water into it, not too much, about 3 centimeters higher than the millet. Han Chung asked Huer to light another fire, found a few commonly used stones, placed them around the fire, put the earthenware jar filled with millet and water on top, and found a lid to cover it. The orange-red flame spread out from the bottom of the jar and enveloped half of the pottery jar. Han Chung stood by and added firewood himself to control the fire. Millet rice is difficult to control and will easily get burnt. This time he put all his efforts into making these primitive people in the tribe cry with envy, so naturally he had to handle them with caution. White smoke was overflowing from under the pot lid, curling up. The unique fragrance of the cooked grain filled the cave and went straight into people's noses. Han Chung, who hadn't eaten staple food for nearly 2 years, felt his eyes moisten when he smelled this long-lost smell. The meal wasn't ready yet, and the primitive man hadn't cried yet, but he started crying first. After boiling it for a while, he picked up a clean long-handled spoon, opened the lid, put it into the earthenware jar, and began to stir it carefully. The purpose was to move the millet that was attached to the bottom of the jar to prevent it from becoming mushy due to being heated for too long. After all, the rice cooker we use now is fire, instead of the later electric rice cookers where you just need to put rice and water in and forget about it. Seeing that there was only a thin layer of soup left in the clay pot, Han Chung stirred it for the last time, then covered the pot. He then took out the 2 sticks of firewood that were still burning under the clay pot and placed them on the side where the fish soup was being cooked. When steaming rice in a wood-fired pot, the most important time is when it is about to be served, because most of the rice will become mushy at this time. You can't use a high fire at this time. Use a small fire, or directly roast it with the remaining charcoal. Chapter 172. The Greenbird Tribe on the Tip of the Tongue. Han Chung resisted the urge to lift the lid of the pot and placed another pottery object that looked very similar to the frying pan in Red Wolf's hand on the fire. After heating it, scoop out a few spoonfuls of animal fat that has begun to solidify completely as the weather gets cooler and put on top. The white fat melted at a speed visible to the naked eye when it met the hot earthenware pot. I grabbed a handful of chopped wild onions and threw them into the slightly hot oil. I stirred it a few times, and a rich onion aroma immediately emanated. Without waiting for the wild onions to turn charred, Han Chung put the prepared meat slices into the pot and stirred it continuously. For a moment, the aroma of onions and meat filled the entire cave. The aroma was so overbearing that it overwhelmed the aroma of the boiled fish soup and the grilled meat. Gudong, gudong. Some people have already started to swallow their saliva uncontrollably. Everyone who stayed in the cave couldn't help but look at the food that the Son of God was stirring, and the eagerness in their eyes was clearly revealed. Han Chung now has the demeanor of a master chef, standing calmly in front of the pot and busying himself. It's a pity that there is no iron pot now, and his ancestors did not go to New Oriental for further studies. Otherwise, if he picked up the burning iron pot and shook it back and forth in his hands, it would look more stylish. The wild onions were discovered by Grandpa Deer when he was walking them on a rope in the spring. Han Chung dug them out with their roots, using branches, and planted them in the yard, sprinkling some wood ash and watering them from time to time. Han Chung is very concerned about the only seasoning in the tribe besides salt. Because the wild onions do not have a strong reproductive ability, there are only 2 ridges less than 2 meters high, and they grow sparsely. Normally, Han Chung would not bear to eat it. Even if he did, he would not pull it up by the roots. Instead, he would pinch it off from the roots and then cover it with some wood ash and loose soil. In this way, new sprouts would emerge after a few days. Well, it was clearly wild onion, but he ate it as leek. After rubbing his moist eye sockets dry, he was still determined to make the primitive man cry with envy. Naturally, he was not stingy this time and picked up half a handful of wild onions, which he usually only put in frying eggs. The meat slices are already cooked, so there is no need to heat them in the pot for too long. After stir-frying for a while, add 2 handfuls of washed vegetables and stir-fry carefully for a while. When the leaves change color, sprinkle some crushed salt into them. After stirring, shovel them into the ceramic bowl where the washed vegetables were placed earlier. Green vegetables and some red meat were piled in the pot, setting off each other. Hot steam was rising and the fragrance was spreading everywhere. If he hadn't considered that he wanted to make the primitive people cry with envy and maintain his image as the Son of God, so as not to appear unsophisticated, Han Chung would have definitely picked up the chopsticks and put the food in his mouth. This frying pan-like ceramic pot cannot be compared with the large iron pots of later generations and cannot fry too many things at a time. So Han Chung swallowed his saliva again, then repeated his previous actions and continued cooking. As dusk deepened, people working outside came back one after another, carrying their tools. So fragrant. Although still far away from the cave entrance, Haiwa, who had a very sensitive nose, had already sniffed continuously and shouted in surprise. Then he involuntarily quickened his pace, wanting to get back to the cave as soon as possible to see the delicious food. Real. After Haiwa's reminder, the others only then noticed the distinctive smell in the air. They were all hungry after a tiring day, and after smelling the fragrance, they felt even hungrier. Everyone quickened their pace and followed the scent. The closer you get to the cave, the stronger the alluring aroma becomes, which makes you greedy. Put the tools back. When they were almost at the cave entrance, the eldest brother suddenly realized that he and the others were still holding tools in their hands. He endured the torment and spoke to everyone. After he reminded them, everyone realized that they were so focused on smelling the fragrance that they forgot to put away the tools. Then he quickly rushed to the deer pen. The deer pen was built spaciously enough, and there was more than enough room for the group of deer to live in it. The cave where the Chinke tribe has lived for generations has become a bit crowded due to the rapid increase in population and other things. In order to free up some space, Hanqing asked people to put tools such as bone shovels and hoes into a corner of the deer shed. After hurriedly putting away their tools, everyone rushed towards the cave entrance, and some people even jogged. As they rushed there, they wondered why the food smelled so good today. Could it be that the Son of God made those eggs again? Some of them had eaten the wild onion-fried eggs made by Han Chung before, and they still remember the intoxicating taste. At this moment, because of the similar taste and the thought of the golden eggs wrapped in green wild onions, they couldn't help drooling, and even their eyes were shining. Everyone rushed to the cave entrance. The breastfeeding female primitive washed herself hastily in the basin of water that had been prepared in advance by the ditch on the west side of the cave entrance, and then hurried into the cave. I was afraid that if I went too late, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Although they also understood that food had to be obtained in order, they wanted to get in quickly after smelling the alluring aroma. Even if you can't eat it for the time being, you will feel at ease just by looking at it. After everyone arrived in the cave, they swept their eyes around the place where food was cooked, automatically passing over the fish soup and grilled meat that they were already familiar with, and quickly locked onto the small half-pot of food next to the Son of God that looked very different, staring eagerly. Looking at everyone's reactions, Han Chung was very satisfied. After secretly swallowing his saliva, he calmly told his senior brother the rules for getting food tonight. There are no restrictions on fish soup and barbecue, as in the past, but you cannot take too much of the half-pot of food to ensure that everyone can have some. When the eldest brother was about to start preparing food for the respected Son of God, he saw the Son of God suddenly lift the lid of a nearby clay pot. The white hot steam swirled and dissipated, and a golden color emerged from the black pottery jar. A fragrance different from the aroma of meat wafted in the air, making people salivate. The people who were nearby were all stunned for a moment. They had not expected that in addition to the fragrant dishes, the Son of God would also create such a kind of food that looked extremely delicious, smelled fragrant, and had never been seen before. Under Han Cheng's careful care, this large jar of millet rice, which appeared in the Chinke tribe for the first time, was cooked very well, without any signs of being burnt. The eldest brother standing aside looked at the Son of God, then looked at the millet rice in the jar, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Faced with this kind of food he had never seen before, he felt like he had no idea where to start. Chapter 173, Tribe on the Tip of the Tongue. Han Chung saw the difficulty of his senior brother. He had been very greedy for a long time, so he did not hesitate. He took out the wooden spatula that was made of hardwood and looked like a spatula in later times. He reached into the jar, scooped up a piece of steaming, golden millet rice from the edge, and put it in his own bowl. Then he scooped up a piece and put it in Wu's bowl, picked up the chopsticks, and put 2 chopsticks of vegetables into each bowl, and poured some of the soup on the yellow millet rice. Then he picked up 2 bowls and went to the inner cave with steps that seemed leisurely, but were actually extremely fast. He no longer cared whether the crying primitive man was greedy or not, because he was already too greedy. Han Chung filled his and Wu's bowls with plenty of millet rice. Although he only picked up 2 dishes with his chopsticks, his skill in using chopsticks was so great that as long as he wanted to pick up something, he could pick up something with just 2 chopsticks, which would make an unexperienced person doubt his life. Although he had said those words to his eldest brother and everyone else before the meal, as the maker of the rules, he was obviously outside the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. The others did not think that there was anything wrong with the Son of God doing this. After all, everything they had now was brought by the Son of God, and these 2 kinds of food were also made by the Son of God himself. They thought it was natural even if the only son of the Son of God ate both foods by himself. After Han Chung went into the inner cave with chopsticks and a bowl, the eldest brother started to take food. He imitated Han Chung, clumsily using an uncommon wooden shovel to scoop up a piece of food he had never seen before from the pottery jar, picked up a few pieces of food with chopsticks, and left. The millet he dug was bigger than Han Cheng's, because he had the most wives and children. Who? Han Chung impatiently picked up a piece of millet rice and put it into his mouth. He breathed in and out repeatedly because of the heat, but he was reluctant to spit it out. The familiar taste filled his mouth, and he couldn't help but feel his heart surge. Wu's eyes were also bright. His teeth were not very good to begin with, and soft and sticky rice like millet was the best food for him. Moreover, this yellow food was not only easy to chew, but also tasted surprisingly good, so much so that Wu Yin took 3 bites and savored it carefully before he remembered to eat the dishes in the bowl. The witch chewed the millet rice, and from time to time he glanced at the son of God who was burying his face in the bowl and eating not far away, and a smile appeared on his face again. He really didn't expect that something that originally tasted like ordinary grass seeds could turn out to be so delicious after being processed in that way. The Son of God is always so smart and wise, and he can discover good things from places that ordinary people cannot see. The millet rice in the jar had completely disappeared, and the vegetables in the bowl were gone, too, without even a drop of juice left. Taitu reluctantly put the last bite of millet rice mixed with vegetable soup into his mouth, chewed it carefully, and savored it for a while before he reluctantly swallowed it bit by bit. Although he knew there was nothing left in the jar, he still couldn't help but stand up and walk to the clay pot filled with millet rice to take a look, hoping to pick up some leftovers from the gaps in the teeth of the foodies in the tribe. After looking at the empty pottery jar again, Taitu walked to the large vat where the fish soup was boiling, picked up a long-handled spoon, and scooped up the fish soup to eat. Taitu ate very politely today, eating the fish bit by bit and drinking the soup in small sips. Not only him, most people in the tribe started to eat in an extremely quiet manner. The eldest brother took a sip of the fish soup in the bowl, frowned slightly, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. After eating that delicious food that I had never eaten before, when I drank the fish soup again, I felt that the food that was so delicious in the past suddenly lost a lot of its flavor. This is not an exaggeration. Ever since Han Cheng made the fish cage, the Chinke tribe has always had fish at every meal, and it occupies the main position. If you eat only one kind of food for years, your taste buds will naturally become tired. Besides, they were already hungry, and a lingering fragrance had aroused their curiosity before they even reached the cave. They had a strong expectation for the food in the cave. Han Cheng also specially cooked some stir-fried dishes that were not commonly eaten by the Chinke tribe, which enhanced the taste of the millet rice. Coupled with the words Han Cheng told his eldest senior brother before the meal, and the fact that Han Cheng did not want the fish soup or barbecue, but just looked impatient to deal with the millet and dry rice. All of these gave the people of the Chinke tribe the psychological suggestion that this food, which they had never eaten before, must be delicious. Before they even put the millet rice into their mouths, they already have a preconceived idea that this food must be delicious. Moreover, there is only half a jar of steamed millet rice, and the scarcity of quantity makes it even more precious. Under the influence of these external conditions, a dish that is 70% flavor can be tasted as 120% flavor. What's more, the taste of millet rice itself is not bad. For the people of the Chinke tribe who have never eaten it, it does have a strong taste impact. Son of God, seeing Han Cheng coming out of the inner cave with an empty bowl, the eldest brother put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurried to greet him, asking him about the millet rice with a somewhat excited expression. He was very curious about where the Son of God found this food that he had never eaten before. In fact, he already had some guesses in his mind, but he just couldn't believe it. He had personally tasted the grass-like thing brought by the Green tribe leader, and it did not taste good at all, and its appearance was also very different from the delicious yellow food. He really found it difficult to connect the grass, seed-like thing with the delicious food he had just eaten. The others also looked at Han Cheng expectantly, wanting to get the truth from Han Cheng. Bo, who participated in the incident, and Hua-Er and others who witnessed the incident, never revealed the fact that Xiaomi was eating dry rice. Seeing the tribesmen's surprise and confusion at the new food made by the Son of God, they felt very happy when they knew the truth. Han Cheng saw the reactions of the crowd and smiled secretly in his heart. How dare you look down on Guzi? He put down his bowl, turned around, took out a handful of ears of millet from the basket that was specially placed in a corner, held them up for everyone to see, and told everyone that the food they had just eaten was made from these ears of millet. Everyone was amazed. They never expected that this humble thing could be so delicious. Those who knew the truth first were even more delighted, as if they were the ones who discovered that humble millets could be made into delicious food, and they shared the joy. Han Cheng held the millet ears in his hand and took the opportunity to talk to the people of the Chinke tribe about millet. The eyes of the people of the Chinke tribe gradually became blurred, and their expressions became somewhat intoxicated. They were all immersed in the golden dream woven by the Son of God with ears of grain. Chapter 174. The Green Tribe Leader in Pursuit of Taste. The morning breeze caressed with a hint of chill, and on the land without fire, the ashes moved slightly in the wind. Puff! A bone shovel fell, and a big foot covered with mud and ashes followed, stepping on the horizontal wooden stick on the upper side of the bone of the shovel. With a hard step, the bone shovel, which had been sharpened by the mud, was mostly submerged in the mud. The big foot left, the bone shovel was lifted up, and a piece of moist soil rose up with it. With the help of the wind, some of the ashes on the surface of the soil took the opportunity to escape, and the rest were buried underground by the overturned soil. The eldest brother wiped the sweat from his head, spat into his palms, rubbed them together, and then continued to turn the soil with the handle of the bone shovel that had been worn smooth, not letting up for a moment. Not only him, but the others were the same, turning the soil enthusiastically. Even when they played music with their spouses in their arms at night, they didn't work as hard as they did now. Thinking of the unforgettable millet rice they had eaten the night before and the charming scene that the Son of God had described to them, they were all full of energy. Although the Son of God said that millet had to wait until the next spring when the flowers bloomed and there was no need to rush to plow the soil, they still wanted to plow the soil as soon as possible. In this way, they will be able to harvest lots of millet, and delicious millet rice will be available every day, just like fish and meat now. Oh no, it also has to be added with a fragrant, sticky millet porridge that makes your stomach feel warm after drinking it. Many people even think that the golden millet porridge tastes better than the deer milk that the Son of God occasionally cooks by adding some boiled wild vegetables and sprinkling some salt. People are like this. They will move forward involuntarily. At the beginning, the Chinke tribe only pursued 2 meals a day, and by living frugally, no one would starve to death. Later, when I stopped worrying about food, I naturally began to pay attention to the taste of the food. In this regard, it can be said that it has far surpassed several nearby tribes. Well, that doesn't seem right. The other tribes are also pursuing taste, like the green tribe leader who is now rubbing the green leaves on his hair until they fall down in distress. The green tribe people, carrying a large vat with all the black ash rubbed off on the outside and 2 pottery jars, had a hard but enthusiastic journey. As soon as they returned to the tribe, they were warmly welcomed by the people who stayed behind. Those who came back with the pottery raised their heads as if they had hunted a lot of prey. The leader of the green tribe was extremely satisfied. He pounded his chest with his hands to show his strength and ability to everyone in the tribe. If he hadn't gone this time, no one else would have been able to exchange for these 3 pieces of pottery with the not-so-good food he brought. Moreover, he received a promise from the Son of God from a neighboring tribe that he could exchange his fur and ears of grass that no one in their tribe would eat for things in the future. Thinking of this incident, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. For someone who likes to get a bargain, there is nothing more pleasurable than getting such a big bargain. Food was very precious in the tribe, and he was reluctant to exchange it for pottery. But he was not so particular about furs. After all, after years of hunting, their tribe had accumulated enough furs. After deducting the furs that each person wrapped themselves in, there would still be a lot left. As for the grass ears that tasted bad, he was not interested in them at all. The leader of the green tribe became even happier as he watched the tribesmen gather around the pottery jar and touch it from time to time, appearing extremely curious. He waited for a while, opened his mouth, and made a roaring sound, waving his hands continuously, directing everyone to act. Although it was not yet the usual mealtime, he still ordered everyone to start preparing food. He couldn't wait to show the results of this exchange. He wanted to let everyone in the tribe eat delicious food so that everyone in the tribe would be more respectful to him. As he thought about this, he suddenly felt a little proud. The tribe refused to provide them with delicious soup, so now they made it themselves. With this big jar, they could enjoy an endless supply of delicious food. The people of the green tribe recalled what they had seen in the wealthy tribe and found some stones and placed them next to the fire. Then he asked someone to take 2 clay jars to fetch water from a spring not too far away and pour it into the large vat. The 2 clay pots were not brushed, and the large vat that was carried back was not brushed either. After the water had filled most of the tank, 3 people carried it and placed it on the stones placed around the fire. Although this process was somewhat strenuous, the people of the green tribe did not find it hard. After all this was done, it was time for the green tribe leader to perform. He used a stone knife to chop and smash the meat that he had caught before leaving and had not yet eaten, and threw it into a large vat. In order to show his heroism, he made the pieces of meat very large. It is autumn now, and the temperature is not too low. It took almost 3 nights and 4 days from the time we went to the Chinke tribe at the time, we came back. The meat has already tasted a bit. The people of the green tribe obviously didn't care about this. They had eaten meat that tasted even better than this before. The water in the vat had begun to smoke. The leader of the green tribe stood aside and looked around at the people who were looking at the vat expectantly. In order to show his professionalism, he broke off a tree stick and imitated the way the green bird tribe cooked. He put the unwashed stick directly into the vat and stirred it from time to time, making it look like a professional. Although the sticks used by the Chinke tribe were tied with a special pottery bowl, the leader of the green tribe also used his imagination to solve the problem of the pot lid. He first used a few wooden sticks to support the mouth of the jar, and then covered it with yellowed leaves from large trees that he had people pick. It really looked like a pot lid. As for the problem of the soup spoon, he only realized it when the food was about to be served, and then he remembered the bowl for eating. Before, I just thought that I could do whatever I wanted with the big vat, but the soup was not even ready when I encountered problems one after another. It seems that I have to go to that tribe again later. The green tribe's only bowl, which had been burnt black, was brought over. After looking at the layer of dust on the outside of the bowl, the leader of the green tribe finally decided not to use it to scoop soup directly. He found a handful of dry grass and washed it with some water, then picked up a much cleaner bowl, scooped half a bowl of the soup in the big vat with oil floating on it, and then couldn't wait to bring it to his mouth. The people from the green tribe who were surrounding them were all watching with their saliva drooling. Those who didn't have bowls could only wait. Before he even drank the drink, the leader of the green tribe couldn't help but secretly praise his own cooking skills. After slurping down a bit of the hot soup, the expression on his face turned into one of enjoyment. But the enjoyment soon disappeared. He smacked his lips in confusion and quickly took another sip, but the confusion on his face became even more intense. His unexpected reaction puzzled the people who were surrounding him and drooling. They didn't understand why their leader would behave like this after having already drunk the delicious broth. The leader of the green tribe suddenly spoke. Chapter 175. The green tribe leader in pursuit of taste. As the green tribe leader shouted, a sturdier male primitive man nearby showed joy on his face and hurriedly stepped forward to take the earthenware bowl of broth from the leader. He put it to his mouth and took a sip under the envious gazes of others. He drank a little too much in this gulp, and the broth was just scooped out of a hot pot. His face was distorted by the burns, but he was reluctant to spit it out. After enduring for a while, he finally couldn't stand the temperature and spit it out. He was fanning his mouth with his hands and breathing in cool air. His tongue was red. Obviously, he was badly burned. The leader of the green tribe angrily snatched the bowl from the man's hand, handed it to another person, and asked him to taste it. When the primitive man saw the man still sticking out his tongue, he seemed a little afraid of the bowl of steaming soup in his hand. Upon seeing this, the leader of the green tribe suddenly remembered that the man had not been to the previous joyous party, so he snatched the bowl from the man and gave it to someone who had been to the joyous party. The man did not dare to delay and put the bowl to his mouth and took a sip with doubt. It was fragrant and hot and tasted good. Only he suddenly realized something, took another sip to taste it, and looked at the leader who had been looking at him in surprise and doubt. The leader of the green tribe still refused to believe it, so he asked other people who had been to the joyful party before to taste it one by one, and everyone had the same reaction. Seeing the tribesmen looking at him with some confusion and seeming a little depressed, the leader of the green tribe was very hurt. He walked around the vat of broth, patting it from time to time and scratching his hair, which had lost many green leaves from it, his mind full of confusion. This shouldn't be the case. I cooked so carefully, but why did the broth taste the same as before when I cooked it in a ceramic bowl? I clearly changed to a larger ceramic bowl. He carefully recalled the cooking steps of the wealthy tribe nearby that he had secretly noted down during the joyous gathering, and did not find anything he had missed. This made him even more distressed. He didn't expect that even though he brought back all the large vats that the tribe was using for cooking, the taste of the food he cooked was still far inferior to that of that tribe. Unable to figure out what the problem was, and looking at the people who were looking at the big jar with hunger, the leader of the green tribe decided to eat the broth first before thinking about anything else. Without a long-handled spoon, we could only scoop the soup from the bowl and drink it first, then eat the meat, and we had to take turns. Got it. The leader of the green tribe, who had drunk a bellyful of soup, suddenly had an idea. That tribe used fish to make soup, but I used animal meat this time. The taste is very different because of the different ingredients. I will try using fish later. Sizzle, sizzle. The leader of the green tribe, who drank a bellyful of fish soup but didn't eat 2 pieces of meat, squatted on the ground with a worried look on his face, scratching his hair hard with his hands, and the green leaves fell down. He looked at the pottery jar and wanted to ask it what he should do to make it cook delicious soup. A few days ago, on the way to the Green Bird tribe, they encountered thick smoke. When the leader of the Green tribe was about to return home, the person who had persuaded him to stop came over and said something to the leader of the Green tribe. The doubt on the face of the Green tribe leader gradually disappeared. He thought for a while, then took his people out to hunt. Before leaving, he arranged for the half-grown children, as well as some elderly or injured people, to collect the grass spikes around the tribe. Han Chung and the people of the Green Bird tribe had no idea what was happening in the Green tribe. They were doing what their tribe was supposed to do at their own pace. Flames rose up and smoke slowly dissipated around. There were few people gathered around watching the fire. Most of them were working hard to plow the soil in a field not too far away. The strong men used bone shovels to dig the soil, while some half-grown children and thin women followed behind and broke up the large pieces of soil with wooden sticks tied with stones or simply carrying a piece of wooden stick. This process was somewhat particular. Han Chung asked them not to walk around in the fields, but to stand in one place, break up any large pieces of soil they could reach in front of them, then take a big step forward and repeat the previous action. This is done to minimize stepping on overturned ground. The soil in the newly turned land is relatively moist and fluffy. Stepping on it will make the soil there firm. Although it did not reach the strength it had before it was turned over, it was much more solid than the surrounding areas that had not been stepped on. In order to minimize the amount of trampling on the turned land, Han Chung asked Bo to make a tool for hitting the soil clods, and while taking into account whether it would be difficult for a person to hold the tool, he extended the wooden handle as much as possible. In this way, people standing in one place can knock on more clods of earth. Several acres of field that had been planted with rapeseed for a season had been turned over, and large chunks of soil had been broken up. Han Chung was holding a ceramic bowl in one hand and using his other hand to grab the slippery dark brown rapeseed from the bowl and scattering it around through his fingers, walking forward as he did so. It rained a little the day before yesterday, and the soil moisture was very good, which is perfect for growing rapeseed. Behind Han, Chung followed Kiong, who was holding a wooden rake in his hand. He walked backwards, extending and pulling the rake in his hand continuously. The thin teeth of the rake brought up a layer of broken soil, leaving fine grooves, which looked like the marks left on his daughter's head by a father who was not very good at combing her hair. The soil raised by the rake covered the rapeseed that had fallen into the soil and disappeared, and also eliminated the footprints left by Han Chung and the balloon. The manufacturing method of the raking rake is roughly the same as the previously made rake used specifically on threshing floors. The difference between the two is that the teeth of a raking harrow are thinner, more numerous, and denser, and their length is half that of the teeth of a sweeping harrow, and the curvature is not as large. This is done to prevent the rake from sinking too deep and catching too much soil. After all, the soil is not as light as the rapeseed stems. If it sinks too deep, it will be too difficult to pull it out. The place with fire and smoke in the distance is the farmland that the Chinke tribe is preparing to expand again. The farmland there was prepared for planting millet, the new crop obtained by the Chinke tribe next year. Turn the fields over in the first year, dry them in the sun, and freeze them. Then turn them over again when planting millet in the second year. This is much better than reclaiming the fields and planting them immediately. At this time of year in previous years, the people of the Chinke tribe were busy picking fruits and storing food in every possible way in preparation for the coming cold winter. This year they were not worried at all because with fish cages, rabbit traps, and salt, they had stored enough food. This tribe has been constantly changing its living habits since Han Chung came here and is now heading towards farming. Chapter 176, Rot Tan Shield. At noon, the person who stayed in the tribe to cook finished his meal and came out to say something to the person standing guard on the low wall on the west side. That person then opened his voice to inform the people who were busy in the fields not far in front of him that it was time for dinner. The people of the Green Bird tribe felt very happy as they held large bowls and ate the soup cooked with salt. Although Han Chung has only invented salt for more than a year, it has already been deeply imprinted in the bones of the Chinke tribe, just like a habit that has been passed down for a long time and is deeply rooted. If at this time they were asked to eat broth without salt, most of them would find it difficult to swallow. Salt is such a magical existence. When eating, Many people would involuntarily look up at the built house. On the wall under the eaves, there were not only a lot of meat being dried, but also grains divided into several bundles hanging there. They could never get enough of this scenery. The eldest brother ate very quickly. He placed 2 chopsticks across the bowl, threw the empty bowl away, wiped his mouth, and went to rest. After taking a short nap, I will go back to reclaiming the wasteland and finish this area before dark. Han Chung called the eldest senior brother and told him to wait a moment as he had something to show him. The eldest senior brother stopped as he was told and looked at the Son of God with some anticipation, wondering what good things the Son of God had come up with. Han Chung did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this, and many people heard it. They all quickened their eating pace, wanting to follow and see what was going on. Well, curiosity is probably innate. The lame man at the side ate his meal even faster because the thing the Son of God was talking about came from his hands. When Han Chung finished his meal, everyone around him had already finished eating. Han Chung sniffed helplessly, smiled, and waved to everyone, then walked towards the open area in the courtyard. Han Chung nodded to Bo, who was looking at him excitedly. Bo then limped quickly to the 3-tiled houses and came out again in a blink of an eye, holding an oval raft in his hand. This raft is different from the common rafts used to clamp walls during construction in the Chinke tribe. The weaving technique is much more complicated, similar to the weaving technique of the raft head, but more complicated, and the raft is also stronger. The raft was not big, only 80 centimeters long and 50 centimeters wide at its widest point. It was somewhat similar to the pot lids made of split wooden sticks and grass stems in the tribe. Everyone looked at this familiar yet strange thing, and for a moment they could not guess the Son of God's intention. They didn't know what this strange-looking raft could be used for. The version is definitely not possible because it is too small. It is also not a good idea to use it to cover a soup pot, as there are too many gaps and air can leak through. Han Chung took the strange-looking raft from Lame's hand, grasped the wooden handle with a diameter of 2 or 3 centimeters that was horizontally placed in the middle of the back of the raft, and lifted it up. The wooden handle is arc-shaped, with a span of about 10 centimeters, and the highest point is about 5 centimeters away from the raft. Like the handle of the raft, the 2 ends are woven directly into the raft. If you have enough strength, you can put more than 200 kilograms of stones into the woven raft and lift it up without the handle separating from the raft. You can imagine how strong the handle in the middle of this strange-looking raft is. Well, I guess many people have already guessed what this thing is, so I won't keep you in suspense. Yes, this is a shield. Although it looks a bit strange and too simple, it has everything a shield should have. In fact, Han Chung had been thinking about improving weapons for a long time. However, due to the current limited conditions, many things could not be produced. In addition, various things were complicated. He had not yet figured out what kind of weapon to make, what materials to use, and how to make it, so it was put aside. After such a long period of preparation, it can be said that the time, place, and people are all right, so this woven vine shield came into being. In fact, at the beginning, Han Chung didn't think about making a shield, but wanted to make an offensive weapon. He forgot where he heard the saying, "Offense is the best defense," but it has always remained in his mind. He was also excited and felt that offense was more stylish than passive defense. This thought continued until he saw the rice bowl of a primitive woman who was breastfeeding her child, and then it came to an abrupt end. There was a green mark on the rice bowl that the primitive woman prepared for her child. It was the mark left by the stones of the Tungsha tribe who attacked last winter. When Han Chung saw it, it was almost 3 months since the Tung snake tribe attacked. More than 3 months have passed, and the bruises on this primitive woman's body have not completely disappeared, which shows that she was seriously injured. It was this bruise that had not completely disappeared that made Han Chung completely change his mind. Fighting with weapons in hand, and watching the enemies fall one by one at the hands of your own people can indeed make one's blood boil. But how can there be such a good thing in this world, where you can only gain advantages without suffering any losses? The last time the Chinke tribe took advantage of the wall, they still got injured, not to mention chasing and fighting others with weapons. Speaking of defensive weapons, Han Cheng's first thought was armor. He doesn't need the kind from Armor Hero, just ordinary ones will do. However, such high requirements are obviously beyond the reach of the Chinke tribe with their current level. So the next best thing is to build a shield. The materials currently available to the Chinke tribe include wood, stone, and soil. It was obviously impossible to make a shield out of stone, but clay could be made into pottery, and with Haiwa's current level, it was not impossible to make a pottery shield, but it was too heavy and too fragile. Han Cheng's subsequent idea was to find some wooden sticks of similar thickness, split them in half, and then place them together with the flat surface facing upwards to make them into a shield. Then draw 3 horizontal lines on the back, and along these lines, dig grooves 2 centimeters deep, narrow at the top, and wide at the bottom. Then use a wooden strip that is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top to pass through the groove from the edge. In this way, these loose wood pieces will be firmly connected together. He told this idea to Bo bit by bit, and then they tried to make it together, and then they gave up. This approach requires too many tools and techniques. Thinking of the Nanman Rattan armor army that Zhuge Liang had burned, and seeing the common rafts in his own tribe, plus Bo had already mastered the technique of weaving rafts, the Rattan shield appeared. Chapter 177 Rattan Shield. Compared with a shield made of pure wood boards, a shield woven from rattan is much lighter. With Han Cheng's current strength, he can hold the handle behind the wooden shield and lift it up horizontally. Of course, you should do it with your arms curled up, not with them fully extended. The rattan shield was too tall for Han Cheng. When he raised the wooden handle to the level of his chest, he could only see the people vaguely through the gap in the upper part of the rattan shield. Han Cheng handed the rattan shield to Bo and asked him to place it against the side wall of the house. Then he led everyone to retreat to a distance of about 15 meters from the rattan shield and had someone bring some stones similar to those used in hunting. In front of everyone's puzzled eyes, he told the eldest brother to pick up the stones and smash them hard at the rattan shield leaning against the wall, just like when hunting, without holding back at all. Everyone, including the eldest brother, seemed confused by this. They did not understand what the Son of God's intention was. Why throw stones at a good raft? Wouldn't it break the raft? The eldest brother held a fist-sized stone in his hand and looked at Han Cheng. After confirming the order from Han Cheng again, he no longer hesitated. He took a small step forward with his left leg, raised his right arm, and then lowered it cleanly. The stone in his hand flew out, followed by a sound. The rattan shield against the wall vibrated, and the stone that hit it hard bounced high, flew more than 2 meters to the side and front before landing, and rolled another 3 or 4 meters without losing momentum before gradually stopping. Han Cheng rushed over to see Tang Dun. When the eldest brother saw the Son of God anxiously checking Tang Dun's injury, he was even more confused. He reached out and touched the messy head and went over to watch with everyone else. There were small white marks on the vine shield and on several vines that were touching the stone. The skin that was broken off by the stone that the eldest brother had just thrown. 2 vines were seriously injured, and some wood fibers were lifted up at the wounds. But it was only on the surface and had no effect on a vine shield. Han Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then leaned the slightly crooked rattan shield against the wall and led everyone back to where they were standing before. This time, the eldest brother was not asked to take action, but the second brother, who was the best at throwing in the tribe, took action. The second brother's attack was much more powerful than that of the eldest brother. When a stone was thrown at him, the rattan shield bounced up from the ground and fell to the ground. The stone was also catapulted into the air and flew 3 or 4 meters before landing, rolling straight to the crowd. Han Cheng was a little worried that the newly made rattan shield would not be able to withstand the violent attack from his second senior brother, so he hurried over to turn it over. He saw that apart from some broken skin areas, there was no other damage. This made Han Cheng couldn't help but want to give Bo a thumbs up. The relatively soft rattan becomes so tough after being woven and supported by each other. It is true that unity is strength, just like a pair of chopsticks put together. Everyone looked at the smiling Son of God, and their confusion deepened. Shouldn't it be painful for the rattan vines to be smashed into this state by the rocks? Why did the Son of God look even happier? However, the witch who came over after hearing the news and was standing nearby had a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if he had noticed some of the Son of God's intentions, but was not too sure. After seeing that the rattan shield was indeed tough, Han Cheng explained its purpose to everyone. There was a look of understanding in Wu's eyes and a little excitement because he had finally guessed the Son of God's intention correctly. The eldest senior brother also showed a look of realization. Thinking about the scene when he and the second senior brother threw stones at the rattan shield just now, he felt that the rattan shield could indeed be used to block attacks and reduce the harm to himself. A stone that was about to fall on him, or the sharp claws of a large beast, was ultimately blocked by the vine shield in his hand, thus preventing him from being injured or even killed. Thinking of this, I immediately felt that this rattan shield was of great significance. As Han Chung spoke, everyone gradually understood the function of the rattan shield and realized its significance. Looking at the shield woven with tree branches, their eyes became eager, and their gazes toward the Son of God became more respectful. Even a lame man standing aside received many friendly and respectful glances. This made this man, who once lived at the bottom of the Chinke tribe, blush with excitement, and at the same time, he became more determined to follow the Son of God and work hard to contribute to the tribe. The eldest brother held the rattan shield in his hand and tried to block it by moving it up and down and left and right. Although his movements seemed a bit clumsy, they worked quite well. The others also came forward to feel the freshly made weapon. Wu stood aside and watched with a smile. He had new things to record. After he understood the specific methods from the Son of God and Lame, he would start recording. What is recorded is not only the method of making the rattan shield, but also its shape. The function and significance of the rattan shield are all indispensable. Everyone gathered here and talked excitedly for a while, and Han Chung spoke again. He asked the eldest senior brother, who was already more familiar with the subject, to hold the rattan shield in front of him, and asked Shang to use a spear with a polished stone tip to attack the rattan shield. He wanted to see how effective the rattan shield would be when encountering a sharper stone spear in actual combat. Of course, before starting, he also made special instructions, asking Shang, who was holding the stone spear and was responsible for the attack, to try and gradually increase the strength and not to use all his strength right away. Otherwise, if an accident happened during the experiment and someone was injured, it would be a huge loss. The eldest brother holding the rattan shield and Shang holding the stone spear stood still, and the people around them dispersed to give them enough space. The eldest brother held the handles behind the rattan shield tightly with both hands, stood with his feet apart, his body tense, and the muscles on his arms tightened even more. He looked a little nervous. Although he had tested the rattan shield with a stone before and knew that it was quite tough, the rattan shield was leaning against the wall at that time. Now he was behind a rattan shield, and the stone spear was much sharper than the stone. It was normal for him to be a little nervous in this situation. Boom! A not too loud sound was heard as the stone spear and the rattan shield collided, but the tough rattan shield did not receive much damage. This made the senior brother feel much more at ease. Shang signaled to the eldest senior brother that he should increase his strength. After seeing that the eldest senior brother was ready and nodded, he gripped the stone spear tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and stabbed at the eldest senior brother, who was protecting his body with a vine shield. Chapter 178. Chow Chow's second brother and Galang planting. Boom! A sound much louder than the previous one was heard, and the eldest brother holding the rattan shield leaned back and took a small step back. The arm that was resting on the rattan shield was hurting a little. Despite this, the eldest senior brother was very happy because if there was no vine shield to block the attack, even if he could dodge it, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. When he turned the vine shield to look at it sideways, he saw that a relatively thin branch had broken off where the stone spear had just pierced. It must have been stabbed directly by the tip of the spear. However, the eldest brother was not hurt because the stone spear was blocked by the other tree branches on the side and could not penetrate too far. The vine shields were woven very densely, with one branch pressed closely against another. Even if the spear tip could pierce the first branch that was hit, it would be stuck tightly by the other branches and could not move forward too far. Shang pulled the stone spear away from the rattan shield with some effort. The eldest brother raised the rattan shield in his hand for the Son of God and everyone to see. Then he handed the vine shield to his second senior brother who was standing not far away, clenched his fists, and pounded his chest hard, showing everyone that he was strong and proving that he was not injured. Not only the eldest brother was excited, but the others who had seemed a little nervous while watching the experiment on the field also became extremely excited. They saw with their own eyes the toughness of the rattan shield and became more fond of this thing woven with wooden strips. Before they had vine shields, when they were attacked, they could only fight on, run away, or pray to the gods to protect them. Now, they don't have to do that. With the vine shield created by the Son of God, they can fully use it to protect themselves. Just imagine that when others think that this spear will definitely kill you, you block it with a rattan shield and quickly counterattack and kill it. That feeling is really good. Han Chung was also very happy. Facts proved that his idea of making a rattan shield was very good. Although the rattan shield suffered some damage this time, when Shang gave his full strength, it was not a big problem as long as the direction was correct. In the future, we only need to make the branches used to weave the rattan shield thicker, or directly make the rattan shield into a double layer, which can perfectly solve the problem of the rattan shield being not strong enough. Everyone lost their sleepiness and were observing the rattan shield. The only rattan shield was passed back and forth among the people. From time to time, someone would hold in their hands and play with it a few times to express their curiosity about the rattan shield. After a while, under the leadership of the eldest brother, everyone picked up their respective tools, went out of the courtyard wall, went to the west, and continued to turn the soil. Han Sheng didn't go out because Wu was asking him and Bo about the rattan shield. Wu listened and thought hard, nodding slightly from time to time, looking suddenly enlightened. After a while, Han Sheng began to talk to Bo about the improvement of the rattan shield. These were the two methods he had thought of before. One was to use thicker rattan to weave, and the other was to use thinner rattan to weave a double-layer rattan shield. It is not enough to rely on simple imagination. The specific effect can only be known after verification. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. While watching Bo operate according to his idea, Han Sheng couldn't help but think of the rattan armor army of the southern barbarians during the Three Kingdoms period. Should I also imitate the rattan armor army and soak the rattan shield in oil? If tung oil is not available, animal fat oil or rapeseed oil should also be okay. Although so far, the rapeseed produced in the tribe is not enough to be extracted for oil. Han Sheng was not too worried about whether someone would use fire attack like Mr. Wulong did and burn all the rattan shields of his tribe. After all, at that time, productivity was relatively low, people's imagination was far less creative than that of people in later generations, and it was difficult to make fire. It was obviously extremely difficult to use fire to burn the vine shields. Moreover, the rattan shield is different from the rattan armor. The rattan armor is not easy to take off once worn, and it is extremely difficult to escape when it catches fire, but the rattan shield only requires you to loosen your hand. This is very similar to the small tractor used for plowing the fields. If something goes wrong while plowing the fields, just let go of your hands and everything will be fine. If it is a four-wheel tractor, it will be much more troublesome. Han Sheng couldn't help but smile when thinking about this. Then, the image of the extremely greedy second brother holding the rattan shield, soaked in fat oil, and chewing it suddenly appeared in my mind. Just like the brother who could float on water, chewing eggs in Shaolin soccer. Han Sheng smiled secretly and shook his head, stopping his wandering thoughts. The second senior brother, who broke the bone shovel because he worked too hard and came back to get a new one, saw the son of God shaking his head and laughing, and suddenly felt his nose itchy. After sneezing loudly, he bowed to the son of God who was looking at him in surprise and was obviously frightened by him, and left in a hurry to avoid causing any more trouble. Seeing his second brother hurriedly leaving with a bone shovel, Han Sheng couldn't help sniffing. Is this guy a member of Chow's family? Is his Qing Gong so amazing? Or is it that I am in tune with my own thoughts? Ugh. After thinking for a while, Han Sheng decided to put the matter of soaking the rattan shield in oil aside for the time being, and make a decision based on the rapeseed yield after it matures next year. After making sure that Bo understood what he meant, Han Sheng stayed here for a while, got up and went back to the cave, and soon left with a small earthenware jar in one hand. There was a word written on each of the two jars with stone. One was white, and the other was oil. The earthen jar was also filled with rapeseed, but they were the two types that Han Sheng had taken careful care of before. Now it was time to plant them. In the rapeseed field that had already been planted for a season, Han Sheng deliberately left a large area specifically for planting these two types of rapeseed. Not only was there enough fertilizer on this piece of land, but the soil was also very fine. This was the work of Balloon, who was holding a rake and wiping his sweat off his face. The first crop planted was cabbage. Unlike the previous method of sowing seeds when planting rapeseed, this time Han Sheng dug furrows. In order to prevent the ditch from being crooked, he specially found a rope and two thin sticks. Tie the two ends of the rope to a stick respectively, and then determine the position by a straight line between the 2 points. Then insert a stick with a flat head into the soil, walk backwards along the line, and a shallow ditch will appear. The distance between two adjacent grooves is 20 centimeters. After Han Sheng dug 3 trenches in a row, the task of digging trenches along the line fell into the hands of Qiangbao. Han Sheng picked up the pottery jar with the word "by" written on it, picked up the seeds inside, and scattered them carefully along the grooves. After sowing the cabbage seeds in 4 or 5 furrows in a row, take the rake at the edge of the field, turn it over so that the crossbar is facing downward, and gently pull it back and forth. The loose soil will cover the furrows and make the field flat. The specially selected rapeseed is planted in the same way as cabbage, by also making furrows between 2 points and then sowing the seeds along the furrows. However, the distance between 2 adjacent ridges is only 10 centimeters. The cabbage field is connected to the specially selected rapeseed field, with a 40-centimeter wide gap in the middle to separate them. In time, this will become a ridge. Planting along the ditches is a relatively delicate job, and it is not until dark that all the seeds are planted. Someone. The next morning, Han Sheng was still asleep when he was awakened by the sudden shouting and the bang-bang sound of the clappers. Chapter 179. What wall is this? The sudden noise broke the quiet morning near the Qingke tribe. Han Sheng had a heavy workload yesterday, so he slept soundly at night and woke up late in the morning. I was awakened by the sound, and after realizing what had happened, my still confused mind immediately became clear. How come there are people here so early in the morning? Which tribe is so proactive? Thinking this, he got up from the bed and ran out barefoot. When we arrived at the entrance of the cave, we saw that the gate of the tribe was closed and more than half of the people had climbed up the high wall with weapons in their hands. After making sure that nothing would happen in the short term, he turned back, hurriedly wrapped the fur that he was using as clothes around himself, and then left the cave again. The children of the tribe were still hiding in the caves and did not go out, looking a little nervous, just like they did in the previous drills. However, unlike last winter when the Tungsha tribe came to attack and many children were scared and cried, they now seem much calmer. After all, a similar thing happened just a few days ago. The people on the wall were not too excited. The eldest brother was saying something loudly in Qingpu dialect, but it was too far away to hear clearly. Seeing this scene, Han Sheng was basically certain that the people coming were not hostile tribes. The person who came should be here to trade with his own tribe. I wonder which tribe he is from to be so active. While thinking this, the image of the green tribe, decorating their hair with green grass, emerged in my mind. The leader of the tribe heard from him that he could trade the pottery for the grain and furs that were not valued in their tribe. Given that guy's nature of wanting to take advantage of small opportunities, it was not impossible that he would go back, hurriedly pack up his things, and rush back to make the exchange again. Han Sheng did not go forward, but stood in the courtyard with the witch, looking at the high walls around him and the tribesmen who were standing on the walls with weapons ready to strike, and he felt very calm. Before long, the eldest brother who was talking to the newcomer near the gate in front put down his weapon, turned around, went down the ladder, and rushed towards Han Sheng and Wu. As Han Sheng expected, the people who came were here to do business with the Green Bird tribe, but not the Green tribe, but the Sheep tribe. From his eldest brother, Han Sheng learned that the Sheep tribe brought a lot of food. Han Sheng always has a good impression of the tribes that come for exchange, because it means that his tribe can earn something again. It would be nice if the Sheep tribe could bring as many surprises as the Green tribe. Seeing the eldest brother preparing to go over to ask someone to open the door, Han Sheng stopped him and told him about the bargaining and told him not to sell the unique business at a low price. The eldest brother nodded vigorously, meaning that he had remembered everything, and then turned around with a smile to open the door. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the smile on the face of this simple primitive leader actually had a hint of businessman-like cunning. Han Sheng and Wu did not go back, but waited here, wanting to see what the Sheep tribe brought. The eldest brother was already familiar with the procedure of letting outsiders in. He climbed up the low wall with a ladder and watched the people of the Sheep tribe put down all their weapons far away. After confirming that no one was carrying any weapons, he had the gate open to let the people of the Sheep tribe in. The people of the Sheep tribe were also amazed at the sight before them, which was even more magnificent than anything they had seen before. They couldn't understand how this wealthy neighboring tribe managed to accomplish all these things, which they thought were simply impossible for humans to accomplish. The leader of the Sheep tribe was stunned and asked the eldest brother with words and gestures. The eldest brother attached great importance to everything created by the Son of God and believed that it was unique to their tribe. Not to mention that Han Sheng had specifically explained this matter long before. Even if Han Sheng didn't say it, he would not reveal it to the leader of the Sheep tribe. He had already thought of a countermeasure for the Sheep tribe leader's questions, which was to play dumb. While the people of the sheep tribe were stunned by the drastic changes that had taken place in the green bird tribe, Han Sheng was also staring from afar at the tribe that had just walked in, his eyes wide open. What did you see? Sheep. So many sheep. Where did this tribe get so many sheep? Could it be that there are time travelers in their tribe as well? Han Sheng was stunned by the scene before him, his thoughts a little confused. It's not his fault that he looks so naive, mainly because the things brought by the sheep tribe are so unexpected and shocking. There were a total of 15 people from the sheep tribe this time. They were all wrapped in sheepskin, and each of them carried a sheep of different sizes on their shoulders. There were also 3 sheep tied with vines, which would occasionally bounce their hooves, looking like they were not completely dead. Apart from these sheep, the sheep tribe did not take any other food for exchange. This situation only shows that there are a lot of sheep in the sheep tribe. Han Sheng never imagined that there was such a wealthy dog owner hidden in several neighboring tribes. Could it be that the sheep tribe had already started to raise livestock and domesticated a large number of sheep? It seems that this is the only explanation that can explain everything I see before my eyes. The interactions between several nearby tribes are generally limited to the happy gatherings held every 2 years. The rest are only occasional encounters during hunting. They don't know much about each other's tribes, although many of them have had in-depth exchanges. In the past, the eldest brother only knew that the sheep tribe had a lot of sheepskins, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just thought that there were more sheep living near the sheep tribe, or that the sheep tribe had mastered some unique way of catching sheep. It was not until this time, when the people of the sheep tribe brought so many sheep at once for the purpose of trading, that he finally realized the unusualness of this. Without Han Sheng's instruction, the eldest brother started asking questions on his own. However, just as he refused to tell the leader of the sheep tribe about the green bird tribe's information about building walls, building houses, and fishing, the leader of the sheep tribe was also unwilling to reveal any information about how they caught so many sheep. In this case, communication cannot be carried out happily. Han Sheng came back to his senses from his initial surprise, thought for a moment, and walked over, circling around the sheep brought by the green tribe one by one, and from time to time he reached out and patted the sheep a few times, as if checking whether they were fat or thin. The leader of the sheep tribe was very impressed by the childlike son of God from the neighboring tribe. Knowing his status in the green bird tribe, he did not stop him and allowed him to check the prey he brought. After checking one by one, Han Sheng clapped his wool-stained hands and felt relieved, realizing that he had overthought it before. The sheep tribe had not developed animal husbandry. The main thing lies in the 15 sheep they brought. These sheep can be divided into 3 categories, among which there are 8 underage sheep, 5 of which died and 3 survived. There were 6 adult ewes, all of which died, and 1 adult ram also died. Chapter 180, Taking Advantage. The basis for Han Sheng's judgment that the sheep tribe did not have animal husbandry was the sheep they brought. If animal husbandry is to be sustainable over the long term, it is necessary to pay attention to cubs and mothers because these are the cornerstones of animal husbandry development. However, the sheep brought by the sheep tribe were mostly immature lambs and ewes, with only 1 ram. From this, Han Sheng could conclude that the sheep tribe did not have large-scale animal husbandry. His assertion was supported by the wounds on the sheep. The wounds on these sheep were of different sizes and in different locations. It was obvious that they were caused during hunting. Because domesticated sheep are much easier to kill, the current situation would never happen. After ruling out the possibility of raising sheep, Han Sheng became even more confused. Since they were able to bring 15 sheep to exchange with his own tribe at once, one could imagine how many sheep their tribe had now. They can get so many just by hunting. Could it be that these people in the sheep tribe live among the sheep? He was thinking about something, so naturally he looked thoughtful. The leader of the sheep tribe looked at the son of God from the neighboring tribe who was staring at the prey he brought in silence, and his originally confident heart began to waver. Han Sheng thought about it for a while, shook his head, and smiled secretly. There must be a reason for being able to survive in this era. Why can his tribe easily obtain a lot of fish, but the sheep tribe cannot easily obtain a lot of sheep? And his eyes swept over the 3 trapped live lambs not far away. He had taken the opportunity to spy on them before. These 3 lambs, 2 females and 1 male, did not look seriously injured and seemed like they could all be raised. As long as there were no problems with the reproduction of these 3 sheep, it would be a foregone conclusion that the Chinke tribe would have its own flock of sheep in the future. Han Sheng nodded to his eldest brother to indicate that there was no problem with these things, and then smiled and nodded to the leader of the sheep tribe as a greeting. He didn't care whether the leader of the sheep tribe understood what he meant or not, and just left. When there are obstacles in oral communication, body language becomes very important. Some body language may cause misunderstandings, but many of them are universal, such as smiles. When a leader of the sheep tribe saw the childlike son of God, he smiled at him after some contemplation, and his originally uneasy heart calmed down. He and his eldest brother no longer asked each other about the tribal secrets that they were unwilling to talk about, but went straight to the point and began to discuss the transaction. Sure enough, the leader of the sheep tribe also showed enough interest in the big vat that the green bird tribe could use to cook soup for many people. And right from the beginning, he told the eldest brother that they wanted the big vat. The eldest brother led the leader of the sheep tribe to a place near the cave, where there were a lot of pottery that Han Chung specially asked Haiwa to make for trading with surrounding tribes. The latest ones have been out of the kiln for 2 or 3 months and have only been put to use now. There are 4 large vats, nearly 20 jars of different sizes, and 6 large piles of bowls in 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. These things are placed upside down to prevent rainwater and other things from falling into the container. The eldest brother asked people to turn over the upside-down pottery one by one. The sheep tribe leader, who was originally hesitant, became delighted instantly when he saw the familiar look. People from other sheep tribes who came here carrying sheep on their backs were also amazed when they saw the numerous pottery pieces. Their tribe only had one of these pottery pieces, but this neighboring tribe actually had so many. As they thought so, they looked at the sheep placed at their feet. Their shocked hearts calmed down a lot, and they found balance in their hearts. My tribe has a lot of sheep, and this neighboring tribe also has none. The leader of the sheep tribe circled around the 4 large vats, touching this and patting that, looking like he couldn't let go of any of them. He looked at it for a while, then turned around and started to choose from the sheep that the tribesmen had left behind. There were 4 adult ewes. One was placed in front of a large vat, and then he patted the edge of a large vat and said to the eldest brother in a very heroic manner, indicating that he wanted all the large vats. The eldest brother, who had made several transactions before, was also a primitive man who had seen the world and remained calm. After understanding the meaning of the sheep tribe leader, he was not angry. He moved the sheep placed in front of the other 3 jars one by one to the jar at the edge. During this process, he still had a smile on his face, but he did not hesitate at all when he took action. The heroic look on the face of the sheep tribe leader disappeared, and he even couldn't help but twitch his face. While pulling the sheep towards the big vat next to him, he said something to his eldest brother. A very primitive transaction has begun. After much bargaining, the deal was finally reached. The leader of the sheep tribe exchanged 6 adult ewes for 2 large vats from the greenbird tribe. The ram was exchanged for 3 large clay pots, and 2 lambs were exchanged for a clay pot each. The remaining 6 lambs were exchanged for 21 bowls, of which the 3 dead lambs were exchanged for 3 each, and the 3 living lambs were exchanged for 4 bowls each. This was what Han Chung instructed his eldest brother during the exchange. He wanted to use the extra bowl to reflect the value of life, so as to encourage the sheep tribe to bring as many alive as possible when they come to trade next time. When exchanging these things, the leader of the sheep tribe always followed the principle of taking the bigger ones instead of the smaller ones. Whether it is a jar, a pottery jar, or a pottery bowl, they only pick up the big ones. Looking at the 3 lambs that were in good spirits, Han Chung asked someone to bring out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to the leader of the sheep tribe. Thinking of how they would try to eat something from the soup, Han Chung felt uncomfortable. It seems that in the transaction just now, the leader of the sheep tribe was badly abused by the eldest brother. When he saw Han Chung holding a pair of chopsticks to give him, he waved his hands hurriedly, indicating that they had nothing to exchange. It was not until he learned from the senior brother, who was acting as an interpreter, that this was a free gift that he accepted it hesitantly after a while. He placed it in a clay pot, but he still looked at Han Chung and the senior brother from time to time, worried that they would suddenly raise the price because of this. After the transaction was completed, the people of the sheep tribe did not stay for too long and left with the equally heavy pottery they had exchanged. Before leaving, the eldest senior brother seemed a little unhappy. He showed this on purpose. Previously, the Son of God had told him not to be too happy after the exchange. This is because it will make people who come to exchange think that they have gotten a good deal and will come again next time. As the eldest senior brother behaved like this, he looked at the sheep tribe leader who had his arm around a pottery jar and found that the sheep tribe leader was indeed delighted to see him like this. He then secretly praised the Son of God for his wise opinion. and at the same time became even more unhappy. The leader of the sheep tribe was a little unhappy at first, but after seeing the expression of the leader of the neighboring tribe as if he had lost his prey, he suddenly became happy for some reason. Thinking of the pottery that was almost half taken away by his tribesmen, he could understand the feelings of the eldest brother. After all, he only brought a small part of the sheep, but exchanged for nearly half of their pottery. Thinking about it carefully, he got a big advantage in this transaction. Chapter 181: The Sour Smell of Love is Everywhere. Watching the people of the sheep tribe pick up their weapons and walk away with the pottery they had exchanged, the eldest brother closed the door. All the unhappiness on his face disappeared. He turned around and ran to where the sheep were placed. While he was still on the way, he couldn't help laughing. How could he still look calm at all? Except for those on guard duty, all the other people from the Greenbird tribe gathered around to see the sumptuous food. 15 sheep. In the past, the Chinke tribe relied entirely on fishing, hunting, and gathering for their livelihood. When they were unlucky, they could not hunt so much prey in nearly a month. Now, they got so many prey in exchange for just pottery that was very commonly used in the tribe. How could they not be happy? Among them, the elder Wu was the happiest. Looking at the sheep in the area, he smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. By now, he finally understood the reason why the Son of God insisted on giving fish instead of pottery during the previous joyous party. If he were given the choice now, he would definitely give some salted fish to the participating tribes like the Son of God. Of course, there is also the possibility of giving nothing. But no matter what choice you make, the pottery will not be given away. After a brief moment of joy, Han Qing announced that there was no need to work in the fields this morning and that everyone should work together to deal with the sheep. Although the weather is getting cooler now, meat still cannot be stored for long. The sheep brought by the sheep tribe have been dead for some time. They need to be skinned and meat as soon as possible. Otherwise, if there is any delay, the meat will most likely be wasted. The stomachs of these two Yangs were already a little bloated. Upon hearing that they did not have to work in the fields, but only deal with the sheep, the already delighted crowd became even happier. Without Han Cheng's instructions, they picked up or carried the sheep and scattered, looking for a suitable place to gut them. Most of the people gathered around the dead sheep with great interest, while Han Cheng, Wu, and the eldest senior brother were so happy looking at the 3 half-grown lambs that they couldn't stop smiling. The vines on the lamb have been untied. The little lamb looked very frightened, and as soon as it was freed from the restraints, it immediately struggled to escape. However, it had injuries on its body and had been tied up for a long time, so its blood circulation was cut off. As soon as it stood up from the ground, its front legs went weak and it immediately fell to the ground. After several times, the 3 lambs were huddled together tightly, bleeding helplessly, which made people feel distressed. Han Qing looked at their flat bellies and asked Taitu, who was standing nearby, to bring some grass. Taitu ran over quickly and brought a basket of grass from a deer pen not far away and placed it in front of the 3 lambs. The power of food is indeed extremely strong, especially for 3 lambs who have been hungry for who knows how long. Even though they were extremely afraid of the ferocious monkeys surrounding them and showing their white teeth, they could not resist the temptation of the green grass. They walked with trembling legs to the edge of the tree, stretched their heads to eat the grass inside, and ate very quickly with their mouths moving. Han Cheng took this opportunity to take a careful look at the 3 lambs. Although they have scars on their bodies, they are all minor injuries and will heal on their own after a period of time and will not cause too much impact. After having some food in their stomachs, the 3 lambs gradually calmed down and showed some of their true nature. The 2 ewes just lowered their heads to eat grass, looking very quiet. The ram was more domineering and would occasionally nudge the 2 ewes with his head to compete with them for grass. This guy is really mean. When he saw a young lamb holding a long piece of green grass and unable to finish it with its mouth moving, he tilted his head, opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, put the other end of the green grass into his mouth, and ate it quickly with his mouth moving. While eating, he stretched his neck towards the young lamb along the ever-shortening grass. This little ewe was also stubborn. When she saw the food in her mouth was snatched away, she also increased her chewing speed to show her unwillingness to be outdone. Then, in front of Han Cheng's wide eyes, the 2 lambs' mouths touched each other. The naughty little ram even licked the little ewe with his tongue, and then the 2 sheep lowered their heads and continued to eat the grass as if nothing had happened. How can you be so nonchalant and act like an experienced person? You are clearly not yet adults. Han Chung sniffed and wailed in his heart. Damn it. This is impossible to live. I have come to the primitive society and still have to eat dog food. If it was a primitive man, it could be barely acceptable, but now he's being abused by two underage sheep. What's going on? Singles really have no human rights. Woo-woo. Mei Tilda. Not only Han Chung, the single guy who has lived two lives, but also Fu Jiang, the idiot, has been abused. Unable to bear the rotten and sour smell, it suddenly stood up, making a whining sound, and pounced on the two young guys who were used to feeding dog food. The lambs, who had recovered some of their strength, never expected such a disaster to happen. The two were so scared that they bleated and ran away, swaying with their legs. The mean little ram was the worst, as he was pounced on directly. He was so frightened that he struggled desperately, but could not escape the clutches of Fu Jiang. Han Chung was also frightened by Fu Jiang's sudden action. After he reacted, he raised his foot and kicked Fu Jiang's buttocks lightly, shouting, "Get up!" He was really worried that Fu Jiang would bite the bad lamb to death. After all, this guy was the only lamb now, and Han Chung was counting on it and the other two ewes to reproduce into a herd. Fu Jiang often practiced sparring with Uncle Deer, and he had no habit of killing the lamb. He simply knocked the lamb to the ground, opened his mouth, and shook his head to intimidate it. After being kicked on the butt and hearing Han Chang's scolding, the madness immediately disappeared. He stood up looking somewhat aggrieved. The little ram, who was frightened half to death under it, got the chance and jumped out like a carp. After meeting the two little ewes who were waiting for it not far away, he ran around the yard bleating, trying to find a safe hiding place. Once they entered the gate of the Chinke tribe, it would be like entering a den of dragons and tigers. How could they possibly escape by themselves? After a chase, the three lambs, which were trembling with fear and bleeding, were carried into the deer pen. It is relatively hidden here and few people come here, so they won't feel uneasy when they are already frightened. It is a very good place to stay. Chapter 182 Return of Goods. Someone, shouts, and the sound of clappers rang out again. The Green Bird tribe, which had just finished an exchange with the Sheep tribe and had not yet calmed down, was once again alarmed by the warning. The people of the Green Bird tribe, who were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to skin the sheep and pickle them, were stunned at first, and then they acted quickly but without panic. The children ran towards the cave without being reminded by the adults, while the adults ran towards the front wall of the courtyard, while paying attention to the movements on the walls on both sides to see if anyone was coming from the outside. When a sound was heard, Han Chung was watching 3 lambs eating grass and drinking salt water in the deer pen. He was stunned when he heard the noise. What day is today? Why are there so many people coming here? As I thought about this, some understandings began to emerge in my mind. For a long time after the joyous gathering ended, no one came to trade. But now, tribes suddenly came one after another to exchange pottery. He was a little confused about this before, but now he suddenly understood it. Food is easier to obtain in autumn than in other seasons, and these tribes have some surplus food, so they rush to exchange it. After having the rabbit trap, the Green Bird tribe no longer has as much demand for meat as before. Now the Sheep tribe has sent 15 sheep at once, which further reduces the demand. Because the rabbit traps only capture small wild animals or birds, large pieces of fur have become what the Green Bird tribe lacks. The ultimate goal of trading is to meet one's own needs. In response to such changes, Han Chung asked his eldest brother to tell the tribes that came to trade that furs could be exchanged for pottery. For example, the Green tribe and the Sheep tribe that just left not long ago. Of course, for the sake of the future, Han Chung did not let his senior brother make a final decision. It only said that fur could be exchanged, but it didn't say that fur must be used. After all, Han Chung still wanted to continue to get living sheep from the Sheep tribe. However, it can be predicted that after this news is spread, the number of furs in the Chinke tribe will increase rapidly in the future. Because over the years, these tribes that rely on hunting for a living have accumulated a lot of furs. Compared to precious food, they are more willing to trade furs with the Green Bird tribe. Han Chung did not go to the gate, but just looked over there from outside the deer pen, waiting with Wu for the eldest brother to come and report the news. The eldest senior brother quickly came down the wooden ladder, jogging all the way over, with a strange look on his face, as if he was somewhat surprised and doubtful. Seeing the expression of the eldest senior brother, Han Chung was a little surprised. He didn't know what the situation was outside. Before he could ask, the eldest senior brother had already spoken. "Let me go and take a look." After listening to what the eldest brother said, Han Chung suppressed his surprise, said this, and then followed the eldest brother up the low wall along the wooden ladder. When I came to the edge of the wall and looked outside, the scene I saw was exactly the same as what the eldest brother had described. There was a group of people standing outside, with large and small pottery placed in front of them. Han Chung recognized these pottery pieces as they were produced by their tribe. He also recognized these people because some of them had left their tribe not long ago, while others had come here a few days ago and had obvious markings on their heads. What the hell is wrong with these guys? You're here to return the pottery for no reason? When did primitive people become so fussy and indecisive? The leader of the Green tribe stood far away, saying something loudly. He didn't dare get too close, fearing that he would be hurt by the armed people of the Chinke tribe standing on the wall. While shouting, he looked towards the east of the Chinke tribe, where there were many bones of people who had invaded the tribe. Han Chung frowned slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. These tribes were all overjoyed when they got the pottery before, so why did they change their minds now? The problem should be with the Green tribe. Because the Sheep tribe had just exchanged for pottery, it was impossible for such a drastic change to occur in such a short period of time. The leader of the Sheep tribe did not say anything. He looked hesitantly at the leader of the Green tribe, not far away, then at the many pottery pieces placed in front of him and the many people of the Green Bird tribe standing behind the wall with weapons. With the joining of the Pig tribe, the Green Bird tribe displayed extremely powerful strength. At least the leader of the Sheep tribe believed that he was no match for them. As he watched, he suddenly felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not have listened to the words of the Green tribe leader and easily turned back with the pottery. It would be bad if we became enemies with this powerful tribe. But what the Green tribe leader said was so important that he had to take it seriously. Just because of this, at Han Cheng's suggestion, the eldest brother talked to the leader of the Green tribe again and asked about the reason for the incident. Only when things are understood clearly can they be solved. After hearing the reason given by the senior brother, Han Cheng held his forehead with his hand, feeling helpless and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The reason was far less complicated than he thought. After hearing the reason, not only did he not feel the slightest sense of urgency, he even felt like laughing. The reason why the people from the Green tribe brought the pottery that they had just carried back with great difficulty was because the broth cooked in the pottery was far less delicious than that cooked in the Green Bird tribe. Only then did Han Chung understand why the leader of the Green tribe insisted on exchanging the old tank that the Green Bird tribe had used for a long time and refused to accept a new tank. It turned out that this was his plan. He was still relatively reserved, but the other people from the Chinke tribe around him, who understood what was going on, had already laughed out loud. How can the broth be extra delicious without adding salt? They had not expected that these people from neighboring tribes would go to the trouble of launching a military campaign to hold them accountable for something that even children in the Chinke tribe understood. Many of them stopped laughing because they suddenly remembered the time when they first saw salt and drank the broth with salt. If it were not for the Son of God, they would have been just like the tribes outside, confused by the salt that seemed so ordinary to them. The Green tribe leader, the Sheep tribe leader, and the people from the two tribes, who were feeling a little nervous outside, were all a little confused by the reactions of the Green Bird tribe people. What are these people laughing at? Is there anything happening that is worth being happy about? However, while they were still confused, many people also felt relieved. Most of them feared that this move would anger the wealthy and exceptionally powerful neighboring tribe and lead to a fight. When I saw them smiling at this moment, I knew that the things I was worried about would not happen. Some people from the two tribes who didn't understand what was going on watched for a while and then started to giggle. Chapter 183, The Fire of Pride. The gate of the Green Bird tribe opened again. The leaders of the Green tribe and the Sheep tribe hesitated for a while and finally walked in with their tribesmen, carrying the pottery they brought back. The eldest brother stood at the entrance of the tribe and greeted them warmly. The eldest brother was originally very dissatisfied with the two tribes' inconsistent actions, but after hearing the unexpected reason, he was stunned, and most of his dissatisfaction disappeared. After the Son of God whispered a few words to him, the dissatisfaction in his heart completely disappeared. Not only that, they also smiled and stood here to warmly welcome the two tribes. The leader of the Green tribe widened his eyes again, looking at the 12 sheep on the ground that had not been completely dealt with, and was extremely surprised. This neighboring tribe always brings shock to people. As he thought about this, his eyes fell on the Sheep tribe standing not far from them, and a look of realization appeared on his face. No wonder the people of the sheep tribe were able to bring back so much pottery from here at one time. It turns out that the things they brought were rich. He also thought about how he had exchanged a lot of not-so-good food for a large jar and 2 pottery jars. The comparison made him feel happy and thought that the leader of a sheep tribe was not as capable as himself. If I were to make the exchange, with so many sheep, I would be able to exchange for all the pottery of the neighboring tribe. Thinking of this, and thinking about the fact that in the future his tribe would only need to use the grass ears that they basically didn't eat and the fur that they had endless used to exchange for precious pottery, while the people of the sheep tribe were still foolishly exchanging it for precious food, he felt even happier. Han Chung, the time traveler who was standing not far away and watching all this, did not realize that the leader of the green tribe was actually such a primitive man with a lot of inner drama. Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. The old Hawaii came to the yard with a hand drill and piled up a small pile of firewood at the location designated by the eldest brother, with a larger pile of firewood next to it. The people in these tribes are no strangers to fire. Just by looking at Huiyi's actions, one can tell that he is going to make a fire. As the leader of this tribe said, they wanted to use the large jars that they brought back and thought were not good to cook a pot of soup to prove that there was no problem with the pottery. The next step is to get some coals from the cave to light the woodpile. This was the feeling of all the outsiders who were paying attention to the situation here after they saw Huiyi stack the small pile of firewood. However, Huiyi's next move was beyond the expectations of all of them. Huiyi did not get up and go back to the cave to get charcoal as they expected. Instead, he took the wooden stick with a hole that he had brought out earlier and placed beside him for drilling wood to make fire, and stepped on it with his foot. Before, this wooden stick was placed upside down by the fire, and the grooves for making fire were all facing the ground. In addition, these people did not think about making fire by rubbing 2 woods together, so they did not notice this wooden stick. It was not until Huiyi took the wooden stick, placed it in front of him, and pressed it on the tinder, making a gesture of drilling wood to make fire, that the onlookers showed surprised expressions. Is this neighboring tribe so fierce? Even the elderly have to drill wood to make fire? Shouldn't this be done by young and strong people? Some people felt very uncomfortable when they recalled the occasional practice of rubbing 2 sticks together to make fire in their tribes. Because even if this old primitive man was able to dig out fire, it would take a long time. They were eager to know how the pottery could cook delicious broth, and it took so long just to light the fire. Before they could finish their thoughts, they were shattered by the smoking tinder in front of them. Many people couldn't help but shout, causing those who were watching the Chinke tribe processing the mutton awful to look over here. He felt happy in his heart, but also a little arrogant. How could the things created by the Son of God be imagined by these people from outside the tribe? She did not rush to pick up the tinder to blow it, but first pressed the hand drill under her legs and then picked up the tinder to blow the fire. This hand-operated drill is something she treasures very much. It's okay to take it out to drill fire and let these people from other tribes see how it works, but she can't let them learn it. Seeing these people looking at the hand drill in her hand with amazement and extreme curiosity, she naturally had to hide it first. The small flame danced and ignited the small pile of firewood. The people who came over after hearing the noise looked at the flames, the old primitive man who was adding firewood to the fire, and the amazed crowd, all filled with confusion. I don't understand how a simple fire could cause such a commotion. Is it worth being so surprised? After the familiar people in the tribe told them the truth of the matter through words and gestures, these people became like the others. What kind of tribe is this? Even the way they make a fire is so unique and amazing. Some people asked Huiyi questions by both talking and gestures, wanted to learn this wonderful method of making fire. He acted like a master at this time. Although she couldn't understand what these people were saying, she knew what they meant. Of course, she would not tell these irrelevant people about the things she was proud of. Facing these people's questions, Huiyi remained calm and just kept adding firewood to the fire. I was thinking, luckily I was the one making the fire today. If it was Huiyi, he would definitely lose control and show them the hand drill. It is not impossible for him to demonstrate it himself a few times. The fire started, and Huiyi took the time to pick up the hand drill that was pressed under his legs and held it in his arms at a speed that should not be possible for an old man. He wrapped it in the animal skin on his body, brought it back to the cave, found a secret place to place it, and then continued to make a fire. Several tall stones had been placed around the fire. The large cooking vat that had been exchanged and brought back by the Green tribe was placed steadily on the stones after being cleaned several times. Then people began to pour clean water into it, one pottery jar at a time. After most of the vat was filled with clean water, someone started to roughly cut the 2 pairs of mutton offal that had been rinsed with a stone knife and threw them into the vat. Then they covered the pot with a lid and ignored it, going about their own business, leaving the vat to boil. The leader of the Green tribe stood guard the whole time, unwilling to miss any details. I couldn't help but scratch my hair when I saw this. I did the same thing, so why are the tastes of the things I cooked so different? It was Han Cheng's idea to use mutton offal to make soup. Compared with mutton offal is much more difficult to store, so of course it should be eaten first. And as long as you know how to make it, mutton offal soup tastes no worse than mutton soup. Of course, that refers to future generations. In the absence of various seasonings and tools, he doesn't have the ability to cook such delicious mutton offal soup. However, it is still possible to use it to fool primitive people who have never eaten anything. Chapter 184. The Style of the King of Flavors. The lid of the pot, which had become heavy due to being dampened by the steam, was opened. A large amount of white steam rose up, and an even richer aroma spread in all directions. Many people from the Green and Sheep tribes, who had been staring at the vat since it started to emit steam, could not help but sniff hard, wanting to take all the rich aroma into their stomachs. Han Cheng, the son of God and the first chef of the Chinke tribe, came over and stood firmly on a wooden block that was 40 centimeters high. In one hand, he held a soup spoon tied to a long wooden stick and stirred the soup a few times, which was only 3 centimeters away from being level with the edge of the vat. Then, with his right hand holding chopsticks, he quickly struck out, picked up a piece of mutton offal from the huge soup spoon to check its quality, then put it back into the soup spoon and pierced it with chopsticks. Without much effort, he pierced through it. Han Cheng nodded slightly, and then let the fire remove the unburned pieces of wood from under the vat. The soup was ready, and no fire was needed anymore. However, even if the fire is removed, the charcoal at the bottom of the vat can keep the mutton offal soup in the vat boiling for a while longer. Han Cheng took the ceramic bowl handed to him by the person next to him and poured some mutton offal soup into the bowl. He only filled 2 bowls and motioned the leaders of the Sheep tribe and the Green tribe to come and drink. This bowl was one of the ones used by other tribes at previous joyful gatherings. Now it has been cleaned and is used to entertain them again. The leaders of the Green tribe and the Sheep tribe seemed excited that the son of God from the neighboring tribe personally served them soup. They were leaders and were more sensitive to their status than ordinary people. The leader of the Green tribe took the big bowl of soup from Han Cheng, tilted the bowl to blow away the hot steam, and then couldn't wait to take a sip. He was eager to taste the soup to see if it was as delicious as the one he had had here before. After the leader of the Green tribe took a sip of the hot soup, he let out a light exclamation, looking a little bit incredulous. After smacking his lips to taste it, he took another sip, his eyes widening even wider. He moved the big bowl away that was about to hit his face, and stared with wide eyes at the childlike son of God who was standing on the wooden stool, holding chopsticks in his hand and smiling at him. At this time, the leader of the Sheep tribe also removed the bowl from his face, looked at the leader of the Green tribe with a similar expression, and then looked at Han Cheng to see what this son of God was going to say. Knowing what the son of God was going to do, Wu and the eldest brother looked at the leaders of the Sheep and Green tribes and secretly held back their laughter. The leader of the Green tribe paused for a moment, holding the bowl, and said something to the eldest brother with an excited expression. Of course, he was not praising the mutton offal soup for being extremely delicious, but he found that this mutton offal soup was the same as the one he cooked in his own tribe. Although it was eatable, it was far inferior to the delicious soup he drank at the happy party. Of course, the soup wasn't delicious because Han Cheng didn't add any salt to it. The reason why the leader of the Green tribe, who had cooked the food himself, didn't know to put salt in the soup was because during the happy party, the Green Bird tribe used salted fish, which was the most abundant fish in the Green Bird tribe, to cook soup for them. The salted fish itself is fed with salt bags, so there is no need to add salt when cooking the soup. The eldest brother waved towards the leader of the Green tribe, then pointed at Han Cheng, signaling him not to speak and to watch the son of God take action. Han Cheng took a small jar of crushed salt from the person who was usually responsible for cooking and tilted the salt jar towards the leaders of the Green and Sheep tribes so that they could see the salt inside. The leaders of the Green and Sheep tribes were amazed when they saw the white stuff in the jar. How could this neighboring tribe keep the snow from winter until now? Without waiting for them to get closer to take a closer look, Han Cheng moved the jar away and then in front of everyone poured some of the salt into a spoon, and put the spoon into the soup pot. He held the handle of the spoon with both hands and stirred it along the way. As he moved, more white mist rose up. Han Chung stirred it for a while, and when he felt it was evenly mixed, he stopped, turned around, and looked at the leaders of the green and sheep tribes, motioning them to finish the soup in their bowls, and then handed the bowls over. The two looked at Han Cheng's actions for a moment, not understanding what this childlike son of God meant. It was not until the eldest brother, who was standing not far away, came over, held their hands holding the bowls, and pushed the bowls to their mouths that they suddenly realized what was going on. Han Cheng scooped another half-spoonful of mutton soup and poured it into the bowls held by the leaders of the green and sheep tribes. This time, without his signal, the two of them picked up their bowls and began to taste the soup. The eyes of the green tribe leader lit up again. Although the soup in the bowl in his hand tasted different from the fish soup he drank at the joyous party, it was just as delicious. Compared to what I just drank, it's like heaven and earth. After he took a sip, he couldn't help but speed up his drinking. There wasn't much soup in the bowl to begin with, so it was soon gone. The leader of the green tribe raised his head high and tilted the bowl completely over. He opened his mouth and waited until 2 drops of soup lingered on the edge of the bowl and fell into his mouth. Only then did he put the bowl down, savoring the wonderful taste and looking at the small jar next to the Son of God with shining eyes. If he wasn't worried about causing misunderstanding and that he and his men couldn't defeat the people of this tribe, he would definitely pounce over, snatch the small jar, and hold it in his arms. The reaction of the sheep tribe leader was similar to that of the green tribe leader, who also stared at the small jar with burning eyes. What was in there? How come after putting some of it in, the originally ordinary soup became so delicious? The people of the green bird tribe, who had been standing by with full of anticipation, were delighted to see the leaders of the green and sheep tribes showing the expressions they had expected, and each of them smiled kindly on their faces. The feeling of watching other tribes being amazed by the things of one's own tribe is so wonderful, even more comfortable than drinking delicious mutton offal soup. The leaders of the sheep and green tribes did not bother to continue drinking the soup, but rushed to the eldest brother and asked eagerly about the salt. Han Chung watched all this with a smile, scooped some into his bowl with a spoon, blew away the hot steam, and took a sip, frowning slightly. As he expected, without the spices such as star anise, pepper, cinnamon, and the colorful chili oil, as well as the balsamic vinegar and coriander, the mutton offal soup tasted very different from that of later generations. Cook some more mutton after sending these people away. He thought it was not very delicious, but the people from the green and sheep tribes did not think so. Each of them held a big bowl of mutton offal soup and could not stop drinking it, as if their mouths and tongues were made of stone and they had no idea what hotness was. Chapter 185 Free Salt. Facts have proved that primitive people are big foodies. For such a big jar of mutton offal soup, except for Han Chung, who tasted a little, the rest of the people from the green bird tribe did not touch it. The 29 of them ate it up completely without leaving anything. Even so, there were still several guys who, while holding their bloated stomachs, stuck out their tongues to lick the bowls in their hands clean. After licking their own bowls, they were not satisfied and asked for their companions' bowls to lick until they were as clean as if they had been washed with water, not stopping at all, not afraid of bloating themselves to death. Han Chung turned his head away, unable to bear to look any further. If he did, he was worried that he would not be able to suppress the urge to hit someone. These bowls have to be kept separate. Anyone from the Chinke tribe who dares to eat like this or use these bowls must be kicked. The leaders of the sheep tribe and the green tribe each held a small jar and were unwilling to let go. This small jar is filled with pure white salt. At first, they didn't dare to touch them with their hands, fearing that they would melt like snow. After hesitating for a long time, they tentatively touched them with their hands. The leader of the green tribe pulled his hand out of the jar and looked at the snow-like thing inside the jar. He looked a little excited, as if he had seen bowls of steaming, delicious food. Although the salt on the surface of a jar had changed color due to his hands that had not been washed for who knows how long, in his eyes, the charm of these things had not diminished in the slightest. Salt. He repeated the name he had just heard from the tribal leader. Although he found it a bit difficult to pronounce, he did not have too many other thoughts. After all, he had never come across these before. Salt. The leader of the sheep tribe looked at the snow-white substance in the jar in his hand and couldn't help but repeat it. Han Chung held back his laughter when he heard the rather difficult-to-understand words from the leaders of the green tribe and the sheep tribe. Well, he had led 2 tribes astray again. In fact, the Mandarin words they can speak include not only the words salt, which they have just learned, but also jar, pottery, and jar. These are all new things I came into contact with from the Chinke tribe. The leaders of the sheep tribe and the green tribe were a little nervous, but they were unwilling to put down the jars of salt in their hands. They were worried because the salt in their hands was too precious. When cooking soup, they only needed to add some to it, and the soup would become extra delicious. Pottery was precious enough in their eyes, and salt was packaged in pottery, so you can imagine how precious it was. Considering the many things they spent in exchange for the pottery, they would naturally feel uneasy when faced with this precious salt. It is obviously impossible to just ask them to give up the salt. The biggest reason they exchanged for pottery was the delicious and nostalgic broth. After learning that salt was what made the soup delicious, they certainly refused to give it up. Salt. After a moment of silence, the leader of the sheep tribe pointed at a lamb that was being skinned, shook 2 fingers, patted the salt jar in his hand, and spoke. It means exchanging 2 lambs for a jar of salt. In his opinion, this jar of salt was definitely more valuable than 2 lambs that were very common in their tribe. Worried that the senior brother would raise the price, after telling him what he wanted to exchange, he immediately took out 3 bowls and a pottery jar from the pottery they had exchanged earlier and pushed them in front of the senior brother. This was what he had previously exchanged for 2 lambs. Han Chung, who had been watching the development of the situation not far away, could not help but sniff after seeing the actions of the sheep tribe leader. 3 bowls and a pottery jar are very precious to the sheep tribe, but for the green bird tribe, 2 lambs are too much of a difference. After all, the green bird tribe has already popularized pottery. The leader of the green tribe looked at the 3 pottery bowls and a pottery jar taken out by the leader of the sheep tribe, and then looked at the only pottery jar and 2 large pottery jars in his own tribe. He was very confused for a moment. Just as he was about to ask someone to fetch the grass, ears, and furs that they had hidden some distance away from the Chinke tribe, the eldest senior brother spoke. After seeing that the sheep tribe was willing to exchange 2 lambs for a jar of salt, he really wanted to agree. It doesn't matter if the sheep tribe doesn't have any sheep for the time being. He can take the salt back first and bring the lambs when he comes next time. But remembering what the Son of God had whispered to him before, he dismissed this very tempting idea, although he had not yet figured out the Son of God's intention. The eldest brother squatted down, shook his head, and pushed back the pottery jar and bowl that the leader of the sheep tribe had pushed in front of him. The leader of the sheep tribe felt a little disappointed when he saw this. It turned out that 2 lambs were not enough. He hesitated for a moment and was about to bring 3 more bowls, but his hand was grabbed by the eldest brother. In his puzzled eyes, the eldest brother waved his hands repeatedly and said, after understanding what the eldest brother meant, the leaders of the sheep tribe and the green tribe widened their eyes again, appearing very surprised and incredulous. They looked at the eldest brother, then at the salt shaker in their hands, and asked to confirm something. The eldest brother nodded vigorously as he spoke, and in order to convey his meaning more clearly, he pounded his chest hard. Although, when conveying this meaning, a picture appeared in his mind of 6 skin lambs that suddenly came back to life and then ran away without a trace. The leaders of a sheep tribe and the green tribe suddenly smiled. They hugged the eldest brother tightly one by one and rested their foreheads on his shoulders. After learning that it was the Son of God's intention to give them the precious salt for free, the 2 men came forward to pay their sincere respects to the young but extremely generous Son of God, and also paid their respects to the witch. After eating and drinking their fill, and each getting a jar of salt, the leaders of the sheep and green tribes left happily with their tribesmen and the pottery they had exchanged. The large vat that had just been cleaned by the green tribe was burned black again, but they obviously didn't care about this. They rejected the green bird tribe's suggestion to clean the inside of the large vat with water, and 2 people carried it away quickly. There was delicious broth in the jar, so they were reluctant to wash it off. After reaching a place where the Chinke tribe could not see them, the 2 tribes separated and headed in the direction of their respective tribes. Han Chung climbed up the low wall along the wooden ladder and did not come down until he could no longer see the 2 tribes. He had a triumphant smile on his face. Son of God. As soon as he came down, Wu and the eldest senior brother surrounded him and asked him about the doubts in his mind. They were puzzled by the Son of God's insistence on giving salt to the 2 tribes for free. There were too many people around and time was tight, so the Son of God did not explain clearly before. Now is the time to clarify. Chapter 186, Salt as a Plan. Han Qing knew that Wu and his senior brother must be very confused about his actions. When they saw the two of them surrounding him, he led them towards the inner cave. Before entering the cave, he told the others to continue their work and asked his lame spouse, who was cleaning the upside-down sheep intestines, to add some salt to the basin and scrub them again. The decision to give away the tribal salt for free was actually made by Han Changkai not long ago. Even so, it was a well-thought-out decision, or it was something he had been thinking about for a long time, and suddenly he found a solution. The shortage of labor in the Qingke tribe was greatly alleviated with the joining of 10 adults from the original Zhou tribe led by Shang, and the recovery of Ruhua, Zhuobua, and Yobua from their injuries. However, as the cultivated areas of rapeseed and millet expand, labor will become scarce again. And now, the herd has 9 new members, and 7 female deer are pregnant. It won't be long before a few more fawns will be born, and the size of the deer herd will exceed 35 in one fell swoop. The rabbits are still as fertile as ever, especially after 8 new wild rabbits were added to the group. They have become even more fertile, and now the size of the rabbit group has exceeded 300. For this reason, Han Cheng had to spare some manpower a few days ago to expand the rabbit pen by nearly double. 2 broods of pheasants were also hatched in captivity, totaling 29 chicks, including big and small ones. Oh, by the way, now we have to add 3 more lambs. There are so many mouths to feed, and just getting grass for these guys requires a lot of manpower. Not to mention anything else, the daily consumption of these more than 300 rabbits alone is astonishing enough. Be straightforward, guys. Eat, and then poop, and then eat. There are simply more than 300 nonstop grass crushers. It took 2 people dedicated to harvesting grass for them to keep up with this terrifying consumption rate. It is not winter yet, and Uncle Deer takes his tribe out to hunt in the wild every day. They do not need to be fed much. Once winter comes and snow falls, Uncle Deer will no longer be willing to go out, and the consumption of grass will become even more astonishing. As early as 2 months ago, the number of people harvesting grass became 4, and not long after, it became 6. After all, the Qingke tribe doesn't have much food, and these guys' winter rations all depend on the harvested and dry grass, so they cannot do without a lot of reserves. As the saying goes, when you are full, you'll think about sex. The people of the Greenbird tribe now have no shortage of food and drink. In the past, large-scale unrest would usually only occur in the spring, but now that they have enough food, they basically don't care about the time of year. If the seeds are sown frequently and the land is fertile rather than barren, the survival rate of the seeds will naturally be higher. For example, one of the eldest brother's spouses gave birth to a child in the spring when the flowers had not yet bloomed. Now, her belly has grown bigger again. It is estimated that she will give birth again after the heavy snowfalls in winter. The presence of a large number of pregnant women and mothers also greatly reduced the available manpower of the Qingke tribe. Although pregnant women, postpartum women, and children today are not as precious as they were in later generations, it definitely affects their labor. After putting all of this into context, a problem once again emerged facing the Qingke tribe, and that was lack of manpower. Han Cheng has always been thinking about the problem of insufficient labor in the tribe. With the previous experience of the pig tribe's integration, he would naturally turn his attention to the surrounding neighboring tribes. However, the opportunity for the pig tribe to integrate into the group is rare and not easy to replicate. The Tungsha tribe suffered a great loss here last year and lost a lot of manpower. It is estimated that they will not come to the vicinity to cause trouble in the short term. Without such a powerful external enemy to threaten them, it would be difficult to integrate these tribes into one's own tribe like the pig tribe. Han Cheng had thought about launching a war, attacking the surrounding tribes, killing a group of their adult men, killing all the children taller than the wheels, and then taking the rest of the people abducted to the Qingke tribe. After thinking it over, I gave up. After leaving the wall, the people of the Green Bird tribe could not form an absolute advantage against the surrounding tribes. In this situation, casualties among their own people were inevitable, and the number was not small. People are emotional animals, and he is not a tyrant. Naturally, he does not want to see the death of someone he has been with for so long, so he can only temporarily put aside the idea of launching a battle to annex other tribes and think about using gentle means. Han Cheng had started preparing for these things as early as the Happy Party. Through a series of means, he tried hard to leave the seeds of the Qingke tribe's wealth and power in these people's hearts, making them yearn for the Qingke tribe. Then, Through transactions, the ties between several tribes and the Chinke tribe were strengthened, and their cognition was constantly reinforced. By using the method of boiling a frog in warm water, their hearts were won over and peaceful integration was slowly achieved. However, such means were not mature enough or not strong enough to make the leaders of these tribes abandon their tribes and lead their people to join the Chinke tribe. Han Sheng had always been thinking about this problem, but he had no practical solution. Until today, when the leader of the Green tribe gathered the Sheep tribe they met on the road and returned with the exchange pottery to discuss the issue, the problem was suddenly solved, giving Han Sheng a sense of sudden enlightenment. Salt. It's salt. The delicious taste of salt is hard to resist once you have tasted it. Throughout the thousands of years of recorded history, salt has left a strong mark in every dynasty. In the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, or even earlier in the Xia, Shang, and Western Zhou dynasties, feudal states that made profits by boiling salt have always existed, and all of them were extremely wealthy. Later, after the salt and iron monopoly, salt tax became an extremely stable source of national tax revenue. It was not until later, under the bombardment of powerful ships and cannons, that the so-called civilized people began to do extremely barbaric things. The intoxicated people gradually woke up from the beautiful dream of the Celestial Empire. The corrupt dynasty was overthrown, salt was produced in large quantities, and the salt tax was gradually abolished. Now the Chinke tribe is guarding the salt mountain, but in the era when Han Sheng lived before, salt had already become an extremely common and very cheap thing. Influenced by this concept, he has never realized the huge impact of salt in other aspects. Now, he was awakened by the words of the Green tribe leader, and he felt as if he had been enlightened. Primitive tribes did not eat salt at the beginning, such as the Green Bird tribe and the surrounding tribes, who could live without salt. These tribes that had eaten salted food at the joy party were still able to resist the temptation of delicious food after returning, as evidenced by the fact that they came to exchange food several months later. However, habits are developed slowly. Han Sheng now provides them with salt for free in order to make all these tribes develop the habit of eating salt. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Primitive people are also human beings, and they cannot escape this theorem. Once their mouths, tongues, and stomachs get used to the taste of salt, they will feel extremely uncomfortable eating food without salt. By that time, the generous Green Bird tribe, led by their kind and somewhat foolish son of God, will begin to show their fangs. When Han Sheng thought of this, an extremely cunning smile appeared on his face. After listening to Han Sheng's explanation, it took the witch and the two eldest brothers a long time to figure out the key points of the matter. They looked at their son of God with an expression of awe. The Son of God is worthy of being the Son of God. He can think of such twists and turns. They just thought that giving away salt for free was a self-defeating and beneficial thing for others. But they didn't expect that the Son of God would use this to set such a big trap. In this way, their Chinke tribe will surely grow and become the largest tribe in the vicinity. Thinking of the grand scene after several tribes all joined the Chinke tribe, the witch couldn't help but tremble, and his old face became a little flushed because of excessive excitement. The eldest brother was also extremely excited. He carefully recalled the scene of drinking broth without salt every day, and his whole body was filled with rejection. The Son of God's plan will surely come true. This is the two people's most sincere expectation and also their faith in the Son of God. When Han Sheng first arrived, there were only 10 adult men in the Chinke tribe who were in their prime, including Lame, who had a disability. Later, as Taitu and Haiwa grew up, 6 adult men for the Pig tribe joined them, and the number of adult men exploded, reaching as many as 18. There were 28 adult women at the beginning. With the growth of Zhuang, the addition of 3 female prisoners, Ruhua, Zulalo, and the integration of 4 female primitive people from the Pig tribe, there are now 36 women. The number of older primitive people did not increase, and there were still only 3, Wu, Hui, and Huier. This is easy to understand. After all, this is a primitive age. For various reasons, it is not easy for people to live to an old age. There were 35 children at the beginning. Last year, 8 were born and 1 died, leaving 7. This year, 14 have been born, 2 died, leaving 12. 4 are still in the womb, waiting to be born. Excluding the 3 adults, Haiwa, Taitu, and Zhuang, there are 51 minors in the Chinke tribe. Among them, Children age 0 to 4 who have no ability to work are the largest, accounting for almost half of all minors. There are a total of 54 adults with strong working ability in the Chinke tribe. The total number of elderly people and children is 54, which is equivalent to one adult supporting one person. Compared with later generations, this ratio is not low. Fortunately, at this time we only need to provide food, clothing, and shelter, and the cost of raising children is far less than in later generations. Otherwise, the Chinke tribe and Han would suffer. I don't know if it is a coincidence, but as of now, there are a total of 108 people in the Chinke tribe, including adults and children, which coincides with the number of Tiangang and Disha in water margin. Of course, this cannot be considered as Han acting as the son of God. The soul of an adult possesses the body of a minor. He doesn't know which category to classify himself as. After much thought, he can only list himself separately. Except for a few children who died shortly after birth, no one died in the Chinke tribe during this period. This may seem a little unreasonable, but if you think carefully about the tremendous changes in their food, clothing, housing, transportation, life, and production methods after Han arrived, it will not seem unreasonable. Such a force is already first-rate among the nearby tribes, and the only one that can rival it is the Bone tribe. Of course, if we only count the number of adults, the Bone tribe is slightly superior to the Greenbird tribe. But since the time traveler Han showed up, the way to measure strength has changed. The standard for measuring strength is no longer the number of people, but also the number of houses, weapons, food reserves, and cultural soft power. In terms of comprehensive strength, even the Tungsha tribe, which has a large population, cannot compare to the Chinke tribe. Of course, in terms of combat power alone, after leaving the wall, the Chinke tribe was no match for the Tungsha tribe. This is the sequelae of rapid development. Because there are too many aspects that need to be improved, and there are too few available people, we can only do our best in one aspect at a time. The foundation of the Chinke tribe has now been laid. In the future, while taking into account the development of other aspects, Han should also consider gradually shifting more strength towards combat power. Otherwise, if the Chinke tribe followed the path of the Song dynasty, it would be really frustrating. He doesn't want to be a complete scumbag like Zhao Lauer. This guy not only ruined the good cards left by Song founder Zhao, but also led the Song dynasty into a ditch. For hundreds of years, until it was destroyed by the Yuan dynasty, the country did not recover. Ultimately, the problem lies with the scoundrel Zhao Lauer. Chapter 187, The Secret. The three giants of the Green Bird tribe came out from the inner cave. Each of them was enveloped in a huge joy, which made many people secretly guess what good things were going to happen to their tribe. Their speculation soon disappeared. It was not the three giants headed by Han who announced to everyone what they had planned in the secret room, but Chef Han, the son of God, announced that he would personally cook delicious food and eat with everyone. For the foodie primitive man, nothing is more exciting than eating. Even dressing, housing, and humming primitive tunes are ranked behind eating. Anything produced by the Son of God must be of top quality. This has long been a consensus among all the people in the Chinke tribe. Even a 3-year-old primitive man knows it. Before, they had watched the people of the Green tribe and the Sheep tribe feasting on the food, and they had already been drooling. Now, after hearing what the Son of God said, how could they not be excited? The entire tribe was instantly in an uproar. Han Wu, and the eldest senior brother couldn't help laughing when they saw the lively scene. The lame spouse had scrubbed 3 rolls of sheep intestines with salt, as instructed by Han. She knew that the Son of God loved cleanliness, so she scrubbed each roll of intestines several times, very carefully. Recalling the time when food was scarce in the tribe, and Lame turned the intestines inside out and roasted them directly on the fire without washing them, she smiled and shook her head. He looked up at the abundance of food, then at the tribesmen who were all smiling happily, and finally his gaze fell on the Son of God who was ordering people to clean the large vat. The smile on his face became even more intense. Those days are gone forever. The intestines were washed and rubbed, then thrown into the big vat without being cut. A large sheep skeleton with a lot of meat on it was chopped and smashed by stone knives and axes and put into the large vat. Then he put 2 pairs of mutton offal and half a fan of mutton in it. No need to add water. Just these things filled almost half a tank. Several jars of water were poured into the vat to cover the meat. A heavy pot lid was placed on the vat, and who was responsible for making the fire, had already lit the fire. The flames were burning fiercely, but he still felt that they were not strong enough. So he pursed his toothless mouth and blew at the fire. Fortunately, Hui didn't have dentures. Otherwise, Han Sheng would be really worried that when Hui was blowing the fire, a pair of dentures would fall out of his mouth. Taitu came back panting, dragging 2 large pine branches that had just been broken off. Han Sheng sniffed it. The primitive people's style of doing things was indeed rough and bold. He only asked him to break off a small piece of pine branch, but he brought back so much. Han Sheng nodded at Taitu, who was grinning at him, reached out and forcefully broke off 2 thin pine branches without pine needles, then washed them with clean water, opened the lid of the big vat, and threw them into the soup inside and continued to boil. Li Lin, who was in the same team with Han Sheng in later life, was the one who was supposed to carry out a mission with him, but insisted on accompanying his wife on Valentine's Day. He was a shameless guy whose home was in the Northwest. According to him, his family has been running a mutton soup restaurant since his great-grandfather's generation, and the mutton soup they make is a local specialty. Han Sheng didn't know whether the mutton soup restaurant had been run since his great-grandfather's generation, but the mutton soup made by this kid was really delicious. If I wasn't single and loved eating, I would have been tempted by the 3 meals of mutton soup promised by this guy, and I would not have agreed to this guy's request no matter what, and would have gone alone to look for that foreign friend who was looking for death. Then I wouldn't have become such a miserable time traveler. Thinking of this, Han Sheng shed tears of sadness. The wooden stick in the mutton soup was the Li family's secret that Han Sheng tricked this guy into finding out after he got drunk. He had also tried to boil it several times before, adding pine sticks as instructed, and the taste was indeed much better, but compared to what Li Lin boiled, it was still a long way behind. A long row of clean ceramic bowls were placed next to the large vat as spare parts. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, the Son of God, standing on the wooden block, finally announced that the soup was ready. Everyone was excited and waiting with anticipation to take their turn to get the soup. However, what puzzled everyone was that the Son of God did not scoop the soup directly into the bowl with a spoon as before, but asked several people to first take out the large pieces of mutton offal, and sheep intestines that were being boiled in the big vat, and put them on the tightly woven wooden raft that had just been cleaned. Then people were asked to use stone knives or bone knives to cut the cooked meat while it was still hot. Slice large chunks of cooked lamb as much as possible, as well as lamb offal and cut lamb intestines into sections. While several people were cutting these, Han Sheng held the ceramic bowl with the cut meat in it, and put a few large slices of mutton, some mutton offal, and a few pieces of sheep intestines into the arranged bowls one by one. After putting them in place, he picked up a ceramic bowl filled with half a basin of chopped wild onions and sprinkled some chopped onions on the bowls containing the meat one by one. When adding the chopped green onions, Han Sheng's heart was twitching. In order to make the soup as delicious as possible, he used up most of the wild onions, which were not many to begin with. He put the chopped green onions aside, picked up a small jar of salt, held a ceramic spoon in one hand, and sprinkled salt into them one by one. Han Sheng scooped a spoonful of the still boiling white mutton soup from the large vat and poured it into the bowl. The boiling mutton soup meets chopped green onions, mutton offal, and mutton intestines, immediately creating an intoxicating flavor. White soup, some reddish meat, and garnish of green onions. Regardless of how it tastes, just looking at it makes people hungry. Gudong. Gudong. Smelling the fragrance and looking at the delicious food, Qin and Wu couldn't help but feel their throats rolling up and down. The eldest brother held the empty bowl, let out a long breath, and felt relaxed all over. I used to think that fish soup and meat soup with salt were the most delicious foods, but today, after drinking the mutton soup made by the Son of God himself, I realized how shallow my previous understanding was. The second brother held a mutton bone in one hand and bit it hard. The juice flowed out. A delicious mutton soup feast made the people of the Qin tribe feel like they were floating in the air, and they felt that happiness was so real and illusory. When you are at ease and happy, there will always be troublemakers. The shouts of the guards outside and the sound of bang bang brought the Qin tribe, who were still savoring the aftertaste of the event, back to reality from their illusion. Everyone instantly became alert and filed out, not understanding where this person came from. Looking at the people with green on their heads in front of the tribal gate, Han Sheng suddenly had the urge to hold his forehead with his hand. These guys just left not long ago. Why are they back again? When did primitive people become so difficult to deal with? Chapter 188, A Flash of Inspiration. The leader of the Green tribe smiled wickedly, looked at the people of the Blue Bird tribe standing on the wall in front of him, then looked at the many furs and useless grass ears in front of him. His face showed a smug look. Occasionally, he glanced at a tribesman standing next to him with a look of approval. The people of this tribe must be very surprised why I came back so soon and brought so many things with me. The leader of the Green tribe was not wrong. Han Chung and others were indeed very surprised. According to the distance between the Green Bird tribe and the Green tribe, it would only take a short while for the people from the Green tribe to go back and forth by car. What's more, they carried heavy clay jars with them when they returned. However, if they did not return, then where did the pottery jars they took away go? Where did the furs and grains come from? The eldest brother looked at the Green tribe leader who was talking to him loudly and smiling, with a look of doubt on his face. Could it be that the world he came to was not a simple primitive age, but a world without fighting spirit, but with magic and fairy arts? Do these people from the Green tribe next door have the magical power to shrink the earth? Han Cheng's mind was full of racing thoughts, and he couldn't help but smile. I almost fooled myself into believing it. Han Cheng looked at the Green tribe leader who was standing outside and looked very proud, and thought to himself that this guy was indeed cunning. There is only one possible reason for the current situation. That is, the people of the Green tribe brought these things with them when they came here before, in order to get as much benefit as possible from him. After getting close to his tribe, they hid the furs and ears of grain and only brought the pottery. The soup cooked in the large pottery tastes the same as the soup cooked in the small pottery. They can't solve the problem themselves, so they will exchange what they brought with them as they're doing now. Or they might think that I am deliberately keeping you in suspense, and then take out these hidden things to bribe me. Sure enough, profit is a good thing. Driven by it, primitive people have become less primitive. The leader of the Green tribe was a man who could not hold back his anger. After exchanging the skins and ears of grain he brought for 2 pottery jars and 10 pottery bowls, he proudly told the eldest brother the whole story, which was almost exactly what Han Chung had guessed. The leader of the Green tribe, feeling that he had turned the tables, led his people away happily with the newly exchanged pottery. Of course he was very happy, because in his original expectation, these furs and unpalatable grass ears were to be exchanged for the method of making the soup taste better. Now, not only did he get salt that would make the soup delicious, but he also exchanged it for so many precious pottery. These pottery were like picked up out of thin air, so he was naturally overjoyed. I just wonder if this guy will still be as happy as he is now after he learns the intentions of the son of God of the Green Bird tribe, who seems generous and a little silly to him. The people of the Green tribe walked for a while and stopped at a considerable distance from the Green Bird tribe. After pulling aside the pulled-out grass, a large vat and 2 pottery jars appeared in front of us. The leader of the Green tribe patted the pottery and smiled happily. Then he and his men carried the large jar and headed toward his tribe in a heroic and vigorous manner, looking like a general returning from victory. Of course, Han Chung would not care about the Green tribe leader's little thoughts. The leader of the Green tribe wanted to take advantage of the Blue Bird tribe, but he was actually planning to annex the entire Green tribe. Since you are standing at different heights, your mindset will naturally be different. After a day of relaxation, life in the Chinke tribe returned to normal. Those who needed to plow the soil started to plow the soil. Those who needed to mow the grass started to mow the grass. Those who needed to stroke the rabbits continued to stroke the rabbits. And those who needed to peek at the chickens but continued to peek at the chickens, but life was plain, but very enjoyable. The leader of the Green tribe was cooking soup again, this time in the Green Bird tribe. He carefully looked through the steps of cooking the soup again, memorized them all, and was full of confidence. Especially when I saw the jar of salt as white as snowflakes, I felt at peace. Before he started to cook the soup, he pounded his chest with his hands, assuring everyone in the tribe that he would be able to cook a delicious soup this time. The flame under the big vat was burning, and the water in the vat had already begun to boil. He followed Han Cheng's example, found a thin stick, poked the meat in the jar, and when he thought it was almost cooked, he asked someone to turn off the fire. Then he picked up a bowl and scooped some soup from the big vat, letting those who did not go to the Chinke tribe this time taste it one by one. Of course, these people obeyed the order, but the soup tasted the same as before, not as delicious as the leader said. Seeing everyone looking at him in confusion after tasting the soup, the leader of the Green tribe felt very pleased. He cleared his throat and solemnly picked up the jar of salt. Just like Han Chung did, he tilted the jar down to let these people see the white salt, and then turned around mysteriously and poured the salt in the jar into the soup pot. The leader of the Green tribe had a very clear memory of the last time he failed to make soup in public, So this time he put all his efforts into shocking the people in the tribe with delicious soup. While pouring the salt, he suddenly had an idea. Just a little bit of this snow-white salt will make the soup very delicious. Wouldn't it be even more delicious if you add more? This sudden idea made the Green Tribe leader's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but secretly applaud his own wit. He tilted the jar a little harder, and half of the salt fell into the boiling soup and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The leader of the Green Tribe felt distressed when he saw how much salt had suddenly disappeared from the jar. But when he thought about the fact that the salt was free and the broth would be even more delicious, far surpassing that of the Green Bird Tribe, he felt much more comfortable. He put down the salt shaker, picked up the wooden stick, and began to stir the broth that looked so mouth-watering. The other members of the Green Tribe were all staring eagerly, their throats churning, looking forward to eating the delicious broth cooked by the leader as soon as possible. In order to carry out the imitation to the end, the leader of the Green Tribe suppressed his greed, took the previous bowl, and scooped out half a bowl of soup that had become extremely delicious after adding salt, and let the previous people taste it one by one. He had a profound and confident smile on his face, and was looking forward to the people in the tribe being shocked after drinking the delicious food he cooked. Puff! The first person who drank the soup with great anticipation had a distorted face for a while, but still couldn't help but spit it out, sticking out his tongue and grinning. The Green Tribe leader looked at her with a smile, waiting for her to show her shock, but the smile suddenly disappeared from his face. He snatched the bowl and handed it to the next person to taste. I glared at the primitive woman several times, feeling dissatisfied. Even if the broth I cooked is extremely delicious, you can't be so impatient, right? I've drunk the broth several times, and you can't let me burn my mouth again? Puff! Under his gaze, the second person took a small sip cautiously, and after a distorted look on his face, he finally couldn't help but spit it out. The Green Tribe leader's eyebrows stood up. Are you going to waste the delicious food I cooked? He angrily snatched the bowl of soup from the second person and did not give it to the third person. He wanted to personally demonstrate to those people in the tribe who had never tasted the delicacy and were eager to drink it, how to drink this delicious broth. He raised his voice for everyone to watch him demonstrate. When everyone was looking at him, he slowly brought the bowl to his mouth, blew a puff of hot air through his pursed lips, and then took a deep breath. Half a mouthful of the delicious broth entered his mouth. The eyes of the Green Tribe leader widened instantly. At this moment, he finally understood why the first two people had such expressions. It was not because they were burned, but puff, gudong, gudong. The leader of the Green Tribe put down the empty bowl in his hand, and before he could take a breath, he burped. His stomach was already full of water, but he still couldn't help wanting to drink. Not only him, but the rest of the Green Tribe people are the same. He squatted down and scratched his hair to look at the remaining half of the jar of salt, full of doubts. It would be very delicious if he put some in, and it should be even more delicious if he put more in. Why? Chapter 189. Sister Lin enters Jia's mansion. The blue sky is particularly high and far. The warm autumn sun covers the earth. The mountains in the distance stand still, and birds spread their wings and fly across the sky. Leisure and tranquility spread everywhere, and seem to be the eternal theme of this world. May tilde. A miserable cry of a sheep suddenly sounded, breaking the false tranquility. Uncle Deer snorted, wagged his tail, and walked leisurely to the side with his long legs, no longer paying attention to these three guys who were not even as good as dogs, and who could only bark at the top of their lungs. When the three lambs saw the big guy leave, they gradually calmed down and slowly loosened up from the corner where they had been crowded together. They looked at the big guy who was much taller than them with some fear. After a while, they carefully went to eat the grass placed on the raft not far away. May tilde. A few more miserable cries were heard, and the three lambs, like frightened birds, huddled in the corner and trembled again. The poor little deer, who is often robbed of milk by its father, the little two-legged beasts, and Fujiang, has grown a lot. He has grown a lot in size, but his mind has not matured much. He is more mischievous than when he was first added. Of course, it can also be described as the upper beam is crooked and the lower beams are crooked. Seeing its father threatening the three white-haired guys, it also came over and jumped up and down to demonstrate. What it did was even more excessive than its father. Not only did it scare the three timid guys, it also ate the grass that belonged to them in front of them. Seeing them huddled in a corner and bleeding in fear, this guy became even more excited. This may be related to the psychological trauma it suffered from being bullied and robbed of its milk when it was young. When you live under the eaves, you have to bow your head. The same is true for sheep living in the deer pen. The three lambs dared not take one more step or say one more word in the deer pen. Han Chung didn't know that these three little lambs were actually bullied into becoming Lin Daiyu, who entered the Jiao mansion, because he had his own things to do. Of course, it's not about lying next to the chicken coop and spying on the hens that are not wearing pants. The Chinke tribe is particularly lively today, not because another tribe has come to trade, but because the Chinke tribe is moving from the cave to a house that has been built for some time. This is a housewarming party. Of course it has to be lively. If Han Chung had found bamboo and had saltpeter and sulfur, he would have made some firecrackers to celebrate. Although it is called moving, there is actually nothing special to do. There is no furniture or other miscellaneous things. All you have to do is roll up your bedding and put it on the Kong assigned to you, and you're almost done. The 12 rooms are more than enough to accommodate all the people in the Chinke tribe. After all, this is not the future. Only Han Chung, the number 1 charlatan, and Wu, the number 2 charlatan, have the treatment of sleeping in a single room. The rest of the people have to sleep on a big Kong. The interior layout of these 12 houses is different from that of the room where Han Chung lives. There was only one Kong in the room where Han Chung lived, but each of the 12 houses had 2, and they were very large, connecting Kangs. One against the back wall and one against the front wall. The earthen Kong is 1.6 meters wide and 3 meters long, the same as the width of the room. A low wall made of adobe was built in the middle, dividing the room into 2, creating 2 Kangs that are 1.6 meters long and nearly 1.5 meters wide. For a couple like Taitu and Haiwa who just had a child and another pregnant couple, it is just right for them to sleep on separate Kangs, one on the left and one on the right. This is not only conducive to promoting the unity of the tribe, but also can inspire fighting spirit. There is a low wall between them, they smile at each other, and then start a farming competition, which is very good. Han Cheng's design can be said to be very humane. In a house like this, a young couple like Haiwa and Taitu can accommodate 4 people. For someone like Junior Brother Shah, who has 2 spouses and several children, there is more than enough space for 1 person to live on the front Kong and 1 on the back Kong. Of course, someone like the eldest brother, who originally had 5 spouses and later gave 1 to Shang, with 4 left, can occupy a room with his wife and children. There is no need to worry about the inconvenience of several families living together, as everyone used to hang out in the same cave. In the uncovered cave, the primitive tune was still played loudly, and no one seemed to be embarrassed. Now that I live in a room like this with a lot of shelter, the quality of the room has been improved so much. Inside the room, apart from the 2 large Kangs in the front and back, there was only a 1 meter wide aisle in the middle for walking. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The people in the tribe didn't think there was anything wrong with this because when they lived in caves, they had nothing except a place to sleep. Everyone was already very satisfied with what they had now. Each one carefully touched the Kong that had been assigned to them, with joy and disbelief. Many people who have participated in the construction of the earthen Kong talk to their spouses or children about the times when they built the Kong with great pride and in unfluent words. There were children happily playing on the Kong, doing somersaults with joy. Many of them lost control of their strength and fell under the Kong. The boy was more playful and didn't cry or make a fuss. He quickly got up from the ground, climbed back onto the Kong, and continued to play. When a girl falls and gets hurt, she will shed a few tears and cry a little, but the crying will soon die down, and she will smile with tears on her face and play again, having already forgotten the pain. Not every room has a door, as this would be too troublesome and would waste space in a room, because a Kong cannot be built where the door is. There are 2 south-facing doors in the 12 houses, 1 at the 4th room at each end. In this way, with this door as the boundary, the 12 houses can be divided into 3 sections, with the number of rooms from east to west being 3, 4, and 3. Han Chung had some considerations in mind for leaving the door like this. These 12 connected houses are not just small single rooms. Their interiors are interconnected and connected by 11 inner doors left on the 11 gables. People living in the 3 houses at the easternmost and westernmost ends can enter and exit through the nearest doors. People living in the 4 houses in the middle can decide which door to go through depending on the situation. Leaving the door like this can make it as convenient as possible for everyone to enter and exit. The 11 doorways inside the room do not have doors. There is no need for them. Not only is it a waste of time and effort, but installing them would also be a nuisance. When the Chinke tribe has more furs, or when they find hemp to make cloth, they can just hang a curtain half a meter above the ground to provide some cover. Chapter 190. Charcoal with a great effect. The tribe was filled with joy. Everyone lay on the Kong and looked around their new home. Each of them had a satisfied smile on their face, feeling that their hard work over the past 6 months had not been in vain. The earth pit was flat and dry, far from being comparable to the uneven caves. Even if you didn't spread hay and fur on it, sleeping on it naked was more comfortable than sleeping in a cave. Not to mention that it was covered with hay and fur that had been dried and warmed in the sun for half a day. Not only were the children cheering and jumping for joy on the Kong, but even the adults in the tribe were lying on it and were unwilling to get up. As for the worry that the earthen Kong would be too hot to sleep on in the summer, that had long been forgotten. After such a long time, they had already figured out how to use the earthen Kong. When the weather is not cold, there is no need to burn fire, so the Kong will naturally not be hot, and sleeping on it will not be uncomfortable. This is not the point. The point is the scene that the Son of God once described to them. It was snowing heavily outside, and the weather was so cold that even urine could turn into ice. In the room, there was a little light coming through the fire pit on the earthen Kong. The thick Kong was warmed by the flames. Lying on it and covering it with a layer of leather that had become extremely soft after being treated with nitrate, the feeling was so comfortable that one wanted to moan out loud. In the past, the people who disliked the heavy snowfall in winter were now looking forward to the arrival of severe cold weather. If other tribes knew about the expectation of the people of the Chinke tribe, they would definitely be cursed. Lame's face was also full of joy. After lying on the Kong for a while, holding his spouse, and feeling the beauty of the Kong for a moment, this exceptionally hard-working man got down from the Kong. At this time, he was holding a piece of broken pottery in his hand, on which was some smashed, unburned black charcoal. He came to the door that had been installed not too long ago, squatted down, picked up a few handfuls of charcoal crumbs, and put them in the stone pit under the door axis, then used his hands to hold the edge of the door and opened and closed it back and forth. As the door axis swayed, the crushed charcoal fragments gradually became evenly distributed around the door axis. Some of the unlucky ones had already run under the door axis and were crushed to pieces. The door is much easier to open and close than before. After doing all this, Bo went to another door and did the same thing. He didn't care about the charcoal fragments that were not crushed. As time passed, due to the daily opening and closing of doors by people, these charcoal fragments would gradually be broken down by the friction between the door axis and the stone pit and become their lubricant. While putting charcoal into the stone pit under the door axis, Lame sighed at the wisdom of the Son of God. I thought that putting grease under the door hinge was a good idea, but I didn't expect that the Son of God would come up with such a better way. Unburned charcoal is very easy to obtain, and it is not a big deal to use it compared to delicious grease. And the effect is better than oil. If you use oil, you'll have to add some in after a while, and it will easily attract small insects. There is no such worry at all with charcoal chips. You only need to put some in a few times every now and then in the initial period, and then you don't have to worry about it later. Moreover, after adding charcoal chips, the door hinge becomes smoother and lighter with use and grinding. There were 2 other reasons why Han Chung changed the original method of adding oil and used charcoal chips, in addition to the reason that Bo knew. One is Fu Jiang, this greedy guy who came over to lick the door hinge after he finished his job. He got kicked on the butt several times for this, but he still enjoyed it. Another reason was that when he was thinking about a solution, he remembered that in later generations, when the lock on the front door of his home could not be opened and closed properly, his family scraped some lead from a pencil and poured it into the keyhole, then inserted the key in, and after moving it back and forth several times, the lock became smooth again. The Chinke tribe naturally did not have any lead, but they had no shortage of unburned charcoal that was darker than lead. There are certain similarities between the two, and Aunt Han gave it a try on a whim, and the effect was surprisingly good. Honda Shinzi, who did not look like the Son of God at all and rolled back and forth on the wide earthen Kong, naturally had no idea that someone was secretly admiring his wisdom. Fortunately, this is a world without strange powers. If it were another world, Han Chung felt that if things continued like this, he would be able to gather a lot of wishes and become a god through incense. There was no one in the East Wing. This room reserved for the witch was empty. When they first saw the built deer pen, they thought of it as a house and wanted to build a similar house for everyone in the tribe to live in. However, When the house was actually built and they were about to move in, they suddenly became hesitant and began to regret it. He just told everyone else to move into the rooms, and he would stay in the inner cave. This sudden change caught Han Chung off guard. He asked why he didn't want to move in. At first, Wu just shook his head and refused to say. Later, when Han Chung asked him about it, he told the truth. He said that he had lived in the inner cave for a long time and was reluctant to leave. In addition, there were totem poles, bone staffs, and feather crowns in the inner cave. These important things needed someone to guard them. He was a witch and should protect them. Han Chung was moved and wanted to laugh at the same time. He tried to persuade Wu for a long time, but Wu refused, so Han Chung had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. The weather is not too cold at this time. Since Wu is unwilling to leave, let's stay inside for the time being. When the weather gets cold, I will find a way to let him move in. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Someone was shouting outside. After hearing the sound, everyone in the room took action, pouring out of the two doors and heading towards the cave. The child had short legs, but ran to the front, much like the students in later primary and secondary schools who would get ready before the school was over and rush out of the classroom to the cafeteria as soon as the bell rang. Han Chung also walked out of the room and headed for the cave. Influenced by this scene, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. Although no matter how fast or slow he walked, the first meal would be his. Everyone moved out of the caves, and the caves that used to be crowded and lively became empty and deserted. As more people moved in, the caves returned to their former bustling state. The empty cave will become a place to store tools and also serve as the canteen of the Chinke tribe. Han Chung had no intention of changing the practice of eating from a big pot. On the one hand, it made cooking easier. On the other hand, it made eating together more lively and could enhance the relationship between each other. In addition, it could also maintain and strengthen the order of the Chinke tribe by changing the order in which people took the food. As for private ownership, it was something that was considered only after productivity was greatly improved and the tribe expanded in size. It is not applicable to the current Chinke tribe. Chapter 191, The Out-of-Form Yanko. Since it was a celebration of moving to a new house, a feast was naturally indispensable. All kinds of food that the Green Bird tribe could provide were taken out, and everyone could eat to their heart's content. Although lacking various seasonings, these are indeed the ultimate delicacy for the people of the Green Bird tribe. After dinner, it was dark. Many people couldn't wait to go back to their new house and sleep on the Kong to experience that comfortable feeling again, but they were stopped by Han Chung. How can such a celebration be complete without a bonfire party? Han Shensi said he wanted a bonfire, so the bonfire in the courtyard was lit. Han Shensi said he wanted to dance, so everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what the Son of God meant by dancing. It doesn't matter if you can't dance, as long as there is someone to teach you. Street dance is cool, Latin dance is beautiful, square dance is trendy, ballet is difficult. These have nothing to do with Han Chung and the Chinke tribe, because Han Chung knows nothing about them. He only knows how to do some Yanko dance and 2 sets of radio gymnastics. Radio gymnastics was too serious and unsuitable for this joyous occasion, and it easily reminded Han Chung of the fear of being dominated by the school. So Yanga appeared many years earlier than expected. In the absence of handkerchiefs and flower balls, small pieces of animal skins were used instead. In the absence of drums, clappers and stones were used instead. Many people initially thought that the Son of God's steps and postures were very demonic, and some even felt a little embarrassed. However, as the sounds of clappers and stones continued to ring out, and as more and more people followed the Son of God and twisted around the fire, those who were a little embarrassed to try were gradually attracted by the laughter of those who were dancing and shouting, and were infected by the smiles on their faces, and became eager to try. Finally, I broke through the barriers in my heart and joined the celebrating crowd. The witch who often performed great dances did not join in the wild revelry. He just stood aside, banging his clappers and looking at the happy crowd, his toothless mouth unable to close. If Han Chung hadn't mentioned this, even an expert in Yanko wouldn't have been able to tell that this was a Yanko bonfire dance. It lasted for quite a while before gradually dying down. The people who had been sweating all over felt relaxed. After venting their inner joy in this way, everyone felt light and energetic. These people who don't have many entertainment activities on a daily basis suddenly fell in love with this activity created by the Son of God that can bring pleasure to the body and mind. Some people who haven't experienced enough privacy twist and turn on their way to the room. Han Sheng lay on a kong covered with a thick layer of hay and leather, stretched out comfortably, and pulled a very soft and thick sheepskin over his body. Without the primitive music to disturb him, he soon fell asleep. Hee. It was not very clear, and there were many strange rooster crowing sounds in later generations, and Han Sheng opened his eyes. I had a dreamless night and felt refreshed when I woke up in the morning. When Han Sheng got up and washed, he was shocked, because wherever he looked, the adults in the Qingke tribe had red and bloodshot eyes, as if they all had conjunctivitis. Reading history makes people wise. Mathematics makes people smart, and dancing the yanga around a bonfire for an unknown distance will make everyone collectively suffer from red eyes. Han Sheng was thinking about this without any purpose, and he lowered his head to look at his own eyes reflected in the basin. His eyes were clear and pure. Some were shameless. When I went to see the child, I found that his eyes were normal, no different from before. I pulled Taitu, whose eyes were also red, and asked him what was going on. Taitu stammered and couldn't explain clearly. Han Sheng understood immediately after seeing this, let go of Taitu, and smiled that these guys were doing bad things. No. When Taitu saw the Son of God's expression, he immediately knew what he was thinking and hurriedly shook his hands to explain. The seemingly omniscient Son of God gave him an I know smile, then went straight back to the room with the toiletries, leaving Taitu standing there dumbfounded. Han Sheng really wronged Taitu and the others this time. They didn't sleep well last night, which did have something to do with what he thought, but not too big. The biggest reason is that these people live in new houses and sleep on soft kangs. They are too excited and have no desire to sleep. Taitu felt that it would be particularly incompetent to tell this matter in front of the Son of God, so he hesitated. As a result of this hesitation, a huge pot fell on his head. He looked at Ruhua, whose belly was already very big, then at Haiwa, who was shaking his legs and poking his teeth with a willow branch not far away and seemed to be in a good mood, and Zhuang, who was standing next to Haiwa and whose belly had shrunk after having given birth to a child. He felt that he was being unfairly blamed. It was obviously Haiwa and Zhuang. I didn't do anything, I just peeked at the people who came in the middle of the night. As if sensing something, Haiwa, who had just spit out a mouthful of mouthwash, turned his head. He found Taitu was looking at him, and without thinking, he gave a sly smile. The weather was getting colder day by day, and more leaves were falling. The Qingke tribe was preparing to reclaim some wasteland and grow rapeseed, so they plowed all the land and planted rapeseed. The first batch planted have already sprouted, and some of the fast-growing ones already have 4 leaves. Later, a small half of the land that was burned in preparation for planting millet next year was reclaimed. All land reclamation work has stopped today, and the main labor force in the tribe has to go pick fruit. Although the Qingke tribe is no longer short of food, the fruits still need to be stored. They are very good as dessert after meals. Nuts like pine nuts are best eaten as a snack. Those who went to pick the fruit not only carried hooks and carrying poles, but also stone spears and thickened rattan shields. For 2 consecutive years, when picking fruits in the autumn, they encountered the Tungsha tribe in the orchard. Last winter, the 2 tribes fought a life-and-death battle again. It can be said that they have already formed a blood feud. If we meet again in the future, it will be difficult to resolve the dispute peacefully, and if a dispute occurs, we will not throw away our weapons and fight with bare hands like before. Therefore, we must be on guard and make sure to bring enough weapons. In the past, only the elderly and children would go to pick fruits, but this year there was no one because they were not strong enough to resist danger. At first, Shang didn't understand why the senior brother and others were so serious. We're just out picking fruits, not hunting, so why should we be so cautious? When he knew the reason, his previous thoughts immediately disappeared. He not only brought 2 stone spears and a rattan shield, but also put a small amount of stone bullets, specially left over from when he mined stones to build houses in the baskets he was carrying, which were convenient for throwing. Chapter 192. The Lucky General Going Away. The sunlight is diffused, and the dead leaves are falling, making subtle sounds as they hit the ground, carrying a kind of quiet beauty of death. Baji, the fruit, with its hot skin and honey-filled body, that had been standing on the branch waiting for you to pick it, could no longer hold on. A gust of wind blew past it, and it trembled like an electric shock and fell off the branch without standing steadily, spilling out its belly full of honey. This strange sound broke the unique tranquility and beauty. Rustle, rustle. The sound seemed to have turned on a switch, and since then, there has been no peace in the forest. As the rustling sound got closer and louder, a group of primitive people wrapped in furs, carrying shoulder poles and holding weapons appeared next to the orchard. Seeing the fruits scattered all over the ground, the eldest brother showed a look of pity in his eyes and also a sense of relaxation. He did not rush into the large orchard, but led his men around the orchard in circles, looking around vigilantly as he walked. After going around in a circle, the eldest brother finally relaxed. There were a lot of fallen fruits on the ground, and no newly broken branches were found, all of which showed that no one had visited this orchard before them. Pick it. After ensuring it was safe, the eldest brother gave an order, and everyone put down their weapons and quickly started picking fruits. Shang, the leader of the original pig tribe, tightly grasped a stone spear and a stone in his hand, and looked around with his slightly red eyes. The eldest brother noticed Shang's strangeness, walked over and patted Shang on the shoulder, saying, "We all remember." After a while, Shang let out a reluctant breath, nodded vigorously to the senior brother in front of him, put down the stone spear and stone, and began to pick fruit with others. Although he was basically certain that the evil tribe that had suffered a great loss at the hands of his own tribe would not come to this orchard again, the eldest brother still did not take it lightly. After collecting enough fruits, everyone transported them to the tribe together, trying not to disperse. The emergence of hook-shaped poles and carrying poles has made transporting fruits more convenient and quicker than the clay pots with ropes and shoulder poles used last year. Even with this method, the efficiency was much higher than the initial method of transporting the goods to the tribe in packages wrapped in animal skins. When a stone hit the tree trunk, bounced up, and rolled into the dry grass nearby. A frightened wild animal whose appearance was not clearly seen scurried into the grass. The grass shook for a while, and then it disappeared. Run fast. The second brother, who was carrying a shoulder pole beside him, looked at the grass waves that drifted away and finally returned to calm. He said something, withdrew his left hand that was holding a stone as if to smash it, and then continued walking with the shoulder pole. In his basket filled with fruits, there were not only a few small prey items, one of which had a big tail, and it turned out to be a squirrel that liked to bury things in the ground. The people in the tribe seemed a little excited because they saw a lot of prey along the way, much more than when they went hunting frequently before. It seems that the rabbit trap made by the Son of God can be placed farther away from the tribe. It can be predicted that it will be another bumper harvest. This is really strange. When a tribe was short of food and clothing, no one knew where these prey had hidden. Now that life in the tribe is better and food is abundant, these guys have all run out. As the eldest brother and others carried the fruits back, they discussed the doubts in their hearts from time to time. They vaguely came to the conclusion that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Han Chung saw the small prey that his senior brother and others had caught on the way to and from picking fruits, and heard their doubts about this abnormal phenomenon, and couldn't help but smile. In the past year or two, the Chinke tribe has been concentrating on construction and has rarely gone out hunting. Without such a large group of predators, they have the opportunity to reproduce, and their numbers will naturally increase significantly. In particular, the number of several animals that the Chinke tribe used to capture frequently increased even faster. This is good too. When I have time, I can go hunting and I will definitely get a good harvest. The orchard is not too far from the Chinke tribe. The number of people picking fruits has increased by nearly half, and with the improvement of transportation tools, a lot of fruits are piled up in the caves in just a few days. Han Chung climbed up the high wall with a ladder, stood on it, and looked at the woods in the distance, which looked much thinner and brighter after the dead leaves had fallen. He felt that he needed to go out for a while. It's not an autumn outing, but a trip to the mulberry tree. As for silkworms, even though their fur has become much softer after being processed with saltpeter, Han Ching's obsession with using silk to make underpants has diminished a lot, but he still hasn't forgotten it. Because this is indeed a treasure. As a Chinese, now that I have come to this time, if possible, I naturally want to get the silkworms out. The bare trees, the yellow fallen leaves all over the ground, the grass struggling hard not to die, all show the power of the autumn wind to the fullest. The sight of everything is withered and yellow, and the desolate scene makes people feel depressed. Fu Jiang is much more poetic than his master, who wears animal skins and walks around with a stick in his hand, whipping things randomly. At least he feels the loneliness. In the past, it loved to run around happily once it left the tribe, but now it was walking sadly on the withered grass, looking very depressed. Han Chung, who was thinking about the silkworms, did not notice Fu Jiang's sudden change of nature. He just kept walking forward, carrying the basket and waving the stick. Even Han Cheng, the person who was closest to Fu Jiang, did not notice his unusualness. Those who followed him and whose attention was focused on the movements around him could not notice his melancholy even more. Han Cheng always thought that he was ruthless enough, but now compared with Qiu Feng, it is really nothing. At least the pheasants raised in the tribe still had some feathers left to cover their shame after being taken care of by Han Cheng, but the mulberry trees in front of him had been stripped bare by the autumn wind. Looking up at the bare branches, Han Cheng's eyes searched every inch of it. The rest of the people, after receiving the Son of God's order, all looked up, looking for something whose specific appearance they did not know. Fu Jiang also stood under the tree. He raised his not-so-good eyes and looked up along with his master, looking melancholy at the fragmented sky that was divided by the bare branches. A gust of wind blew, and the melancholy Fu Jiang's eyes brightened in an anthropomorphic way, as if he suddenly became energetic. It tilted its head, stood in the direction of the wind, and its nostrils moved. After a while, he started walking towards that direction. After walking for a while, he looked back at his owner who was still looking up at the sky and sighing. He didn't notice him. He stood there for a while, as if hesitating about something, but finally went in the direction of the wind, gradually going farther and farther away, and was completely hidden by bushes and trees, and disappeared. Chapter 193, Hang Ghost. Han Cheng still craned his neck to search the branches inch by inch. After looking up for so long, his neck became stiff and his head felt dizzy. Should we postpone the silkworm breeding any further? This mulberry forest was not very large, with a total of 28 trees with roots larger than the diameter of a bowl. He had already looked through more than half of it, but still could not find any trace of the cocoons. He lowered his head, stretched his stiff neck, and thought with some disappointment in his heart. Why did this guy, Fu Jiang, disappear? He looked around but didn't see any sign of Fu Jiang. He was a little confused and was about to call out to him. Son of God, look! Mutu's surprised voice suddenly sounded at this time. Han Cheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mutu pointing to the sky with one hand under a mulberry tree as thick as a bowl, his face facing him, with a look of surprise on his face. This guy Fu Jiang loves to run like crazy when he comes out. He has disappeared before, but he will come back on his own after running for a while. With such a precedent, Han Cheng didn't think much about it this time. Seeing Mutu's expression, he knew that the matter with the silkworms was most likely to have a result. He immediately hurried to Mutu and completely forgot about summoning the lucky general. Look! Mutu pointed to a place above and spoke again. Han Cheng looked in the direction he pointed and searched for a while before he saw a small thing hanging on a branch. The thing was not big, probably not even as thick as his little finger, and was in the shape of an oval stick. I don't know if it's because it's been hanging on the tree branch for too long and has been exposed to wind and sun, but the skin has turned dark brown. As the wind blew, it swayed, looking like a hanged ghost that was not completely dead. Han Cheng was delighted. It must be this thing. He didn't need anyone to help him at the moment. He hugged the tree and climbed up. He grabbed the branch with the hanged man on it and broke it with his hands. When I pulled up the branch, I was surprised to find that there were 2 silk cocoons hanging on the end of the branch, like hanged men. Without waiting to get down from the tree, he put the branch with the cocoon in front of his eyes and looked at it impatiently. Han Cheng was not unfamiliar with silkworms, as he had raised them for fun when he was a child. Sometimes he would put 2 or 3 of them in an empty matchbox and bring them to school. He would not help but secretly take a few glances at them during class. Han Cheng looked at the cocoon in front of him that had spanned who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After the initial surprise, he was disappointed, because compared with the cocoons produced by the silkworms he had raised in his childhood, the cocoons produced by these silkworms were much smaller. Moreover, the cocoon is very thin and will deflate if you squeeze it slightly with your hands. I don't know if 5 cocoons like this can produce as much silk as 1 cocoon in later generations. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It was already very good to be able to find silk cocoons at this time. Why should he be so particular? It takes who knows how many generations for the silkworms of later generations to be bred. How can we compare them with the wild silkworms that have been bred for who knows how many tens of thousands of years? Of course, even though I thought this way, I couldn't help feeling disappointed because it meant that the silkworms had to be cultivated slowly, just like rapeseed, millet, and pheasants. Han Chung slid down the tree, holding the branch with the cocoons in his hand. He pulled off a cocoon with force and turned it over. One end of the cocoon was broken, and the broken part was a little black. As expected, the silkworm pupae inside disappeared, leaving only some dried and broken skins inside. They must have already emerged as moths, and after mating, they completely ascended to heaven. Han Sheng sniffed. It seemed that he would have to wait until next spring to continue looking for silkworms. Before, I only thought that there would be cocoons left in the autumn, but I forgot that once the silkworms have made cocoons, they will break out of the cocoons in a few days, accomplishing good things, or die by laying eggs. But it's okay. At least we have confirmed that there are indeed silkworms here. Knowing this, as long as we are willing to work hard, we will be able to find the silkworms. Of course, it is also very likely that before the silkworms are found, they are ambushed by the killer, Yang Latzi, hiding under the green leaves. Han Chung looked at the 3 silk cocoons in his hand, then looked at the bare mulberry tree, and felt that something seemed to be wrong. Logically speaking, given that silkworms can go through a cycle in just over a month, their reproductive capacity is definitely not lower than that of rabbits. Since there are silkworms here, the mulberry trees should be hung with many cocoons in the autumn. But it is so rare now, which is really puzzling. Han Cheng's confusion only lasted for a short moment, as a group of birds flapping their wings noisily across the sky and dropping things cleared up his doubts. Looking at Moo Moo, who touched his nose and angrily threw a stone at the flying bird, Han Cheng couldn't help laughing, and his doubts about the number of wild silkworms could not be increased or dispelled. When everyone saw the joy on the Son of God's face, they all gathered around to see what the Son of God was looking for. The experience of more than a year has taught them that anyone who is favored by the Son of God and treated so solemnly is definitely not an ordinary person. After seeing the true appearance of this thing, the eldest brother and others couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Obviously, he couldn't figure out what the Son of God wanted with such a thing. Someone asked the question in his mind, and Han Chung, who was in a good mood, smiled and said, "Making clothes." After saying that, he pulled at the animal skin wrapped around his body and added, "Like this." After everyone understood what Han Chung meant, they were even more confused. This fur is very comfortable to wear, so why did the Son of God insist on using it to make clothes? And this thing is so small, how can I wear it? Could it be that he tied the handle of this thing with a thin rope and then wrapped it around his body in circles? This look is too weird, but it should be cool to wear it like this on hot days. Some people who like to use their brains looked at the cocoons in Han Cheng's hands and began to use their imagination. Han Cheng didn't know what this person was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely be amused. The purpose of coming here today has been achieved, and it is time to go back. Han Cheng was in a good mood and was about to take his men back. He turned his head and looked around, but still could not see any sign of Fu Jiang. This playful guy. Han Cheng thought this with a tone of reproach and affection. Then he shouted, "Lucky General!" The sound echoed far away in the empty forest. After shouting twice, Han Cheng looked around, waiting for this guy who was so happy as soon as he came out to come over. In the past, as long as Han Cheng called out a few times, Fu Jiang, who was hiding somewhere, would quickly come over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, sticking out his tongue, wagging his tail, and jumping around Han Cheng. However, after waiting for a long time today, I still didn't see that familiar figure. Han Cheng's heart, which was originally very relaxed, suddenly jumped, and he became nervous all of a sudden. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, told himself not to think too much, and then continued to call out. The voice was a bit louder than before, and contained a hint of anxiety and uneasiness. The leafless forest was as quiet as before. Apart from a few small animals not far away that were frightened by the sound and ran away, there was no other movement. Han Cheng's heart was in his throat, and he asked everyone if anyone had noticed where Fu Jiang had gone and when he disappeared. Everyone only noticed this when Han Cheng called out to Fu Jiang. They were all trying hard to think about it. However, apart from knowing that Fu Jiang had followed them here, they knew nothing else. Chapter 194, Empty Heart. Lucky General. Lucky General. The anxious cries continued to echo in the forest, making the mountains and forests seem even more empty. The joy of finding the wild silkworms had long since disappeared, completely replaced by the anxiety and uneasiness brought about by Fu Jiang's unexpected disappearance. How could such a good guy just disappear like that? Lucky General. Han Cheng, with an anxious look on his face, shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice becoming a little hoarse. "Lucky General!" The eldest brother and others also shouted and were equally anxious. They watched with their own eyes how Fu Jiang grew from a chubby little ball of flesh. After more than a year of living together day and night, they had already completely accepted this guy who, except for his appearance, was different from a wolf in all other ways. It could be said that they are treated as half of the tribe. Now that he has suddenly disappeared out of thin air, they feel equally bad. The crowd walked in the woods, holding their weapons and shouting, looking around and paying attention to the movements around them. Wherever they went, the wild beasts were frightened. Han Chung fantasized countless times that Fu would suddenly jump out from somewhere and play around him, wagging his tail as he did in the past. However, when he turned his head to look in the invisible, imaginary direction, the imaginary figure did not appear as expected. "Son of God, go back, God." The eldest brother looked at the sky, then looked at the son of God who was still shouting in search of Fu Jiang, and after hesitating for several times, he finally spoke. Han Chung felt very uncomfortable and empty. He had raised Fu Jiang, and they had already developed feelings for each other. How could he feel at ease when he suddenly disappeared? At this time, there is indeed no one stealing dogs, but the world around is far more dangerous than in later times, and Fu will be alone. Han Chung shook his head and said, "Look for it for a while." When the eldest brother heard the Son of God say this, he no longer insisted and could only obey the Son of God. In fact, he didn't want to give up the search, but compared to Fu Jiang, he cared more about the safety of the people in the tribe. "Son of God." After searching for a while without any results, the eldest brother spoke again. Han Chung looked at the sky and realized it was indeed getting late. Although he was reluctant to leave, he had no choice but to go back. He couldn't put most of the tribe's strength in danger in search of a lucky general. Maybe it's in the tribe. After walking back for a while, the eldest brother suddenly spoke. Han Chung was shocked and wondered how could he have forgotten this possibility. I suddenly became energized with hope and a little bit of nervousness in my heart, and quickened my pace with everyone else as I rushed towards the tribe, wishing I could grow wings. The sky gets dark very quickly in late autumn. After the sun sets, dusk immediately covers the surroundings, and darkness descends at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those who remained in the tribe began to feel uneasy. The witch came out from the depths of the cave, and despite his old age, he climbed up the 2-meter-high wall step by step using the ladder, and looked towards the distance that had become dim in the twilight. There was anxiety and anticipation in those somewhat cloudy eyes. The adults in the tribe who had no other work went out into the wild with Shinzi, saying they were going to look for the silkworms they hadn't found before, and that it wouldn't take too long. Now the sun has set and it's getting dark, but Shinzi and the people in the tribe haven't come back yet. A feeling of uneasiness spread throughout the Chinke tribe. Even the children who loved to play became quiet at this time. After waiting for a while, the surroundings became gloomy and the witch could wait no longer. He asked people to make the fire outside the gate brighter, and then he carefully climbed down the wall along the wooden ladder with the help of the firelight and went to the cave. He was going to pray to the gods, asking them to protect his son and other people in the tribe and return safely. The lives of the people in the tribe are getting worse day by day, but they really can't withstand such a disaster. Hey, there were faint shouting sounds coming from a distance. Lame, who had stopped knitting and was helping to add firewood to Fire 1 and Fire 2 outside the gate, hesitated a little. Then another shout was heard, and his hesitant face was suddenly filled with joy. He had already recognized the person who was shouting. "I'm back! I'm back!" He shouted excitedly, then picked up a burning stick and waved it above his head. The witch, who was halfway through his journey, heard Lame shouting and without even bothering to pray to the gods, immediately turned around and walked towards the tribal gate. The tense atmosphere was swept away, and the children, who seemed to have had their mute points pressed by the sunflower acupoint pressing master, also cheered along with the adults as if their acupoints were unblocked. Wu Fujiang. After the brief joy of returning, Han Chung couldn't wait to ask. Wu, who was delighted that everyone returned unharmed, was a little confused when he heard Han Cheng's words. "Didn't Fu Jiang go out with you?" He heard the anxiety in Han Cheng's words, and without hesitation, he directly told him what he knew. Han Chung, who was full of expectations, suddenly felt empty in his heart. The eldest brother and others who were playing with children also couldn't help but pause. The whole joyful scene suddenly became deserted. In fact, long before reaching the gate of the tribe, Han Sheng had basically confirmed that Fu Jiang had not returned, because if this guy was in the tribe, he would have run a long way to pick him up. I just don't want to believe this news until I get the exact information from Wu. When Wu saw Han Sheng and the other people who had returned in this state, he hurriedly asked what was going on. Han Sheng ate very little for dinner. He just drank a few sips of soup and couldn't eat any more. Han Sheng was not used to the absence of the lucky general, who always looked at him and expected to get a share of food from his bowl. He put down the bowl, walked out of the cave, and towards the gate. The witch looked at Han Sheng, who was walking out, quickened his chewing speed, and after eating all the food in the bowl, he also walked out. He came to Han Sheng and looked into the distance with Han Sheng. He wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He just stood there quietly accompanying the Son of God. Gradually, more and more people stood behind me. Let's all go back to sleep. Han Sheng, feeling both sad and touched, turned around and forced a smile at everyone. Lying on the Kong, Han Sheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with Fu Jiang always lingering in his mind. As the night deepened, this worry not only did not ease, but became even more intense. Fu Jiang grew up in the tribe and had never come into contact with other wolves. He also deliberately tried to eliminate his wildness. How can it survive in the wild? It will probably starve, right? This is not what Han Sheng is most worried about. What Han Sheng is most worried about is that it, with its gentle temperament and no experience in surviving in the wild, will encounter the poisonous bites of other animals. He didn't want to see such a result at all. I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. I didn't know how long I tossed and turned before I finally fell asleep. The night is quiet, and a half moon appears at some point, its cool light spreading all over the earth. The closed door suddenly opened, and Han Sheng, wearing only leather shorts, ran out of the room barefoot and ran all the way to the front door. Just now, he vaguely heard General Fu's voice calling for someone to open the door. When I ran over to take a look, I found that the gate was as quiet as before. There was no sign of Fu Jiang. Not giving up, he opened the door, walked out a few steps, looked around, and called out a few words to Fu Jiang in a low voice. Only the chirping of insects could be heard around him. He stood here quietly for a while, sighed secretly, returned to the courtyard, locked the door, and returned to the bedroom unhappily. The next day, Han Sheng got up very early, and the eldest senior brother and others also got up early. They had always been unable to guess the Son of God's thoughts in the past, but this time they guessed it right. Wash, eat, carry weapons, and set off. When setting out, he asked the people left behind to guard the tribe. The witch also rushed over to instruct senior brother Han Sheng and the others to remember that no matter whether they found the lucky general or not, they must remember to rush back to the tribe before dark. Han Sheng nodded solemnly and said that he would never forget. Chapter 195, Saber-Toothed Tiger. A group of people from the Chinke tribe set out with rattan shields loaded with stone bullets and stone spears. They first came to the mulberry forest, but when they did not find any trace of General Fu, they took the mulberry forest as the starting point, excluding the direction of the Easter tribe, and began searching in a fan shape. After turning half a circle and finding no trace, expand the search range and turn another half circle even larger. The sound of calling for the lucky general was endless, startling countless birds and scaring away many small animals. A leopard was hiding its body, preparing to charge at its prey not far away. The herbivore, which had not noticed the danger at all, was startled by the sudden sound and ran away. The leopard, which jumped out a little late, chased for a while, but failed to succeed. It just stood there and looked at the creature that had disturbed its prey from afar. There was no emotion in its brown eyes. After discovering that the monkeys that had disturbed it were numerous and powerful, it gave up its plan to take them as lunch, turned its head to look here, and quickly jumped up the tree. The eldest brother and his companions also saw the leopard. They protected Han Sheng in the middle, holding rattan shields and stone spears, looking over there vigilantly, while trying to keep as much distance between themselves and the leopard as possible and going around it. Even though they had rattan shields in their hands and were outnumbered, they were unwilling to clash with such a ferocious guy. After getting around it safely, they continued to look for. After going around a small ridge, a somewhat hidden low-lying area appeared in front of us. It might be related to the spring here, and the trees around it were very lush. Fortunately, it is autumn and the leaves have fallen, otherwise it would be difficult to see things here. Even now, it is blocked by tree trunks and dry grass, and most of the place cannot be seen clearly. After walking a distance on the dead grass and fallen leaves, the vision gradually became clearer. After seeing the real scene here, even the eldest brother, who was knowledgeable, couldn't help but take a breath, and his body immediately tensed up. He made a low sound from his mouth, warning the people around him. Han Chung walked a little behind and didn't understand what the senior brother saw at first. After seeing the appearance of the senior brother and others, he took 2 steps forward, and the scene there immediately appeared in front of him. His eyes suddenly widened a lot, his heartbeat accelerated, and his mouth opened slightly. I actually encountered such a thing. There's a relatively open area around the spring. To the north of the spring, 2 groups of wild beasts are confronting each other. There were a large number of wild beasts in the group. At a rough glance, there were probably more than 10 of them. Leading the group was a huge wild boar with 2 protruding fangs and a body covered with a mixture of dried gum, mud, and crushed sand and gravel, as if it was wearing a suit of steel armor. The 2 wild boars were quite large, much larger than the ones that the eldest brother and his companions had hunted before. According to Han Cheng's visual estimation, the wild boar with a slightly smaller head and shorter tusks must weigh over 300 kilograms. The bigger one must be no less than 350 kilograms. Behind the 2 wild boars was a group of immature wild boar piglets, weighing about 30 or 40 kilograms. At this time, they seemed a little uncomfortably standing behind the 2 big wild boars, seeking shelter. Opposite the 2 big wild boars, about 10 meters apart, there are also 2 huge monsters. The short brown fur stuck tightly to the body, making it look strong and sturdy. The 2 hind legs, which were much shorter than the front legs, were thicker than the tiger legs Han Chung had seen in zoos in later generations. The tail is not long and hangs down towards the ground, ready to exert force. This is not the most attractive thing. The most attractive thing is this guy's huge head and 2 buck teeth that extend from the upper jaw and are at least 20 centimeters long. Because these 2 buck teeth are too long, they cannot be closed into the mouth and are only exposed outside. Compared with them, the fangs grown by zombies are really not up to par. Saber-toothed tiger. After seeing the faces of these 2 guys, the name saber-toothed tiger jumped into Han Cheng's mind without him having to think about it deliberately. I didn't expect to meet this guy who disappeared in the long river of history. Han Chung was not an archaeologist or a researcher of prehistoric biology, so his initial surprise and excitement after seeing the saber-toothed tiger quickly disappeared. Because after they showed up rashly, the 2 parties that were originally in confrontation all pointed their fingers at them. The wild boar with its fangs turned outward and wearing armor stared at them with its red eyes, digging the ground with its hooves from time to time. If there were not 2 saber-toothed tigers on the opposite side as a threat, it would have rushed towards Han Chung and the others. The same goes for the 2 saber-toothed tigers. Their huge heads looked over here, their legs longer in front and shorter in the back. Moved in a small range on the ground, their mouths with fangs opened and closed from time to time, and the angle between the lower jaw and the upper jaw was more than 90 degrees. This solved the doubts in Han Cheng's mind, as he was wondering how the animal could open its mouth to eat with such long fangs. The 2 saber-toothed tigers let out low roars from their throats from time to time, warning the uninvited guests who had suddenly arrived. The dagger-like teeth looked like carefully carved jade under the sunlight. Imagine the feeling of having 2 long teeth like this piercing into the body, and Han Chung immediately stopped thinking that these 2 teeth were beautiful. All the people of the Chinke tribe tensed up, holding their rattan shields and stone spears tightly, standing still and confronting the 2 groups of ferocious beasts. Because of the terrain, when senior brother Han Chung and his group discovered the 2 groups that were confronting each other, the distance between them was less than 30 meters. The atmosphere at this moment was particularly tense. While a 3-way confrontation was taking shape, there was also a tendency for Wu and Shu to unite to resist Chao. The 2 groups who were confronting each other fiercely seemed very angry at the sudden appearance of the 3rd party. It was only because they had a large number of people and didn't look like they were easy to mess with that we didn't launch an attack rashly. Han Cheng's heart was pounding. He had never had such an experience before. In the past, the most ferocious animals he had encountered during field rescues were a pair of wolves, and they ran away after seeing people. It's nothing like what we're doing now, staring at these ferocious animals up close and without any safety guarantees. The palm of his hand, holding a short stone spear, felt a little damp. The eldest brother and other people who often hunt are much calmer than Han Chung, but they dare not act rashly. Such a large number of ferocious beasts are beyond their ability. If food was not extremely scarce, they would not choose to fight with such ferocious beasts. Go back. The three parties confronted each other for a while, and after confirming that the wild boar and saber-toothed tiger would not launch an attack rashly, the eldest brother spoke in a low voice. Following the leader's orders, everyone held their weapons and vigilantly guarded against wild boars and saber-toothed tigers, while slowly and tentatively retreating. Fortunately, the wild boars and saber-toothed tigers were only moving in a small range on the spot and had no intention of attacking. This made Han Chung, who was extremely nervous, breathe a sigh of relief. He retreated with the crowd, wanting to leave this extremely dangerous place as soon as possible. What is that? Han Chung, who was retreating, suddenly focused his gaze on the grass not far from the saber-toothed tiger. There was a piece of gray fur peeking out from the half-hidden grass. It looked like a dead beast. Han Cheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Chapter 196. Ryeezy, don't mislead me. Han Cheng looked at the exposed fur and was a little dazed. Immediately, his view was blocked by the retreating senior brother. The eldest senior brother bumped into Han Cheng and looked back. He saw Han Cheng looking straight at the saber-toothed tiger and thought that the son of God was worried about the saber-toothed tiger. Just as he was about to whisper a few words, Han Cheng started to back away. Although he desperately wanted to confirm whether the man lying in the bushes was the lucky general, he could not put everyone in the tribe in danger. As the crowd slowly retreated, the saber-toothed tiger and the wild boar with red eyes disappeared. Everyone gradually moved away from that place. The tense atmosphere disappeared, and everyone became more active. The eldest brother looked back at the area and asked everyone to go around and go somewhere else, but Han Chung stood up at this time. Son of God, son of God. After understanding what Han Cheng meant, everyone became very anxious and couldn't help but shout out in a low voice. Han Cheng looked at the people who were looking at him with concern. A smile appeared on his face, and he reassured them not to worry and that he would not act rashly. The eldest brother and Shang and the others just refused and were determined to go back with Han Cheng. It was not until Han Cheng displayed the majesty of the Son of God that they stopped talking, but their concern was evident in their words. Han Cheng asked everyone to wait for him here. For safety reasons, he asked Mutu to use the stone hand axe he carried with him to chop and smash down several tough vines from the big tree next to him and surrounded the front and both sides of everyone. The place where everyone is now is a not-so-gentle earth slope with big trees growing around it. The cut vines were wrapped around these big trees, divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. The lowest one is 20 centimeters above the ground, and the highest one is about 1 meter above the ground. With these 3 vines as a barrier, even if a wild beast rushes over madly, the eldest brother and his men will be much safer. Han Cheng walked away carrying his smaller stone spear and a small backpack. The eldest brother and others were extremely anxious, but due to the majesty of the Son of God, they did not dare to stop him or follow him. They could only keep looking at the Son of God and the low-lying area, and secretly prayed to the gods in their hearts to protect the Son of God's safety. Han Cheng looked at the low-lying land that was gradually approaching and laughed at himself. People, how strange. A moment ago, I was still thinking about getting away from this place safely as soon as possible, but now I took the initiative to move forward. Moreover, it is very likely that you have already encountered an unexpected, ungrateful person. Although he was thinking this in his mind, he did not stop and kept walking towards the low-lying area. As he got closer to the low-lying area, his attention became more and more focused, and his steps became slower. Fortunately, this area was relatively humid, and the fallen leaves on the ground did not make the same shattering noise as those in other places when stepped on, which helped him hide his body. He carefully came to the edge of the depression and quietly stuck his head out to look inside. After they left, without the influence of external factors, the 2 groups of beasts confronted each other again. He looked at the saber-toothed tiger, but because it was too low, he couldn't see the fur he had seen before. Han Cheng looked around, then quietly stood up and walked to a big tree not far away. The big tree was about 20 meters away from the 2 opposing parties. It was very thick, and an adult could not hug it from a distance. The trunk is not very smooth and has many bumps. I don't know if it is caused by some disease or because the branches below have died due to lack of sunlight for many years, leaving scars. The primitive life of the past 2 years was not in vain, and the 3 pairs of leather pants that were worn out from climbing trees were not in vain. If there was such a tree before the time travel, Han Sheng could only look up and sigh, but now he is carrying a backpack and climbing up quickly and silently. He laid the stone spear flat on the ground and did not carry it with him. Not only would it affect his climbing, but it would also easily make noise, which would alarm the 2 groups of thugs who were already running out of patience with each other. The tree trunk was so thick that it could completely cover Han Sheng's figure. So the 2 groups of ferocious beasts that were on the verge of exploding did not notice that one of the 2-legged beasts that had already left actually slipped back. Han Sheng climbed up for 5 or 6 meters before stopping. There's a branch here that extends towards the center of the confrontation. Although it is a branch, it is thick enough, almost as thick as a bucket. Han Sheng climbed onto the thick branch and, using all 4 limbs, carefully moved forward. After moving forward for more than 3 meters, he stopped at the fork, which was good for concealing his body and also easy to stabilize. Han Sheng climbed onto a tree branch with one hand and looked towards the saber-toothed tiger. From his high vantage point, he could see the thing curled up in the grass much more clearly. Han Sheng's heart couldn't help but beat violently, because the fur color of that thing was very similar to that of Fu Jiang, and the exposed part of its body shape was also somewhat similar. The distance was still too far, and the thing had been bitten, so the specific situation was still unclear. Han Sheng felt upset, but at the same time he held on to hope, hoping that this was not a lucky event. He wanted to get closer, but after taking a look, he stopped. As the trunk extends forward, the branches increase, and the branches in front quickly become thinner. There is no problem in supporting his weight, but his body shape cannot be concealed, and it is very easy to make noise. It would be bad if these guys discovered his existence and surrounded the tree. He looked at the wild boar below that was making threatening noises of grunt, grunt, but ultimately refused to attack, and the saber-toothed tiger that was just growling softly, and cursed these guys for being so nagging. It's so annoying to even talk about a trick. Do these guys have to curse each other before fighting, and then start fighting after they're done cursing? Han Sheng waited here for a while, and finally couldn't wait any longer. He quietly took off the backpack on his back and put it in front of him. There were 8 small stones in the backpack, which Han Sheng had selected and put in there. Because there were only a few stones covering the bottom of the backpack, no stones would fall out, even if Han Sheng bent over with the backpack on his back. He took out a stone from the bag, held it in his hand, and squeezed it hard, thinking of the scene in Water Margin where Yin Qing shot a sparrow, and he also learned to say to himself, if the lucky general is not destined to die, let this stone hit the wild boar below, and the beast will run away, leaving behind its broken corpse for me to examine. If Fu Jiang has no chance of surviving this time, then the stone will fall into the air and the beast will remain indifferent. After praying silently like this, Han Sheng raised his right hand, which he had used to practice throwing stones, looked at the stone in his hand, and said secretly, Rui, please don't mislead me. Then he swung his arms suddenly, and the stone he was holding flew out of his hand and flew straight downward. Chapter 197, Tiger Roars and Pig Howls. Bang! The stone did not disappoint Han Sheng. It not only hit the wild boar diagonally below, but also hit the eye of the largest wild boar standing side by side. Although his original target was the smaller wild boar that was closer to him, the long confrontation made the 2 adult wild boars, which were much larger than the wild boars killed by the eldest brother and his friends, become irritated. It was only because the male and female saber-toothed tigers in front were not creatures to be trifled with, and they also had half-grown piglets to protect, that they endured and did not take any action. Now one of its eyes was suddenly attacked, and the pain instantly spread throughout the body. The wild boar, which had been on the verge of mania, instantly became extremely angry. He didn't even think about when the saber-toothed tigers in front of him learned the skill to hit pigs from a distance, nor did he pay attention to the stone that rolled into the grass nearby. He was determined that it was these 2 damn saber-toothed tigers that had done the evil to him. It grunted angrily, dug the dirt with its 2 hooves, opened its mouth, and rushed towards the 2 saber-toothed tigers in front of it, charging forward like a small tank with great momentum. As it moved, another adult wild boar on the side also rushed forward with the same aggressive momentum. The rest of the piglets ran in all directions. The 2 saber-toothed tigers, one male and one female, roared angrily and opened their mouths. Their two long, dagger-like teeth reflected the sunlight, like peerless divine weapons. Compared to the charging wild boars, saber-toothed tigers are more flexible as they do not want to engage in a head-on confrontation with the mad adult wild boars. After seeing two big wild boars rushing towards them fiercely and the half-grown piglets fleeing in all directions, they immediately turned around and chased after the nearest piglets. One little pig was unlucky. It was so frightened that it ran around and was suddenly pounced on by a tiger. Before it could scream and shout to create a tragic atmosphere or struggle a few times to show its steadfastness, the two huge tiger fangs had already pierced into its neck. How can one escape from the tiger's kiss? The bright red blood dripped down, and it was obvious that the immature piglet was going to die. A huge wild boar with red eyes rushed over. The saber-toothed tiger, biting the piglet, sensed the danger and jumped to the side instinctively. However, it was too late. One of its hind legs was hit by the wild boar's tusks, leaving a bloody wound. Han Chung, who was hiding in a tree and watching all this, couldn't help but be secretly shocked at the battle that was completely ignited by his stone. He had heard of the wild boar's reputation before, and knew that this omnivore was not easy to mess with, but he still looked down on it in his heart. After all, in his later life, he ate too much pork, and he had seen too many fat pigs that usually groaned and became fat, and only cried out at the top of their lungs when they were tied up and prepared to be slaughtered during the new year. Now seeing that the two saber-toothed tigers couldn't gain an absolute advantage in the battle with them, I have a new understanding of their ferocity. I also understand why Wu Qingjin made Zhu Ganglai the second brother in Journey to the West, suppressing the monsters in the Quicksand River and the Little White Dragon. At the same time, he was also very curious about how the eldest brother and his companions had killed this ferocious wild boar when they were hunting before. Oomph. The saber-toothed tiger suddenly turned around, dropped the dead piglet in its mouth, and bit the hindquarters of a wild boar that was chasing it with its wide mouth. The huge teeth that easily penetrated the piglet's body were greatly weakened after passing through the armor of the adult wild boar. They barely bit through the wild boar's skin and went a little deeper before they were no longer able to do anything. The bite did not cause much damage to the wild boar, but the wild boar, which was even more angry due to the pain, gave a hard bite. The sounds of tiger roars and pig howls echoed here, sounding particularly tragic. After a short but fierce fight, one of the saber-toothed tigers was left with an empty mouth, while the other ran away with a dead piglet in its mouth, while two wild boars with completely red eyes chased after it on their strong forelegs. I don't know if it was a coincidence or some other arrangement, but the two saber-toothed tigers and the wild boars ran in the same direction that Han Chung had come from not long ago. Han Chung looked at the saber-toothed tigers and wild boars that were roaring and chasing away quickly. He was stunned and couldn't help but worry. How could these guys choose the direction so well? Then he thought, the eldest brother and his companions are more than a mile away from here, and there is such a large area to the east. It is impossible for the saber-toothed tiger and the wild boar to just happen to run into where the eldest brother and his companions are. Even if they were hit, there were several vines outside blocking them. The eldest brother and his men were all armed and were regular hunters, so they shouldn't be in any harm. Thinking this in my mind, I felt a lot more relieved. I climbed up the branch and looked in the direction where the wild boar left. I didn't see the wild boar returning, so I moved the backpack to my back, stood up from the branch, and carefully walked to the connection between the branch and the trunk. Prepare to slide down the tree and quickly confirm whether it is the lucky general. He climbed up the tree trunk and slid down a little but suddenly hesitated. He looked at the body of the wild boar left on the ground, and then looked at the little wild boars that had just been scattered and were gradually coming out from the surroundings. After hesitating for a while, he climbed up again, holding onto the big branch. Sitting down against the tree trunk, I looked at the wild boar that was grunting and seemed a little panicked. Not long after, the sound of a wild boar's grunting could be heard from a distance, sounding somewhat anxious, accompanied by the rustling sound of dead branches, broken leaves, and weeds being trampled. Han Chung looked in the direction of the sound and saw through the branches that the two wild boars that had left were running towards him. Han Chung secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately, he was careful and did not go down immediately. If he had gone down at this moment, he would have run into these two angry and extremely ferocious guys, and he would have been in great danger. When the little pigs heard the familiar voice, they ran over to greet it. After the big and small wild boars met, The previous tension quickly disappeared. The big pig and the little pig grunted to each other, then walked to the spring to drink water. After drinking the water, they came to the wild boar that was killed by the saber-toothed tiger and was left behind due to pressure from the big wild boar. A big wild boar nudged it gently with its mouth, grunting as if it wanted its child to stand up again and leave with them. The fangs that could tear through the saber-toothed tiger's fur in one blow now seemed very gentle. After trying for a while, seeing that the piglet still couldn't stand up, and the two big wild boars with a lot of injuries and bleeding, they finally led the piglet away. Chapter 198: Parents Raising Children Under Pressure. Han Chung learned from his previous experience and waited for a while. After confirming that the wild boars had really left, he slipped down from the tree. He first picked up the stone spear lying flat on the side of the tree trunk and held it in his hand, then quickly headed towards the place where the saber-toothed tiger had been before. His heart was pounding all the way, for fear that the thing he had not seen clearly before was Fu Jiang. Call! Han Chung let out a sigh of relief. His tense face suddenly relaxed, and he felt extremely relaxed. The guy in front of me, with more than half of his body bitten off, is not a lucky guy. Although it had been torn beyond recognition, Han Chung was still sure of it. After experiencing the worst situation before, Han Chung felt that it was not that bad now that Fu Jiang was still missing. The creature in front of him looked like a wolf, but was different from the wolf he imagined. Han Chung couldn't tell its specific species. Firstly, he knew very little about this, and secondly, this guy was torn to pieces and could not be recognized. Judging from the wounds on this guy's body, he probably hasn't been dead for long. Han Chung naturally had no reason to be polite when he picked up something out of thin air. He pulled up a handful of dry grass from the ground and used it to pad the guy's internal organs that were already all over the ground. This way, it would be much easier to carry it. While dragging the guy with half of his body missing towards the dead wild boar, Han Chung suddenly realized a problem. The half-eaten creature in his hand can serve as evidence that the two saber-toothed tigers should not be short of food. Since they are not short of food, why would they confront this group of wild boars? Could it be that he was itching to practice his skills and wanted to find two big wild boars with thick skin and flesh? Han Chung thought so and shook his head to get rid of this unreliable idea. After the conflict not long ago, the two saber-toothed tigers did not want to fight the big wild boar directly, but only greeted the little pig. It seemed that the purpose of the two saber-toothed tigers was to obtain food. Could it be that the family has just given birth to a bunch of fat babies and he's anxious to earn money for milk powder for them? So he's working so hard? When there is already a prey, should we still pay attention to the wild boar? He looked back at the half-corpse he was dragging in his hands, then at the wild boar in front of him that weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms, and felt that it was very likely. As parents, the pressure of raising children is really great. This is true from ancient times to later generations, from animals to humans. Looking at the piglet lying motionless on the ground in front of him, Han Chung dropped the half-wolf he was dragging, not sure whether it was a wolf or not. Han Chung knew that the little monkey went down the mountain and threw away the corn to pick watermelons, and finally returned empty-handed. He certainly would not learn from this guy who was used as a negative example to educate the world. He is much better than that little monkey. Instead of throwing away half of the prey to get the wild boar, he threw it away and walked away without taking either. The wild boar is a little too big, and it is quite a burden for Han Chung to pull it. If he only dragged back half of an unknown prey, he would come again with his eldest brother and others to take the wild boar away. Food that is already in his mouth cannot be thrown away. If that is the case, why doesn't he leave both of them behind and go find his eldest brother and others empty-handed? Moreover, this place is a water source, and one never knows when other animals will come to drink water. It is too unsafe for Han Chung to stay here alone for a long time. Throwing away this prey that he had obtained half out of thin air would also allow him to escape from this place faster. Crack! The sound of dead branches being stepped on suddenly came from a distance. Han Chung, who had just taken 2 steps, was startled. This is really true. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Whatever you fear will come true. While tightly gripping the stone spear in his hand, he looked around vigilantly and moved towards the nearest tree, ready to activate the tree-climbing skill immediately if he saw something wrong. The sound was getting louder and louder. It seemed that the thing coming from was quite large, and it was coming from the direction he had come from before. Could it be that the two saber-toothed tigers that had walked away turned back to look for the prey they had killed? Han Chung dropped the stone spear in his hand and began to climb up quickly by clinging to the tree trunk. He knew that tigers could climb trees. Although the saber-toothed tiger looks very different from the tiger we imagine, it still has the word tiger in its name. God knows whether they will rush over like crazy after seeing the little monkey who made them take the blame with a stone. In order to prevent any accidents, Han Chung decided to climb the tree quickly and as high as possible. Even though the tiger can climb trees, it is not as agile as its masters such as cats and leopards. If the tree is too high or the branches are too thin, it will be helpless. Son of God, hearing the noise getting louder and louder over there, Han Chung didn't bother to look back and just focused on climbing up the tree. This tree was different from the one he climbed before. It had fewer bumps on it and it was a little difficult to climb. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Hearing the familiar cry of Son of God, at this moment, Han Chung stopped immediately, clinging to the tree with his limbs like a koala, and turned his head to look, only to see his eldest and second brothers, junior brother Sha and Shang, holding wooden sticks, stone spears, and rattan shields, and looking at him not far away, with surprise and concern in their eyes. Han Chung thought to himself, as expected, even if he made a circle on the ground like Monkey King, he would not be able to trap his senior brothers. Then he chuckled again, as if he was now the master. Han Chung asked the eldest brother why they did not obey his previous words and where they were coming from. The eldest brother and others seemed a little nervous and spoke carefully in Mandarin, which was still not very fluent. It turned out that they were waiting there and saw the saber-toothed tiger carrying the wild boar away, and two big wild boars chasing it for a while and then turning back. Seeing the fierce fight between the saber-toothed tiger and the wild boar, they remembered that Han Chung was alone over there. Although Han Chung told them before he left that he was just climbing on the tree to watch and there would be no danger, they were still worried. After waiting for a while and still not seeing the Son of God return, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and crossed the area surrounded by vines. Then I came over and saw the heroic figure of Shun Zi clinging to the tree and climbing up. Han Chung is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish between good and evil. Although he intends to establish some rules in daily life, he will not blame his senior brothers for this matter. Seeing that the Son of God had no intention of blaming them, everyone started laughing along with him. The second brother, who loves to eat, is always very enthusiastic about food. Without letting others interfere, he carried the piglet weighing dozens of kilograms and half of the prey by himself. Han Chung secretly remembered this place so that he could set traps here to capture large prey when he wanted to hunt in the future. Chapter 199, Visiting the Bone Tribe. When the wind blew, some fallen leaves on the ground were blown up, making a rustling sound. The bare branches of the trees trembled in the wind, making a humming sound, as if they were crying from the cold of the late autumn wind. Han Chung held his fur tightly, looked at the setting sun which made his face look sallow and cold, then looked around at the bleak scene, and finally started walking back. May the nature, full of vitality and crisis, be kind to this inexperienced, ungrateful wolf, who is lost alone in the wild. I hope this lost child can find the way home. He will keep the doghouse next to the Kong for it and wait for its return at any time. Han Chung confided his feelings to the howling wind, hoping that the wind, which is omnipresent and can reach everywhere, would bring his wishes to the dog in some unknown corner. The wind whistled away, not knowing whether it cared about the messy little biped. Everyone returned from afar wrapped in furs and brought with them the late autumn wind. When they saw the wall standing there from afar, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. The joy did not last long and was replaced by the subsequent suspicion, because there were a lot of people standing outside the tribal gate. Seeing this scene from afar, senior brother Han Chung and others quickened their pace towards the tribe, with their weapons ready. Because they went out to look for Fu Jiang, the only people left in the tribe were the elderly, children, lame people, and women who were pregnant or had just given birth, except for the 4 people, including Taitu, who had stayed behind. The tribe's defenses are so weak. If this group of people did not stay outside as agreed, but chose to attack the tribe at this time. Thinking of this incident, Han Cheng's heart sank, but at the same time he felt a little fortunate. It seems that we can't do it like today in the future. The tribe must always retain a certain amount of combat power, at least leave behind people who can rely on the walls to defend the tribe from being attacked. If it was like what happened to the pig tribe, where the tribe was looted after a trip, Han Sheng felt that he would go crazy. Most of the others did not think as deeply as he did. They just felt that there should not be so many outsiders near the tribe. Sheng, the leader of the original pig tribe, had red eyes and reacted more violently than the others, with deep fear mixed in with his anger. This scene reminded him of what happened to his own tribe. Now he has already integrated wholeheartedly into the Chinke tribe. He loved everything about the Chinke tribe, from the houses, walls, and food to the snowmen built by children and polished tiles. If this tribe is suffering a similar blow, then he didn't dare to think further. Son of God, leader, the lame man, holding a stone spear in his hand, had slightly sweaty palms, but despite this, he stood very straight and did not retreat at all. Behind him is everything they created bit by bit with their hard work and sweat. In order to protect these, he must muster up the courage. He tilted his head to look at the big-bellied female primitives holding weapons around him, and the children who were standing on the low wall, just above the fence, and had to stand on tiptoe to see what was happening outside. His belief became even stronger. What we need to protect is not only the things we have created, but also the people in the tribe who accompany us day and night. Fortunately, they had the wall that the Son of God had proposed to build to rely on, and the people who came just stopped outside the gate. Although they were a little eager to try, when they saw that there were fewer people, they did not really launch an attack. Lame heard shouts coming from the west, and hurriedly turned his head with the others to look over there. He saw that the Son of God and the leader and others who had gone out to look for Fu Jiang had returned and were heading towards the tribe. Seeing everyone rushing back, Bo breathed a long sigh of relief, and a feeling of having found someone to rely on arose spontaneously. The others who were standing on the wall with tense minds and faces suddenly relaxed, and some children even had smiles on their faces. Son of God, leader, they shouted with joy to their supporters, their dependents. The people standing in front of the gate also looked to the west and saw a group of people coming with spears and sticks, and many of them also held weapons. Their weapons are mostly made of bones, and they also have many bone accessories on their bodies. There are quite a few of them, 22 in total. These are the people from the Bone tribe who had come to the Green tribe during the joyous gathering. The leaders of the two tribes met and asked each other questions through gestures and language. We learned that the people of the Bone tribe came to trade for large pottery that could be used to cook food. After the party was over, the Bone tribe exchanged a pottery jar from the Greenbird tribe because they brought more food. After returning, I also started to try to cook food like the Chinke tribe. Although it was far less delicious than what I ate in the Chinke tribe, this fresh way of eating was still loved by many people, especially those with bad teeth. Having tasted the benefits, I thought about changing to a larger pottery to cook food. Those jars used to hold water and small pottery containers for food also need to be replaced, otherwise it would be inconvenient to eat the cooked food. After seeing the food they brought and realizing that the people from the Bone tribe did not attack the courtyard, Han Sheng, his senior brother, and others felt relieved. He then told the people of the Bone tribe that after laying down their weapons, they could bring food and go to the courtyard to exchange them. A few people in the Bone tribe were reluctant, but the eldest brother was firm, so they had to leave their weapons outside and go into the tribe with the food through the gate that had been opened from the inside under the eldest brother's order. Although it was already getting dark at this time, the people of the Bone tribe were still extremely shocked when they saw what was happening in the courtyard. This tribe is always so surprising. Originally, seeing such a large group of people going out and returning at this time with only a small wild boar and a small portion of food snatched from some unknown animal, many people in the Bone tribe looked down on them. Now, after seeing all this in the tribe, their contempt had been completely shattered, leaving only deep shock and disbelief. Primitive people are also human beings, and they also have a competitive spirit, especially when it comes to food. When people from different tribes meet, they will always compare consciously or unconsciously. After the eldest brother called out twice, the leader of the Bone tribe came back to his senses and began to spread out the food he had brought and trade with the eldest brother. He just seemed a little absent-minded and obviously had not completely recovered from the shock. Chapter 200, Yearning, Rapeseed Stuck in Snot. There was nothing too surprising about the food brought by the Bone tribe. It included meat, picked wild fruits, and some roots and rhizomes, which could be said to be a combination of meat and vegetables. They brought a lot of things, nearly half more than the Green tribe, but they were not as generous as the Sheep tribe. After some bargaining, the people of the Bone tribe exchanged the food they brought for a large pottery jar, a pottery jar, and 12 pottery bowls. After the transaction was completed, the people of the Bone tribe did not leave. One reason was that it was already completely dark, and the other reason was that the eldest brother wanted to keep them. The Green Bird tribe, which had seemed a little stingy when facing the Green tribe before, has now become generous and magnanimous again. They had to cook food to entertain the tribes that came from afar. The white mist reflected the red flames, and the colors became somewhat brilliant. Just like adding salt to a tasteless soup, it immediately becomes extra delicious. The eldest brother felt particularly relieved when he saw the leader of the Bone tribe looking at him in surprise and eagerness after drinking the soup with salt in his hand while holding the soup spoon. He was thinking about what the Son of God had told him about this matter. While inviting the people of the Bone tribe to eat soup, he picked up the jar of salt and showed it to the leader of the Bone tribe with a mysterious and proud look on his face, as arrogant as a wealthy landlord. The leader of the Bone tribe looked carefully at the substance called salt in the jar, and he was looking forward to everyone in the tribe eating salted food for every meal. The pursuit of beautiful things is human nature, not to mention that salt can make food instantly taste many times better. It is normal for the leader of the Bone tribe to want salt just like people from other tribes. The leader of the Bone tribe was in a very complicated mood. On the one hand, he very much wanted to own this magical thing, but on the other hand, he was worried that this thing would be extremely expensive. Although the tribe had stored a lot of food this year, after exchanging pottery once, it was difficult to have enough food to exchange for salt. The eldest brother was so considerate at this moment, just like an extremely skilled salesperson. He carefully recalled what the Son of God had said to him before, and then, in his own way, he first emphasized to the leader of the Bone tribe the preciousness of salt and its status in their Green Bird tribe. After the leader of the Bone tribe understood what the eldest brother meant, he was disappointed and looked as if he had expected it. Just when he was extremely reluctant to put down the salt shaker in his hand, a smile broke out on the eldest brother's face, and he changed the subject and began to express another meaning. The general meaning is that the Bone tribe and their tribe are neighboring tribes, and there's been no conflict over the years. Their Son of God is an exceptionally generous person, so he can give salt to the friendly tribe for free without taking any food. After understanding what the eldest brother meant, the leader of the Bone tribe was in disbelief at first. Then he jumped up from the ground, hugged the eldest brother tightly, and rested his forehead on his shoulder again and again. The rest of the Bone tribe members who received the news also became extremely excited and could not stop expressing their admiration for the friendliness and generosity of the neighboring tribes. The friendly tribe soon became not so friendly, because after eating and drinking and discussing things, the people of the Bone tribe were asked to spend the night outside the courtyard. Not allowing other tribes to stay overnight in the courtyard of the Chinke tribe was something Han Cheng was determined to implement during the Huanchi Club. How can I allow others to snore beside my bed? If other tribes rested inside the wall, the people of the Chinke tribe would also sleep uneasy. At least Han Cheng would often imagine himself being roasted on the fire by other tribesmen. It was getting dark, and the people of the Bone tribe couldn't travel overnight. That would be an act of seeking death. They rested outside the wall of the Chinke tribe. Because the wall was tall enough, it blocked the wind from the north. They stayed here and made a fire, so it wasn't too cold. Some people looked at the tall walls of the Chinke tribe with envy, and couldn't help but fantasize about when their tribe would also have such high walls. The people in charge of standing guard tonight in the Chinke tribe have changed from 2 shifts to 4 shifts. This was a special order given by Han Cheng. The time it takes for 2 shifts to stand guard is too long, and people are prone to dozing off, and now the people of the Bone tribe are staying outside the wall. The wealth of his own tribe certainly made these people yearn for it, but no one could guarantee that this yearning would not change from simple yearning to plunder. Although primitive people are mostly simple and honest, without too many twists and turns, it's still good to be careful. It was late at night, but Han Cheng was still not asleep. There was a small flickering fire in the room, illuminating his face, making him look a little gloomy. He sat on a wooden block. Not far away was a nest built specially for Fu Jiang, which was padded with dry grass. Under Han Cheng's education, Fu Jiang is very clean. He never defecates or urinates in the cave or the room. Most of the time, he goes to the toilet like the other people in the tribe. Of course, sometimes he goes to the deer pen where Uncle Deer and his companions live. So the nest is very quiet, and there is no particularly unpleasant smell. Han Cheng couldn't help but sniff. This guy who always made him so angry that he wanted to kick him when he was around, now that he was gone, made him miss him uncontrollably. He collected his thoughts and turned his gaze away from Fu Zhang's doghouse. After searching the room for a while, his unfocused eyes finally landed on a wooden stick. The wooden stick was placed on a wooden peg nailed to the wall, with 2 silk cocoons that looked like small bells hanging on it. It was the mulberry branch that Han Chung had brought back from the mulberry tree. Because of the lucky general, the mulberry branch, which should have been valued, was neglected. Han Chung put it here casually and ignored it. At this time, in order to divert attention, Han Chung stood up, took it down from the wall, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully in the light. Use your fingers to flatten the empty cocoon and then stretch it out again, repeating this process. Holding the branch with his right hand, he felt something rough. Han Chung thought it was just a small bump on the mulberry branch. He didn't pay much attention to it at first and just rubbed it gently with his hand. After a while, I felt something was wrong because the small lump was not just one piece but a few connected pieces, and it felt smooth to the touch. Han Chung turned the branch over and moved his hand away, and the place where his fingers had just touched appeared in front of him. A small piece of bumps about 2 square centimeters appeared in front of my eyes. These small black bumps looked smaller than rapeseed and were tightly connected together, like rapeseed firmly stuck to a tree stick by dried snot. Is this silkworm seeds? Han Chung didn't react at first, but after a while he started to think about this.